What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Look, in this world, there are two types of people. First, you got the delusional clowns who think they're number one. Then, you got the legends who are born knowing they simply aren't NPCs. Now, my boy Xingu here has always bet the house on being that second type, born with that main character energy. It all starts with the ego, baby. But let's keep it real, the truth hurts, which is why people stay chasing fantasies. Meanwhile, Xingu is still doom-scrolling through hot girl TikToks every single day. Dude was supposed to be a top-tier player for the last 10 years. Instead, Hez rotting in his bedroom. The only quest his mom gives him is wake up and take out the trash. But the biggest piece of garbage is actually him, still glued to the floor. Mama Xingu peeks in, looking like she's about to rip the door off its hinges. She storms in wielding a steaming hot metal ladle like it's a legendary weapon. 26 years of unemployment and suddenly you re-busy. What is more important than chores? You bum. Xingu panics, grabs the trash bag, and scatters in 8 different directions like a roach when the lights turn on. If he stayed one more minute, the thing getting tossed out to the curb would have been Xingu. Walking to the dumpster, he sighs. She roasts him daily, but he knows his mom loves him the most. Suddenly, boom, boom. Some rich kid burning cash on daylight fireworks scares the soul out of him. Xingu immediately checks his feed for the latest news and sees a headline that makes him go, called it. 10 years ago, some weird object just glitched into existence in the sky. They call it the Sky Castle. Since day one, it's been trending non-stop. Now, this Sky Castle has 2 insane features that completely defy physics. First off, it just floats there, no pillars, no engines, just vibes. Second, nobody can get inside. Helicopters, drones, military jets, no advanced tech can even touch the landing pad on that thing. They just phase right through it like a ghost. The science nerds claim it's not a hologram but something vibing in a different dimension than Earth. Since the Sky Castle dropped, the whole world has been losing its mind. Everyone wants the clout, but nobody's cracked the code. Until one day, specific people got drafted by the castle and respawn as players. These players can sprout their own wings, and the castle actually grants them access. The chosen ones get sent to explore the grounds. We're talking weird monsters, booby traps, mysterious energy, and hardcore dungeons down there. A special ops team was formed just to conquer the Sky Castle, made up of the elite players who unlock special abilities. But Xingu, he got left on read. Thinking about how it's been 10 years and he hasn't even grown a single feather drives him nuts. Xingu is convinced the castle's operating system is bugged. If it picks special people, why is he still stuck here? Still, Xingu has this diamond-hard belief that one day he's gonna get his wings, even if he's broke as a joke and getting yelled at by his mom. That being said, Xingu knows he needs a paycheck. Can't starve to death while waiting in the lobby to become a player. Suddenly, an empty soda compels him. He gets heated seeing some rich brats flexing energy drinks that supposedly help you grow wings. They're chatting about someone clearing, level 32, totally ignoring the guy raging behind them. Xingu drops the can, winds up, and punts that thing into the stratosphere like a guided missile, nearly giving those 2 kids a heart attack. Xingu watches it fly with satisfaction, thinking, at least that trash got closer to the castle than I did. But then, something starts falling back down, which catches his attention. He squints to get a better look. Is that an angel falling? No. Xingu realizes it's a female player being evicted by the castle. She's retired and rejected, but he isn't about to let her turn into sidewalk pizza. Xingu runs the physics in his head. She's gonna hit that building. He sprints, ignores the elevator, bolts up the stairs, kicks the roof door off its hinges, and spots her falling head first. Gritting his teeth, Xingu launches himself up. The force from his feet shatters the concrete roof tiles as he intercepts her in midair. Xingu has been built different since birth. No gym needed. As a toddler, he was bench pressing washing machines. At school, he ripped doors off just trying to open them. His parents put him in martial arts to control it, but no dojo could handle him for a month. He went to learn Western boxing and accidentally rearranged the instructor's face. He tried Japanese sword fighting and snapped every weapon in the building. In judo, he spun the master around like a helicopter, until the guy retired on the spot. They told him, "Kid, you don't need skills. You were basically a monster already." Since then, he knew he had superpowers. When the Sky Castle showed up, Xingu thought, it is showtime. But 10 years later, 0 wings. But right now, this is his destiny moment. No player survives retirement from the castle. And for a normie to try and save a player, that's usually a suicide mission. But Xingu is built different. The girl opens her eyes, feeling someone grab her. She's lying in Xingu's arms and tries to speak, but he tells her to zip it. Xingu's feet hit the pavement, but physics isn't done yet. The reaction force plus gravity crushes the ground, and oops, it looks like he just created a sinkhole. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, the ground gives way, and they tumble into the abyss. Finally, they stop rolling. They're alive. Seeing her shaking in his arms, Xingu switches to his smooth CEO voice. My bad. Let me set you down. The girl is thanking him profusely. She thought she was toast. Then she looks around. Where are we? Xingu figures. Players aren't taught walking encyclopedias. He doesn't want to get buried alive, so he steps up to punch a way out. Suddenly, a voice echoes from nowhere. System override, open world activated. Congratulations, you have been selected for the underground player trial. Objective, clean the Y-Wing graveyard to unlock your class. For the girl who just got trash canned by the castle, this looks like a respawn opportunity. But when they ask for details, the cave goes silent like nothing happened. Xingu scratches his head, breaking the awkward silence. So, we should probably chat. Intros first. He proudly announces he's a 26-year-old unemployed college grad. The girl is absolutely shook. Wait, you a civilian. No normal human jumps off a skyscraper to catch a falling body and survives a crater impact. That's insanity. Seeing her confused face, Xingu slaps his bicep and winks. I'm just strong, babe. Born to be a player. She shakes her head, not buying it. Sure, some people are born to be players, but that only happens if they have the basics like, wings to fly. Bottom line, to be a player, the castle has to inject you with mana. Xingu is a blank page. He honestly thought mana was just stuff made up by fantasy writers for sci-fi nerds. You can believe player abilities come from magic. She signals him to hush, then activates her God Eyes ability. She scans him. 0 mana. None. Her vision is top tier, so she's not missing anything. She realizes Xingu is 100% human but somehow has stats like a tank. But is that weird? Humans can have crazy strength without magic tricks, right? She nods slowly in agreement. It's just that players change the definition of power. Basically, she just found her personal Superman. He caught her falling from the castle, and now they've crashed into a place nobody knows about. And now, they have this underground player challenge. She sighs. Subsurface or sky high, she's not sure, but she knows this place is definitely linked to the Sky Castle. That voice we heard, it's the exact same system voice players hear inside the castle dungeons. Hearing that, a light bulb finally goes off in Xingu's head. Xingu couldn't exactly walk through the Sky Castle's front door like a VIP guest, but hey, who needs an invitation? He was planning to backdoor his way and using the crazy overpowered stats the universe gifted him to crush this mysterious zone. After yapping for way too long, the girl finally realized she skipped the intros. I was with the Wind Guild out of Korea level 219 healer main. Name as swearing, but just call me Arin. I am 22, which makes me way younger than you, old man. Xingu's eye twitched. How could someone with such an innocent face roast him that hard? Despite being a 22-year-old rookie, Arin had grinded all the way to Dungeon 32 before a boss went nuclear and literally yeeted her off the castle. She thought she was staring at a game over screen, but Xingu pulled a clutch save and caught her in his beefy arms. Arin figured this was her respawn ticket, a second shot at becoming a real player thanks to this dude. But honestly, she still felt kind of ghosted. That nasty fall didn't kill her, but it totally nerfed her stats. She had 0 power left in the tank. While Xingu was playing hero, Arin realized they unlocked some secret condition. Xingu had the potential to be an underground player, and she could reboot as his support. Realizing she wasn't useless made her turn on the waterworks. I can believe I didn't delete my save file. I thought I was done for, she sobbed. Then, hitting him with eyes brighter than high beams on a jeep, she pledged her life to him. It was major ride or die energy, but honestly, it kind of creeped Xingu out. Arin wasn't just talking smack though. The game logic dictated she'd respawn as his official support if they managed to clear this dungeon together. Xingu just nodded, ready to duo Q this mess. He was cool with whatever, but he was surprised she accepted the terms so easily. Looking at her positive vibes, Xingu was internally screaming. If he got nerfed back to level 1 like her, he would V-Rage quit life immediately. Alright, Arin, welcome to the squad. They bonded pretty fast. Xingu expected monsters to be spawn camping them, but they just stood there yapping for an hour without a single enemy in sight. Arin, being the veteran gamer here, knew the first room was basically the lobby, a safe zone where mobs don't aggro. Perfect time for an inventory check and to scout the map. Welcome to Professor Arin's tutorial mode. She explained that not every dungeon is this chill. This was a hidden server, meaning the physics and rules might be totally different from the main Sky Castle game. So basically, her info might be outdated. While she kept rambling like an NPC, Xingu spotted something that woke up the beast inside him. Nah, he cut in. I think your guide on this place is actually spot on. Up ahead in the pitch-black cave, growls echoed, and red eyes started glowing in the dark. 5 monsters were camping the exit, mouths wide open, just waiting to turn our heroes into a midnight snack. Weirdly, they weren't rushing in. They were waiting. Definitely some specific dungeon mechanic at play. Arin looked shook. How did Xingu have night vision in a cave darker than a lock screen? She figured he had some kind of monster radar or sixth sense. Xingu was confused with seeing in the dark, a big deal. Judging by Arin's face, yeah, that was definitely not a default setting for humans. Usually, only rogue classes or creeps peeping on people have skills like that. As a former top-tier player, Arin realized she needed to keep one eye open around this guy. But look, if she was going to be the support to his carry, she needed to know his full skill tree to help him level up. Once she rationalized it, she chilled out and returned to normal. Haha, never mind, I am just impressed you adapted to the dungeon meta so fast. Xingu laughed. Adapted, please. He'd been mentally grinding for this moment for 10 freaking years. So, what's the play? Can I just pull a Leroy Jenkins and rush them? This time, Arin let him take the wheel. This dungeon felt like a placement test, kind of like the SATs but with more murder. Before she went pro in the Sky Castle, Arin had to pass a qualifier just like this. Xingu nodded, getting hype. He loved a good challenge. But Arin was sweating. She didn't know if permadeath was enabled in this Anzan zone. She had to give Xingu the safety warning first. If you can sense them, you can probably kill them. But listen, the mob variety here is wild. Don't rely just on stats. If you get swarmed, you will burn out. So watch your back. While she was talking, Xingu was already sizing up the enemies. He ripped a strip off his shirt and made some DIY hand wraps, ready to throw hands. Arin was still in mom mode, muttering warnings. I have 0 mana for heals, so try not to get hit. Okay, Xingu cracked his knuckles loud enough to echo. He looked like a kid in a candy store, except the candy was 5 monsters he was about to 1v5. Sounds like a piece of cake. Arin nodded, finally hitting pause on her lecture. But the second she blinked, literally 5 seconds later, Xingu had already launched himself like a missile. One step and boom, he was right in front of the 5 mobs, leaving them totally confused. A wolf man stepped up, baring its teeth and growling, "Yum. This human is looking like a straight-up snack." Arin felt the power spike and panicked. Wait, stop. Those are werewolves. They level 50 mobs. Why are they spawning in a starter dungeon? But it was too late. The pack was already aggroed on Xingu. Arin screamed, "Run, you idiot." She hated herself for not scouting better and leading him into a trap. Then, a massive roar shook the room. She peeked through her fingers, expecting to see Xingu turn into mashed potatoes. Nope. The only thing mashed was the werewolf's jaw. Xingu looked like he was having the time of his life beating the brakes off these things. Arin stood there, totally stun-locked, watching the show. Xingu went full Mortal Kombat mode. He literally ripped the head off one wolf with his bare hands and caved in the face of another. Another wolf tried to swipe at him, but Xingu punted it across the room into the wall. The last kill was so rated R that Arin couldn't even look. Once the last mob dropped, Xingu casually dusted off his hands like he just took out the trash. "Why were you screaming at me to stop?" he asked. Arin stammered. She didn't realize he was this OP. She cleared her throat to change the subject to the most important part of gaming, the loot drop. Every monster in this dungeon was basically a walking treasure chest waiting to be opened. You can grab the loot, but remember the rules: whoever does the most damage gets first dibs. Xingu smirked. I solo D the entire squad." Arin nodded. "Fair point, all yours. Usually, you get 2 types of drops, cold, hard cash, or these special mana rocks called monster seeds." Xingu was only interested in the bag. Is it game tokens or real money? Arin confirmed it dropped in straight USD. Xingu's jaw dropped. No wonder these players drive Lambos and live in mansions. Arin coughed. I mean, people here have wings and superpowers. Monsters carrying wallets isn't even the weirdest thing about this place. Sometimes they even drop pure gold bars, but the drop rate is super low. Xingu scratched his head, wondering if monsters dropping cash messed up the global economy with inflation. What about exchange rates, serial numbers? It was giving him a headache. Arin told him to stop overthinking the game logic and just take the money. Focus on the monster seeds. Those are the real high-value loot, basically priceless. After we clear the dungeon, an altar spawns. You toss the seeds in there to get rewards. Think of it like a vending machine for epic gear, weapons, shields, items. Xingu had to give her props. She knew how to dumb it down for him. Even though she was a pro, it felt like listening to a live walkthrough. You can stack multiple seeds, but don't try to scam the altar. The RNG gods only give you rewards based on the quality of what you sacrifice. Xingu tuned out the seed talk. He didn't care about the farming. He was just interested in seeing this magical altar that pops up when you beat the level. So, the dungeon basically prevents you from powering up until you finish it, Arin nodded. It was harsh, but that was the brutal reality of this game. The more Arin hung out with Xingu, the more she realized he was total boyfriend material, hot, jacked, and actually big-brained. Anyway, back to the lore. They were currently stuck in the tutorial dungeon. So here's the kicker: this place is a total scam. No loot drops, no XP, nothing. Xingu could wipe the floor with every mob here, and his skill tree would still be a big fat 0. You gotta hit the real dungeons to actually level up after clearing the map and finding the altar. Xingu starts calculating. Arin used to be level 219, absolutely stacked with mana and stats. If you restuck at a noob level, you can enter the elite zones. Arin figured she didn't need to explain the grind anymore. The only way to get swole is to prove you re the main character. Most players are too slow to get this. They treat the castle like it's just another late-night gaming session at a cyber cafe. Dungeons are basically final exams, and you don't pass by filling in bubbles one at a time. Obviously, players with that casual mindset get filtered out real quick. Once Xingu realized the monsters were just walking loot boxes, it clicked. He turns to Arin like, "Yo, what's the meta for farming drops?" Arin breaks it down, cash is easy. You secure the kill, you secure the bag. Xingu cracks his knuckles and boom punches a werewolf so hard its head pops like a balloon. He taps the wolf, and suddenly, it's raining Benjamins. Xingu grabs a stack of $100 bills. Kinda sus to find that kind of cash in a tutorial, especially when it matches the currency in the main castle. Xingu stuffs his pockets and switches focus to the sea farming. Arin sighs best not to question the game logic, just roll with it. Once Xingu secured the bag, any mobs that didn't drop loot just turned to dust and despawned into the dungeon floor. But since most of these uglies had seeds, Xingu was chill. The catch, farming seeds is different. You gotta totally wreck the monster-esque body to get the goods. Xingu's like, wait, I gotta put in work to rob them, so if I don't smash them to bits, I get 0 loot. Arin nods. Talking to a genius really saves time. Xingu chuckles. So it's about resource management, hit them just hard enough to get the treasure. Now things are getting spicy. Basically, don't burn all your energy if you want the easy win. Whoever designed this pay-to-win mechanic is a troll. Alright, Xingu says, watch this pro gamer move. Xingu grabs a werewolf by the ankles in a position that looks kinda sus, grinning like a villain. You want a challenge, bet. He stacks the wolf corpses into a meat mountain, jumps into the stratosphere, and lets gravity do the rest. The impact force creates a shockwave so strong Arin almost has a wardrobe malfunction. She covers her face from the dust, thinking, welp, he definitely smashed all the loot. But nope, a massive pile of seeds drops from the crater. Turns out, Xingu just wanted to speed run the looting process in one go. Efficiency king. Arin's seen wizards farm drops, but never a guy who literally stomps the loot out of them. Xingu's feeling pretty smug about his 200 IQ play, thinking he's ready for the big leagues. Not yet, though. There's a post-game checklist he gotta do. First, body check for missing limbs. Second, sweep the room. Third, check HP and MP stats. Xingu scratches his head. Besides turning his shirt into makeshift armbands, he's got 0 scratches. Arin sighs, this guy is built different, and they keep moving. Since the map is fogged, Arin tells him to stay alert. But honestly, the monsters should be the ones scared of him. He's literally inventing new combos just to bully werewolves. No surprise, every single mob drops a juicy seed. Arin gives an awkward laugh. She can even be shocked anymore. Xingu wiped out 140 wolves in 3 hours. Did you take karate classes or something? Xingu shrugs. Just the basics. Taekwondo, Hapkido, Judo, Kendo. To him, that is basic PE. To Arin, that is a lethal weapon. He didn't train to get stronger, he trained so he wouldn't accidentally destroy the world. With god-tier speed, they finally reach the boss room Sky, the warden of the W-Wing graveyard. Arin takes a deep breath and tells Xingu to do a stat check before entering. You know, get in the zone, prep the spell slots. But for Xingu, that advice is useless because the guy has 0 mana and thinks spells are just fancy words for punching harder. Standard tutorial tips don't apply here. Then she mentions the aggro delay bosses ignore you for the first 3 seconds. Xingu's eyes light up. So I just gotta knock him out in 3 seconds. Good game, easy. Arin starts sweating bullets. Bosses don't just stand there like target dummies. But of course, Xingu has already stopped listening. The boss is always the alpha of whatever mobs are in the dungeon. So, it's a werewolf, but on steroids. Arin's terrified it might be over level 100. Who balanced this difficulty? It's broken. Xingu doesn't care, though. He's ready to one-punch man this guy into next week. Let's go. Open it up. Arin sighs. Even if the server crashed, Xingu would still be smiling. She pushes the door open, heart pounding like it's her first raid boss. Even though you can technically die in the tutorial, the pressure in the room is suffocating. Arin shakes off the bad vibes. Xingu has to clear this. Most dropouts go back to being NPCs in the real world. But failing the Anzan world trial, she doesn't even want to know what happens. Even if Xingu takes an L, Arin hopes they can at least log out safely. If not, her career as a guardian is toast. The responsibility is heavy, and things have been going too smoothly, almost like a dream. Heads up, here it comes, Xingu says casually. Arin freezes. The door has been open for a while now. A massive jaw snaps at them. Arin hits the deck, legs turning to jelly. It's a level 100 giant dark werewolf, foaming at the mouth like it has rabies. While Arin is glitching out in fear, Xingu rushes in. He looks like a mosquito next to this beast, but he's milking that 3-second free pass. Xingu leaps face to face with the wolf, yelling, "I believe I can fly." He lands a haymaker and touches down, casually tossing the wolf's eyeball in his hand like a baseball. "So I can loot for parts mid-fight. Sweet." Arin screams, "Focus." The mob only despawns when its HP hits 0. The dark werewolf is rightfully ticked off and charges. Xingu winds up like a pro MLB pitcher. Return to sender, he fastballs the eye right back into the socket. The wolf howls, clutching its face. Arin's jaw drops. How is his timing so perfect? Strike one, Xing brags. But while the boss is blind, its nose is the real threat. This breed smells fear better than it sees prey, and it is a level 100 boss after all. The 3-second grace period is over. Now the real raid begins. The wolf locks onto Xingu's scent instantly. Xingu sighs, "Man, this reminds me of when Mom used to hunt me down with La Chancla." Arin yells, "Don't just stand there, kite him." Arin flies up to safety. Since Xingu can tat fly, he bunny hops away to dodge a massive claw swipe. He needs a plan to deal with that super sniffer, fast. Thinking about the scent, Xingu had a light bulb moment. He ripped his shirt off, flexing those shiny, gym bro muscles for the world to see. Arin was totally confused, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. "Dude, what is your deal right now?" "We gotta prep for the next strike." "Watch and learn," Xingu said, balling his sweaty tea into a tight sphere. He wound up and yeeted it straight at the black werewolf. If this boss had more than 2 brain cells, this would work. But instinct kicked in, and the wolf chased the laundry like a golden retriever. Xingu was hyped. "I am actually a genius. Someone nerfed my IQ? It is too high." Arin just nervously laughed. Truth is, Xingu has 0 mana, so he is basically invisible to the monster's radar. The wolf stopped, stared at the shirt, and realized it got played. Total facepalm moment. Xingu did not waste the lag spike. He delivered a nasty low kick right to the kneecap. Snap, it sounded like dry twigs breaking mixed with a howl. "Thought you were a boss, more like glass bones, paper skin," Xingu sighed. Dude was ready to strip completely if that failed too much information, bro. Now the wolf was crippled, so Xingu started toying with him. Just snap, crackle, pop, and a whole lot of screaming. Arin actually felt bad for the beast. Xingu is a total menace. Finally, the giant dark wolf was down for the count. Loot dropped 15 $100 bills and a weird black seed. Arin's jaw was on the floor. A 0-skill normie soloed a level 100 monster, no way. Then, beep beep. The system UI started blowing up with notifications. Challenge crushed, account live. A gold screen popped up showing the stats: 3 hours, 150 mobs, and 1 boss deleted. Efficiency, 100%. It is the standard HUD everyone gets. It shows the player count up in the sky castle but keeps the view clean, so Xingu can still check out Arin if he wants. Xingu was lagging a bit. "Wait, so I cleared the tutorial." "Yup, you are officially in the game." Xingu started dancing like he just won the lottery. He has been dreaming of this for 10 years. Arin was skeptical, though this is Anzin, the underground, not the sky castle. Different servers, different rules, you know. Ding, bonus reward incoming, new skill unlock, clueless but brave. Xingu froze. Did the system just roast him? That feels personal. "Hold up, let me clarify," he asked. "These crystals are rare drops from special elites or hidden quests, right?" Arin confirmed. "Spot on. They boost stats or unlock new senses. Essential for the dungeon grind." Xingu nodded, then deadpans. "Okay, but is there actually a skill called clueless but brave?" Arin was confused. "Never heard of it." But she tried to hype him up. "Maybe it is a unique skill. You might be the only player on the server with it." Xingu's ears were twitching. This girl talks faster than an auctioneer. He could not keep up. Then the screen flashed again. He is now an underground player. Unlocks chaos, tail, inventory space, and jumps 9 levels instantly. Suddenly, zap. A massive shockwave hit both of them hard. Arin leveled up just for the assist, easy XP. Meanwhile, Xingu was gritting his teeth through the worst headache of his life. It hurt way more than his mom's legendary backhand. "It is the dungeon mana rewriting your DNA," Arin yelled, still trying to explain the lore while literally getting electrocuted. Now that is dedication to the tutorial. Basically, mana seeds are bonding with his cells, swolifying his muscles, and flushing out all the pre-mana toxins. Instant glow up. The power spike was real, you could see the difference. He checked his stats, boom, level 10. He felt weightless, then landed on 3 legs. He checked his crotch. Nope, not that one. It is a massive tail sprouting from his back. He gave it a wiggle. What the hell? I wanted cool angel wings, not this ugly fur noodle. The UI popped up, Chaos Tail exclusive underground gear. It is a multi-tool, digging, combat, defense. It evolves with levels. Xingu grabbed the new appendage, shaking. Digging. Are you kidding me? I could just use a shovel. Then he paused. Wait, if wings get you to the Sky Castle, maybe this tail has some backdoor access hacks too. He remembered looting a key from some Sky Castle dropout earlier. Whoever designed this underground dungeon was a total troll, but a smart one. If Xingu meets the dev, they are getting a tail whip to the face. While getting used to the extra limb, he checked that second skill again. Clueless but brave boosts courage when you are unaware of danger. 50% damage reduction from ambushes and immunity to unknown traps. Basically, being an idiot makes him invincible. Xingu nodded. Name is trash, but the buff is god tier. Yo Arin, what do you thief? She was gone. Then he heard sniffling down by his sneakers. He looked down. Arin had shrunk into a pocket-sized chibi version. She forced a smile through the pain. Support class, tax, I guess. I am tiny, but hey, I am breathing, she said, holding back tears. Xingu got it. He is on cloud 9, but she just hit rock bottom. She went from level 219 to level 3, stripped of mana and levels. She looked like a storybook fairy now. Xingu scratched his head and looked away. It is dark in here. I will not see if you cry. She took the hint and bawled her eyes out. After a good scream, she pulled herself together. She was grateful for the save but too embarrassed to talk about the meltdown. I will help you grind. Maybe I can fix my body that way. Xingu nodded. At least she has a mission now. Moving on, they headed to the spot they have been eyeing, the altar. It is a flashy gold altar. Arin explained the gacha rates. Under 10 seeds gets you consumables like healing serums or maps. Basic stuff. But drop over 10 seeds, now you are talking weapons and armor. The more you pay, the higher the tier. There is even a chance for special ability items if you are lucky. Obviously, the legendary gear does not usually drop in a tutorial zone. Xingu weighed his options. Maps are useful for navigation. Arin is a portable health pack, so he does not need meds. Is there a cap on how many seeds I can bet? Arin shook her head. She saw a crazy glint in his eye. No cap. You sure? Arin realized she messed up and tried to stop him. Too late. Xingu dumped his entire stash of seeds onto the altar. Arin screamed, but it sounded like a squeaky toy now. What are you doing? He just started playing. He cannot access the Sky Castle shops yet. And he just blew his whole bankroll on one spin. Xingu played dumb. Why? You said you can heal me. Right. The altar ate the seeds and started glowing. Arin shut her eyes and prayed to the RNG gods. Please be armor. Please protect this idiot's weak spots. I can just buy armor later. Xingu shrugged. Arin knew that is not how this works. If she were not tiny, she would be shaking him right now. Arin had to give Xingu a serious reality check. That mall ninja trash he bought at the swap meet totally useless in the dungeon. We were talking firepower, wireless tech, modern blades, literally none of that modern gear works down here. Xingu was starting to feel like this was way too much drama. Whatever, it was just a tutorial run. He figured these starter seeds would be total garbage in the higher level dungeons anyway. Since that was the case, Xingu figured he might as well ball out now and swap them for gear instead of hoarding. Arin admitted it made sense, but that logic only applied to the Sky Castle rules. Out here in the unknown, anything goes. Then again, Arin knew Xingu had been living life on zero plans and pure vibes ever since he caught her falling from the sky. Anyway, his main skill is literally clueless but brave, right? Wait, what did she just say? Xingu got salty, just thinking about the name of his one-of-a-kind ability. But according to Arin, the mobs in this test are way beefier than the Sky Castle ones. So, dropping a few seeds might actually roll a legendary item. Xingu, though he had a different angle. If the tutorial is this sweaty, how insane are the level 1 dungeons gonna be? Arin was speechless. She hadn't even thought about that. They already fought werewolves, so the next boss is definitely going to be a nightmare. Arin was actually impressed by his big brain moment. Did he calculate all this before tossing the seeds in? Nope, not even close. I just want the sickest loot possible, he admitted. Arin rubbed her temples. Sometimes Xingu seemed like a genius. Other times, he had the IQ of a rock. Now she totally understood why the universe assigned her as his babysitter, support. Aside from rewiring his brain to think like a player, Arin had to keep his impulsive streak in check. If she played her cards right, Xingu might actually end up as cracked as the top-ranked players worldwide. If his mana and raw strength ever synced up, he could literally be the G-O-A-T. Of course, Arin kept that fantasy strictly inside her own head. If she told him, his ego would inflate until it popped. Yo, Arin, something massive is spawning. Xingu's voice cracked with sudden panic. She turned around to see the altar had gone full double XL mode out of nowhere. Xingu pointed at it, eyes sparkling, expecting some god-tier, broken weapon to drop. The moment of truth was finally here. A ginormous sledgehammer materialized. Xingu grabbed the handle, and the UI exploded with stats. It was the Dark Wolf Claw, rank D+, packed with the destructive power of a black wolf, but the description warned it was insanely heavy. Xingu picked it up like it was made of styrofoam, twirling it around like Sun Wukong's staff. He had no clue what the stats meant, but it looked savage, so he was instantly in love. Arin was more focused on the tier. Rank D weapons were usually for players between level 100 and 150, and those plus signs. The more there are, the rarer the drop. That meant Xingu could rock this hammer until he hit level 150. With luck, it might even outclass standard rank C gear. Come a little closer, Xingu asked with a blank stare, instantly annoying Arin. She was just terrified he would swat her out of the air like a bug by accident. Plus, there was a massive yellow question mark hovering over the hammer, hiding its true stats. He would have to grind with the weapon to unlock its full potential. Or, if he had zero patience, he could just use the system's identify feature. Oh, yeah? Duh. Want me to hook you up with a player who has the appraisal skill? Xingu shook his head. As a guy who had binge-read web novels for 10 years, he knew revealing his identity this early was a one-way ticket to Drama City. He had always been treated like a freak because of his strength. If people found out he was an underground player now, no thanks. He wanted to keep his freedom, not become a lab rat. Xingu was confident, sure, but compared to the veteran pros, he was a total noob. He told Arin to keep a lid on the secret until the time was right. Arin nodded, trying not to fangirl over the fact that she was mentoring the next big thing. You got it, Xingu. I'll help you stay under the radar. Arin puffed out her chest, promising to be the ultimate support. First step, I'll teach you how to retract your wings. My wings, you sure? My bad. I meant your tail, she corrected, clearing her throat awkwardly. Wings, tails, it is all the same mechanic. To hide it, Xingu just needed to wrap it in mana and retract it into his body. Thinking about mana reminded him of that weird surge he felt when he awakened. He gave it a shot. Arin had pointed to her chest for wings, but for a tail, well, you can guess where Xingu had to point. Poof, it vanished. 3 seconds later, it popped right back out of his pants. Xingu arched his back and pointed at his glutes again, forcing it to disappear. The second he relaxed his hand, the tail flopped back down. Arin buried her face in her hands. Coaching the server's future #1 player was going to be a grind. She could only give tips. It wasn't weird that he failed the first try. Still, she was hyped to see his glow up and how fast he would level up in the future. After a few minutes of awkward maneuvering, Xingu finally tucked the tail away without ripping his jeans. Lesson 2, Inventory. Inventory, Xingu asked, and suddenly a transparent cube materialized in his hand, expanding so fast he almost dropped it. Luckily, underground players got access to storage tech too. Xingu could stash anything in their smartphone, snacks, whatever. Space was limited, obviously. Xingu grinned, now this was starting to feel like a real RPG. He shoved his 1,000-pound hammer in, and the cube slurped it up, replacing it with a little weapon icon like on a phone screen. It was way simpler than he expected. As long as he played it cool, he could blend in anywhere. Unless he ran into someone sensitive to mana, he would be fine. Suddenly, the altar lit up and a warp gate appeared next to it. Xingu felt like it was beckoning him. See, I told you it was user-friendly, Arin chirped, confirming it was the exit gate connected to the Sky Castle system. Time to bounce. Before stepping through, Xingu prayed that when he spawned back in reality, he would at least still be wearing his raggedy clothes. Back on the surface, it was already dark. Xingu sprinted to a hiding spot, relieved the streets were empty. Arin, don't you need to call your folks? Arin gave a dry laugh. Her parents passed away ages ago. She rolled solo. She had nothing waiting for her at home. Xingu thought she was a baller for owning a place at her age. Being a player really did come with that next-level paycheck. Xingu told Arin to camp out in his pocket until he got to his room. He cracked the front door open and tiptoed inside. He almost made it to safety, but then a voice that chilled him to the bone cut through the silence. So, the golden boy finally decided to come home. Ha, Xingu shrieked. He could never outrun his mom's aggro range. Whack, she slapped his back so hard it left a 5-finger tattoo. She was furious, he had ghosted them. With all these kidnappers snatching people left and right, boy, are you trying to end up on the news? Her scolding was loud enough to burst his eardrums. Finally, she sighed, running out of steam. Go shower. You hungry? While Mom went to whip up dinner, Xingu escaped to his room. Arin popped out immediately, amazed he was still alive after vanishing for days. Haven T, you heard, with great power comes great responsibility. You caused a lot of drama, you know. You were 26, dude. That comment hit Xingu harder than a dungeon boss. If he hadn't awakened as a player, he would be less useful than sidewalk moss. Heading to the shower, he told Arin to keep it down. Wait, what about your dinner? Xingu raided his snack drawer and handed her a protein bar. Ugh, it is huge. Arin rejected it immediately. That thing would crush her flat. Xingu used his skill to slice it perfectly in half before handing it back. The way she was demolishing that snack was honestly mesmerizing. Xingu couldn't take his eyes off her. Arin inhaled that protein bar until she looked like a stuffed turkey. Xingu walked in fresh from the shower and froze. Dude didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the scene. Feeding this girl is a total steal, 3 energy bars a day, tops. But the second she hit that sugar high, she went full coach mode, drafting up a game plan that had Xingu face-palming immediately. Seems like chill time is in her vocabulary. Honestly, Arin's just thirsty for results. The faster Xingu levels up, the sooner she can ditch this fun-sized form and get her real body back. Yo, Xingu, eyes on the prize. Being a top-tier player is your ultimate life goal, right? You cool with grinding dungeons 24/7? Xingu didn't hesitate. Bet. Mentioning dungeons got him hyped mostly because the dude is unemployed and has literally nothing better to do. Even though Xingu is flightless and the underground scene gets zero respect, Arin's just stoked to see his stats go up. Arin couldn't lift a finger to help physically, but she could feel his burning main character energy. But hold your horses before they tackle a level 1 dungeon. She's got a laundry list of chores for him. A player who flunks the tutorial is basically missing, well, everything. It's not just about fumbling mana control or inventory slots. The biggest L is not having wings. Wings are a total cheat code. Most dungeon mobs are grounded, so if you can fly, you're basically playing on easy mode while they stare up at you helplessly. That's why newbies stick to the cakewalk dungeons to practice mana without getting wrecked. Xingu nodded along like preach, except for one tiny detail: he's rocking a tail, not a pair of wings. Relax, I am getting to that, Arin signaled. But listen, level 1 is a whole different beast compared to the tutorial. The mobs there actually know how to use mana. Hold up, didn't the tutorial werewolves use mana too? Xingu asked. That question ticked Arin off. She was spouting Sky Castle theory, but forgetting how gritty things get down here in the underground. It's totally different. Look, ranked dungeon monsters hit way harder than the tutorial trash. That's why rookies spend months just figuring out how to sync their weapons with their mana flow. Usually, clearing a level 1 takes a squad of 10 trained killers. That's why people party up strength in numbers, you know. Xingu pouted. I am an underground stray, where am I gonna find a crew? Arin let out a deep sigh. Would you just focus on the main point here? Just because you got your player license doesn't mean you can solo a level 1 dungeon yet. We need to boost your skills and mana control first. Truth is, Arin knew Xingu was a monster. His raw strength alone could probably wipe the floor with the dungeon. He didn't need mana, but she wasn't about to gamble with the unknown variables of the underground. Better safe than sorry, she figured. She decided to whip up a training regimen to teach him Mana 101, starting from scratch. Starting from 0 is a drag, but if he nails the control, he'll unlock his first skill, Mana Strike. That's the target, folks. Xingu imagined shooting a laser beam like a robot cannon, massive energy. Big boom. He jumped up, pumped. Say less, I am grinding until I get that laser. He was ready to sweat buckets for her. He trusted her process. Xingu was being a model student, but Arin was stressing internally. Coaching this guy was going to be a full-time job. The dude is basically a walking bicep. Asking him to use just enough power without blowing everything up is like asking a Hulk to thread a needle. One slip-up could mean game over. But his potential, off the charts. He was different from the cookie-cutter players she knew. The fancy Sky Castle textbooks would teach work on a wild card like him. She was convinced that with her pro tips, he'd get cracked at the game in record time. For Arin, this was like playing a character-building sim, honestly, kind of a vibe. Train hard, nap harder. Right, Arin told him to hit the sack. But then Xingu looked at his twin-size bed and realized, where does she sleep? And how does a fairy-sized girl take a shower? So they hit up the local megastore and grabbed a dollhouse. Xingu nearly had a heart attack at the price tag, and the cashier gave him the weirdest "What are you doing, bro look?" "For your daughter or niece?" the clerk asked. "Sure, let's go with that." Back home, Xingu chilled in front of the TV downstairs while Arin lived her best life in a Barbie bathtub. It was actually way comfier than she expected. Just soaking in peace, ignoring the noise of the world. Wait, what noise? Bam! Xingu kicked the door open, phone in hand. "Arin, we re-screwed." Arin peeked over the rim, confused. Turns out, the news was broadcasting her funeral. She was officially declared dead. Imagine watching a live stream of people crying at your own funeral. Xingu sighed. The report says the gaming world and the guild are taking a huge L with you gone. Looks like the guild is going on hiatus without their star player. Watching the clips, Xingu realized Arin was a legit celebrity not just cause she looked like an angel, but because she was the MVP support. Arin rolled her eyes. They just hyping me up because healers are like unicorns. Finding someone who can buff the team and actually cares about the mission is impossible. If you manage to clear a level 10 dungeon, you might unlock the healer class as a reward. Xingu blinked. So you have to grind dungeons to get healing powers. Arin got serious. Actually, raw levels don't matter as much as your dungeon clear record. There are two paths to unlocking healing skills: grinding your level cap or conquering specific dungeons. If you don't beat a level 2, you can enter a level 3. Simple. But some players stay in the kiddie pool forever because they are terrified of the high-level zones. So you get these high-level dudes with zero actual skill who never unlock their potential. Xingu nodded. He got it. Fear is real. He saw Arin almost get deleted from existence before he saved her. Up until now, Xingu's strategy was just smash everything. No skills, no brain, just hands. It worked because he was a tank, and nothing had really threatened his HP bar yet. But what happens when he hits a boss? He can punch through. Would he fold like those other losers, or end up dead like Arin? Xingu chuckled. Why stress about it? I'll smash that wall when I see it. He looked at her. Enough about me, you good, seeing your own memorial service. Arin paused. She always claimed she was a loner, but the crowd at her funeral was filled with old classmates and squad members from years ago. Okay, it was mostly dudes, but they looked wrecked, like, genuinely heartbroken. It seemed like they missed her, not just the buffs she gave them. Arin huffed, hands on hips. Please, they were probably just broke losers who wanted to borrow cash. Better off not seeing them. Classic deflection. She immediately pivoted back to torture. Training Xingu. Cut to midnight. Xingu is wheezing like an old engine, struggling with these 12-pound weights. It looked pathetic for a guy his size, but this wasn't about muscles. It was an internal workout, forcing his mana to circulate under pressure. Seeing a giant like Xingu tremble over a tiny dumbbell was comedy gold. But the lesson was key. Every weapon, no matter how basic, needs a mana infusion to actually do damage. It's all about the juice, fam. Mana isn't just energy, it's basically a steroid for whatever it touches. You felt that shock earlier. Right, that was pure mana sliding into your DMs, into every single one of your cells. In that split second, did you feel like Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, like you could bench press the entire planet? Xingu just frowned, looking totally confused. Spoiler alert, it wasn't a dream. Look, the mana shock is the endgame goal, but Arin needed him to master the buffing phase first. It's the pre-game lobby before the real match starts. So you were saying I can blast a Kamehameha if I channel it right? Arin let out a heavy sigh. Close enough. If thinking like an anime protagonist helps this noob understand, shall take it. Since Xingu mains a sledgehammer, the weapon has its own passive mana pool. Swing that bad boy fast enough, and the internal mana kicks in like a turbo boost, racking up insane velocity and critical damage. Hearing all this physics talk about acceleration, Xingu figured, why not just hit the gym? If the hammer is already enchanted with magic juice, why should he bother sweating over mana control? As long as you swing fast, you will hit a home run on these mobs, right? Arin looked at his goofy grin and basically read his mind like an open subreddit thread. And that is the rookie mistake. Most N0BS try to ult immediately without stacking their buffs. Arin needed Xingu to learn how to amp up his mana before trying the flashy finishing moves. See, 99% of the player base gets this wrong. If Xingu wants to be top tier, he needs to think in 4D chess, not checkers. Instead of just swinging like a bot with the weapon's default mana, injecting a bit of your own flow makes the whole process smoother. But yo, that strategy isn't glitch-free. If you're too busy staring at your mana bar while swinging, your aim is going to be trash. That is why the pro gamers and speedrunners are way faster at syncing with the weapon's internal energy. That level of skill only comes from grinding XP and patience. Xingu's brain finally buffered the info. Wait, so I can use this cheat code yet? He stuck his butt out, wagging that weird tail of his. Dude, you literally just learned how to circulate mana. Arin was getting tilted by his childish vibes. But hey, if he wants to feed and get himself killed by skipping the tutorial, that's on him. Thinking about it gave Arin a migraine, but whatever. Let's start with the 3 prerequisites for the mana shock. I believe in you, champ, she lied through her teeth. Go Xingu. Xingu sighed, sold by a single compliment. Simp. Anyway, back to gear. He wondered if basic loot had internal mana. Could he enchant these gym dumbbells if he poured some energy into them? Technically, yeah, the stats would go up a tiny bit, but it's not meta. Plus, it drains your MP bar fast, which is bad news since your pool is basically empty. What if I channel mana into these hands? Throw hands, catch bodies, Xingu asked. Arin facepalmed. Theoretically, sure, you get a damage buff, but you will also wreck your own limbs. But hearing that, Xingu figured his fists were rated E for everyone. Funny enough, a lot of max-level players actually switched to this bare-knuckle build in the endgame content. Instead of relying on gear, they optimized mana flow through their avatar. Xingu didn't understand a word of the math, so he just went full send, creating mana and spreading it everywhere like peanut butter. If Xingu dumped 1 billion mana points into a dumbbell and spiked it like a football, it'd de-trigger a nuke-level event. Surprisingly, Arin gave a thumbs up to that chaotic logic. Marksman mains and spear throwers use that strat constantly. But there's a nerf once the projectile leaves your hand, the mana coating decays. Too much range, and your weapon hits like a wet noodle. It's a balance between keeping the damage buff active versus having enough juice left to trigger the AoE explosion on impact. Xingu's brain was overheating Blue's screen of death style. He decided to just shut up and listen to his coach. Progress was lagging, but he was actually enjoying the grind. He spent 10 years in the waiting room to join this game. He wasn't going to quit now. Time to show the server who the real main character is. Besides, he couldn't fall any lower, he was already at bedrock. The only way is up, baby. The intensity of the training was a breeze for him, but his control, yeah, that was still pretty glitchy. Every time he tried to inject mana into a specific spot on the weight, his aim was off by an inch, lag maybe. But Xingu knew he'd get good eventually. Except for that freaky tail wagging behind him. Arin wanted to debug the tail issue, but she had never partied up with a mutant before. After buffering for 5 seconds, she smirked. Hey, just wag it like a good boy whenever you see me. Xingu cracked up. I thought you were dropping wisdom, not treating me like a golden retriever. Arin got salty and pinched his cheek hard for the disrespect. Suddenly, a notification pinged on the screen. Some dude named Arin claims to be the guild master of Waterspo, and Arin's fiancé just dropped a bombshell. Arin might be alive. They both froze. Not about her being alive, but the fiancé part. Tea was spilled. Xingu watched the livestream, trying to process the data. Meanwhile, Arin saw her name trending in 4K resolution and turned bright red, stuttering like a skipping CD. Like they were on a Discord call, they both screamed at the exact same time, CAP, that ass cap. But on screen, Arin looked dead serious during the interview. According to Loverboy, the Guardian Stone in Sky City doesn't list Arin as deceased. He's mobilizing his entire clan to raid every dungeon until he finds her. Xingu and Arin leaned in, listening to the tea. Global chat confirmed it, her name is really gone from the death list. This was turning into a major server event. Xingu, being the absolute noob he is, asked, Yo, what is a Guardian Stone? Arin dropped the lore. It's a massive monument that auto-updates with the names of fallen players. No screenshots exist because Sky City bans all modern tech, it's a magic-only zone. But Arin missed the point entirely. He is not my fiancé. He is clout chasing, I've never even held hands with a guy. I was too busy grinding dungeons 24/7. So don't get it twisted. Okay. Cue awkward silence. Xingu scratched his cheek, feeling the secondhand embarrassment. Cool. But the stone is the real glitch here, not your dating life. His expression went dark mode. He could feel it in his gut. This was going to bring a massive ban wave of trouble to their doorstep. End of conversation. A few weeks flew by, and the drama faded like an old trend. Xingu was vibing, actually starting convos with Arin. So, she asked, checking his stats, how has the grind been going? Check the loadout. Xingu flexed his progress. Being an illegal player in the trial dungeon unlocked 2 passive skills. Hacking the system pays off. Chaos Tail. Yeah, that definitely screams, I don't belong here. Arin roasted him. And the other one. Oblivious. Basically, you really too dumb to be scared. Nice bravery buff. Xingu looked like he just got nerfed. He pulled a reverse card. What about you? Since you read the support class, you got any upgrades? Arin grinned. Glad you asked. I unlocked 2 active skills. She did a little spin emote. First up, save your body. It burns mana to let me manifest my original form and boosts all my spell power. It drains MP like crazy, though. She looked smug. Second skill, stealth mode. She triggered it. Xingu stared blankly at her. I can literally still see you. Arin raged. Because I'm linked to your account, genius. To everyone else, I'm a ghost. She was super confident about this patch note. Unlike the save your body, stealth is S-tier utility. I can stay hidden for 3 whole hours. She wouldn't stop yapping. I couldn't use it on day 1 because I was too shook and had 0 mana. But now, we cooking. Guess you re-invisible to the normies now. Xingu chuckled, watching Arin vibe out on her own. Alright, chill out, short stack. They pulled over, and Xingu wrapped up his pep talk. Yo, if your mana tanks, just holler. I'll stash you somewhere safe till you recharge. He then whipped off a tarp like a magician, unveiling a bright red beast. Feast your eyes on this bad boy. Twirling the keys, he hyped her up for the road trip. Grinding at the crib is getting stale. Time to hunt down some fresh dungeons. Dude was clearly ready to roll. We crushed that tier 1 ant tunnel, so I am basically fearless now, built different since day 1. Suddenly, Arin snorted, trying desperately to hold back a laugh. But Xingu. Seriously, she couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. A delivery scooter, bro, are you DoorDash-ing us to the dungeon? Xingu just smirked, unfazed by the shade. It's all part of the master plan, kid. Trust the process. Arin wasn't buying it. It's cringe, Xingu. Totally cringe. She was not feeling his choice of wheels. You drop 10 grand on this, who buys a tricked-out bike just to look like a glorified pizza guy? Xingu sighed, shaking his head. Hey, put some respect on the delivery hustle. She paused, realizing she might have roasted him too hard. Look, Xingu explained, getting serious. It's perfect camouflage. In this city, nobody looks twice at a delivery scooter. We re-invisible. Stealth mode activated. He was getting hyped now. Plus, I've always wanted to road trip across the states without drawing heat. He slapped his helmet on and revved the engine. Hop on. Arin practically sobbed, feeling sorry for herself. My first motorcycle ride, and I'm clinging to a guy on a Grubhub scooter. My life is a joke. Still salty, she tucked herself into his front pocket anyway. Xingu didn't waste time. Hold on tight, shorty. Let's roll. The engine roared to life, sounding way beefier than it looked. They tore down the asphalt, weaving through traffic like a pro gamer while the city blurred past them. Arin peeked her head out, actually starting to vibe with the wind in her face. To kill time, they chatted over the headset. All right, mission objective, find a dungeon. I've been brainstorming on that, she said, dropping a bomb. Yo, remember how we stumbled onto that first ant cave? She started reminiscing. I fell from the sky, you caught me like a hero, and boom, we crashed into the underground. Crazy that a tutorial dungeon was just sitting there waiting for us. Arin dropped her theory. I've been crunching the data. I think that dungeon was specifically programmed to unlock for me. Xingu thought about it. So, you were the key. You drop in, and the level loads. It was just a theory, though. Maybe the dungeon spawned there because of you. Just a hypothesis, she shrugged. Xingu caught on fast. So, to find new dungeons, we need to find where other players wiped out, like spawn camping their death spots. Solid logic, but the execution was tricky. Okay, but how do we track down where players got wrecked? Arin smirked. Way ahead of you, bro. I wasn't just chilling while you were training. I scoured the forums, Reddit, Discord, everything. Cross-referenced my memory with player death logs. Xingu was impressed. He'd been too busy pumping iron. For real, so you got the GPS cords or what? Her hype died down instantly. Not exactly. Xingu nodded. It was a long shot anyway. Arin had run the sims, but real-world data was messy. Calculating trajectory, wind speed, terminal velocity. It is a nightmare, she admitted. Xingu sighed. Time for the brute force method. Got it. So we comb the entire map, he shouted over the wind. I'll drive, you scan. You read the radar, I am the wheels. If it's anything like the tutorial dungeon, I got this, she said confidently. Suddenly, her sensors pinged. Something was off. Boom, who as the MVP support, she cheered. Dungeon detected, 3 o'clock, Xingu blinked. Already we've been riding for like 30 minutes. I know, right, but the signal is strong. Left hang a left. Xingu gripped the brakes. Chill, the light is still red. I ain't trying to get a ticket before we even loot. They pulled up to a sketchy, abandoned warehouse surrounded by construction junk. Total ghost town. Xingu cut the engine, ditched the helmet, and scanned the perimeter. A blinding light flashed brighter than a Discord light mode user. In a moment of pure chaotic energy, he ghost rode the bike into a pile of debris, causing a massive Michael Bay-style explosion. What the heck? Xingu. Arin shrieked. You trying to attract the cops? Xingu brushed it off. Relax, nobody is here. Now, where is this dungeon? Ghost town. Remember. How do you ping it anyway? Before she could answer, Xingu's gamer instincts tingled. He spun around. There, glowing like a loot box, was a mini pyramid floating in the air. It radiated a holy aura, blinding enough to need sunglasses. A system window popped up. Dungeon detected, difficulty normal. Xingu shot Arin a look. Normal. I asked for a tutorial level. Arin whistled innocently, avoiding eye contact like she owed him money. The Wi-Fi was lagging, she stammered. Xingu sighed, face-palming. Classic Arin. Whatever, we already here. Might as well raid it. He thought for a second. Jumping straight into a tier 1 dungeon wasn't the plan, but hey, speedrunning is a lifestyle. Maybe fate is telling me to stop being a noob and level up. If the game lets me skip levels, whom I'd argue Xingu wasn't the type to back down from a boss fight. He checked the stats again. Normal difficulty. Huh. The text was gold. Normal. The shiny pyramid was basically begging to be looted. My gamer sense says normal means you won't die instantly, but it's gonna hurt. Xingu cracked his knuckles. Let's get this bread. Arin was practically praying to the RNG gods. Please be easy, please be easy. He stepped up to the plate. The pyramid sensed a player nearby and started glitching out, shifting shape. Xingu watched, eyes narrowed. Whoa, check the graphics on this thing. A barrier, Xingu asked. It's a privacy shield, Arin explained. Keeps the normies from seeing us enter. Stealth mode. Xingu nodded. Devs really thought of everything. 10 out of 10 for immersion. 5-star service right there. Less yapping, more rating, Arin squeaked. I don't know the cooldown on this shield, Xingu grinned. Challenge accepted. He did a quick stretch, stand back. Channeling his inner anime protagonist, he slammed a fist into the ground. The shockwave kicked up a massive dust cloud. When the dust settled, 0 damage. Not even a scratch on the concrete. You kidding me? I am lagging or what? Then a light bulb went off. Wait a sec. He summoned his chaos tail, a wicked-looking appendage, and smashed it down. Crack. The ground shattered like glass. Boom, Arin cheered. That tail is the admin key. Still hate this tail though. Totally ruins my aesthetic, Xingu grumbled. He wiped sweat from his brow, looking at the tiny hole he managed to dig while the afternoon sun beat down. Man, this grinding is taking forever. Yo, how much longer we gotta dig? Literally the second he stopped complaining, cracks started spreading like a spiderweb. Boom, the floor gave out, and Xingu and Arin dropped like a mixtape before they could even react. Seeing a light at the bottom of the abyss, Xingu got totally hyped. It gave him flashbacks to that trial dungeon, so we unlocked the entry requirements. Sweet. Meanwhile, back up top, a massive centipede slithered into view where they just were. The thing was nasty, long body wiggling everywhere. Curious about the noise, it crept over to the edge to take a peek. Big mistake. The bug slipped and plummeted straight down. Immediately, the ground started shaking like a California earthquake. The hole shrank rapidly, sealing itself up tight like it never even existed. Xingu shook off the dizziness and scanned the area. Bingo. Right next to where they face planted, there was this mysterious, spooky-looking gate. Inside looked darker than a closed blockbuster. Outside, a HUD popped up. Ant Cave 184. Hunter-killer, 5-hour limit. Xingu turned to Arin. Yo, do dungeons usually have a countdown timer? Arin shrugged. She wasn't a walking wiki for this stuff. I honestly don't know. The rules from Sky City might not apply to this anthill. She looked pretty stressed out about it. She didn't say it out loud, but the vibe was heavy. They were both thinking the same scary thought. What happens when the clock hits 0? Xingu started picturing the worst-case scenarios like the dungeon caving in on their heads. Arin was spiraling too. What if it's like when I fell from the city and lost all my mana? That would suck. Since nothing tragic had happened yet, she just sighed to calm her nerves. Look, I don't think we were gonna die, but let's not get reckless. Okay. The system clock started ticking down. Let's move. And try not to get killed, Arin yelled. Xingu, on the other hand, was feeling himself. Chill out. I got this. I don't even need backup. He flexed and summoned his black wolf claw. Arin wasn't buying the confidence. I really doubt the starter dungeon has stat-nerfing monsters. Dude, that is endgame stuff. You still need to be careful, Xingu. He just waved her off, acting like he owned the place. But this wasn't some kiddie pool dungeon. This was a whole different beast. She tried to warn him about the obvious danger. Centipedes have poison, and you have 0 resistance stats. Stay alert, Xingu just rolled his eyes, acting way too cocky. It's just a bug, bro. Arin hit him with a reality check. And what if that bug is 300 feet long and 3 feet tall? Xingu awkwardly scratched his cheek, looking away. That big, she let out a sigh loud enough to wake the dead. As his support, she hated that she couldn't guarantee his safety in a fight like that. I unlocked some support skills, but I am basically out of juice. No potions either. I have to use skills to heal you, but healing doesn't cure poison. Genius. She ran the numbers, and it looked bad. Ivy got maybe 2 shots left. Worst case scenario, my magic isn't strong enough to beat the venom. Xingu wasn't listening to a word of it. He marched enthusiastically into the cave. Overthinking 1, kill the bugs, babe. Arin threw her hands up and followed. I knew you were gonna say that. She hopped into his pocket like a kangaroo Joey habit, I guess. Adventure time. Dawn Fallout, he said. Arin poked her head out, confused. Wait, how are you tracking these things anyway? Before he could answer, she froze. Major creepy vibes shot down her spine. A shadowy figure popped up in front of them, and she screamed like she was in a horror movie. Xingu stayed cool as a cucumber. Relax. It's just a ghost. She covered her face, practically sobbing. I can deal with this. I hate zombies and creepers. Xingu didn't expect her to freak out that hard. Is that why you were yelling? Suddenly, the ghost spoke up in slow motion. Is that a real person? Xingu noticed the vibe switch. The ghost seemed weirdly happy. Arin peeked through her fingers. Sorry, but can you hit fast forward on your voice? The ghost replied at the speed of a sloth. Sore. Rai. Been. A. While. The figure stepped into the light. Xingu squinted at him. You legit a ghost. The guy's face was pale with dead white eyes. I logged out, but I am still here. Xingu got annoyed. Speak English, man. Logged out, you were a player. Arin's jaw dropped. A player, she looked closer. Dangan was missing his legs. He logged out. Dangan looked down at Xingu's pocket, spotting her. So. Nai. Arin snapped back, offended. Did I eat your lunch or something? Back off. Xingu went silent and tightened his grip on the wolf claw. All right, Xingu said, his voice dropping an octave. He looked ready to kill. He swung his weapon to test the waters. Arin panicked. Whoa, chill out. Xingu paused to explain his logic. I thought it was a mob. We are in a dungeon, right? Dangan realized Xingu was about to exorcise him and totally freaked out. Wait, don't hit me. I'll die. Xingu rolled his eyes, bored. Dude, you were already dead. Dangan tried to explain, desperate. I'll die for real this time. Like, permanent delete, Xingu glared. So, are you an enemy, or what? Dangan lost it, screaming in frustration. I'm not the bad guy. I've been waiting for a player to show up, someone to get revenge, someone to finish my mission. Xingu finally heard a keyword he liked. Mission bingo. A system notification popped up, new quest, the vengeful spirit in the centipede cave. Xingu speed, read the text. A spirit stuck here after a glitched logout wants you to exterminate the centipedes in the most savage way possible. The objective updated: kill centipedes 0 out of 150. Wipe them out, easy. But then a choice appeared. Accept mission penalty for refusal. Wow, talk about peer pressure, Xingu muttered. It felt forced. So this ghost guy was basically an NPC quest giver now. Arin nodded, catching on. It's a legit quest. As long as the loot is clear, players can give missions to other players. Xingu almost forgot the most important part. Show me the money. Usually, these quests dropped insane loot items, abstract powers, or even cash and assets in the real world. There were wildcards, though. Sometimes people bet their entire user data or their mana reserves. High-stakes gambling. Xingu whistled. Not bad. Arin was pretty sure this was one of those high-stakes deals. That is probably all this ghost guy has left to trade. Xingu turned back to Dangan. So if I crush these bugs, you get to cross over to the afterlife. The ghost's answer was super vague. I don't know. Dangan started shaking, clenching his spectral fists. He was emotional, like he'd been bottling this up for years. I just want them to suffer. I want them to feel worse pain than I did. Xingu watched him, unamused. Great, he thought, drama queen. This is the type of guy who causes problems in every anime, Xingu thought. He seriously considered just whacking the ghost and moving on with the raid. Yo chat, should we just delete this guy right now? Nah, I can't go around perma-banning folks just based on a hunch. Since I'm still a level 1 scrub on this quest, let's see what Arin thinks first. Arin, babe, what's the play here? She's the brains of this operation, so she actually takes a second to process the data before happily spilling the tea. We're basically here to speedrun this dungeon anyway, so let's just lock in and accept the quest. The system says if full clear is going to be basically Dark Souls mode, and Xingu knows the difficulty spike is real. Can't I just unga-bunga smash them? Arin breaks it down like a nerd. I need massive DPS, way more than their HP bar, to one-shot these creeps. She realizes pretty quick this isn't going to be a casual walkthrough. High risk, high reward for that elite loot drop. But man, the mechanics are tough. Xingu is torn. I don't want to rage quit the challenge, but the devs really cranked up the specs on this one. It's not just about getting kills. I gotta land a critical hit every single time to finish them instantly. We're talking max effort, zero lag, pure sweaty gamer focus. Suddenly, Arin's voice cuts through my brain fog. Listen up, the system's gonna nerf you hard if you fail. But if you chicken out, also a penalty. So, pick your poison. Her strat: accept the quest, farm a few mobs, and see if we get wrecked before committing. That pumped me up like a fresh energy drink. Alright, bet. Let's get this bread. System ping, quest accepted. Failure means punishment. Meanwhile, Dang over there is sobbing tears of joy like he just won the lottery. Thanks, bro. I look at him with a mix of pity and bruh energy. This dude really thinks I'm gonna carry him to the finish line or get banned trying. Time is money, people. I spin around, ready to roll. Alright, I'm off to clap some cheeks. Dang yells a warning, trying to tag along like a lost puppy. Watch out for the fangs. They're toxic. I got your back. Dang's having PTSD flashbacks to when he got owned by these centipedes. They camped me when I was away from keyboard. That's how I died in the first place. I didn't exactly order a sidekick, but am too nice to kick him from the party. Arin, though Shez, salty. Excuse me, support is literally my job description. Stay in your lane, buddy. Dang keeps following, yapping about how this place is basically a kill box because he got wrecked here. This is the murder dungeon where I got murdered. Okay, we get it. You know how scary they are. I hit the brakes and spin around. Yo, did you actually explore this map? Dang freezes, buffering like a bad connection, then awkwardly confesses. No. I camped in that spawn room waiting for a carry. I couldn't move. Then he gets nosy. How'd you guys clip into this level anyway? Judging by your tail, you ain't regular NPCs. Arin is visibly annoyed with Dang. This is a hardcore raid, and he's treating it like a casual field trip. She's losing patience since nothing is happening. Room 3, and it's empty. Just then, crunch. Xingu's foot lands on something suspicious. It's a trap, I yell, voice dropping an octave. Dang is lagging behind, confused. I lock in, eyes sharp. Boom, giant centipede boss music starts playing. This nastiness crawls out of a ceiling vent, screeching like a banshee and flashing claws that could slice a Cadillac in half. I channel my inner heavy hitter, swinging the black wolf claw. Bam, headshot. The bug explodes into pixel dust, dropping a talisman and a red quartz. Sweet loot. Dang's jaw hits the floor, head shaking like a leaf. Total shock. What just happened? I checked the HUD massacre, quest progress. 1 down, 149 to go. Arin nods, reading my mind. Looks like that counts for the wipeout quest. I grin like I just pulled a legendary from a loot box. Let's go, baby. With gear this cracked, who needs mana? Arin and Dang are still processing how I one-tapped that mob with a basic swing. Dang starts narrating again. Since these bugs sent me to the afterlife, I know they're sneaky, fast, and toxic AF. To him, they're world enders, assassin-class monsters. Arin chimes in, yeah, stay frosty, don't get cocky. They got armor like tanks, don't underestimate. Before she finishes, 2 more giant bugs spawn, screeching for blood. My gamer instincts kick in. I swing the black wolf claw. Swish. Both bugs get sliced in half like warm butter. Absolute cinema. System spam, kill count 78 out of 150. Dang is glitching out again. Bro, what? He can't compute. Since he got deleted by these things, he can believe I am one-shotting level 80 mobs like they restarter slimes. Has terrified. What? What level are you? I hit him with the cold truth. 10. Dang. Exia stopped working. Total silence. Even Arin is shook. She knew I leveled up, but she didn't realize a D+ tier weapon made me this broken. Her anxiety is gone. She's not even surprised I found the spawn point and went full aggro on these things. She didn't expect the one-hit KOs though. Meanwhile, Xingu is vibing, figuring out the physics engine of this game. If I hit the hitbox just right, I don't even need to use full strength. Aim fighting so smooth, Arin's just chilling in the back, no buffs needed. Not sure how the devs scaled this dungeon, but for me, this hard mode feels like the tutorial. It's kinda wild, my sixth sense and gamer reflexes are turning this raid into a walk in the park. I'm literally dancing through the mob, surrounded, don't care. I lock onto a target, the only thing I hate. Smack, I whack one right as it spawns. Physics take over. It flies back and collides with another one crawling out of the ceiling. Double kill. They smash into each other and despawn. Dang is on the sidelines, cheering like a soccer mom. Oh my god, 2-for-1 special. I'm hype now. Adrenaline pumping, 2 more clueless bugs creep out from behind a rock. I yeet the black wolf claw, instant bisection. Dang turns pale, not used to the gore. My throw embeds the weapon deep into the cave wall. I stretch and retrieve my gear. See, saving mana points, baby. Arin sighs, guess I worried for nothing. I give her a nod. Better safe than sorry, right? I'm feeling great after trash canning those mobs. And hey, not my fault this dungeon is just poorly designed. Dang interrupts my victory lap with a weird idea. Hey, why don't we make some noise? I smirk. I know exactly what this noob is thinking. Yo, listen to this. Xingu basically dared the ghost to summon the entire server. Dangan looked nervous, trying to come up with an excuse. But Xingu was like, quantity over quality. Bro, more mobs means more mana testing. Right. Arin's face went pale, and she shut that down immediately. No way, that is way too dangerous. She was already super sus of this ghost. I have a bad feeling about this. We need to bail on this quest. Like, right now. But Xingu wasn't buying it. With his special vision, he saw right through Dangan's shady plot. The ghost was trying to trigger Xingu into breaking the dungeon rules, basically trying to get him banned or aggro the whole zone. Arin figured it out, he's just griefing us. The ghost didn't care about the bugs. He wanted to take Xingu down. She was panicking, terrified she'd catch a stray hit and get game ended right there. You got it all twisted, Dangan stammered, trying to sound innocent. I swear, I just want those centipedes dead. Arin rolled her eyes so hard. Yeah, okay, buddy. Likely story. Xingu finally stepped in, flashing a chill smile to break the tension. Relax, Arin. I don't know why, but I totally trust this spooky dude. He acted like he hadn't a care in the world. Arin got salty because Xingu wasn't taking her side. Dangan saw his opening and started buttering him up. See, I knew you were a real one. I just want this mission done, man. Xingu's vibe switched up instantly in his head. Trust him. Yeah, right. Never trusted him for a second. Had been watching this weird ghost like a hawk since the beginning. No way I am buying his act, Xingu thought. You can trust a random stranger after 5 minutes of chatting. What if he was a toxic player when he was alive? Humans are way worse than monsters sometimes. Besides, Dangan has 0 combat stats, Xingu figured. I'll just use him for intel. He can actually hurt me, so I'll just ignore his little drama. My main quest is exploring the dungeon, Xingu told himself. This ghost is just background noise. I don't care what his deal is because, frankly, he's useless in a fight. Best play is to pretend I am going along with it, Xingu decided. Once you start a raid, you gotta finish it. Arin was face-palming, totally confused by his strategy. Oh my god, why are you like this? Dude, you are so stubborn, Arin groaned. Xingu ignored her, took a massive breath, braced his core, and let out a scream that could wake the dead. R-A-A-H-H. The sound was like a Category 5 hurricane. Dangan was literally crying from fear. Then Xingu gripped his black wolf weapon, muscles popping, and swung that hammer with everything he had. Smash! He cracked the cave wall wide open. Xingu didn't stop, he charged forward, using his momentum to literally tear a massive hole through the dungeon structure while running. Dangan was shaking so bad he couldn't speak. What is happening? Arin looked like. Shed, seen a ghost, well, another one. This is completely unhinged. Since when can you break dungeon walls? Xingu didn't care about physics. He kept wrecking the place. The centipedes lost their hiding spots and started flying out with the debris. Arin was freaking out, thinking they were trapped. The bugs were swarming everywhere with nowhere to hide. Dangan, who started this mess, was useless now. How are you this strong and this reckless? Arin cut him off, screaming a warning. Xingu, the swarm is coming. He just smirked, eyes glowing. Finally, this is getting interesting. Not yet, Xingu said, striking a battle pose even as he was surrounded. This is enough. He smashed a worker centipede into oblivion with his black wolf claws, ripping it into confetti. It's just like whack-a-mole, Xingu laughed, having the time of his life as he crushed a few more. Now this is what I'm talking about, Arin yelled back. Just don't get bit, you maniac. Chill, they can touch me, he said while casually destroying them. Arin huddled in the corner and noticed something crazy. The centipedes were actually piling up, looking terrified of him. He kept breaching walls and exterminating everything that crawled out. The loot pile was growing, but nobody had time to grab it. Dangan was sweating buckets. That guy isn't human. He's soloing the whole nest. Dangan whispered to Arin. I don't sense much mana from him. How is he doing this? Arin sighed. I used to think mana was everything too. Turns out, raw stats go hard. Meanwhile, Xingu was in his happy place. Do all players party this hard? He flashed back to his childhood. Had always been too strong, so he never tried in gym class. I could never go all out, he thought. If I slipped up, people got hurt. Growing up was just one long lesson in holding back. Training helped let off some steam, but it wasn't enough, Xingu thought, adrenaline pumping. I wanted to unleash the beast, and right now, oh, it's go time. I can go full power and nobody stops me. He was beaming with pure joy. Best part is, nobody gets hurt. Arin's shaky voice interrupted his moment. Xingu, look out, 3 giant ones incoming. He spun around to see 3 boss-level monsters staring him down. Dangan smirked coldly. Here comes the pain. The boss centipedes screeched. Dangan analyzed the field. Usually, the tunnel bottlenecks them, but since you wrecked the walls, you gotta fight the whole squad at once. That is karma for you, Dangan laughed. Arin wanted to punch him. Xingu looked at the giant bugs and muttered, oh boy. Target locked. Xingu crouched and launched himself into the air like a rocket. Bam, bam, bam. He smacked each head with his black wolf claws. In a split second, they were obliterated. Dangan's jaw hit the floor, his brain lagging. Xingu watched the monster parts rain down and smirked. Too easy. I should save my mana for the real boss. Ding, a system notification popped up. Quest condition, eliminate centipedes. Completion rate 300%. Xingu blinked. I was just having fun. I didn't know I tripled the quota, he laughed. Guess that +3 bonus was for the big guys. He whispered to Arin, hey, the system says I overperformed. Is that a good thing? Arin nodded vigorously. Heck yeah, rewards scale with performance. She started explaining the loot algorithm. The prizes are going to be legendary. That is a guaranteed rule of Heaven City, Arin said. Then she glared at Dangan. But I don't trust the guy who gave us the quest. He's shady. She went into defense mode. He showed his true colors. No way he hands over the loot easily. She figured the system would force him to pay up, though. He's a vengeful spirit. If he tries anything, we might have to exorcise him. Suddenly, Dangan spoke up. I'll give you the reward. Xingu and Arin both froze. Wait, what? Arin stepped in front of Xingu. You wanted him dead a minute ago. Now you repaying up, Dangan sighed, dropping the act. Yeah, I did want that. I didn't want to die alone, Dangan admitted. The hate consumed me. I wasn't thinking straight. I was just bitter. Arin listened as he explained. Wraiths are born when a soul gets twisted by toxic mana and bad vibes. We basically turn into monsters. But seeing those bugs get absolutely wrecked, it healed something in me, Dangan said, looking peaceful for the first time. I am finally thinking clearly. You crushed that quest, dude. Arin was still in shock. Xingu just shrugged, brutally honest. I don't really care. If you tried anything funny, I would V-ended you instantly. Dangan didn't even get mad. He looked wistful. Man, if I had a teammate like you back in the day. He shook his head. Anyway, here's your reward. But Xingu waved his hand. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Bro was flexing, saying he could push past the limit and break records. Dangan's eyes popped out of his head. Say what Arin was low-key stressing. But Xingu, totally unbothered. Dangan looked like he just saw a ghost, which is ironic, honestly. No shot. You finna solo the boss right now. Xingu just flashed a shining grin, winked like a total player, and patted himself on the back. I'm actually a genius, no cap. Arin stood there watching him hype himself up, unable to shake the anxiety about this reckless play. Meanwhile, Dangan was frozen, buffering like bad Wi-Fi, not knowing how to react. Xingu didn't care. He squatted down to loot the drops. Look, I know I went full aggro earlier and wasted stamina, but that's just my build. Check it, Jade Orchid everywhere. He turned back, eyes blazing with determination. Trust, I've still got plenty of juice in the tank. Instantly, Xingu started flexing those gains, his body steaming up like a furnace after those brawls. Dude was literally radiating heat. Muscles he didn't even know he had were fully activated, giving him that adrenaline high even though he should be exhausted. Dangan judged him hard. Your gains are actually freakish. Xingu snapped back, put a sock in it, casual. Arin stayed out of the trash talk, just vibing in the corner, deep in thought. Soloing the boss sounds impossible, but here's the thing, Xingu actually makes it look doable. Replays of him one-shotting mobs played in her head. Dangan started lore dumping. This dungeon is built on the memory of my death. He rolled his eyes, calculating. So the boss patterns might be different this time. Xingu gripped his black wolf claw, intrigued. New attack patterns, bet. Dangan highlighted the key mechanic. Watch out for the poison bone. The boss spits toxic bones when aggroed and shoots poison lasers from its tail. Xingu rubbed his chin, picturing Godzilla. So, basically a kaiju, got it. Suddenly, a big brain moment hit him. Hold up. I cleared this before without taking tick damage because I didn't let those bugs bite me. But if it's poison gas, if I walked into the boss room blind, I'd be cooked. Even if I didn't die, I'd be down bad. Dangan added some patch notes. It has a telegraph before it attacks. You can definitely read the frames and dodge it. Of course, RNG might be different from my run, so stay frosty. Xingu listened silently, downloading the info. Thanks for the heads up, bro. No sweat, he replied, smiling with hype. I want to see you delete these guys. Xingu smirked, looking ready to rage. This is going to be fun. If I had just spawned camped this ghost out of suspicion, I would have gotten the boss intel. Probably would had to 1v100 those centipedes too. If I didn't keep my cool, he wouldn't have dropped the quest rewards. He grinned ear to ear, feeling that rush. Man, this really feels like a video game. Mentions of the winged folk, dungeons, and Sky City always gave off MMO vibes. But that's a dangerous mindset. It's a game only for those who log in. He turned, voice dropping an octave. And the coin to play is your life. Xingu paused. Arin chimed in, people who treat Sky City like a simulator get sloppy and end up getting wrecked way faster. He thought about players who treat respawning like a mechanic, just enjoying the grind, but looking down on everything like it's just pixels. That's different. Filthy casuals who think they can just test the waters should just game over quickly. Then he got hyped again. If you're retreating this like a game, aim for a no-hit speedrun in one go. Arin looked at Xingu, confused and shook. I seriously don't get you. Checking the HUD, he realized, 2 hours and 34 minutes on the clock. Gotta clutch this before the 3-hour mark. She shook her head. Clear a massive raid in 3 hours. Forget it, Dangan interrupted. Do you even know where the boss room is? Xingu wagged his finger. Don't gotta look far. Everything else is rubble. He stepped forward and pointed straight ahead. Except for that door. Arin was speechless. Never thought we'd find the boss room like this. Zero hesitation. Xingu sprinted. Let's go, Arin panicked, trying to stop him. Xingu, we need to buff up first. But she was talking to Air. He didn't listen and kicked the door off its hinges. Hey, Arin screamed. Come on, bro. He charged in solo, the others trailing behind. As they entered, Dangan pointed, terrified. That's it, that giant centipede. Bomb Mu. That's the boss that wiped me in the level 10 dungeon. Arin froze. This is a level 10 raid. She tensed up, scanning the room. Level 10 is where players get ranked. Mobs and traps here are way more cracked than lower levels. And usually, the bosses are stronger than level 15 mobs, so you need a full raid party. Can't believe Xingu is trying to solo this. Without hesitating, Xingu rushed Bomb Mu with his claw. Ha, he gritted his teeth, brain working overtime. Boss has a 3-second cooldown on spawn animation. I am exploiting that window. He launched himself into the air, screaming, get wrecked. He dropped from the sky like a meteor, slamming the giant centipede and splattering pixels everywhere. Wasting 0 frames, he queued up his next move. Gonna dump all my mana into the hammer and trigger an explosion. Following the momentum of the hammer towards the center mass, Dangan froze at the scene, gasping. What is that? She explained awkwardly. Has got XP fighting kaijus. Xingu backflipped to safety, eyes locked on Bomb Mu's tail. It was severed. He cheered, part break, complete raising his black wolf claw like a trophy. Turns out the tail really has poison glands. My hammer is toxic now. Arin made a face. You, hard pass. I ain't touching that. Back to the fight, he calculated. I used my ult to smash that. Feels like I could crush its head too. He looked at the orange carapace. Since it's a weak point, the armor has got to be buffed. But if I aimed for the head, this would be a speedrun record. He sighed. Phew. Xingu looked at it with regret. Almost one-shotted it. Dangan hid behind the door, terrified. AoE poison breath incoming. Watch out. Standing tall, Xingu thought, now the real raid begins. Thought this boss would be as clap like the other bugs, but due to some RNG, the difficulty spiked. It's huge and has ranged poison attacks. Xingu juked every hit from Bomb Mu. The problem is that poison gas hitbox. He hugged the wall. Doesn't matter how wide the arena is, if it keeps spamming gas, the whole room becomes a kill zone. Gripping his weapon, he decided to DPS race it. Gonna end this fast. Even though I cut the tail, head bashing won't work, and I can use mana for punishment. Bomb Mu screeched and charged at max velocity. Xingu dodged before getting trampled. He looked at the monster, amused. Physical attacks with the broken tail plus poison gas, dealing with 2 mechanics at once is annoying. Suddenly, he noticed a glitch in the matrix and laughed. Wait, I can cheese this. I am actually a genius. Arin asked, Xingu, you got a strat. He replied confidently while kiting. Obviously. Xingu's weird pathing confused Bomb Mu. This confirmed his theory. Called it. Its turn rate is trash because of the hitbox size. Instantly, he channeled energy into his weapon, distributing mana. Seconds later, he yeeted the black wolf claw into the air, spinning perfectly. Boom Mu cranes his neck, tracking the spinning object buzzing overhead. Zero hesitation, Xingu launches himself like a missile. Boo yay, every muscle locked, channeling pure destruction into that fist. Down on the floor, Arin's jaw practically hits the pavement. Wait, is he stacking smite with a physical strike simultaneously? Is he seriously trying to pull off a dual tech combo in a single frame? Capitalizing on the boss getting distracted by the black wolf claw, Xingu delivers a gnarly shoryuken uppercut right to the weak spot. He sticks the landing like a pro gymnast. Woo! Familiar system prompts scroll by smite hit level 7, and Oblivious Courage just dinged level 2. Hands on hips, he watches Boom Mu's massive carcass collapse. That was way too close for comfort. A little more juice and his hammer would have shattered into pixel dust. Suddenly, the HUD goes crazy. Quest requirement, kill centipedes. 453 plus 3 plus 1 out of 150. You crush 500% of the objective. Zone 184, the Hunter's Cave, is officially scrubbed clean. Arin's face is a total meme right now, mouth wide open. Dude, you actually fragged the boss. Xingu stays silent, eyes glued to the scrolling log. Dungeon clear, calculating results. Completion time, 2 minutes, 46 seconds. 07 traps dismantled. 503 centipedes wrecked, plus 1 giant raid boss. Now, what's the legendary loot drop? Bingo. Special reward, passive skill, poison immunity. Completion rank S. Bonus item key to the rest area. Dangan and Arin are stunned into silence. A beat later, the system chimes in. Experience calculation complete. You leveled up 5 times. Xingu stares at the golden aura flaring up around him. Yo, what gives? Hez vibing with this new sensation. Totally different from unlocking mana. Arin zooms over to clarify. Relax. It's just buffing your base stats. No growing pains this time since you already own the hardware. The stat sheet pops up. Player Xingu, unauthorized. Level 15. Strength 112. Agility 111. Endurance 125. Magic 15. Time to tab over to skills. Passive Chaos Tail level 1. Oblivious Courage level 2. Poison Resistance level 1. Active Distribution level 9. Smite level 7. Reading the list, he clenches his fist and lets out a long, heavy sigh. Dude is stressed. After crunching the numbers, he figures out the scaling. Strength, agility, and endurance go up by 2 points per level, while magic only ticks up by 1. Xingu mumbles, still weird seeing my power as just digits. Arin chirps in. Hey, gains are gains. Right? He scratches his head awkwardly. True. Anyway, give me the loot. Xingu frowns at the new perk. Poison immunity. I haven't even taken tick damage from poison yet. Why'd I roll this? Arin shrugs. Don't ask me. I just work here. He shrugs it off, realizing it's actually a solid counter pick. Since the devs love throwing toxic mobs into late-game content, this passive is actually a clutch safety net. Next, he digs into his inventory for the physical drop. The key. This thing is the real mystery box. Description. Loading. Key to the safe zone. Gifted to unauthorized players with high MMR. Usage. Stick it in the dirt. He squints at the text. Stick it in the dirt. Seriously. That's the tutorial. Arin tilts her head, looking skeptical. Guess we gotta test it to find out. Xingu tosses it into his spatial inventory like it's trash. Whatever. He twirls his weapon, locking eyes on Dangan. The NPC looks like he's witnessing a glitch. Suddenly, boom, a deafening crack snaps Dangan out of it. Xingu gives the black wolf claw a casual swing, and the shockwave clears the debris in front of him instantly. Xingu turns to the NPC. Yo, I grabbed all the loot drops. Hand over the quest reward. Dangan stammers. Right, the reward. The guy clenches his fist, clearly going through some internal drama. This kid's reaction time is god tier, Dangan thinks, and his mastery of smite better than veterans I know. He is way too OP for a level 10 dungeon. If I can help boost his stats for the grind ahead, maybe dying here won't be a total waste. He zones out for a sec, then speaks up with serious resolve. Since you crushed the completion rate by 500%, the system allows this. He places a hand over his heart. I'm going to transfer the essence of my memories to you. Xingu and Arin both blink. Say what? Your memory essence. Arin's eyes light up like LEDs. Is that a skill book? Xingu looks confused. A skill, Dangan smiles. Exactly. As he speaks, his avatar starts glitching into particles of light. This is the only loot I have left after being stuck in this server for so long. Take it. Xingu actually looks shook. Unique potential. What does that even do? Dangan is fully committed now, glowing like a supernova. Xingu turns to his pocket healer. Yo, Arin, check the wiki. What is this? She looks flustered. Nope. I thought he was just gonna drop a skill scroll he already learned. But watching Dangan literally delete himself, she's at a loss for words. It looks like he's uploading his soul directly into you. Xingu jumps back. Bro, what? That sounds like a horror movie plot. Suddenly, the black wolf claw materializes in his grip. Weirdly, the handle starts glowing right where Xingu is holding it. It flares up, then dies down before he can even flinch. A fresh tattoo, some ancient rune design, burns itself onto his hand. Xingu stares at the ink. Okay, definitely feeling a weird energy spike from this. While he's checking out his new ink, the system pings again. Quest complete. Acquired skill soul collection. Current inventory 1 soul. Usage unknown. Xingu is baffled. Soul collection, what am I? The Grim Reaper. Arin floats up. That is not in the database. I've never seen that skill before. I think he was just a huge fan of your gameplay, so he donated his soul. Arin theorizes. Okay, but why didn't he drop a tutorial with it? Terrible user experience. Xingu sighs. I grinded 500% completion for a cool tattoo, but he shakes it off quickly. Whatever. I carry the raid, got the XP. Gotta be happy with that. Arin buzzes around him, hyping him up. Dude, you cleared that whole dungeon without taking a single hit. A literal flawless run. Xingu's brain is racing. This was an anomaly. Most dungeons aren't at this sweaty. If I can handle this, normal raids are going to be a cakewalk. First dungeon run complete. Success. He pivots. Time to dump these monster cores at the altar. Then he freezes. There isn't just one altar, there are 2. Yo, Arin, what S with the red altar spawning next to the white one? Arin laughs nervously. I wasn't going to tell you. She eyes the glowing red pedestal. That's a legendary altar. It only spawns when you absolutely destroy the high score. It's for gear enhancement. You can upgrade one item by sacrificing monster cores. She's rambling now, not noticing Xingu's grin. The stats depend on the rarity and amount of loot you feed it. Xingu gets a devilish look in his eyes. Say less. He strides toward the altar with Arin trailing behind. Wait, shouldn't you roll for armor first? Arin pleads. Xingu shakes his head. Even with all this loot, the drop rates for armor are trash. He juggles the monster cores, grinning. Plus, who knows when I'll see a red altar again and dumping everything into the weapon. He winks. The best defense is a one-shot kill offense, right? Arin just sighs. You re-impossible. Xingu dumps his entire inventory of cores onto the red altar. A blinding column of light erupts. Here we go. Yo! Suddenly 2 monster essence orbs just yeeted themselves onto the floor. Xing totally freaked out, like, dude, I just emptied the clip. Then the machine goes beep boop, max level reached. System says, bro, you can't juice this thing up anymore. Arin is chillin', but Xing is grinding his teeth like he lost a ranked match. Seeing him salty, Arin drops some knowledge. Chill, that dark wolf claw was already OP from the start. We maxed it out with just the boss bug juice and 1 high-tier orb. Looks like we gotta work with whatever scrap we got left in this inventory. The crafting bar keeps loading. And bam, sparkles everywhere. Guys, upgrade complete. The base item just evolved into a rank D dark wolf claw. Check those stats, damage is hitting between 450 and 1070. It's got a passive poison proc on hit too. The flavor text says it's forged from the great black wolf's front paw, so that toxicity level is absolutely lethal. Xing is hyping himself up, swinging that new toy around like a ninja. Arin's practically blushing, like, hello. You snagged a rank D weapon in the tutorial and boosted it to D+ on your first run. That is insane RNG. Xing flashes that main character grin at Arin. It unlocked a hidden trait, even though he's clueless about the first one. Arin snaps her fingers, bet it mimics the great black wolf's predatory instincts. Just grind your weapon mastery, fam, and idle unlock. No stress. Xing looks skeptical. You for real? Arin's face goes full tomato mode. She's thinking. Next on the shopping list, armor, even though the drop rates are trash. Xing stares at his loot bag, going into big brain mode. Go big or go home, he thinks. Without hesitating, he dumps every single essence orb onto the altar. Arin's panic meter spikes. He went all in. But then, that magical loot box glow lights up the room again. Xing is frozen, watching the show. Arin's literally praying to the RNG gods, but then she just busts out laughing so hard she's crying. LOL. It's another weapon, dude. The rank D poison bug Fang Xing eyes the new gear, clearly intrigued. Is it armor though? Arin facepalms at his cluelessness. Armor, seriously. Then the stats pop up. It's a pair of gauntlets made from toxic centipede essence, super durable and gives hand protection. Plus, it's got nasty spikes for punching dudes in the face. Xing slips them on, but Arin's kinda salty. Okay, fine, but that definitely looks more like a weapon than armor. Just saying. You know the loot table depends on how we cleared. The Xing cuts her off. Yo, I can rock these 24/7 like stylish gloves. Way better than throwing hands with 0 gear. Arin floats over, vibing. Deal. But let's pick an easy mode dungeon next time. Okay, Xing hits her with that genuine look. Got you. Thanks for looking out for me. Suddenly crack. The whole place starts rumbling like an earthquake. Arin screams. The dungeon is collapsing. Run. But Xing dude is cool as a cucumber. Chill. Exit's right there. Arin's mind is racing, though. Wait, the Sky City dungeons usually stay open forever unless it's a special event. But the Ant Cave maps delete themselves after you beat the boss. Is it 'cause they're made by dead players? They bolt toward the exit light, but Arin is still stressing out. That means Xing can speed run this map for XP farming. Total bummer. Xing looks deep in thought, too. Why is the Ant Cave difficulty setting so high? It's way sweatier than Sky City. Rocks are crashing down, so Xing yells, let us bail and check out this rest area thing. Arin's like, huh. Whoosh. A blue portal yeets them out of the cave. They land safely. But then Xing's brain blasts a light bulb moment. He frowns, getting all serious. You notice the vibe shift. Arin blinks. What are you talking about? They look up. Blue sky, birds chirping. Total zen mode. Xing whispers, it's too quiet. Like, suspicious quiet. Arin shrugs. It's just a normal Tuesday in the village, dude. Isn't this standard? Xing rubs his temples, instant migraine from her innocence. Nah, something S off. Suddenly, Arin zooms up, distracted. So, what S? This rest area deal. Xing whips out the item with a smirk. Boom. The key. Arin looks at it like a confused toddler. Sky City players don't get this loot. Xing grins like he won the lottery. Picture a five-star hotel. I mean, they have castles, right? This is probably our version of a guild base. Arin looks skeptical. IDK about that. She strikes a thinking pose. True, Sky City is the main hub for global players, but she looks nervous about uninvited guests. Think there are other illegal players in our spot, actually. Nah, nobody else is crazy enough to grind the ant cave. Xing fist bumps the air to hype her up. If someone is there, we can squeeze him for intel. He points forward like a commander. Let's roll. Arin blocks him. Whoa, chill. Safety first. Then her brain expands. Oh snap, I get it. Xing looks lost. Get what? She speeds talks. Equip the key, and we turn invisible stealth mode. Useless in PvP, but OP for sneaking around town. She's loving the utility, but Xing is shaking like a leaf. Just jam the key into the dirt, you noob, she yells. Man, I spray-painted my bike for nothing. Arin sighs. I told you so. Suddenly, rumble, a massive sinkhole opens up right under them. They freeze for a sec, then WAHH gravity checks them. We refalling again. Why is this a recurring theme? A blinding flash hits them. Xing lands, and his jaw drops. Yo, what is this place? The HUD pops up. Rest area level 1. Door level 1. Bed level 1. Even the closet is level 1. Basic AF. System notification. Any unused essence from dungeon runs goes straight into this piggy bank. Use your savings to upgrade your crib. Xing smirks. Peeved, is this a mobile game? Easy clap. He taps his head. I know this mechanic. It's standard base building gameplay. A support hub we can buff with currency. Classic. But then, he spots a glitch in the matrix, a major downside. Wait, the occupancy limit. Arin nods. Real talk. This space is designed for solo players only. Xing faceplants into the floor. Sky City is an MMO lobby, but the Ant Cave is a single-player campaign. Arin hovers over him. Called it. No room for player 2. She shrugs, unbothered. Yuri, the only glitch player here anyway. Xing is sobbing on the floor. Just because I am solo doesn't mean I am the only one, he mumbles. He calms down, checking his stamina bar. I am cooked, though. 3 penalty runs drain me. Can upgrade without mats anyway. Forget the grind for now, nap time is the priority. He looks wrecked, so Arin zips it. Yeah, get some rest, champ. You not crashing? Xing asks. Nah, I am good, she says, casually scratching her cheek. I didn't do much except cheerlead and give death stares to that ghost earlier. Plus, sleeping on that inventory bed feels glitchy. Xing mumbles, I'll buy you a dollhouse later. Promi. Arin beams. Deal. 2 minutes later, Xing is out cold. Dude speed ran falling asleep. Already, Arin watches him snore. Guess that buff about sleep restores stamina 200% faster wasn't clickbait. She stared at him, feeling kinda bummed. It wasn't just him who needed to grind mana. She looked like she missed the old days but knew she had to deal with the new meta. I thought I was gonna get fragged for being weak. But hey, I'm still breathing. Arin hyped herself up time to embrace the support life since her DPS days are over. Gotta stack that mana and level up my skills. She was totally locked in on the new goal. I need to let Xing focus purely on throwing hands. Remembering her old ults got her all fired up. I am getting my full kit back. Xing could probably face roll everything just with raw stats, but it never hurts to min-max the prep work. We're a squad, so I don't want him hard carrying everything solo. Xing acts like it is a one-player game. I feel like a total NPC. Arin was getting emotional. I used to be the #1 healer on the Korean server, maybe even global. Her fists clenched, eyes blazing like fire. I am gonna shock him when I get my skills back online. Arin felt salty about the power gap. Dude gets buffed just by breathing. She told herself to grind harder, no time to go away from keyboard. She knew the drill train while he catches Z's to close the gap. After crashing hard, Xing's eyes finally cracked open. Ugh. He looked around for Arin. Seeing her passed out like that, he thought she looked kinda cute, so he let her sleep. He couldn't deal with this girl's energy. She was sweating this dungeon run way more than him. Xing stood up and cracked his neck, getting ready to spam some skills. Can't wake her up, so I might as well farm some mana until she reboots. If I make enough noise, she'll wake up on her own anyway. Ugh. The door creaked open, letting the sunlight hit. Xing strolled out like a boss after a 5-hour nap. The door led back to the spawn point. Arin was confused. Yo, what is the plan? Xing, we dipping home. He shook his head. Nope. Xing walked with a swagger, sounding mischievous. He was fully rested, plus he already texted his mom he might be ghosting for a few days. His eyes were sparkling with hype. Time to find another dungeon. She sighed, totally done. It's not that easy. 10 minutes later, he yelled, got 1 item info, Hunter Killer Cave. Difficulty level was pretty mid. They froze like the game lagged. This trash game was ticking Xing off. It's literally the same dungeon. Arin started connecting the dots. I get it now. Here's how the game logic works. If a player wipes in a dungeon, it debuffs the whole party, making it easier for everyone else to get smoked. It's a chain reaction of death. She figured that's why these dungeons cluster up. From now on, they gotta sweep the area whenever they find one. Xing's jaw dropped. That sounds straight out of a horror movie. Felt kinda sketchy, one body per dungeon. He morphed and ordered a speedrun. She trailed behind him. Just the thought of him moving any faster terrified her. Ant Cave 184. Hunter-killer, 5-hour time limit. Xing scanned the area. The zone number hadn't changed. He gripped his hammer. That number wasn't the quantity. It was the dungeon ID type. Xing chatted with Arin. That meant there were at least 183 other instances. Suddenly, a ghost popped up. She grabbed onto him, terrified. Yo, there's a spirit right there. The ghost stepped up, reaching out. Is that a real person? Xing had zero patience for cutscenes. All right, just give me the quest. She looked confused like a noob. Xing went full aggro. I know the drill, just drop the quest already. She was shaking, stuttering. Oh, okay. Here. He had 3 days to clear 6 dungeons filled with those killers. Xing charged into the mob like a maniac. The door swung open unexpectedly. Xing and Arin stumbled out after a brutal grind session. Clearing that dungeon drained her HP to 0, and she started bawling. I need a shower, bad. He shut that down. We were heading back to base immediately, but let us chill here for a sec first. Arin was cool with that compromise. Now you're sounding like a pro gamer. Meanwhile, Xing was thinking about the killers he just wrecked. Were there more centipede dungeons? She groaned. I am done with the creepy crawlies. Feeling drained, he flopped onto the soft bed. A second later, Xing focused and pulled up his HUD to check his stats. The screen showed his build, level 25, strength 132, agility 131. Reading those numbers, Xing grinned like he just pulled a legendary item. But he wasn't satisfied yet. If only he could buff his poison resistance. Arin started tearing up. I know some players face tank damage to level up skills, but I didn't think you were that crazy. Honestly, Xing didn't see the big deal. If the skill exists, might as well take some hits to power level it. But hey, if you can heal me, I won't do it. She still hated the idea, even if it made her useful. Xing flashed back to using the ability in combat. Poison resistance was actually a clutch skill. At level 4, he could move freely inside a poison AoE. He kept explaining the perks. After level 5, the boss's venom would just feel like a weird tingle. Arin instantly crushed his dreams. Yeah, you do get buffed, but we were running out of dungeons to farm that skill in. Taking her advice, he switched focus to other skills. What about Magic Bullet and Rush? He started theory crafting on how to level them up. He didn't get these from training or quest rewards, but from the souls he met in the dungeons. He needed to figure out the unlock requirements. Their quests had different objectives and loot tables. Even though he knew the mechanics, he admitted the skills didn't feel like his yet. Arin agreed with Xing. He hadn't fully synced with their combat instincts. She excitedly started a lore dump to explain how the enemy's abilities actually worked. It's going to take time to download their memories into your muscle memory, but they read top-tier skills. This made Xing realize he couldn't just speedrun mastery. The skill ceiling was high. Unable to sit still, he started testing. Rush used mana to boost speed, but that wasn't all. It modified other skills when chained together. That was its ult ability, so it wasn't noob-friendly. He realized the issue. To cast other spells while rushing, I need better mana micro. It's going to be super hard with my current stats. Seeing Xing hit a wall, Arin threw out a suggestion to help him pivot his strategy. What about Magic Bullet? It's basically the evolved form of punishment throw. She continued, explaining the mechanics. You shoot condensed mana forward instead of eating a weapon. Lower damage per hit, but way higher fire rate. To master it, you gotta learn to detach your mana from physical objects. Most players running this build grab artifacts to buff it and play as marksman. It's a super rare drop, so it's weird that they even had it. Thinking back on the OG legends, Arin wondered about the souls in the dungeon. Were they famous players back in the day? Even they got hard stuck before a level 10 dungeon. She shook off the bad vibes and smiled at him. If you master their kit, I bet they'd be grateful. Xing pretended he didn't care about the sentimental stuff. I don't care if they thank me or not. He wanted to stop her yapping, so he changed the subject. Anyway, the loot I crafted from the centipede boss essence. It is a chest plate and gauntlets, right? Yo, check out Shin's new drip has rocking that D+ tier centipede armor. Defense stats are popping off between 550 and 850. Proficiency is sitting at 27 out of 200. Mystery perks, still locked. That is just the base stats, fam. The lore on this fit is wild. It's crafted from the essence of a super toxic centipede, so it's tough as nails and still leaking leftover venom. Nasty stuff. Since Shin actually took this bad boy for a test drive, he can vouch for it. Solid gear, baby. But honestly, he hasn't taken a poison hit yet, so who knows if it actually works. No cap. This armor is meta for dungeon grinding, so everyone's trying to complete the set. But we have no clue how many kill dungeons are even left on the map. Shin ain't trying to gamble with his life today. A minute later, Shin gets bored of the gear talk. The kill dungeons are cleared, so it's time to pivot. He wants to see what he can craft with his leftover loot in the safe house. Arin looks at him like he's losing it. She's low-key concerned but plays along. You're really something else, huh? Unlike Arin, Shin notices his stats are bugging out in a good way. He hasn't slept in days but feels hyped up on energy drinks. Gotta be the buffs from that bed. So, Shin slaps the mattress that's been carrying him and decides, yo, time to upgrade this setup. But the system blocks him. A notification pops up in his face. Denied. To upgrade furniture, you gotta level up the safe house first. Shin thought it'd be cheap, but reality hit him like a truck. It costs 80% of his total savings to hit level 2. Ouch. Confirm, upgrade. Shin stares at the screen, soul leaving his body. 80% of his stash, he finally snaps and screams. You want 80% of my hard-earned loot just for a room upgrade? Are you insane? But he's gotta face facts. If he keeps hoarding, he's stuck with a trash-tier bed forever. With only 20% left, he's gonna be broke, but he grits his teeth. Shin is down bad, crying over his wallet. I grinded 5 different dungeons for that cash. Arin doesn't know what to say, so she just drops a generic reply. Maybe that's why the safe house is so OP. It's the only play he's got. Shin sighs, defeated. Whatever. Let's do it. Take my money. Suddenly, the golden piggy bank in the corner goes Super Saiyan with a blinding light. The whole room starts quaking, like an earthquake hit Cali. Shin and Arin almost faceplant into the floor. The shaking stops, and the HUD updates. Safe house is now level 2. Square footage increased, amenities unlocked, and boom, a level 1 bathroom just dropped. And this isn't just cosmetic, guys. It's a fully functional bathroom. We're talking real plumbing in the apocalypse. The system is actually being a homie it threw in special body wash and soap. This stuff cleanses toxins, curses, and negative status effects. Shin grins like he just won the lottery. I could literally live here forever. Arin nods in agreement. That upgrade was worth every penny. Shin scratches his head, feeling way better about his empty wallet. Commuting between the dungeon and home was a drag anyway. Arin vibes with that, totally. I can't live like a doll in a toy house forever. Hitting the shower first. Arin zooms off. Shin doesn't want to ruin her mood, but he thinks, wait, that bathroom is human-sized. Isn't she gonna drown in there? While he's overthinking it, Arin kicks him out of the room. Don't just stand there. Creep, get out. Shin jumps back. My bad, my bad. Inside, the room fills with steam. Arin sighs in pure bliss. Shin was wrong. Shiz chilling in a water dipper like it's a personal jacuzzi. Shiz got this figured out. Shin realizes she's good, so he leaves her be. Suddenly, a new notification pops up, making him freeze. Say what now? Craftable item dungeon scanner level 1. The system drops some tutorial text to help a player out. This gadget can track nearby dungeons using your XP stash. But nothing in life is free, fam. Crafting it costs 50% of his remaining funds. Do you wish to proceed? Shin's brain starts racing. A scanner, that's way more clutch than a bathroom, has already plotting his next moves. If I didn't upgrade the safe house, I'd be wasting hours just walking around blind. This is an investment. Boom. No waiting time. The small scanner materializes in his palm. A holographic manual pops up to explain the controls. You can run a scan for 3 minutes for just 10 XP. Shin's jaw drops. That's dirt cheap. Then the system explains the color coding. Based on his level, green is a cakewalk, yellow is standard, and red is you will die. Simple enough. Got it, Shin says. Suddenly, his smartphone buzzes in his pocket. Shin jumps and almost fumbles the new scanner. Even Arin hears the vibration from the bath. Is that a call? Shin looks at the screen and goes pale. His eyes widen. He breaks into a cold sweat when he sees the caller ID. He answers, voice shaking. Mom. The voice on the other end is unmistakable. Hey, sweetie. You aren't in San Fran right now, are you? Shin panics. That's literally right where the dungeon coordinates are. Her intuition is scary accurate. He calls her Mama Radar for a reason. But it sounds like she needs a favor. Thank God. Listen, a friend of mine has a shop downtown. I'm sending you the pin. Go save her. Okay, Shin freezes, processing the request. She must have seen the news and freaked out. You can handle this, right, honey? The TV says the monsters are weak. Unless you aren't strong enough. She did her research. The pro players are all busy over in Sky City, so nobody is coming to help. Shin is still glitching out. Yeah, on it, Mom senses his confusion. Just check the internet, son. It is trending. Shin snaps out of it and starts scrolling through his feed. The bathroom door swings open. Arin walks out, looking fresh and hyped. Phew, thanks for the new outfit, Shin. She looks up and sees Shin is already suited up with his helmet on. Emergency quest, Arin. We gotta bounce. Monsters are spawning in the real world. Arin looks like she saw a ghost. Say what? Just then, the scanner starts screaming new dungeon detected. Shin doesn't hesitate. He tosses the gadget onto the couch. Priority 1 is the rescue mission. Seconds later, his delivery bike is tearing up the asphalt. Arin screams. The light is red. You maniac. Shin ignores her, sounding like an action movie hero. Hold on tight. Shin blows past speed limit signs like they aren't even there. You're gonna lose your license, Arin yells. Shin smirks under the helmet. I am a speed demon, baby. I already took the plates off. We're ghosts. Arin can believe this guy. You are literally breaking the law. This is not how a hero behaves. Shin tunes her out, scanning the streets. The closer they get, the emptier it looks. Everyone must have evacuated. Arin finally focuses on the real issue. Are they really monsters? Sky City mobs can leave their dungeons. Shin yells over the wind. I bet these freaks leaked out of the rift. Arin shudders. In all her years, she's never seen a glitch like this. Than has been on the map for 10 years without a single monster breach. So, why the sudden chaos now? That thought forced her to completely rethink her stance. No way. Was this on the Ant Guild? Xingu racked his brain trying to find the most logical explanation. He didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was screaming in his face. If it was just random monster spawns, he wouldn't be tripping. But the second he found that dungeon in Manhwa, monsters started popping up there, too. That is way too clean to be a coincidence. Whether it was his fault or not, the Ant Guild was definitely mixed up in this mess. Yeah, but there was still one missing puzzle piece. What about the players? Arin asked, deadly serious. Hold up. Her face lit up like she just won the lottery. The auction today is auction day in Fan. That was the key. All the heavy hitters were stuck at the auction, and since the electronics were fried, they had zero clue the world was burning outside. Xingu put it together instantly. Got it. Connect the dots. And it looks like some psycho orchestrated this whole thing for today. He felt a knot tighten in his gut. Same thing is probably going down all over the map. Suddenly, Arin screamed, heads up people. The road ahead was totally barricaded. Cops were waving frantically. Stop the vehicle, monsters ahead. Xingu made a split-second call. He cranked the throttle and flooded the engine with mana. One cop looked ticked off. Is this guy nuts? Xingu went full Evel Knievel, launching the bike like a soaring eagle right over their heads. Arin's heart almost beat out of her chest. Xingu, do you actually know how to ride this thing? He answered with chill confidence. Duh. Any dude can ride as long as his legs work. Then he pulled a pro move, bailing mid-air and sending the bike straight into his inventory storage. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. The bike just vanished. He's a player. Xingu stuck the landing like a superhero right inside the quarantine zone. The cops snapped out of it and leveled their guns, hands in the air. But in a heartbeat, he tossed his helmet and bolted, moving so fast he left a blur behind him. Xingu's nerves were wired tight. His spidey sense was tingling. He could feel the monsters on the ground and hear the desperate screams for help. Arin scanned the area and shrieked, Xingu, look, monsters. It was a massacre. Bodies were scattered everywhere. A goblin was mid-torture on a civilian when it paused, sensing something off. The thing slowly turned its head, revealing a twisted, creepy face dripping with bloodlust. Arin locked eyes with it and couldn't help but shudder. Ugh, she gasped, realizing what they were, goblins. Worst nightmare for a normal person. Xingu heard that and clenched his jaw, his blood boiling with rage. Classic, he muttered. Wondered when I'd run into these freaks. The goblin spotted them and let out a menacing screech. He stayed cool, casually picking up a rock from the pavement. He took a picture-esque stance, aimed, and hurled it. Crack. The stone flew like a sniper bullet, taking the monster-esque head clean off in one shot. Arin's eyes bugged out. Did you play Major League Baseball or something? Xingu puffed out his chest, radiating main character energy. Back in the army, I used to hunt wild boars with these bad boys. He reminisced like it was just yesterday. That is how we got dinner. Snapping back to reality, he gathered a small mountain of stones. All right, punks. I am fully loaded. Xingu took a deep breath, filling his lungs to the max. Then he unleashed a roar louder than a stadium speaker system, almost blowing out the eardrums of anyone within a mile radius. It worked like a charm on the goblins. They froze and looked for the noise. Arin, caught off guard, was seeing stars. Dude, a little warning next time. A system window popped up. Received skill battlefield scream. A level 1 shout infused with mana that taunts every enemy in earshot. It draws pure aggro to the user. The bigger the gap between intelligence and magic stats, the harder it hits. Xingu was hyped up now, ready to throw down. Come get some, you ugly freaks. Xingu realized if this were a stealth rescue mission, he'd be failing hard. The hostages would be toast by now. He felt a pang of insecurity. I've never been good at that ninja stealth stuff, but back in his wild high school days, he definitely left an impression on the faculty. Screw school. You're the kid who smashed the window, right? Hey, that counts as an achievement. He was a pro at causing chaos. After a quick nostalgia trip, Xingu got back in the zone. I mean, if I just wipe out every monster, the problem is solved, right? The goblins heard the challenge and swarmed out of the buildings. One charged with a sword, laughing like a maniac. Haha, puny human. Arin watched Xingu just standing there and freaked out. What are you doing? They were coming. Xingu just smirked. All part of the plan. She was totally lost. What plan? Before she could blink, Xingu launched 3 stones at the speed of light. Boom, 2 heads exploded instantly. But then, a sharp impact made him freeze. He looked down. A small piece of metal was stuck in his jacket. Xingu pulled it out. Sharp tip coated in some weird goo. An iron needle, he muttered. What's this blue slime? Arin spotted it immediately. That is poison. The goblins were cackling, thinking he was about to drop dead. Then, Xingu did the unthinkable. He started stabbing his own finger with the poison needle. Are you insane? She screamed. What are you doing? The system pinged. You have been poisoned. Mild paralysis. Poison resistance, level 5 negates the effect. He grinned. See, totally fine. Arin slumped, feeling completely helpless with this guy. Did you really have to test it like that? Had to be sure, Xingu reasoned. My armor has gaps, so if a mob swarmed me, I'd need a new strategy. But if my resistance works... He gripped a rock, hyped up. Then I don't give a damn. Arin felt like dead weight. Why am I so useless? While casually impaling an enemy with a rock, Xingu offered some comfort. Hey, you can still help me out. Watching their buddies drop like flies, the goblins started panic sweating. This guy's mana is insane. He is slaughtering us. But they didn't quit. They unleashed a volley of poison darts. Die. Human Xingu stood his ground, hands moving in a blur, snatching every single needle out of the air. Is that all you got? He sent them straight to the afterlife before they could even blink. Glaring with pure murder in his eyes, he hugged his pile of rocks. You weaklings only know how to sucker punch, Xingu shouted, mocking them. Even trashy fantasy novels skip you guys to get to the real demon lords. That triggered them. The goblins lost it. We are strong, we could take a demon lord, perfect. They fell right into his trap. Xingu started rapid-firing stones like a machine gun. Any head that popped up got smashed. It was basically whack-a-mole with goblins until they all dissolved into dust. He scanned the area and sighed. Think we re-clear. Arin finally exhaled. Lucky for us, Xingu laughed. Smart enough to use tools, but dumb enough to fall for a taunt. Yo, huge jump scare alert, out of nowhere. A scream pierces the air. Help somebody help me. Xingu goes full alert mode instantly, damsel in distress radar pinging. Tracking the audio, they spot Salmon down on the pavement, looking absolutely wrecked. He rushes in for a vibe check. It's bad poison dart, but looking way gnarlier than usual. She's leaking pretty bad from her arm, and wait, is that a bite mark? Were these freaks trying to snack on her? She keeps it cool though, dropping the lore. They just rushed me, fam, like I was on the dinner menu. Xingu is grinding his teeth, totally triggered. Nah, that ain't right. That's not how goblins roll. Arin snaps him out of his rage trance like, hello Earth to Xingu. What goblins? She basically reads his mind and hits him with the dark truth. You think they're kidnapping ladies for some R-rated breeding program? Xingu almost gets a nosebleed from the cringe, trying to play it off cool while talking to Salmon. Look, I can throw hands while babysitting. The buildings are safe zones, go find a hidey hole and chill. Okay. He gives her that icy stare that says don't argue, and she's like, bet, pointing out where the others are trapped. Over there, it's a total monster mash. Mad people trapped too. Intel acquired. Singus ready to roll out. Thanks for the deets. But the second he turns around, bro, it's a whole mosh pit of goblins charging in. Arin loses her chill completely. There's a whole army. What's the play? Boss, we're out of ammo. My guy stays frosty, channeling all his energy into one fist. Out of rocks, bam, he smashes the pavement, shattering the concrete. Then we bake a fresh batch. Faster than an X blocking you on Insta, he starts launching debris, dropping bodies left and right. But the spam strategy isn't working fast enough. He needs the heavy artillery. Xingu's impatient, he wants to speedrun this level. AoE attacks aren't hitting right here. Arin comes in clutch with a tip. What about magic bullets? Xingus, like, oh right, brain fart. He takes the stance and fires a laser beam from his finger. Pew pew. Flashbang. It hits a goblin square in the face, but... plot twist, 0 damage. Dude just gets a cartoon bump on his head and looks dizzy. Xingu goes from hype to depressed instantly. That was weaker than a pebble throw. Man. Arin's scrambling to explain. No, no, the skill isn't trash. Your stats are just too OP. Suddenly, ROAOR. The ground starts shaking like a generic bass drop. Xingu feels a chill down his spine. That roar just hit different. From the top rope, Saba comes crashing down. Big guy lands so hard the concrete turns to dust. System pop-up, high-level monster. Veteran Goblin has entered the chat. Xingu's face actually shows some sweat this time. Things just got real. Called it. Saba is an absolute unit compared to our boy. Massive size, overwhelming aura, bad news bears. And look at that face. Bro is furious, ready to turn them into a snack. Arin's analyzing the skin, all confused. He looks way buffed up compared to the other trash mobs. But Xingu knows that ain't the main issue. Arin's like, wait, what am lost? Red alert scrolling across the screen. If this thing stays alive too long, the dungeon goes nuclear and the boss runs wild. Xingu does the math, gotta clap this boss and clear the dungeon before the timer hits 0. Saba looks at his squad flattened on the floor. He actually gives props. You're a strong human. Then he gets all emo looking at his fallen homies. But you wiped my crew just throwing rocks. The disrespect. Saba is raging, demanding justice for his goblin bros. Don't think that cheese strat will work on me. Xingu just tosses a rock in his hand like, well, see about that. Fair point. Rocks probably won't cut it. Xingu's attitude is ticking. Saba off big time. Are you a player? The monster asks. Xingu grips his weapon, dropping the challenge. Come catch this fade and find out. He dashes forward, 0 to 60 instantly, activating his fusion skill to delete Saba. The monster is shook by the sheer power level leaking out. It's violent, it's messy, it's pure warrior aesthetic. Saba can even put his guard up. Bonk. He takes a god-tier smack. The impact from the dark wolf claw just shatters the monster's weapon like glass. Xingu smirks, dropping the roast. All bark, no bite. Arin's laughing awkwardly in the background. I guess watching him one-shot a boss is just Tuesday now. He wiped high tears without mana before. So. Suddenly, her vibe changes. Something sketchy. She's terrified, pointing out into the distance. Yo, Xingu, check that out. He looks over. Huh. What now? A massive black hole pops open in the sky, vacuuming everything up. Even the goblins are screaming, getting yeeted into the void. It's dragging us in because of him. The gravity gets intense, slurping all the mobs inside, then poof, gone like it never happened. Silence. Then the system notification chimes in to ruin the mood. Monsters have been sealed in the instance. If you don't clear it, they'll break out again. Another warning flashes for Xingu dungeon activated. Here we go again. 4-hour countdown starts. He stares at the timer, speechless. Ha, ha. He taps the bag on his hip. Well, at least the coordination is on point. Feels like I am gaming, but with actual lives on the line. Hess annoyed at getting jerked around like a puppet. I'm getting played, but honestly, kind of fun. Arin's clutching her chest, full panic mode. I can't believe monsters are spawning here, even in Sky City. I never heard of this. Xingu gets that cold look again, unlocking a core memory. Back when Sky City and dungeons first dropped, everyone was terrified of surface spawns. That was the whole motivation for the Sky people. Arin's deep in thought about the ancient tribes, but everyone's got amnesia about that stuff after 10 years. Now, dungeons are just cash cows and power trips for the elite supernaturals. She's face-palming, spiraling hard. Why now, though? Is it because you went rogue as an illegal player? Who's pulling the strings? Xingu sighs at her conspiracy theories. He gently puts a finger on her head to calm her down, then flick pops her right on the forehead. Overthinking will fry your brain. Chill on the unanswerable questions. Arin's heart breaks looking at the bodies scattered around. People got hurt, and it's gonna get worse. Yeah, it's gonna be a grind. He wags his finger. But stressing pays 0 bills. We just gotta do what we can do. Arin sighs, heavy vibes. You make it sound so easy. You're in the middle of this mess, and you're chill as ice. Xingu shrugs. I mean, no lie detected. He inventories his weapon into the pocket dimension. If I speedrun this dungeon before the timer blows, no more goblins. Simple as that. I'll sleep when I'm dead or done. Xingu cracks his knuckles, actually hyped. But first, loot time. Gotta get that essence. Arin floats after him, totally done with his antics. Xingu, I don't even know. She scans Saba's motionless corpse and sighs. Glitch in the matrix, no essence drops. Xingu freezes. Say what? He stands there, staring at the body, lagging. Usually bodies glow with loot until you strip him. This guy, empty, but I swear I sense some weird mana signature in there. He winds up and punches the corpse right in the gut. Thud, just checking. Then he starts speed, bagging the dead body. Is it here? How about here? Come on, drop the loot. Arin laughs nervously. Bro, give it up, it's empty. But then, something weird pops up on the radar. Whoa, wait, Something's glowing near the heart. What is this gadget? Xingu opens his hand, showing off the find. Is this essence? It's glowing blue. Arin zooms in for a closer look. A crystal. Blue crystal secured. When she realized the stats on this thing, she straight up screamed. Even a tiny bit was radiating crazy mana vibes. This is some legendary tier loot she's never seen before. Fam. She checked the other mobs for drops, but nah, 0 mana readings. Probably reserved for the elite bosses. Xingu started tapping his foot, losing patience. Alright, I'm done with these trash mobs. Moving on. We read Burning Daylight here. Suddenly, Arin lagged. Pause. She picked up some audio nearby. The NPCs downstairs were hyping something up. Monsters are gone. Is that a player? Yo, it's a player. But then the vibes switched, people screaming for a medic. Help us, leg S broken, I can move. Someone call 911. Arin looked at Xingu like, what's the play? Chief Xingu didn't even blink. Someone else will carry them. Cool as a cucumber, he pulled his helmet out of his inventory. Cops and the National Guard will handle the cleanup. Ambulances are en route. I ain't dealing with the feds or randoms today. He strapped on his helmet, winked, and signaled, let's bounce. Priority mission, speedrun that next dungeon before the timer kills us. Xingu struck a pose for the thumbnail and summoned his ride. The paparazzi swarmed him like zombies seeking brains. Hey, top daily news, give us a soundbite. But Xingu ignored the clickbait questions. Can't stop a man on a world-saving quest with lame interviews. Xingu looked epic, but then he whispered, we got the GPS cords. Arin popped out of his pocket, locked and loaded. He revved the engine and zoomed off, leaving the crowd totally confused. What now? Is that a delivery scooter? System alert, Goblin Barracks dungeon. Difficulty, easy. Time limit, 3 hours, 54 minutes, 3 seconds. Xingu spotted the pyramid entrance fast, but the area was littered with bodies. Grim vibes. Arin was scanning left and right, sweating bullets. Probably the local workers. Meanwhile, Xingu was just scoping the scene, stone-faced. Spawn point confirmed. With that many goblins, it's a total wipe. The devastation was real, and Arin was feeling pretty low about the whole scene. In the movies, the hero saves everyone before the credits roll. Xingu awkwardly patted her head. Listen, even if we speedrun this, casualties happen. Just focus on what you can control. Don't stress the RNG. He stared into the distance. Serious mode engaged. The boys in blue will be here any second. We gotta hustle before they crash the party. He whipped out the Chaos Tail and slammed it into the ground, spamming the attack button until the concrete cracked open. Boom, a light brighter than a Vegas strip blinded them. System ping Ant Cave Sector 2011. Goblin Barracks. Timer set 3 hours, 54 seconds. Standard dungeon setup, long hallway, creepy deep entrance, same old loading screen lobby. He was worried about spawn campers. Suddenly, Arin squeaked from behind him. Xingu whipped around. Sup, she pointed at the pitch-black gate, shaking. A white shadow was drifting closer. I see a ghost. Xingu's face lit up. Sick, let's interview him. Bo Chun manifested in 4K. He spoke first. UA player Xingu stared at the source of the voice, sensing a major glitch in the matrix. Dude was leading a whole goblin squad, armed to the teeth and looking fierce. Then he flipped the switch, total rage mode. You players left me for dead. Arin backed up, terrified. Yikes. But Xingu grinned, gripping his black wolf claw, ready to throw hands. He sided with the goblins. That's a new one. Bo Chun kept screaming, making a huge scene. I was supposed to be the MVP. Why did I have to die? Why did you sacrifice me? Xingu roasted him. Look at those eyes. Is he about to fire a laser beam or what? Arin was stressing out. Dude, don't provoke the boss. He's actually gonna do it. Several minutes passed, and the guy was still ranting like a toxic commenter. I should be alive. How dare you? You should be died for me. Xingu rubbed his temples, totally over it. Nice speech, bro. Arin just wondered why he kept hovering in circles. Then Bo Chun dropped a line that hit hard. Most players think they regifted, but some of you truly believe you re the main character. That made Xingu pause. Nah, there's a difference. Xingu thinks anyone can level up. This clown thinks he's the only special one by dragging everyone else down. While Xingu was deep in thought, the guy kept spewing hate. Scumbags, you left me. I hate players. I'm gonna PK every single one of you. He spun around and barked orders at his goblin army. Kill that guy. The mobs went wild, screaming like banshees. Smash this place and let us bounce. Xingu watched the goblins yelling from the hallway, totally unimpressed. Their numbers were spiking, but they were blocked by the safe zone. Just trolling from a distance, Xingu had a lightbulb moment. Yo, Arin, why do logged out players respawn as ghosts in the ant cave? She shrugged, clueless. Don't ask me. I just work here. He imagined the zone getting banned. If we block players from entering so nobody dies, maybe the glitch stops happening. Then no more monster outbreaks. Easy fix. But Arin shook her head, crushing his dreams. That's literally impossible. She broke it down. People make insane cash in here. It's crypto on steroids. Even the US government can stop the grind. Xingu stayed quiet, getting schooled. You think you can nerf human greed. Plus, you're the only one who knows these illegal players are causing the leaks. She looked at the hungry goblins, feeling heavy. Until we convince the masses, we gotta deal with this guy ourselves. The boss room could unlock any second. But Xingu objected, grinning like he just unlocked a hidden achievement. Nah, let him hang. Arin's eyes popped. That was totally off-brand for him. Xingu just asked a casual question. This kind of event is gonna repeat, right? She hesitated, suspicious. Yeah. He pointed straight at the goblins. Whether they evolve or fuse, I gotta beta test every scenario while I can control the environment. He flashed his signature handsome smile to max out his persuasion stat. It's all about prep for the endgame. She was stunned by his logic and yeah, the pretty face helped. She thought about it. I get it. Even if your recklessness stresses me out. Then she gave him the side eye, seeing right through him. You were just doing this because this dungeon is boring, aren't you? Xingu looked away, guilty as charged. Did you unlock a mind-reading skill? Arin roasted him immediately. You were just too basic. Bo-chun was standing there listening to their banter, grinding his teeth. You people are. He roared with pure rage, eyes turning blood red, and snatched up 2 goblins. The little guys screamed in terror. Bo-chun didn't hesitate, he bared his sharp teeth and started eating the monsters alive. Xingu stood there, stunned by the crunching audio. Gross. Arin was horrified, covering her mouth to keep from losing her lunch. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Vengeful Spirit is entering berserk mode. Stop him before he absorbs their energy or face an ultra boss. Xingu jumped up like he just won the lottery. Awesome. Arin looked at him, totally done. Seriously. Yo, why are you cheesing so hard? You totally ignore the red flags just to vibe. Everything going his way made her salty, pointing across the room like, you seen this mess. The soundtrack was basically pure screams and Bo-chun munching like it's ASMR. Every goblin snack made him swole, but Xingu, being a total meathead, didn't panic. Hess like, bro's just bulking season. Arin face palmed so hard she nearly lagged out. Are you for real right now? Meanwhile, Xingu was lost in the sauce, wondering why the mobs were just letting themselves get devoured. Usually, spirits and monsters have beef, so watching this guy go full mukbang on them was mad sus. It looked like he had the goblins on a leash or something. Boom. System notification pops up. The ghost just evolved into a malicious spirit. One more level up and he's breaking out of the dungeon map and into the lobby. Right on cue, Xingu shouted. Let's get it. Come at me. Bo-chun started glowing like a glow stick at a rave. He spun around, fully buffed, dripping in this crazy red aura. Xingu sized him up like he was checking stats. Looks like a goblin spirit hybrid build. Meanwhile, Arin was losing her absolute mind. But wait, there's more. Bo-chun wasn't satisfied with his gains yet, screaming. Not enough. Xingu, being the troll he is, decided to gas him up. Facts, bro. You were still mid. Trash talking is literally in Xingu's DNA. That's it, weak sauce. That definitely triggered the ghost, but Xingu kept spamming taunts. Yo, there's more snacks inside. Right, go feed your face and come back when you re-swole. Arin's face twisted in horror. She legit thought Xingu had a death wish. The ghost's sharp teeth vacuumed up the goblins. Crunch, crunch. Xingu yawned, checking the time on his phone like he was waiting for an Uber. Just an appetizer, bro. 800s in 5 minutes. Arin was shaking, literally triggered. She screamed into Xingu's ear. He just downed 1,000 mobs. If he maxes out his stats, we are cooked. Xingu dug a finger in his ear, totally unbothered. Nah, he's still lacking DPS. That reply left her stunned. Say what now? He finally got serious. That first evolution just made him a high-tier mob. I need him to be boss level if I want a decent fight. Xingu grinned. Plus, he's speed running the dungeon for me. Arin clutched her head. I can with you. Suddenly, a ping. The ghost had evolved into a malicious spirit. Xingu's eyes lit up like Christmas. Bingo. Bones started cracking, and Bo-chun let out a roar, flexing hard. The ghost's glitchy legs started moving. Xingu stared, hype levels rising. Hez entered the lobby. Arin panicked. He broke the dungeon boundary. Bo-chun looked down at the tiny human, sneering. Kept you waiting, player. He summoned a fireball in his palm. Xingu actually looked surprised. He didn't know the ghost had magic skills. Magic, Arin guessed. Probably looted it from the goblins. Bo-chun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I'm deleting you. He yeeted the fireball straight at Xingu with massive force. Xingu didn't even flinch. Bring it. The ghost glared like he wanted to stab him with 1,000 knives. Xingu gripped his weapon, sounding disappointed. Bro, you re still nerfed. Are you trolling me right now? Whack. Xingu swung, deflecting the attack right back at the sender. Instant karma. Bo-chun ate his own fireball and shrieked like a banshee. I thought he'd be OP, but he's trash, Xingu said, wondering if channeling mana into his weapon counted as a magic attack. Arin sighed, completely over it. You literally just did it. Meanwhile, Bo-chun was stunned, unable to believe he just got wrecked so easily. Snapping out of it, the ghost patted out the flames, turned tail, and sprinted for the exit. He dropped a classic villain line to save face, though. I'll be back when I level up, Xingu sighed, totally let down. Sure, buddy. Arin watched him bolt. His ego must be shattered. Imagine transforming and still getting clapped. Catching herself, she snapped. Wait, no pity for the enemy Xingu, we gotta finish him now. What if he evolves again? Xingu laughed, eyes sparkling with greed. Then the loot drop will be legendary. Arin was losing it. Are you trolling me? Trust the process, Xingu said confidently. He cleared the mobs, so his next target is. Arin whipped her head around, realizing the plan. No shot. Screeching noises echoed from the gate. It was Go-sang, the goblin boss, wielding massive axes, shocked that Bo-chun turned on him. I let you farm my minions to kill the human, and you try to eat me. The boss eyes were popping out of his head. I'm gonna end you right here. Xingu was listening in like a gossip queen. Ooh, boss fight started. Arin was confused. Did he just aggro the boss? Bo-chun was spamming fire attacks against Go-sang's axes, smashing the environment to bits. Arin could feel the intensity. I can feel the shockwaves out here. Bosses don't play. Even though this dungeon was a cakewalk, Xingu started calculating his next move. If Bo-chun wins, he evolves again. Arin panicked. Xingu, hurry up. Inside, Bo-chun opened his maw, convinced he had the W. Yuri dead meat. Go-sang wasn't backing down, mocking the shrimp. I won't lose to a glitch like you. Xingu realized it was showtime and sprinted for the door. Suddenly, the battle noises stopped, replaced by loud chewing. Xingu froze. The ghost actually ate the goblin general. Wait, plot twist. A massive roar shook the room, and Bo-chun's head went rolling across the floor. Go-sang stood there, radiating insane energy. I won. Now, the player dies. Xingu wasn't phased at all. He was practically trolling. Ooh, look at the transformation sequence. Arin tried to act cool, but her face was flushed. Whatever, if you get wrecked, don't come crying to me. Xingu side-eyed her, testing the waters. He looks tougher than the other guy. Suddenly, fire attacks rained down from everywhere. The ground shattered on impact. Xingu sidestepped with pro-gamer reflexes, crouching to avoid another hit. He didn't even break a sweat. Easy. Smash! The floor disintegrated. Magic erupted from the cracks as a pair of massive legs stomped closer. Xingu shifted into his battle stance. Go-sang was now blood-red and double his original size, locking eyes with Xingu. Arin gasped. Did he evolve again? The boss flexed, voice booming. You can ignore me now, but instead of fear, Xingu looked like a kid in a candy store. Yeah. Thanks for farming all that XP for me. The blood-red Go-sang swung his axe down with zero chill. Xingu stood his ground, unbothered. Clang. Their attacks collided head-on, sending a shockwave rippling through the dungeon. Watching the chaos, Arin realized this boss was actually cracked. Equal power levels, please. He whipped around to keep his girl safe. Yo, Arin, back it up, unless you want to get grilled. Her eyes went wide, total shock. Suddenly, Go-sang goes full Human Torch mode, flames everywhere, gripping that axe like it's payday. Arin just froze, brain buffering, watching this dude light up like a bonfire. Is that magic or just a cheap parlor trick? Sin scanned him up and down, totally unimpressed. Weak sauce. That fire is barely lukewarm. Go-sang didn't like the roast, so he charged, weapon aimed straight for the kill. Sin knew it was game time, energy surging through his shoulder, locking in. He stomped the ground, launched himself into the air, and slammed a hit right into Go-sang's chest. Clean landing, but the impact sent Sin stumbling back, losing his balance. Arin started to panic. Sin, but he cut her off, playing it cool. I am good, chill. Narrator voice. He was not good. He finally noticed his shoulder was literally on fire. Panicking about permanent damage, Arin started spamming heal spells. Meanwhile, Go-sang was losing it. You got a death wish? Sin just ignored the trash talk and hopped right onto the dude. Please, this barely tickles. Might even help me level up. Shin raised a hand, glowing with that golden divine energy. Skill activated punishment. Bam, one massive strike and Go-sang's arm goes flying. Goodbye, limb. The guy screamed like a banshee, totally unable to process getting owned by a noob. How are you doing this? You should be extra crispy right now. You don't even have leg armor. Shin raised his weapon, stone-faced. Newsflash, Buddy am best friends with pain. No time for Q&A. Shin brought the hammer down. Splat. Go Sang's head vanished into pixels. I don't owe explanations to dead guys. Shin hovered there, fighting to keep his own power from crushing him. Being special has its downsides. Ding notification pops up, dungeon cleared. Original evil spirit exterminated. Text started scrolling. Special achievement unlocks solo clear. Bonus reward obtained passive skill. Fire resistance level 1. Sweet. He swiped the notification away, letting out a heavy sigh. Seriously, that is all I get. He was expecting epic loot. Then he remembered Go Sang's power and glanced at the headless corpse. Actually, wait. Fire resistance. That is barely a coincidence considering who he just fought. Shin frowned. The system is definitely rigging the drops. Another ping. Completion, rank B. Bonus item return orb. Basically, a get out of dungeon free card. Handy. He realized the rank tanked because he didn't wipe the whole map. While he was doing math, Arin was losing her patience. She started yelling at him pure love language, obviously. That's not the point. Look at your shoulder. It's charbroiled. Sin just stood there, unbothered. Internal organs are good. Skin will patch up. Don't stress it. He started walking away like a cool guy in a movie. Arin watched him go, heart hurting. He acts like damage is nothing. Ping experience calculation complete. You've leveled up. A warm surge of power hit him, body glowing with that soft gamer light. He checked his arm, watching the magic work. Wild. Usually, leveling up just refills my stamina and mana because I never get hit. But this time, it's actually erasing the burn marks. Shin opened his eyes, feeling the upgrade. Status window, player Shin. Unlicensed. Level 26. He flexed for Arin. See, good as new. She wasn't buying it. Not even a little bit. Suddenly, Sin switched topics. Hey, you've raided a level 32 dungeon before, right? You've seen crazy stuff like this. Arin hesitated. I mean, yeah, I've seen worse disasters. She stopped herself. She couldn't sign off on his suicidal playstyle. But I've never seen a player intentionally taunt the boss just to make it harder. You literally got roasted. Xin just wagged his finger, looking smug. I analyzed his rotation. I knew I wasn't gonna die. He sounded way too confident. Plus, I knew the dungeon clear would give me a full heal. He was grinning like a kid in a candy store. Farming weak mobs gets boring, Arin stared at him. His dark eyes were literally sparkling. She realized this was the first time he looked genuinely hyped. It made her sad. The guy loves the thrill. Memories of him saving her flashed back. All those times he rushed in to save the day. Maybe I never knew the real Sin because he was OP from the start. He always crushed enemies without hesitation. He doesn't like stomping weaklings, Arin thought, watching him check out the loot. Maybe because he was born with god-tier strength. He's hunting for something dangerous enough to actually buff him. Arin panicked. If getting hurt means leveling up, this idiot is going to jump into a volcano next. She frowned, deep in thought. There's a fine line between brave and stupid, and he's dancing on it. Finally, she sighed, defeated. Fine. Just stay alive, okay. She remembered falling from the massive Sky City, feeling tiny. I just realized how different we are. Maybe I got logged out of Sky City because I am not built like you. Her voice cracked a little. But seriously, don't trade your life for power. If you die, I don't know what I'd do. Shin paused, feeling the vibes. He gave her a soft smile. I hear you. Dying while trying to get stronger, that's a rookie move. He glanced at Go Sang's body. Anyway, let's loot that monster. Arin nodded. Let's roll. Boom, finally wrapped up the looting. The payout, a fat stack of cash. $200,000. Easy money. Plus a red gem and a red monster essence. Sin sighed, looking bored. Making money is almost too easy, but Arin grabbed his arm. Hold up, Sin. She stared at the stone in his hand. No way. Her eyes lit up. That is a unique essence. Shin looked at it. Clueless. Is that good? She had to explain the basics. It stores special abilities, super rare drop from high-tier mobs. We gotta put it on the enhancement altar as soon as possible. Way ahead of you. Sin stepped up and placed the unique essence on the altar. Suddenly, flashbang. A blinding light filled the room. When the light faded, Shin blinked. It wasn't a weapon or a potion. It was a fire attribute enhancement scroll. He chuckled. So it wasn't random loot. It was scripted. He felt a pang of regret. Man, I should have let that fire guy eat all his minions to buff the drop rate. Arin tried to cheer him up. I know you reused to D-rank stuff, but magic scrolls are built different. A D-rank fire enhancement is actually solid. Shin was still thinking strategy. So, enhanced attribute means more damage, right? He paused. But if I fight a fire-type enemy, want it, get nerfed, or do 0 damage. Arin is still yapping in his ear. Don't go doing anything reckless, okay, but Xingu is barely listening. He's already zoned out, tinkering with some gear. She pauses, squinting. Yo, what are you even building right now? Boom, just like that. He cooks up a wicked new toy, the Dark Wolf Claw. It's a rank D weapon, damage hitting anywhere between 500 and 1,100. Plus, this bad boy deals poison damage on impact. It's not just a hammer, it's a beast. He crafted it from the front legs of that dark wolf, so it's got raw power. It's heavy as heck and awkward to swing, but that poison buff makes it worth the struggle. Xingu's grinning like a maniac, swinging it around like a baseball bat. His attack stats just skyrocketed. Enchanted gear is totally OP. Arin just watches him flex, letting out a massive sigh. Knew he was going to do something crazy. But then Xingu actually hits her with some surprising comfort. Chill out, I got this. I am locked in. If the fire buffs fail, I'll just throw hands. Arin isn't buying the confidence, though. She figures the enemies will be covered in flames just like that spirit boss, so punching them seems like a bad idea. Xingu flashes a cocky grin. That's exactly why I leveled up my fire resistance. Genius. Arin rolls her eyes but secretly respects the hustle. He's got a slick answer for everything. Now she needs to get her act together and grind for those healing and holy spells. As soon as possible. It's full-on training mode for the duo. Arin is deep in thought, realizing that if she had her shield spell ready, her boy Xingu wouldn't have gotten toasted by those flames earlier. Time flies when you're regrinding. Xingu warps to a new spot, but Arin is stressing out. Hey, isn't cruising around on that loud ride gonna blow your cover? People might recognize the bike. Relax. Helmet's on, and I locked it in the rest stop safe zone. We re-good. But Arin's paranoia is spiking. What if some high-level player has inspect or X-ray vision? This place is crawling with other players. That actually makes Xingu pause. Arin breaks it down for him. It ain't just the bike, bro. You covered your face. Sure. But nobody else is built like a tank the way you are. Your silhouette gives it away. He finally listens to reason. Fair point. Let's just head back to the main hub then. Arin nods. Roger that. But man, nothing goes according to plan. The situation is about to go from bad to nightmare fuel. Things go south fast. While the world is still freaking out over the Sanha throwdown, monsters start spawning in other countries like it's a server event gone wrong. At first, humans hold the line. The mobs aren't too overpowered yet, so governments send in the Marines, SWAT teams, and special ops to keep a lid on things. But some places get blitzed before they can react. Even worse, some of these beasts are bulletproof tanks, and regular armies get caught off guard, unable to do squat. It's a total horror show out there. Everyone's praying for the Sky City players to log in and save the day. Meanwhile, millions of people are getting hurt or wiped off the map. Reality hits hard. These aren't dumb animals. They're faster, stronger, and smarter. Cities are getting leveled. We're talking destruction that makes earthquakes and volcanoes look like a joke. The internet turns toxic real quick. People start bashing Sky City, claiming the monsters are leaking from there. Conspiracy theories go viral. Sky City has to call an emergency press conference to do damage control. The players deny it, but honestly, they're just as clueless as the NPCs. No one knows where the mobs are spawning from, and everyone feels totally powerless against these things. People riot in the streets, but it doesn't change a thing. Sky City and the dungeons are totally out of reach for the average Joe untouchable. Even nukes can scratch Sky City. Humanity just has to suck it up and accept that monsters and the floating city are part of life now. The apocalypse isn't over yet. Then the difficulty spikes. Monsters start spawning everywhere. Even countries with massive military budgets are getting overwhelmed and can't control the outbreaks. Downtown areas are reduced to rubble. Using heavy artillery in cities is causing too much collateral damage. Plus, the monsters evolve, they aren't scared of guns anymore. Once the monsters hit a certain level, modern tech is useless against them, just like against Sky City. Governments realize they need help, fast, so negotiations happen immediately. They try to draft the players, but the gamers aren't interested in taking orders from any government. Eventually, humanity caves and cooperates with Sky City. Players strike their own deals, getting VIP perks and support from specific countries. Basically, the whole world bows down to Sky City. Governments have no choice but to treat high-level players like royalty just to keep the monster population in check. All eyes turn to South Korea. Since they got hit first, they're getting a different kind of attention. Now everyone is watching. While the rest of the world is burning, the town of Sanha is weirdly chill. No monster attacks at all. It's practically a safe zone, and other countries are trying to figure out the meta. Experts start analyzing Korea like it's a crime scene. What's the secret sauce? How are they repelling the invasion? The answer turns out to be pretty obvious. It all points to one guy. It's a total miracle. Korea took the first hit, but their damage stats are barely non-existent thanks to this mystery hero holding it down. Everyone's obsessed with the dude on the red motorcycle. He soloed a high-level boss at the speed of light. Nobody knows his IGN, but his skill level is clearly god tier. Suddenly, Xingu sees his own helmeted head plastered all over the news on TV. He jumps up, freaking out. Oh, I am so dead. Arin just laughs, trolling him. Haha, look at you, Mr. Superhero. Then his mom, Hajim, strolls in from behind. Finally saw you on the news. Took longer than I thought. Xingu nearly falls off the couch. But mom is cool as a cucumber. I always knew you were tough, but I didn't know you had fancy skills like an inventory. Arin tries to activate her stealth mode to disappear. Hajim shoots her son a serious look. So, you're a player now. Ha, there's no hiding it. Yeah. He expects a lecture, but she actually looks kind of proud. You finally got what you wanted. Why didn't you tell your own mother? She asks it so casually, leaving Xingu stumped. The afternoon sun hits the room, making everything look deceptively peaceful. After the shock wears off, they sit down for a heart-to-heart. Look, Mom, I'm not like the other players. I'm glitched or something. I gotta stay under the radar for a bit. Hajim looks hurt. Is this because of me? Did I put a target on your back asking you to save my friend? I shouldn't have done that. Xingu flashes a $1 million smile. Nah, don't sweat it. I saved the whole town. Remember, Hajim realizes the truth. So the monsters are staying away from Santa because they were scared of you. Xingu just nods. She goes quiet for a second, processing. Then she drops a warning. Don't you dare go overseas hunting monsters. Okay, let those countries handle their own mess. Dang, Mom, that's cold. She shrugs. I love you more than them. Besides, you can be the only Superman on the planet. She stabs a piece of cut apple with a fork and holds it out to thin air. Here, give the little lady a snack. Xingu and Arin both freeze. How did she know? Arin's panicking. Wait, I'm invisible, Xingu stammers. How did you? Hajim gives him the I am your mother look. You bought a dollhouse and spent all night talking to yourself. I'm not deaf. Xingu looks away, guilty as charged. You can fool the mom radar. Zip it, she snaps playfully. And you, come out and eat. Arin materializes and grabs the apple. Thank you, Ma I am. Hajim smiles. Such manners. Is my son actually treating you right? Xingu jumps in. We're a team, Mom. Then Mom drops a bombshell. Since when did you get so cozy with girls? Arin blinks. Cozy. Hajim stares at them, and you can see the gears turning in her head. She's made a decision. She holds out her hand, sliding him some bills. His brain instantly goes, yo, am I getting mugged? But Mrs. Hien keeps it 100, saying, I know you're sitting on a mountain of dough right now. Then she hits him with that classic mom wisdom, leaving him speechless. Thing is, I've got zero clue how to spend it right. She steps up like a boss, promising to handle the finances. I'm setting you up with a legit bank account and a card, sweetie. Swipe away, just make sure you dump your loot in there. Arin turns to ask, yo, what's your mom's hustle anyway? He sighs, looking defeated. She's basically my dad's business partner. Xingu finally caves. Guess I gotta roll with it. Seeing the stacks of cash bricked up on the table, Mrs. Hien's poker face cracks. She is totally shook. Holy moly. How do you rack up this much bread? Is every player balling like this? Arin chimes in smoothly. Nah. Xingu's just built different. Mrs. Han suddenly looks a little unsure. Knowing his mom is vibe, Xingu grins. It's too much to hide under the mattress, right? Mrs. Hien claps back, cool as a cucumber. Don't worry about me. Just caught me off guard. But hey, since you offered, I'll take a cut. Then she flips the script, acting unbothered. Actually, I don't need your cash yet. Xingu thinks to himself. Okay, looks like the money problem just fixed itself. Sweet. Suddenly, she drops a bomb. You need to move out. Get your own crib. He's too stunned to speak. Say what? She winks, totally chill. I don't need your money cause you were gonna be way too busy to spend it. Don't bother coming home every night. Xingu looks shocked at his mom's suggestion. Okay. Before he can finish, she cuts him off. And don't you dare worry about me, all right? Mrs. Hien keeps preaching facts. You barely have time to breathe, let alone chill. Xingu realizes she's right, getting a little red in the face from the truth bomb. Arin is looking back and forth, totally lost by how fast these two switch moods. All right, I'm bouncing then. Want me to house hunt for you? Nah, I got this covered. Mrs. Hien happily hustles into the kitchen to whip up a feast, so he's stuffed before hitting the road. Xingu replies like a good son, I'll go pack my gear, eat, then fix up the bike. Arin watches the whole scene, giving a thumbs up. Your mom has got class, Arin says. Xingu shrugs, acting cool. She's just learning to let go since she is stuck with a son like me. Why are you hyping it up? Time flies by in a blur. Xingu is all packed up, ready to roll out at a moment's notice. Before he dips, Mrs. Hien hands him a small notebook. Here's your savings book. Nobody is going to ask questions about how you use it. Xingu pauses, skeptical. Is this thing fake, Mom? She gives him a look of pure exhaustion. You think doing it the legal way would work with that kind of cash? She adds a warning. Listen, kid. A lot of eyes are on you. Wear your helmet if you go anywhere. Xingu nods, getting the message. Not my style, but fine. Still worried, she calls out to Arin. Arin, my son can be a total knucklehead, so I need someone sharp watching his back. Arin doesn't hesitate. You got it, Ma I am. Mrs. Hine smiles. I am counting on you. Getting the green light from his mom makes Xingu hype. Bet. He jumps on his bike and zooms off, waving goodbye. Tucked in his pocket, Arin gets curious. So, we just gonna cruise until we find a dungeon. Xingu is feeling himself. I got a scanner with a 10-kilometer range, we read golden. Even without maxing his stats, his bike tears down the highway, weaving through massive 18-wheelers. Now that he knows the rest area is key, he can just dump everything onto the altar like a noob. He decides to use his essence only for 2 specific plays. Scenario 1 easy dungeons. Scenario 2 dungeons that match his level. The guy is radiating pure confidence with this strat. If the loot looks trash, he's saving his essence for the rest area upgrades instead of wasting it on the run. Arin's jaw drops hearing his logic. But even if the loot is god tier, he's not going all in. He's keeping a stash for emergencies, like a red altar or unique essence drop. She asks, what about the super hard dungeons? Xingu shuts that down fast. Not happening. I told you, I like a challenge, but I am not trying to unalive myself. He flexes a bit. I'll crush those later when I am buffed up. Arin sighs in relief. Okay, good. You actually using your brain. Suddenly, Xingu slams on the brakes, tires screeching. Arin bounces around in his pocket. Yo, Xingu, she yells, but he ignores her. He cannot believe he's seeing this scene for the second time. The blue sky looks glitched out. High above, a butterfly-human hybrid is unconscious, free-falling straight toward the pavement. Xingu does the math and sprints. Impact point is right there. Arin screams, don't do it, Xingu. He looks shocked. What if I don't catch him? He's splattered. She snaps back. If you catch him, you die. Xingu freezes. Arin drops the lore. That guy used to roll with the Hurricane Guild. Even though his level was low, he tried to solo a level 25 dungeon. Xingu starts calculating. If he's logging out, and we catch him, we hijack his dungeon entry. A light bulb goes off. Bingo. Xingu found the loophole. The ant tunnel replicates the player's logout state, meaning a high-level dungeon is about to spawn. He sprints forward. I handled a level 32 drop before. I got this. Arin protests. That was just a beta test dungeon. No means no, Xingu. Before she can finish, things go south. Relax, I've got the regression, Jewel. I'm practically immortal. If it gets hairy, I bail. Arin pauses, remembering the item. Oh right, the regression jewel. She figures the plan is barely crazy enough to work. Before Arin can even agree, Xingu is already launching himself off a high rise to catch the guy. Wait, when did he? He kicks off with so much force the concrete shatters beneath him. Everything goes black. CS slowly opens his eyes, groaning. Realizing he's being cradled in Xingu's arms, he freaks out. Yo, what is happening? Xingu is grinning like a maniac. Yes, this dungeon is going to be epic. Arin is nagging him nonstop. I knew it. You just wanted to dive into a death trap. Xingu brushes it off. Chill out. Seha hears her voice and realizes he landed safely. But before he can celebrate, the floor literally gives way beneath them. They all scream as they plummet into the abyss. After falling for what feels like forever, a system notification pops up. Ant Tunnel number 84, Advanced Great Demon Zone. They land in a weird crypt, totally confused. Xingu scratches his head. Weird. No timer. Arin theorizes, probably because you intercepted him right before game over. Seha is looking around like a lost puppy. What the hell is going on? Seeing his blank face, Xingu sighs. All right, let me break it down for you. Xingu sounds smug. You were logging out, basically dying, but I caught you. So, congrats, we got a bonus round. Seha stares blankly. Xingu frowns. Is this guy deaf? Suddenly, Seha snaps out of it, looking hyped. No way I'm alive. But oh man. Xingu looks at him, weirded out. What s? He mumbling about Arin guesses. His avatar is probably showing him some stats. Suddenly, Seha bows deep, full 90 degrees. Thank you for saving my life. Xingu waves him off casually. Don't sweat it. Just know I'm ditching you if this gets too hairy. Seha notices Arin but ignores the sass, determined to show his gratitude. That doesn't change the fact you saved my bacon, and I am super stoked to see you still breathing. Arin stepped out slowly, stuttering a bit. Yeah, for real. That Seha dude looked at Arin and gave a weak smirk. He spilled the tea to both of them. I've got a handle on the sitch. I know this is a quest dungeon. Xingu couldn't believe his ears. For real, Seiha nodded, totally confident. No cap. Arin stepped up to break it down. It's called a hidden quest. Some missions are top secret. A whole dungeon can be part of the gig. Think about it, fam. Xingu, you should have been toast, but you morphed into a support, and I turned into an underground player. That kind of loot only drops from quest rewards. Xingu nodded, eyeing Seiya. Gotcha. I bet he triggered the same quest as Arin, and since I am already playing underground, I didn't get my own mission notification. He suddenly flashed a greedy grin. Anyway, gotta carry him through this dungeon now. I'm definitely gonna bag some fat rewards for clearing it. Arin put her hands on her hips, acting all high and mighty. Listen up, squad. You, John Seihe. He snapped to attention. Yes, ma am. She started spilling her thoughts. I am not gonna lie. I am not sure we can ghost this dungeon. Let's see what kind of beast pops up first, then decide if we push or bounce. See ya. Keep your ears open. If we do escape, don't throw shade at us. After thinking, he spoke slowly. I've already braced myself for the worst-case scenario. Xingu side-eyed Seiha, thinking, if I bail, the monsters probably won't kill him, but he'll just camp in the lobby until he starves to death. He knew Arin and Seiha's power levels like the back of his hand. Seiha should know how screwed we are, yet he's chilling. Not many peeps can just accept their own death like that. Even after logging out, maybe because they've both raided high-tier dungeons like the ones in New York, their mindset is just built different. He finally concluded, might just be a them thing. Xingu finally chimed in. Don't kill his vibes so early, we haven't even gone inside yet. But right then, a noise echoed, grabbing his attention. Xingu suddenly got furious, grinding his teeth. He whipped out his weapon, ready to throw hands immediately. Arin was low-key shook seeing him like that. She'd never seen him this stressed. She quickly asked Seiha, which dungeon made you log out anyway? He rubbed his chin and said, I logged out from a level 29 dungeon called the Tiny Battlefield. I had to face off against a high-tier boss named the Iron Grand Demon General. Arin's eyes popped out, and her face went pale instantly. The Tiny Battlefield. Arin couldn't wrap her head around Seiha's choice. Why on earth would you pick that spot? Suddenly, Xingu called out, Arin, you know that place. Just mentioning it made Arin shiver uncontrollably. In my 10 years gaming, there are a few dungeons that are just built different. I retired at level 32, and aside from that level 30 dungeon earlier, the level 26 one was the hardest I've ever seen. Her anger flared up again. Arin grilled Seiya. Why did you go in there, huh? There's another level, 26 dungeon back in the States. He looked confused, not knowing what to say. But Xingu suddenly went silent, deep in thought while those two argued. The loot for clearing Tiny Battlefield is way bigger. Who cares about the loot? Seiha looked awkward. The guild wants to speedrun everything, so they're treating low-level members like garbage. Arin asked why, but the answer she got was a total curveball. To fill the empty spot you left behind. The whole room went dead silent, not a sound. Arin looked like she was losing it, blaming herself. Wait, is this all on me? Later, Xingu had to listen to a detailed breakdown to kinda understand the situation. According to Arin, Tiny Battlefield is a dungeon where players step into a war zone to decide the fate of that world and take down the main boss. Obviously, the difficulty level is no joke. It's crawling with monsters and famous for high-tier mobs. According to the OGs, there's a high-level monster there even scarier than the boss named the Iron Steel Snake. His name is the Iron Grand Demon General. He's not called the boss of bosses for nothing. The Iron Demon is buffed by magical machinery, and the general controls that power perfectly thanks to decades of combat experience. Arin seriously warned Xingu not to sleep on this enemy. Usually, you just watch for a few repeated moves, hit hard, and you can clap the boss. But you can take down the Iron Grand Demon General with just book smarts. His invincible armor power gets scarier the more you talk about it. Even his squad of Iron Demons has put tons of players in the hospital because of their insane strength and combat skills. I know this because I've actually thrown hands with them. Even my main crew had to dodge those Iron Demons. Seiha awkwardly scratched his head, agreeing. Yeah, same here. Mentioning this, he turned and bowed to apologize to her. My bad, I'm sorry for letting everyone down. Xingu felt a bit awkward seeing this and made a bold guess. Maybe the Cyclone Guild is super obsessed with rank. Arin got serious with him. Xingu, I think we should dip. I feel bad for Seiya, but this is a worst-case scenario. Arin knew her teammate was stubborn as a mule, so she tried to use logic. Even the Iron Demon soldiers are over level 150, and the general is probably around 180. If you get too cocky, you're gonna get wrecked. I know you've clapped some strong monsters, but the big black wolf and the centipede boss were only around level 100, and that evil spirit was maybe level 120. She emphasized how OP these new guys were. These demons could wipe the floor with the monsters I just mentioned, but it looked like Xingu wasn't listening at all. Yeah, same here, fam. Arin just face-palmed and sighed. Geez. Finally, my turn to speak. What's the big deal? The soldiers are level 150. You're seriously underestimating this vibe. He stated it with total confidence. That is only 30 levels higher than that ghost dude. Plus, they re-armored, right mechanical armor, I can just torch that. Arin was officially done with him. If we were just talking stats, sure, whatever. Seiya stood there watching her lose hope. He cut in. Excuse me, can I ask what level you are? Bro, Xingu grinned. 2. Arin knew that sounded sus, so she jumped in. He's not a normal level 2. Okay, then she quickly changed the subject to distract them. Anyway, the enemy is way harder than we think. I can take this anymore. Hand over the return gem. Xingu didn't get it. Return gem. What's that for? She got serious and explained. I know it's a consumable item you got for hitting an S rank clear, but it's a legendary item that can save the whole squad when used. Speaking as a pro gamer, in Sky City, where player safety is number 1, it's not easy to clear missions above D rank. You constantly getting S ranks is super weird. Xingu started connecting the dots. In your case, just keeping a B rank completion is insane. Arin nodded. Exactly. And the return gem is ultra rare. That's when he figured out her plan. So you plan to pop it when I am in trouble so we can bail together? She nodded firmly. Yup. Since she was used to her teammate being a loose cannon, she called him out. Looking at you, I just know. You won't be able to stay chill and decide when to escape. Xingu tried to play dumb, scratching his cheek like he was innocent. Why you gotta say that Arin didn't hold back, hitting him with the hard truth. You just hyped because you found an enemy stronger than anyone you've ever faced. Even though she caught him red-handed, he tried to play the victim. Come on, I know how to value my life. I'll use the return gem if things get too sketchy, I swear. Do you really have to roast me like that? Arin had seen way too many close calls to buy whatever he was selling. His definition of safe was totally whack. She stopped physically blocking him, but definitely gave him the death stare. If you pop that skill, when I'm not actually in trouble, prepare to get cancelled. Singh just grit his teeth and took the L. He couldn't resist the hype of that massive gate standing right in front of him. Arin flipped the switch to full support mode. Seiya, you out of juice, bro. Fall back. You can't even ambush a creep right now. Just then, the image of the boss, Gaziak, flashed in their minds. Looks like he smelled fresh meat. At the same time, Singh caught the exact same vibe. The giant doors slowly creaked open. He knew the guy was expecting him. Rocking that usual main character confidence, he was pumped for a brawl. You opened for business. Blinding light flooded the room. Looking like a flashbang went off. Gaziak was already standing there, camping the spawn point to welcome them. Yo, human. It's been a minute since I saw someone with actual reflex, skills, and that warrior drip. He didn't rush in, started with some real talk instead. I'm impressed, but also kinda confused. You know I'm overpowered, right? So why slide into my DMs? Singh flashed his trademark smirk and casually dropped. I honestly don't know. Instantly, his eyes lit up like he just chugged 5 energy drinks and found a new purpose in life. Ignoring the chill villain, he tightened his grip on the hammer, channeling mana until a fiery aura wrapped around Singh's body like a shonen anime power-up. He was mentally prepped for a fight that was going to be absolute fire. I've never met anyone who could bench press more than me. Always wondered what would happen if I did, but if I just speedrun away, I'll never find out, right? Gaziak looked like he just heard the best joke of the century, grinning ear to ear. He casually swung his axe, ready to clap back. Okay, I am actually vibing with you now. That is that warrior mindset. Seiya, watching this unfold, felt a major red flag waving. Singh's mana pool looked shallow. Level 26, and he's running on fumes. Yo, Arin, what is the deal? She wasn't blind to it. Yeah, I know, Seiya. Brother Singh's mana regen is painfully slow, and with his whatever attitude, he probably hasn't even bothered to check his stats. He's totally clueless. Arin figured his build was just built different from normal players. I think it glitches because his physical strength is so broken, but don't get it twisted, he knows how to work with what he's got. Even though she roasts him for being a battle junkie, she's low-key proud of her squad. You were gonna be shook by what he can do on 0 mana. Seiya listened to her, hype him up, and just got more confused. Insane physical strength. Meanwhile, the 1v1 on Singh's side had officially started. True to form, he didn't hesitate to trash talk. Come get some. Gaziak was about to lose the volume war and screamed louder. Let's go. Human Singh launched himself forward, moving like the wind. The demon was ready, axe raised, looking to score a critical hit on his opponent. As Xing closed the gap, the boss unleashed a clean slash. He reacted with godlike reflexes, blocking with his black wolf claw. The impact was massive, sending sparks flying like 4th of July fireworks. Both of them shuddered from the collision. Xing grit his teeth, took a deep breath, and braced his whole body. They both backed off to reset the neutral game and keep a safe distance. Xing's eyes went full beast mode, and he let out a roar that shook the server. Gaziak, obviously not one to back down, clapped back with a roar that rattled the whole room. Sehat and Arin watched from the sidelines, getting goosebumps. It was crazy they couldn't tell who the actual monster was anymore. A flashback hit Xing, remembering some punk trying to bully him back in the day. Since I spawned in this world, I've never lost a strength check, but I snapped my fingers and sent that dude flying through a brick wall. To be real, I've never even had a chance to use my full ult. Xing's mind was racing, picturing shattered boulders. I've smashed stuff the size of a truck, but I've never actually tried. Back in reality, he put max effort into his black wolf claw, thinking he finally found someone in his weight class. But this was different. Gaziak laughed, raising his weapon to return the favor. Xing was unfolding, prepping his strike. Bam, the hammers collided, creating a blinding flash. I finally met a guy where my cheat code strength doesn't work. Subconsciously, he checked his status. Even though he was a sleeper build player, the image of his own shocked face and his mana-buff body flashed in his mind. Suddenly, his body started glowing, eyes rolling back white like he was ascending. He felt stronger than ever, but Gaziak was still holding his ground. Xing couldn't put a scratch on the Iron Great Demon. That is when the boss started trolling. "You're kind of weak, but your tech is decent." Xing grinned through grit teeth like he was looking down on him. Finally, a chance to flex his skills instead of just raw muscle. His face went stone cold, full of determination. "Nobody has ever called me weak before. Honestly, I don't hate it." Xing threw a move at the enemy. Gaziak blocked it like it was nothing. Ha! Every time he saw the enemy as power, Xing monologued about how he learned every martial art as a kid just to control his own glitchy strength. "I studied hard, but nobody knew. My ego was huge. I thought I could end anyone with just a pinky finger." He thought back to when he first entered Sky City, and the grind hadn't changed since he started raiding dungeons. He remembered all the mobs he farmed easily. Whether it was the werewolves in the tutorial dungeon or those annoying goblins, one punch, that is all it took. Memories shifted to Saba and Bo Chun, giant bosses he couldn't use fancy moves on. Then his mindset shifted to the positive. But hey, there's a bright side. My reputation is basically the strong guy now. After his mental TED talk, he concluded, "Humans are always evolving. I want to prove that I was born with it, but I also worked for it." Determination snapped. Xing back to the battle, his posture way sharper now, pure technique. This fight was unlocking core memories of all his past grind. "I grinded combat technique because I am not exactly a genius." Images flashed of Xing studying, playing chess, and even painting. A true Renaissance man. "I wanted to prove I am not just a meathead. I wanted to level up by trying new things." Bam, mid-thought, he got smacked into a boulder behind him. He bounced right back up. "Nah, that ain't it." He recklessly charged Gaziak again like he had infinite lives. "That backstory is too boring. Sounds kind of lame, actually. But I know for a fact that grinding without talent has terrible ROI." He gripped the black wolf claw, ready to risk it all. "So, the things I care about aren't the ones I have to struggle for." His eyes sharpened up, looking fierce. "I'm not just a damage dealer. I want people to know I've got other skills in my bag." All his thoughts crashed together. "I am smart, and I am jacked. And I only want one thing." Finally, the suppressed feelings exploded out of him. "I just want to prove I am built different." Watching from the nosebleed section, Seha and Arin had to give him props. Actually pretty savage. "Yeah, looks like it." She smiled, cheeks blushing with pride. Brother Xing was going through something way more important than just farming XP. Meanwhile, Gaziak kept throwing shade. "Xing, your dodge game is on point." "But how can a great demon use moves like that?" Xing fired back, not letting him have the last word. "You were not too shabby yourself." As soon as he said that, Gaziak went silent, then roared, dumping all his rage onto Xing. "Your hits are too weak for me to care." The sheer pressure made Xing hesitate. A single drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Yo, for the first time in my life, I actually dodged because I was straight up terrified. All those crazy training montages flashed back in my head. I learned all the moves, but I never thought I'd actually have to pop them off. In real life until now." Caught myself mumbling like a weirdo. Dang, didn't know I had those moves in my bag. Feels like this is the first time I am actually taking the grind seriously, you know. Shu spins around, winding up for a hit that feels totally overkill for practice but necessary for survival. Veins popping out like roadmaps on his arms. My senses are tingling. every muscle fiber waking up one by one like, let's go. Boom, Shu lands a clean shot right on Gazak's chest. Big win for the home team. The dude's actually laughing about it. I knew grinding this dungeon was going to be lit from day one. Arin's reading the room like a pro. She catches every vibe from a mile away. Seha completely speechless, brain buffering. Shu takes the opening and smashes Gazak right in the leg. That hit dropped him. The big guy is down, clutching his leg and howling. Not bad, kid. Gazak looks like he's questioning his entire existence right now. Most normies don't know how to handle a hammer like that, but Arin breaks it down. Mixing weapons with martial arts, that's his cheat code to beat the game. She looks at him like he's the coolest thing since sliced bread. Has got this anime protagonist dream of being the strongest in the server, and it's actually working. Gazak gets salty and swings his hammer for a counter. Shu dodges it effortlessly. He screams, "Read you like a book, bro." Then bam, smashes the black wolf claw right into Gazak's face. That shot was a straight-up one-hit KO. And just like that, faded. Seha and Arin are standing there, jaws on the floor, pog-faced. Shu just points at himself like, yeah, I'm the MVP. Turns out Yuri's still trash compared to me. Gazak is sprawled out on the floor. Shu lets out a breath, finally relaxing after that intense boss battle. Meanwhile, Seha is shaking like a leaf, total system shock. He went 1v1 with an iron archdemon. I didn't even know that was legal. Arin just nervously laughs along. I mean, aren't those things basically raid bosses? He starts ranting like a kid who lost his lunch money. It's not cause they spam magic or have some broken elemental buff or use cheese strats with traps. He looks over at Gazak, who's out cold and leaking from his nose. It's their stats, max strength, max defense, and they use their hitbox and weapons in ways players can even comprehend. Seha is gripping his hands, freaking out. That's why nobody messes with iron archdemons without tier 10 skills and heavy artillery. Barely anyone can take them with just hands. Then he flips the switch, turning into a total fanboy, cheeks blushing and everything. I can believe he traded blows with that monster. He stares at Xu's back, sizing him up. I'm supposed to be the main DPS carry, but I'm not even in the same league as Shu. His voice cracks a bit, fist clenching. Even as a top-tier guild warrior, he turns to Arin, trying to act chill. If I actually focused on technique instead of just XP farming and skill spamming, maybe I'd be good. Suddenly, Gazak's eyes snap open. The boss is entering phase 2. Shu holds his ground, but the vibe check fails immediately. The other two are sweating bullets, but Shu gives him the side eye. Morning, sunshine. Enjoy your nap. Gazak finally manages to speak. You think I'm your training dummy? Gazak growls. Shu claps back. If you don't like it, get good, scrub. Gazak gets so mad he snorts blood out. Gross. Then he unleashes a combo chain. Sue brings out the black wolf claws, looking absolutely demonic. Seha is terrified just watching. Wait, why'd he stop moving? Hold up, Shu just shanked him right in the gut. Gazak is stunned, looking at the damage like. Since when does he have fire buffs? His tone switches to hype mode. Oh snap, iron archdemons are weak to fire and explosives. That's why they wear that heavy plate armor. Arin finishes the thought, but that armor can block magic fire. Gazak isn't quitting though, still running his mouth. You think a little melted metal is gonna stop me? Shu doesn't even care. He spins for another critical strike. The fire is just for style points. Bam, he hits Gazak so hard it knocks his weapon flying with a deafening clang. He pulls back the black wolf claw. Here comes the real finisher. He aims straight for the neck. Game over. Silence falls over the arena. Gazak drops to his knees. Shu is wheezing, completely gassed. He looks at the boss and thinks, seriously, Gazak's face is messed up, but he's still got that arrogant smirk. Dude is still alive. Shu straightens up. I won the round, but that's not enough. If I can finish him, I can clear the dungeon. He pictures the horde. If one of these guys push me to my limit, how am I going to handle a whole raid full of them later on? He starts theory crafting. I am underleveled, undergeared, and a noob. Haven't felt this helpless in ages. I need a recharge. Shu points a finger right at Gazak. Next time, I'm deleting you from the server. Count on it. Gazak looks surprised, then grins like a creep. Gazak bows down. Finish it. Sue is shook. Seha and Arin are totally lost. Wait, what? Gazak explains slowly. I can feel the mana here. He pauses for dramatic effect. It's gonna burst onto the surface world. He looks super serious, eyebrows locked. When the mana overflows, we invade. Shu realizes, wait, he's talking about the raid on Sanha town. Shu imagines the NPCs getting slaughtered. Gazak raises his hand, summoning 3 orbs. But if you frag me now, the mana fades and the invasion gets delayed. He looks Shu in the eye. However, the dungeon mana will respawn me with full memory and a new body. You better be ready for the rematch. He laughs. giving Shu mad respect. I get a new body, you get a better fight. Sounds like a win-win, right? Shu is stunned. The other two are freaking out. Then Shu grins. I got you. Gazak looks at him like a proud dad, way different from before. Level up fast, young blood. Shu grips his black wolf claw. Don't worry, I'll be max level in no time. Slash. He ends it. Gazak turns into loot smoke. Okay, I think I figured out the mechanics of this dungeon. Shu heads for the exit where his party is waiting. Let's bounce. Shu tosses a cardboard box on the ground. Seiha is standing in a pile of boxes, looking totally done with life. Shu points at the stash. I am dumping my whole inventory of food for you. Seiha sighs. Sure, whatever. Shu scratches his chin, making a goofy face. Don't worry about running out. Even if you die, you will just respawn as a ghost. Seiha forces a smile. Gee, thanks. Just try to come back before I actually kick the bucket. Okay. Cut to the city. Some dude is cruising in an orange whip when bam, a giant gold portal opens right in front of him. The driver probably needed a change of pants after that. Zero hesitation, that driver peeled out like he stole the car. Meanwhile, Xingu and Arin stepped out of that golden gate, totally clueless. Woo, he broke into a cold sweat just looking at her. That was way too close. Can believe we spawned right back on the street where we caught the cab. Escape stone, coming in clutch. Huh. Xingu clutched his head and let out a heavy sigh. Phew. Seeing him drained, Arin went full nurse mode. You okay? Need a heal? Nah, I'm good. Just chill for a sec. Let's hit the rest area. He brushed it off and strutted away, trying to look cool. Arin floated right behind him like a ghost. Right now, he needed to get his head in the game. Xingu's silence was stressing Arin out. Back at the safe house, just the two of them, he changed into fresh gear and sat on the bed to spill the tea. I didn't think I'd get bodied that hard, he admitted. Despite the pep talk, he knew the score, he barely survived. Xingu was feeling pretty low, basically roasting himself. Rewinding the fight in his head, he realized if I hadn't spammed fire, that thing would have had me for lunch. Even if that move worked, it was a total fluke. Visions of a game over screen blood everywhere flashed in his mind. I was an idiot to think I could solo a great demon with a one-trick pony strategy. Xingu snapped out of it and looked Arin dead in the eye. I need to grind. Hard. It's not just about that demon, it's about surviving the endgame. He pictured that savage with the hammer. That nightmare was only in a level 26 dungeon. In the actual Sky City raids, there's probably an army of monsters way worse than that. I can even wrap my head around it. Xingu zoned out, replaying the battle tape. I gotta admit, that Iron Great Demon was on a whole other level of power, like, glitched, stat strong. I feel like such a noob for flexing over a few levels and beating trash mobs in Sandtown. He shook his head, shifting his focus back to Arin. Even Arin here is an OG vet who ran dungeons 6 levels higher than this. Just thinking about the power gap was draining. And there are hundreds of players stronger than her. Man, I've got a marathon ahead of me. So many OP players out there. Suddenly, Xingu started chuckling. A low, creepy laugh that sounded borderline unhinged. Arin actually jumped. There are definitely dungeons past. Level 32, he muttered. If I accept I am just an NPC compared to them. He looked up, fire in his eyes. No, I can just sit here and do nothing. Xingu stood up and stretched, his mojo completely back. First, I dominate the demons. Then, I take down the Iron Great Demon General. Arin floated around him, confused. Why do you look so hyped all of a sudden? I thought you'd be in your emo phase right now. Xingu winked at her, radiating pure confidence. Just because there are whales out there doesn't mean I'm trash. I don't need to change who I am. Arin had to respect the hustle. The key was realizing he wasn't capped out, he could still level up. He knew the problem, and he had the grind set to fix it. Xingu closed his eyes, getting philosophical. Honestly, I am stoked I became a player. It means I can actually upgrade myself. He flashed a bright smile, like the trauma never happened. He genuinely believed it. Arin couldn't help but smile back, catching some feels. She took the chance to roast him. So, your coping mechanism is telling yourself you will get swole after taking an L. She covered her mouth, giggling. You re-cute, like a little kid. Xingu turned tomato red. Zip it, you. He ducked into the bathroom to wash up. A bit later, he came out towel drying his hair and dropped the plan. Priority 1, power leveling. As soon as possible. Obvi. But grinding levels isn't enough. She got serious, dropping some knowledge. Real gains start when you face your weak spots. She agreed with his vibe but needed to add a footnote. Like today, your combat mechanics leveled up big time fighting that demon, but Xingu wasn't celebrating. He stared at his hand, still feeling the phantom heat, still not enough. I need more experience. More drills. Right now, he clenched his fist, ready to punch a wall. Arin smiled like a wise mentor and finished his sentence. Skills, especially passive skills. She crossed her arms, looking like a strict but adorable professor. Active skills and passive skills might sound similar, but they read totally different beasts. Active skills happen when you spam mana the exact same way over and over. It burns a specific circuit into your soul. Arin broke it down like a YouTube tutorial. That's why they don't show on the outside easily, but the mana spike when you cast them huge. To prove her point, she casually popped a skill while lecturing. Passive skills. They read always online. The mana morphs into a permanent shape and settles inside your body. She gestured to Xingu to demonstrate. Like your Chaos, Tail, or Soul collection, those are visible flexes. She pictured Xingu's chest glowing like Iron Man. You might not feel it since you re-noob with them, but your other passives have crystallized into mana gems. You're basically sparkling like a constellation. Xingu, listening intently, couldn't hold back his excitement. So if I get in tune with them and master the flow, I level up my base stats. Xingu clenched his fist again, face full of determination. I can craft passive skills just like I did with active ones. Right? Arin didn't let him ride that high. I'm sure you know this, but that's like nightmare difficulty. Most players loot passives from dungeons or get them as achievement rewards. She gave him that serious look again. Let's break down the power tiers. The lucky few who roll combat-focused passives, especially weapon buffs, grind those skills to reach god-tier power. We re-talking guild leaders here. She explained the biomechanics. A passive skill is only influenced by your mana the moment you create it. After that, it works on autopilot, doesn't matter how much mana you have left. You can trust it like your own arm. Xingu, curious, cut her off. So you re-saying I am growing new limbs. He got in Arin's face. If I just compress the mana inside me and shape it for a specific job. Isn't that a homemade passive skill? You make it sound so easy, it's annoying. She glared at him, tough love style. Do you realize how insane that is? You've never actually manipulated raw mana in your life. Xingu totally ignored the red flags. Full send. I'm going to try creating a passive related to weapons and physique first. Watch me. I knew he stopped listening 5 seconds ago. Helpless, Arin turned to her inner monologue. To craft a passive, you need more than just good mana control. You need a deep, fundamental understanding of the ability you re-trying to solidify. It's not a hack, she decided to intervene. Yo, Xingu, before you start cooking, one major detail. What suddenly? Arin pointed a finger right at his chest. Your mana pool. It's too shallow. You don't have the juice to even attempt a passive. Xingu froze, buffering in real life. Arin went on a rant longer than the terms of service, leaving Xingu spinning. Plus, every time you create a passive, you permanently burn a chunk of your max mana. Gone. Forever. You're already running on empty. If you make a passive, you might brick your build and not have enough mana to cast your active skills. He couldn't argue. Low mana is always the bottleneck. He went into deep thought and found the only solution. There's only one play here. Slow and steady wins the race. I need to clear dungeons. I'll power level by wiping out every dungeon I see. I'll abuse my broken physical stats, grind my weapon mastery on monsters, and then use my mana to craft passives. Of course, Xingu couldn't forget the most critical condition. The main priority right now, knocking out this to-do list before my ride completely bricks itself. Suddenly, that memory of him smiling hits me like a truck. Don't you dare forget me. I lean against the wall, channeling my inner brooding CEO, full main character energy. Now that I've unlocked the answer, it's go time. We need to raid as many dungeons as possible before the accumulated essence bar hits 0. Arin hits me with that skeptical side eye. Wait, you want to dip right now? Bet, Xingu confirms instantly. This mission isn't just about us. It's dead serious. We gotta hustle if we want to save your squad. 0 time to waste. I stride over to my beloved whip. Let's roll. Arin is already cozy in my pocket, putting her hands together and praying to the RNG gods for some easy dungeons. Just as Xingu's about to strap on his helmet, a noise cuts through the air. Breaking news about players. The massive jumbotron on the nearby building is flashing the latest update. Every player who bailed out using escape stones is reporting the same thing. The difficulty spike is insane. Even the Cyclone Guild, the biggest clan in Korea, announced they took a massive L, despite being fully prepped. They mentioned Seha's passing too, but the guild lost a ton of members, including John Seha. They re-saying this difficulty buff coincides perfectly with monsters going berserk all over the globe. It doesn't stop there. Trending topics are updating in real time. Hot news for everyone on Earth, the number of winged ones, A.K.A. players, is skyrocketing. We haven't seen numbers like this in ages. According to their data mining, Korea alone just clocked in 1,000 new cases. Compare that to other countries, and the numbers are even wilder. Hundreds of thousands of new awakenings worldwide. It's lighting a spark of hope for everyone getting wrecked by these monster waves. But the comments section is split on whether this is actually a W or not. Xingu hasn't peeled out yet. He's glued to the broadcast. Players can rake in millions in the dungeons, but where's that cash flow coming from? And why isn't inflation destroying the economy despite the massive loot drops? Reporter Kim Yan is investigating. Heard enough, Xingu revs the engine, and the red bike zooms down the highway. It's like the system is spawning new players globally just to balance out the monster invasion. It's the cycle of life. Folks, looks like we're about to witness a server-wide purge. Meanwhile, Sky City Dungeons just got a level cap increase. Veterans with 10 years of experience are logging out permanently, and newbie candidates can even clear the tutorial dungeons. After all these earth-shattering events, the meta is shifting. Sky City, which everyone used to hate, is now influencing the real world, and trust in players is trending up. Xingu drops a final truth bomb, basically. The more players retire, the more dungeons pop up. Smells like a doomsday event is loading. Suddenly, he feels a disturbance in the force. His sixth sense is cracked. Sure enough, a dungeon entrance is glowing right there on the sidewalk. But wait, there's more. One in the kids' playground, one at the park fountain, and another one spawning exactly where Xingu parked. He's shook. I don't even need a scanner for this. Arin is totally baffled by this glitch in the Matrix. Agreed. He whips out his phone to search. He figures there are at least 20 in Seoul alone and dozens across the country. This explosion of gates is giving her major anxiety. She's too scared to even check the global count. With her veteran instincts, she realizes the grim reality: the actual number of competent new players is low. Most of these weak newbies are getting wiped in the tutorials. The thought weighs on Arin like a ton of bricks. She's stressing out big time. The OGs told them to take the basic training courses, but you know how it is, some people just never listen. And since the tutorial difficulty got a shadow buff, rookies can clear it with just guts and heroism. Xingu, on the other hand, is worryingly optimistic. To him, this looks like an all-you-can-eat dungeon buffet. He's not scared at all. He's actually vibing with it. Oh man, world S full of easy loot. His curiosity is peaking. He can wait. Where do we start? Arin reads the room instantly. Let's do the easiest one. Xingu pretends his audio cut out. I need to grind my combat skills, so we should skip the noob levels. Those are obviously tutorial dungeons. She's mad but tries again. Let's start with the easiest one. He continues his solo monologue like he is on a podcast. We should pick something at least normal, rank, right? Arin loses it, zero chill left, and screams, I said pick the easiest one. Xingu is salty about it. He's thinking, I wanted to fight something epic like the Iron Archdemon, but I can be sure until I enter. But seeing the murderous look in her eyes, yeah, that is terrifying. So, maybe just a similar level. Then he finally folds. Damn it, no choice. Guess I gotta listen to you. Arin cools down but drops a savage line, I literally hate you right now. Xingu starts min-maxing his strategy. I can still grind my skills in low-level dungeons. XP is XP, and I can still farm essence. If I can get quality loot, I'll just spam quantity. The system pops up a notification. Ant Cave number 231, slime type, time limit 3 hours. He stomps into the dungeon with confidence. The silence is making Xingu twitchy. He keeps complaining, I just picked a random safe one. But seriously, not a single soul in here. Suddenly, something on the ground catches his eye. A mob of slimes is slowly oozing toward him. He's never flinched at boss monsters, but facing these slimy blobs, he's internally screaming. Gross. Xingu swallows his panic and asks his teammate, is this the slime I think it is? Arin analyzes them seriously. Yup, I had to clear a bunch of these when I was a noob. Lord dump slimes are the classic weak mobs in every fantasy RPG, but if you look at their biology, they were actually built different. Immune to physical damage, highly corrosive acid, and they always swarm to Zerg rush everything. That's the theory. Anyway. But compared to Xingu's stats, Arin is confident. These guys, nah. Just poke 'em or smack 'em, and they redone. Honestly, stepping on them works too. Xingu, being the genius he is, gets it instantly. Bet. Suddenly, the slime squad screams and charges. He activates combat mode, feet glowing with energy. With the Black Wolf blade in hand, he aggressively dives into the enemy mosh pit. The slimes deal 0 damage to Xingu. The second they touch him, they pop like water balloons. I just have to run to clear this. What is this? Is this a mobile game for toddlers? To speedrun this, he pops his ultimate battle cry. The sound wave successfully aggroes the entire hive of slimes. Xingu just charges forward, letting his mana melt them. He realizes a profound truth. Some skills are just more broken against weak mobs. He's actually getting bored. This is too easy. Just group them up with battle cry and use charge. Good game. He could literally do this mission with his eyes closed. Who knew the charge skill dealt damage just by running? But Arin knows exactly why. It's not just the skill, bro. She's used to his OP strength. Your body is basically a living weapon. Xingu gets hyped from the compliment. I should grind these two skills in easy dungeons from now on. After a non-stop sprint, he spots the exit. Yo, what is up guys? I've got eyes on the boss room. These sticky slimes are jumping out to gank me, and my hands are literally twitching. I can wait any longer. Let's speedrun this dungeon. Arin is panicking in the back, yelling something. Wait up, she screams. Boom, a giant slime spawns right in my face, blocking the path. I'm not rushing this one. I lock in and analyze the enemy. Looks like a tank. Build one tackle isn't gonna delete this mob. I tighten my grip on the black wolf claw. It's time for a critical beatdown. Gotta chain the charge skill with retribution for max damage. Let's go. I rush forward. Claw ready to turn this blob into pixel dust. Suddenly, Arin flies over with a warning. Xingu, 2-second rule. The giant slime starts channeling mana to harden its body. It's buffing its defense with some kind of riot shield mesh. I ignored the meta and smashed it anyway. Whack. The thing dissolved into puddles like melted ice cream on hot asphalt. Arin is lagging in the back, totally frozen in shock. I kneel down, looking at the goo, and let out a huge sigh. Ugh, epic fail. It is super glitchy trying to switch skills when your mana is already locked in. I turn to Arin. Yo, does this thing have a special drop? She just gives me the loading screen face total confusion. I didn't say anything, she stammers. Just then, the system HUD pops up. Dungeon. Cleared, total time 17 minutes and 5 seconds. Kill count 341 slimes and 1 giant slime. Achievement unlocked, speed demon plus 5 agility. Not gonna lie, I'm vibing with this result. Unlocked a special achievement. I guess the strat really is just to speedrun these dungeons. That's a plus 5 agility boost, way better than the usual plus 2. I check my stats, feeling kinda sus about my own power. I honestly didn't know you could buff your stats just by grinding achievements. My muscles start twitching with the agility buff. Arin cuts into my internal monologue. You look like a glitchy NPC, Xingu. I'm like, nah, gains are gains, fam. But then, I spot something weird. A new system notification slides into view. You received a secret tip. Wait for it. You almost became a peace activist. I rub my chin, trying to calculate the logic here. I thought I'd get legendary loot, but it's just a tip, bro. I feel like a total noob. This info is so basic even a monkey at the zoo could figure it out. The system is definitely trolling me. I shake my head, this can't be real. Arin gets nervous, seeing me twitch. You good, fam? I put on my serious game face. It's nothing. If every dungeon has a boss, the grind is gonna take forever. And why is the difficulty hardcore while the messages are so positive? If there's a hidden message here, I gotta read the lore. The system drops more info. Rank F, B, clear bonus, giant slime essence. It's a crystal holding the boss S power. You can eat it for a power-up, but pro tip, if you consume it after the run, you unlock the boss S memories and stack up XP. The slime puddle dissolves under my boots. This conclusion feels way too easy for an unranked dungeon. Forget leveling up, getting an FB rank reward here feels like a bug. Is the game broken? Before I can theory craft, Arin chimes in again. I didn't think you'd actually get the loot drop. Turns out, it's the rank bonus. I am holding 3 shiny crystals, tiny, but packed with boss mana and memories. Even boss kills don't guarantee drops in low-tier zones, she says, winking like she is the wiki expert or something. Trying to 100% it in one run is greedy. Xingu. Plus, how many slime dungeons are left in the city? I ignore her question. Did she just call me greedy? Rude. I turn around, feeling salty. Oh, you re the pro now, fine. You hold them in your inventory. Just don't snack on them. Okay. Got it. I'm juggling the 3 crystals as I walk. Probably won't get a buff if I donate them all, so I'll stash them at the safe house. Then, big brain moment, farming low-level dungeons saves resources. Suddenly, a bright yellow triangle pops up. Dungeon ? Danger level very low. Arin jumps like she saw a ghost. Yo, a new map generated in just 20 minutes. I decide to troll her. Maybe as a server wipe event to reduce the population. Suddenly, this turned into a horror stream. I am terrified. I think back to Jia Chun and Bogan, and it hits me right in the feels. It sucks that so many ant nest dungeons spawn from those experiments. But camping here won't fix anything. Everyone knows you gotta risk it for the biscuit if you want to be OP. I clap my hands and burst out laughing. If they can handle the heat, they shouldn't be players. Plenty of dungeons for me to farm giant slime essence. I wink at Arin. Let's go loot goblin mode first. Bet. Let's find an easy spot. Cut to a rundown apartment complex on the strip. There's a hole like a giant anthill. System ping and area 237, rat paradise. Time limit 4 hours. We drop into the hole. 5 steps in, and I'm already whining. Why is it always me? Then, a creepy scratching noise makes Arin freeze up. Rats. Rats. She grabs her head, freaking out. Rat dungeons are absolute trash tier for noobs. I always dodge these lobbies, I grin. Wait, you scared of a little mouse? Arin pouts, defeated. Yes, okay, she starts venting. At least other mobs look like monsters. Beasts and hellhounds represent the brand, you know. I imagine a swole gym rat, but here, it's literal squeaky mice. She recalls past players. People get cocky in here because it looks easy, but that is a rookie mistake. Still confused. So do they Zerg rush us or what? Arin breaks it down for me. You slack off for 1 second, and you re-surrounded. No respawns. She's shaking like a leaf now. Swarms of them strip your gear, weapons, armor, shields, then they eat you. Arin starts muttering to herself, worst game over ever. I'm not buying the hype. Okay, but what about the boss mob? That triggered her. The boss is worse. Hundreds of giant rats spam attacking you. I pause, questioning reality. Wait, does that mean the individual mobs are nerfed compared to a normal boss? Yeah, but that's not the point. I cut her off with a villain laugh. No, Arin. My face lights up with pure hype. That is exactly the point. We hit a damp tunnel covered in slime. It smells so bad I have to plug my nose. Total vibe killer. Feels like we traveled back to the plague era in Europe. I am gonna yak. The darkness freaks Arin out, so she hops into my pocket like a little travel-sized doll. Ironically, she's rat-sized right now, which probably makes this map 10 times worse for her. Still, she does her job. See those glowing eyes in the dark, they recamping the spawn point. I'm chilling, though. Zero fear. These guys are trash mobs, easier than slimes. Arin like, say when I equip the black wolf claw and the poison fang. Hold up. Why are you gearing up, she asks. I grin. You really don't understand the meta, do you? I swap my hammer and gloves into the inventory. If I go in with just armor, I can attack. Does that make me a pacifist run player? I drop into a sprinter's stance. The plan, speedrun straight to the boss room before my mana drains. Hang on tight, Arin. I take a deep breath. It's go time. Let's roll. I launch myself deep into the dark tunnel. Immediately, a wave of gray rats rushes me, screeching like a broken audio file. The leader crashes into my leg, bam, explodes like a water balloon. Then the rest of them start body slamming me, popping like fireworks on impact. Yo, this game is straight up disrespecting my skills right now. The difficulty is a joke, Sin groaned, looking totally over it. These mobs kept rushing him before he could even pop his war cry. Honestly, this was easier than the slime demon boss fight. Every time a gray rat got deleted, loot dropped like it was Christmas morning. Arin was screaming reminders like a hype man. Grab the loot, but my guy didn't slow down. He was accelerating like a sports car on the freeway. We'll do a loot sweep after we clap the final boss, Sin said, dropping his game theory while throwing hands. Arin looked confused. Wait, the boss room already? Listen, when we cleared the last dungeon, we only bodied the slime demon using charge 1 weapon type, right? To prove my new theory, I gotta try something different for the stream. The system dropped a hint earlier, practically feeling sorry for me. So, what if I go full pacifist run, no weapons, start to finish? Never seen it done, so I gotta be the first. Imagine beating the dungeon just by running laps and letting the mobs hit me. Shin mused. Arin looked at him like he had 3 heads. Bro, you sound completely unhinged right now. Ouch, harsh. Sin gritted his teeth, feeling a bit salty, but he stuck to his logic. If I wipe them all out without technically attacking, I might unlock the Peace Prize achievement. Big brain energy. He was already miles deep into the run, with gray rats yeeting themselves at him like kamikaze pilots. I don't think charge counts as a melee strike, Sin reasoned. It's just a support skill, fam. Arin covered her ears, totally done with his nonsense. That S-cap. How is bulldozing everything in your path considered non-violent? Make it make sense. She was getting triggered, but then she realized. He actually could kill them all without throwing a punch. It fits Sin perfectly. The dude's entire body was basically a lethal weapon. From the dark depths, rats kept spawning like an infinite glitch, reminding Arin of those NYC subway rat videos, except way messier. I guess just because they re-monsters doesn't mean they have high IQs, Sin thought. Hundreds of rats had already exploded on impact. Ew, gross. Clean that up, Arin gagged, diving into his pocket to hide. Don't even look at me. I'm staying in here until we leave this dumpster fire. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shook the ground, thump, thump, and a squeal pierced the air. A massive rat, way bigger than the others, stepped up. Arin peeked out. Yo, that's a green rat. That's a high-tier mob. Her voice wobbled. It spreads diseases like crazy. Before she could finish warning him, Shin just ran straight through it, sending it to the Shadow Realm with 1 step. Ding system notification, charge level 7. Shin pumped his fist, hyped up. Let's go. The levels are flying up. Arin just wept silently in her pocket. You still care about that? Arin asked. Shin was buzzing with adrenaline, ready to dive into the enemy mosh pit. I can't believe I am leveling up just by doing cardio. His steps were heavy and rhythmic like a drumbeat. Higher level means more speed and less mana cost, Shin realized. At this point, this dungeon is just a glorified Planet Fitness for me. I should just keep charge active 24/7, Xin shouted. Arin panicked at the crazy idea. Don't you dare, you will burn out. Sin, being the chaotic neutral guy he is, ignored her, mastering these skills like a pro. Sounds lit, he grinned. Arin sighed, trying to bargain. Just, don't use punishment every day, okay? Suddenly, Sin noticed something. This map was way bigger than the slime dungeon. 2 paths appeared ahead. Arin started freaking out. Sin a fork in the road. Shin looked serious for a split second. You think I can pull a U-turn drift? Before Arin could process what that meant. Wait, what? Shin slammed on the gas, drifting into the right tunnel like he was in Tokyo Drift. Check that drift. Clean, right? Arin, however, was not vibing. I'm gonna hurl, she groaned. During this speedrun, Sin had unlocked a new skill, steering at high speeds without crashing. The key is vector control. Sin explained like a physics professor. If I know which muscles to trigger with mana, changing direction is easy peasy. He was abusing his God-given stats now. The momentum was still there, so he used it to pave the road with the endless stream of rats. The thought made him pause his internal monologue. Shin's battle-crazed eyes softened into confusion as he started thinking back to his pre-gamer days. I used to be cool with a mana-free life, lived like a normie for 24 years, he mused. Doubts started creeping in. Should I keep acting like this? Even as his body overflowed with mana, he kept running on autopilot, his brain cycling through skills and passives. Do I have to treat them like enemies? Sure, it looks like a game, but what if it's not? Sin wasn't built for these deep philosophical questions. He was a vibe-first guy. I can solve this puzzle right now, he decided, looking down at his tiny teammate dodging slime. Way too complicated for a speedrun. Pretty sure Arin wouldn't get it either. He shoved the thoughts aside. Whatever, all roads lead to charge anyway. Suddenly, Arin cheered up. Sin boss room ahead, but Sin hesitated. What about the leftover mobs back there? Arin shrugged. I think there's a few stragglers behind us. Hearing that, Shin pulled a pro gamer move, a high-speed 180 turn. U-turn, baby. The gray rats turned pale, seeing him come back. Shin laughed like a villain. You thought you could escape. Squish, squish. He cleared the map instantly. All right, 100% completion requirements met. Back to the boss, Arin panicked again. Sin, are you just gonna charge straight in? Full send, baby, Sin yelled. The slime on his clothes was annoying him. He just wanted to finish this and hit the showers. Arin was sobbing. Me too. The boss doors creaked open. Inside, rows of mutant rats stood in formation. Arin screamed at the smell and the sight. Whoa, hundreds of them, and they were bigger than cats. Sin's eyes went into predator mode. He dropped his signature catchphrase, come get some. The rats swarmed him like zombies, but Shin's destruction aura wiped the entire nest in under a minute. System charge level 8. Arin floated out, looking drained. I am never coming back to this dungeon. 0 stars. Sin sighed, nodding. Agreed. But first, time to check if my theory holds water. Sin opened his inventory and grabbed a water bottle. He dumped it over his head and shook his hair out like a wet dog. Arin watched him. You act just like a puppy sometimes. Sin wiped his face. Moment of truth. System notification pop-up, dungeon clear. Time, 15 minutes, 36 seconds. Just as predicted, the rewards hit. Special achievement, unlocked action for peace. Bonus reward, passive skill, killing intent. Level 1, combining mental, physical, and mana pressure. Boom. So, here's the breakdown on how this works. It's basically a skill that wrecks your mental and physical vibe, nerfing the enemy and totally freaking them out. If the damage output is high enough, it can straight up delete them. The higher you level up, the better you can control those killer vibes. Xingu is seriously crunching the numbers here, trying to figure out if the gap between his achievement level and the bonus rewards is actually worth risking his life for. Which is exactly what Arin had been thinking, and now she had the perfect excuse to roast him. See, I told you it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. But no, you were just obsessing over your shiny new power-up. But that killer aura is pretty dope. It weakens enemies without me even having to touch them. She couldn't really argue with that logic, so she just let out a heavy sigh. The only snag, he just unlocked it, so his control over it is basically 0. I am guessing that why you can T-spot a single human around here. Flashback to Xingu running around like a headless chicken and wrecking everything with his aura. Yeah, he felt that guilt trip hit him instantly because she was dropping straight facts. Of course, with an ego the size of Texas, he tried to dodge the blame. Hey, it's just a passive skill. Alright, and that's not the whole story. It's actually really good. It's a top-tier ability. He immediately deleted her complaints from his brain, mentally high-fiving himself. It's the ultimate passive because it mashes up physical stats, mana, and that mysterious X-factor called mental power. Seeing his power levels spike gave Xingu major hope for the future. If I actually study this skill, this natural gift I got just for being a total overachiever, it could be the perfect support tool to control and evolve my other powers. Arin, seeing him grinning like he just won the lottery, decided to hop on the hype train. I'm pretty sure it's S tier. I haven't heard of that one since back when I was an active player. His eyes lit up like high beams on a monster truck. Dude looked exactly like a kid on Christmas morning. She sighed again, giving him that look. 30% I give up. 70% you re-adorable. Suddenly, Xingu spotted something on his interface, and his jaw hit the floor. New system alert, rank F completion. Bonus loot. 2 regression stones, XP calculation done. That was kinda sus, making him go into deep thought mode. I didn't even level up this time. He started deducing like he was Sherlock Holmes' protege. Even though it was an F rank clear, all he got were 2 measly regression stones. His voice got shaky as he realized he didn't get any stat points, skills, or attribute boosts either. Arin saw his face and knew trouble was brewing. He paused for a few seconds, flashed a grin that looked down on the entire world, and then jumped to a hyped conclusion. That means I've still got 2 chances left. She instantly clocked his plan and screamed to cut him off. Xingu, are we seriously going back in the second you level up? For real? Xingu tilted his chin and shot the beauty a charming wink. Of course, you trust me, right? Arin didn't dare answer that. She just stayed silent and accepted her fate. He turned back to look at the gray rats that had just dissolved, leaving behind nothing but sparkly stones. Alright, time to vacuum up all this loot. Unlike Xingu's loot goblin energy, she clutched her head and groaned. I literally cannot believe this. Time flew faster than a greyhound chasing a rabbit. Boom, 1 week gone. Xingu's desperate screams echoed through the mountains like a banshee. He had cleared over 40 dungeons, so why the heck couldn't he unlock a single special achievement? The system flashes bio Xingu, illegal player, level 35. Finally, after an endless grind session, they decided to take a breather. He sat on the bed, still looking totally bummed out. Arin knew her teammate was in a toxic mood, so she tried to comfort him. Xingu, it's been 3 hours since you stepped into the rest zone. Maybe catch some ZS. But all she got back was more whining. Why are the skills so perfect? He was clutching his head in pure disappointment, trying to figure out the glitch. I actually like the leveling speed of the skills. And after I crushed a few giant slime dungeons and absorbed their essence, it just handed me an even harder skill. I mean, being built like a tank is great, and it'll probably save my bacon someday. The more he thought, the more confused he got until he officially blew a fuse. But why? Why can I get any more standout achievements? Arin scrambled to calm him down before he burned the house down. Hey, you can just force these things. Watching him overreact like a drama queen actually made her chuckle unintentionally. Your current stats are already freakish in my eyes. She finally sat him down to explain the meta. A normal player doesn't get 2 whole stat points for strength, agility, and stamina every single time they level up. That is considered super standard. They might get bonus points if they re-lucky or unlock a new achievement. Xingu stopped throwing his tantrum and actually tuned in. But mana stats usually only go up by 1.5 per level. It helps people control it easier. Arin pointed a finger right at his face for the final verdict. The way you level up is completely built different. You were never like the other players from the start. Your mana only goes up by 1 point per level, super tiny, super stingy. But here's the kicker, your physical stats go up by 2 points. That means you are way stronger than anyone else at your level. Xingu nodded like a good student, absorbing the lecture. The amount of mana isn't the big deal, it's how you use it. I don't know if it says because you were playing on an illegal account, or if you were just special like that. Suddenly, Arin paused, her voice dropping to a serious, dangerous tone. But, Xingu. Then she pulled a complete 180, cheering like a cheerleader. You're becoming stronger than every other player every time you level up. Hearing that, he froze, eyes popping out in shock. Seeing him buffering, Arin continued to reassure him. You might feel anxious right now, but I think this is actually a massive win for us. Even though Xingu hadn't said a word, she kept breaking down the logic. His leveling pattern was the ultimate proof. As a veteran with 10 years of XP, she knew the game mechanics inside out. Distribution is the highest tier of all mana-related skills. She smiled, checking his reaction. Leveling it up depends directly on how much your mana techniques grow. I know you're a master at controlling mana. Xingu was strangely quiet today, just sitting there in deep thought. Your growth rate is honestly way beyond anything I imagined. Arin didn't notice his silence and kept going with her TED talk. Yeah, you were killing it. Everything is perfect, so you can seriously just chill. Finally, he spoke up, voice ice cold. All right, maybe you rewrite. She thought he finally got it, but nope in one ear, out the other. That means we should head back to the Iron Demon dungeon. Right now. The smile on Arin's face froze solid. Girl looked like she got hit with a pause button. A second later, a soul-crushing scream echoed through the streets. In the blink of an eye, Xingu pulled his red stallion his bike out of inventory. Arin was still in shock, asking the same question over and over, refusing to accept reality. Are we seriously doing this? He slapped his helmet on, ready to roll. Yup, we can do this right now. And hey, if we don't go, he played the dirtiest card in the deck, hitting her weak spot. Your colleagues are gonna starve to death. Arin hesitated, still fishing for an excuse to stay home. I know we cleared most of the dungeons in Seoul, but that is barely a scratch compared to all the dungeons nationwide. We don't have to make the hardest decision of our lives right this second, but Xingu hit her with a firm nod. That is exactly why we have to go, which left her about 10 different kinds of confused. Xingu got serious, laying out his logic. I want to wipe that dungeon off the map before I leave Seoul. It's gonna be a massive headache if those monsters break out. Arin froze up again, struggling to find a comeback. He thought about those Iron Demons' fierce, trained warriors who absolutely love to throw hands. So, if they get loose, it's gonna be a non-stop slaughterhouse. I know Korea is crawling with high-level players, but still. Dude was kinda hesitant to spill the tea on what was stressing him out. But spoiler alert, the Archdemon wasn't even the final boss in his head. Arin felt he was totally tripping for no reason and tried to talk him down. But honestly, in 10 days, he was gonna level up so hard, those monsters wouldn't know what hit him. We still had a hot minute before the dungeons went nuclear. And let's be real, spending all that grind time together gave her a front row seat to see what this guy was really made of. His growth stats, absolutely broken, glitched out. Maybe he was just born ready for this OP arc. Suddenly, her brain started flooding with all these what-ifs like a Twitter feed on fire. Was it his non-stop hustle, his god-tier talent, or maybe a combo meal of everything? She was spiraling until Xingu's voice snapped her back to reality like a Discord notification. That is exactly why I got a dip. He stared at his hands rock solid and clenched them into a fist. Even if he couldn't one-shot the enemies yet, he still had a fighting chance to throw hands. The guy is stubborn as a mule. Once he sets his mind to something, it's locked in. Right now was the golden hour, the only shot to upgrade his physique and skills before the server wipe. Xingu spilled his guts while side-eyeing Arin's reaction. He hadn't faced any real sweats lately, just noobs. And he was about to ruin his streak, farming boring, low-level dungeons. He doubled down on his point like a true debater. This was the endgame moment he'd been camping for. The only chance to test his limits against the big bads. Arin wasn't the type to argue with a brick wall, so she just sighed and rolled with it. Fine, you win. Consider me sold. She muttered some self-blame, but deep down, she low-key wanted to hear him say it. So, you want to speedrun the nightmare difficulty dungeons to level up? Even though I told you to stick to the tutorial zones, she spun around and hit him with the million-dollar question one more time. You seriously gonna use an archdemon as a punching bag? He didn't even flinch. Bingo. Arin gave up trying to talk sense into this hardhead and just dropped some final wisdom. You say the creepiest stuff with a straight face. You know that. But before you bounce, I got a warning. Xingu actually tuned in for once. Lay it on me. What's good? As he spoke, he revved his bike and tore down the highway like he was auditioning for Fast and Furious, a certified downtown street racer. Watching traffic part like the Red Sea made him feel like he was driving an ambulance with the sirens on. Arin was already chilling in his jacket pocket. It's your passive skill, that murderous aura. That's literally why I told you to stay low-key. He scratched his head, looking a little guilty. My bad, fam. I tried to nerf it, I swear, but the glitch happened anyway. His mind was racing about HP and mana stats again. This skill tree was way too complex. He needed a wiki guide for this mess. Xingu had a game plan, but he hit a bug in the code. If things were chill, he could V away from keyboard D in the safe zone to figure this skill out. But ironically, the safe zone had everything he didn't need. And the loot he actually needed. Super rare drop rate. Same with time. Suddenly, Arin's eyes lit up like anime sparkles. Yo, we made it. He hopped off the bike like an action hero and stored it in his inventory instantly. Her gut feeling was on point. They were staring right at the dungeon entrance. The HUD popped up immediately. Advanced Archdemon Zone. Danger level extreme. We re-talking hardcore mode, guys. Xingu inspected the massive crack in the pavement. Maybe he'd been here in a past life or something, but that gate looked flimsy as heck. He could probably crack it open with a lazy tail whip. Zero hesitation, he smashed his chaos tail down like a hammer. I bet that tail has more apps installed than just smash stuff. Boom. The ground shook, debris flew everywhere, and he was like, all right, raid starts now. Just like that, they breezed into the lobby. Ant Tunnel, Advanced Demon Sector 84. The timer started ticking 72 hours to clear. Both of them paused. Say what? Xingu voiced the confusion. There's a time limit on this map. Arin's big brain started working overtime as she connected the dots. They aren't giving us any new game plus bonuses. Or maybe another player aggroed the ant cave and made the difficulty spike. Xingu felt a pang of guilt that sounded suspiciously like something he would cause. A dungeon getting harder just because he logged in. That is insane. Still, Xingu tried to mute that thought. What a ridiculous, annoying patch note. He strutted deeper into the darkness. So, if we pause, the whole level resets. Arin could sense the bad vibes radiating off this place. Major red flags, dude. We just need to drop an anonymous tip to the Whirlwind Guild later, he agreed, but side quests had to wait. First priority finding Seha. Using her sixth sense like a radar, she pinged their teammate's location. Lady's intuition remains undefeated. She pointed a finger. Target acquired, right there. Seha looked absolutely wrecked, like he pulled 3 all-nighters in a row and his snack stash was completely empty. Xingu saw the state of him and couldn't resist roasting him. You dead yet, bro? Seha jumped, looking awkward. Nah, not entirely. He looked at Arin with eyes that screamed, tell my mother I love her. I am trying to vibe with having no physical body. Give it time, I'll probably shrink down to Arin's size. Seha's eyes drooped shut, his voice fading out like a dying battery until he went silent. Arin, being the softie she is, got all emotional. Don't talk like that, Xingu is here now to carry. She noticed he looked thinner than a skeleton model in biology class. With a heavy heart, Seha got real. Honestly, I was shook, scared, and kinda jealous. Xingu wasn't as icy as his drip suggested. Seeing his squad mate down bad like this actually hurt. He looked like he was on 1 HP. Xingu hated seeing people game over in front of him, especially someone from his own guild. Arin read his mind and stepped in like a tutorial NPC to explain. You're not used to taking LS yet. Most players deal with losing teammates all the time. Seha chimed in, his voice barely a whisper. I'll camp here and wait. I know I should support, but he was acting like he had 0 mana left. I feel like I'll glitch out of existence if I leave this spot. Xingu raised an eyebrow, surprised. He turned away but barked an order at Arin. Even though I should help, Arin, you stay put too. He put on his signature arrogant mask to calm her down. Classic Xingu move. I can 1v1 an archdemon while babysitting you. She couldn't argue with that logic. She let out a frustrated sigh but made a counter-offer to seal the deal. Hand over the returned stone. Seeing she wasn't panicking anymore, he tossed it to her. Deal. But she quickly added a savage follow-up, I won't even need to use this trash. Her cheeks turned pinker than a cherry blossom filter. I dig the confidence, big guy. Arin clutched the stone tight. She was talking a big game, but inside she was trying to keep her cool. I don't think Xingu's gonna fold against a demon in a duel. He clapped them before when he was, like, 10 levels lower. But stopping the anxiety impossible. The real stress was the dungeon mechanics. Her worry turned into salty sarcasm. Let's see if you read this chill when you get ganked by 3 archdemons at once. Xingu kept his chin up, brimming with that main character energy. If I can drop them 1 by 1, easy. I back my skills 100%. 3 or 30, bring him on. Suddenly, the boss room gates creaked open. Light flooded the dark chamber. Huck Jian sniffed the air, trying to figure out who dared to enter his server. Seeing Xingu strut in like he owned the place, the demon just sneered. Ah, a human. The reaction was so weird, Xingu frowned until his eyebrows were basically making out. What was up with this NPC? Xingu expected a dramatic reunion or some trash talk, but Huck Jian was acting super sus. Why was he looking at Xingu like he was a total stranger? Did the devs wipe his memory? The demon just sat there, staring with pure contempt. It threw our usually cocky hero off his game. No way, Xingu thought. There's no way he doesn't remember the beatdown. Xingu went full stealth mode, scanning the op like he was reading the patch notes. Is this dude another boss-level demon? Huck Jian was frowning hard, squinting like he was trying to read the fine print, sizing our boy up from his kicks to his hairline. The vibe got super heavy, and for the first time, Xingu was actually sweating bullets, frozen like a laggy NPC. Just when he thought it was over, the guy finally breaks the silence. Yo, you a beast. You hit different compared to those other mutants. Those other guys had glitchy mana and were total glass cannons, but Huck Jian was hyping up Xingu's stats, solid build, pro-level skills. The demon actually roared with joy, flashing a grin full of razor-sharp, jagged teeth. This is insane. I didn't think a human player could actually be this cracked. Getting glazed by the enemy pushed Xingu to cloud 9, so he just awkwardly shrugged it off. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. But that little speech was a dead giveaway. Huck Jian was vibing on the same frequency. The second Xingu realized that, he gripped his black wolf gauntlet and launched himself forward like a homing missile. "Let's go," Xingu's war cry echoed through the room. "Hold this for me." Huk Jian just laughed, totally loving that he finally found a match with some actual clout. Brave rush, reckless, but not trash. The big guy stood up, squaring up for the counter. Xingu flared his mana, wrapping himself in a blazing energy aura like a Super Saiyan. He channeled his inner chi and roared, ready to drop the hammer. Huk Jian instantly felt the pressure, his body feeling like he was lagging in gravity. In a literal blink of an eye, Xingu landed a clean hit that sent the demon's helmet flying into the cheap seats. The metal hit the floor with a nasty ring clank, the demon was shook, one hit and the beast was officially triggered. "I didn't think I'd take an L on the very first exchange." Xingu saw the reaction and smirked. He was feeling himself. "Now I can stack combos using my momentum. It's a whole new game." He didn't hesitate to trash-talk the boss. "Yo, you still with us? Or did you disconnect?" Hu Qian was on the back foot, but he wasn't folding yet. He loaded up a simple but OP skill. "Don't get it twisted, Yuri not the only one with unique abilities." Xingu knew the guy was holding back, so he baited him. "I know. So prove it." The demon stopped playing nice, eyes glowing furious red. "All right, bet. Let me show you what a great demon is actually made of." Suddenly, Arin's tips popped into his head. Iron demons burn their mana to power their mech armor. But don't get it twisted, that doesn't mean they can cast spells. It was a passive ability that triggers when they taste fear. Right on cue, Hu Jian finished his transformation. This was the clutch moment Arin warned about, the racial passive. The guy just got a 200% buff and let out a server-shaking roar. Then whoosh, he moved faster than the frame rate could handle, leaving after images. Before Xingu could blink, that axe was millimeters from splitting his wig. Xingu managed to dash back, barely dodging the critical hit. The axe slammed down, cracking the pavement like a dropped phone screen. It left Xingu stunned for a sec. The big guy's agility just skyrocketed. He knew the boss was tough, but he got a little too cocky. That last strike was genuinely sus. Xingu forced himself to chill and started his internal monologue. "Okay, I see you. That's your passive skill." Huk Jian had to respect the hustle. "You really got the guts to tank the full power of a great demon head-on. I am starting to like you even more, kid." Despite the pressure, Xingu flashed a confident grin, already downloading the attack patterns for his next move. "Back when I was a noob, I couldn't even tell if an enemy had skills. But grinding against so many high-level mobs taught me a lot. The XP I gained from mastering my momentum control has turned into some serious power." Hu Qian was getting salty, seeing Xingu so chill. "If that is the best you got, you're never gonna clear this level." Xingu clapped back instantly. "That is exactly what I was gonna tell you, bro." No more talking, both warriors dashed in to settle the beef. Huk Jian threw a nasty face-level slash, but Xingu leaned back just in time. Xingu countered with a black wolf swipe, but the demon ducked it with ease. Xingu started styling on him, spinning the hammer like a fidget spinner to charge up a mana ring. He launched it, but the demon dodged, and the hammer buried itself in the floor. Xingu decided to ditch the weapon entirely. Quick thinking, Xingu used his distribution skill, rerouting all his energy into his shoulder. Bam! A direct shoulder check right into Huk Jian's solar plexus. The cheap shot caught him off guard, causing internal damage that made him cough up some gross goo. Before he could reboot, Xingu was already closing the gap again. That combo was super effective, and Xingu was loving it. "I boosted my speed with momentum and converted it all into raw punishment force the second my shoulder connected." Huk Jian went flying, ragdolling straight into the back wall. Xingu wiped the sweat off his forehead, giving props where props are due. "Phew, you actually cracked, my guy." Seeing the demon still gripping his weapon while face down, Xingu's toxic gamer side came out. "You were still clutching that axe, seriously." He poured salt in the wound. "Get up, bro. You still got some lessons to teach me, right?" Huk Jian stood there yapping. "Stats-wise, our strength is tied, but you regapping me on mana and skill." Suddenly, he started laughing like a maniac, pointing at himself, throwing a tantrum like a toddler who lost his iPad. "Come on, hit me. It's natural instinct for a monster to challenge the alpha." He screamed right in Xingu's face. "We don't stop until one of us is deleted." But Xingu just hit him with the most chill, unbothered smile. Arin was watching from the sidelines, stressing out. "I can do anything to help." She bit her lip. "I know, but I also can to picture Xingu posting a loss." Huk Jian glared, trying to bait him. "What's wrong? You too weak to finish the job." Xingu swiped his black wolf claw. "I am keeping you alive on purpose, dummy. Read the room, try harder." They clashed again, the fight turning into a chaotic brawl. The demon was screaming with every swing. "You look like you were actually having fun." Xingu flashed a savage grin. "I've never faced an opponent head-on and just let him walk away." Sparks flew as weapons clashed. Clang clang, Xingu was doing the math. I used to be so weak, I couldn't even make space between me and a mob. But this is different. He spun the black wolf claw like he was dancing in a TikTok edit. Every time we clash, every time I dodge and reconnect with my center, I can literally feel my XP bar filling up. The battle lust was written all over his face. The more he fought, the more energized he felt. It was addicting. He locked eyes with the raging Jian. I am trading blows with a legit iron great demon right now. But what's the endgame? Xingu stuck the landing, that swagger still locked in. If I keep leveling up like this, I can take on even crazier raid bosses. The dopamine hit from dominating an enemy was peaking. He couldn't help but say it out loud. Oh yeah, that is going to be absolute fire. Xingu went full aggro, closing the distance and burning mana like he had infinite cheat codes. This is it, clashing the full power enemies, deleting monsters. Nothing is going to stand in my way. The black wolf claw on his arm lit up like an RGB keyboard, syncing with his energy. I can chain every skill in my inventory, maybe even remix them into something new. Punishment style. Zero hesitation. Xingu wound up and slammed Jian into the dirt. His mental game was unbreakable. I can unlock whole new skill trees right now. The final blow was critical. The demon coughed blood, his armor looking like crushed soda cans. Looking at Jian flattened on the ground with zero fight left, Xingu hyped himself up. GG's. I took the W. I didn't even have to use my fire arts. I soloed him with just mana control and physical stats. But before he could celebrate too much, the demon lifted his head and wheezed out, I concede. Hux looked at Sing, totally gassed, and dropped some respect. Warrior, you already looted everything I had to offer. Your mechanics are flawless. He struggled to sit up, catching his breath. But sinking that beat down with your mana, you still gotta grind that part out. Xing rolled his eyes, like, tell me something I don't know. Hux stared at his busted hammer on the ground. That's exactly why I wanted to throw hands with you, Iron Archdemons. I needed the intel. But you guys don't even have a martial arts build. Xing looked down at Hux, who looked like absolute roadkill. You guys just spam basic attacks and rely on your tanky stats to secure the win. Xing smirked to himself. Joke's on them, built different in the exact same way. By now, Hux was finally recovering his HP a bit after that beatdown. Voice steady now, Hux pointed a finger at Xing. You want that flow state syncing with my heartbeat. That's S-tier loot, reserved for the few demons who survived the gulag 1,000 times. For a human main, you gotta unlock that path yourself. He squinted his eyes. You act all mysterious, but I can see you've already unlocked the tutorial for it. Xing blinked, caught off guard. The tutorial, then it hit him like a truck. Oh snap, he covered his mouth in disbelief. I think I just cracked the code. It was a total RNG drop that I got that skill, but I bet I'll farm the rest by the endgame. He grinned like a kid in a candy store. Man, farming these iron archdemons is the absolute meta. Xing turned to Hux, showing genuine props. Thanks for the walkthrough, big guy. GG's. Hux nodded back, chill now. I enjoyed the PvP, but heads up, human warrior. Hux thought about his squad back home. There's hundreds of mobs just like me, and some act like raid bosses compared to my stats. His eyes went wide, full of intensity. And the captain carries the whole team. Hux pointed again, serious mode. You gotta min-max your build if you want to solo them all. Xing just smirked, zero fear. Don sweat the small stuff. Wham, a hammer dropped. Black blood sprayed everywhere. Hux's avatar despawned into a pile of ash. Shouldering his black wolf claw, Xing dropped a cold line. 1v1 duels and dungeon speed runs, totally different gameplay loops. The ash settled, revealing a shiny red gem epic loot. You stuck to the basic combo strings and didn't even tap into your full mana pool. Right. Xing turned, walking away like an action movie hero. I kept my aggro low and didn't even ult with the black wolf claw. Arin finally zoomed in to inspect the drop on the ground. He looked back at where Hux got deleted and smiled. I wanted to beat that mini-boss using just my base stats, raw physicals, and mana control. Hugging the loot tight, Arin flew over to catch up. But that wasn't the only reason you stalled the fight. Xing's brain was still running analytics. I farmed enough data from him. I've perfectly analyzed the Iron Archdemon hitbox and moveset. I know exactly how to dodge their mechanics. He visualized standing at the entrance of a dark raid, planning his pathing. Snap, back to reality. Xing checked his HUD, half mana left. I think I need to start conserving my resources. Suspenseful music plays, he rubbed his chin, calculating. Arin stood there, blushing like an anime character. Should we camp here until our HP and mana are fully regepped? Nah, if I play passive, I'll never clear this dungeon. Gripping the black wolf claw with both hands, he made a call. I could use the return stone to heal at base, but wasting a legendary consumable on one mob. Total trash play. Mind made up, he hyped himself up. All right, let's rush the next room. Immediately, Xing went into strategy mode, face looking goofy with concentration. The dungeon layout had huge spacing between rooms. He made a ton of noise back there, but didn't pull any extra mobs. You should be glad about the bad AI. Arin chimed in. Xing ignored her. Or maybe they respected the 1v1 honor code and didn't third-party us. Arin burst out laughing at his naivety. Yeah. No, that's not how this game works. Arin switched to tutorial mode. Usually, dungeon rooms are separate instances. Mobs are locked in their zones. She explained it slowly, like talking to a noob. It's unwritten code. Unless you try to speedrun through rooms or break the map geometry, the mobs won't aggro first. Xing nodded. Copy that. Xing shot her a serious look. Good comms, Arin. Tail me, but stay one room back. She nodded obediently. I'll stay within AoE healing range. She pointed at herself, chest puffed out. I'm buffed enough now. A few heal spells won't drain my stamina bar. She looked at him intensely. You aren't the only one who leveled up. I've been grinding XP and clearing dungeons right beside you. Suddenly, Seta spawned in to join the chat. The support class scales with the carry. Seha lectured, adjusting his imaginary glasses. If the player levels up, the support gets the buff too. If you grind mana, Arin gets passive regen. Cheeks flushing, Arin cheered, let's 100% this dungeon. Xing didn't hesitate. Bet. But deep down, Arin felt like she was getting carried. Has been stomping every dungeon so hard, I can't even assist. But she shook off the imposter syndrome real quick. This raid is different. Time to prove. I'm not just dead weight. She flew over to Sia. You hold this position. Away from keyboard here. Seha replied cheerfully. Roger that. He looked hyped, but his eyes were kinda sad. Stay safe, though. These archdemons are overturned. Xing nodded. Xing pushed forward, whispering to himself. Is his model getting smaller? Arin panicked, putting a finger to her lips. Shh, we gotta speedrun this part. They hiked for a bit before noticing something weird. Sunlight. They crept closer and jaws dropped. Yo, no way. A whole jungle biome inside the dungeon. Xing was shook, seeing the graphics. I don't think we're in a cave map anymore. He looked up at the render limit. Yep, still a ceiling. Okay, definitely still underground. Arin was buzzing, flying around. This is the elite archdemon zone. It simulates the difficulty 26 raid. It's clutch because there's no trash mobs to deal with, but it's a nightmare for anyone trying to speedrun the boss. Xing pondered that. Suddenly, 2 iron archdemons aggroed on them. Human intruders spotted. Instead of panicking, Xing flashed a devilish grin. Ha! You campers finally showed yourselves. The 2 bulky demons stared, confused. Is that a human player? A human in our lobby? Xing just smirked. Found you. Shoulders hunched, triggered. The demons rushed him. Delete this guy instantly. Arin looked terrified. A duo squad. Xing vented his stress by roasting them. Too slow, lagging much, you turtles. Turtles. The audacity of this human. The demons raged. Witness the power of the meta. Xing chuckled at their basic AI behavior. I love how predictable these NPCs are. He tightened his grip on the black wolf claw, eyes locked in. Even if it's a 1v2 clutch situation, I've got their entire moveset downloaded. The silence got shattered by the nastiest crunch. Xingu didn't hesitate. He straight up deleted Horn's arm with a clean strike, sending the dude flying into the wall. Arin was vibing, watching the bits of Horn's arm rain down like confetti, but the Iron Demon wasn't done. He revved his joints like a jet engine to boost his attack speed. Xingu timed his hammer swing perfectly, detonating the air pressure boom. Hunchback charged in, totally salty. Xingu didn't even flinch. He was like, cool, cyborg upgrades, bro. But that just gave you a massive weak spot. The dude was in denial, shouting back. Weakness, please. My raw power cancels that out. Talk about major copium. Xingu wound up for a strike, grinning. Bet. Let's see who bench presses more. He stomped so hard the ground shook, and in a blink, he was right in Hunchback's face. Hello there. More sickening cracks echoed pure nightmare fuel for the demon. 2 moves. That's all it took to fool the Iron Demon. Arin held her breath, totally fangirling over the display. Arin realized Xingu wasn't just a stat-stick brute. His actual combat IQ was finally popping off against these Iron Demons. Watching 2 bosses get clapped so fast left her shook. She was watching the origin story of a player everyone would eventually fear. Post-fight, they headed deeper into the cave. This ant nest was giving serious mystery vibes. They scoped the place out. Definitely an anthill. It felt like someone copy-pasted a chunk of the micro-world battlefield into here. Xingu looked around, absolutely oozing confidence. But this terrain, total home field advantage. He was doing the math, usually just 2 or 3 mini-bosses per room. The most Head ever had to juggle was a 5-stack. Suddenly, they halted. 2 iron demon gatekeepers blocked the path. Xingu wasn't scared, though. He was deep in his head, strategizing like he was playing 4D chess. I could bait them into traps in the tight spots, or kite them around the open areas for the win. The 2 demons looked at Xingu, then at each other like, is this guy for real? Yo, human, why didn't they sound the alarm? Xingu casually swung his black wolf claw and flashed a friendly grin. You guys the scout team or what? Looking like a legit army out here. Suddenly, lights popped off like the 4th of July. Massive tree trunks launched towards Stiffneck, scaring the soul out of him. Xingu figured they'd sleep on him since he was rolling solo, but the demon had reflexes, slicing through the timber instantly. Is that it weak? Then Xingu stepped out. He gave the guy a look and a smile that was straight up demonic. The demon just gasped before panic erupted in the voice chat. Is he behind the trees? No. He is the trees. Arin forced a smile watching this. Dang, Xingu, are you a warrior or an apex predator right now? 3 iron demons grouped up to wall him off, eyes wide. Hez OP rush him all at once. Xingu grinned. Smart play, boys. Too bad you're all used to playing single-player mode. He watched them charge in. Forcing teamwork when you have 0 chemistry just makes you sloppy. I see openings everywhere. Slice. 1 clean hit and he claimed a demon head. Iron Chin screamed in agony watching his homie drop. He rushed in, raging. How dare you delete Simon? Xingu's expression went dark with a creepy grin. Hey, don't worry. You'll join him in the lobby soon. Arin's sweat dropped. Okay, you are definitely the villain here. Iron Chin dive bombed him like a missile. You redone, but Xingu's agility stat was too high. He spun around and countered. The black wolf claw tore through the air, smashing right into his face. The last guy standing was Hollow Face. Seeing Xingu toss his claw, Hollow Face started trash-talking. What a noob. You just threw away your only weapon. Before he could finish, Xingu flashed in and landed a bare-handed haymaker. Xingu looked at him with pure disgust. Weapons are just tools, fam. Suddenly, Hollow Face started foaming at the mouth, turning green. Xingu blinked, surprised, then shrugged and punched him again for good measure. The demon gagged, wheezing. You're a poison user. Xingu was actually confused. Poison me. Arin floated over to drop some lore. Check your gloves, Xingu. He looked down at his mitts. These things are great for offense and defense. I've been spamming attacks with them, but is this the first time the passive skill actually triggered? A system window popped up, Chaos Insect Poison Fangs. The flavor text read, gloves crafted from the essence of a toxic centipede. Durable enough to protect your hands, with knuckles spiked for offense. Xingu checked his stats. My proficiency with these is over 50% now. Is that why? Arin nodded. Yeah, hidden traits unlock depending on how cracked you are with the weapon. Xingu glanced at the black wolf claw lying nearby. The claw's first trait still hasn't unlocked, right? Exactly. Xingu thought back to the item description. That thing is supposed to have 2 special abilities. It might have a poison effect too, like the gloves. Maybe the RNG is just bad. It's never procced once, and the first trait is still a mystery. I'm halfway to max proficiency. He looked at Arin. What happens when I hit 100%? She chirped. Weapon stats get a buff, and you can use it at a fusion altar. There's a bunch of those altars around. Xingu clenched his fist. I've still got a grind ahead of me to max it out. I'll ask her how the altar works when I actually get there. The thought gave him a rush. Getting OP is always a good time. First fire, now poison. Stacking different powers is lit. He turned to Arin. Hey, what's our time played since we entered this dungeon? She beamed. Little over a day. You were only supposed to see 5 demons by the halfway point. You're basically speedrunning this. Hearing that gave him a headache. I must have lost track of time, just zoning out on the combat and XP grind. He paused. All right, let's take a 1 hour away from keyboard break. Arin blinked. Are you a robot or something? Xingu's mood dipped instantly. You get some rest too. She zipped into his pocket. I'm not like you. I don't know if I can power nap for just an hour. She was out like a light. Xingu sighed at how wholesome she was, then leaned against a tree to chill. All right, when are you gonna pull up? A massive shadow was lurking nearby, red eyes locked on his every move. Xingu squinted, deep in thought. I know you've been camping there since the last fight ended. It's not a skill or mana detection, I was just born with cracked intuition. The Iron Demon kept watching while Xingu played it cool. The enemy definitely didn't know he was compromised. If he knew, he wouldn't be creeping up with such sloppy stealth unless he's just that cocky. While Arin was catching Z's, Xingu was fully locked in. Great time to gank me, buddy. I am dropping my guard. Now. The demon crept closer. Xingu's senses tingled. Is he analyzing my breathing patterns? He grinned. This guy's sharp. His aura is way heavier than the other mobs, and his stealth game is actually on point. Finally, the big bad wolf decides to show his ugly mug. Name is Blood Axe. Just by the aura, I'm guessing this dude is definitely a high-tier boss monster. Even with his eyes shut, Xingu was tracking those heavy footsteps like radar. Is he rushing? Nope. Hez backing off. Music intensifies. Bro stood there looking chill, but inside his brain was running 1,000 calculations per second. Alright, gotta bait this guy into my zone. Xingu peeked at Arin, who was catching some Z's in his bag. Sorry, kiddo, hate to interrupt your beauty sleep. Then, he went right back to his mastermind mode. But hey, after this dungeon, it's just gonna be more grinding and pain. Suck it up, Buttercup. Blood Axe started sprinting like a freight train. Xingu locked in, trying to read every pixel of movement. This guy is way too fast. 20 meters, 17 meters. The second the gap hit 10 meters, Xingu snapped his eyes open. Blood Axe, with 0 brakes, ran straight into the trap like a total noob. He face-planted hard, and this weird glowing light exploded everywhere. Xingu stared at the scene, totally bewildered. Did that actually work? He gripped his black wolf claw tighter and thought, who cares? This is free real estate. I'm not wasting a golden ticket like this. Blood Axe looked up, absolutely livid. You little camper. You set a trap I couldn't even detect. You must have been stream sniping me or something to know I was coming. Xingu let out a cocky chuckle, swinging his claw with max confidence. Please, I calculated this whole timeline. Cap. He threw a lightning-fast strike, but Blood Axe managed to block it. The demon looked down at his bruised, sparking arm. I didn't even see that trap, but I'm gonna use every ounce of power to crush this pest. Suddenly, he let out a roar so loud it probably blew out the dungeon's audio speakers. Another massive hit slammed into Blood Axe's chest, sounding like a grenade going off. The shockwave knocked both of them backward. Xingu didn't hesitate, he dashed back in, fists clenched, secretly respecting the hustle. This guy's durability is insane. That kind of obsession, respect. Guess that is why he's an upper-rank monster. Blood Axe looked at Xingu's fist like it was a joke. Ha, a puny human fist could never. But before he could finish that thought, Xingu delivered a knuckle sandwich that tasted like regret. Never in my life have I heard something so dumb. Blood sprayed everywhere after that power punch. Xingu followed up with a combo so fast the demon couldn't even button mash a defense. By the time Xingu stopped, Blood Axe was wobbling, looking like he was about to disconnect, eyes full of salty rage. Arin had apparently woken up and was silently buffing Xingu with her magic like the best support player ever. Blood Axe was beaten to a pulp, lying flat on the ground, wheezing. That explosion. Was that you too? Xingu's face was cold as ice, ready to finish the job with his claw. You happy now that you figured it out? Xingu asked casually, looking at Arin floating there. Oh, you reawake. Arin pouted. I literally told you so, but a second later, she was back to her bubbly self. Talk about a mood swing. Xingu smirked at her antics, shaking his head. He turned around to keep moving. All right, thanks for the assist. Let's keep this train rolling. He pointed to the forest behind them. Go help me clear out those 20 iron demons hiding back there. Arin and the demons both froze. Excuse me, she screamed. He cleared that challenge in just 16 hours, 39 minutes, and 11 seconds. Arin stared wide-eyed at the field of bodies. Yo, did you seriously solo 20 high-tier demons without getting wrecked? Xingu sighed. The XP only drops when I clear the whole dungeon, though. Didn't he think I'd actually pull it off? Arin jumped up and started roasting him. Why are you complaining when we made it this far? Just gotta beat these guys, and the final boss room is next. Suddenly, 3 veteran high-ranking iron demons spawned in front of them. Arin's confidence dropped to 0 instantly. She looked terrified. The demons started trash-talking immediately. Kill the monster who wiped our squad. What kind of human raises a warrior like this? You guys did. The noise was annoying Xingu. So without a word, he rushed in and one-shotted the loudmouth, permanently banning him from life. The other guy saw that and screamed in agony. Simon Xingu paused, thinking. Are they all named Simon? The other 2, Broken Army and Droopy Face, roared in rage. I'll kill you for Simon. How dare you spawn camp my teammate? Xingu smirked coldly. Dead is dead. No honor in the grave, buddy. Arin giggled, seeing right through his tough guy act. You say that, but you were terrified of dying, she thought. Xingu gripped his black wolf claw with both hands. I feel like if I keep grinding this fight, I might unlock a new passive skill. He stared them down with pure determination. Fighting 3 or 1, it's all the same math. Then Xingu dropped 2 words that shook the room. The general, that made Broken Army and Droopy Face freeze in terror. Droopy Face yelled back, trying to sound tough. You will never reach the general. Instant karma hit him. Xingu slapped him into next week. And then there were 2 bodies on the floor. Xingu turned his savage gaze to Broken Army. Just 1 left. I'll send you to the lobby to meet your friends. The demon was literally shaking. You scumbag, Broken Army froze up. Xingu tracked his eyes and noticed something sus. A weird object came flying in, and purely by luck, Xingu dodged the projectile. Broken Army turned and booked it, leaving Xingu standing there confused. The other generals will handle you. Xingu watched him sprint away and mumbled, is he really trying to rage quit right now? Arin wasn't laughing. She panicked. He's trying to force open the boss room door. Sure enough, the coward was running straight for the giant gate that had been locked this whole time. She screamed, down to let him do it. Xingu smiled, winding up for a throw. Thanks for the tip. Like I didn't know that. He yeeted the black wolf claw with perfect aim, smacking Broken Army right in the back of the head. Xingu sprinted forward, grinning. Gotcha. He launched a perfect jump attack. Xingu incoming. He closed the gap instantly and unleashed a total punishment shockwave to finish the job. Before Xingu could even land a second hit, Broken Army shattered into pieces. Arin's jaw dropped. Honestly, Xingu looked just as surprised. Finally, the dust settled. Xingu exhaled. Phew, he's toast. Arin was freaking out. That wasn't just death, dude. You literally exploded him. What is going on? He looked down at his hands and gave an honest answer. I tried to stack total punishment with iron skin, which shouldn't work, but somehow. I just used all 3 skills at once because my gut told me to end him. Arin was stunned. You combo chain 3 skills on instinct. That is actually hacking. Suddenly, his back started burning up. Whoa, why am I overheating? A system window popped up. You have obtained an active skill, Frenzied Charge. Xingu blinked. A new active skill. Immediately, the system flashed the details. Frenzied Charge Level 1. Composite skill. Here are the patch notes on the effects. You generate a massive shockwave by channeling chaotic mana in a specific direction, syncing it with your breathing rhythm. This skill scales with all your current stats. He was shocked but hyped. This is the second active skill I've crafted from scratch, Arin cheered. You always pull off some crazy clutch plays. I just made a composite skill. Let's name it C2 for short. Arin made a face. Your naming sense is absolute trash. Hey, technically, it fits Don Hate. Worry he was running on fumes, she asked. You were low on mana, aren't you? Xingu forced a smile, sweat dripping down his face like he was holding back a scream. Yeah, it's definitely a crack skill. He frowned, doing the math in his head. But burning 3 skills at once, that mana cost is way too high. I am positive the mana drain is going to drop over time since this skill is finally maxed out. Hearing that, Arin lowered her voice, giving him the heads up. You really got to take a breather before we hit the final boss. The final boss room is barely going to have any mobs inside. Shin suddenly hit the brakes, looking like a light bulb just went off in his head. But before we go in, he gripped his hammer, smirking. Let's wreck these traps first. Arin's face went blank, totally lost. Dungeons are usually rigged with lethal traps that don't just target monsters, but players too. But ever since Shin face planted into that first trap back in the trial dungeon, he's been on a rampage, destroying everything with a better safe than sorry attitude. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she got, but the guy hadn't been wrong yet. I still can't wrap my head around how he sniffs out these traps. It felt super sketchy, even though it just looked like he was randomly smashing up the place. While she was overthinking it, Shin had already busted a bunch of them. He kept swinging, one after another, and the crazy part was he nailed every single one, 0 misses. Suddenly, a little blue goblin popped out of nowhere. Arin was stunned by how adorable the thing was. Shin, on the other hand, scrunched up his face like he smelled something nasty. The creature slowly opened her eyes, then immediately started her sales pitch. Greetings. Customer, want to quench your thirst with some ice-cold tears before you throw hands with the dungeon boss. Both of them were so shook they almost fell over. Once the shock wore off, Shin tightened his grip on his hammer. He glared, ready to delete the goblin right there. I should just smash this thing since I have no clue what kind of trap it is. Arin rushed to stop him. Wait, please. Down a moment later, the goblin dropped some knowledge on them. She was floored by the info dump. A goblin. His reaction was exactly the same. Ruta giggled, introducing herself. Yup, I'm the goblin merchant, Ruta. I can zip over to wherever you need me. Shin rubbed his chin, analyzing her down to the pixel. She didn't look like a retired player like Arin or C. Ha. He asked warily. You a monster cosplaying as a human or what? Even though she was totally misunderstood, she explained calmly. You can call me a monster, mistake me for a retired player, or assume I am part of the dungeon system. Ruta shrugged, cool as a cucumber. I am simply a merchant. I just provide awesome gear at prices that won't break the bank. You know, Shin turned to check Arin's vibe. She tried to ease his suspicion. They don't have anything like this back in Sky City. She hesitated before adding, I know the ant tunnel is full of random events that Sky City does have, but seeing someone who doesn't look like a monster is. A player. Arin looked at him with laser focus, trying to get her teammate to trust her gut. Having a third party with that level of intelligence is way too suspicious. Ruta just stood there silently, watching the two of them debate. Shin's brain suddenly unlocked a core memory, basic gaming logic he was sure she'd mention, the NPC. You know, the AI characters in RPGs that help players out during their run. He silently confirmed the girl's identity. The concept fit her like a glove. Seeing they were taking forever to decide, Ruta stepped in to smooth things over. I know I look kinda sketch, so just chill out. And I am sure you already know this. She wanted them to know she had zero bad vibes. I have no intention of hurting you or even fighting you. Even with her saying that, Shin stayed on guard. That's exactly what makes you dangerous. He faked, being friendly. All right, Ruta, what's the deal? If you're a merchant, what are you trying to sell me? Seeing the customer finally open up, Ruta's face lit up with excitement. To be precise, it's a barter trade. All I want are the essences. She fanned out all her tradable goods, and here is what you might need: potions, recall gems, equipment, blah blah blah. Anything you need in the dungeon, I'll hook you up, as long as the price is right. Shin was slowly getting sold on it because she wanted essence, not dollars. Ironically, I guess I can trust her a tiny bit more now. He started muttering nonsense. Just a shift from someone scamming their parents to someone scamming their friends. Seeing Shin rambling about nonsense, Arin sighed, helpless. Isn't that the same thing? He pouted, looking depressed. I don't even have friends. She froze, totally speechless. Why was that comparison so depressing? Watching these two lonely souls talk made Ruta stand there grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. She quickly pivoted to a unique business strategy straight out of Shark Tank. She held out an item for the customer. Since you can't fully trust me yet, I'll give you a free gift, just this once. Shin's eyes went wide in disbelief. A gift. This stamina potion looked incredibly real. From the bottle size to the cap and even the seal, she handed it to him. She was 100% confident in her product. It's got the official UI, so it's definitely not a knockoff. Check it right now. The system popped up the item info: stamina potion, a type of medicine easily mixed with soft drinks to reduce body stress, recovering health and stamina. Shin squinted, sensing something fishy. You been stalking me or something? Ruta gave a sly smile but didn't answer his accusation. She cheerfully analyzed him like a pro doctor. You look like you were about 2 seconds away from passing out. He didn't hesitate and chugged it down. Arin panicked. Shin, he smiled to reassure her. It's chill. The interface can be faked. She felt she was being a bit paranoid, so she didn't argue anymore. And he was right, the system announced. Your health and stamina have been restored. A light started radiating from Shin. He could feel something healing his body. Oh, wow. After absorbing the potion, he turned into a lone wolf again. Arin watched, totally speechless. He suddenly looked way more hyped than usual. Shin felt every muscle fiber change distinctly. This is awesome. I've been speedrunning this dungeon for days without a proper break, and I was totally drained until literally a few seconds ago. But now, it feels like a fever dream. Seeing the iron was hot, Ruta immediately pushed for the upsell. You want to buy a mana potion too? Right now, I'll give you a special first-timer discount and let it go for 5 iron demon essences. She used her sweetest voice to close the deal. I am sure the loot will be way better if you recover right now. Way better than waiting for it to regen naturally before killing the boss. Aren't those amazing perks? Shin bluntly shut her down. I just can't bring myself to like you. Even after getting roasted, Ruta replied gracefully. Oh no, I actually starting to like you. You know how it is. Shin had a sharp tongue, but when he saw top-tier gear, he still held out his hand to trade. Fine, hand over the mana potion. With the soul of a true capitalist, Ruta snatched the payment and stashed it. I'll take those 5 iron demon essences. Thank you, my good sir. After counting her cash, she placed 5 mana potions on the ground. A moment later, after Shin downed the whole lot, he started feeling the kick. All right, looks like my mana is topped off. Seeing her customer looking fresh, Ruta was satisfied. Need anything else? Guess not. She politely bowed to say goodbye. See you next time, be nice to me, okay. Goblin merchant Ruta. Then she vanished in the blink of an eye. Arin waited for her to leave before pouting. I hope we never run into her again. Shin gently calmed his partner down. At least we found a living creature we can actually talk to about the ant tunnel. He started theorizing, thinking she might know some secrets about Sky City too. Seeing him look so innocent, Arin just looked confused. She dragged him back to reality. She's not going to spill the beans that easily. Shin thought so too, but he still had hope. All right, let us just wait and see. He quickly brushed off the half-baked conversation to focus on the boss. That stuff doesn't matter right now. The most important thing is the demon general. He looked around, assessing the situation. The boss room looked like it was built on a mountain peak, and it was way too wide for him to just sprint over and smash the boss's head in. Standing right in front of them was the Iron Demon General, Temo. He was lounging on his throne, and underneath him was a pile of people who had been deleted. He growled with a terrifying expression. "Are you the one who trapped me in here?" Xing just hit him with that smirk. 0 words. Total silence. It was making the air so thick you could cut it with a knife. Timo was getting super salty because nobody had ever disrespected him like this before. Even though Xing kept his poker face locked in, inside he was basically screaming, "Jesus, take the wheel." Just looking at the guy made it hard to breathe. This dude's aura totally built different from the other demons. After a long pause, he finally clapped back, "Wasn't me. But whatever, let's pretend it was." While Xing was acting all tough, Arin was shaking in her boots, too scared to even peep. Timo actually got a kick out of the attitude. He let out this creepy laugh, hyped up by the audacity. "You see how mad I am, and you know you weak sauce, yet you still want to run your mouth." Xing shot him a cheeky wink. "Honestly, beating you is going to be way easier if you totally lose your cool." Arin stood there, eyes popping out of her head like a cartoon character. He was trolling the enemy without even knowing if he could clutch the win. Timo roared like a beast off the leash. Meanwhile, Xing was wondering just how far he could push his own limits. "I always wondered how I'd react when I hit a brick wall. Well, I'm winning this fight, no cap. Guess I just found my answer right here." He squared up with zero fear. "Yeah, I never back down." He launched the attack. "I've never half-assed anything in my life, so quitting. Yeah, that is not in my vocabulary. I don't care how tall that wall is. My only goal is to break through the ceiling, and I'm going to keep grinding and running until that wall crumbles." With pure hype fueling him, he stepped forward like a boss. "I decided to block out everything else. Time to declare war. Come at me." Not wanting to disappoint, Timo was instantly down. "Urion. What's the point of using that smooth brain of yours? I am taking your head." Xing looked at him like he was waiting for a loot drop. Oh, looks like they were both chasing the same achievement. Arin tried to talk him out of it. "Xing, I don't think you should be trying to headshot this guy." But Xing just roasted him, talking big game before the win. Sure, he's stronger than the other mobs, but facts are facts. He is totally dependent on his tech. He watched Timo like a hawk. There had to be a glitch in his defense. Iron demons are a race that comes with defects straight out of the box. I've spotted their weak points a million times. My gaming instincts are never wrong. Xing analyzed the situation. "Integrating machines into your body to get buffed. Okay, that's a bold strategy. I'll give him that. But flesh and metal, they never sync up perfectly." He clenched his jaw, eyes serious and on high alert. "I've seen so many failed builds in the dungeon, and there's never been an exception. Doesn't matter how special you think you are." Before the brawl started, Timo pressed him. "You, the one who took out my squad." Xing flexed his stats. Voice steady. "Didn't leave a single one standing. Just another reason to hate your guts." He charged in. Luckily, Xing ducked and dodged the hit. Suddenly, Xing saw his window to strike a glitch in the armor, but out of nowhere, Timo fired up thrusters on his back and flew up. Xing was caught lacking and couldn't react in time. The guy slammed into him hard. Oof. Xing scrambled back to get some range. He realized the dude baited him with that opening just to tackle him. "Wait, that's literally the same strat I always use." Timo thought he was fighting some noob and sneered. "You were never going to beat me if all you do is dodge and spectate." Xing wasn't going to let that slide and clap back. "I bet you can swing that heavy toy forever, right, bullseye?" Timo got triggered and went absolutely feral. In a split second, that axe was in Xing's face, ready to slice him in two. Still, he stood his ground. "I know he's not going to get tired swinging that thing for a few minutes. I also know I'm going to gas out way before he does." He dodged the skill and prepped a counter. "To beat this boss, I need to find his weak spot and hit him so hard he can even respawn." Arin was stressing out big time. "Don't push it, Xing. We can literally just run away." Xing reassured her. "Chill, I got this." Silently waiting for his turn. "I'm never backing down. I just need to push one step further to unlock a new passive skill." Xing was calculating the play perfectly. "I don't even need to burn any mana for this. My body is already buffed by mana and mutated enough. I just need to use this unrecognizable, evolved power." Seeing the enemy's speed lag a bit, he locked onto a crack in the armor and struck with maximum efficiency. Seeing him just standing there was making Timo super annoyed. "You gonna turtle up like a coward after talking all that smack?" Even with the guy screaming his head off, Xing just flashed a pity smile. Then came the weapon swing, launching a blazing arc of light that tore through the air straight at the target. Arin panicked when he disappeared from view, yelling, "Xing!" through the thick smoke. Suddenly, Xing popped back up, waving his hand to taunt him. "Show me more, that can be all you got." Timo swung his axe and yelled, "You never shut up, do you? You think running away like a scared puppy is gonna buy you more time?" Xing dodged the hit by a hair. "My armor would be total toast if that hit me. One hit and I am critical dead instantly if he hits a vital spot." Doesn't matter if I am level 10 or higher, the result is the same. But even knowing that, I can take my eyes off him. Xing tracked Temo's moves to come up with a new strat. His movement was totally different from the other demon bosses. It was like his soul, body, and weapon were all synced up perfectly. He scanned the guy's skills and physique, feeling a little buzz of excitement. Honestly, impressive. If I could, I'd 1v1 this guy 1,000 times. Like a student watching a master, Xing kept analyzing every move. I'm gonna ditch the active skills and max out my passives to the absolute peak. He developed a martial arts style that nobody else can pull off, thanks to that monster body of his. Watching from a distance, Arin was awestruck. I can see what Xing is doing. He's using the bare minimum mana to dodge those demon attacks. I know what he is aiming for. She realized it was crazy, totally not worth risking his life over. The demon soldier was starting to tilt. You little rat, you're actually good at dodging. Getting a compliment from the bad guy, Xing loved it. So you think I got moves? Huh, suddenly. Something weird happened right in front of Temo. What the hell? Xing showed zero fear, voice rising to challenge him like he didn't have a care in the world. I've never had a run like this in my life, but hey, turns out I am a pro at it. Guess I am just built different from you. He furrowed his brow, eyes screaming determination. Temo was actually starting to get spooked by that energy, so he yelled loud to hype himself back up. You were just talking trash. You mean you were using me as a training dummy to level up your evasion skills? His words went in one ear and out the other. So, come on, show me what else you got. Xing started shifting his footwork. Time for the next phase. Can I pull off the speed blitz skill? Gripping his black wolf claw, he calculated the exact frame he needed to dodge the enemy attack. But Temo moved first. He swung, missing Xing by an inch, then followed up with an overhead strike. The combo was so fast even Xing couldn't believe it. Totally unreal. I guess I can pull off anything when it's do or die. His battle rush skill leveled up twice in the blink of an eye. Temo noticed he was starting to flag a bit. You practically out of mana, and you wasting it running away like a rat. Xing just smirked at him. To him, those attacks were starting to look like slow-motion flies. I've almost completely downloaded his moveset. Laugh while you still can. His copy skill helped him instantly locate the guy's blind spot. I learned how to use force from the Iron Demons, but they read bots who don't switch up tactics when they have weapons. But a general rank boss, that is a whole different ballgame. Xing kept analyzing the general S skills on the fly. The key was watching the twitch in his muscles right before he swung that axe. I had to clock his breathing pattern, his footwork, and how his eyes were scanning me for weak spots, like a quarterback reading a defense. All that data mapped out exactly where that chopper was going to land. At the buzzer, Xingu totally downloaded the guy's moveset. It was like seeing the code in the Matrix, glittering mana stars everywhere. The glow coming off the dude mixed perfectly with his axe, creating this crazy visual effect. His brain was running a mile a minute. Yeah, being in a deathmatch is stressful, but it finally clicked. He figured out what a passive skill actually is. It's been there the whole time, fam. It doesn't flex or show off. It just chills in the background until it's clutch time, then boom, it explodes. It's the ultimate harmony between your mana juice and your physical form. Before Timo knew what hit him, Xing's hammer smashed his armor to bits. Timo dropped to one knee, clutching his shoulder like he just tore a rotator cuff. Xingu wasn't even shocked. Looking at the guy, panic was just another Tuesday. You can sense the mana. Can you? Temo looked salty, like he just got roasted in a comment section. Did you copy my flow? In that short time, Xingu kept trolling him. I told you already, didn't I? I ain't just good at dodging, homie. Xingu dashed in like a blur. Watch me expose you. Temo continued to squat. He called him a scrub, then sliced right through him. Game over. That demon general's axe swing looked like it was moving in slow motion now. Xingu was hyping himself up on his own power. It made sense he had to reverse engineer the bad guy as passive skill to code his own custom build. He turned to Temo just to talk smack. Honestly, I even surprised myself with that one. Temo was so triggered by the disrespect that he tried to crush Xingu just to save face and stop the embarrassment. You were getting pretty cocky for a new fighter, Temo growled, clearly not a fan of Xingu's trash talk. You really think that everything I got in the tank? Xingu landed a nasty combo on his weak points, then followed up with another critical hit. Arin was watching from the sidelines, totally stunned by the damage output. Basically, a passive skill drags all that hidden potential out of your body every last drop. To craft a passive skill, you gotta obsess over a specific move, master it like a pro, and sync your mana with the action. It's a serious grind. The dude was swole before the mana, so now he's clumsy with his new upgrades. He can handle his own stats. But fighting this Iron Demon General gave Xingu the blueprints to understand his own body and weapon way better. Temo was missing an arm and kneeling like he was proposing. Xingu started lecturing him. That passive skill relies on the weight of the axe and hammer. Genius. You got anything else to show me? Or are we done here? My ancestors carried me this far, but you talk too much, Temo yelled, losing his cool. Don't sleep on my experience. Kid Xingu was getting bored of this unskippable cutscene. If you can finish it, I will. Xingu popped his charge and punishment skills and trucked the guy. A system notification popped up: heavy weapon combat level 1. It buffs every battle involving heavy gear. Xingu and Arin stood by the dungeon exit. He had to permaburn 5 mana points, which hurts his build, but the skill description was suspiciously simple. Arin nodded in agreement. Duh, it'd take all day to explain the meta of that skill. Xingu looked stressed, not sure if he messed up his build since it was his first custom-created skill. I don't know if I min-maxed this correctly, Xingu muttered. Arin was still shook by the power spike he just got. Either way, it supports all battles with heavy weapons, so that is a win. It's weirdly OP. It doesn't just buff the swing or damage, it buffs the entire combat flow. What kind of cheat code did he write? You can pull it off without knowing your character build inside out. I've never seen a buff apply that broadly with such strong boosts before, Arin said. She was definitely glazing him up just to get a reaction out of Xingu. Did I do good? Xingu asked, fishing for compliments. Arin smirked. Better than any scrub I've ever seen. That little ego boost was all he needed. Cool. Let's clear this dungeon map then. The demon soldier was foaming at the mouth, totally glitching out. Arin asked, why didn't you just delete the general earlier? Xingu shrugged. Simple. I was grinding proficiency for my passive skill to get it perfect. His eyes lit up like anime special effects. Finishing him now gives me the XP boost for the skill. Arin looked at him like he was the real monster here. Her fear just hyped him up even more. You took too long, Temo screamed in agony before getting deleted. Arin said a quick prayer for the loot drop. The speedrun timer finally stopped. Duration 2 hours. 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Kills 455 iron demons, 32 vets, and 1 general. Rank B. Bonus loot, summon fire cannon scroll. XP calculated. You jumped 15 levels. Arin was hyped looking at the system alerts. Since Xingu soloed a dungeon way above his league, he hogged all that sweet XP for himself. In her head, she pictured Xingu stacked with passive buffs like a maxed out character. Xingu felt the difference too, a massive mana wave crashing through his system, rewriting his stats from the inside out. He could feel the upgrade, but it was still foreign, like breaking in new sneakers. Suddenly, his avatar started glowing. He let out a breath, finally relaxing after the grind. System check, player Xingu, level 50. Passive skills, Chaos Tail level 1, Courage level 2, Poison Resistance level 6. Active skills boost level 20. Punishment, level 15. Charge level 14. Xingu frowned, feeling the new stats settle in. His eyes went dark as he turned to check on Arin. His body was buzzing with new energy. Heavy weapon combat hit level 2 already. Killing that boss late was definitely the high IQ play. Xingu clenched his fist. Losing those 5 mana points sucked, but the confidence boost was major. Snagging this passive skill now is going to pay huge dividends later in the game. Then he noticed the shorty, Arin. She was going through her own level up animation. Yo, you too, Arin shyly wiggled. Xingu noticed she evolved. She got bigger. Somehow, Arin knew what he was thinking and started yelling. It's not just my size that changed, you weirdo, my support stats are buffed too. My level skyrocketed, so my mana is refilled, and my passive is back online. I am not that 4 heals a day scrub anymore. We can hit up hard mode dungeons now since I am fully patched up. Contrary to her hype, Xingu wanted to chill. Nah, let's go back to farming easy dungeons for a bit. That obviously triggered her. I just got motivated, she yelled. Xingu smirked. Look, I like a challenge, but I also like not dying. This dungeon was sweaty. Arin rolled her eyes, thinking he'd regret this later. Suddenly, Xingu's radar went off. He whipped his head around. Someone was coming. Seha popped out with a huge grin. Thanks, guys. Xingu and Arin were totally caught off guard. Seha was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. I thought I was toast, but you guys clapped. That demon general. Xingu looked at him, sizing up the new guy. I cleared all the traps and mobs, but the boss room was super far from the spawn point. I'm the scout of the squad, by the way. Arin was annoyed that he was ignoring her. It wasn't just him, you know. Oh, snap. Sorry, Arin. Seha apologized quickly. Xingu looked at Seha like he was a talking action figure. Glad the kid isn't emo like before, but he's so small I could fit him in my pocket. How can you be this cheerful? Seha clenched his fist. Anyway, thanks a ton, boss. Xingu cringed. Don't call me that. It gives me flashbacks to the old days. Seha's eyes sparkled, totally ignoring the request. But that is the only way I can show my respect, boss. I swear my loyalty to you. I'll clear every obstacle in your way since I am the vanguard. Arin liked the sound of that. I dig the energy. just don't choke. Xingu felt like he was listening to a threat. Okay, chill out. Xingu peeped his 2-pint-sized sidekicks. Since he's smurfing at level 40, they gotta watch him like hawks. He smirked, realized he could buff them back to full size with mana and use them like secret nukes. He cut straight through their chatter. Yo, what's the deal with your loadouts? Arin piped up. We re-rocking the exact same gear we logged out with. We can use it when we go big mode, but right now it's nerfed just like us. Hearing that, Xingu stroked his chin. Makes sense, the drip shrinks with the wearer. That meant he didn't have to waste time scaffolding for new armor. Bam! He slammed his hammer down, splashing monster guts everywhere. A second later, he snagged a red essence orb. Farming is done, fam. Time to cash in those rewards. Arin already had him read like an open book. He was planning to blow the whole stash in one go, wasn't he? She knew his vibes too well. Next thing you know, he whips out a gold plate stacked with rare essence. The thing was glowing so bright it could literally blind a hater. Arin's jaw hit the floor. Is that loot overflowing? That's gotta be like 200 essence points. Xingu squinted at the shiny object. It was a system achievement notification. You hit the max reward cap, bro. The glow faded, and Xingu looked salty as hell. Again, you gotta be trolling me. Arin started rethinking the whole situation. First, the buff station. Now the loot drop. Then it clicked. Even though this dungeon is crawling with swole demons, there's a hard cap on how much loot you can actually bag. Xingu shot her a look with a grin that was straight up nightmare fuel. Arin immediately hit him with a reality check. Dude, you can farm legendary dragon gear in a demon dungeon. Xingu looked totally bummed. But I still scooped all this essence though. Arin didn't let up on the lecture. You basically speed ran the dungeon solo and got insanely lucky with the drops, even with your attack stats. Her words hit him right in the feels. She knew this crash out was coming sooner or later. Xingu scratched his head, bored. I don't get the math, but whatever. Let's see what I actually got. A helmet floated up from the essence plate. Xingu realized he just unlocked a new blacked-out helm. Don't know what it does, but it looks tanky enough to take a hammer smash. The stat screen popped up, Undying Will, rank C. A helm forged from the gritty determination of a warrior. He realized the defense stats were higher than his actual body armor. Arin finally took a chill pill. Tier C gear. Okay, we can breathe easy. Xingu thought back to his crusty old helmet. Not bad. Now I don't have to wear that goofy detachable lid when I am cruising on my bike. He equipped the battle helm and barked an order at Arin. We were done. Let us bounce. Arin was still eyeing the leftover essence. You're gonna dump the rest of that cash into the rest area. The golden piggy bank was stuffed. He'd been stacking essence like crazy. His eyes lit up knowing the update cap was lifted. Oh yeah, we definitely got the budget to upgrade it now. Seha was totally lost. Rest area. What's that? Xingu smirked. UILLC, rookie. That is your new crib. He whipped out a golden key, aimed it at the floor, and unlocked a secret hatch that glowed brighter than Times Square. The doors opened and Seha hesitated, like he was stepping into the pearly gates. Is this guy blessed by the gods of Earth or something? Arin heard him yapping but didn't catch the drift. Gods, I haven't paid attention to the meta since I logged out, but I heard the Cyclone Guild is obsessed with divine stuff lately. A human gets picked as a player, and modern tech bricks inside dungeons. It makes people question the devs and think players are some special squad drafted by the gods. That is just straight-up elitism. Seha listened patiently while Arin went on. I'd just laugh it off if that was the whole story. But people raided high-level dungeons and found mobs that wrecked the whole no-god theory. The monsters literally screamed names of specific gods and got massive buffs. She kept spinning her theory. So, couldn't humans do the same, simp for a specific god and borrow their power? Someone probably already pulled it off. Maybe they got powers that break the game balance. That's the gossip spreading through all the top-tier guilds right now. They started talking stats and mythology. Arin didn't interrupt. Our guild master controls insane fire magic. People say he's definitely blessed by the fire god. Her expression turned sour fast. Seha noticed immediately. You look triggered. What is up? She spilled the tea. I know he runs my old guild, but I honestly can stand the guy. Music, he's cracked at the game, definitely skilled enough to lead the #1 guild in Korea, but he's a sweaty try-hard with a massive main character complex. I tried to ghost him, but he kept hitting on me. She remembered the cringe. He even rushed a level 32 dungeon just to flex on the international guilds for clout. That is why I rage quit the game. Meeting Xingu saved me, so I am not stressing anymore, but I am never forgiving that jerk. Arin shook off the bad vibes. Anyway, I'm not buying the whole god thing until I see receipts. Then she completely flipped the script. And if that loser is blessed by a god, I want 0 parts of that religion. Seya cut in. Oh, that reminds me of the tea about you guys being engaged. Before he could finish, Arin snapped. Cap, total fake news. Don't you ever bring that up again. Seha, usually chill, finally saw Arin as savage side. Okay, Seha thought, feeling the heat. Arin was sick of the drama. No guys would even slide in my DMs because he was so territorial. His annoying face was living rent-free in her head. It's his fault I had zero game and didn't even hold a guy's hand until I quit. She was still salty. I should have had at least one romance arc before retiring. And yes, special. Seha didn't get it, but after getting yelled at, he just saluted. Yes, Mayam. Xingu heard the commotion and called out. Yo, you two lovebirds dating back there, quit whispering and get over here. Arin denied it instantly. We are not a thing. The secret room finally finished loading. Welcome to the safe house. Seha looked around, wide-eyed. This place is massive. He gave props to Xingu. It was a huge flex that this whole space was a player artifact. You got good eyes, rookie. Xingu looked sharp. Time to upgrade the bed. He slapped his hand on the mattress while the two sidekicks watched. The HUD flashed the stats. You must upgrade the entire rest area before upgrading the bed. Costs 30% of total essence. Proceed. Xingu stood there looking goofy. Huh, say psych right now. Didn't he? I already upgraded the room for this exact reason. He was trying to look cool but got played by the system. Xingu was losing it. What is this trash? It's a scam. Get the devs in here. Arin started panicking too. Xingu, chill out, let's figure this out logically. When you upgraded last time, did the fine print say you needed level 2 for the bed? A long pause. Xingu replayed it in his head. No. It didn't say anything specific like that. I thought the furniture leveled up with the room. I got baited. Arin broke it down further. You might be soft, locked out of upgrading the bed even if you push the room to level 3. Seha finally piped up, breaking the awkward silence. Guess adulting isn't a walk in the park. Huh. Hang in there, buddy. Xingu responded by practically deleting the guy's forehead with a knuckle sandwich. Let's pimp out the crib first. The system flashed, rest area upgraded to level 3. Space expanded. Added level 1, refrigerator. Xingu did a double take. Yo, a fridge. Level 1 refrigerator stores your munchies and spawns a random potion every so often. He was actually digging this new loot drop for the base. It felt like the system was gaslighting him with consolation prizes. Xingu peeked inside. The decor was getting crazy realistic. But hey, functionality-wise, straight fire. Exactly what the doctor ordered. I swear some dev is trolling me. One day, I'm gonna find that guy and catch a fade. Xingu successfully triggered himself, screaming like a banshee in front of his two support mains. You were trying to distract me from the bed situation with appliances, aren't you? I see you. Arin gave him the side eye. Bro, take a chill pill. Then, the notification bell rang again. Options: upgrade bed, costs 20% of current essence. Upgrade door, costs 50%. Xingu glitched out for a second. Excuse me. He stared at the rest area exit like it owed him money. Okay, I vibe with the selective upgrade menu. The bed is a no-brainer. But since when was the door part of the DLC? The room slowly morphed into something out of an IKEA catalog. Rest area, level 3 stats. Level 1 bed now recovers HP and mana during sleep with a 10% buff. The storage unit got a glow up too. Level 1 drawer is now open for inventory dumping. Level 1 bathroom scrub away toxins, curses, and whatever nasty debuffs you picked up. Level 1 door exit to surface. Xingu had a flashback moment. Right, even though I'm playing on a glitched account, that door is my ticket to the surface. That meant it wasn't just decoration. He felt a pang of regret in his wallet for spending so much loot. Why does the door cost more essence than the bed, though Arin stood there, judging him? You were gonna buy it anyway, big guy. Stop yapping and swipe the card. Getting shut down like that hurt his feelings. Yuri, getting cold-hearted. You know that Arin didn't even blink, straight up ignoring his pity party to drop some knowledge. Her passive skill, Oblivious Courage, was honestly a lethal weapon. I'll do what I want, touch what I want, open every door I see, and clap every monster I find. Right, every word she said was a critical hit to Xingu's ego. Seha chimed in with the sarcasm, so brave, boss. Finally, the bed upgrade completed. It expanded into a massive king-size slab. The squad definitely noticed the upgrade. It was officially a California king, decked out with premium pillows and sheets. Xingu face planted right onto the mattress. They all took a second to appreciate the high thread count. Super soft, super plush. Seha was the only one getting evicted. Alright, you two, get lost. System pinged again, level 2 bed unlocked. Sleeping now boosts health and mana recovery by 20%. Skill proficiency increases slowly over time. Xingu's jaw dropped. The recovery buff was cool, but this was the real MVP feature. Even Arin looked impressed. I can grind XP just by napping. Seha had a different take. Maybe I'll haunt your dreams and train you there. Xingu was dead on his feet and wanted to pass out, but the grind never stops. As much as I want a coma on this mattress, I've got construction to finish. Xingu eyed the door, letting his mind wander. So, this portal, does it go anywhere I want? Arin was already daydreaming about vacation mode. Xingu, take me to Greece. He sighed, defeated, and handed over the essence. Fine, take my money. Just take it. The system board lit up. Level 2 door exit to exterior. Spend essence to warp to the nearest dungeon. Alternatively, plugging the rest area key into the ground yields the same result. So the upgrade was basically a fast travel point to a dungeon. Xingu couldn't quite picture what would happen if he stepped through. This feels like waiting for my daughter to come home from a Ren fair. Arin shut that down fast. You don't even have a kid, weirdo. Look, at least now you don't have to dig tunnels with your tail like a mole rat. That SAW, right? Xingu finally caved. Objectively speaking, yeah, it is a solid upgrade. Arin tried to hype up the squad. We were running out of farming spots in Seoul anyway. If a dungeon break happens like last time, you just jam the key in the ground. No need to worry about the paparazzi. But she forgot Xingu's skull is thicker than concrete, he doesn't sway easily. Sure, but it's got bugs. Xingu started listing the patch notes of his misery. Like, what if I warp straight into the Demon King's bathroom ID? Have to book it immediately. Arin rolled her eyes at his chronic overthinking. Well, at least we know you good at running away. She stayed optimistic. We should only use this fast travel when we've got enough refund demons stocked up. The new feature didn't relax Xingu. It just made him stress bald about clearing a greater demoness turf. I have zero clue what the current questline is. He waved it off aggressively. Whatever. Shower, then sleep. Let's go. Arin called dibs. I am got next. Seha raised a hand. Hello, what am I supposed to do? Xingu's expression went dark. He knew Arin was the one adopting strays. They ended up hitting a convenience store to buy a toy house. The clerk was all smiles. Oh, your niece is gonna love this. Cut to a time lapse of day turning to night. Xingu and Arin were geared up and awake. All right, let's go scout a new dungeon, he said, but she blocked him. Nope, you need more downtime, he frowned. I just slept. Arin snapped back, channeling total angry spouse energy. I wouldn't be nagging you if you actually got a full 8 hours, dude. But level sickness is a whole different beast. Xingu went pale. Level sickness, since when was Seha eavesdropping? Yeah, for real. It never happens to basic players like me. But Arin was a top-tier ranker back in the day, so she's probably dealt with the lag. Arin turned to explain it to the meathead. Xingu, you've been grinding way too hard. You re-speed-running dungeons like a maniac, and trying to learn passive skills in high-level zones. That's reckless. The main glitch is that you re-leveling up too fast. He shut his mouth, realizing she was right. Is that why I feel like trash? Arin nodded. When you power level, your mental software can sync up with the hardware upgrades. That's why you're crashing. If you jump into PvP or a raid in this state, you were gonna bug out hard. You need to take a beat and let your body calibrate. She dropped the mic with one last line. Real pros know it's all about balance. Xingu finally actually listened. The girl had a point. I usually check my stats before proccing a skill, but my body jumped 15 levels. If I cast something now, I might blue screen. Arin stood her ground. Away from keyboard time is part of the progression. Xingu. He couldn't win a debate against her, so he folded. Fine. I am going to bed. He checked his stats. Lying there, staring at the ceiling felt like a waste of XP boosts. Maybe I should do some light calisthenics, sharpen the senses. Arin was reading his mind so hard it gave him goosebumps. Why are you looking at me like I am a loot box? She went full savage mode. I was just thinking about how you definitely gonna die alone. Xingu shook with rage. Excuse me, what did you just say? The room erupted into chaos. We need a mall run. We got a new roomie, remember? Yeah. A plastic house ain't cutting it. We need a bath, a bed, the works. Just because we re-small doesn't mean we don't gotta eat. Xingu gave them the dead fish stare. I totally forgot about the food situation. It's not like I can DoorDash to a dungeon dimension. If he were back on Earth, a simple button click would save his life. Xingu stood there, flexing the new fridge like it was a shiny trophy he just unlocked. Finally, cold drinks on deck. Arin, however, wasn't feeling the vibe. Look at you, all high and mighty. Someone needs to humble this man, real quick. Bro, with your bank account, you could cop 100 fridges. Or a whole mansion in the hills. You've been farming cash stacks off level 100 monsters since the tutorial dungeon. Xingu shut that down immediately. Keep it down. Setting up a flashy crib outside just puts a massive target on our backs. Arin rolled her eyes so hard they almost fell out. Who are you even hiding from? The paparazzi ignoring her. Xingu slapped on his helmet. Let's hit the mall. Arin zipped into his pocket, and Seiya slid into the frame right next to him. Yo, watch it. This pocket is VIP only. No vacancies. Seiya flinched at the scolding. My bad, I just thought leaning on you would be cozy or whatever. Xingu shuddered. Ew, cringe. Never say that again. They hopped on the scooter. Is this thing even street legal? Relax. I tape the plate on the back. We read ghosts. Just don't run any reds. Okay, I got it, Mom. He brake checked at the light and looked around. Weird. Every dude on a bike looked exactly like him. His brain started glitching. Why is everyone rocking this specific scooter? Same make, same model, same red and white paint job. It was like a glitch in the simulation. I am starving, Seiya whined, ignoring the Matrix moment. Is there a burger joint nearby? But Arin clocked it immediately. Xingu, look. They all cosplaying as you. Why would they rip off my style? Xingu was clueless. Arin sighed. Because you got caught in 4K on the news. Genius. You have zero idea how much clout you have right now. You stopped a literal apocalypse. That footage went global. Now every guy with a scooter wants your aura. If someone caught your fight in HD, you'd be trending #1 worldwide. Xingu blinked, looking like a total noob. For real, but aren't there way stronger players out there carrying the meta? Arin went into lecture mode. Sure, some players have higher mana stats, but there's a difference between a stat patter and a real killer. Like that Kim Harryon guy, total fraud compared to you. Seiya couldn't believe the shade being thrown. Meanwhile, Xingu replayed the tape in his head, toyed with the giant goblin, then bonk, one-shotted the veteran with a hammer. Yeah, that was pretty sick. They pulled up to the curb right next to a squad of girls scrolling on their phones. Did you see that clip? It's got like 1 billion views on TikTok. The screen showed Xingu in all his glory. The Sha Village incident, yeah, the Goblin Slayer guy. Rumor has it he is the goat hunter right now. Xingu overheard the hype. There's even a fan club Discord, one girl squealed. I want to join. Seiya puffed up his chest, feeling famous by association. That is why brand recognition is key, Seiya muttered. Xingu frowned. Since when are you an economics major? Seiya had to break it down for him. While the pros were chilling in Sky City, you were down in the mud, clearing mobs. Arin tilted her head. Wait, where were the other players? Xingu remembered. The auction house. Right, the big loot auction. Every high ranker was there flexing their wallets. Xingu gritted his teeth. Damn it. I really didn't need this kind of heat right now. Agreed, Arin nodded. Then Xingu had a big brain moment. Wait, if everyone is copying my fit, nobody knows which one is the real me. They blended into the mall crowd, feeling smarter. Xingu was on edge, too many NPCs around. But Seiya was hyped, looking at all the merch. People weren't buying Gucci though, they were stocking up on basics. Canned beans, water, baseball bats. Looks like everyone is prepping for the apocalypse. Seiya started grabbing items, teaching Xingu how to shop like a normal human. At least the loot goblins are scared off. Xingu wandered into the appliance aisle. Arin buzzed in his ear. Bro, we don't even have a kitchen in the safe house. Put that down. I can cook anyway. Xingu shrugged. Plus, 0 electricity. Seiya paused. Wait, then how is that fridge from earlier supposed to work? Water power, Xingu laughed. Good question. I have no idea. Suddenly, the massive mall TV flashed. Breaking news, the mystery hero. Oh snap, you were trending again. The anchor's voice boomed. If anyone has info on this player, DM us immediately. Xingu's face went from chill to kill mode. They were hunting me like I am on the FBI most wanted list. He was so fixated on the screen he forgot he was holding a spatula. The footage switched to a mountain crawling with ugly goblins and massive centipedes. Is that a dungeon? Break. Xingu squinted at the screen. It's too massive to be a standard dungeon, Arin whispered. And the camera crew is right there. Seiya jumped in, pointing at the screen. That is Mount Serac. My parents dragged me there for hiking trips when I was a kid. The news report continued to roll. Monsters near the waterfall were cleared by local hunters. The brave reporter shouted over the chaos. But the respawn rate is insane. They just keep coming. We've lost count of the hostiles. Civilians are trapped on the peaks, so the military can just nuke the place. It's a standoff. This is happening everywhere. Korea's top ranker managed to clear the first wave early on, but it's getting worse. Other countries are taking L's left and right. Taking out the final bosses actually triggered a global dungeon break. The monsters aren't just invading, they're moving in. Are we just going to let them evict humanity? The report ended with a desperate plea. We need the mystery hero. If you know the player who can stop this, tell us. The mall crowd started buzzing. Hey, doesn't that drawing look like the guy who killed the goblin? Nah, everyone dresses like that now. Plus, the real guy probably flies or something. Xingu had a realization. So that's why they want me. They need a cleaner. Arin looked concerned. What's the play, boss? Xingu was deep in thought. If the boss monster is already loose, what can I even do? They think I am some GM with admin privileges. I bet the actual top-tier players are already on site. They can handle it. Me showing up won't change the math. Arin shook her head. Don't be stupid. There isn't anyone out there stronger than you. Seiha chimed in. If the pro hunters heard that, they'd quit out of shame. Arin puffed up, proud of her chaotic host. You had level 100 stats before the system even registered you. Now you were technically level 50, but your passive skills are broken. Xingu stopped walking. Whatever. He pointed a thumb at his chest. I need to recharge first. But if Mount Sirak is still a dumpster fire after I nap, maybe I'll swing by. His eyes went sharp, looking straight into the camera of his mind. Even if it's a total outbreak, there might be another way to glitch the system. Inside, though, I was already fantasy spending the loot I hadn't even dropped yet. Honestly, I am way more hyped for high-tier mana crystals than real-world cash. Priorities. Chat, priorities. After that, my support and I hopped on the hog time to bounce. We rolled back to the safe zone, and I immediately went full Zen mode. Meditation time. Deep down, I could feel those skill stars lighting up like a Christmas tree inside me. It wasn't something I could see with my eyeballs, it was more of a vibe, a rush hitting my senses. Abstract, sure, but I knew exactly what was up. I was analyzing the specs, the star signatures, how they synced with my body, the whole 9 yards. Each one had its own frequency. Total count. 5 glowing stars on the dashboard. That is 2 less than my total passive count, the smallest glow. That is the combo of poison resistance and fire resistance. Those bad boys only flare up when I am literally walking through hell or taking toxic damage. They read the basic tier, the starter pack skills. But hey, if I grind hard enough, I can patch up those glass jaw weaknesses. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to manifest some more immunity buffs, no dice. Since those only trigger on impact, they read kinda boring. But the next star, that is the new meta I just unlocked, heavy weapon mastery. Turns out, it's not just for axes or swords. Anything with serious mass gets the buff. If it's heavy, it hits different. I figured this would be clutch for momentum-based combat. I started visualizing future boss fights, calculating the physics using the sheer weight of the gear to wreck shop. We were talking high-speed movement while dealing massive damage numbers. That is, the whole point of the build. I smirked to myself, low-key feeling like a genius right now. If any mob tries to step to me because I look slow with a hammer, bam, deleted. Reduced to pixels in a split second. That is the payoff for maxing out my attack speed and cutting out the input lag. Still, it was a little sketchy seeing the star flicker like that. I gripped the black wolf claw since I crafted this bad boy myself. The synergy is 100%. Best in slot item, no doubt. I looked over at the setting sun, thinking about the XP grind. The proficiency creates a scaling effect. The more I spam hammer attacks, the stronger it gets. Talk about an unfair advantage, it scales off my stats and the weapon. I started flexing on Arin, feeling pretty pumped. Tutorial complete, baby. I've mastered this avatar. Arin just gave me the dead fish eyes. So, you took a break and ran diagnostics just to test a heavy weapon perk. I clenched my fist. You just don't get the grind. My stats have spiked like crazy, and I am ready to use every inch of this power. I wanted to run outside and start helicoptering that hammer right now. Arin, being the buzzkill, goes, shouldn't you check your other cooldowns first? I shot her a wink. Way ahead of you, fam. She still looked skeptical. For real, next up, the 2 brightest stars, sitting way out in the distance. One was Murderous Aura, and the other was the Mystery Box skill. My look shifted from casual to calculated. Ignorance is courage. The vibe in the room switched instantly. Heavy, scary stuff. If I looked at it through the lens of Murderous Aura, it's a deep dive skill linking body, soul, and mana. It submerges my whole being, sharpens the edge, and projects it outward. It's a passive that essentially shatters an enemy's spirit without costing me a drop of mana. AP, right? I closed my eyes, trying to sync everything up. If I tunnel vision on this skill, I might figure out how to chain combos and manage energy conflicts, but nope, not happening today. I mentally tapped out. My mana bar is too low for that high-level theory crafting. Next on the list, Ignorance is courage. My first passive and still the biggest question mark on the character sheet. Basically, it nerfs damage from ambushes or traps when I am caught lacking. It has 0 correlation with my physical stats or mana pool. It lives in my body, but it runs on perception and RNG. Even I don't fully get the code behind it. I just stared at the passive, trying to reverse engineer it. I probably unlocked a skill that breaks the game logic because of my mental state. It had to be the dungeon mana and my achievement perks forcing it into reality. So, current passive count is 5, meaning I've maxed out everything except heavy weapon mastery. Now, time to check the external mods. The tattoo on my hand and the lizard tail sticking out of my backside. I still have no clue how to utilize soul power, and I've got a backlog of souls just chilling in my inventory. Most spirits are clingy, they don't just despawn. I thought back to the ghosts I've encountered. Haven't seen a specter in a hot minute. Which means I am definitely gonna get jump scared by one soon. Classic foreshadowing. I went back to comparing my loadout, the Chaos Tail 0 progress. I thought it was just a dungeon key item, but since I upgraded the safe zone and unlocked fast travel, I don't really need a key anymore. I watched the tail wiggle around. Is there an alt-fire mode for this thing? I gripped my fist. No way. There is no such thing as a useless asset in this build. Just gotta train it right. The Chaos Tail whipped through the air, aimed for a cup, and wrapped around it. Yo, check that dexterity. I started running drills, making it hold the cup, moving it around. It's not just for digging holes anymore. Compared to when I first equipped it, the input lag is gone. Smooth operator. I clenched my fist again. Goal total independence. I need this thing working while my hands are full. Seiha saw the tail and floated over. Low-key jealous of that third arm, dude. I just shrugged. Want to trade for your wings? Seiha chirped back. My bad. Never mind. I watched the two supports staring at my tail and thought, why didn't I exploit this sooner? Players with wings get vertical mobility from day one. So logically, I should be able to use this tail for combat maneuvers too. I flashed back to using the Chaos Tail to tunnel through the dungeon. My subconscious took the wheel. The tail kept wiggling in the safe zone. It's definitely got the mass to trigger heavy weapon mastery. Arin barely dodged a swipe. Bro, you gonna wreck the floor. It's too short for frontal assaults, but once I master the controls, it will be perfect for watching my 6. Backstab protection unlocked. I turned to Arin. Hypothetically, what happens if the tail takes a hit? She started running the simulation. Pretty sure it shares a hitbox with us, like wings. We don't lose the wings if they get hit. The damage just transfers to the HP bar. Arin explained the recovery mechanics. Potions or heals fix it. Unless you take massive damage, then the healing bugs out. So basically, I can still die even if I am not blocking with my face. Good to know. Arin looked a little stressed about losing body parts. If my mana hits 0, the flight engine cuts out. And that is when I get forced to log out. By falling to my doom. I grabbed my knee, thinking it over. At least I don't have to worry about the tail getting severed mid-fight. I jumped up, full of energy. All right, let's go find some mobs to punch. Seiha looked at me, impressed. Finally, ready for combat. I can actually help you now. I totally left him on red. Yo, if the cams catch you flexing too hard, we're gonna have a massive PR nightmare. Just chill. Seiha is hurting, but Xingu is grinning like he just won the lottery. The Whirlwind Guild is totally freaking out cause both Arin and the boss bounced. But imagine the hype if I pull up with you guys. Epic. Right? Xingu holds up a finger like he's about to drop a lecture. Look, I get you want to pay back your savior, but isn't there a dungeon right around the corner? I want to see you go beast mode in there. Seiha salutes instantly. You got it, boss. Arin is side-eyeing them, low-key salty that they rebonding so fast. They look way too cozy. Xingu waves it off. He's just hyped up on energy drinks. Stay sharp, though. If we get busted, I gotta throw hands with that hairy-on dude or whoever shows up. Arin instantly pictures the biggest loser on Earth. Seiha catches the shade in Xingu's voice. That creep literally tells everyone he is Arin's fiancé. Who knows what kind of psychodrama he'd start if he caught us. Just thinking about him gives Arin the ick. Xingu notices the vibe and pivots fast. I can stand dudes who think with their junk. Too bad I can dodge a girl's roasting skills though. Sounds like you speaking from experience. Xingu shuts that down real quick. You don't need to touch fire to know it burns, sweetheart. He cuts the chatter. Alright squad, let's roll to Mount Sirak. The trio struts off, leaving total mayhem in the dust behind them. Yo, we should grab some corn dogs and curly fries when we get there. Dude, don't be stereotypical. Okay, but tater tots sound lit right now. Lunch is sorted. While they're replanning the menu, Mount Sirak is straight up a war zone. The local militia is camping in the tall grass like snakes. Black smoke billows up, chopper down. They spotted our aerial surveillance from the sky. The radios are blowing up with noise. Status report. They weren't organized like this yesterday. Think it's linked to that weird flash. One soldier is on high alert. Watch for campers. They might ambush. Even the elite squad is shaking in their boots. We can clip small fry like goblins and slime blobs with rifles, but that doesn't mean we're bulletproof out here. The drone feed shows big league monsters raging because they re-cornered. This sucks. I was literally at the beach last week. Two grunts are casually chatting while death is staring them in the face. Trust me, being here is better. If you were on leave, they just drag your butt back anyway. Man, I didn't think of it like that. So, what do these players look like? Bad news. There's a ton of M. They point their barrels at the sky, lock and load. If it's shorter than a person, blast it. I doubt they made it this far though. If the players wipe, we re-next on the menu. Stay frosty. Suddenly, Xingu's voice cuts in. "Aw man, I can bring my bike here." The soldiers freak out and aim right at him. "Whoa, chill with the hardware, Rambo." They pin Xingu down and rip open his cooler bag. It's empty except for a rock rolling out. Psych, Xingu sprints away like Usain Bolt. "Our enemies are ugly monsters. Why are you aiming at humans?" Arin suddenly looks bashful. "That was my mom's favorite snack before she passed away." Xingu can't believe she's trolling. "Can you not use your tragic backstory for a joke right now?" Seiha chimes in from the sideline. "We really should be just stealth this mission." Xingu ignores the logic. That is the fee for saving their butts. If I save him, I get to roast him. It is a tradition to mess with the rookies. Arin sighs, "I'll never get dudes." She closes her eyes, tuning into the vibe of the area. Her eyes snap open, sparkling with pure confusion. 0 players on the radar. Then she drops a bomb. I'm not picking up any monster signals either. Arin goes full Wikipedia mode to break it down for him. Korea barely had any players to begin with, and the sweaty tryhards are busy grinding at Sky Castle. The vets know better than to rush into a new server event blind. The image of that greater demon is living rent-free in Arin's head. Goblins and slime blobs are easy XP, but that video showed a legit greater demon. Xingu rubs his chin. This isn't just a couple of random dungeons popping, and it's weird for so many players to spawn from the same instance. How do folks dying in different zones all respawn in the same spot? Xingu tilts his head. Is this some kind of glitch raid dungeon? Arin almost laughs at the new question. Dungeons aren't theme parks. Genius. She tries to dumb it down. Even an ant colony isn't that organized. Maybe if a pocket dimension collapse, but the odds are 0. Arin scans the tree line and points. I've got a better theory. I bet the final boss broke containment and wrecked the system. Let's go interrogate some monsters. Xingu nods but points the total opposite way. Nah, this way. They probably bailed while we were yapping. Sehei is starstruck. Whoa, your sensory range is insane, boss. He starts glazing him up immediately. That is my leader. Xingu keeps his mouth shut. He'd get wrecked if he admitted he was just guessing. He suddenly sprints into the woods like he knows exactly what he's doing. Logic says if I run in a straight line long enough, I gotta hit something. The wind whips past him, fueling his blind confidence that he'll find some loot or mobs. A scream rips through the air. Xingu jumps back, face glitching out like a 404 error. Help-y, the vibe gets heavy. Arin gasps, mob detected. And I hear a survivor. It's real. Xingu frowns. How did they survive getting trapped out here? He pivots and books it toward the screaming. The tall grass slows him down, but he finally gets eyes on the chaos. It's a total mismatch, players versus a goblin horde at the base of the cliff. The goblins are thirsty for blood, cornering the last survivors, making those nasty clicking noises. 3 players are already wasted, tossed aside like trash. Nari is desperately trying to patch up a guy bleeding out by a tree. The tank is shaking but holding the line. That is Baek-ho pure adrenaline, keeping him on his feet to protect the squad. Xingu surveys the battlefield from the high ground. We're relooking at hundreds of strapped goblins. And it gets worse. They brought the varsity team dozens of armored greater demons. Arin goes full tactical mode to keep Xingu from rushing in. That is enough mobs to fill a mid-tier dungeon. But something's glitchy. She's a pro, but she's never seen different monster species teaming up like this. While she's stressing, Xingu sounds chill as a cucumber. Pretty standard anime plot. Probably a demon lord or a dragon running the show. His casual vibe tells Arin everything she needs to know about his crazy levels. You watch too much TV, realizing she's getting distracted by his nonsense. She snaps. Wait, focus, we gotta save those noobs. Xingu sweats. I got it. Chill. He rips his spear, Da Lao, out of the cliffside. Hup, he summons his fighting spirit from his inventory. He sticks the superhero landing, fully geared up with his black wolf claws. The goblins spot fresh meat. New tribute, they open fire with their janky DIY guns. Smoke him. Xingu just stands there and face tanks the bullets like they re-nerfed darts. The goblins panic, scrambling back. Run, this dude ain't human. Yo, Xingu isn't letting these pests slide. He activates the black wolf claws for that sweet mobility boost to break free. Boom, a massive explosion goes off behind him, and now every single goblin in the front row is staring like deer in headlights. Surprise, shorties. Yuri about to catch a flight with 0 frequent flyer miles. Xingu goes full bulldozer mode, sprinting headfirst and sending anyone dumb enough to block his path straight into next week. Right before the boss goblin can land a hit, Xingu pulls a parkour move so sick it almost gave the monster a heart attack. And then boom. The classic superhero landing right in front of the other players. Marvel would be proud. Xingu barks an order at Baek-ho. Yo, cover your boy. His voice is so icy, Baek-ho starts stuttering. But seriously, Xingu was just trying to catch a breath when these rude little goblins started spamming blow darts at him. Now he's mad. Not because of the pain, but because they put holes in his drip. That outfit wasn't cheap. Xingu's eyes go full demon mode, staring daggers at the mob. With a massive hand, he grabs the darts out of the air, Matrix style, and returns the favor. He flings them back at Mach speed, instantly sending a few goblins to meet their ancestors. Talk about a know-you moment. One goblin sees this and tries to nope out, realizing Xingu is way too OP, but his squad is like, nah, kill him. He,'s the sacrifice. Sacrifice, please. Xingu raises the black wolf claws, radiating pure chaotic energy. Sacrifice this. He slams his hand down, creating a shockwave that cracks the pavement and sends debris flying. This dude looks like a K-pop idol but talks like the Grim Reaper pulling up to your driveway. You run, I hit harder. The goblins freeze up like a lagging game server. Seeing them petrified, Xingu grins like he just unboxed a legendary item. Good, stay right there. The slaughterfest begins. It's hammer time. Baby Xingu sweeps through the mob like a leaf blower. Baek Ho watches, jaw on the floor, stunned by the sheer audacity of this mystery hero. How is he this cracked? Nari sits on the sidelines, eyes sparkling, hyping him up non-stop. He's got to be a high-ranking player. I'd bet my entire inventory on it. Baek Ho is eyeing that wicked weapon, looking skeptical. Wait, who uses a hammer like that in Korea? He starts scrolling through his mental database. Hold up, I think it's him. The silhouette matches perfectly. He's starting to connect the dots to that famous hunter. Meanwhile, the goblins realize they can't chill, so they decide to Zerg rush him in a panic. A sacrifice for the new world. Looking at the loot delivery system, the monsters offering themselves up, Xingu quietly celebrates. They were flying in like moths to a flame. Perfect. He drops his center of gravity, crouching low to get that perfect angle for the execution. No need for fancy footwork, he just needs one good swing of the hammer. Before they even know what zip code he's in, they were staring blankly as their weapons snap in half. Xingu is racking up combo points, bonking heads with 0 misses. He's basically farming them. Arin thinks, nodding in agreement. It's literally a game of whack-a-mole out here. The goblins are shaking, whispering, sacrifice, sacrifice. Until Xingu shuts down their chanting like blowing out a birthday candle. Bruh. You guys are still on about that. No need for toxic chat. His words hit harder than his fists. Are you sure you guys aren't the XP material here? He drops these savage burns with the most innocent face imaginable. He wonders, if he wipes the whole lobby, will a boss spawn? Maybe a demon or something. Arin knows exactly where his head is at but doesn't stop him. Just run if it gets hairy. Xingu grips his black wolf claws, standing before the horde like the Grim Reaper checking his watch. I'll play it safe, so I don't get deleted. Suddenly, the frontline goblins feel a chill down their spines. Something ain't right. The bearded goblin screams in pure terror. Is that real? Before he can even finish the question, his buddy's head goes pop. The impact is so loud it's like a sonic boom. The goblins start screeching like a live stream that just lost connection. Game over. The mana stops spreading, the ritual is cancelled. Amid the chaos, one goblin feels brave enough to point a shaky finger at Xingu. That guy is a glitch in the system. Arin drops her theory after watching the gameplay. I don't know the full lore, but I am definitely stalling them. It probably has to do with Xingu being a hidden player. Xingu catches that, his eyes flashing with a weird light. Whatever. Not his drama. Right now, the mission is simple, wipe the map. His killing intent floods the area, making the cowardly goblins retreat. Run all you want. He leaps into the air, voice dripping with adrenaline. You can attack, but nobody is logging out today. The shockwave scares the birds away as the hammer crash echoes everywhere. The goblin bodies start disintegrating into dust, straight up Infinity War style. Thanos would be proud. Good game, WP. The battle ends, and Xingu's silhouette looks insanely majestic. Du 1, barely recovered, gasps at Xingu's skills. He soloed the whole squad. Baek Ho is choking up with admiration. Did he seriously speedrun that by himself? A familiar blue window pops up. Ding, Xingu has reached level 51. His stats haven't changed much, though. He's hyped. Yo, I actually leveled up. Now we're recooking. His eyes drift over the goblin, turning to dust, mind racing with theories. So I just kill mobs and get XP. That's totally different from the usual grind. Siha checks her own status screen. Wait, do supports get shared XP too? This new meta has Arin confused. So we can level up in the real world during dungeon breaks, Xingu wonders. Is it global, or is my account just special? Is this a patch for everyone, or just for hidden players like me? Arin steps in with her take. I'm betting it's the second one. She starts analyzing the map. This feels more like an ant colony than the Citadel. Flashbacks of the goblins play in her head. Maybe that's why the mobs were bugging out. Her theory piques Xingu's interest. Let's fact-check that. He turns to the three other players to interrogate them. Did you guys catch a level up from those kills? Baekho shakes his head immediately. No shot. We only get XP when we clear dungeons in the Citadel. We've farmed tons of mobs and got nothing. The theory is confirmed, and Xingu's face gets serious. So that is how it is. He shifts gears to check on the wounded player. Is your teammate good? Do-Won answers shyly. Yeah. We re-hanging in there. Nari jumps in. We'll get healed up back at the Citadel. She bows deeply to thank him, accidentally giving him a generous view that turns his face bright red. Yeah, no problem. Nari asks the burning question. Are you from the Sha Guild? Xingu dodges the question aggressively. Look, it's getting dangerous here. You guys need to bounce. Now. That scare tactic worked a little too well. Nari stammers a yes. And Rugen looks like he is about to throw up from fear. She glances back, her voice barely a whisper in the wind. But our teammates are down. The white-sheeted bodies lie there in the silence, a grim reminder of the game over screen. Xingu watches Nari walk away, heavy-hearted. He looks away, feeling the vibe. They were probably not used to permadeath. He notices Arin and Siha looking equally wrecked. Usually, people die in the Citadel, and survivors just retire and come back to the real world. He muses to himself while cooling down. But out here, a dead body is just a dead body. Baekho's shaky voice cuts through his thoughts. We can too just leave them here as loot. Nari knows she is helpless, but she is torn. What do we do now? I can carry a person. Xingu sighed and dropped a pro tip. Bro, just shove him in your inventory. The trio cheered like they just won the lottery. Right, Sia and Arin finally agreed on something. Nobody mentioned the moral gray area here. Whatever beats letting them rot or become monster snacks. Suddenly, the white sheets lit up like a flashbang. Everyone had to shield their eyes from the random light show. Baekho, standing front row, freaked out. The bodies were deleting themselves. He tried to grab them, useless. No, damn it. 3 glowing orbs floated up in midair. While Xingu stood there looking away from keyboard, the orbs dive-bombed him. They hit. The light intensified, and the symbol on his hand started smoking purple. Xingu checked his HUD. Ding Soul Collection leveled up to 2. Total souls possessed 4. Weird vibes, but he wasn't complaining. I have no idea what's happening, but I dig it. He looked at Baekho bawling his eyes out and realized, guess I am the only one seeing the loot notifications. Xingu killed the mood instantly. Player bodies always despawn. Quit crying. Nari sniffled, totally not buying it. Curiosity over, he turned to leave. Stay and cry if you want to aggro every monster in the zone. I am out. But Nari grabbed him like a lifeline. Wait, Xingu ignored her, walking and thinking. Regular players can T-power level just by hunting downstairs, but he's built different. After the demon raid, he was unlocking meta concepts nobody else knew. Probably escapees from the ant tunnel. One thing was sure, no need to full clear dungeons for XP and mana. His hand glowed. The dead players' souls. Yeah, he totally absorbed them. Xingu frowned, owning people's souls. Kinda cringe. He watched birds fly overhead. Whatever, they came to me because of my auto-loot skill. Definitely not normal behavior. He jumped into the abyss without a word. So many mysteries, but who cares? Xingu laughed like a total villain. Hey, free buffs aren't too bad. Back to the rescue mission. Arin and Sei had trailed behind, confused. Didn't you say rescue? Are we actually saving people? Xingu smashed some dwarves into oblivion. The rookie players thanked him for the clutch carry. He moved like a shadow, slapping giant monsters around. His DPS was climbing. Blood and dust trailed him like a cape. Exhausted, Xingu exhaled. Man, I need a ranged weapon. Arin looked at him sitting on a pile of loot and smirked. Bro, you one-shot a demon with a pebble. Why do you need a gun? True, he did delete a boss with a rock. Arin suggested. Slingshot. Xingu rolled his eyes. Too much reload time. Do I look like I want to farm rocks all day? He imagined a minigun instead. I want a skill that goes brrr like a machine gun. Arin rolled her eyes. That seems like overkill. Just use the rocks, she snapped. Or grind your magic bullet skill. You've been ignoring it, Seiha gasped. Boss, you have magic bullet. That is a super rare drop, Seiha yelled. Xingu shrugged. Who cares if it's rare? To prove a point, he blasted a nearby tree. Perfect hole right through the trunk. Clean, but weak. This wouldn't even tickle a dwarf. It's my only underleveled skill. Then, Seiha dropped some anime wisdom. Make it spin. In manga, spinning attacks always do more damage. Arin pictured it. Gravity, rotation. Okay, that actually looked cool. Xingu stroked his chin. Spinning stabilizes the trajectory and boosts crit damage. He looked up, remembering his old training arc. I tried that. Failed hard. It's tougher than coding a new passive. Then, his brain went galaxy mode. Wait, what if I stack skills? Xingu went full mad scientist. Magic Bullet is based on punishment. What if I stack charge on it, like I did with Frenzy Charge? Arin looked lost. How charge just dumps destructible energy into mana and locks it? Sounds simple, but changing mana properties is high IQ stuff. Most players would brain fart trying to understand. Xingu was pumped. I grinded that mechanic for ages. I can control charge mana in my sleep now. He winked at her. Arin wanted to flip a table. So that's how you broke the game earlier. Xingu went into professor mode. Actually, this might be easier. Fill the mana pool with charge, trigger the punishment explosion, then layer iron body defense simultaneously. Seha scratched his head. My brain hurts just listening. How do you come up with this? Arin sighed. I told you, he is weird. He has low MP, but he min-maxes better than anyone. Xingu watched them hype him up. Why are you bragging about my stats? Xingu focused. Okay, round 2. Concentrate mana at the fingertip. Add a dash of charge. He took a breath. If this failed, goodbye thumb. The energy swirled, condensing on his thumb. Now. He fired. Bang. The bullet ripped through the air, the shockwave slapping Arin and Seha in the face. It hit a boulder instantly. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the area, raining debris everywhere. The dust settled, revealing a trench stretching 100 meters. Xingu froze, staring at the destruction. Arin was buffering, totally speechless. Seha had practically crashed from shock. Xingu shrugged it off. Wait. Why hasn't anyone else tried this simple hack? Arin snapped out of it, triggered. Simple skill synthesis isn't simple, you maniac. You can just mash buttons and hope it works. Seha ignored her, eyes shining. Boss, can you rapid fire that? Actually, yeah, that is even easier. Xingu scratched his head, looking at the crater. But let us not, I don't want to destroy the whole map today. Seha was glazing him up like a donut, absolutely zero shame. Smart move though. But Xingu was stuck in his head, theory crafting hard. Mixing the magic bullet with pulse was going to eat way more mana than the vanilla version. Xingu started doing calisthenics, flailing his limbs like a wacky inflatable tube man. His squad gave him the side eye, but hey, it was a low-impact workout, right? His mood went from 0 to 100 real quick. Pure bliss. Simple test, but he unlocked a god-tier weapon. Then bam, Pain Train hit him like a truck, messing up his breathing rhythm completely. He scrunched his face, looking totally lost in the sauce. It felt exactly like when he first unlocked that frenzied pulse. His body was basically downloading the update for this rare phenomenon. Only diff, it wasn't a new file, just a remixed old memory. A system notification popped up right after the skill install finished. Active skill, Magic Bullet evolved into Enhanced Bullet, Level 1. The fine print said it evolved through synthesis, firing a supercharged mana slug designed to delete targets. Xingu's face went stone cold after reading the patch notes. The skill changed. Arin chimed in with her 2 cents, floating up to eye level to drop some wisdom. Bet it's way more user-friendly now that it's official. Seha was sweating bullets, tallying up Xingu's loadout 2 actives and a passive in record time. Only one explanation for this hack's level luck. Dude's definitely blessed by the RNG gods. Arin looked ready to slap him for being so delusional. Zip it. Meanwhile, Xingu was back to running simulations in his brain. Scavenging for magic bullet artifacts actually sounded lit. His brain projected 2 demon-face targets for visualization. Enhanced Bullet hit hard enough to one-shot goblins, slimes, and even archdemons. Loki, Arin was stressing. Xingu was already cracked, and now he had range. Seeing his smug vibe, she shook her head. Who's gonna stop this man now? Somewhere up the mountain, a tired Arin asked. How long have we been at this? Seha rapped the answer faster than Eminem. Reason for the exhaustion, Xingu was on an infinite grind set, hitting level 53. He gazed across the peaks. This server map was massive. Tracking mob aggro was taking forever. Arin stood aside, whispering to herself, wondering how many dungeons had been cleared. Heavy thoughts faded, though the spot looked kinda like a cleared dungeon. Seeing mobs sprawled out on the dirt made her head spin with a touch of anxiety. Tons of trash mobs, but the final boss was MIA. Xingu caught his breath and checked the status. Yo, anything trending on the socials? Arin scrolled the phone. Seha was holding like a phone stand. No signal. Cantiga info when even the choppers are getting swatted like flies. Then, her eyes locked onto something that made her gasp. Sup. Xingu noticed she was acting sus. Suddenly, Arin and his crew rolled up looking all heroic. The Gale Guild had cleared the dungeon and was heading down. Xingu actually cheered. Bet. He pointed forward, taking charge. This map is too big to solo. We found some civilian bodies. We need backup as soon as possible to minimize the Ls. Arin shot him a death glare. I'm all for players clapping monsters. She started fuming, rage meter rising just thinking about Harian. But why the Gale Guild? Arin snapped at Seha. Seha, we got a dip. Ghost mode, now. He started sweating buckets. Copy that. He basically threw up a peace sign. I hereby resign from Gale. I'm strictly Xingu's support main now. While Xingu was busy monologuing, Seha and Arin booked it. I smell a brawl over there. Xingu, wait for me. Some dude with a beard was flexing hard, tanking a horde of goblins with his squad. Xingu watched from the nosebleeds. They look fine. Seha nodded. Total stomp. Arin dropped a reality check. Some of those players have a bigger mana pool than you. Just saying. Roasted. Xingu backed off. Fine, I'll let them cook. Xingu shouldered his black wolf claw and walked off like an edgy anime protagonist. Seiya floated after him, hyping him up. You were cracked. Since when do you have stealth? Arin sighed. Stop fidgeting. Suddenly, Xingu's face went dark mode. Noticed something weird in these lobbies. The mobs care more about player corpses than fighting. He recalled goblins dropping their loot in terror when a body despawned. Even when players are sweating to defend their teammates, the monsters panic if the body glitches out. Xingu narrowed his eyes. They refarming us for mana. The goblins were whispering like confused NPCs. Huh. The sacrifice. It despawned. They looked shook at the empty spot. Our XP. Our food source. A soul drifted into Xingu's hand, branding his skin with a sigil. System pinged, soul collection skill leveled up to 3. Total souls in inventory 13. Seha stood behind him, serious mode activated. So they retargeting mana packs. Arin raised a hand, theory crafting. Mana or souls? Even when I was a player, soul control was blocked content for me. Mana might be linked to the soul engine, she mused. Arin pointed at Xingu's arm, dead serious. That soul collection skill you have. It's an exotic drop, extremely rare. Seha clutched his head, overloading. He shouted, Can we skip the lore dump? My brain is frying. Xingu caught a sound and signaled for silence. Shh. Arin switched to alert mode, ears perked. Seha locked in, scanning the area. Xingu stared ahead, PvP happening, 300 meters out. He closed his eyes, audio tracking the clash. Whoever is fighting sounds like a top-tier player. Arin looked worried. Sounds like they were getting Zerg rush though. Too many mobs. What is the play? Xingu opened one eye, calculating the odds. We help, even if it's the Gale Guild leader. Xingu sprinted off like a speedrunner. Arin shouted, Equip your mask first, he replied. Way ahead of you. Xingu equipped the Undying Will mask and braked at the cliff edge. He peered down, scanning the pit. He almost lagged out when he saw Marina soloing goblins with a hand cannon. The mobs screeched at her. Enemy boss level threat. Then they spotted Xingu and yelled. That one's glitching, has not like the others. Xingu squinted, catching a detail. Monster bodies littered the floor, weapons snapped in half. Total wipeout, courtesy of Marina. Xingu stood there stunned. That's a lot of aggro, and some of those are high-level elites. Dawn tell me she cleared this room solo. He was shook by her DPS. She looked up and hollered at Xingu, Yo, you human mind lending a hand. Those elites she mentioned, Sirak Mountain mobs, are strictly level 100 plus, and they were all face down in the dirt. The heavy hitters were deleted without even fighting back. Xingu was deep in thought. It didn't add up. You don't wipe this many just by being high level. She waved frantically. Hello, you lagging. Are you a bot or what? He sighed, then yeeted himself off the cliff. The goblins looked up, totally caught off guard. They tried to turtle up. Incoming, stop that griefer. Xingu rocketed forward, aura flaring, blasting them back. Frenzied pulse engaged, the goblins were ragdolled instantly. Marina's jaw hit the floor. Xingu stuck the landing amidst the goblin bodies. She stared at him, bewildered. What kind of ult was that? He silently equipped his black wolf claw, dropping into a combat stance. What are you doing, going away from keyboard? Marina watched silently. The goblins were trembling as she slowly replied, Yo, chat, I got this. Let's chop it up. Marina and Xingu rolled up on these fools like two raid bosses ready to wipe the server. After clearing the trash mobs, Xingu swung that hammer and hyped himself up. Bro slammed that mallet into the dirt so hard the servers lagged. Those dwarf creeps were shook, jaws on the floor. Then boom, a beam of light sliced two of them in half like a hot knife through butter. Half a goblin went flying into his buddies, and they were screaming, He's hacking, he's hacking. Marina was totally jung-shook, eyes wide like anime saucers. Dude was swinging the heavy hammer like it was a lightweight katana. Xingu had zero clue he was freaking her out. He just gripped his weapon and thought to himself, tried to use my old sword combos, but the hitbox is weird with the hammer. That is when Marina realized this guy wasn't just strong, his mechanics were insane. His power level is one thing, but that movement tech. Marina peeped the goblins trembling behind Xingu as absolute unit of a back. Is this guy level 200? Is he smurfing? Looking at this fresh-faced kid, she felt kinda salty. How is he not on the leaderboards? Marina shook it off like a pro. Focus, girl. No time to simp over his stats right now. We got work to do. She bit her lip, determined not to get carried. Without wasting a frame, she whipped out dual pistols, looking thirsty for some XP. Her face said she was ready to clutch this round. Time to lock in. Marina finally accepted Xingu as a legit squad mate. I don't mind frontlining, but DPSing behind a solid tank, that is the dream meta. Two goblins realized she was a threat and screeched, "Nerf that chick." They knew they were charging a walking nuke, but they panic-pushed anyway. Big mistake. Something wicked this way comes, Marina whispered. Too late, losers. As they rushed her face, she popped her ult pupils, turning red like a targeting reticle. She let out a dark laugh and unleashed a bullet hell spray, lighting up the darkness. Xingu was sweating bullets himself. Yo, are those magic bullets? She's packing mana rounds, that is OP. Every shot punched a clean hole through them. These goblins had zero survival instincts, rushing into the meat grinder like NPCs with bad AI. She was literally toying with the mob, kiting them backward while aiming for headshots. Xingu stood there, jaw on the floor, watching the one-sided slaughter. Bro, what the actual heck? Remembering how shocked she was earlier, Xingu felt confused. Wait, she was shocked by my moves. If I don't keep my distance, I'm gonna end up as Swiss cheese too. Some sneak thief tried to gank Xingu from behind with an axe. Rookie move. Xingu delivered a roundhouse kick so hard it glitched the dude's head right off. Denied. The other two assassins soiled themselves. I want to go home. They realized Arin wasn't the only beast here. Xingu was an unbreakable wall that hits back like a truck. With the Bullet Queen behind him raining death, they were an unstoppable duo. Individually, they were cracked, but together, total server wipe. The goblins finally realized they were outmatched and tried to rage quit. Dip, we can handle these sweats. They repay to win. Xingu hadn't farmed enough XP yet and wanted to chase, but Marina called it off. Nah, chill, fam. Let him run. She looked at the loot pile of limbs and bodies. If we spawn camp them too hard, they'll just call for backup. Let the rats lead us to the boss room so we can clear the whole dungeon. Xingu nodded like, solid strat. He gripped his hammer. Then psych, he yeeted that thing at the retreating mob without saying a word. The hammer spun like a boomerang, deleting a few goblins instantly. Then Xingu hit him with the finger guns, firing invisible mana rounds. Pew pew. The mana shots auto-locked onto the runners. Xingu caught his hammer like a boss and turned around. We don't need that many guides, right? Marina flashed in front of him, eyes wild and scary. Yo, what build is that? That wasn't a normal magic bullet skill, explain. Xingu sighed, staring at her intense face while reading her wiki page in his head. Marina Bicet. 22 years old, born in Kali Land of the Wild. She was an OG. Awakened 10 years ago when Sky City dropped. Everyone calls her a prodigy, insane mana pool, mental fortitude, and top-tier combat mechanics. She literally speedran the test dungeon faster than anyone and invented the magic bullet skill. She's practically the dev of her own meta. Mobs hear the name Marina and despawn out of fear. Her mana bar is basically infinite compared to us normies. Rumor has it she clears dungeons solo just to flex her magic bullets. She didn't play solo because she had to. She did it for the montage clips. Nobody could keep up with her grind speed. But eventually, even the GOAT hits a paywall. Level 30 dungeons humbled her. She couldn't solo raid those. Tired of waiting for scrubs to catch up, she went freelance, joining international raids as a merc. Her biggest clout moment, the Tornado Guild's level 32 clear. She was the carry in that run, no cap. Everyone was hyping up Korea as world first, but Xingu knew the tea. That clear wouldn't have happened without her carry. She was the MVP. Marina gave him a weird look while he was spacing out. Hello Earth the Hammer Boy, what are you mumbling? Xingu was too deep in his lore dive to hear her. He remembered Arin fangirling over her. Top-tier stats and S-tier visuals, devs, please nerf. Even Seha admitted she was the main character of the Tornado Guild back in the day. First time seeing her in 4K resolution. Xingu admitted she was legit, but his loyalty held strong. Arin is still top-tier though. She's a pro player and a baddie too. Xingu scanned her avatar. Arin wasn't lying. Marina is built different, tall, athletic, definitely grinded her stats in the gym. His eyes accidentally dropped to her chest seriously. Do those hitboxes mess up her agility? Then down to the snatch waist and long legs. Okay, her character design is flawless. Xingu blushed. Keep it PG, bro. She could have been a supermodel if she wasn't busy slaying monsters since childhood. He shook his head and snapped back to the conversation. Marina clasped her hands like a fangirl. Teach me your ways, senpai, I need that tech. Xingu hit her with a hard nope. She turned up the volume. Teach me. Seeing her throw a tantrum made her look less like a pro and more like a curious noob. Access denied, he said again. Marina was about to rage quit life. She didn't back down. I've never seen that distinct animation before. I am the OG magic bullet user. I own the copyright on this skill. I need the patch notes on that skill right now. Xingu shut it down, dropping knowledge. Listen, the map is huge, and you can unlock everything just by whining. Touch grass. GG's though. Xingu looked at the absolute carnage around them. This was the wildest PvP zone since they entered the mountain, crawling with high-level elites. Then he blitzed forward, absolutely deleting their hitboxes. If these mobs are high-level, I might just snag a mana crystal. Just like that time with the veteran dwarf boss. Sure enough, when the mob despawned, it dropped a shiny rock. Xingu snatched it up, hyped like he just pulled a legendary from a loot box. Jackpot, baby Marina clocked it from the back too. Yo, you know about mana crystals. Suddenly, she remembered her main quest, screaming at him to stop trolling. That's not what I asked. Then, boom, total personality switch. She went full anime waifu mode, pouting and begging. Pues, Xingu. What's the deal with magic bullet? Come on, spill the tea. Watching her act was cringe level 1000. Xingu literally had no words. After leaving her hanging for a hot minute, he finally sighed and gave a savage reply. Bro, a stray cat has better aim than you. That clapback hit hard. Marina turned tomato red. She didn't expect her charm offensive to get shut down so brutally. Her cute act, zero effect. Critical failure. Is this guy totally numb or just oblivious? Xingu looked at her antics with a tired smile. She's not exactly a toxic kid, just a bit extra. He started sizing her up for real. I played the cold card on purpose to see if she'd tilt. I dig that she didn't try to force it. Stat-wise, whether it's mana pool or achievements, she's actually way more cracked than me. But the fact that she didn't use her powers to bully me, that deserves some respect. You know what they say, knowing what is right is easy, but actually doing it when you re-OP, that is the real grind. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got, grinding his teeth. But look, she's just a rookie. If she realizes that whining won't get her the loot, maybe she'll figure out a better meta to solve her problems. Finally, Xingu laid down the terms. What are you dropping for me if I tutor you? His face went full villain mode, scaring Marina so bad she froze like she had lag. Listen up, here's the lesson I just cooked up. A real deal doesn't start with threats. It starts with reading the rune. Just so I don't sell myself short, let me repeat the quest requirements. Like I said, I'll consider it if the price is right. If my info is S tier, should you be trading me something with equal stats? Marina probably wasn't used to people playing hardball, so she was shaking with rage. But Xingu wasn't about to fold. That is the rules of the trade you gotta give to get. Eventually, she realized he wasn't bluffing and caved. Fine, I wasn't gonna give this to anyone, but this skill is actually goated. Hearing that, Xingu's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. Marina opened her inventory and started rummaging around. Then she dragged out this massive Thunder God gun. But let's be real, that weapon was way too chunky for her frame, and she stumbled like a noob. It's heavy. It's super heavy. Catch it, quick. Xingu swooped in to save the day. For real, he caught it one-handed, easy peasy, inspecting the new loot while holding it up. Marina watched him handle it and had to admit he was built different. I noticed it when you were swinging that giant hammer, but you actually jacked. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't lift that thing. Even though she agreed to the trade, she was still salty about it. That's why I can use it. It has some debuffs, but that gun is miles better than my pistol. Xingu tried to smooth things over. Hey, you said you couldn't use it anyway, so don't be sad. But Marina felt like he was trolling her. It's literally a god-tier item. Then she whipped out her pistol and pointed it at him, zero hesitation. If you trash it, I will literally end you. Xingu got a bit nervous. This girl has zero chill and just laughed it off. Haha. Suddenly, after inspecting the textures, a light bulb went off. Wait, looking at the size and skin, a famous weapon name popped into Xingu's head. Is this the peerless cannon? Quality is insane. Marina lost it and screamed. No, wrong, it's a rifle. She started explaining like a dev reading patch notes. I mean, I don't get why the Thunder God gun is classified as a rifle either, but it is. Xingu's imagination was stuck on the words Thunder God. Just then, the system HUD popped up. Thunder God-S gun, sealed, rank B+. A weapon crafted from the literal body of a deity. If the user has a magic bullet type skill, this gun buffs it to insane levels. However, the weapon's true potential is currently nerfed by a seal. Once your proficiency hits the cap and a special condition is met, the first seal breaks. Xingu didn't think this gun would have such complex mechanics. Whoa, holding this treasure actually feels heavy, literally and metaphorically. I just scored something epic. The energy coming off this thing hits different. First time I've seen gear named after a god. The damage per second on this thing must be wild. Shame it's still sealed. Xingu started wavering, weighing his options like a pro trader. Finally, he told Marina, I can take this. She looked shocked, mouth open. She didn't expect him to back out. This is way more valuable than the info I have. But Marina didn't care about the market value. No, upgrading Magic Bullet is worth way more to me. Nothing matters more than that. Just take the gun, please. I am begging you. Xingu didn't expect her to be this stubborn. Why is she so obsessed? He smirked, realizing this girl was actually kinda interesting. Maybe that obsession is what carried her this far in the game. He double-checked just to be safe. You know this info is useless unless you unlock the prerequisite skills, right? Marina replied instantly. Then I'll go grind until I get them. Xingu realized she had guts, true mercenary spirit, ready to roam the server. Guess I can say no to that attitude. After thinking it over, he decided to keep the Thunder God gun. Alright, deal. I'll hold up my end. Time skipped forward a bit, and they wrapped up the transaction. Suddenly, Marina froze like her controller disconnected. She was tearing her hair out, looking terrified like she just saw a raid boss. You can upgrade the raw power of Magic Bullet. With that. Hold up. Why would you try mixing melee combat with Magic Bullet? Her reaction made Xingu feel a little guilty. She looked like her brain just broke. Meanwhile, Marina was still screaming her lungs out. How is that even possible? Even with the walkthrough, that sounds impossible. He suggested a refund. You want the rifle back. But she snapped back immediately. No, her stubbornness was just like Xingu's. She was determined to get what she wanted. Gun kata. I am definitely gonna unlock it. He looked at her and saw a reflection of himself. I get it. Her massive ego won't let her regret her choices. Strong players always find a reason to stay on top of the leaderboard. Suddenly curious, Marina turned around. But I've never seen anyone with your stats. Where have you been hiding this whole time? A vague question Xingu obviously wasn't gonna answer. I don't know you either, so let's call it even. That reminded her of something. She reached out for a handshake. I am Marina Bizet. She laughed awkwardly and dropped some lore. I used to run dungeons with the Korean Cyclone Guild, but I quit cause it was too hardcore. They sent me here to help out. Xingu stayed on guard, side-eyeing her. After a few seconds of silence, he finally replied, Cool, but I'm not doxing myself. Marina looked totally let down. Huh. Since Xingu refused to spill the beans, Marina started theorizing. I bet you leveled up like crazy while smurfing, so you don't want to blow your cover. She mumbled to herself, feeling kinda dumb. Damn it, I am not usually this gullible. Hearing her mutter, Xingu dropped a cold line. That is the biggest cap I've heard all day. Then he turned to leave the zone. Our deal is done. Marina cut in, trying to stop him. Wait, she suggested they squat up. We were heading the same way anyway, right? Let's roll. Xingu wasn't exactly thrilled. He tried to shake this loud mouth, but she stuck like glue. He let out a heavy sigh, and she immediately got defensive. Excuse me, you got a problem with me. We re-hunting monsters. Right, she had a point, and he knew it. Yeah, sure. Marina puffed out her chest, trying to look legit. Relax, bro. I'm a pro hunter. I won't cramp your style. That made him pause. The issue wasn't her skill. It was his secret wings. If she saw them, things would get messy fast. Plus, his squad was still laying low, miserable in their hiding spots. Arin and Seha were itching to bail, too. Marina, sensing his hesitation, pulled the classic reverse psychology card. I get it. You want to bail. She knew exactly which buttons to push to mess with his ego. Fine. You bounce, I'll go solo and wipe him out. You were after the big bad, right? Arin chimed in via telepathy, basically saying, go for it, dude. We good. We'll stay under the radar. Honestly, having her extra firepower isn't the worst idea. Seha was on the same page. Agreed. I kinda want to scope her out, but hey, you re the boss, your call. Too many voices in his head. Xingu shook it off. All right, let's move. He took point, signaling the green light. Marina literally jumped for joy. Finally, let's go. Now you were talking, they took off, tearing through the dense woods like parkour pros. Suddenly, Marina clocked something weird and hit the brakes on the conversation. Xingu didn't break stride. What's up? She was side-eyeing him hard. Why are you burning mana to sprint? Where are your wings? Busted. He knew she'd catch that eventually. I mean, it's impressive you keeping up with me on foot, but still. Inside, Xingu was sweating it. Player wings weren't just for show. They gave massive buffs to speed and durability. Higher-level wings basically turned you into a jet fighter. He kept his poker face locked down tight. Nope, not using M. Marina wasn't buying the silence, though. Are you even a player? Xingu snapped back. The heck do I look like then? She didn't hesitate. A straight-up monster. His power levels were so off the charts, she could ignore it. You remixing shockwaves with magic bullets like it's nothing. If you ask me, yeah, total freak of nature. She nodded to herself. Definitely a monster. He couldn't win this argument. Think what you want. He tuned her out and started strategizing. Okay, clear this mountain, then loop back and raid those ant tunnels for a while. His biggest headache was keeping his cover. He figured, if I'm stronger than her, who cares, I won't have to sneak around anymore. I just need enough juice so nobody messes with me, even if I go public as a player. He side-eyed Marina, gauging her threat level. I need enough clout to make people fall in line. It worked right now because Marina was kind of an airhead, but against the top-tier elites, they wouldn't be this easy to manipulate. Especially that guy Arin. Just thinking about him gave Xingu a migraine. To kill the awkward vibe, he spoke up. Yo, you sure we going the right way? Marina pointed forward, confidence level 100. Yup, I see him. She squinted into the brush. Got eyes on their ugly little heads. Sure enough, a bunch of goblins were hauling tail. These little dudes were running like their pants were on fire. Move it, the boss ain't he gonna wait all day. He's gonna love these premium sacrifices. Xingu's crew stayed in the shadows, watching the goblins hype each other up. For the future of the world, Xingu actually looked impressed. Okay, gotta admit, they got style. They were practically giving away the villainess plot. Marina, on the other hand, looked like she smelled something rotten. Gross. How are you vibing with this right now? He ignored her judgment and pointed. I know where they re-headed. He put two and two together. It was the crash site, the helicopter wreckage at the peak of Mount Sirac. The majestic peak loomed in the distance like a postcard. Seha's voice crackled over the comms, getting all emotional. Man, my dad used to take me up there all the time. Xingu tracked the goblin footprints through the thicket. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes went wide. Whoa, you gotta be kidding me. Below them, it was like a monster mosh pit. Thousands of them screaming, almost done, kill 'em all. The noise was a straight-up horror movie soundtrack, echoing through the valley. Wolfmen were growling, and massive ogres were flexing with weapons the size of cars. Marina stared, her jaw hitting the floor. She was totally shook. What the? She slapped a hand over her mouth, face pale as a ghost. I've never seen this many mobs outside a dungeon. Is this for real? She scanned the army, feeling dizzy. I mean, I've seen numbers like this in raids, but we usually just stealth past them. This is insane. Xingu shook his head. That ain't all of them. Mount Sirac is crawling with these things. They've probably locked down the whole region. Heck, they might be underground too. Marina started panic spiraling. We need to call the feds, like, right now. There's no way local players can handle a horde this size. This is an Avengers-level threat. We need every hunter in Korea, or we just nuke the mountain. If these things reach the city, game over. She whipped out her smartphone, thumbs hovering over the emergency dial. I am calling it in before this turns into an apocalypse. Xingu grabbed her wrist. Chill. He gave her a dead serious look. I've got a better idea. Actually look at them for a second. He'd been scanning their stats. Most of these guys are trash mobs. Sub-level 100 scrubs. We just need to worry about the mid-tier elites. Here is the play, we headshot the leader. He started scanning the crowd like a sniper. Not him. That werewolf looks tough, but nah. Not him either. Then he spotted the VIP. A wicked grin spread across his face. Bingo. Down a raised platform, a guy named Ungo was preaching. I need more juice, blood, mana, souls, bring me everything. Brothers, the boss bellowed. Xingu whistled. Okay, that guy is radiating some serious bad vibes. He's way beefier than that Iron Demon general we fought. His eyes locked onto Ungo. I'm gonna delete that guy. Marina hesitated, looking skeptical. Are you sure that's smart? What if it backfires? If we rush in, the minions might go berserk. Usually, if you drop the boss, the mobs lose their minds and attack everything in sight. Arin, listening in, finally relaxed a bit. Thank God. I was worried Xingu would try to 1v1 the whole army. Seha agreed. Yeah, but with Marina backing him up, they might actually pull this off. Xingu took a deep breath and let it out. Look, I've cleared more dungeons in this country than I can count. Here's how it works. He remembers Santa Town. Once the boss dropped, the minions vanished. Poof. Marina's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Oh, I get it now. Wait. I thought you were just a brute. She pointed a finger right in his face. You a first hunter, aren't you? She giggled, covering her mouth. Xingu turned red and started stammering. What? No. That sounds so cheesy. Don't call me that, but the gears in Marina's head were turning. This is perfect. She looked at him like he was a shiny new toy, practically vibrating with excitement. Yo fam, I'm literally the only dude on the server with a real T on the first hunter's identity. But the more I brain blast about it, the more questions pop up like unskippable ads. Marin is like, Ivy clapped boss cheeks in other zones and it was chill. Maybe it is just a you problem, Xingu. That hit different. Or maybe getting the first hit in is just the meta right now. His inner logic was sounding kind of valid, like, what if all dungeons glitched and opened at the same time? Suddenly, Marina screams, "Wait up." Hunter She's panicking like she lost her Wi-Fi signal mid-game. Yo, what is their deal? Hes totally clueless. Down below, the goblins are acting full glitch mode, grabbing weapons and stabbing themselves like complete NPCs. Arin peeps out and is absolutely shook. Seiya wants the gossip but gets terrified instantly. Only Xingu is locking in, face serious as a heart attack, eyes radiating pure game over energy. Sacrifice Ungo, the boss man, starts hyping up his squad. It's go time, chat, no stalling. Who's your big daddy up in the sky? Some minions try to answer, but he cuts them off like a bad connection. Wrong answer. Why? All lost the plot. Your OG history got stolen. So tell me, who are you simping for? The whole mob screams loud enough to wake the neighbors. Our god is Singus watching this cringe fest thinking, is this a stand-up comedy show or a raid? They keep yapping absolute nonsense. Meanwhile, mana and memories are leaking everywhere like a broken pipe. Marina is grinding her teeth, looking ready to throw hands. Freaking cultists. That got his attention. She explains while raging, all these mobs are fanboying over some god. And trust me, these gods are more annoying than a Karen at a Starbucks. That self-delete move totally scripted. It's a tribute to their deity. I've seen it before, but this is way too extra, even for them. Shinga's brain is buffering on 2G internet right now. Gods, she laughs. Bro, you know this. Arin's listening and getting salty. She definitely overestimated Shinga's IQ. She thought he had the wiki memorized. Marina goes full teacher mode for Arin. Their gods are basically influencers trying to get more followers and expand their brand. They did this viral stunt in Sky City, and now they're trying it here. Xingu suddenly gets triggered. Wait, you actually buy into that god stuff? She roasts his skepticism immediately. Come on, dude, gods are real. That lightning rifle I gifted you, literally sponsored by the thunder god. Xingu freezes like his controller disconnected. He thinks about it. Marina's spitting facts. Right, how did I miss that? That loot drop literally has thunder stats embedded in it. Xingu starts spiraling into anxiety. If it's that OP while sealed, imagine a god just handing it over. Marina's voice snaps him out of his conspiracy theory hole. Look, acknowledging they exist and actually trusting them are two different vibes. She keeps it real. Honestly, I hate the gods. 0 stars, would not recommend. I really, really despise them. That's why I made that deal earlier. But I took the rifle just to regift it to you. Get it out of my inventory. Marina sees his face and drops a truth bomb like a bucket of ice water. You got played, fam. These things do crazy stuff for their gods. And if you ask me, that's the most toxic part. Her eyes are full of hate. Every word cuts deep. It's giving major religious war vibes. Like a mini crusade gone wrong. Xingu replies, I've never seen a lobby this chaotic before. Marina nods. They fought just as hard in Sky City. Total sweaty tryhards. It's all over the history books, dude. My religion beats your religion. Whatever. She cocks her handgun like an action hero. All right, let's go unalive that boss. She's full of rage and ready to rumble. We can wait for the feds to show up. Realizing she's monologuing, Marina nudges Xingu. Yo, wake up. I say we clap the lion mask guy first. You down. Xingu is still loading the map mentally, but his battle mode kicks in fast. Has hyped to wreck everything. They squat up. Marina is buzzing. Sick. Let's get this bread. Seiya watches the duo like, okay, power couple alert. That is the birth of the planet's strongest duo right there. Arin gets jealous. Chill. It's just a temporary collab. Before rushing in, Marina hesitates. You good, bro. Mob density is high. Xingu stays icy. Enemy count doesn't matter. My DPS is off the charts regardless. Doesn't matter if it has 10 or 10,000. The only question is if you can keep your HP up. Marina realizes she was worrying for nothing. Typical Xingu logic. He starts laying out the strat. Easy strat. One pulls aggro, the other deals damage. I'll be the bait. Marina's eyes pop out. Excuse me, say psych right now. Why are you tweaking? They look like level 1 noobs compared to me. She's still stressed. Yeah, but there's literally thousands of them. Flashback to their last raid. She sighs. Fine. What's your stamina stat anyway? Xingu keeps it mysterious. Guess. Check the wiki. She's salty about the non-answer and tries to calculate it herself. Meanwhile, he creeps forward, dropping one last tip. Stay hidden, camper. Make sure you hit that shot when I set it up. He dashes forward with the Black Wolf claw, mouth shut tight, building up pressure. Hap. He lets out a roar that rips through the air. Boom. A sonic wave hits like a bass drop, shaking the whole server. The roar aggroes every goblin and elite mob in the area. Ungo freezes up, lagging out for a solid 5 seconds. Boss realizes he's in danger and yells at his minions. A high-tier sacrifice. Grab that dude and finish the ritual. Xingu leaps up, ready to drop the hammer. I am so done with this sacrifice garbage. Arin spots something from the back. Xingu, watch your 6. An energy beam snipes right where he was standing. The boss eyes glow up. Ungo grabs 2 goblins by the head and spawns floating fireballs. He torches their heads, screaming ASMR, awful stuff. Xingu actually pauses. Okay, didn't expect that mechanic. If the boss is casting fire magic like that, he's not a pushover, especially if he can tank shots from this lightning rifle. Arin yells, stop analyzing the frame data, move. Xingu claps back. You think I'm gonna get tagged by these slow-motion attacks, please. Ungo launches the fireballs, homing missiles incoming. Xingu's eyes sparkle with a troll-faced grin. Hez cooking something up. He snatches the nearest goblin, chokes it out gag, and uses it as a meat shield before yeeting it right back at the fireballs. Boom, massive explosion, smoke everywhere. The surviving mobs are raging. Sacrifice. Get the OP. Sacrifice. End him. Xingu clocked the trajectory instantly. Gotcha. I see exactly where that S headed. Taking a hit wouldn't exactly tank his HP, but why burn the calories if you don't have to? Arin wasn't buying what he was selling. She squinted, practically smelling the cap. You were just thinking about tanking it to grind your fire resistance. Stats aren't you. Me, never. Xingu got low, cutting wind resistance to boost his forward momentum. The plan was simple, dodge the heavy stuff, block the rest, or just intercept it mid-air. Literally anyone with working eyeballs could pull that off. Arin snarked after hearing his logic. I'd love to see you throw a punch without closing your eyes for once. The logic was sound enough to make sense, but Xingu just toggled on selective hearing. Keep moving, he tore through the flames, his slipstream blowing the fireballs into next week. Marina was camping in the bushes, jaw practically unhinged at the freak show. Insane. He didn't just dodge 10. He ghosted hundreds of fireballs perfectly. The mobs Ungo had buffed started glitching out like bad NPCs. Master says delete him. Now. The mindless grunts obeyed. Sacrifice time. Initiate ritual. Get that dirtbag. Xingu spun his hammer like a pro, swatting the suicidal gnats with god-tier speed. Peeking from his pocket, Arin was stressing. Save your mana, dude. But Xingu stayed cool as a cucumber. The realization hit her like a truck. He wasn't burning a single drop of mana. Wait, what? He twirled the long hammer and delivered a massive bonk that no one could tank. In seconds, the remaining demons were yeeted out of the way, clearing the dance floor. Arin had seen some things, but this reckless playstyle had her shook. 0 mana usage. Is this guy running a pure strength build? This isn't about levels anymore. It's not even about his status effects. His stats are basically cheating at this point. Meanwhile, Xingu was riding the adrenaline high, feeling like he just unlocked his second heart in his chest. The crazier I get, the harder I hit. He could feel the power scaling up. Pure hype took over, turning his swing into an unblockable critical hit known as the one-shot wonder. The shockwave from his Black Wolf gauntlet triggered a mini-explosion right in his face. Xingu grinned, unleashing a specific sonic frequency roar. Ha, I only waste mana on battle cries, not on these trash mobs. But during that split-second flex, Ungo spammed more fireballs from the back. Xingu back flipped to safety. Arin covered her mouth, doing the math. He's spamming AoE attacks even with his own minions in the splash zone. He doesn't care about friendly fire, he just wants Xingu dead. The boss's bass-boosted voice shook the room. The altar was already swimming in blood. It will be perfect once I add him to the pile. Xingu only caught the TL.DR version. An altar. Is that different from the wiki version? Xingu figured the boss wouldn't answer his lore questions. Marina, meanwhile, was lagging out, frozen by the villain's moves. Ungo was glowing with a creepy, smoldering aura. Xingu's gamer instincts tingled. The fireball stopped. Arin caught it instantly and pinged him. It's not over, Xingu. He's draining mana from the elite mobs, not just his own pool. He's gonna gank you with his speed and stealth buff the second you drop your guard. Feeling the pressure spike, Xingu gripped his Black Wolf gauntlet tighter. Copy that. I'll dodge the frame, I see it. Chill out. Arin's tiny voice and how weirdly chill Xingu was acting got drowned out by his sudden battle roar. Marina watched the reckless charge and gasped. What the heck? The guy is an absolute beast. Watching him was giving her brain a cardio workout. His moves were savage and wild, like an animal, but somehow optimized with 0 wasted frames. He's built different. I only focused on mana control because my physical stats are mid. Marina closed her eyes, replaying her own grind. I pegged him as a mana user, but I was dead wrong. Can slip up now. He's carrying hard, but I need to watch the boss's mechanics. She locked eyes on Ungo, sensing the red flags in his hissing breath. He was channeling mana on the down low, prepping a spell that sacrificed the elites. That is no fireball. The mana signature gave her the creeps. Xingu was in deep trouble. While Marina was doom spiraling, Xingu was just enjoying the chaos. She held her breath, tuning into the battlefield. I can ping him. If I break stealth now, the whole strategy falls apart. And I can snipe the boss yet. That mana shield is too thick. She charged her rifle with a full clip of mana. It's a miracle my camping spot hasn't been blown yet. But once I take this shot, I am exposed. If I miss, we have to bail. Marina was spiraling, paralyzed by her own overthinking. This sucks. What do I do? No. Snap out of it. I know the play. I have to save him. If this raid fails, Korea takes the L. But that is nothing compared to the world, losing a top-tier player like him. Marina hyped herself up. All right, let's do this. Suddenly, her eyes bugged out at the scene below. With a quick incantation, Ungo popped his ult, ghostly hands erupted from the ground, forming a living cage. The surprise move threw Marina off. No, he was one step ahead. It was a crazy combo of earth and dark mana. Giant hands grabbed Xingu, locking him down in a death grip. The devil-less hands. From her sniper nest, Marina saw the OP power Ungo was unleashing. That is some nasty dark magic summons hands to drag you to hell for an insta-kill. Even I couldn't tank that. I'd have to pray my magic resistance holds up. It's one of the strongest single-target spells in the game. Am I just supposed to sit here away from keyboard while he dies? Xingu was dangling in mid-air, the hands coiling around him like a python. Suddenly, a glitch in the matrix made Ungo freeze. Up top, Marina was bugging out. Xingu's head was totally wrapped up, yet he was calmly figuring out his escape route. A few wiggles later, he broke the CC and crushed the spooky hands into pixel dust. Ungo's jaw hit the floor, refusing to believe the reality check. Even Marina, who had seen his highlight reel, was stunned. No way. Did he just cleanse a dark magic debuff with a single stomp? This is my window, she fired. 2 energy rounds merged into one, screaming through the air and slamming into Ungo's face. The shot bypassed his defense, piercing him instantly and leaving a cold void in the air. He dropped silently, ragdolling like a discarded prop. The minions panicked like an anthill that just got kicked, turning the forest into chaos. The boss is down. The human fragged the boss. We were so close to the event end, the admins are gonna punish us. Xingu just shrugged, letting out a bored sigh. Good game, easy. The system HUD flashed with updates. Corrosion prevented. Monster debuffed. Level up +6. Courage, level 7. Heavy weapons, level 3. Charge, level 18. Just as he started to relax, Xingu facepalmed hard, remembering a newbie mistake he made. Thinking back, why did I even think I could tank that magic nuke? Arin's floating right there, keeping it 100% real with that calm, judgmental stare. Like, what's your point, fam? It's obvious cause you've got guts, or maybe just 0 brain cells. When you saw that dark voodoo nonsense and decided not to dip, I low-key thought it was game over for you. Usually, that kind of ambush magic lands a critical hit that sends you straight to the lobby. But your passive skill, let's call it oblivious confidence, actually buffs your defense, having ambush damage and blocking crits from skills you don't recognize. Staring at Ungo's motionless body face planting the dirt, she purses her lips. The final boss tried to pull a pro-gamer move with a spell impossible to dodge or block. I cut into the convo to hype things up, but here's the kicker: that magic dealt absolutely 0 damage to me. Arin's voice gets all soft and thoughtful, almost feeling bad for Ungo. If that dude knew the truth, he would have died from pure rage quit. Though, let's be real, he was gonna catch this L either way. I start feeling myself, bragging about how I didn't dodge cause my instincts are just god tier like that. She looks at me like I'm crazy. Since when is your gut feeling that cracked, huh? Suddenly, some movement catches my eye. Hold up, those minions didn't despawn with the boss or get sucked into a void. I realize something's definitely sus about this situation. You were right. Looks like we aren't getting that convenient anime ending where everything magically fixes itself once the villain drops. My massive brain starts connecting the dots. This means I don't need to waste time at dungeon outbreak spots anymore. There are plenty of other OP players out there besides yours truly. If this isn't a solo quest only I can handle, I'd rather grind XP in the ant tunnels. Arin immediately calls cap on my logic, pointing out a massive plot hole I missed. We don't know how this rogue player is connected to their sacrifices, though. That logic cuts deep. I nod, agreeing we need to do some serious detective work on that. But that's a problem for future me. Right now, I'm thinking about how Marina literally popped the boss head like a grape with a single shot. I'm not on that level yet. That was a condensed mana bullet, packed tighter than a subway car at rush hour. That's destruction power way beyond normal human tech or logic. Is she the only one with hacks like that? Even the Storm Guild leader is famous for being blessed by the gods. I can't exactly flex in front of these heavy hitters just yet. I shake off the deep thoughts and snap back to reality. Thud, thud. My footsteps echo, sounding all cold and emotionless as I walk through the aftermath. I toss out some fake heroic line without even blushing. We should probably clean up this mess before the other scavengers show up. But Arin ain't buying that weak act. You just want the mana crystals, bro. Suddenly, Marina drops from the cliff like a superhero landing. Hey, how did you tank that dark magic? I shake my head vigorously. Nope, trade secret. Marina pouts, totally salty. You could have just told me from the jump. You had me stressing for no reason. I swing my black wolf claw as a warning. If you got time to yap, you got time to scrap. Focus on the elites, I shout while deleting mobs. The goblins start freaking out, screaming their heads off. We've lost the plot, the gods have ghosted us. Marina takes my advice and starts spraying bullets, talking trash the whole time. Pathetic. Just sad. Seeing her look so cool with the heavy artillery, I decide to copy her flow, firing an energy beam through a goblin's shoulder. I stand over the sea of bodies. Marina shoots me a wink. Not bad. I look around. Is this most of the lobby? She keeps it real. Nah. It's gonna take a week to hunt down all the ones that camped out. Marina holds up 2 fingers. Since we jumped him together, we split the loot. She immediately goes into business mode. Dungeon break monsters don't drop XP, but they leave all the mats. She points at me, deadly serious. Let's loot up before that guy interferes. Her voice drips with sarcasm. Those Storm Guild losers didn't even show face while I was carrying the team. She looks pretty proud of her observation. Bet they'll show up now that the work is done, acting all buddy-buddy. So how about we divvy up the goods and dip? I nod aggressively. Sold. Sounds like a plan. I look at the headless corpse. Since I turned his head into confetti, we'll never know what he looked like under the mask. Marina picks up the mask. I bet this is legendary loot. Right on cue, the system pop-up appears with the stats. Tachyon mask rank B+, C++. Comes with a manual, weirdly enough. Made from a high-tier Tachyon head and a temple guardian. Defense is mid, but it boosts charisma to intimidate enemies and impress allies. There's a hidden trait too. Marina stares at it, shook. Temple Guardian, Dawn tell me this is linked to that temple. She thinks for a second, then shoves the mask in my face. You want it? I turn away instantly. Hard pass. You keep it. I've already got a helmet. Marina points to another drop on Ungo's body. Okay, then take the shin guards. I blink. Shin guards, really? The system flashes again, Glory Tarot rank B+. The description is a novel. Made from the tendons and skin of a terha, basically a super jumping frog beast. Tough as nails and boosts jump height, I grin. I've been needing some leg armor, and scoring B-rank gear is a total win. I stomp the ground to test the fit. This is sick. It's basically like getting a free passive skill. Marina looks pleased that everyone's eating good today. Cool, we both got what we wanted. She pauses, looking hesitant. Well, that is what I wanted to say. But the system interrupts her with the final item drop. Bell of Awakening rank B+, C+, C+. The description is vague, summons whatever can be or needs to be summoned. Marina leans in, squinting at it. Isn't this thing super sus? I rub my chin. Beyond sus. That's the main prize right there. We both go quiet, staring at each other awkwardly. Marina calls dibs first. I landed the kill shot, right in not letting that slide. You know you would have been toast without me, right? Let's call it 50-50 contribution. She doubles down. But I got the last hit, Dawned. I get priority pick. That logic is laughable, so I push back. If the loot value is equal, sure, take priority. Suddenly, Arin cuts in with a warning. Speed it up, Xingu. I sense another player approaching fast. Marina scratches her head, calculating. Then, she tosses the bell to me. I catch it, totally caught off guard. Here, take it. But there's a catch. I want all the mana crystals and the monster corpses. Ah, now I see her angle. She hits me with that attitude. Yeah, so, we got a deal. I don't want any drama, so I shake on it. Done. Marina sighs, looking a bit salty. I kinda wanted that bell too, though. Xingu couldn't decode girls to save his life. Like, why drop hints if you just gonna glare at me? Marina was looking at him with major judgy eyes, acting like someone held a gun to her head to be there. Total mixed signals. Then she hits him with the, so, what's your move question? Shazal, I'm gonna ghost this situation and slide back to the Hurricane Squad like nothing happened. Xingu hit her with that mysterious drifter vibe, joking he'd vanish into the wind, but since they were splitting up, he decided to keep it 100 with his prediction. Judging by how thirsty you are for that corpse, I am guessing the mana crystal is not the only loot you were chasing. Then Xingu dropped a truth bomb on her. But honestly, even if you snag it, it's basically a paperweight for you. You want it, go crazy. It's yours. Marina's eyes lit up like high beams on a monster truck. See, I knew we could cut a deal, she said, sounding way too helpful all of a sudden. But can you actually ghost this place without getting caught? Xingu just spun on his heel, throwing up a lazy peace sign. Don't sweat the small stuff. I'm out, Marina shouted, weight up, making Arin's heart do backflips in her chest. We were gonna crash into other players. Is she gonna snitch on us? Xingu snapped his head back, losing patience. Yo, why are you? He stopped because Marina's face had turned straight up tomato red. If we cross paths again, you can call me Marina. Xingu wasn't ready for that script flip. He stood there looking goofy, feeling the heat rise in his own cheeks. The silence got way too awkward, so Marina panicked, slapped her mask back on. Xingu recovered his cool guy persona and waved her off. Cool, but don't count on a sequel. There isn't going to be a next time, she gasped. For real, he didn't even answer. Just whipped out the VIP key to the safe zone and jammed it into the ground. A blinding pillar of light shot up, and just like that, poof, Xingu was gone. Moments later, the Hurricane Squad pulled up, hollering, Yo boss, you good? Arin was staring her down, waiting for a damage report. Marina let out a long breath and flashed a $1 million smile. Good. I am better than good. Glad to see you guys aren't roadkill either. Arin scratched his head, looking clueless. Haha, yeah, we ran into a nasty beast on the highway heading here. Arin started some cheesy speech about teamwork, thanking the squad like he just won an Oscar. Marina wasn't listening to a word of it. Her head was in the clouds. I know he said this was a one-time thing, she thought, looking up at the sky, but my gut tells me our paths are going to cross again sooner than he thinks. Meanwhile, the guy living rent-free in Marina's head was sprawled out on a motel bed, drooling on the pillow. After that boss fight, Xingu was completely fried, lying there like a beach whale. Finally, he groaned at Arin. I was totally fine throwing hands during the fight, but the second it ended, I can move a single muscle. I'm paralyzed, bro. Arin went into nerd mode, explaining how the adrenaline crash works and his muscles were finally unclenching. Xingu ignored the science lesson, his eyes glued to the mana crystal floating above him like a shiny disco ball. Seiha was geeking out over the loot. Whoa, check out that rock, that thing is massive, boss. Xingu gave him the backstory. It dropped from that high-level elite mob near the lion mask freak. Besides being huge, it feels different from the usual monster essence, right? Seiha noted. Xingu nodded. Yeah, definitely different. But in a good way, like upgrading from dial-up to fiber optic. Regular essence feels like dead mana. This crystal, it's vibrating with life. Suddenly, Xingu bolted upright in bed. A crazy idea popped into his brain and he blurted it out before he could check himself. I want to tap into this power. Should I? Eat it. Arin immediately tried to shut down that chaotic energy. Are you insane? No, absolutely not. Your internal mana can mix with foreign mana like that. You will turn into a human firework if you force them together. Seiha finally had his aha moment. Oh, so that is why people craft them into artifacts instead of munching on them. Xingu still looked skeptical about the do not eat warning, but he switched gears to distract them. Think about it. The reason I leveled up after clearing the dungeon was because the system converted my achievements into raw mana. Based on his grind, Xingu threw out a theory. I am starting to think these dungeons were designed for a specific purpose. To efficiently pipe mana from monsters directly into players. The room went dead silent. Everyone was shook by how much sense that actually made. Arin broke the silence. That's a wild theory. I never looked at it that way. She paused. But wait, there's a plot hole. If that is true, why did you level up grinding mobs out in the Rockies, outside a dungeon? She hesitated. Maybe you don't need the system to process the mana for you, Seiha chimed in. Yeah, or maybe the boss naturally processes mana even when he's away from keyboard in the real world. Having successfully bamboozled them with logic, Xingu saw his opening. He snatched the mana crystal out of the air. Well, if that is the case, no reason to stall. Before anyone could scream down it, do it, he wolfed the crystal down like someone was trying to steal his fries. Arin lunged, but it was game over. Xingu swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a blue flame erupted, engulfing his entire body. Xingu instantly dropped into meditation mode to tame the surge. It felt like the fire wasn't just on his skin, but burning through his veins too. But on the outside, nothing changed. A few seconds later, he snapped out of the trance and opened his eyes. Arin was panic-stricken. Xingu, are you alive? Seiha was sweating bullets. Boss. Just then, a system notification popped up, mana increased by 1. Even Xingu was a little shook. Yo, it actually worked. Arin was still suspicious. Are you sure you were not dying? Xingu shrugged. I was ready for some weird side effects, honestly. But it feels totally natural. It felt right, like I wasn't stealing the mana, but reclaiming what was already mine. Since the taste test didn't kill him, Xingu decided to go full glutton mode. Time for the main course, let's down the rest. He chugged the remaining crystals. Mana increased by 7. He could feel the power roaring inside him like an engine that wouldn't quit. Sweet. That refilled the tank from using the heavy weapons. Arin realized she was wasting her breath giving him safety tips. I swear. I promised myself ID. Stop questioning your sanity after you caught me mid-air that one time. But you really are something else, Xingu. Seiha was just staring in awe, totally fanboying. Regular players need dungeons to get refined crystals and achievement-based mana, Seiha mused. But you out here farming that stuff in the open world like it's a cheat code. The hype didn't go to Xingu's head. He knew the deal. He wasn't playing by the same rulebook as everyone else. He was the bug in the system. The Mana Research Institute would lose their minds if they found out about this. But Xingu had bigger fish to fry. This means grinding mobs outside is just as critical as raiding dungeons. He mapped out his next moves. If I hit level 100, I can probably take Marina in a 1v1. He locked in the plan. Step 1, hit the level cap. Step 2, hoard mana crystals like a dragon. Arin thought it sounded impossible, but she rode with him this far. You want to clap one of the top-ranked players in the world the second you hit level 100. But knowing you, you'll probably pull it off. Xingu sat back on the bed, ending the strategy meeting. Let's put a pin in that. Tonight, we crash. We'll roll out once I get used to these new stats. Arin raised an eyebrow. Wait, isn't this your first time taking a break away from the dungeons? Xingu looked at her like she was slow. It's called a vacation, Arin, recharging the batteries. I gotta test my upgraded skills and get used to this tale anyway. Plus, I've got a bad feeling the situation in the mountains isn't gonna stay quiet for long. Arin sighed, seeing him trying to carry the weight of the world again. You know you can save the entire planet solo, right? There are other players out there pulling their weight. You don't have to break your back doing everything. Xingu paused, looking thoughtful. Other players. Suddenly, Arin yelled out like she just read his mind. Look, I can't deny it, Marina Bissett was on my mind. Xing's got mad respect for her. She's a total queen, no cap. Arin sensed some bad vibes brewing, but since Marina is an out-of-towner, she figured, not my circus, not my monkeys. The second the words left her mouth, Arin realized she was tweaking. She spiraled into an overthinking loop, feeling like a total boomer clutching her pearls. History nerds would eat this up. Back in the day, if the big boss said drop the beat, you didn't ask questions. Funny enough, Xing was actually vibing with her on that one. Yeah, that is exactly why she rubs me the wrong way. Arin hesitated, throwing a wild guess. I bet you kinda old school too. Huh, but then he dropped a truth bomb she didn't see coming. Never seen a player with that kind of sauce in Korea. Arin totally froze system error style when she realized she got it twisted. She tried to play it cool with her limited vocab. Oh, yee, for sure, yee. Dude was clueless. He couldn't read the room if it had subtitles. You good. She turned away, not even bothering to explain. Nothing. Xing shrugged it off like a champ and pivoted. Speaking of which, that guild master guy. The conversation turned to the guild master, a wolf in sheepish clothing. No idea how that clown got the top spot, but he's definitely bad news. Arin nodded, straight facts. Everyone knows he has sketch. I totally get his game plan, Xing said. He's avoiding the front lines on purpose. He's ghosting the monsters so his guild doesn't take a hit to their stats. But one thing still has me scratching my head. It's not like he has to get his hands dirty personally. The guy's high level and skilled, right? So what's he so afraid of? Seiha thought about it and nodded. For real. That's why you end up carrying the whole team on your back, boss. And what's the Korean government doing? Just letting other countries handle the monster mash. Too much drama for one night. My brain is officially offline. Whatever, let's hit the hay. The kid suddenly snapped a military salute. Sleep tight, sir. Xing rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. Don't be extra. You aren't in boot camp. Xing flopped onto the bed and executed the final step sleep mode. 2 seconds later, he was out cold like someone pulled his plug. Seiha was shook by that speedrun. Dude slept faster than a pig in mud. How did he crash that fast? Arin felt for him, though. It was a sweaty match. Watching him snooze, her face softened up like a proud wifey. He crushed it today. Her whisper was as sweet as sugar. Sweet dreams, Xing. Suddenly, the vibe shifted. Sharp eyes radiated pressure, and a voice boomed with authority. I am the GOAT, the Almighty. Amidst the thunder and gloom, the entity declared, I am the law, and this world is my playground. He soared through the stormy sky, radiating pure dominance and absolute power. He let out a savage roar that literally cleared the gray clouds. But plot twist, despite the fierce look, deep down he was filled with major doubt and confusion. I don't get this, and I ain't carrying this baggage. He shot forward like a missile, driven by one obsession. Everything will be Gucci, as long as I survive. However, he knew the score. There's one undeniable fact: I can hit the brakes now. In that moment, he tore through the sky at breakneck speed, leaving a blazing trail like a comet in the dark. A massive shadow spread its wings, creating a ring of fire that screamed, "The boss has entered the chat." His voice suddenly dropped, heavy with a sadness nobody could vibe with. I cannot move forward, but I cannot stop either. Yet, his grind set remained unshaken. I choose to rewind. He clenched his fist, muscles popping like they were screaming. In the silent night, a blinding light nuked the sky like a meteor crashing down to Earth, lighting up the whole server. Once that mysterious energy wave passed, the world finally felt the morning sun after being buried in darkness for days. He floated solo in the storm, facing the light of hope. Amidst nature's rage, he made a silent vow: "But I am gonna clap every single one of those petty gods when my journey ends." The epic fantasy movie scene cut to black the second Xing jolted awake. Opposite him was just the same old boring ceiling he saw every day. Still groggy from that weird fever dream, he muttered about the familiar ceiling out of habit. Right then, a spam of notifications flooded his vision, screaming about power upgrades. All stats boosted. Mana plus 10. Chaos Tail hit level 2. Your tail is now harder, sharper, and thicker. The next info was built different. Killing Intent evolved into Dragon Fear. Passive skill, level 3. Part of the almighty set, it pressures enemies by stamping terror straight onto their souls. Staring at the wall of text blocking his view, Xing was sussed out. Wasn't that just a nightmare? Just then, Arin stirred on her pillow, waking up looking like a zombie. The moment she opened her peepers, she got a surprise. "Oh my god, what happened to you?" Then she went from shock to salty real quick. "Did you go farming XP without me?" Little did she know, he was just as confused. "No way, I was literally just sleeping." Suddenly, his hand brushed against a bell, making a ding-a-ling sound. Xing froze. Even with the thing in his hand, he couldn't believe it. "Is this the divine bell?" Arin looked at it with a pout. "It's busted, though." He could only think of one reason it looks so wrecked. "Did I accidentally equip it in my sleep and crush it with my body weight?" Arin stared at him, absolutely speechless. "I've never heard of anyone sleeping that violently." After inspecting it, she dropped the verdict: 0 mana left. "This thing is basically a paperweight now." But she quickly hyped him up again. "Wait, I bet the divine bell is a consumable that gives permanent stats. Rare loot like that drops in dungeons sometimes." Xing looked at the item, suddenly intrigued. "So, that wild dream. Was it because of the bell?" Arin asked, super curious. Dream Xing immediately shut that down, keeping his cards close to his chest. "Nothing, just a bad dream." Suddenly, a tail with a sharp tip popped out right next to them. Xing jumped, he didn't even mean to flex that. A dragon tail. With her eagle eyes, she noticed the upgrade immediately. "It is way tougher than before. Honestly, rocking a dragon tail is way cooler than a snake one." She smirked, adding, "A dragon. Yeah, that suits you." Xing didn't mind the comparison. Honestly, his ego loved it. Once he sorted out the new hardware, he decided to get up. "I am done napping. I need to hit the gym." Arin was on a different vibe, though. "I am hitting the snooze button. Just a peaceful, sunny morning in the neighborhood." Xing's status window pinged again: buff level 5, punishment level 20, charge level 25. By the time the squad linked up, Seha arrived late and dropped his jaw. "Boss, you leveled up like crazy overnight." Arin, who saw the morning drama, was even more shook. "How do you get that buff in such a short time?" Unlike their freakouts, Xing was as chill as if he'd just done yoga in the park. He was already used to the power spike. Arin decided to poke the bear. "Are you a monster or what?" Surprisingly, he puffed his chest out at the nickname. "I get that a lot." Only Seha was dying of FOMO. "What happened?" Xing rubbed his chin, trying to dumb it down. "All right, let me break it down, Barney style." After a quick explanation, Seha's eyes sparkled like anime stars. "I got you. You were seriously blessed by the gods, sir." That word triggered something. Gods. In that vivid fever dream, the Red Cloud entity had declared, "I am gonna clap every single one of those petty gods when my journey ends." Shin was spacing out so hard he accidentally spoke his thoughts out loud. "Yo, isn't the whole slaying a god thing a little played out?" Arin looked at him like he was speaking alien. But Shin's ADHD kicked in immediately. Speaking of gods, he whipped out his massive new toy right there. One look and you knew that was the Thunder God Blaster. He wasn't exactly hiding what came next. "Yeah, I swapped the mana bullet blueprints with Marina for this beast. She's probably ratting me out to the Trade Commission right now, though." But he had a way bigger question on his mind. "How do I even drive this thing?" The gun's interface was sick, getting the girl all hyped up. "Dude, if you master mana bullets with this hardware, you will be hitting top-tier sniper status." But that was not Shin's style. Real winners go off script. Hear me out. What if I swing it like a baseball bat? Bet it does more damage than the black dragon claw. She immediately shut that nonsense down. No, it is not a melee weapon, genius. Since he couldn't figure out the tech, Shin bummed out and shoved it back into his inventory. Verdict, after the unboxing, it was too long and heavy. Best keep it in the stash for boss fights. Arin dropped some knowledge to boost his morale. Think of it as an investment. Once you get the hang of it, it's game over for them. Shin shrugged it off. Right? Practice later. He threw on his basic tee and equipped the Chaos Poison Fang. Kit ready. Time for the next move. Let's hit the arena and test this bad boy. He hadn't fired a shot yet, but he was already visualizing the highlight reel in his head. Feels like being back at basic training. Seha laughed awkwardly, killing the vibe. Boss, that ain't exactly a standard issue rifle you got there. Shin didn't want to loiter, so he stepped through the warp gate. Let's bounce. Ping new notification Ant Cave Zone 126, Syrian Cemetery. Time limit 12 hours. The vibe was creepy as hell. Is this a zombie map? Shin double-checked the intel. Yep, definitely undead territory. Arin, however, lost her chill completely. Undead dungeon, she straight up dove into his pocket to hide. This quest was her kryptonite. I hate zombies. I literally hate them. I really, really hate them. Shin wasn't shocked. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Casual remark, but she took it to heart. Her mood flipped to instant sunshine. You actually remembered. Shin, thank God, Seiya told her to dial it back. Arin, maybe save the drama for later. Shin locked in, going full serious mode. I think I cracked the code on these zone numbers. Seiya was regretting running his mouth earlier. Why you gotta hate? Ignoring the side chatter, Shin broke it down. It's a difficulty scale lower number, nastier mobs. Let's see. Slime Sewers was 231, Iron Demon Village was 84. This place is way harder than the demons. The mobs here are weaker than the Iron Demon boss, though. Arin poked her head out to warn him. Shin, don't get cocky. Undead maps are way sweatier than other dungeons at the same level. That sounded familiar. Didn't you say the exact same thing back at the Iron Demon spot? She got salty immediately at his nonchalant attitude. Okay, but this is different. She rushed to explain the meta. You've seen the movies. Putting down a zombie is a total grind. Plus, they retoxic and they mob you in packs. Arin looked green just thinking about it. They smell like hot dumpster juice and stare at you with those gross, rotted eyes. It gives me goosebumps. Since she was spiraling, Shin tagged in player 2. Sehe, you take the explain O turn. Seha snapped to attention. On it, boss. Talk about a vibe, switch one demoted, one promoted in a split second. Arin couldn't believe it. I got benched. Seha cut to the chase with the intel. With your poison resistance, the toxins won't wreck you. But the difficulty is real. Expect elites, skeleton warriors, ghouls, phantoms. You gotta watch your six. It's not just the poison, their skill sets are nasty. Helpful info, but Shin just wanted to know how to smash them. Cool, thanks for the heads up. But can I clap these ghosts like they do in the web novels? Seha, being the walking encyclopedia, didn't disappoint. Exactly. Awakened players channel mana, so you can physically hit the spirit realm. If you buff your attacks with holy power, it is basically a critical hit. With our squad setup, this run shouldn't be too sweaty since Arin used to be a top-tier high priestess. You'll clear the zombies in no time. She was itching to jump back in the game. I got a ton of mana back thanks to your level up grind. Suddenly, Elenia popped up out of nowhere like a glitch. Whoa, been a minute, so glad to see someone with a pulse. Shin flinched, fighting the urge to swing on her. Geez, it's been a minute for me too. Almost laid you out right there. Arin instantly folded because of the type disadvantage. She's totally an undead. Shin, a man of efficiency, had zero chill for long intros. Skip dialogue. What's the quest? She tried to keep the roleplay going. You are here to save my soul. No matter your reasons, your benevolent heart will. Then she dropped the keyword, curiosity. That is the burden I bear. Shin tilted his head. Curiosity. What's that supposed to mean? Arin was focused on the wrong thing. Did she just speak English? Ping system update dungeon quest found Hope of the Syrian nun, Elenia. She lost her squad in a raid. Help her and ID the sealed vengeful spirit in the graveyard. Objective, free one spirit. Penalty applied if declined. Shin turned to Seha. How is this different from just nuking the final boss? Seha broke down the mechanics. Not every dungeon is a straight shot. Some have hidden lore and secret objectives. It clicked for Shin. So, the target isn't the dungeon boss, but a unique mob that only spawns when you trigger specific flags. Seha nodded. Bingo. Shin realized had been playing the game wrong. Damn. If I knew that, I would have farmed every secret in the last few dungeons. Arin patted his ego. Don't sweat it. Not every map has Easter eggs. She knew exactly how to comfort him. If I can speedrun the clear, that's still the best meta. Seiha backed her up. She's right, boss. Top-tier players shouldn't waste stamina hunting for pixels. Shin dropped the regret and locked back in. So, the dungeon in Sky City and the ant cave. You sure they re-identical? Elenia put a hand over her heart, looking sincere. The mana signature and the architecture are a one-to-one match. Plus, I am merely a quest giver. I have no reason to lie. Satisfied with the intel, Shin nodded. All right, deal. I am in. Elenia looked like a weight was lifted off her ghostly shoulders. Thank you. Ping quest accepted. Warning penalty applied upon failure. The squad started following her lead. All right, let's roll. Shin was about to ask something casual, but Arin cut in before he could even speak. I seriously don't get the vibe of this dungeon. Never thought I'd find a dungeon server like this in Korea. Shing figured the soul must have dropped from a map way out of bounds, but Shoddy was way more focused on his insane learning curve. Yo, your English is actually cracked, she said. Sing smirked like a top-tier speedrunner. Easy clap. I just paid attention in class and grinded the textbooks. Nerd life pays off. Arin was shook. The guy next to her was secretly an academic weapon this whole time, terrifying. Suddenly, everyone froze. The view in front of them dropped their jaws to the floor. Elenia, looking like she owned the place, cued the spooky intro music. Welcome to the Syrian graveyard, fam. The lights were blazing, but it was total ghost town central. 0 NPCs in sight. Shing flipped the script immediately. This ain't a graveyard. Looks more like a whole dead metropolis. Arin gagged at the vibes. Whoever designed this map has absolute trash taste. She zoomed in on the details. That's not a ceiling. That's a whole night sky texture pack. Definitely some high-level illusion hacks. Seiha spotted another glitch in the Matrix too. Gotta be spatial warping, Seiha called it. That's the only way to fit a mega city inside a cave underground. Sing finally snapped out of his loading screen daze. So we took a shortcut and ended up in a medieval Europe server. Cool, but the noise from the new guests woke up the locals. The undead mob started swarming out from every corner of the map. Every zombie aggroed onto the living squad instantly. Shing played it cool, asking the rhetorical question. City full of walkers. I gotta wipe the whole lobby, right? Arin rolled her eyes at the dumb question. Bro, that is literally your day job. But Elenia cut in with a hard nope. She finally dropped the lore: infinite zombies, scaly boys, and hungry ghouls that eat monsters. The human souls, all ghosts now. We can solo this raid, she warned. Way too many ads. But the scary description didn't faze Shing at all. And your point is Elenia realized he wasn't getting the difficulty spike, so she broke it down further. The big bad vengeful spirit is camping behind the elite guards. We gotta find and smash the seal to trigger the boss fight. That is the main quest. Then the boss reveals itself. Once you clap the boss, every other zombie wakes up for round 2. Elenia tried to keep the vibes chill, so he wouldn't stress out. Relax. I mapped this place with my guild when I was alive. The layout hasn't changed, so we'll find the magic circle fast. Sing cut off her long-winded tutorial. Got it. Smash everything. Say less. Elenia blinked, confused by his chaotic neutral logic. While she was planning a stealth run, he was already speedrunning the destruction route. If I level the city, the seal breaks and the boss comes out. Am I wrong? Elenia started sweating bullets, looking visibly nervous. I mean, technically yes, but you will trigger a mass rage event. She didn't realize that was exactly his plan. Bingo. That's the grind I am looking for. Shing didn't hesitate, pulling a weapon from his inventory. Feels good in the hand. No need for a tutorial level. He turned to his pocket healer. Assist me. Arin, hit me with that holy strike buff. She groaned, floated over lazily, and started casting. Fine. A soft holy glow lit up the spot. Boom. Weird symbols flashed in Arin's eyes, transferring pure energy to Xing instantly. System pinged, you have received the holy strike buff. Damage to undead plus 30%. Immunity to poison and curses. The buff felt amazing. Xing was hyped. Yo, what is this sorcery? This is broken. I could farm this undead dungeon 24/7 with a pocket healer. Arin wasn't having it. Over my dead body, bro. The duo's synergy made Elenia feel like a third wheel. Oh, so Urea support main, my bad. Glad we re-winning though. Then Xing noticed Elenia looking all emo and sad. Xing spotted the sad vibes and shut down the overthinking immediately. Dawn trip. I'll clean this map up real quick. No stress. Okay. Then, Xing unleashed the Black Wolf Claw, absolutely yeeting a massive strike into the nearest structure. The impact hit like a magnitude 10 earthquake, wrecking the neighborhood. Arin freaked out at his aggressive playstyle. Bro, what are you doing? He just griefed our only exit. She tried to stop him, but Xing was already in full destruction mode. Boom-bam explosions everywhere, wiping everything out. When the dust settled, it was total wasteland vibes. Seiha went full fanboy mode immediately. That was wild, boss. You hit one wall and the whole block fell like dominoes. Alenia's eyes popped out of her head. You wiped 7 buildings with one auto attack. But Xing wasn't impressed with his DPS check. Weak. There's 30,000 buildings in this city. I'd have to swing this hammer 4,000 times. He paused, doing the math. Still doable. Alenia looked concerned for his sanity. Suddenly, a system alert popped, hidden magic detected in the city. Search the city for clues to unlock this lore. The scavenger hunt aspect actually piqued his interest instantly. Oh, so we replaying detective now. I dig the plot twist. Arin panicked, pointing at the mob. Xing incoming. The zombies looked so gross she wanted to uninstall life. I knew we'd pull aggro, but they reswarming. Seiha could believe the spawn rate. How many people died here? The server is full. Alenia gasped. A zombie wave already. Xing remained the only chill person in the lobby. Huh. I thought in real life monsters would look cooler. Hollywood lied to me. Arin was cowering in fear. How are you not freaking out? They are gonna rip their arms off and yeet them at you. Xing, however, focused on a totally different point. Wouldn't that hurt them more than me? Finally, Xing locked in. All right, I hate filthy mobs. Let's run a quick warm-up. The horde rushed him like Black Friday shoppers. He didn't dive into the mosh pit. Instead, he punted a massive boulder. The impact hit the mob like a tactical nuke. Arin froze, glitching out. Wow. The zombies actually started reacting, crying, panicking. It hurts so bad. Sadly, Xing had zero sympathy. The rock in his hand started glowing with a golden aura. Arin squinted at the screen. Wait, what's that skin? Yo, Xing. What is the play? He kept it brief. Infuse the rock with your holy buff. She was still confused. Okay, but how? He paused. Hold up, this might be illegal for a priest. Arin sighed, giving up on logic. Never mind. With you, anything is possible. Exactly. Why not summon the Black Wolf Claw again? He wound up and smashed the giant boulder like he was hitting a home run at the World Series. The rock flew like a meteor, screaming, "Get purified." It landed with the force of a mini atomic bomb, wiping out a massive chunk of the enemy team. The surviving zombies just stood there, jaws on the floor, watching the front line get deleted. First time in history they actually got hard countered. The whole mob went totally ham. Panic mode activated. That dude ain't human. If he was actually tasty, he would have been a snack ages ago. Bet his meat is tough as shoe leather. Our teeth would snap just trying to take a bite. Seiha felt like this was a total no-brainer. It's giving sour grapes vibes with these losers. Yo, boss. Arin was still totally shook. The zombies are actually dipping. Suddenly, she wasn't shaking in her boots anymore. I've literally never seen a zombie rage quit before. Xingu looked a little salty about it. Man, and here I was getting all hype when they started rushing us. To these creeps, he looked straight up like the Grim Reaper, pulling up to the block. I mean, I could care less what their deal is. This is basically the apocalypse for them now. Sucks to be those weaklings scrambling for the exit. I ain't dying again. No way, the zombie cried. But Xingu rushed in, eyes lighting up like he just spotted a limited edition drop. Oh no, you don't get back here. She quickly shouted, Xingu, watch your step. But before the mob could even ghost him, he landed a massive, earth-shattering smash right in the middle of the crowd. Seiha and Arin just stood there, lagging in real life, watching their leader turn enemies into loot like he was tossing confetti. Seiha couldn't believe the RNG. The mob density was one thing, but how was the drop rate 100%? Xingu stayed chill, like this was just another Tuesday. This always happens to me. Seiha had to just accept this glitch in the Matrix level of luck. Got it. So this is just your new normal. Huh. The system pinged a notification. Time limit 11 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds. Seiha was getting used to being away from keyboard while getting carried. It hasn't even been an hour since we logged in here. But he's already wrecked half the city. Suddenly, an unlucky mob that didn't bounce fast enough got flattened by a whole falling building. It happened so fast, Seiha's brain could even buffer the graphics. Wasn't he that squash bug supposed to be, like, a super strong undead elite? She felt a chill run down her spine. Though, honestly, we can even stat check it since it got deleted before it could even introduce itself. Another notification popped up. Rough location of the seal identified. To nerf the sealed monster, you need to smash more magic circles buffering the undead. Xingu was a bit surprised by the patch notes. There's a cheat code to weaken the vengeful spirit. Even Alenia, the local, was clueless. This is the first I am hearing of this mechanism. He pondered the whole nerfing concept. I guess I can't just Hulk smash everything in sight. Arin finally found a gap to roast him. Yuri just now realizing the basics, but he stuck to his guns anyway. If you weaken the boss by wrecking the wrong buildings, the loot drop and mana XP are gonna tank. She felt totally helpless. They were on completely different wavelengths. You and I are stressing about completely different things, bro. After seeing Xingu as power level, her attitude got way more respectful. So, should I give you the grand tour of the city or what? That's when it clicked that he was missing out on the VIP experience. I bet if I let this ghost girl be the tour guide from the start, this vlog would have been way more lit. To make up for it, he accepted the collab. All right, lead the way. Alenia almost cried tears of joy that he was finally acting like a normal player. Great, I guess we'll find the magic circles faster since you flattened the city anyway. She led the squad while whispering instructions. Keep it down on this street, okay? Seha felt like she was bugging for no reason. The monsters are literally running away from us, though. Arin actually felt bad for them. We don't need to stealth mode this. Xingu obviously wasn't going to let this slide. Maybe we should farm some drops on the way. He immediately hit the summon button like he was choosing a Pokemon. Go, Seha, I choose you. The guy dashed out with zero lag. On it, Boss Arin was triggered and wanted justice for the support class. What do you think a support main is? Huh, a pet. But he just stared at Arin like, why are you still away from keyboard? She sighed and accepted the quest. Fine, I'm going too. A while later, Alenia finally got back to her NPC dialogue. There are tons of ceiling circles around here. She even dropped a walkthrough on how to clear them. The duplicate magic arrays are split up, so we gotta find every single one and smash them. But there's a downside. If we have bad RNG, breaking the circles might actually buff the vengeful spirit. Xingu listened and came to a conclusion. Got it. So this whole city is just a mini-game. Now he had a new dilemma. So, should I help the spirit get swole before I kill it for better content, or just speedrun it to level up? The two worker bees in the back were still grinding for loot. His priorities were just built different. Talk about a hard choice. Alenia couldn't fathom why he was debating this, but she played along anyway. You rewrite. Finally, they reached the waypoint. In front of them was a stone slab with runes. Xingu started inspecting it. So, this is the first magic circle. She immediately sensed a jump scare coming. You need to be careful, she learned her lesson and warned him early this time. Magic circles are always guarded by a high-level elite boss. Luckily, he only heard the keyword. A strong undead. You say Xingu was itching for a fight. Where Esida Arin spotted the monster shaking in its boots, hiding behind a pillar. It's camping over there because it's scared. The new mob had exactly 1 frame of screen time before Xingu one-shotted it into the afterlife. Immediately, a notification popped up. Lore unlocked. The seal was holding a mid-tier undead. The vengeful spirit is a mob that spams firewall attacks. A chunk of the seal holding the spirit's power has been removed. The spirit's mana is spiking. He was about to celebrate but paused to ask, how many circles left? Arin thought he had split personalities. Did you just cheer for the boss getting stronger? Only Alenia was stressing out, reminding him, there are 8 left. Hearing that just buffed his energy. Sick, let's rotate to the next building. As soon as they arrived, Xingu speed ran, destroying another one. This time, the lore updated. You unlock the vengeful spirit's backstory. Originally a fairy prophesying death, she got corrupted by dark magic and turned into an evil spirit spamming kill streaks on humans. Current status. Another seal on the spirit's power is broken. She felt bad hearing the tragic backstory. The second guy was clueless too, but Xingu only cared about the last line. So I can unlock the lore, but in exchange, the boss gets buffed. Even so, Xingu wanted to smash another one just for the satisfaction. Another pop-up. You discovered the spirit's past. A shape-shifting undead. Broken seal increased its mana. After finishing his rock-smashing side quest, he turned to roast Alenia. Your prediction skills are trash, by the way. She was flustered and apologetic. My bad, Arin and Seha were too stressed to care about the drama. Xingu. The spirit's power is covering the whole map. It's even stronger than the Iron Demon General. But obviously, the warning didn't even register. The word fear wasn't in his vocabulary. I've never seen a mob this jacked before. This might be a good chance to test that. Alenia went back to GPS mode. The next one is down this street. The runes on this stone were way more complex. She quickly urged him on. We almost at the endgame. If you destroy this. Xingu eagerly raised his weapon. Say less. Another massive, overpowered slam from our boy. The final notification popped. Seal completely destroyed. Vengeful spirit power restored 100%. For centuries, she catfished adventurers by posing as a civilian to lead them to their doom. Just as he read the update, a creepy noise echoed from behind. Finally, the endgame boss opened its eyes. The spirit let out a screech to summon the whole server of minions. Skeleton mobs flooded in from every direction like fanboys at a concert, and even the ghouls rushed toward the center. She gloated, looking absolutely busted. You stupid, arrogant humans. You have no idea what you just walked into. Arin and Seha shouted warnings in unison. Boss that spirit. But Xingu was still chilling. Yeah, she should be honored she was his first target. I already read the wiki, so let's skip the cutscene. Okay. The new player totally crashed like a buggy hard drive the moment she saw her prey acting weird. Say what? That makes zero sense. Before she could even stop lagging, Xingu popped off with his thunder gun. The energy swirl just deleted half of Velsa's HP. Instantly we re-talking impact like a cannon smashing through 500 walls. System ping bullet strength hit level 5. Velsa just spawned in and she's already getting wrecked, so you know she's ultra salty right now. I don't trust your spirit, lady. Even if they were saints in a past life or had a smile that could light a fire under anyone, he wasn't buying it. Zero hesitation, straight facts. My squad, Arin and Seha, had total opposite reactions. Arin was glowing up like spring break, while Seha was crying a river. Boss, I am catching feelings here. Meanwhile, Xingu, being the absolute Chad, calmly pointed out the enemy's glitch. And you left yourself wide open mid-game. Arin couldn't wrap her head around his strat. Wait, did you let her transform on purpose? Were you farming her for XP? Told you, she was weak sauce. No good loot or skills unless I buffed her base form first. Hearing that she was just an XP piñata made Velsa literally turn purple with rage. The disrespect. Talk about a wild excuse. She threw her head back and let out a banshee scream, sending shockwaves rushing at Xingu like a flood. But too bad for her, he read that play a mile away and popped his frenzy charge skill. He basically went supernova, light blasting everywhere and tearing up every inch of ground beneath him. He didn't just tank it, he signaled for Arin to tag in. She was on his wavelength instantly. Got it, curse breaker skill. Right. She started speed chanting her spell and transferred the buff to him the second it finished loading. Xingu was already OP, but now he was moving like he chugged 10 energy drinks. He was tearing through the wind, kicking up debris with every step, while summoning his signature, Black Wolf Claw. He closed the distance to Velsa in a blink. In his hand, a sledgehammer. It is a D3 plus rank weapon kinda mid against a wraith, honestly. This was the golden ticket for a quick wipe. Missing half your body means you definitely nerfed, right? I can take this. She was tilting hard, but freezing now would be total suicide. Velsa decided to double down, waiting for him to get close before roaring again. But that sonic blast. It was hitting with half power. Still, it hit Xingu's movement speed like a lag spike. Nasty curse. Arin's buff tanks some of it, but if this is her weakened state, that is still wild. But with full confidence, he was in full send mode. He didn't even tap the brakes on his counterattack. I didn't push it this far just to fold. If he wasn't sure of the dub, he wouldn't be here. She clutch dodged the first slash by a hair, but Xingu locked onto her movement instantly. He spun a tight 180 and just yeeted that massive hammer in a straight line. It connected directly with her face, no escape. She started ragdolling out of the air. Seizing the moment, he sprinted like a demon towards the target. She managed to look back, but her body was stun locked and totally helpless. Catching Velsa at the perfect drop point, Xingu delivered a kick straight through the goalposts. That hit scrambled her insides like breakfast eggs. Even his braking destroyed the pavement under his feet. Velsa went flying into the distance while he stayed locked in. He casually raised a hand and boom caught the falling Black Wolf claw like a boss. In a blink, the weapon was back with its owner, fitting perfectly. Xingu stood there flexing, ready to beat her into a pulp. All right, let's wrap this up. System notification frenzy charge hit level 3. Contact with enemies now proxy shockwave and deals AoE damage to anyone nearby. Xingu walked up slowly with a claw on his shoulder. Suddenly, the wraith shot him a hateful death stare, did a handstand, and parkoured away. Arin yelled a warning immediately. Velsa is trying to bail again. Xingu just watched her struggle with a bored look. She's a persistent one. Velsa raised a hand, opened her jaw wide to show those jagged teeth, and screamed. Skeleton mobs started rising everywhere, hearing the voice in their heads. She is calling us. Velsa mind-controlled them to Zerg rush him. Move, rip that living sacrifice to shreds. Arin eyed the approaching wave. Boss, the mobs are swarming. We should clear the trash first. Xingu, on the other hand, gripped his weapon with a grin. Finally, things are getting spicy. All right, let's roll. Suddenly, Seha picked up a sound and whipped around to warn the boss. That noise. Boss, you hear that serious mode on that can't be good. It was the sound of the final boss room unlocking. A massive gate straight out of hell creaked open, revealing something grotesque inside. Xingu held his ground, staring down the freak show. I knew the Wraith was the hidden secret boss, but the dungeon boss is just her minion. He switched up his attitude instantly, roasting the monster. A dungeon boss leaving his room just because he got whistled at simp behavior. What kind of idiot are you, Velsa? Clearly not knowing her place. Thought she had this in the bag. I'll devour your soul. restore my power, go topside, and turn the world into a graveyard. Xingu wasn't falling for the taunt. He looked up confidently. Big dreams. Good for you. Velsa waved her hand, and the monster horde charged in. Xingu raised his weapon for battle. The hammer swept across, cracking the earth, while he spun and slashed the nearby trash with the wolf claw. Those skeletons, total glass cannons, one hit and they shattered. Watching this, Velsa started sweating bullets. Realizing things were looking sketchy, she shot up into the air to flee. But Xingu wasn't letting her go that easy. He zoomed right after her. Cue another scream from Velsa. She exploded with energy, sending out wave after wave of shockwaves. Xingu couldn't get close. She was zoning him out hard, so he had to wait for an opening. This wasn't like before. He had to think fast. Arin's buff had expired. Guess I can't rely on the dispelling skill anymore. Xingu. One shot can end this. Xingu looked back awkwardly. He knew that, but he was basically out of mana. Before they could strategize, a massive shadow loomed over them. Seha panicked. Boss. The monster boss is incoming. Arin didn't expect it to pull up that fast. A roar ripped through the night sky, loud enough to burst eardrums. Zero, a giant hungry ghost with razor claws, finally showed up. Velsa couldn't hide her hype. You messed up. Fatal error. The kind of mistake all you arrogant humans make with your main character syndrome. She dropped countless iron chains from above. Die. You belong to me. The metal snakes shot endlessly toward the target. Xingu squared up, ready to tank the hit. Unexpectedly, the chains aimed straight for his hands and locked on tight. Arin freaked out and flew in to cast a cleanse skill to break the bind. Her holy blessing hit, but Arin sensed the enemy's power level and panicked. No, this isn't enough to counter the Wraith's curse. The chains were still holding his limbs hostage. Xingu started crunching the numbers. I could tank the curse, wipe the boss first, clear the field, and then take out the Wraith, but that grind would take way too long. Best play snipe the Wraith now, then deal with the monster boss later so I don't have to stress. His brain was running at 100% CPU usage. A faint golden aura started glowing from his head. The mana flow Arin tweaked for him was holy energy, perfect for debuffing curses. I can degenerate it myself, but I can definitely remix what's already here. If I trigger the energy transfer, we re-golden. Seiya spawns in wearing full plate armor, looking like a total Chad in human form. Arin's floating downstairs and nearly jumps out of her skin. Yo Seiya, why do you switch back to HD mode? Seiya adapts faster than a zoomer on TikTok and volunteers. Boss, put me in coach, I am throwing hands too. He launches himself, spear tipping, ready to wreck shop. That is some serious main character energy right there. Arin's trying not to roast him. Did you just hype yourself up? Seiya keeps the vibe high, explaining, nah fam, that's literally the skill name. Unstoppable path, nothing blocks my way. And just like that, the mobs get turned into shish kebabs. Mission complete, Seiya crashes hard, returning to his base form. That move drained my mana bar to absolute zero. Arin's looking at the carnage like, no way. For real, Seiya locks in, serious mode activated. Xingu is still wrapped in chains like a bad magic trick, and Zaros is closing in, screaming his head off. Looks like the final boss just entered the chat. Arin's panic, spamming Xingu's name. Seiya realizes the boss isn't listening and yells, yo boss, Hez coming for you. But Xingu Hez deep in the think tank, totally zoning out. Got it. Suddenly, Xingu goes Super Saiyan. Boom, bright light, chains shattered. The system pops up, level 27 achieved. Velsa's jaw hits the floor, completely shook. Say what? Arin stares at him, glowing like a neon sign. Xingu, what was that move? Now Velsa is shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. No way, you can just bust out of my soul chains like they re-paper. Velsa is in total denial, spamming the chain attack again to end this human. But Xingu's aura is basically a force field. Nothing is getting through that plot armor. He grabs a chain with surgical precision. Uno reverse card played. Xingu yanks it hard. Nap time, buddy. Velsa can't even dodge, getting dragged like a ragdoll. Velsa tries to clap back, but Xingu's other hand is already chambered. Wham, a divine infused knuckle sandwich right to the dome. That's a critical hit with holy damage. He moves so fast the frame rate couldn't keep up. Velsa is gone, just a puff of smoke. But the big bad, Zaros Hez, not scared. He's actually getting hyped. The dude clenches his fist and roars like a lion. Xingu just smirks, cool as a cucumber. Don Trip, I'll send you to the afterlife to meet your boss soon. Zaros ruthlessly grabs a nearby skeleton carcass. This big red Hulk starts chowing down on the bone pile. Disgusting. Arin and Seiya are trying not to barf. Yeah, we got a cannibal on our hands, folks. Zaros powers up, radiating massive energy. That giant hungry ghost ate all the zombies to buff his stats. Xingu winds up and punches dead center into the red circle the enemy made. Zaros starts fading away like Thanos snapped him. Xingu is suspicious though, that was way too easy. Arin is looking at the leftover loot like, that's it. Final boss, more like tutorial boss. Xingu gets it now. Usually, when a boss transforms, it just means the main character is too OP and forced the game to cheat. A real raid boss should be able to wipe the party without cheap gimmicks. Arin still has questions but is just happy they cleared the level. She starts roasting him. You just broke every rule in the RPG handbook, bro. Her mood dips when she mentions the Syrian graveyard. According to Arin, it's a total wasteland with zero vibes. It used to be the city of death, but now it is literally Zombieland. The system pops off dungeon cleared time 2 hours, 35 minutes and 56 seconds. Kill count is insane, over 1,300 zombies, 900 skeletons, and a whole mess of ghosts. Achievement unlocked Dungeon Destroyer. New passive unlocked debuff immunity. Plus, a secret item detector. Xingu jumps 6 levels straight to 66. Arin is reading the logs like, okay, this is glitching out. It's not normal to power level this hard in one run. Xingu waves it off, making excuses. Chill, I grind the newbie dungeons too, you know. That's not how math works. She is so mad, she is blushing. Normal players don't speedrun a massive raid like this on their first attempt. If everyone leveled like you, the game balance would be broken for a year. Xingu ignores the rant. Yeah, I am the G-O-A-T. Now let's check out this loot drop. The screen flashes the goods, secret item detector, rank B. It's a magic gadget that sniffs out Easter eggs hidden in the dungeon. It vibes when you are close to a secret and reveals it on command. Breaks after 3 uses. But Xingu, he is already figuring out an exploit. If I just let it vibrate and search manually, I don't burn a charge. Big brain play. Seiha is impressed. Hardcore explorers would kill for that hack. Arin is still skeptical. It doesn't add up. You just clear one dungeon and get god-tier loot, sus. Xingu grabs his prize, ready to roll. Let's hit up the shrine. I want to trade these boss essences for some legendary gear. Arin follows him, buzzing with questions. By the way, Xingu, how'd you boost my buff earlier? Xingu keeps walking, dropping knowledge bombs. It's the increased skill, just remixed. Arin freaks out. You used increased, bro. If everyone knew that meta, zombies would be a joke. Xingu shrugs, acting casual. It's not impossible. People are just too lazy to experiment. Arin is throwing a fit. If this leaks, the healer class loses all their clout. The altar starts glowing golden. Then Xingu says something totally random. I feel like if I dump it all in, it's gonna pop like popcorn. Arin ignores the dad joke. Fingers crossed for some speed boots. Xingu yeets the items into the altar. High-tier loot only, baby. A beam of light shoots up, revealing a weapon that looks kind of familiar. Seiha and Arin are confused. Boss, isn't that a hammer? You already got one. Xingu crosses his arms. My black wolf claw is cool, but I need to upgrade my loadout. Stats pop up, giants howl. Rank C+ to double plus. Attack power almost 2,000. Mastery is currently 0 out of 400. It's a hammer infused with zombie energy. Living things wet their pants just touching it. It's got hidden stats too. Xingu lifts it. Oof, heavy. Way heavier than the thunder gun. Arin eyes, the giants howl. I bet the real rank is locked. Xingu is surprised. Wait, that's a thing. Arin drops a tutorial on him. Yeah, some weapons evolve when you max out mastery. It unlocks a secret trait. We call that a hidden piece in the biz. Seiha is face-palming hard. Man, I really regret splitting the loot based on what we could see. I got scammed. Xingu looks at his buddy's misery. Emotional damage. He inventories the weapon. Anyway, bench the hammer. I gotta max out the wolf claw proficiency first. Arin looks at his current gear. What's your progress at? Xingu checks the HUD. 229. Arin gasps. Sheesh. Xingu stares into the distance like a philosopher. Max mastery is 240. There's still a secret trait locked. Might be another hidden piece waiting for me. The teleport gate popped up right on cue. Let's bounce. I don't know why, but Arin had a super sketchy feeling about this. I swear, if we drop into Mount Sirak again, I am done. Xingu caught her panic vibe but played it cool immediately. Don't jinx us, babe. You remaking me nervous, he said, flexing his gear setup with total confidence. Listen, even if we drop into Times Square with 1 million people, I got this beanie. Incognito mode activated. The trio lined up and hopped through the gate one by one. But joke's on them, instead of solid ground, they teleported straight to the bottom of the Pacific. Xingu started sinking like a rock, his oxygen bar hitting 0 fast. Everyone was thrashing around, making a glittery mess of bubbles. Arin was about to tap out, reaching blindly, when suddenly a golden key spawned in Xingu's hand. By now, he hit the seabed. With aimbot precision, he slammed the key into the dirt. A massive, glowing magic circle lit up beneath their kicks. Right before teleporting, he caught a glimpse of nasty red eyes stalking him from a fissure. A giant, freaky eye popping with veins. Xingu tried to squint for a better look, but moving underwater was a total drag. Next thing they knew, they were back in the safe house. The whole squad was flopped on the floor, looking like drowned rats. Xingu wiped his face, annoyed. Yo, whose bright idea was an underwater dungeon, 0 stars on Yelp. Arin was gasping for air, face beat red, trying to reboot her brain. How did we sleep on this logic? Earth is basically a big water balloon, so obviously, most players would drop into the drink, not onto the sidewalk. Xingu slowly peeled off his waterlogged jacket. Man, I really should have flatlined that thing before we dipped. Arin was too busy choking on seawater to notice anything. Wait, there was an actual sea monster. You sure it wasn't just a lost whale? Xingu hit her with a straight face. You want to hop back in and fact check? Knowing Arin hates water, the answer was a hard pass. Xingu grabbed his phone to check the notifications. After scrolling for a minute, he looked bummed. 0 trending topics about them. Lame. Arin peeked over and gave him a soothing pat on the back. If you use your brain, it makes sense though. It hasn't been that long since the first monsters started popping up on land, let alone mutant sea creatures. But the underwater spawn requires way more complex coding. First off, they gotta know how to swim. Seiya finally managed to scrape himself off the floor. If a dungeon breaks underwater, can you imagine how many monsters would just straight up drown? It'd be a mess. Xingu rubbed his chin, analyzing it like a professor. The ocean is probably super polluted right now. Arin crossed her arms, brainstorming. Maybe some countries already invested in ocean tech to farm monster corpses. Xingu smirked, half joking. You think the fish are snacking on them? Seiya looked awkward, not sure how to respond. Haha. If fish eat them and turn into new monsters, we wouldn't be sitting here cracking jokes, right? Both Xingu and Arin looked at him like he just dropped a truth bomb. Seiya didn't expect them to take it so seriously and started waving his hands. Chill, that stuff only happens in Marvel Comics. Xingu, suddenly on the same wavelength, announced. Maybe that monster was munching on other monsters to escape the dungeon. It did look exactly like a fish. His genius brain went into overdrive, picturing a shark eating a zombie. Arin rolled her eyes so hard it hurt. Why are you trying to render that image in 4K inside your head? Xingu dropped the topic and pulled up his shirt, flashing six-pack abs. I am hitting the shower first. I am marinating in salt. Seiya, hop in with me. Seiya didn't hide his excitement. On it, boss. The two guys stripped down with 0 shame. Arin, the only girl, acted all shy but was definitely peeking. Hey, chill, don't throw your clothes everywhere. Warm water rinsed away the stress. Arin stepped out fresh, towel drying her hair. Xingu, already in casual sweats, noticed her weird vibe. Why do you look like someone stole your lunch money? You salty cause we showered first, Arin snapped back. Annoyed, he missed the point. That is literally not it. She looked depressed, thinking about the future. If monsters take over the ocean, humans can use it anymore. No more beach days. Xingu was already picturing warriors fighting mutant squids. Nah, hiring players to guard yachts sounds like a blockbuster movie plot. He snapped back to reality. All right, forget the ocean crisis and the sailors. Let's focus on our grind. Come on, we need to conquer more dungeons. They walked to the gate, but Arin was hesitating, clearly traumatized. Is the next one going to be underwater too? Xingu shook his head confidently, not comforting her at all. Maybe. The system popped up a notification. Start. Area Ant Cave number 127, Syrian Graveyard. Time limit 12 hours. This time they spawn in a cavern. Xingu crossed his arms, looking bored. Ah, I knew it. Arin saw something and looked totally over it. Are you serious right now? Seiya pointed at the figure popping up in front of the boss. The spirit this time is an old geezer. The ghost looked gaunt with like 3 teeth left in his head. You have finally arrived, the heroes who will avenge me. Xingu eyed the weird shape and whispered, is this ghost catfishing us with a disguise? Arin stared but couldn't get a read on it. I don't think he knows we already beat this level once. The quest was still active. Xingu was zoning out, calculating the speedrun strat since it was his second time here. Option A. Buff the ghost as power to the max. Option B. Ignore it and farm as many zombies and ghouls as possible, which makes the final boss totally OP. They speedran the checkpoints, and Xingu smashed every magic circle the ghost pointed out. Finally, they exited to the open area. He pointed at the approaching mob, looking totally unimpressed. Oh look, zombies and hungry ghosts. You'd expect a brawl, but Xingu suddenly hung a sharp left into an alley. Let's loop back. The old man ghost watched him, looking shady and confused. Is he dodging a tiny mob like that? He must be weak sauce. He's avoiding everything, even the small fry. The path was filled with floating white shadows. Xingu looked at them and pointed. Oh, a ghost. He swung his black wolf claw, instant delete. No chance to block. The old man ghost started sweating buckets. Yo, why are you only targeting ghosts and skeletons? Xingu kept it 100. They looked disgusting. That answer made the old schemer rethink everything. What is up with this guy? Is he cracked or just crazy? The ghost was spiraling. He stared at Xingu's back and made a call. No, I've recovered my power easily. No need to start beef with him right now. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the sky. Vielsa appeared again, looking way buffed up. Foolish humans. Xingu whipped out his Thunder God gun and landed a perfect headshot. Mana surged through his body as he rushed in. Before Vielsa could even load his attack, a strong hand was crushing his windpipe. Yup, Xingu looked up, full of swagger. Hurry up and call your pet over before you croak. Just as planned, Vielsa screamed, the sound echoing through the zone. Xingu held the choke and glanced sideways. Seiha, is the final boss room open yet? Seiha covered his ears and shouted back. It's open. Boss Vielsa's face was twisted, gasping for air. You human scum. Did you know that I was the vengeful spirit and the final boss was my minion? He took the chance to flex his big brain. Obviously, the great Xingu planned this entire raid from the jump. Arin could handle the cap. Yuri getting a little cocky for someone who's only beat this dungeon once. Even while choking, Vielsa tried to talk trash. You trash. Do you think I'll die after being humiliated like this? Xingu rolled his fist, looking happy. Okay then, see ya in the next dungeon. He threw a haymaker straight into the ghost's face. Vielsa didn't even get out his last words before turning into dust. Xingu watches the giant silhouette roll up and he is absolutely buzzing. Yo, looks like I got time to kill. Hez juggling those bright red essence orbs, smirking like he owns the place. Should I speedrun this mob wipe while waiting for the main boss? It's just ghosts and boneheads. Arin rolls her eyes at his grind set. Wow, your dedication is honestly terrifying, bro. Without their squad leader, these skeletons are running around like headless chickens. Master, the master is dead. Xingu chucks 3 powered-up stones forward. The mobs just freeze and take the hit like it's a free giveaway. Boom, Xingu turns into a human turret, blasting energy rounds through the skeleton crew. Zarek grabs one of his own homies, screaming, then slowly starts snacking on him like it's a forbidden chicken wing. Xingu yanks his hammer out of his inventory. Hey, do I get a bonus for totally wrecking this city? He slams the black wolf claw down, and the pavement shatters like cheap glass. He goes full beast mode, swinging the hammer just for the thrill of breaking stuff. Arin doesn't even try to stop him. She just sighs. I feel like I'm watching a so-called hero. You know, the type who smashes every pot in a Zelda game for 5 rupees. Seiha nods. Sick burn, Arin. Meanwhile, Zarad opens his trap and screeches, enveloped in this creepy purple energy. Everything is going according to the script, and the chat would be going wild right now. Looks like you bulked up on that protein diet. Huh, good for you, buddy. He steps back behind a boulder, knuckles white on his weapon. Catch you later, he swings, launching the rock like a homing missile. But Zarad isn't going down that easy. The monster backhands the rock away like it was nothing. Xingu smirks, loving the drama. Suddenly, Zarad's massive frame starts shrinking. Seiha senses the bad vibes instantly. Yo, watch out. The giant starving ghost is shrinking, but his mana is spiking off the charts. Xingu rests the hammer on his shoulder, zero fear. Is this what they call a hidden boss phase? Arin, however, is sweating bullets. Who knew this dungeon had a buy one get one free deal on secrets? Xingu flashes a movie star grin, eyes locked in. Guess all that grinding is finally gonna pay off. The system notification pops up with what we've been waiting for. Dungeon boss evolved into a ghoul. The monster stands tall with glowing red eyes, looking absolutely thirsty for blood. Seiha is dripping sweat, yelling out the specs. Ghouls are high-tier mobs, usually level 30+. They're tanky, fast, and spit poison that hits you just by breathing it in. Xingu rolls his eyes, barely listening. Thanks for the essay, nerd. He glances sideways, making the call. So, we fight, right? Arin sighs and starts charging her buffs. She's so done with him. You're just gonna face tank it to farm resistance stats anyway. Xingu steps up, gripping his weapon, smiling like he's got an ace up his sleeve. You know me too well. Zara glares down, voice dripping with hate. Even the undead have hearts, and you shattered mine. Xingu actually looks pleased with the trash talk. Glad you still got a conscience. I can farm XP off brainless NPCs. Xingu acts like the win is already in the bag. Now perish. Zarod isn't taking that slide. He roars. That's my line. They both rush in, eager to clap each other. Xingu slides back into his stance, raising the black wolf claw for a heavy hit. Zarod spins his arm, kicking up a dust storm. His claws extend like switchblades, and his whole body starts leaking this dangerous purple smog. Xingu analyzes the situation. Bone poison? Huh. In seconds, the smog swallows him whole. System ping. You are afflicted by ghoul poison. Resistance skills are ineffective. Continued exposure may result in permadeath. Xingu doesn't even flinch, he just grips his handle tighter. He frowns slightly. Okay, not too shabby. Zerot screams, hyped up. I'll melt you into a puddle. Xingu snaps back to his confident self, rushing in with a hammer. And I'm just gonna grind my skill mastery. He effortlessly dodges a haymaker. Xingu slips behind him and sweeps the leg. Zerot, caught off guard, face plants right into the canyon wall. Xingu goes for the finisher while the boss is down. He smashes the black wolf claw into Zerot's face. But wait, Zerot's sharp claws suddenly snap back at Xingu's throat. Zerot kips up and counters, the force blasting Xingu back 20 feet. Xingu looks down at his black wolf claw, seeing a crack in it. Aw man, my gear is breaking. Guess the hammer's cooked. Arin yells, swap weapons. Idiot Xingu just smirks. Chill, it's all part of the plan. One more hit and I hit 100% mastery. His grin gets wider, eyes frantic. I bet he loves getting smacked around. Arin is panicking, but the hammer is gonna shatter. Xingu is not listening to chat anymore. He rushes in for one last bonk. Zerot braces himself, covered in thick bone armor, glaring at the incoming attack. Xingu's eyes widen. Something weird is in that smoke. Zerot grits his teeth, determined to take this monster down with him. Xingu just flashes that trademark winning smile. Boring, I heard that one already. Zerot's muscular arm pulses with energy, unleashing a blindingly powerful strike. But Xingu casually sidesteps the punch. He stomps the ground, launching himself at the enemy like a rocket. The collision triggers a massive explosion, sending Zerot flying like a ragdoll. Xingu flashes behind him too fast to track. Bam! Another massive hammer drop. The shockwave flattens Zerot, cracking the earth beneath him. Ignoring the screams, Xingu grinds the Black Wolf Claw down. Ding system alert, Black Wolf Claw mastery has reached 100%. The weapon begins to evolve. The bulky hammer shell cracks and falls away, revealing a sharp, sleek core. Transformation complete. It looks lighter, deadlier, and way more high-tech. The stat block pops up Great Wolf Claw, rank C++, attack power 850 to 1750. Fire attribute, uses mana to expand size, inflicts poison on hit. A sledgehammer with the crushing power of a great wolf's forelegs. Next up, dungeon cleared. The loot screen tallies up the kill count and rewards. Bonus skill, unlocked intellectual mastery, passive. Your biological specs have been integrated. Skill is now level 8. Plus, a bonus drop for the first clear, the stalactite pendulum. Experience tallied. You have gained 9 levels. Xingu holds up his new toy, eyes sparkling. New loot acquired. This hammer looks sick. Arin, however, is focused on the fine print. You seem happier about the hammer than leveling up 9 times. Suddenly, Xingu gets serious. I have to scrap the original build. Arin is confused. Xingu breaks down the math. I was gonna fuse it with Giant Howl, but since the mastery spiked, I've technically got 2 rank C++ weapons now. He imagines himself dual-wielding them. I'm gonna rock one in each hand, akimbo style. Arin lets out a long, defeated sigh. You're a literal giant. Xingu loves the sound of that. Let's test this out. He swings the Great Wolf Claw, and instantly, a tornado kicks up. A multicolored cyclone rips through the area. Xingu plants his feet in the eye of the storm, trying not to get yeeted into the sky. When he finally stops, the nearby buildings are just rubble. Xingu grins, clutching his weapons. Okay, they're unbalanced, but I'll get the hang of it. Arin shakes her head. You're worse than a giant. You're a natural disaster. She let it slide with a wink, dropping a friendly heads up. Yo, check the loot first, bro. Training can wait. Xingu was totally down for that. Bet. Immediately, his stat block popped up like a notification. Zhang Xingu, underground player, level 75. Strength 242, dexterity 246, stamina 260, mana 97, plus a whole laundry list of perks. Arin stared at the hollow screen, fangirling hard. We just met, and you're already. Level 75, Saya didn't hold back the glaze, clenching his fists. This guy is level 75 but hits harder than the level 200 scrubs. Imagine him at max level. Xingu stroked his chin, vibing with his own stats. Most skills leveled up, but there was a shiny new toy. Turns out, the screen was flashing a fresh drop intellect mastery. Level 8, basically a 6th sense derived from the main 5, letting you vibe check invisible stuff. Arin just clocked it, looking confused. That description is way too basic. The more Xingu read, the more sus it felt. Even freakier, it started at level 8. Maybe it's an 8. Arin started connecting the dots from his past plays. Wait, didn't you have intellect mastery since you were a newborn noob? Yeah, like how you sniffed out those monsters and traps without a walkthrough. Xingu hesitantly voiced his theory. If I toggle this as a passive skill, converting the other 5 senses into skills should be a piece of cake. Arin was shook she didn't peg him for a big-brain strategist. That would make him OP. Well, if you've got the mana to burn, just send it. Xingu took the lecture without clapping back. Yeah, okay. Suddenly, a new pop-up appeared, Stalactite Pendulum, grade B+. No combat stats, but feed it mana and it turns into a treasure GPS. Xingu inspected the gadget, confirming it was basically a dowsing rod for secrets. Arin's eyes went wide. Bro, that stalactite pendulum is the MVP loot of this entire dungeon. I honestly didn't think you'd pull a B+ tier item here. Xingu was high on the dopamine of a good haul. Let's hit the altar, fam. Arin folded her arms, looking puzzled in the background. What are you grabbing there? Seha was still stuck on the last topic. Usually, dungeon rewards are RNG nightmares, so people just hit the auction house or grind the same raid over and over. But you got maxed out luck. Arin sighed, breaking it down like she was talking to a toddler. Since Xingu can't use the auction house or re-enter dungeons, he literally relies on RNG Jesus. Seha had to listen to the lecture and took a knuckle sandwich to the head for good measure. Got it. Ow, suddenly, a solid gold podium spawned, glowing like it was a portal to Narnia. Xingu and the squad rolled up to investigate. Looks weird. Is this a symbiotic altar? Arin eyed the massive structure, hesitant. Nah, chief. Going by standard game mechanics, Xingu theorized this might be the bonus stage altar. Arin shut that down fast. This isn't a minigame, bro. That stuff doesn't happen in Sky City. A system window popped up to settle the debate. Class change altar. It guides you to a new path based on your achievements. Xingu was suffering from success, too much loot, brain lagging. Class change. Say what Arin, being the sharper one, clicked immediately. It was like a montage of mechanics playing out in real time. I told you players get their unique class after clearing a level 10 dungeon. But since you an underground player, who knew she noticed the glass surface of the gold podium pulsing with a weird halo. Xingu. Check the gate on the altar. Xingu stared, confused. Don't I need to spend essence to change classes? Seha couldn't hide his hype. Let's go, boss. Xingu, on the other hand, was buffering. I mean, sure, but what about the essence of the wrong soul and the hungry ghost? Arin gave it a serious think. Xingu looked like his soul left his body. Do I have to leave the loot behind? There was no reward chest, so with 0 options left, they just YOLO-D through the gate. On the other side, HD blue skies. Xingu spawned on a grassy field. The forest ahead was rocking a weird, deep purple aesthetic. Maybe the teleport scrambled his brain, cause Xingu looked totally lost. Where we at? Who am I? Arin scanned the area. Pretty sure we aren't in Kansas anymore, or Earth, for that matter. Seha frowned at the funky color palette. This isn't the ant cave either. It feels like those high-level dungeons that are basically whole other dimensions. Xingu's gamer brain went into overdrive. Every isekai RPG starts exactly like this. Now, I just need an elf waifu to snipe for me from the trees. Then he realized the glitch. Yo, where's my HUD? Arin realized it too. Right. Before anyone could theorize, Xingu shouted. This is just a beta test, but then his face dropped like he didn't believe his own cope. Seha, despite seeing some stuff in his time, couldn't decode this mess. Nothing made sense. Seha wanted to camp out. We should stay put until we know what's up. But Xingu was already pumping his fist, main character energy activating. I've made a decision. If we leave the woods, the NPCs, locals will think we resus. We need to slay some monsters to grind reputation points. Seriously, where does he get this logic? He was already hallucinating a hero's welcome. So, Seha, you were gonna roleplay as my mercenary for now. Arin face-palmed. You read way too much web fiction. The altar is for class changes, not dimension hopping. Suddenly, she froze, jaw hitting the floor. She radiated pure horror. Wait, if Sky City and the ant caves are real, then the multiverse theory is probably real too, right? Her expression cycled through 5 stages of panic. That means the monsters we raid are invaders from other dimensions trying to colonize Earth. Xingu looked at her like, really? Pot calling the kettle black? Arin. You were the one reading too much fiction. They trekked across the violet grass until a massive wall blocked their path. Xingu nodded, feeling vindicated. Wall equals civilization. Otherworld confirmed. Arin countered with her wiki knowledge. Nah, could be mobs. High-level monsters build fortresses in dungeons too. Seha didn't wait to argue. He launched himself into the air. Recon time. I'll get eyes on it, boss. The duo watched him zip to the top of the wall. 2 seconds later, He was already diving back down. Boss Xingu looked up, bracing for bad news. Aggro, how many Seha was waving his arms like a wacky inflatable tube man. I saw everything, but I saw nothing. The city is a ghost town. Arin flinched. Say what? Xingu finally realized the genre shift. Empty, like zero population, Seha spilled the tea. It's wrecked, but there's no bodies. No civilians, no red splatter anywhere. Xingu pointed at the road ahead. Let's breach. We were going in. Follow the wall, find the gate. At the end, they found a wooden door locked tight. Not that a lock matters to them. With Arin cheering him on, Xingu whipped out his wolf claw and smashed it open. Sheesh, the trio stepped inside. Total apocalypse vibes. Not a single peep from any living thing. Seha felt twitchy. It's too quiet. Arin floated ahead, weirded out. These houses are caked in dust. How long has this been abandoned? Suddenly, she froze, eyes popping. A cold sweat drop rolled down her face as she pointed a shaky finger. I thought all medieval cities looked the same. But this isn't Carrion. Is it? Xingu missed the plot twist. Seha rubbed his chin, scrolling through his memory banks. Arin snapped back to pro mode. This is a dungeon instance. I don't know what's in here, but let's clear the objective and bounce. Xingu looked surprised. He thought she'd want to bolt immediately. My senses are absolutely redlining right now. My brain is screaming, wow, because this place is nothing like the dungeons back home. It's massive, overflowing with mana. Honestly, I am totally vibing with it. Xingu's brain starts spinning down a rabbit hole. What if the Sky City and Ant Tunnel dungeons are just cheap knockoffs of this place, even if the original is ancient history? He stops at a cracked door, pointing inside. Let's loot this building first. Before the squad can even react, the wall decides to give up on life and collapses right on top of them. A massive rock face plants onto Xingu's head, but does he flinch? Nope, tank build confirmed. We just got here and it's already falling apart. Little Arin goes into turtle mode, covering her head. There's nothing here, let's just bounce. But Xingu quitting isn't in his vocabulary. He marches right in like he owns the joint. The old shack groans in agony before totally collapsing. Then, like a domino effect, the other buildings start crumbling too. It's like a demolition project gone wrong. Arin looks at the mess. Great job, guys. Real subtle. Are we looting or destroying? Suddenly, a shout echoes out. Boss Sia floats over, waving a notebook like he just won the lottery. Found a diary. Xingu grins ear to ear, hyping him up. Finally, someone putting in the work. He grabs it, flipping pages with pure focus. Seha takes one peek and practically screams. That diary. He covers his mouth, looking absolutely shook. I am so lost. What's the tea? Arin jumps, spooked by the drama. Chill out, you re-stressing me out. Then Xingu's deep voice drops, silencing the room instantly. The crusade is almost here. He keeps his eyes glued to the page, reading aloud slowly. We fight to the death. The homies are waiting for us in the new world. In the name of the Great Loose. The duo forgets the scare and zooms in, confused. Yo, boss, you can read that. Xingu looks up, grinning like a kid. Yup, never seen this language before, but my brain just auto-translated it. Classic main character energy understanding alien languages instantly. Is like every fantasy RPG ever. Rule number 1. The hero always gets the universal translator skill for free. Xingu is literally glowing with self-satisfaction right now. I knew I was isekai material. Man, it feels awesome being the protagonist. Arin looks at his ego trip and is just done. So who's the optimist now? After that pointless flex, Xingu finally locks back in on the diary so I can keep narrating. After skimming through some boring family drama, blah blah blah, the middle part gets super sketchy with the lies. But the final page, that's where the spicy info is hiding. Setness disciples are back. We recooked, the seal is popping, and everything is going according to his plan. Arin's eyes go wide. Well, that sounds like a bad ending. Totally sounds like a game over screen. But Seha is playing detective now. Look at how that final period drags out, and that blood splatter. It tells a whole story. It screams ambush from behind. Watch your backs. Hearing the squad's theory, Xingu drops the final verdict. Bottom line, the Luz fan club got wiped out by some crazy lady working for Setna. Arin's face drops. This just got way too real. Luz. I've heard that name. Saw signs of it in the level 31 dungeon. It's the light god the monsters worship. Xingu rubs his chin, deep in thought. I bet humans believe in that religion too. The pieces click in Arin's head and she gasps. Oh snap, I figured out the main quest. We're here to investigate a divine war between two gods in this city. It's a lore investigation arc. As soon as the words leave her mouth, bam, pitch black darkness hits like a truck. Xingu's smile vanishes instantly. I think we got it wrong. Arin's like, huh. He doesn't explain, just launches himself into the sky, sticks the landing on high ground, and scans the map. You seeing this, a tsunami of zombies and twisted freaks is rolling in, stretching to the horizon. Xingu nods. 100% confirmed. This isn't an investigation. It's an extermination mission. Makes sense. All this guy does is slay monsters. Like the system would give him a puzzle, please. But the dead silence behind him makes him pause. Arin. She is literally unconscious while standing up. Xingu is shook. Is that even physically possible? Suddenly, she reboots. Xingu, we gotta fight, like, right now. Way ahead of you. He dives off the ledge, whipping out his wolf claw weapon mid-air like an action hero. No fear, just pure hype on his face. Let's go. But instead of hitting monsters, Xingu starts smashing walls and houses like a madman. Arin is baffled. Bro, what are you doing? He ignores her, batting rocks like baseballs at the enemy. Seha flies over. Boss found more papers. Read the room, Seha. Cool story. Stash it. Xingu is getting annoyed and losing patience. He has a mythical lightning gun, but he's stuck throwing rocks like a caveman. Arin calls him out. Because you're out of mana, genius. Seha chimes in from the sidelines. Just find some mana reduction artifacts. Easy peasy. Seha starts smashing rocks and handing over loot like a loyal sidekick. Is this big enough? Boss, Xingu isn't picky. Works for me. Let's grind. Seha beams like a puppy. Anything for you, boss. Why is everyone so wholesome in a war zone? Meanwhile, the zombie horde gets closer, chanting like a creepy choir. In the name of Setna, Xingu grips his weapon. So the undead worship Setna. That means the lady in the diary isn't a ghost. Arin connects the dots. The villagers. After the crusade failed, they turned into zombies. And that lady spirit is ruling them as Setna's disciple. Maybe Setna is the god of the undead. The monsters don't care about the chat, they just keep screaming. Kill the heretics, punish the cowards. Kill. Xingu catches a keyword. Holy war, give me a break. War is just an excuse for state-sponsored violence wrapped in honor. Seha is thinking deeper. Cowards resisting the holy war. Are they talking about the followers of Lewis? But Xingu is done with philosophy. I'll figure it out after I stomp them. He launches onto a massive wall. Now he sees the full roster zombies, skeletons, and some gnarly mutated freaks. They re-crashing in like a tidal wave, ready to eat anything with a pulse. But Xingu isn't sweating it. Just a bunch of basic mobs. Then, his sniper eyes catch something. Bingo. Behind the trash mobs stands something different, a Dullahan. He's standing alone, but his aura is suffocating. And yeah, that helmet in his hand, that's actually his head. Xingu starts sweating bullets. Okay, that's terrifying. It's holding its own head. Arin is losing it. A Dullahan Knight, we've never even seen one in a dungeon before. Seha is freaking out too. That is high-tier undead lore stuff. Nobody's ever seen one this strong. It's gotta be over level 200. But Xingu, he's grinning like a maniac. Awesome. If I clap him, I'll skyrocket up the rankings. Right, the squad is stunned. How are you? This positive Xingu starts barking orders while gearing up. Seya, keep eyes on Headless for me. If he twitches, scream. Seya salutes. Yes, sir. Xingu locks in. Arin, charge up that holy juice. We re-going in. Zero objections from me. I bet. Next up, Xingu starts casually yeeting those rocks he stockpiled earlier. I am saving the mana juice for the big bad, Dullahan. For these trash mobs, pure muscle. And then whoosh, Xingu puts his whole back into it. Just one hit turns that group of zombies into absolute confetti. Arin's jaw hits the floor. You. Check the form, dude looks like a major league pitcher out there. He winds up and delivers a fastball that breaks the sound barrier. The rock literally splits mid-air, turning into a shotgun spray of doom. The impact is gnarly, way bigger than the last one. Arin literally jumps out of her skin. Turns out, our guy calculated the blast radius down to the millisecond. Who else pulls off stunts like this? It gives Seha Major Kim Harian vibes. Maybe the Whirlwind Guild Prez, but nah, those scrubs can do anything without mana. Dullahan, the raid boss himself, is scoping out the battlefield. His non-existent eyes lock onto Xingu, the source of all the fireworks. A creepy whisper drifts from the Headless Knight like bad vibes. You packing heat, gunner. The voice carries all the way to Xingu. Say what Arin breaks it down, Lahan S, amplifying his voice with mana like a loudspeaker. Mr. No Head sounds hype now. My master is a total simp for death. Trading an entire army for one hero's life sounds like a fair deal to me. Let's see your stamina, kid. Xingu cracks his knuckles. So, the boss is just gonna chill until I clear the trash. Perfect. Forget single shots. Xingu goes full auto rapid fire mode engaged. He unleashes a hail of rocks, shredding through that motley crew of undead freaks. Zero chill, zero breaks. Suddenly, Seha zips over, panic mode. Boss. They were eating each other. That actually makes Xingu hit the brakes. Come again. It's those starving ghosts. They're wolfing down everything in sight, bursting into flames like a barbecue gone wrong. By the time Arin looks, they've already evolved into high-tier nightmares. Xingu's voice drops an octave. So they refunneling XP into a few elites. He can say for sure, but it looks super sus. Whatever. Xingu launches a rock that flies straight as an arrow. Splat one-shots the newly upgraded ghoul. Bingo, a shiny mana crystal drops right where it stood. Arin spots the loot. Mana crystal at 12 o'clock. Xingu grins like he just won the lottery. Called it. He drops a truth bomb. This ain't a dungeon simulation, folks. This is in real life. And those hungry freaks want the loot. Siha screams, yo, another high-level creep just scarfed down the crystal. Xingu stays cool as a cucumber. Let him snack. Doesn't he cost me a dime? He gets all philosophical. You know the biggest diff between a dungeon crawl and the real world? Arin frowns. Huh, Xingu smirks. Level ups, baby. Suddenly, he goes Super Saiyan, energy flaring everywhere. Those rocks turn into glowing mana bullets, locked and loaded. He's vibrating with excitement. My mana and HP refill when I level up. No need to hoard the juice anymore. Seiha turns pale. Wait, you mean you haven't used a drop of mana until now? Arin shakes her head. Oof. I almost feel bad for Dunlan. Almost. Xingu doesn't chat. He just fires a mana nuke. The explosion makes the last one look like a firecracker. The shockwave practically slaps Dunlehan in the face. The boss man ain't shook, though. Finally using mana, impressive party trick. Meanwhile, Xingu is running the math in his head like a pro gamer. 2% mana per shot. That gives me 48 throws unless I level up again. Math done. He unleashes a non-stop barrage. Pew pew pew. Boom boom, undead barbecue everywhere. But the zombies don't flee, they get crazier. He's using mana, he's scared of our lordie's power, or so they think. Meanwhile, the starving ghosts are evolving like Pokemon on steroids. Arin is stressing out. Second transformation. They re not full demons yet, but close. If those chonky boys hit the wall, we retoast. Xingu gets triggered. I'm gonna wipe every last one of them off the map. Arin has to yell. Chill out. That is overkill. But Dunlehan loves the chaos. He's watching Xingu like it is his favorite TV show. I smell fear. The boss booms across the battlefield. You were just the appetizer for this holy war. Xingu ignores the villain monologue and keeps his hands busy. Blast, blast, blast. Finally, the penny drops for Dunlehan. Wait a minute. That wretched human is getting stronger by farming my army. While Xingu farms the small fry, the skeleton crew finally legs it to the wall. Arin gasps. They were climbing the walls. Xingu shrugs. Let him come. By the time they get up here, the main army will be dust. Xingu winds up for the umpteenth time. Eat granite. Losers. Space monsters. Arin tilts her head. Is that a movie quote? Xingu ignores her, dumping all his mana into a Gatling gun-style barrage. The rock bombs turn the ground into Swiss cheese filled with magma. Suddenly, Seiha screams. Boss, look it straight out of a horror flick. Seiha looks ready to hurl. The starving ghost merged with a skeleton monster. Xingu raises an eyebrow. What is this? A collab. Why are they combining? Bones fuse with flesh, ribs locking, arms snapping together. A full-blown death knight rises from the gore. It's so intense that Seiha and Xingu both go oh. But they aren't scared. They refangirling. Yo, that drip is immaculate. Seiha nods. That undead aesthetic is kind of fire. Not gonna lie. Arin is the only sane one left. What is wrong with you two? That thing is a high-tier monster. It's as strong as the boss. Xingu drops the fanboy act. Nah. Weaker than Dunlehan. His eyes scan the new enemy, Morok, catching every pixel of detail. Hear that creaking. It's a rush paint job. Fusion isn't complete. Xingu starts charging up, serious face on. Gotta thin the herd before Big Ugly gets here. He unleashes a clip of rock bombs, giving the mob zero breathing room. Boom, crash. The golden notification pops up, level up, but Morok is already moving, fast as lightning. Seiha loses it. Boss incoming. It's on the wall. Morok's ugly mug is right in their personal space. Xingu isn't scared. He's hyped. Perfect timing, you ugly mug. Morok moves like a ninja on steroids. One jump and he's up. Before they can blink, he hacks up a cloud of black smoke. Poison mist. Xingu barks. Arin, Seiha, fall back. He dives straight into the cloud like a maniac. System alert death. Night poison detected. Xingu grins through the pain, summoning his great eagle claw. Poison resistance upgraded to level 8. Nice try. Breath, breath. Xing let out a roar that could shatter windows in Manhattan, shaking the clouds above. His initiative had Morok totally shook, but the poor guy couldn't pivot fast enough and ate a giant wolf claw right to the dome. A critical hit came crashing down. giving the dude zero time to resist. Just like that, he got spiked into the dirt for a permanent nap 6 feet under style. Morik's body shattered into a million pieces messy. Then the DMs started flooding, in punishment complete. Level 26 reached bing, bang, boom. Xing landed back on the wall looking fresh, not a scratch on him. That fight was like a spa day for the soul total refresh. And that's a wrap. Chatting it up with Arin, Xing realized he leveled up again just by deleting that guy. That monster must have been seriously OP. Suddenly, Arin started stuttering like she saw a ghost. Xing, look at that. What's the tea? Turns out, the lifeless spear from that Death Knight Morok survived the battle. No clue why Arin was acting so terrified, though. Whoops, Xing flashed a comforting smile and said, chill out, fam. It's just a spear made of bones. He walked up to it, and she literally gasped. Don't tell me you're gonna transform too. And he actually hit her back with, I wish I could, but check this out, this bone is legit. The moment Xing touched it, the stats popped up. Lifeless Knight Spear, grade C 3+, attack power 1500 to 1950. Sheesh. This bad boy transforms when a ghoul evolves into a Death Knight. The weight and durability get a massive buff because it's fused with tons of bones. Arin was just standing there, completely stunned. A treasure drop dungeons usually never have loot like this, Xing argued. But hey, remember we snagged something similar back in the Rockies. Then he asked the real million-dollar question. Is this spear better than my hammer? Though suddenly, Seha's eyes lit up like anime sparkles, suggesting this might be his chance to learn charging skills. For some reason, Xing decided to toss the spear over like a quarterback. Seha caught it and surprised everyone. Then he immediately panicked and rejected it. Thanks, but this thing is way stronger than anything I used when I was alive. I gotta grind more levels before I can handle this beast. Xing didn't really care, shrugging it off. Alright, into the inventory it goes. Then his voice dropped an octave. Serious mode activated. He glared straight ahead, locking onto Dullahan standing all by himself. Knowing Xing was watching, the boss slowly spoke up. I can believe it, but you can utilize the mana of the living dead without glitching out. Dullahan's monotone voice started getting frantic. If I let you keep farming my army, you're just gonna get more OP. I can't let that slide. His horse neighed loud enough to crack the sky. With a perfect jump scare, the horse launched Dullahan right into Xing's personal space. That sharp axe swung in with a massive declaration of war. I'll personally nerf you myself. The human from Earth, the star rejecting their holy war. The situation was heating up, and honestly, it was a total vibe. Finally, the boss battle Xing wanted. Dullahan's evil horse was literally galloping on air with energy-filled hooves. Obviously, Xing wasn't going to stand there and take it. The clip-clop sound was pounding in everyone's chest like a bass drum at a rave. The two of them started playing a deadly game of tag, running circles around the castle wall. In a split second, Dullahan caught up, making Xing frown in deep thought. He's fast. For real, I am using my sprint frenzy and Dullahan still passed me. Xing couldn't help but yell out in jealousy. Yo, I want an evil horse too. And the boss actually replied. It ain't tea for humans, give it up. Next, Dullahan's axe charged up with heavy dark energy. Xing's analysis skill was scrolling fast. He's got tons of mana, but he's only using it to buff his weapon damage. Xing stopped running away. He summoned the giant wolf claw directly, no charging, raw power. Sharp edge met sharp edge, creating sparks that lit up the whole zone like 4th of July fireworks. But he wasn't done. Xing decided to dual wield, summoning another weapon. This made even Dullahan jump back in horror. What the heck? A massive smash from the giant's howl hammer hit right in the boss's open defense. The clean hit successfully yeeted him far off his evil horse, but Dullahan stuck the landing perfectly without looking messy at all. Total show off. Of course, Xing wasn't going to pause his combo. Let me balance things out. The wolf claw slashed through and harvested the horse's head. The mount vanished, leaving behind a mana crystal. Xing wasn't about to waste loot, so he snatched it up. This move straight up triggered the Headless Knight. You human scum. How dare you do that to my squad mate? Xing just answered the guy's rage with a casual attitude. Gotta play fair, right Don, you think? The flames on Dullahan's neck flared up, showing he was absolutely triggered. You jerk. A decisive slash came flying at Xing way deadlier than before. Seeing this made him tense up. I've only seen moves like that in video games. Seha panicked and agreed. That is the first time I've seen it. In real life too, I heard the guild master is still trying to learn that, but this guy is cracked. Their chatting made Arin scream to stop them. Stop yapping and dodge. The second she spoke, the three of them ran for their lives. But something was faster than them. Dullahan's literal head flew off to ambush Xing with a painful hit. This wasn't just a headbutt, it felt like a dumbbell to the chest. The boss's body was still in a throwing pose. Face the wrath of Dullahan. Even though he was hurt, Xing calmly put his weapon away and grabbed the head to get revenge for that cheap shot. Too bad this wasn't a normal item he could just bully. In a flash, the iron head zoomed back to its owner. Then came another growl. Die. The boss launched himself forward, and Xing was in trouble because that headbutt really slowed him down. Actually, I think my rib is broken. Luckily, Arin clutched up with a healing skill that worked instantly. You could tell by Xing's glowing face. Thanks, Arin. Just as Dullahan's heavy axe came crashing down, Xing managed to escape with some insane parkour moves. Seiha screamed out. Boss, he's breaking the wall. Xing froze. Damn it. The impact didn't just hit the ground. Shockwaves rippled everywhere. The violent shaking was seriously messing with him. His footing was unstable, so he decided to summon the giant's howl weapon again. This time, no saving mana, he dumped all his energy into it. Boosting his mana, Xing barely finished prepping when Dullahan closed in with another fierce axe swing. But Xing dodged at light speed and got ready to counterattack. Finally, Xing found an opening to unleash his punishing barrage, giving the boss zero time to dodge. Even that tough armor had to sacrifice a few pieces to tank the hit. Even Dullahan's head got knocked, flying like a toy ball. At this point, the guy still didn't realize something was off. You are actually strong. Ignoring the compliment, Xing took the chance to roast him. Your head is pretty hard too, bro. Hearing that, the boss jerked around. Xing wasn't gonna miss this chance and fired a mana bullet, but before it hit, an earthquake started out of nowhere. The stone wall shattered without warning. Turns out all the vibrations were coming from Dullahan. I had fun, but it's time to end this. Watching Xing's fearless face, the boss couldn't help but be impressed. You were smart enough to ambush me and strong enough to hurt me, but mana rules this world. The axe in his hand was overflowing with energy. If you have less mana than your enemy, you can win. Another swing ripped through the air, sending rocks flying, but it didn't cut anything else. This totally confused Dullahan. Where is he? Turns out Seiha had quick reflexes and scooped Xing up. Boss, hit him now, Seiha yelled excitedly. Good job, Seiha. Xing gripped the giant wolf claw tight and announced, this is the perfect chance to use the Hammer S special feature. The moment he shouted, Gigantify, who knows when the wolf claw transformed and lit up like a Christmas tree. The glare was so intense it felt like it was piercing through dimensions, leaving Dullahan completely shook. He was probably thinking, is that the sun? But he quickly realized his mistake. That wasn't some solar flare. Meanwhile, Seiha was looking totally cooked over on the sidelines. Boss, you weigh a ton. Throw me, Seiha yelled, understanding the assignment immediately. Just yeet me at him. Fast. He followed my lead without a second of hesitation. Ha! You could see the sheer confidence sparking in my eyes. Take this. But Dullahan, being the arrogant boss monster he was, didn't even flinch. He looked at me like I was a level 1 noob. You think you can take me down with that toy? Still, he wasn't about to just stand there and let me farm him. The axe in his hand started glowing, crackling with thunder like a Tesla coil gone wrong. Both of us, with totally different power levels, put every ounce of strength into one final clash. My giant wolf claw slammed down with the force of a freight train, creating a shockwave so massive it nearly blew me back. Black smoke covered the whole arena. When the smog finally cleared, Dullahan looked like he'd gone 10 rounds with a wrecking ball. I will kill you. The confident look on his face, gone. Deleted. Yuri still moving. I didn't give him time to recover, instantly whipping out the Thunder Goddess pistol. This little toy should be enough to delete your account. Suddenly, Dullahan recognized the weapon. It was Rina's signature gun. I was practically vibrating with excitement. Sayonara, I whispered. Baby, a massive surge of mana focused into a beam of pure destruction, aiming straight for his face. The blast from the Thunder God's pistol was insane, completely engulfing the headless knight in blinding light. It was so intense that even he couldn't believe it was happening, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. How can a human wield this kind of power? Even the ground beneath him was getting vaporized. When Xing's ultimate move finally cooled down, the only thing left was a massive trench in the ground. Arin looked at the scene with a serious face, giving it a solid 2 out of 10. Kind of an anticlimactic ending, she said, casually dusting off her outfit. Villains are all the same big talk for the first half, then they fold like lawn chairs. The system notifications started popping off like crazy. You have ascended 4 levels. Power Shot is now level 7. Punishment is now level 27. Looking at the absolute wasteland I created, I felt a little pinch of regret. If I blew him to smithereens, I probably destroyed the loot drops too. I wasn't expecting to find anything, but then jackpot. Seeing the mana crystal he left behind, Xing's mood went from 0 to 100 real quick. Oh yeah, my mind and body felt refreshed, like I just downed a triple shot espresso. With this, I've got at least 5 mana crystals. This world is actually kinda lit. Wait, I also got the Death Knight's mana crystal too. Suddenly, Arin interrupted my victory lap. I know looting is your favorite hobby, but we don't have time for an unboxing video right now, she warned. Even though the boss is toast, his minions are still glitching out and respawning. Let the human taste the grace of Lord Sethnak. It was getting annoying. How are they still moving without a leader? Xing grumbled. Seha saw the situation and yelled, just wipe them out so we can figure it out later. Once again, I summoned the trusty giant wolf claw. Watching the skeleton army shamble toward us gave me a weird sense of déjà vu. It felt exactly like a scene from a zombie apocalypse movie. In a split second, the noisy skeleton crew was reduced to dust. Suddenly, something caught my eye, and I went wide-eyed. The rarest drop of the day finally showed up. Gotcha, Xing cheered. It was the Death Knight's mana crystal. But right next to it was the thing that had just punched me in the ribs earlier. Huh, what is this? It wasn't until Xing picked it up that he realized it was Dullahan's actual head. Arin looked horrified. Please tell me that that's not a monster. I paused as the item description popped up. Details: Kenna S. Malice. Rank B2+. Attack power 1800 to 2200. It was the helmet of the fallen knight Kenna, who turned into Dullahan. Too much resentment and mana accumulated, so it persists even after the owner is deleted. It holds Dullahan's combat data, so it can be used as a high-power projectile weapon using just mana. The system intel actually surprised Xing. It turned out to be a legendary treasure, but the attack stats on this thing were absolutely broken. I inspected it closely. This thing has a chaotic aura, huh? It's even sucking in the air around it. Arin turned pale when she realized what it really was. It looks like a helmet, but there is a rotting face inside. You are not seriously going to use that, are you? Xing. But I had already done the math. My gun drains way too much mana, so this head could be the perfect eco-friendly sidearm. I started weighing the Kenna's Malice in my hand. Let's see. Maybe like this. Without hesitating, I yeeted the head as hard as I could. Kenna's Malice tore through the air, claiming a skeleton's head instantly. And then get this, it curved back like a boomerang. It landed perfectly in Xing's hand with zero effort. The item description updated. Feature 1 auto return after throwing. That ability alone made this my new favorite toy. That is sick. I throw it, and it comes right back to Papa. Arin looked green, but she nodded along anyway. Great, so if you can just toss Dullahan's head back and forth, a mischievous grin spread across Xing's face. If it comes back automatically, I can turn this into a game. I summoned the wolf claw again. It was batter up time. Thwack, I hit the head like a baseball, sending it flying in a perfect arc. Just a gentle tap was enough to obliterate a giant hungry ghost. Poor Kenna's Malice kept flying back only to get smacked away again by Xing, racking up a kill count of over a dozen mobs in seconds. The skeleton monsters finally learned what fear was and started scattering. The Reaper East, the Grim Reaper, even Arin had to give me 36 likes for that performance. I bet Kina is super happy you were using his head so effectively. Seha was shivering in the corner. That guy is scarier than Dullahan ever was. But Xing wasn't totally happy. The mana cost to use this head is about the same as a power shot. Guess I can spam it like a machine gun. After that, I stashed Kenna's Malice away. Enough playing around. In front of them, aside from the ruins, was just a pitch-black sky. Wow, I said, finally snapping out of battle mode. This place got totally wrecked. Arin looked defeated. Yeah, even you think so. We thought the zombie mosh pit had cleared out, but somehow a few stragglers were still creeping around. Seeing that, Xing immediately switched back to combat mode. You undead scrubs are still here, come get some. The wolf claw on my hand surged with energy as I made my declaration. I'll give you guys a painless exit. Time flew by, and the threat vanished along with the dark clouds. Seha looked around and sighed. The whole city is gone. Xing, on the other hand, just breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky we took out the boss right at the start. Finally, I scooped up all the loot. And here is the last mana crystal. Arin beamed. It's all thanks to that dungeon pendulum thingy. Seha chimed in. Yeah, though not every mob drops loot like Dullahan did. This really is a top-tier dungeon. Xing looked satisfied. Agreed. I could do quests like this all day. Hearing that, Arin frowned slightly, thinking it over. I don't think that was the main point of the mission, but whatever. I am over it. Now that they finally had some downtime, Xing shouted, all right, story time. Let's see what these books have to say. Since the city had vanished, they just sat in the dirt to do some research. Seha was surprised. The first diary is pretty light reading, but man, it's confusing. Arin suddenly panicked, and this one just has prayers to lose. A notification window popped up in front of her. She quickly shared the news. It is asking if I want to become a priestess of Luce. Xing was stunned. Wait, you sure the quest isn't for me? Arin felt the vibes were off, so she decided to pass. I'm just gonna click no for now. Just then, Seha walked over with another scroll. Boss, what about this one? It looks ancient. Xing got hyped. Nice. The big clues are usually hidden in the old stuff. His voice dropped an octave, echoing through the area as he read, in his name, we can become anything. This holy war is for him, and no one shall dare oppose it. Based on what they found, Seha had a theory. Do you think it's talking about a war between Seth Nak and Lu Sing? Shook his head. I don't think it's just about this world. Then, he mentioned what Dullahan said about Earth resisting the holy war. Arin stayed calm. I thought we'd have to use the Sky Castle and the Ant Cave to argue against him. Suddenly, something popped up, grabbing Sing's attention. Yep, system update. You have learned a new truth. The followers of gods from other worlds are preparing to invade Earth. The Sky Fortress tried to hold it back, but it hit its limit, guys. Memories and mana are leaking straight into Earth. Xingu knows what's up 100%. They are definitely invading our server. That means the system is throwing a massive curveball at him. You proved you rebuilt for the Breaker class. So, chat, what would you pick? The text floating in front of Xingu has him completely shook. Arin checks the patch notes. Usually, players clear level 10 dungeons and find their class around level 85, so unlocking a class at level 83, that's actually pretty solid meta. Suddenly, Seha is feeling himself, dropping a bold claim. He swears he's going to be the strongest player in the world once he gets his class. Arin is just standing there sweating, like, bro, chill. Why are you flexing so hard? After some back and forth banter, Arin finally flashes a super sweet smile. Anyway, congrats on the upgrade, Xingu. And the man of the hour has busy staring at the menu options, Guardian, Chaser, or Breaker. Didn't he even hesitate for a second? He clicked instantly. Betting he went with Breaker, right? Arin starts panicking. I knew you'd pick that, but think it through first. Sehad just grins and gives a thumbs up. Fits you perfectly, boss. Then, another notification pops up for Xingu. You have become a Breaker. Power awakened. Suddenly, his whole body starts glitching out. He's shaking so hard he almost drops to his knees. Arin is low-key freaking out. He screams, Xingu. It's a sound of pure agony, ripping through the air. And then boom, muscles everywhere. Xingu isn't just buff. He's transformed into a totally different beast. Yo, is changing classes always this painful? Arin snaps back. No way, that's not normal. Suddenly, something catches her eye. The whole zone starts quaking, but there's no boss music playing. She realizes the truth and panics. The world, no. This place is crashing. Seha starts yelling, totally stressed. Arin, I see something huge. A massive pair of glowing eyes rips through space and time, and a creepy voice echoes through the map. Finally found Earth. Instant chills. Seha and Arin are terrified. Meanwhile, Singa's HUD is blowing up. Leveled up twice. Passive skill, indifference unlocked, fear and pain blocked. He freezes, suddenly totally lucid. He lets out a long breath. Xingu is drained, zero energy left to care about the background noise. Damn, finally survived that. Arin stutters his name. Seha is screaming, boss, look at that monster. The giant eyes speak up again. Too bad I can delete you right now. Xingu finally notices the voice. The world shakes harder than before. Flash of light, and boom, the trio gets teleported to a room without any warning. Arin looks around, confused. Is this the rest area? But Xingu doesn't care. His muscles are expanding again, burning up. He roars in pain. Arin jumps. Xingu Seha steps in, keeping it cool. Relax. Hez just switching classes, Hez not gonna die. We're changing too. Their bodies start shifting. Meanwhile, Singa's muscles tighten like steel cables, looking terrifying. Weird glowing runes start spreading across his skin. The system screen pops up again. Past or present doesn't matter. You just want to smash things. Your road is the hardest, but the loot will be legendary. Update complete. You are now a Breaker. Stats and skills skyrocket. New active skill, Hercules. Darkness fades, and Xingu finally opens his eyes to Arin calling him. Hez groggy, thinking. Who is this hottie? Arin looks super worried. Can you see me? Xingu snaps out of it. Wait, Arin, why are you human-sized now? She ignores the question, just relieved. Thank God you reawake. Then she puts on her angry face. Put some clothes on, explain later. He just nods. Sure thing. Then he realizes, wait, where's Seha? Right here, boss. It's not just Arin. Seha gotta glow up too. Xingu is confused. Why do you guys? He stops and looks around. Did the rest area get bigger? Maybe my class upgrade buffed the room. System answer. Rest area rank B. Infinite mana and health regen active while inside. Xingu nods. Oh, that makes sense. Arin, looking like a total idol, confirms it. Yep, in here, we revert to our true forms permanently. This place adapts to you, so it's not just for sleeping, Seha explains, looking way more chill than usual. We changed too, not as much as you, but it's a bigger shift than our first class unlock. Xingu is hyped. I feel super light. Arin smiles. That is cause you way stronger now. She's happy for him. You can take on any enemy now, but Xingu isn't so sure. I don't know about that. Hez thinking deep. Maybe not on Earth, but in other worlds. That female voice was inside my head. He smirks. Guess I can be a chaser with something that's strong hunting me. But confidence floods back. I picked Breaker to smash everything. He thinks about the monsters waiting for him. I am gonna wipe them all out. Gotta get stronger to kill the things I can kill yet. He calms down and opens his status window. Xingu, level 85, Breaker. The screen lists all his insane stats and skills, from passives to actives. Arin peeks over. Whoa, Xingu analyzes himself like he's a totally new character build. It feels different. Biggest change, I went from secret player to Breaker. Arin nods, scanning the data. Stats are jacked. Passives too. Xingu agrees. Yup. He summons his chaos tail. It's longer, thicker, and looks way more dangerous. See his eyes go wide. That looks sick. Got a new active skill too, Hercules. Level 1. Uses mana to max out a body part. Infinite power, but heavy backlash. Sounds simple enough. Arin points at his arm. Hey, Xingu, check out the tattoo. Seha is suspicious. Weird. Active skills usually don't leave marks. Xingu nods. True. He puts the pieces together based on the system info. Hercules is an active skill that acts like a passive. If I spam it, my base body gets stronger, but the side effects get worse. Xingu hesitates. That's not practical for combat, Arin notes. Pain and fear are debuffs every player has to deal with. He figures out a combo. To beat the pain, my indifference skill can block the fear. He makes up his mind. I have to grind this skill. Arin is not having it. She yells, Don't push it. You good, go rest. Her death stare is so scary he actually backs down. Fine, I'll rest. But inside, he's complaining. You were so cute when you were tiny. Now you're a workaholic, Arin sighs. I want you to rest for a week, not just a day. But for Xingu, a day off is torture because his grind set is unreal. He swears he won't ignore the path to power opening up in front of him. Then, he drops a thought. To rise up, sometimes you gotta get on your knees first. Arin's glitching out, having no clue how to handle him. Doesn't sound great, right? But Xingu just flips the script, deciding that as long as the guy rests, it is all good. Yo, we need separate racks if we keeping these avatars full-sized. She pauses, totally thrown off, then does the math. Yeah, true. Arin starts calculating in her head, wait, isn't that bed massive enough for 2 people anyway? She accidentally lets the intrusive thoughts win. I'll take the side spot. She clamps her mouth shut instantly, realizing she just said the quiet part out loud. Cringe, level 1000. She turns away, face burning. I mean, I can just shrink down to sleep, no biggie. Xingu totally misses her meltdown. You're right. Meanwhile, Seha is just chillin', completely unbothered by the whole transformation conversation from ally to giant. I can handle sleeping next to you. Arin starts, but the killer vibe radiating from her shuts him up. Whoops, Arin's eyes go wide. Xingu is already dead to the world, catching Z's before she could even finish. She's beaming, happier than if she just leveled up. Out cold instantly, dude must be wrecked. Arin gives him the soft eyes, worrying about his exhaustion, and giggles, like a schoolgirl. Sehe catches the vibe, smirks like he knows all the tea, and drops a slow commentary. Nice work, Arin. Her eyes are glued to Xingu like he's the season finale. Finally, we made it to this point. Pure affection. Enough to flood the place like a waterfall. We haven't fixed squat yet, but I am loving the vibe right now. As soon as she stops talking, Sehe's shape shifts instantly. I am hitting the hey, peace. Arin jumps out of her skin. Too slow on the draw to stop him. She awkwardly dots away, then self-soothes. Just gonna enjoy this moment for a sec. She subconsciously drifts her gaze to Xingu, who is sleeping like a rock, totally oblivious. Random thoughts start flooding the silence. Did he get a glow up or what? She ponders the reason. Mana is basically evolution, energy, right? It develops everything. Higher stats equal a prettier face. Arin frowns, she actually dug the retro version too. Suddenly, a ringtone kills the mood, snapping her out of her trance. It grabs her attention. Xingu's burner phone. Panic mode initiated. He's passed out, can't wake the beast. Arin makes the executive decision. Her voice switches to soft customer service mode. This is Xingu's phone. He is currently indisposed. The caller gasps on the other end, totally suspicious. Xingu got a new girl. Arin is literally speechless. She decides to roll with it. Yeah. The other side goes, oh, snap. Gotcha. Arin isn't trying to chat. She wants to speedrun this call. What's the tea? He's asleep. The caller continues. I need to tell him something. He's always wanted to be a player. Arin gets salty immediately. Thanks, but what's that got to do with this call? If it's major, I'll pass the message. The caller drops the bomb. Look, I actually found the cheat code to become a player, so I want to tell him. He's gonna be hyped. This completely floors Arin. Say what? The caller doubles down, sensing doubt. No cap, there's a way to create a player. Fast forward, time flies, and Xingu stretches like a boss after a solid rest, only to spot Arin looking like a zombie from The Walking Dead. You pull an all-nighter, she sighs, looking wrecked just talking about it. I slept, but it was trash. Let's just say I was basically away from keyboard. Then her eyes get serious. Someone blew up your phone while you were out. I know it wasn't for me, but I answered. Xingu shrugs, totally unbothered. It's cool. Arin drops the name Lehi. Hearing that name makes him pause. What does she want? Arin is stunned by his poker-faced dude is too calm. She said she has the hack to make you a player. That keyword triggers his memory bank. Illegal players, glitching the login, shady stuff. Arin's voice gets heavy. I ask for deets, but she insists on a face-to-face. Xingu smirks. She's still doing the most? Huh, adorable. Arin's mood crashes below 0 degrees. Your ex, you seriously didn't know? Yup. The instant reply floors her. She doesn't even know how to react. Xingu's voice drops an octave. We split ages ago. Right after she leveled up to player, Arin is instantly triggered on his behalf. She dumped you for clout. Found a higher-level dude. Xingu waves it off immediately. Nah, nothing like that. He keeps it 100 about the situation. I couldn't handle the gap. I felt like a scrub next to her, so I dipped. Arin's rage bar depletes instantly. My bad. Xingu stays chill, no drama. Dawn is sweated. She giggles, realizing he actually has feelings, then flips the question. Thought you were just a grinding machine. Then she gets serious. This is the main quest. So, you gonna link up with her for real? Xingu checks his phone, though he already knows the answer. Bet she didn't leave a text. Just as he predicted. Radio silence. Gotta meet her. Arin looks salty but nods timidly. Fine. Inside, she's doing the math. Xingu dumped Lehi, but the girl is still thirsty. She can remember why he dumped her. Arin's face goes pale. She looks dangerous. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of Xingu. Ding. Notification time. Upgrade rest area using essence. The text shifts rapidly. Spend 30% of essence to boost rest area to level 5. Confirm. Xingu rubs his chin. That is a steal compared to the old prices. Seiya pipes up from the back. Yo, save the essence. We need those ghost souls for the altar. Xingu snaps back to reality. Right, but he decides to let it ride and mashes the yes button. Let's max out our stats before we roll. Instantly, the room starts glitching and morphing around the trio. Brand new beds, tricked out bathroom, modern amenities. The kitchen gets a facelift with new gear. Arin's eyes light up like LEDs. This place is legit now. Looks like a real crib. The notification updates. Rest area level 5 reached. Furniture stats buffed. Feature list scrolls by kitchen. Level 1 can cook and process monster mana beads. Upgrades available for the stash, fridge, door, and scanner. Plus, a level 1 gym to grind stats without wrecking the place. Xingu reads intently. Can I buff the furniture and add the gym? System replies instantly. Total cost 97% of essence. Xingu gets hyped. We ballin' then. Seiya tries to protest about the ghost souls again, but Xingu cuts him off with a death glare. Zip it, Seiya. Boom. The fully equipped gym spawns in. Rest area is now level 5. Bed, level 2. Sleep restores stamina and mana with a 10% efficiency boost. Closet, level 2. Storage and auto repair for gear. Door, level 3. Fast travel to nearby dungeons using essence or a key. No more walking like a peasant. You can set 3 warp points for easy access. Bathroom, level 1. Scrubs bacteria and cleanses any debuffs. Fridge, level 2. Storage plus spawns 2 RNG potions every 10 hours. Scanner, level 2. Radar for dungeons within 50 clicks and tracks incoming hostiles. Kitchen, level 1. Chef mode for mana beads. Finally, gym, level 1. Equipment is indestructible. The flood of upgrade info has Arin's jaw on the floor. Sheesh. Xingu is vibing. Let's check the loot. Seiya is already inspecting the closet, curious. Can this stash hold artifacts? Xingu nods calmly. If it has a durability bar, toss it in. Next stop, the fridge. Xingu yanks the door open, first time ever. Arin peeks over his shoulder. Since when do you chug potions? 2 neat rows of bottles sit there. Xingu scratches his head. Red is HP, blue is mana. Right, Arin chirps, standard RPG logic. Meanwhile, Seiya pulls out a bottle of something glowing purple. Yo boss, check this loadout, it ain't tea, just health packs. Even Sue is looking at this thing sideways. Why is it looks so gnarly? Ding, the stats window popped up. It's a stealth poison, odorless, tasteless. If you don't have resistance stats, you're paralyzed instantly. Just reading the description gave Shin the creeps. Who we taking out with this? Seiha didn't wait, pulling out 2 more weird vials. Feast your eyes on these. Shin looked over. One vial looked like straight fire, the other like crushed ice. The ice one is a basic freeze potion, splash damage, freezes everything in the zone. Then there's the mini nuke. Mana-infused explosive liquid boom on impact. Shin snatched that red vial and tossed it into his inventory, grinning like a supervillain with a new toy. Great for crowd control, he mumbled. Arin, floating nearby, looked nervous. Giving this guy explosives, she could already see the headlines. Local man blows up city block. But that wasn't what was bugging Shin. Honest truth, Hez never needed potions before, but stocking up is always a smart play. Seiha started ticking items off his fingers. Next up on the unboxing list, the dungeon scanner. Shin waved off the gym gear basic stuff. They moved to the good loot, the level 2 scanner. Costs essence to run, but it pings dungeons within a 30-mile radius and tracks enemy invasion routes. Shin rubbed his chin. Invasion routes? Huh, he was picturing those fanatic cultist monsters and the portals they use to hop dimensions back to their homeworld. Only catch, he needs a character class to upgrade the scanner further. Total headache, considering nobody knows where to find the class change alter. Arin chimed in, yeah, those spawn rates are basically 0. Whatever, future problem, Shin decided, tossing the worry aside. He knew the next move. He stepped toward the exit, and the HUD flickered with a new prompt. Level 3, exit gate. He could burn essence to warp into a nearby dungeon or use a save waypoint. The system lets you tag 3 custom locations for fast travel. Pretty sweet. Shin translated the text speak. Cool, so I can teleport wherever I want. Seiha was hyping it up in the back, thrilled they didn't have to grind through random ant tunnels just to see the sky. Shin actually looked bummed. I wanted to farm sea monsters. Arin roasted him immediately. Maybe learn to swim before you try aquatics. Genius. Shin ignored her and punched in the coordinates. He set the destination for his apartment. Then he froze. Wait, I smell like a dungeon. Definitive decision, shower first, travel second. Arin nodded in approval. Yeah, please scrub. Deeply. Freshly showered and rocking a clean fit, the trio stepped through the portal. Shin took a deep breath of city smog. Finally. He thought he'd be stuck underground for months. Arin giggled. That outfit is a major upgrade, boss. But the block was dead silent. Whereas the crowd, Shin frowned. This neighborhood usually has foot traffic diners, apartments. It should look like a ghost town. Probably the fallout from the Soraxan raid, Arin guessed. Everything has changed. Seiha had disagreed. Nah, people are just hiding until the players start actually carrying their weight. Shin whipped out his smartphone. Got a text C. Almost instantly, the phone buzzed. He glanced back at his pocket-sized companions. She says at the coffee shop. Excuse me, Arin snapped, clearly salty. She replied that fast. Arin hated how this girl acted like she had some special connection with Shin. Total pick-me energy. Shin completely missed the jealousy and thought she was worried about stealth. Scared she'll spot you. Just duck down. Arin pouted. Fine. Hope I don't get discovered, sir. All right, let's go hear her pitch on how to become a player, Shin said. They walked down the main drag. Only a few cars and pedestrians were out. The vibe was definitely off. Everyone looks miserable, Shin noted. Is this the new normal? Don't be such a doomer, Arin scolded. They reached the cafe, where the locals were whispering about the stunner sitting alone by the window. It was Sei. She sensed him coming and turned around. As Shin walked up to her table, her face lit up like a Christmas tree. Shin, she beamed. The guys at the next table groaned. Of course, the hot girl has a boyfriend. Sei scanned the area, whispering. Did you come solo? Shin raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Why? She gave him a mysterious, knowing look. No reason. I get it. She smirked at him, looking oddly smug. Inside his jacket pocket, Arin was boiling with rage. Why does she look so superior? Arin thought. Like she's winning. Shin sat down opposite Sei. So, he started. How long has it been since we hung out? Sei leaned in. 2 years, 3 months. Shin blinked, visibly spooked by the accuracy. She laughed, waving it off. Want the exact hour too? Kidding, I don't actually keep track. I'm mad a stalker, promise. She slid a glass across the table. Ordered your favorite. Shin took it, mumbling an awkward thanks. Peeking from the pocket, Arin eyed the green drink. Shin likes matcha. The realization hit her hard. Get a grip, Arin, she glared at Sei. She's just acting like a textbook girlfriend NPC. Not a stalker, Arin scoffed. She's practically drooling. Sei kept the convo rolling. You look taller. Shin shrugged. Maybe an inch. You look younger, though. Sei preened. Perks of being a player. Shin rolled his eyes, had forgotten the lore. Players don't just stop aging. They actually de-age when they level up. Their bodies lock into prime condition, eternal 20s. Shin thought about his own reflection lately. So that is why I've been looking different. He looked up and caught Sei staring with these big, sparkling puppy eyes. It actually made him jump. What? Nothing, she hummed. In the other pocket, Seiya clutched his chest. What is this cringe feeling, Seiya thought. I should have stayed home. Hey boss, Sei smiled playfully. Aren't you gonna ask how I've been? Shin knew this game. If I ask, you'll just make a joke and dodge the question. Sei pouted. You used to be more fun. You just dive in head first. Shin shrugged, keeping his poker face. People change. Sei went quiet, looking a bit disappointed. Well, I'm not 100% sure about that. Shin leaned back. Figured as much. Sei tapped the table. A ripple of energy expanded, sealing them in a bubble. Shin analyzed the magic signature. Soundproof barrier. High-level stuff. Her voice dropped an octave. There's a rumor circulating on the servers. The monsters in Sky City, they worship different gods. Shin paused. That was news. Go on, Sei nodded. I know you hate drama, so I'll skip to the end. She referenced the recent invasion event downtown. Since monsters started spawning here on Earth, and not just in the Sky City, we were seeing evidence. These gods are influencing humans now. My guild actually found traces of one, she confessed. I even heard his voice. Shin cut through the storytelling. And this god told you he could turn a civilian into a player. Yes, Sei insisted. I know he exists. I heard him say it. Cap, Shin thought instantly. Total lie. The entity that awakens players would never ally with the gods she is talking about. Sei leaned over the table. Intense. You've always been special, Shin. You'd be unstoppable as a player. She grabbed his hand, her eyes full of concern. It's your destiny. It's what you've always wanted. She stared deep into his eyes, blushing slightly. Shin stared back, feeling her grip on his hand tighten. Only my guild has got the coordinates to this spot. Okay, her face was screaming desperation. You riding with me or what I know? I don't have the receipts to prove it, but can you just trust me on this? But Jinwoo, he snatched his hand back ice cold. I thought your whole squad found that spot together. Sei-hee stood her ground. I can tell you whatever I want. I am the guild master, remember. Still, Jinwoo looked like he had major trust issues right now. If the rest of the crew finds out, they were gonna throw a massive fit. Sei-hee didn't blink. You are the first and the last person I am spilling this tea to. Do I really need to drop a PowerPoint explanation for you? Who knew Jinwoo was made of stone? He didn't even flinch. Fine. Whatever. She caved, looking defeated. I'll spill the beans after you officially become a player. Jinwoo spun around like he was gonna clap back, then just zipped it. Inside, he was roasting the idea. Becoming a player isn't gonna magically restore my missing emotions, girl. If it was that easy, I would hit you up the second I awaken as an underground player. He paused, deep in thought. If I said that out loud, would she 5-star slap me across the face? Then his brain switched lanes. Whatever. I gotta investigate this god and the clues she mentioned. I'll clear up the misunderstanding later. Finally, he spoke up. Thanks. I am trusting you on this. That got $1 million smile out of her. You got it. The two of them dipped out of the Starbucks and strolled down a street that was suspiciously empty. Jinwoo looked confused. Wait, it's not in Korea. Sei-hee kept walking like she owned the sidewalk. Nope. Korea bounced back from the crisis pretty fast. Ever hear of that mystery biker urban legend? That title made Jinwoo hit the brakes real quick. Mystery biker. Since when did the internet give me a superhero name? While he was buffering, Sei-hee noticed him spacing out. Yo, you good. Why the long face? Nothing. Never mind, she replied before he could answer. But Jinwoo's paranoia was tingling. She definitely thinks I am the biker, but his mana control was currently god tier, so she'd probably drop the suspicion soon. See, he kept yapping. Anyway, thanks to that guy, Korea doesn't have any giant monster zones left, but other countries aren't so lucky. That is why my guild took a contract to go help out overseas. She started flexing her guild's stats. My crew, the Superhuman Guild, flew out to Otaru, Hokkaido 5 days ago. We were there to raid some goblin nests on Mount Tengu. She was using hand gestures like an Italian, explaining how the monsters were swarming the whole mountain so guilds had to team up. Then she dropped the bombshell. And guess who was the first one to find the traces of a god me? If I hadn't I wouldn't be chasing stuff overseas. Flashbacks hit Sei-hee like a truck. It was a tiny shrine deep in the woods. Her and a few squad mates stumbled upon it. The memory was in 4K resolution in her head. We snuck in and boom, there it was. What they found was a massive demon warrior holding a battle axe, guarding the shrine. Every clash, every swing. Sei-hee could still feel the vibrations. It was a total boss raid. We took down that armored freak together. Once the boss HP hit 0, this weird, freaky light just exploded out of nowhere. That's when we heard it, she said, sounding like a true believer, the voice of a god. He said, I'll grant you the juice to wipe out every monster, but you gotta worship me first. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Is this some World of Warcraft Arthas finding Frostmourne type beat? While he was mentally referencing Blizzard games, Sei-He kept the story rolling. Anyway, once we get there, you will see the power is legit. The other guild members look ready to simp for the statue right then and there, but Jinwoo wasn't buying it. If anything, that made it way more sus. His skeptical face made Sei-He groan. Oh, stop looking at me like that. It's so annoying. Jinwoo didn't budge. Is this a pyramid scheme? Are you selling essential oils? Ignoring his haters gonna hate attitude, she stuck to her script. Look, that's why I asked the big guy if he could turn a normie into a player. He said yes, and I called you immediately. You're welcome. Jinwoo hit her with logic. Let's say you found it first. You think other players are just gonna let that slide? See, he smirked, full of confidence. Shield. She sounded proud. I wasn't the first player ever, but I became guild master because of this skill right here. She pointed at herself like she was the main character. Not to flex, but I am literally the best in the world at this. Arin, hiding in his pocket, wanted to scream. This girl is such a show-off. Jinwoo just connected the dots. So you cloaked the temple inside a barrier. Sei-He winked. Bingo. Even Marina Bissett, the human radar, wouldn't spot it. Plus, I bet she's too busy with other drama to come check. Jinwoo thought to himself, Marina Bissett. I thought she was just a mana junkie, but sounds like she has got skills way beyond just being a famous mercenary. Still, Japan is a haul from here. See, he clearly didn't care about geography. We reflying, dummy. Jinwoo sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Border hopping without a permit is illegal, even for players. You know that, right? Sei-He giggled, like she was planning a heist. It's only a crime if you get caught. My stealth skill hides us and protects us. Cloaking two people, piece of cake. Her logic left Jinwoo buffering. What the hell? He couldn't reconcile this, Sei-He with a bookworm he used to know. She was a total teacher's pet. Does getting superpowers turn everyone into a rebel? Actually, that is kind of terrifying, he thought. Suddenly, she held out her hand. Here, grab on. He immediately knew the play. You want to fly straight from here to Otaru? Bullseye, she said casually. Jinwoo mentally groaned. Well, I can exactly book a Spirit Airlines flight right now just to avoid holding hands. He reluctantly reached out and grabbed her hand. Sei-He lifted his hand, inspecting it. Your hands are still huge. Jinwoo swatted the comment away. Whatever. Suddenly, crystal wings burst from her back. The aura made Arin's eyes sparkle. So pretty. Even Sei-Ha was checking out the specs. Those wings were S-tier rare. Sei-He, oblivious to the praise, smiled softly. Let us roll. Then, out of nowhere, she grabbed Jinwoo by the waist. Jinwoo's face heated up at the contact. Sei-He turned tomato red too. This is safer for transport, she blurted out. Jinwoo went stiff as a board. I didn't say anything. A second later, she launched them into the sky, spreading those wings wide. It gets bumpy, she shouted over the wind. Hang on tight, Jinwoo, valuing his life, grabbed onto her arm for dear life. Okay, inside his pocket, Arin was grinding her teeth so hard she might need a dentist. That girl is straight up flirting, Sei-Ha nervously whispered. Arin, chill out, she's gonna hear you grinding your gears. As they cruised through the clouds, Jinwoo's mind wandered. She's flying over 1,400 clicks to a temple. Not many guys get to fly international in their ex-girlfriend's arms. Sei-He suddenly broke the silence. Why is your body so solid now? Jinwoo answered flatly. I've been hitting the gym. That answer made her blush all over again. Again, Arin's face went dark. Seriously, Sei-Ha was silently praying to any god listening. This atmosphere is suffocating. Can we please just land already? After zooming at high speeds, Jinwoo finally felt the ground beneath his feet. Sei-He retracted her wings. We here. Took less than 2 hours. Jinwoo looked a little green around the gills. I'm never doing that again, he groaned. Sei-He just smirked. You'll probably be flying yourself on the way back, anyway. She waved him forward. Come on, follow me. They trekked into the forest. Jinwoo had a question. Where's your squad? Sei-He answered instantly. I told them to chill at the hotel near the mountain base. If they hang around the barrier too much, people start asking questions. Jinwoo gave a skeptical smirk. Waiting at the hotel, she just said they looked ready to start a cult for that statue. Are they really just chilling with room service? The silence got loud. Something wrong? Sei-He asked. Nah, nothing, Jinwoo replied, but his brain was running scenarios. Hopefully, I am just being paranoid. But in manhwas and novels, this kind of gut feeling is usually right on the money. Suddenly, Sei-He perked up. We were close to the barrier. I can feel the hum. Jinwoo's footsteps faltered. Sei-He couldn't trust her own vibes. Wait, hold up, I thought we cleared all the trash mobs near the barrier. Xingu cut in immediately. Nah, my spidey senses are tingling. There's definitely something nasty here. She whipped around, hitting him with a reality check. Look, maybe the firewall is just glitching. No shot. Without wasting another second, they sprinted toward the temple like it was Black Friday. Xingu was grinning like a maniac the whole way. I knew this would be a peaceful walk in the park. Arin looked at him like he was an alien. Bro, why are you smiling? It's creepy. I seriously want to crack your skull open and see what is wrong with your wiring. He replied with zero chill. The worst part is waiting for the other shoe to drop. Once the drama starts, you just gotta deal with it. Arin got even more salty. Sorry, my brain doesn't operate on that 4D chess logic. Xingu pulled out his new toy, the Secret Detector 3000. Sehe looked back and gasped. That thing is vibrating harder than a phone on silent mode. Xingu frowned. Yeah, the temple is definitely sus. Something's up. When they arrived, Seihai looked at the scene, totally shook and confused. In front of Xingu and Seihai was absolute chaos, a mosh pit of monsters screaming, kicking, trying to tear down the final firewall. Seihai gritted her teeth, losing her cool and dropping a quiet F-bomb. Damn it, they were deep in numbers. The sound of human voices triggered the monsters, and they all swiveled around like new targets acquired. The heavy footsteps of the monsters echoed slow, creepy, giving everyone major chills. It was literally red light, green light from Squid Game in real life. She stammered, enemies at 12 o'clock. They re-hitting the shrine, hostile Seihai's face went serious mode. Sweat was dripping down her cheeks. I messed up. I made a huge mistake. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, channeling her mana into an energy ball, declaring with full confidence, I'll aggro them first. You go away from keyboard and hide for a sec. A smirk played on his lips as he teased her. Hide, that is hilarious. Then he strutted forward like he was walking the runway on America's Next Top Model. She was totally confused, like ... wondering what the heck he was doing. Talk about a golden opportunity, a monster rushed in like a lightning bolt, swinging a giant axe to claim his head as a trophy. Of course, that basic physical attack was nothing but a mosquito bite. Xingu crushed its head with his bare hands. Watching him handle it as light as a feather made her eyes pop out and her jaw hit the floor. She hesitated, wanting to call him back and get the tea on how he did that. Xingu, you. But before she could finish, he turned around like he read her mind. You must have forgotten. Who am I? He glanced back, clenching his fist, eyes burning with hype. I know I don't have wings, but I've never been short on power. Xingu walked toward the enemy line where the monsters were waiting, rotating his arm like it was just a warm-up at Planet Fitness. You could hear the excitement in his voice now. All right, let's start the most boring slaughter in history. No clue if they understood English or if they ate some magic translation bread, but they screamed in rage. Without hesitation, he planted a fist right in the face of a fool who stepped up wrong. Checkmate, I'm the king here. Then came the wombo combo, fast as lightning. In a split second, he laid several of them out flat. Even when they get to hell, they'll probably still be confused about how they got wrecked so hard. The damage output radiating from Xingu showed no signs of stopping, knocking them back and sending them skidding across the ground with a screeching noise. Then, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, souls started drifting out of the monster bodies, floating up with one goal, glowing bright before flying straight into Xingu. He absorbed them into the back of his hand, making his mark glow clearer. Update complete soul collection, level 4. You own 18 souls. He was starting to figure out the mechanics. Looks like killing these god-tier monsters triggers the loot drop. Not wasting a second, he went on the offensive immediately. The situation was messy, basically World War III out there. Even so, he stayed in front, tanking for Seihai. What a gentleman. She was teary-eyed, whispering to herself. Xingu, why are you? After the brawl, he looked a bit winded, letting out a long breath. She noticed and touched his arm gently. You Gucci, you okay? Xingu didn't want the beauty to worry. I am good. That made her feel less guilty, as long as you okay. She replayed the past in her head, mentally giving him 5 stars. I knew Xingu had hands, but I didn't know he could throw down like that with monsters. Xingu is literally the perfect candidate to become a player. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking out of habit. But is it safe to turn him into a player? If he's already this OP, how broken will he be after becoming a player? Seihai ignored the silence, yawning aggressively. She shook off the doubt. No, she had a determined look now that she had a new goal. I don't want to see him disappointed in himself ever again. I'll worry about the details after he signs the contract. Seihai switched up her vibe, acting all cool and aloof as she explained. The parts of the monsters you killed are considered high-tier loot in the outside world. She broke it down. The stronger ones drop something called mana crystals. She paused for effect, glancing at Xingu to make sure he was paying attention, speaking at a steady pace about what went down. This is top secret, but we also looted a crystal after beating the temple guardian. She waved her hand, gathering the corpses into a pile. Priority 1 is making you a player. I'll stash the bodies in my inventory and deal with them later. She signaled for him, Arin, and Saya to head inside. They approached the barrier from earlier. Suddenly, a voice clicked from behind. Guild leader. That familiar sound made Sei freeze in her tracks. 1, 2, 3, 5. Did I miss a beat? She turned around to see 5 members of the Strongman Guild just vibing there. But their faces looked a little different than usual. They were way quieter, and their eyes weren't friendly. She frowned, confused. What are you guys doing here? Xingu rested his blade on his shoulder, answering casually. I was worried some randoms might raid the temple, so I couldn't just sit still. His face darkened, eyes sharp as knives, voice dripping with threat. Looks like our worries were valid. Sei couldn't process the sudden shift, looking a bit awkward. Excuse me. On the flip side, Xingu seemed to get it, looking a bit smug about his own skills. This is exactly what I was afraid of. If I keep predicting the future like this, I might just spoil the whole season. Suspecting something was off, she carefully probed. I thought I told you guys to stay put. Xingu ignored the question and pivoted, pointing his blade straight at them. So, what are you doing here, and who-s? The rando Sei didn't see that coming, bristling like a hedgehog. Do I need to report every single thing I do to you? He raised an eyebrow, dropping a sarcastic comment. We don't care about your daily routine, but this temple is different. He gave her a deep, questioning stare. Did you leak the location to other guilds? Weren't you the one who said we should keep it on the down low? Bo Seok immediately started screaming, interrupting. Are you planning to sell it? I knew it was sus when you made us wait. Of course, Sei wasn't taking the blame for something she didn't do. I am not selling anything, and I am not stopping you from using it. I am just exercising my rights as the leader over this temple, she argued back, voice tense. Why are you grilling me? That chubby guy, Minjun, wasn't backing down. That is Cap. She is lying in soak, added fuel to the fire, eyes bulging out like they were gonna pop. Cut the excuses. Tell us why you made us wait down there. You were planning to gatekeep this temple for yourself. Sei never expected to get roasted this hard. What is wrong with you guys? Listen to me for a second. Beside her, Xingu had heard enough, pointing directly at his head. Obviously, they've lost their minds. Startled by the interruption, she instinctively asked, Xingu. He patiently explained. Sei, I know you think it's just a misunderstanding and you can talk it out. His face went ice cold, voice losing all warmth. But logic and facts don't matter to them anymore. He realized what was happening, staring into eyes that had turned blood red. They've gone crazy. It's the corruption from that god as power. The group still held their ground, pointing blades at Sei without backing down, eyes red as blood. Their voices were raspy and creepy. It's hilarious that you want the biggest cut just because you re the guild leader. She was absolutely done with her nonsense. Like, seriously, yo, if I hadn't put up that barrier, why all would even be close enough to smell this temple? But Bose cut her off, screaming, zip it. Even with all the shade they were throwing, Sei was still too pure for this world, thinking there was some hidden plot twist. Is there some curse messing with your heads that I don't know about? Is that why the squad is acting weird? Shin cut straight through her daydreaming. Listen, we ain't got time for a therapy session. They were about to jump you. She hesitated, not wanting to believe her day ones would actually turn on her. You re-tripping. Why would you attack your own guildmate? Before she could even finish her sentence, a weapon sliced the air, stopping like 3 millimeters from her eyeball. Luckily, Shin's reflexes are god tier. He snatched that knife barehanded. Turns out, the attacker was none other than that goofball Bose. Shin looked at the guy wobbling after the throw and asked, For real, bro? She's your Uber driver to this place, and you want to zero her? Shin's chill vibe was honestly infuriating. Don't tell me you went all out knowing I'd catch that weak sauce. The guy had zero chill. He whipped out another dagger to stab himself, but Shin delivered a thunderous kick before he could even twitch. Total shutdown. Minin saw his homie fail and started charging up some magic. You punk, I don't know what set you claim. But Shin just tossed Bo's chubby body right into him like a sack of potatoes. Trash taking out trash. Total boss move, zero effort. Shin hit him with that logic, I don't know who you are either, so let's call it even. Insect Boy couldn't handle the disrespect. He fluttered his raggedy wings and zoomed around, trying to speed blitz Shin. But he couldn't touch a single hair on Shin's head. Instead, Shin planted a knife right in his skinny leg. Things were getting heated. Chenggu jumped in with a sword slash, and Dongju figured, hey, everyone is doing it, so he grabbed his axe to join the mosh pit. In a split second, Shin was surrounded from the air. Sai finally had to swallow the hard pill. She was straight up betrayed by the squad. She snapped. Purple energy blasted from her hands, tagging Chenggu, Dongju, and even Bose, who was struggling to stand up. Fatty Minju and Insect Boy caught some heat too. Nobody was safe from the payback. She gripped them tight with her magic, screaming. So this was a setup, you guys snaked me just to steal the temple loot. The betrayal was real. Quick ad break, just kidding. Arin was watching from the sidelines, checking her stats, attacking and defending with mana. If she is an OG player from 4 years ago, she has definitely top-tier material. Sai tried to de-escalate, practically turning into a saint. Everybody chill, my bad for bringing you here without the full briefing. Okay. You can use the temple as power. Just wait until you not acting crazy. Suddenly, Dongju just dropped out of the sky like a rock right in front of Xingu. He smacked the ground hard, not even trying to land. Sei screamed his name, but the dude started mutating, puffing up like instant dough. She panicked. What is happening? Shin, he looks messed up. Shin scratched his chin, unfazed. Don, look, kid. It ain't just him. The whole squad started glitching out, wings vanished, faces cracked, and snake scales popped out. Right then, the barrier behind them started cracking like broken glass. Boom, shards and vines went flying everywhere. Sai realized things were totally out of control. My shield Shin was running 7,000 scenarios in his head as the massive statue of the evil god loomed over them, looking terrifying. The squad had gone full lizard mode. Bruno's voice boomed like a surround sound system. Follow me. Your faith will get you that sweet loot. The statue kept yapping about winning. Shin analyzed the situation. Just a vessel. Sei grabbed onto that thought like a lifeline in a storm. Yo, Lord Dude. My friends look kinda messed up. Bruno dropped the lore. Looks don't matter. They were too weak to handle my juice, so they traded their humanity for power. He kept spouting poetic nonsense. If they fully submit, they'll find their true selves inside me. Yeah, okay, creep. Shin wasn't buying it. He pointed a finger. Translation. You turn people into monsters. Sai whipped her head around, looking at Shin like, is he right? She lost it, letting all that anger out. How could you do that? Even if they re-strong, they aren't even themselves anymore. Shin glanced at the lizard bros screeching in the back. He figured it out. He didn't give them wings, he clipped them. Then he had the nerve to say he'd make them players. Sei threw up some transparent boxes to cage the beasts. Turns out, lizard mode drops your IQ to 0, they just stood there buffering. A second later, they started banging on the walls. Humans. Sai held the line and asked, you promised to make Shin a player. You gonna turn him into a Godzilla Extra too? Her voice was cracking. You said my wish would come true. The statue acted like he did nothing wrong, fully convinced of his own hype. The term player is just a label. Power is power. But hey, I'll give you wings if you really want that aesthetic. He offered a compromise like a shady salesman. Obviously, you will be stronger than those puppets. You can do anything with my power, so technically, I ain't lying. Sai was sweating bullets, total panic mode. Bruno kept whispering sweet nothings. Don't trip. You won't end up like them. You and your boy prove you real legit. You get to keep your looks and get the cheat codes. Full power, baby. I chose you, not those bugs. Shin's brain went into overdrive. Proved ourselves, he means fighting those monsters earlier. That was the test. He felt a pang of pity. Those lizard things used to be people who sold their souls. Come join my team, the statue urged. Best offer you will get. Didn't you smash that subscribe button to my cause? Say shut that down instantly. Nope, not happening. Bruno looked shook. Excuse me. I don't trust you. You wreck people's dreams, Bruno hissed. You insane. Sei felt bad, looking at Shin. Shin, my bad for dragging you into this mess. I am sorry, we recooked. But Shin just smirked, cool as ice. No biggie. I never bought his sales pitch anyway. She spun around, offended. Wait, you knew Shin backpedaled. Whoa, I didn't say I didn't believe you. Then, he summoned his massive wolf claw weapon. Sai was buffering, trying to process his logic. Even Bruno paused, like, wait, what is that? Shin swung that giant claw up high. I said I didn't believe this phony god. He brought the blade down clean, heavy, and terrifying. The statue exploded into a million pieces like a Lego set. Bruno's spirit popped out of the rubble, floating there with glowing red eyes, absolutely raging. The audacity, Bruno roared. That is when it clicked for Sei. Shin, are you that mystery pro player everyone talks about? Shin cringed. Ugh, don't call me that. Yo, don't call me that. Zero time to waste. Xingu raises his wolf fang, and boom, he goes full beast mode, his aura exploding like crazy. Instantly, that weapon lights up like the 4th of July. Massive energy spike. The wolf fang transforms, getting huge and intimidating. Sihai just watches, whispering to herself, totally glued to the scene. How is this possible? The thing is overflowing with mana, but Xingu isn't apologizing, he's doubling down. Bruno, that's the bad guy, loses his cool. You crazy, disrespectful punk, stop right now. Xingu doesn't flinch, He actually cracks a smile, a cocky, dazzling grin. Don't stop now, we were just getting started. He pulls the wolf fang back, winding up for a home run swing with everything he's got. The impact shakes the ground like a California quake. Debris flies, magical sparks shooting out like a laser grid. Bruno's having a hard time accepting this loss. You. I get it now. You. Xingu cuts him off cold. Why do scumbags like you always have so much free time? Bruno's soul starts fading, getting sucked into the energy vortex of that slash. Job done. Xingu throws the wolf fang over his shoulder, casual as ever. If you want a pity party, save it for the next time we meet. Later, loser. He walks away, leaving a massive explosion behind him, classic action movie style. Ruins crumbling, souls screaming. He strolls over to say hi, looking chill. She's shook by how decisive he is. Why did you trash the shrine? She's spiraling in her head. She heard a god voice earlier and hit it with a shield, but she couldn't do anything else. But Xingu, he just wrecked it. He ignores her stunned silence. Man, that felt good. He glances at the victims, creatures with zero humanity left. Their divine power is gone. They aren't turning back into humans, babe. Arin floats over, sounding confused. They were already monsters, big bro. I don't get how this happened. Her eyes are wide, terrified, but serious. For them, this is just normal. Xingu nods, vibing with that theory. Yeah, I figured. Rotting from the inside out. Seiya cuts in with his 2 cents. The god turned people into monsters. Plain and simple. Spot on, Xingu analyzes. Lucky we caught it early, even if we couldn't save him. He grips his weapon and walks straight toward the crawling creatures. Sihai realizes what's coming. She steps in front of him, voice shaking. Wait, Xingu. She looks him in the eye, heartbroken. She can handle hurting her former teammates. I don't care what they've become. I can let you do this. They re my crew. Xingu pauses for a sec, but instead of softening, his eyes go sub-zero, totally emotionless. You don't need to carry their baggage. Neither do I. He doesn't budge, just keeps moving forward. They made their choices. They own the consequences. Clean swipes, slice, dice. In a heartbeat, he takes them all out. Sehai freezes, hands over her mouth to stifle a sob, tears welling up. The sigil on Xingu's hand glows up again. 5 souls get sucked into the vortex, no fighting it. Sehai buries her face in her hands, guilt crashing over her like a tidal wave. I never should have found that thing. Xingu clicks his tongue, annoyed. Chick, I told you to stop tripping over it. He looks at the empty clearing, cold, dead, zero signs of life. A weird vibe hits him. No hesitation, he whips out another gadget. It's beeping like crazy, a Geiger counter on steroids. So, this is their invasion route, huh? Xingu squints at the horizon, calculating his next move. Might have to raid that place later. He turns to the girl. Say hi, take a breather. I'll fill you in on everything. She pulls herself together and nods. Okay. But the second she tries to move, her legs turn to jelly and she face plants, her body completely out of gas, shaking uncontrollably. They can camp out here, it's unsafe. So, Xingu scoops her up onto his back like it's nothing. Say hi turns bright red, whispering. Thanks, Xingu. He's chill about it, no sweat. Meanwhile, Arin is salty as hell, glaring at them and literally biting her handkerchief in jealousy. Get a room. Sehai tries to calm Arin down while she grinds her teeth. Sehai finally notices the floating duo. Who are they? Xingu pauses, then keeps it brief. I'll explain later. They head deeper into the woods. Fast forward to the resort fancy hallway, reception desk, the works. Sehai opens a room door and drops a hint. I'm gonna shut the door. If you're coming in. Yeah, sure. Bam. She slams the door shut. Now it's just Sei, hi, Xingu, and the 2 floating mascots, Arin and Seiha. They kick off their shoes. Sehai says, I'm usually a radar from Mana, but I got 0 reads on you. Xingu taps the badge on his chest. Special gear. Internally, though, he's thinking, damn, didn't know the stealth mode on this resort key was that OP. She looks up at the ceiling where the duo is hovering. So, who are the runts? Seiha strikes a gentlemanly pose, grinning. The name is Seihan. Pleasure. The girl next to him panics, fixing her messy hair and clothes. She finally manages a shy wave. I'm Arin Su, and for the record, we aren't T-kids. Sehai taps her chin. Arin Su. From the Hurricane Guild that just retired, then it clicks. She screams, wait, that voice. You the one who answered my phone call. Sehai leans in, giving Arin the side eye. Don't you have a fiancé? What are you doing with Xingu? Arin freaks out. No way. That guy is just talking trash. Xingu cuts the drama. Arin and Seiha retired, yeah. But they aren't ghosts. They were very much alive. I can give you the deets, but I am not lying. Seihai looks at him like he is an alien. Does this have anything to do with how you became a player? Xingu doesn't hesitate. Dead serious. Yeah. Suddenly, POP. A massive tail bursts out from under his coat, wagging back and forth like it has a mind of its own. Proof enough? Xingu keeps a straight face. I'm not a normal player. I'm a demi-human. I can enter the celestial city yet, so I'm stuck grinding here on Earth. Seihai nods slowly, eyes popping. Whoa, okay, that makes sense. Anyway, these two are my support crew. He switches gears fast. Let's talk about the mission. Seihai is still processing the tail thing, stuttering. Okay. She plops down on the single bed, listening intently as Xingu breaks it down. When he finishes, she tries to summarize. So, let me get this straight. She pictures Xingu soloing those beasts. You went public right when the monsters showed up. You were just chilling on a rock, reading a book, found traces of a god, and proved they were using monsters as pawns. She imagines some dark, evil overlord. You think the whole monster invasion here is rigged by the gods. Xingu points a finger. Bingo. But even I didn't know they could twist actual humans into monsters. I stayed under the radar to figure out their endgame. He pauses, thinking to himself. Truth is, I just had to make sure you weren't brainwashed too. Seihai slumps, feeling terrible. I get it. You were suspicious from the start. I was so stupid. I almost got you killed. Xingu shakes his head. Nah, chill. It just proves how dangerous the enemy is. Like I said, don't beat yourself up. He gives her a firm look. It's their fault for getting seduced by that divine power. Besides, look at me, not a scratch. Honestly, just glad I stopped you from crashing and burning. Sihi's eyes started leaking like full-on waterworks, ready to burst. She was too emotional to spit it out, though. Just looked down and let the ugly cry happen. The rest of the crew peeped the drama but kept their mouths shut. Total dead air. A sec later, Sihi lifted her head, looking way less gloomy. Thanks, Xingu. For real. Xingu scratched his chin, totally awkward. Don't sweat it. Then she dropped her voice to a whisper. I am still into you. Always have been. But my guy just hit her with the coldest response ever. Yeah, figured as much. Sihi turned tomato red, feelings spilling everywhere. Actually, I think I am crushing even harder now. Xingu just looked helpless, like this wasn't news. Okay, that part I didn't know. She kept rambling while he stood there, looking lost. When I hit you up, my only plan was to get you in the game so we could hit reset on us. You know, duo Q dungeons and conquer the world together. But then Sihi snapped out of it. She stood up, got right in Xingu's face, looking super determined. Actually, I need to solo this. I gotta walk this path on my own. He didn't flinch, just gave her a serious look. It's gonna be a grind, though. She gave a gentle, kinda sad smile. I can drag you into my mess. Then she shot a look at Arin, making the girl jump. I know I was reaching. That bitter smile came back. She pointed to the next room. Yo, there's a spot my guild members used to crash at. You can crash there tonight. I'll drive you home tomorrow. But Xingu hit her with a polite decline. I am good, he said, voice steady. I might not have wings, but I've got my own travel hacks. Drop the mic. Xingu walked right past her, ice cold on the outside, but totally guilt-tripping himself on the inside. Hate leaving her solo right now, but sticking around is just going to make it toxic, especially since she wants to boss up on her own. He mentally waved goodbye. I am out. But suddenly, he yelled his name. Reflexes kicked in and he spun around. Yeah, she was standing there all shy and awkward. I know I said I wouldn't mooch off you, but a little caring is okay, right? She grinned huge, like a little kid. If I scrub out and retire, you got my back. He let out a sigh, acting like it was a chore. Just drop the dungeon location and I'll think about it. That answer lit her up. No cap, Xingu didn't answer, just kept walking to the door. I am really bouncing now. Stay safe. Sihi waved from the back, buzzing. You too, fam. The trio was walking down the hall when Arin broke the silence. Xingu, quick question, how do you two even link up? He stopped walking to break it down. We went to the same college, met at freshman orientation. Arin looked shook, like she couldn't believe it. That sounds boringly normal. Seihai let out a cryptic laugh. Trust me, it was anything but basic. You have no idea how tight they. Suddenly his vibes switched from hype to salty. Those types of couples. Arin immediately told him to zip it. Watch your mouth. Seihai shut up. When Arin scolds, you listen. Copy that, ma am. Meanwhile, Xingu was stomping forward, full battle mode. Let's go clap this god. Arin fluttered ahead, panicking. Bro, what if the god hears you and actually pulls up? He brushed it off, stubborn as hell. Talking trash won't summon him. Besides, all these gods and demon lords are dumb. They just send minions to power level the protagonist instead of handling business themselves. Xingu chuckled, feeling himself. And even if the big boss does show up, there's always a speedrun strat to clap the final boss right at the start. Arin was fuming. How are you this chill? Cut to Mount Tengu, nature looking epic. The trio was hiking up a deserted path. Only Xingu looked bored out of his mind, hands in his pockets. I don't see any of those lizard dudes. Arin went full teacher mode. They were called lizardmen, and they have variants depending on the biome. But I've never seen that color before. She paused, thinking out loud. Maybe because they were originally humans who got mutated, Xingu jumped in with the facts. No guarantee only lizardmen worship it. So, you haven't met the god either. Soon, they pulled up to a massive crater, looking like a meteor just nuked the place. He turned to Seiha while casting a summon spell. Coast is clear, right? Seiha floated in the air, looking serious. Zero presence. We re good. A scanner popped up showing north, south, east, west. Then a navigation prompt appeared, route to world Iria. Danger level high. Xingu grinned, looking ready to brawl. Perfect. Suddenly, a tail sprouted and drilled deep into the ground, locking in for the next ride. The system pinged again. 100 users logging into world area. The squad got sucked into a space vortex. Boom. Teleported. Xingu stuck the landing first. They were inside some wrecked building. Arin was shivering, totally creeped out by the spooky vibes. We were here. The class change quest warped us to another world. Meanwhile, Xingu was casually checking the place out. Zero fear. Air hits different here. Lucky I can still breathe. Definitely not the usual quest zone. Seiha started feeling anxious. There must be a ton of different worlds. Arin was tweaking too. The holy power here is way stronger than that small shrine back on Earth. Xingu glanced at his nervous friends. It's massive, too. Got some serious juice. He looked back at the view, pitch black and straight up horror movie vibes. Danger everywhere. But he was locked in. I can feel strong signatures all over, and they all rushing this way. Arin started casting a sensor spell. The chill mana here got messed up when we entered, but they haven't locked onto our coordinates yet. Seiha lost his cool and turned to Xingu. So, what's the play? The captain dropped the answer instantly. Obvious, isn't it? We didn't come here to sightsee or find Easter eggs. He flashed a cocky grin, totally unbothered. The mission is to wreck everything in sight. Right then, a system alert popped up. You have entered the Shrine of Thunder God Ra in World Iria. Destroying the shrine will reduce God Ra's influence on Earth by 3.69%. Xingu paused, processing the intel. Thunder God, huh? Why does that sound familiar? Arin had to spell it out for him. Dude, he's the one who crafted your rifle. Lightbulb moment. He snapped his fingers. Oh, right, I guess I owe him one. Time to return the favor by trashing his shrine in style. Immediately, a warning flashed. Excessive noise may cause the Thunder God to buff his guardians. Difficulty will increase. Objective: maximize destruction and extract before the portal closes. Xingu ignored the stealth suggestion. We don't have time to creep around. 5 hours to flatten something this huge. Besides, destruction and stealth don't vibe in the same sentence. He cackled like a maniac and summoned his gear. Let's live up to my class name. Arin stared, jaw on the floor. I knew you'd pull this stunt. Seiha laughed, resigned to his fate. But yeah, that is the best tool for demolition. The weapon Xingu was holding, the infamous Malice Kana. He stared at it, super serious. Even though the holy aura here might nerf its durability, his clueless expression made Seiha facepalm. You even gave it a nickname. You re-obsessed. Arin was the only one who visibly hated the thing. You, Kana, get away from me, I can see its neck snapping. Xingu whipped out his great wolf club and bam smacked Malice Na like a baseball. It flew straight into a pillar, shattering the stone with a thud before boomeranging back to Xingu. He wound up for another swing, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Gotta wreck all the supports whack. He launched Malice Na again, literally playing baseball with the dungeon architecture. Xingu didn't hesitate, he slammed the wolfbane into the floor like he was dropping the beat at a rave, sending debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, that sign of Malice orb circled back, shattering every stone pillar in its path like they were made of cheap glass, zero chance of withstanding that raw power. Just like that, he snatched the Sina orb out of the air like a pro outfielder catching a fly ball. The system HUD popped up with a status update, temple destruction at 7%. Xingu looked totally over it, letting out a heavy sigh with maximum shade. Way too easy. His cocky attitude was driving Arin up the wall. Easy, she glared at the army of lizard dudes swarming in and literally screamed. Every monster in the zip code showed up, staring at the duo like they were a fresh pepperoni pizza. Intruder Hees, trashing our holy shrine, waste him. Xingu coolly dropped the Sina orb, then batter up. He swung the wolfbane and home run at that thing right into the lizard squad. The orb curved up into the ceiling like a trick shot, and just as planned, the roof caved in. A bunch of lizards got flattened instantly, while the lucky ones barely dodged the falling rocks. Seeing the lizard dudes run around like headless chickens brought a huge grin to his face. Awesome. Meanwhile, Arin facepalmed hard. They were supposed to be on a stealth assassination mission, and this guy is playing whack-a-mole. Ignoring her vibe, Xingu gripped the wolfbane and charged, smashing the floor right where the lizards were standing. The shockwave from the hammer was insane, launching the enemies several yards away. Those flightless lizards suddenly got airtime, hitting the ceiling so hard the already wrecked church looked even more like a disaster zone. Xingu walked out of the dust cloud like a boss and announced, "I don't need to learn anything from these scrubs. I already downloaded their moveset. This is way better." He stuck the landing perfectly, but a few surviving lizards saw him and lunged. "There's the intruder. Kill him." In their total panic, these NPCs accidentally leaked the location of the secret loot room. That caught Xingu's ear immediately. Secret underground stash. Huh. Xingu closed his eyes to focus his mana. Shadows of the lizards chasing each other appeared on the wall. He scanned the silhouettes, trying to guesstimate where they were headed, but the GPS in his head was a bit glitchy. He rested his chin on his hand, totally checking out of the battle. Man, I really should toggle my 5 senses to passive mode before logging into this fight. He didn't realize the angry mob had already caught up. Think fast. Here they come. Hearing the noise, he spun around Haya and swung the hammer forward before the enemies could even react. With just one move, the lizard dudes were tripping over each other. Xingu seized the moment and bolted, but these guys were persistent. Seeing him run toward the secret tunnel, they freaked out. The human found it, end him. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in front of Xingu, and zap, he got electrocuted out of nowhere. Oof. He stumbled back, losing his momentum. Arin watched from the side, her anxiety levels spiking. Xingu was fried to the bone but still forced a grin to play it cool. "I used stone skin just in time, so no major damage. Fast, though." He paused. "Wait, do they have a mage in their party? I am feeling a bit numb." A weird idea popped into his head. "Hold up, if I keep tanking these hits, think I can grind out a lightning-resistant skill?" Arin immediately shut that nonsense down. "No way, Dawn, to get distracted. Focus on the demolition job." Hearing that, Xingu snapped back into game mode. "Fine, I won't dodge. I'll just wreck everything." He swung hard at the stone pillar in front of him. It collapsed, perfectly crushing the squad of lizards chasing him. The system pinged again. Destruction progress at 13.5%. He gripped his weapon, a bright smile plastered on his face. Destruction is really all about how you hit the target. Xingu sprinted forward with the wolfbane, a horde of angry lizards still hot on his tail. Seha wasn't just chilling either, he was analyzing. "Arin, don't you think these mobs are a bit underleveled?" Arin stayed cautious. "No, their stats are on par with the Iron Demon Generals." Her focus shifted from the monsters to the temple itself. "I don't know what this place is made of, but it's super durable." She watched Xingu's avatar tearing it up and gasped, "But the boss is ripping through it like wet tissue paper." Arin bragged proudly. "Well, usually he takes down Dark Demon Generals before even unlocking his own character class." Seeing the lizards suddenly take a sharp turn, Xingu looked surprised. "Ah." His face lit up with interest. "That must be the way to the underground warehouse. Let's crash the party." He switched directions instantly. He launched himself forward, practically drooling with excitement, but then Arin froze. "Wait, I'm reading mana trap signatures ahead." Hearing that, Xingu didn't flinch, he just put his weapon away. Got it. He already had a plan. He grabbed a nearby pillar in a bear hug. For Xingu, snapping this thing was easier than breaking a Kit Kat. Snap. It broke in two. He got into a stance and hurled the pillar down the hallway like a bowling ball. The massive stone column barreled forward, triggering every single trap on the floor. Explosions and fire burst out, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. A notification popped up, temple destruction, 16%. Not wanting to waste a single frame, Xingu kept moving. Arin just shook her head, defeated. "I've never seen anyone disarm traps like that." As she spoke, the walls on both sides crumbled. A swarm of lizards burst through the holes, charging in without a care for their own safety. "Your time is up. Face the wrath of the thunder god." Xingu didn't wait around, he spun on his heel and ran the other way. Seeing enemies ahead too, he realized the play. They were trying to kite me into a kill box. If I stop, I get backstabbed. A crazy idea formed in his head. Guess I just gotta go full send. He stomped the ground hard. Xingu shot through the lizard crowd like a missile, moving so fast that when he finally tried to stop, his boots smoked like burning rubber. Looking at the blades stuck in his body, he muttered, "Okay, that actually stings." Arin, however, wasn't worried at all. "You refine." The sheer absurdity of the move left the surviving lizards terrified. "Monster." That guy is a total monster. That comment cracked him up. He started pulling blades out of his torso while clapping back. Look who is talking, lizard boy. Xingu checked his palm and let out a small sigh of relief. Luckily, I guarded my heart and head. The vital organs are safe. Arin was already casting healing spells on him, cheering him on. Hang in there, Xingu waved it off, not wanting to be a burden. I probably don't need a heal, honestly. Arin blushed but kept casting anyway. Just stay still. Suddenly, Xingu pointed the spears he just pulled out of his own body at the lizards, making them shake in their boots. With a sharp motion, Xingu launched the spears back. They flew like lightning bolts, pinning the lizard men on the opposite side to the walls. Looking at the bodies dropping, Xingu looked confused. A big question mark practically appeared over his head. I know they were scared, but they froze up completely before dying. What's up with that? Sehe started theorizing. Maybe your dragon fear aura debuffed them. Xingu started feeling himself, remembering how he smashed that pillar earlier. Maybe I get a stat boost when I do something terrifying. I knew that skill was broken. Arin immediately got worried about his flex. Don't go putting yourself in danger just to buff your skills. Xingu shrugged. Well, see. The trio stepped into a massive chamber. Suddenly, Xingu's gaze turned icy cold, so intense it could probably freeze water. In front of him, a giant electric eel was floating in the air, with a mob of aggressive lizards below it. Instead of being scared, Xingu was hyped. So this is the loot room, even comes with a boss guard. The lizards still didn't know when to quit. We will crush this puny human for daring to challenge his highness. A system alert popped up. Thunder God Cetria has noticed your presence. Mana density in the temple has increased. Temple guards buffed. The notifications kept spamming. However, since the temple is partially destroyed, the blessing process is incomplete. The blessing is weakened based on the destruction percentage. That line made Xingu gasp out loud. What? He turned to Arin, totally shocked. I thought smashing their base would trigger a rage mode or something, not nerf them. She read him like a book. She patted his back. I know, total bummer. Right Shin stared at the behemoth in front of him, scratching his head. What is that thing? A giant anaconda. Arin squinted, trying to figure it out. Nah, not just a snake. No scales, looks super slimy. Then it clicked. Wait, don't be. Before Arin could finish, the beast lit up like a Christmas tree, blasting blinding electricity everywhere. Shin stood there like a deer in headlights until the sparks woke him up. He juked to the side just in the nick of time. Staring at the raging electric eel, his jaw dropped. Not a snake, an eel. A massive electric eel. But Shin couldn't stay serious for 5 seconds. Yo, think we can grill this guy? Arin literally facepalmed. Food really. Meanwhile, the electricity zapped the lizard dudes below, buffing them up big time. They looked hyped. You ain't going nowhere. Die. Outsider Shin didn't flinch. He pulled the wolf claw out of his inventory. Gonna clear out the trash mobs first. He aimed his weapon and went full giant mode. Bam. The wolf claw smashed into the lizard squad, sending them straight to the shadow realm. One hit, and they were dust. Saya gasped. Game over already. Shin smirked. Piece of cake. As soon as he flexed, the electric eel opened its mouth wide, charging up round 2. Arin screamed, Shin, incoming voltage. He dropped into his stance, barking orders. You two, back it up. He pulled out the malice of Kana. I'm gonna tank it with this bad boy. Shin stood tall, looking that giant monster dead in the eye without blinking. The eel fired immediately. Shin didn't hesitate, throwing the malice of Kana right in front to block. Boom, it smashed forward, meeting the lightning blast head-on. That hit was critical. The outer shell of the malice shattered, revealing the skull inside. It was burnt to a crisp and smoking. Shin felt terrible. Yikes, sorry about that, buddy, my bad. Kana. Shin sighed, tossing it back into his inventory. Just wanted to test the durability, didn't think it'd break. He pictured his wooden cabinet at home. Hope the storage recovers it, or I am shopping for new gear. Suddenly, Arin shrieked. Shin again, move, move, move. He sidestepped, barely dodging a massive blast. Looking at the smoking crater in the ground, Shin's brain went into overdrive. It is slowing down. Maybe the crazier the damage, the longer the cooldown. Theory confirmed, time to counter. I can get in close, no time to waste. He whipped out the trusty wolf claw again. He charged forward, zigzagging through the strikes raining down. He was in its face in seconds. Shin launched an attack. Take this. The wolf claw dug deep into the eel's skin. But wait, metal conducts electricity. The voltage shot straight up his arm, numbing his whole body. Arin panicked. Shin, she rushed in without thinking, paralysis cleanse. He just caught his breath when his eyes popped open. The eel's tail was already swinging. Whack, it slammed into him. Shin lost his balance, stumbling back and hitting the dirt. Clutching his stomach, he groaned. That stings. That is when he realized why this thing was the guardian. The lightning just tingles, but the physical hits, those actually hurt. Scanning the eel, Shin hesitated. Where do I hit this guy? His eyes locked on the bleeding spot on its head. Staying in his stance, he made a call. It's got low defense. I got a plan. Shin gripped his weapon, determined. Kill it before it kills me. He shouted back to Arin. Arin, heal me up. She was already on it. Roger that. Surging with power, Shin roared, hype levels maxed out. Covered in flames, he faced the incoming lightning head-on. Whoosh, he dodged one bolt and kept closing the gap. Shin wound up and launched himself at the giant eel. A massive strike slammed into its body. But just like before, Shin got zapped into numbness. Arin looked hopeless. Is that the only plan you got? He was glowing with electricity. She tried to explain, if you want range, you gotta use the malice or the gun. But the malice is busted, and the lightning gun might just feed it. She realized how messed up this was. She kept spamming heals. Is that right? Arin's green healing beam clashed directly against the coursing electricity. She pushed hard, but worried. I gotta heal and buff him at the same time. His iron skin takes a few hits, but I'm gonna go. Oh, Shin didn't let her worry. He pulled out Nature's Howl from his inventory. He gripped it tight and swung down with everything he had. With every hack, Shin shouted, die, die, die. The eel screeched in pain, taking a beating. It was at its limit, thrashing around and leaking electricity like crazy. Seiya was loving it. Boss, that was epic. Arin cheered while healing. So brave. But then her face dropped. She felt faint. Arin yelled, Shin, my mana is empty. Shin didn't flinch. Dawn sweated. Wrapping this up. He watched the sparks fly, grinning. The lightning's way weaker. Is it out of juice too? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You used 2 mana points to create passive skill. Lightning resistance. Ding ding, lightning resistance, level 3. Shin was stunned. I can get skills for resisting, Arin explained. It means you figured out how to tank the damage while healing. Seiya jumped in. Hyped. You got a skill, not from a quest or dungeon reward, but just by phase tanking hits and healing back up. Before he could finish, the eel's tail slapped Shin hard on the arm. He stumbled but grinned. This physical damage, it's nothing compared to the lightning. And your lightning, that just tickles now. He let out a battle cry and slammed down hard. Combo hit. The eel's head split open, blood splattering everywhere. Final strike, the great wolf claw buried itself in the eel. Critical hit, Shin landed smoothly, turning his back on the wobbling monster like a total pro. As his boots hit the floor, the eel slammed down behind him. Boom. You have leveled up 3 times. Lightning resistance, level 4. Shin sheathed his weapon, beaming. Oh, that is sweet. Arin rolled her eyes. Sweet, only you would say that. I thought we were toast. Seeing her stress, he turned back with a grin. Hey, I don't die that easy. That was way easier than the Dunlahan fight. Seiya piped up, curious, but boss, you wrecked Dunlahan too. Shin didn't even look back. Danger level depends on one thing. Can it one-shot me? He acted all dramatic. Dunlahan could have ended me. But this eel, nah. So I just used my body to lock it down. Arin processed this, nodding. If that's how he measures danger, then literally no fight is too hard for this guy. Suddenly, Shin popped a potion bottle. Drink up, Arin. She groaned in his forgetfulness. Bro, I leveled up. My HP is full. Shin blinked. Oh, right. He quickly tossed the eel into his inventory. Eel feast tonight, baby Seiya eyed the potion in Shin's hand. Can I have that drink then, boss? Shin grinned, liking Seiya's style. Seiya, you know what's up. Arin cut off their bro moment. Stop yapping and let us check the loot room. Shin didn't need telling twice. He strutted toward the big door. All right. He couldn't hide the hype. Open sesame. As the heavy door creaked open, a golden light spilled out, revealing a glowing altar inside. Xingu was getting major deja vu vibes from the familiar shape in front of him. Had definitely seen this shrine set up during a dungeon raid before. Like, what was it doing out here? Arin was standing there giving it the side eye too. Straight up weird, she agreed. He racked his brain and cooked up a theory. Maybe Sky City wasn't just locking up monsters. Maybe they were scattering these god-tier shrines across the dungeons too. Xingu stared at the stone slab, still trying to connect the dots. Whatever, that is irrelevant now, he shrugged. The real question is, if I drop some loot here, do I get a power-up? Arin couldn't help herself, her curiosity piquing at the mention of rewards. This belongs to the Thunder God, right? Think Big Zap Daddy will drop us some goodies. While they were busy daydreaming about loot, Seiya spotted something. Yo boss, there's some scribbles over here. Hearing that, Xing zoomed in on the messy carving. Let's see. Ancient language, definitely not from the world I came from. He raised an eyebrow, surprised he could actually read the glyphs out loud. When the time is prime, only those with my seal of approval can trigger this bad boy. One-time use only. The blunt message made Arin turn her head. That's it. Seriously, Xingu rubbed his chin. deep in thought. Maybe his fan club has a separate user manual or something. This isn't exactly a walkthrough. Suddenly, his face lit up like he just unboxed a legendary item. But honestly, it's all the intel I need. Seiha looked at him like he was crazy. Ha, Xingu broke it down, teacher style. Listen, this tweet-length text tells me 3 things. Prime time means specific conditions. Blessed by me refers to an item holding the thunder god's juice basically. Anything enchanted with lightning. He pointed at the altar, rambling on without taking a breath. And then finally, the shrine is a one-hit wonder. Single use only. Xingu started theory crafting based on the data. I bet we don't need to sacrifice anything. It's probably a stat booster for an existing entity, not a crafting station for new items. Arin's eyes went wide as the realization hit. So that's why those creeps were guarding the warehouse. He slapped a hand on the cold stone. According to the lore, this is just a mini shrine. Meaning, don't expect a game-breaking buff from this thing. Xingu's expression got dark and mysterious. Though for me, it is huge. Arin was still lost. Come again? Xingu didn't reply, just closed his eyes, his heartbeat thumping like a bass drop in the silence. Instantly, a surge of energy blasted from the altar, wrapping around him like an aura. The intensity made him gasp. Damn, all this juice for just one entity. Seiha whispered, shivering. Does that thing even exist? Xingu kept his laser focus. Oh, it's real. I can feel the vibes. As he processed the data, high-def images started flashing in his mind. When people see a boss character, they either rage quit or fanboy out. But me, he yanked his hand back, eyes burning with main character energy. I just think about how I am gonna surpass him. Knowing her brother was cooking something up, Arin asked. Okay, what's the strat? Xingu played it cool. I am not trying to jinx it yet, but he couldn't hide the hype building up in his face. I am sick of farming low-level trash mobs. If that is the endgame, I am grinding for it. Arin bought into his speech but shifted gears fast. Love the passion, bro, but what are we actually doing with this rock slab? Xingu already had the play. I am using it. He dramatically whipped out the Thunder God blaster from his inventory. The reveal was so extra Arin actually gasped. Whoa. Seiha was hyping him up too, looking fresh, boss. Xingu looked down at the absolute unit of a weapon in his hands. The stats screen confirmed it. This bad boy was crafted from actual pieces of the Thunder God himself. If this is legitimate divine hardware, the altar should buff it, even if it's not alive. Arin sounded a bit sketchy about the idea. I had the same thought, Xingu, but isn't that kinda risky? He let out a sigh. Yeah. Honestly, I wasn't even planning to unequip it from storage, but this shrine has too much potential XP to just walk away from. The second the blaster touched the stone, a blinding light engulfed it. Xingu's jaw dropped. You. The energy spike was off the charts, erupting like a volcano. He stared at the light show, completely shook. That reaction is gnarly. Arin was distracted by floating particles of light. The gun was vacuuming up all the divine energy in the room, like a massive raindrop, swallowing up all the mist around it. Xingu stared at the weapon, deep in the zone. Does this mean the gun is actually higher tier than this entire shrine, even while it's sealed? Suddenly, movement caught Arin's eye. It was the Lizardman squad and not just a few. A massive horde was swarming in, and the sheer numbers made her start to panic. High-level mobs from deep inside the temple were rushing the location. Meanwhile, Xingu was chill as a cucumber, still analyzing. This aggro is way more intense than I expected. Alright, game time. Let's not waste frames. He dropped into a combat stance, locking in. Behind him, the Thunder God blaster started vibrating violently, freaking Arin out. The weapon and the shrine were resonating hard. Cracks spider web across the ceiling and pillars. Within seconds, stone columns crumbled, and the floor turned into a disaster zone. System notifications spammed his vision, destroying shrine 31%, 33%, 39%. Xingu was absolutely loving it. Check it out. It's peaking, Arin sighed, completely done with him. You're enjoying this way too much. The system text kept rolling. Shrine of Rhea has been activated. The Thunder God blaster is resonating, draining power from both the altar and the temple structure. Time remaining 20 minutes. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the room like a server announcement. You. How did you acquire that artifact? You shall pay. New intel popped up on the HUD. The Thunder God was entering world-saving mode out of pure rage. The deity will descend into a random living monster. His power level scales with the host body. Objective. Eliminate all monsters or extract to Earth before descent completes. Time until arrival, 18 minutes. Xingu blinked at the update. Well, that's a plot twist. He glanced back at the gun, his brain running the numbers at 1,000,000 miles an hour. 20 minutes for the upgrade. That means I need to stall for 2 minutes after the boss spawns. He was about to bail and leave his loot behind. Xingu's face went stone cold. 18 minutes to wipe the map. On the other side, the lizardmen charged, screaming like banshees. He dares covet our goddess power, delete him. Charge. But Xingu stood still, lost in thought. Finally, he muttered, nah, can it do that yet? Arin looked at him, reading his mind like an open book. You replanning to fight the goddess avatar after he spawns? Aren't you bro? You re-insane. Xingu flinched. Say what? No way. Don't even trip about that. His denial threw her off. Aha. He suddenly put on his big brain face and started rambling. Okay, fine. I am definitely fighting him. The only variable is which meat suit he wears. If his stats scale with the host body. He visualized the lizardman hierarchy. I briefly considered letting him possess the tankiest elite in the room. Xingu paused, looking a little sheepish. But, I'm kinda not OP enough to solo that yet. Arin literally had no words. He bounced back to full hype mode. So, the plan, we wipe every high-level mob on the floor. Seha clock's ticking. I need you on DPS duty. Hearing his name, Seha snapped to attention. On it, boss. I am a vet who cleared Dungeon 26, baby. It's my time to carry. He flapped his wings and dive-bombed ahead. I'll draw aggro. Xingu looked a bit salty. Is he seriously flexing his wings right now? He turned to Arin. Yo, keep an eye on that idiot for me. She didn't hesitate. You got it, Paladin. Feeling a bit better, Xingu charged in with zero fear. Let's roll. He and Seha launched a suicide run straight into the massive army of monsters. The orange wasps and green jays were totally owning the airspace, screeching like absolute psychopaths to show dominance. Seeing them flex like that, Seha wasn't about to get mogged. He puffed his chest out and shouted, Yo, I got wings too. Next second, he buffs himself up for an insane speed run. One clean slash later, he straight up deleted 2 of those poor little scrubs from the server. He didn't pause for the beak drop, just drove his massive spear right through the green jay's bullseye. But honestly, Seha looked kinda salty about the result. He was grinding his teeth, totally frustrated. Guess I still can't handle this bone spear glitch yet, but whatever. My base stats are enough to wreck these trash mobs. The second he yanked his weapon out, thick black gunk exploded from the beast's chest like a broken oil pipe. The other orange wasps saw their homie go down and immediately swarmed in for backup. Without even coordinating, they spammed lethal lightning bolts right at him. Seha was suddenly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Crap, I don't have lightning resistance like the boss does. But he made a clutch play summoning a makeshift round shield. He went full Leroy Jenkins, charging straight in while attacks rained down like literal meteors. Rah. Gripping the shield tight with one hand and charging his blade with the other, he shredded their defense line in seconds, slicing them clean in half like warm butter. Still, Seha's head was spinning, way different from his old PvP matches. He had a flashback to fighting those dumb demons back when he was terrified of getting logged out permanently. With his trusty spear, dropping these guys was barely a workout. But even fully armored and rushing in, he always saved a little stamina bar just in case he needed to tack retreat. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette popped up, but Shin, that dude, was built different. Every time Seha thought about Shin's insane confidence, he couldn't help but fanboy a little. The guy rushes in with zero hesitation, relying on pure battle instinct to clutch any situation. Thinking about that, Seha forced himself to lock in. I gotta go for the kill shot. If I hold back, I'm just giving these losers a chance to respawn. Whenever he felt cringe, he'd de-hype himself up by listing his own perks. I got wings, baby. My speed is god tier, even the boss is jelly. Finally clearing his head, he realized he had nothing to fear. He let out a massive war cry to buff his morale. Yeah, moving in a crazy zigzag pattern faster than fiber optic light, Seha speed blitzed everything in his path in the blink of an eye. Shin caught the highlight reel and immediately shouted out, Nice one, bro, you re-cracked. But Shin didn't pause for even half a second. His brain was already calculating the next move. Ain't nobody got time for these NPCs. Gotta wipe the elite mobs first. Shin started visualizing a 1v1 against enemies way bigger than him. If the Thunder God possesses a high-level mob, I can troll around anymore. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. This map is total trash for us. Damn, this electric noodle is massive. Like, illegally big. He spotted his target, an elite mob. The thing was flexing, claws out, sticking its tongue out like a total troll. The voice of my lord is Kali. Before it could finish its villain monologue, You dare interrupt WHAM? Shin delivered a nasty elbow strike right to its face. Channeling pure main character energy, he shattered the fourth wall. Don't expect a background extra to get a full sentence of dialogue in my show. I wouldn't even let Charlie Chaplin finish a joke. Rip to the comedian catching strays. Job done, he started looting. Seha said, Monster carcasses drop good loot. Into the inventory you go. A system notification popped up right on cue. Time until Savior Deity Descent 15 minutes, 18 seconds. He read the text while running the numbers in his head. Only frag 2 and 3 minutes are already gone. Still got like 10 elite mobs left. He checked his HUD. My lightning resistance is level 4 now. I can tank a hit from that eel and keep moving. He pulled a mystery potion from his inventory. Can T slack off? The system window flickered and vanished just as another green jay swooped in for a gank. Yo, there's an elite. Let's beta test this item. Shin yeeted the bottle with max force. The mob was lagging and didn't notice the projectile until it was practically in its face. It panic-fired a blast of blue flame to intercept. Result, the potion bottle shattered into 1,000,000 pixels. But that green jay played itself. A massive explosion detonated right in its grill. Shin shielded his eyes by reflex. Boom, baby. The flashbang effect made it hard to see, but Shin was 100% sure. No way that was a low-tier potion. System logs started scrolling like crazy. Frege-crafted potions scale with owner S-based stats. Explosive yield increases based on throw velocity and impact force. He grinned, admiring the 2 other vials in his hand. Aha, I cracked the code. Now I'm actually hyped to use these bug potions, but his stealth broke, and a squad of lizardmen spotted him. They raised their weapons and zerged him. He's over there. Shin just flashed a jagged, cocky grin. All right, let's get this party started. Combining poison and explosion, he chucked the cocktail into the densest cluster of enemies. The mobs couldn't iframe in time and ate a massive explosion at point-blank range. Toxic smoke flooded the zone. One whiff, and they were twitching in despair. Shin tried to rotate out of there, but those freakish green jays' body blocked his exit. They spam-fired magic beams, trying to root him. Little did they know, Shin had a trap card, the freeze potion. He slammed it onto the floor, shattering the glass. Instantly, a thick wall of ice sprang up to tank the hits. But he wasn't done. Shin summoned a glowing weapon and swung hard, launching razor-sharp ice shards like heat-seeking missiles. The winged creeps had zero agility to dodge. Their bodies got absolutely Swiss-cheesed. This was getting addictive. He kept spamming random potions. This is lit, and with Arin not here to nerf my fun, I'm going full tryhard mode. The poor lizardmen turned into NPCs for his stress tests. Side characters just need to go see their ancestors already. A few lucky ones managed to escape, barely clinging to 1 HP. Shin was griefing them relentlessly. He walked out of the chaotic mix of purple energy and orange explosions looking like a total badass. The system chimed in again. Time until Savior Deity Descent 9 minutes, 28 seconds. He patted his pockets empty. Out of consumables. But hey, my mana bar is still full even after wiping the elites. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the side. He noticed a glitch in the matrix. The corner of his mouth curled up. Speak of the devil. A massive lightning serpent spawned in looking absolutely terrifying and savage. It was a lightning serpent with a dino head, jagged teeth, fierce green eyes, and rough purple skin. Shin gave it a quick scan. You look just like that eel guarding the basement loot. Are you the Ver? 2 update. Without a second thought, he summoned his weapon from the HUD. Let me guess, you guarding an altar too, bro. The beast went full psycho mode, baring its fangs and swiping claws like it wanted a hug knot. Then it started spamming lightning bolts all over the map, smashing the surrounding rocks into pebbles. But guess what? 0 hits on Xingu. Dude is literally untouchable. Moving like he had speed hacks toggled on, Xingu zipped to the nearest pillar. He smashed the surface with max force, using the debris as a riot shield against the incoming lightning web. Big brain plays right there. Notifications were popping off like crazy, shrine destruction at 72%. The thunder gun started slurping up mana like a giant slushy now that the Shrine's defenses were crumbling. Time check 9 minutes and 11 seconds left on the clock. Xingu stared at the timer, kinda shook. Wait, what? That lightning snake wasn't chilling for even half a second. 0 chill with this guy. It opened its maw and blasted a death ray of electricity straight ahead. Gah! This time, our boy wasn't so lucky. He tanked the full paralytic combo right to the face. That's gonna leave a mark. He skidded across the floor like a drift car before finally stopping. Head down. He mumbled something like he just had a galaxy brain moment. Turns out I was right all along, fam. Time to clutch up and finish the main quest. Forget the drama. Just smash the shrine. But right in his face was that angry lightning noodle, roaring and glowing blue like a neon sign on Times Square. Xingu sidestepped with a smooth juke, causing the snake to faceplant into the back wall. Nice. A cocky grin spread across his face. He was definitely feeling himself. Yo, thanks for the assist on the demolition work. Just then, a swarm of orange bees and blue birds crashed the party, interrupting the 1v1 beef between them. They teamed up to spam lasers, and the snake was about to be left out of the DPS race. It was total chaos. Xingu was fighting for his life against a barrage of ultimates aimed right at him. The system chimed in again like an annoying alarm clock. The thunder gun was draining mana faster as the shrine weakened. 5 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Time until the god drops, 7 minutes and 36 seconds. This was the moment Head been camping for. Bingo, the gun would be fully charged before the big bad boss even spawned. Speedrun strats. Gripping his weapon tight, he booked it in the other direction. Worst case scenario, he bails with the gun instead of fighting the thunder god. But he wasn't going to stop wrecking things on his way out. His master plan bait the monsters into using their OP attacks to nuke the whole zone for him. Suddenly, Xingu's face got tense. He spotted a glitch in the matrix well, something weird. He paused to inspect a massive pillar. Yup, that bad boy was definitely the load-bearing wall holding this whole shrine together. 200 IQ moment. With the hype music kicking in, he spun his weapon and whacked the pillar with everything he had. Crack. The structure started crumbling from the inside out like a failed Jenga tower. The lizard man army swarmed in like fanboys at a convention. Xingu glanced around and saw the bee and bird squad rushing him from the distance too. They formed a perfect circle, trapping him. Surrounded and outnumbered, Xingu just smirked like an anime protagonist. He swung his weapon behind his back, winding up for a big play. The mobs unleashed hell, but instead of fighting them head-on, he smashed the floor beneath his feet, dodging all the light beams like a pro gamer. Yeet. He didn't just dodge, he tricked them into blasting that giant pillar Head weakened earlier. 2 birds, 1 stone. Now he was falling in style, escaping the chaos like a boss. System update shrine destruction at 95%. He stuck the superhero landing amidst flying debris, with enough time to grab some popcorn and watch the fireworks. Oh my god, look at that. The sturdy fortress crumbled instantly, the sound deafening. Everything turned to dust like it got Thanos snapped out of existence. Suddenly, a familiar scream pierced the air. Ah, boss, Siha flew in, face messy with tears. I shrunk back to base form after running out of mana. He was now the size of a bug. Xingu gave him props anyway. Good job, Seiya. Come here, buddy. Seiya understood the assignment and hopped right into his shirt pocket. Nothing left to do here, so he dipped while the monsters struggled with the falling rocks. But those lizard men were salty and would quit. Some people just don't know when to fold them. Their fate was sealed, struggling was useless. The more mobs there are, the juicier the XP farm. You have leveled up twice. Sweet. Peeking out from his VIP seat, Sia gasped. Boss, so many monsters got flattened. Xingu nodded, taking full credit. Yeah, let us just say I soloed them. Mana was flowing into him from everywhere. He thought to himself, maybe I should major in architecture. Shrine destruction was at 98%. Then, they bumped into a familiar face. Xingu, Arin shouted. Arin, he shouted back. Then he noticed the glowing loot near her. Wait, you were back at the warehouse. Before he could process that, trouble knocked on the door. From the dark hallway, a pair of glowing eyes lit up like demon fire. The silence was loud. Fam. Seiya, guard Arin, Xingu ordered immediately. You got it. Boss Seiya obeyed. Xingu gripped his weapon, cold sweat dripping. Things just got real. Damn it, I should have spawned camped the dangerous one first. He never dreamed that Petty Snake would chase him all the way here. Stalker vibes much. He ID'd the threat. System popped up, analyzing new target. Time until God descends 3 minutes and 3 seconds. The lightning snake looked up and screamed, shaking the whole room. It spammed max-level lightning, wrecking the floor in seconds. Xingu watched carefully, waiting for an opening. You look mad, bro. Makes sense since I just trashed your favorite shrine. Timer checked 3 minutes and 3 seconds. He calculated his moves. Gotta wrap this up in under 3 minutes. Good thing, leveling up refilled my mana bar. Amidst the light show, Xingu stood his ground. That beast took some fall damage earlier, so it's low on HP. I can take it. Suddenly, the destruction ramped up to 11. Furious lightning tore up tons of rock. The system alarm blared. Shrine destruction 99%. Shrine critical. All mana absorbed by the thunder gun. Time remaining 35 seconds. All dungeon mobs debuffed. The thunder god ditched some power to spawn faster. Time remaining 17 seconds. Xingu's jaw dropped. Hold up. 17 seconds, I gotta kill this electric eel in 17 seconds. The lizard men crawled out of the rubble, looking at themselves like, yo, we re-alive. How are we not dead? But the celebration was short-lived. Their mana got sucked out of their bodies and flowed straight into the giant snake standing there. The scratches on its skin glowed and healed instantly. Seiya spotted the cheese strat. It's healing by stealing mana from the other mobs. Xingu ground his teeth. He planned to possess that thing from the start. What a dirty cheater. Fully healed, the snake powered up to Super Saiyan levels, blasting lightning everywhere. Xingu's mind drifted to the basics of every sci-fi action movie ever. Yo, big trouble. Attacking right now, absolute suicide. There's a reason the bad guys usually wait for the Sailor Moon transformation sequence to finish. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoes from the void. Heh heh. I'm finna take back what belongs to me. That fresh intel caught Xingu off guard. Oh snap, the Thunderbot is actually here. The Thunder Snake starts using its massive length to absolutely wreck the crumbling terrain. It's beelining straight for that glowing loot floating in the back. Realizing things are going south fast, Xingu drops a fat F-bomb. You son of a. Adrenaline spikes straight to his brain. He yeets the great wolf claw with zero chill. Bullseye smacks the beast right in the dome. He doesn't stop there. Xingu bursts forward so fast the ground literally explodes under his kicks. He teleports basically teleports right in front of the kaiju. He reaches out and snags his spinning boomerang weapon out of the air like a total boss. Caught that pitch-black wolf claw with style. Xingu is now playing tank, standing his ground against the beast. He ain't letting this snake slide even an inch past him. Gatekeeping level 100. He declares with full chest, bro, I literally said it's mine. The Thunder Snake is triggered that some low-level human is blocking its meal ticket. Greedy bug. It starts spamming lightning summons from the dark clouds above. A blinding flash nukes the monster's body. Rock-hard scales start popping up like crazy. Its outer armor just got a massive buff. In seconds, the Thunder Snake evolves into its final boss form. It looks hideous, way more savage. The system interface updates with fresh stats immediately. Thunder God Rhea has possessed the high-tier Thunder Snake, threat level Midnight. It unhinges its jaw, charges up a massive spirit bomb, and aims it dead ahead. No hesitation. Xingu is stuck. If he dodges, the shrine behind him gets turned into gravel. He has to tank it. He wraps his body in defensive aura iron skin mode activated. Final decision, face tank the nuke. The system sounds the alarm. Alert, you just ate a massive lightning strike. Thunder resistance failed to fully block. Status paralyzed. His whole body is vibrating like a controller, teeth grit tight, trying to ride out the shock. Yeah, inbuilt different. Ill power through this. Moments later, Xingu breaks the stun lock and charges in like a maniac. The Thunder Snake welcomes him with a giant energy loogie fired straight from its mouth. He throws his guard up to mitigate the damage. Xingu's kicks carve two long trenches in the dirt as he skids backward upon landing. He starts swirling his staff like a baton major, glitching the snake's aim. The beast misses, but even when Xingu lands a poke, that steel skin tanks the chip damage easily. Xingu sees the zero damage markers and sighs. Dang, you are thick. A confident smirk creeps onto his face. Armor might be tough, but shockwaves, those go strictly internal. He pumps mana into the tip of the great wolf claw. Boom. Sonic waves bypass the armor and scramble the Thunder Snake's insides. The beast suddenly realizes it messed up. Its red eyes go wide with pure terror. Xingu hits him with a friendly banter. That stings a little, daunted. I'm about to turn you into snake soup. Being roasted by a lower life form sends the snake into maximum rage mode. Let's see how long you survive divine power, scrub. It starts spray and praying lethal lightning in 8 directions. The wolf claw keeps vibrating purple sonic waves. Xingu watches closely, looks like the snake is winding up for a tackle. If I dodge, the shrine gets wrecked. After a split-second calculation, he raises his weapon chest high. Gotta block this, no cap. He stomps so hard the floor cracks. Battle mode engaged. A brilliant light flares up looking like a Sailor Moon transformation sequence minus the ribbons. The moment that max power beam fires, the air pressure crushes everything. It's hard to breathe. Suddenly, it's nothing but blinding light and flying rocks. It's an intense 1-versus-1 struggle amidst the chaos. Neither side is giving an inch. The Thunder Snake screams mentally. Die, you trash. Xingu claps back instantly. Nah, you oversized eel. You die, situation is critical. He pulls his trump card's skill-activated Hercules mode. His muscles instantly swole up, shredding his sleeves into confetti. Xingu's new mass plus the downward force gets so heavy the ground literally gives way beneath him. Even with the size gap, the Thunder Snake can push him back. You call that pushing. Xingu roars with every ounce of his life force. HAAA. A terrifying pressure wave blasts out in all directions. Even Seiya and Arin way in the back have to cover their eyes. Veins are popping out all over Xingu's arms like roadmaps. Still not turning the tables though. I'm using Hercules mode, but my arms feel like they were gonna snap. Doesn't matter. Gotta lock in. Veins crawl up his face as he pushes harder. RRAAH. That savage image burns into the snake's razor-sharp eyes, making it flinch. Xingu spots the glitch in the matrix immediately. Wait, it's flagging. Now's my chance. He dumps all his mana into the wolf claw and throws a sucker punch the snake never saw coming. Stuck in a bad spot, the monster starts internalizing its salt. Grr, garbage human. Why is my body shaking before this tiny ant? Impossible. Just then, the shrine behind them lights up like a disco ball. The snake's red eyes go wide with horror. Oh, no. System alert, Thunder God gun fully awakened. First seal broken. A high-voltage blaster materializes out of thin air. Seha, fully geared up in armor now, swoops in. Yoink. She snatches the artifact and books it out of the splash zone. Once clear, she shouts, "Boss got the goods." Arin checks in nervously. "Xingu, you good fam." The clash between man and beast is getting heated. System warning shrine destruction at 100%. Thunder God nerfed. The Thunder Snake feels a disturbance in the force real fear. Xingu kicks off the ground, launching himself like a missile. The snake refuses to take the L and rears its long, ugly head. It spits a barrage of blue flame attacks. Xingu just tanks the DPS straight to the face. Brave or stupid, maybe both. But it pays off. Thunder resistance leveled up to 7. Immunity to rank A attacks gained. Xingu loads up his biceps one more time, ready to drop the hammer. Boom. He lands a clean hit right on the schnoz. Blood fountains out like a geyser. The snake screams in pure agony. GAA. He sticks the superhero landing amidst the rubble. A cocky grin spreads across his face. Good game, easy. I can take this guy. While Xingu is hyping himself up, the monster is spiraling. This isn't my main account. It's just an avatar, but it still has my stats. Xingu shouts back, "Keep yapping, just wait till I pull up on your real body." He's talking smack, but he knows his stamina bar is blinking red. Hercules mode is wearing off. Gotta wrap this up, stat. Arin suddenly screams, "Xingu." The gun unlocked a new perk, Seha guesses. Bet it debuffed the snake. Just that little bit of intel was the juice Xingu needed to guarantee the dub. The lightning serpent came at him with Mach Jesus speed, its rage meter spiking way higher than that scrub picker bow ever could. Xingu didn't give a flying flip about the noise. He just yeeted himself forward. But the snake played dirty. It wasn't aiming for him. It pulled a fast one, locking onto Seha and Arin in the backline. Oh, hell nah. Xingu hit the turbo button to intercept that cheap shot. He didn't keep the haters waiting. Dude popped a massive vertical jump right in the beast's grill. You ain't going nowhere, buddy. In a split second, that wolf claw slashed down, burying itself right between the enemy's eyes. Bullseye Seha didn't lag either. He cranked up the god gun. Instantly, the snake's lightning mana got gathered up, or honestly, force quit out of its system. Xingu watched the show, wheels turning. That blaster was literally drinking the snake's milkshake, draining all that voltage. The beast opened its trap to roar, but zero sound came out. Muted. Yo. Stop hitting me with my own juice. Its blood-red eyes were popping out, staring daggers at our boy. But Xingu, he was already winding up for round 2. Boom. A savage inferno lit up the wolf claw. Xingu started raining hammer blows on the monster's dome. The snake tried to buck him off like a rodeo bull, but it couldn't stop the thermal meltdown. The lightning serpent's brain went 404 not found. Only one name looped in its head, Marina. Marina. Suddenly, a vision of Marina's slightly derpy face popped up in its mind. It let out a salty growl, basically a mental note to warn Marina Biss about the Thunder God if they ever crossed paths. A second later, that brutal fire roasted the entire top half of the poor noodle's head, crispy. But Xingu wasn't about to let up Zero chill. His red eyes glowed with pure menace. Turns out humans are the real raid bosses of this world. Good game, no re. Before the snake kicked the bucket, it squeezed out one last diss. Don't you think you can save everyone when you re the scrubby? Then snip Grim Reaper swipe. It officially turned into XP dust. Cue the Michael Bay explosion at the impact zone. A massive shockwave rippled out, and the system interface popped up. Victory, you clapped a divine power. The Great Black Wolf Hammer's fire skill leveled up perma-style, and Hercules hit level 2. Xingu stood there, jaw on the floor, looking at the wasteland he just created. Suddenly, purple loot orbs started floating out of the bonfire. They merged into one big blob and zoomed right into his hitbox. Absorbed Xingu finally let out a breath he'd been holding. Phew, Arin flew over, her face lighting up like she just won the lottery. Seha was hyped too. We did it. Fam. Xingu tossed his weapon into inventory. Yeah, thanks guys. Couldn't have cleared this raid without the squad. Then, the notification spam started rolling in. Mini Shrine wrecked. Thunder God Cetria's influence on Earth dropped by 3.6%. Thunder God Rie's clout dropped another 7% since her avatar got deleted. You gained 7 levels. Kong Sam is now level 9. Dragon Fear hit level 7. New passive unlocked Clairvoyance. Xingu read the log and went full smooth brain mode. Huh. Yo, what sizz with all the question marks? He stared at the bottom of the stat board, questioning his entire existence. This isn't a buggy game release, so why is the text garbled? Suddenly, his eyes bugged out like he just realized he left the oven on. Without a word, He flexed hard and let out a feral roar that made Arin jump. Xingu. He clutched his chest, looking like he was passing a kidney stone. The Hercules buff wore off, and the growing pains from power leveling hit him all at once. He hit the dirt, rolling around and screaming like a toddler. AGHHH. The team freaked out. Boss time skip. When Xingu rebooted his system a while later, the first thing he saw was his crew looking super stressed. Boss. You good? Xingu rubbed his temple. Groggy. Nope. Arin got all emotional. I was seriously freaking out. Okay. He focused on her in woe. Why does she look like a 4K remaster? Wait, was Arin always this high def? Then it clicked. Oh, it is that clairvoyance skill. His 5 senses just got a major software upgrade. Arin tilted her head. Did you craft that skill mid-fight? Xingu shook his head. Nah, it just dropped. He stood up and dusted the dirt off his gear. All right, let's roll. The fancy shrine was history. Now it was just a giant, empty dirt lot under the open sky. Places totaled, Xingu noted. Arin looked around nervously. Honestly, I'm glad you wrecked that creepy temple. But we re-sitting ducks out here, she added. We need to bounce before more mobs spawn. Xingu nodded. Facts. But first loot check. Let me grab that eel blaster, Xingu said. Siha chimed in. Boss, you forgetting the MVP item? Xingu face-palmed. Oh, right, almost forgot you had the goods. The item stats scrolled up. Thunder Goddess Rage Gun sealed. Rank A+ to C++. Attack power 3,100 to 4,200. Proficiency 219 out of 2,000. Perks. First, you can charge a shot by slurping up ambient mana. Absorb lightning mana for a damage multiplier. Second perk, still locked or glitched. Lore crafted from a literal piece of the Thunder God. The first owner modded it into a rifle, and it's been stuck in that skin ever since. If the user has skills like Magic Bullet, this gun buffs them big time. Base stats got a mega boost after draining the lightning snake and popping the first seal. Xingu couldn't hide the shock. A+ rank sheesh. He watched Seihe swing that heavy artillery around like it was a Nerf gun. Suddenly, a familiar name popped into his head. Wonder what Marina Biss would say if she saw this beast. Xingu grinned like a Cheshire cat. Too easy. She'd complain it's heavy as hell. He chuckled and stored the god-tier weapon away. That new skill saved my bacon, though, Xingu admitted. Arin smiled. Please. You would V-clap that thing regardless. She replayed the fight in her head, Xingu versus. The snake and her heart did a little flip. I didn't think he could dominate a boss like that, she thought. It was like watching a cinematic trailer. She was convinced Xingu wasn't just human anymore. He was built different. But Xingu, he wasn't satisfied. He needed more gains. That electric eel proved his current power level was mid. He felt useless. He stared at his biceps. That wasn't even the goddess' main body. It was a damaged avatar running on low battery, and I barely scraped by. Nothing to brag about on Twitter. He clenched his fist. I gotta get cracked. Way stronger. The fire in his eyes was blazing again. Arin watched him hype himself up and just shook her head. How do you have this much energy? She laughed. Xingu whipped out the key to the safe zone. All right, team, let's dip. Arin nodded. Yeah, let's get out of here. Xingu jammed the key into the dirt. A beam of light shot up, expanding into a massive portal. Seihe piped up. Boss, I am craving some spicy eel bowls right now. Xingu gave him a look. 80% cocky, 20% I got you. Say less. I'm about to show you guys some alpha male cooking skills. Arin rolled her eyes at the two boys. Please, I'll do the cooking. You guys just go rest. The squad walked into the light and vanished, leaving the silent, wind-blown ruins behind them. Peace out. Current status, check class, Housebreaker, level 97. Strength and Dexterity 366. Vitality 346. Mana 142. Skills range from level 1 noob status to level 36 mastery. Back at the safe house, the crew was glued to the stat screen. Sheesh, Xingu muttered, chilling with his hands behind his head. Not bad. I swear I was level 85 when we walked in here, he said. Arin did the math. So you grinded 12 levels in one day, I mean. You did wipe out a ton of high-tier mobs and a literal god avatar. So. Xingu stared at his palms, flexing his fingers. Yo, ever since he unlocked his character class, leveling up hits different. His stats are skyrocketing way faster than before. Meanwhile, Arin stood there with her arms crossed, analyzing the data like a total nerd. It's the same deal for the other players in the squad. Basically, your body gets a software update to match the new class, and then your stats scale up based on your physical build. A savage grin spread across his face, showing all his teeth. Honestly, he couldn't care less about the science as long as he's getting swole. Plus, his theory about turning senses into passive skills totally confirmed thanks to that X-ray vision skill. That level up sound effect felt just as good as hitting the Powerball jackpot. Life really is just one big gacha game. Arin sighed, looking helpless. That is such a weird conclusion to jump to. A familiar memory flashed through Jingu's mind. That trip to Japan was straight fire. He muttered to himself, Miss Seiha, before I dipped, but I know we'll link up again. Don't forget to sub to the channel if you want to see that reunion happen, guys. She noticed he was acting a little sus, mumbling to himself, but didn't know how to react. So, she smoothly pivoted the conversation. Oh right, Xingu, didn't you say you were craving some unagi don? He looked at her sideways. Wait, you can actually cook. She clapped back instantly. Better than you, at least. He stretched his tired limbs out. Fair enough. Gotta get some grub in before we crash for the night. Suddenly, a big brain idea hit him. Why not use this downtime to dismantle some monster corpses? Since the safe zone expanded after hitting level 5, he could totally drag out the kaiju-sized beasts. Xingu started dumping a mountain of loot from his inventory. He inspected the haul for a second and decided, alright, priority 1, secure the mana crystals. In no time, he had the weird cubes and alien-looking items lined up perfectly. Throwback time, he realized he still had those crystals from the class change quests sitting in his stash. He tapped the iron armor of a lizardman. A thought crossed his mind, and he started questioning everything. Wait, in RPGs, don't players usually craft gear out of monster drops? This Thundersnake scale is tough. You think I can forge armor from it? Arin looked confused by the fresh concept. You mean crafting artifacts from processed monster parts? Is that even a thing? Don, you think corporations back home will start doing this if the game keeps going? Xingu shook his head, cutting to the chase. Nah. Earth monsters are trashed here. Players in Sky City wouldn't be caught dead using gear made from such weak mobs. It's the same for a fully kitted-out army. Modern technology can already replicate that level of attack and defense. Why bother with low-level loot? Seiha finally clicked. So that is why nobody has jumped into this market yet. It wasn't a priority. But Xingu cut him off before he could spiral into a deep analysis. Save the deep thoughts for later. Time to fillet this eel. Xingu grabbed his black gloves and a sharp chef's knife. He shrank the monster down to a manageable size, and the crew started butchering the electric beast. Mid-process, Xingu had a massive realization. Holy crap, this isn't even an eel. Seiha looked at him, jaw dropped. Say what, you serious right now? How is that even possible? Arin pictured the anatomy. Oh yeah. Technically, electric eels are closer to carp or knife fish than actual eels. The boys looked absolutely devastated by this biology fact check. Rip my unagi don. Arin shrugged. We can just go eat out, you know. But Xingu wasn't quitting. Nah, I can salvage the meat. He filtered the cuts and whipped up a nutritious feast in minutes. Arin's eyes went wide. Xingu, this stash alone could feed us for 3 years. Meanwhile, Xingu was already bored, wondering what the heck to do next. If it's not eel, it's not onagi. Let me handle this. She flexed her cooking skills. Just wait, you were going to be surprised. She grabbed a juicy chunk of meat and skipped off. Check this out. Xingu was starving, muscles screaming for fuel. I'll snack on these while she cooks. He literally tossed mana crystals into his mouth and crunched them like popcorn. Yo, these are actually good. Seiha looked concerned. Feel anything, boss? A notification popped up. Mana increased by 1. Xingu started calculating. 7 crystals for 1 mana point. Talk about diminishing returns. I'm hitting a cap. He realized the easy grinding method was dead. Smash that like button if you hate grinding stats. Guess I can spam this glitch forever. Over by the stove, Arin was prepping a massive slab of meat, surrounded by an army of spices lined up on the counter. Let's get cooking, she cheered. Xingu turned to Seiha. Once I gain about 5 more mana, these small crystals are going to be useless for stats. They'll just be fancy batteries after that. Seiha held up an item, nervous. Boss, you gonna eat this one? It was the Death Knight-esque crystal. Bottoms up. Xingu tossed the whole block into his mouth and bit down. Seiha panicked. Dude, be careful. But the crystal activated instantly, wrapping Xingu in a glowing aura. Undead mana is trippy, like it flows backward. But once I digest it, it's all mine. The system pinged, mana increased by 4. He patted his stomach, satisfied. Nice. Battery is fully charged. His eyes drifted to the mysterious cubes on the floor. Now, about those crystals. The system flagged it mid-tier demon crystal. Contains demonic origin. Special processing available. Xingu put his hands in his pockets, staring at it. Origin. Special processing. What's the play here? Suddenly, Arin poked her head out. Xingu, can you come here for a sec? Without hesitating, he grabbed a handful of blue crystals. On my way. He crunched on the stones while strolling over with Seiha. Sensing something weird, he asked. Yo, what did you just do? Boom. A massive burst of light exploded from the room. Arin put her hands up. Innocent. I swear I was just trying to cook. Then it said something about processing and this cutting board just spawned. Xingu realized what was up. He leaned in, holding a mana crystal near the light source. The crystal, already packed with energy, started glowing even brighter. The data refreshed. Mana crystal suitable for mount attachment. Medium size confirmed. Add compatible ingredients to process. The system dropped a blueprint, mount 1 of 1. Material mass 2,364 out of 500 kilograms. Completion 596 out of 50. The more loot I feed it, the better the ride. Xingu rubbed his chin. So it's not just processing. I have all the mats right here. Arin looked nervous. Xingu, what's that look for? A devious grin crept onto his face. Even if these ingredients are weird, the system wants me to cook them. He formulated a plan. This wasn't just processing, it was crafting a legendary artifact by fusing materials into the mana crystal. It's a hidden feature of the upgraded kitchen. Seha jumped in, hyped. Boss, how do we know what fits? Xingu kept studying the glowing table. I think I got a hunch. He boldly grabbed the armored eel's scales, bones, and skin. These are the base materials. The prepped ingredients automatically floated into the mix. He visualized the end product. For the mount, I don't want some fantasy creature. I want something built from pure modern engineering. Xingu spun around and shouted, my bike. His beast of a motorcycle materialized out of nowhere. He leaned against the handlebars. Take a look at this bad boy. Seha was vibing. It's huge. And cool as hell, boss. Arin closed her eyes, thinking hard, then whispered, I mean. She took a deep breath. YOLO, we got nothing to lose. Xingu effortlessly hoisted the heavy motorcycle into the air. Let's cook. He slammed the bike onto the massive kitchen counter next to the monster parts. The heat flared up and the fusion began. She's white-knuckling her fists, looking totally shook. It's actually fusing. Xingu just snagged the golden card. Talk about a finisher move. Arin's frowning, like, bro, who are you even battling right now? All she can do is facepalm. Whoa, the heat wave hits like a truck, and she's trying to peek through her fingers. Too bright. Meanwhile, he's glued to the action, not missing a single frame. I can see everything crystal clear, thank you. X-ray vision perk. Next thing you know, the ride dissolves into straight-up Lego bricks. Arin goes full kid mode, reaching out. Why did I have to blink during the money shot? Looking like a total background NPC there. Xingu gives her the side eye. You are obsessed with the weirdest junk. He bites his lip, sizing up the fiery essence. High-tech meets mana. This is definitely S-tier loot. Correction, this is O.G. Magic born from munching on technology. He smirks, confirming the upgrade. It ain't tech anymore, folks. It's straight-up sorcery. The mana crystal pops back up, and boom, the bike returns, looking beast mode. The HUD updates Lightning Demon Cycle, grade A+, proficiency 0 out of 2,500. Amount crafted from dragon parts and mana runs on magic, and get this, it flies. Singa's jaw hits the floor. Seha leans in, trying to read the fine print. He throws his hands up, pumped, sick, then he hits his buddy with the bribe. Be a good boy, and I'll let you take it for a spin. Seha snaps to attention like a soldier. Say less, boss, I pledge allegiance for life. Arin scratches her head, totally lost. Boys. She shoves him toward the door. Get out. If you're done yapping, go touch grass. You're making Xingu confused. Hands on hips, she lays down the law. I gotta cook, so scram. Go test drive your new toy. He grabs his jacket, carefree as ever. Seha grabs a helmet, waving bye to Arin. Be right back, don't wait up. The ride is purring like a kitten on the asphalt. Singus, deep in thought while steering. I can feel the mana draining from the tank. So that's the mechanic, huh? He figures he can use his own mana or refuel with crystals. Alright, bet. Stealth mode engaged. Just like that, man and machine ghost out, invisible to all the randoms walking by. Pro tip for the noobs, stealth mode has a timer, or it drops if you crash. Xingu looks like a kid in a candy store. Called it. Seha chimes in fast. We could totally gank people with this invisibility. His face turns red with hype. Yo boss, lift off, I forgot this bad boy has wings. Oh right, mode switch. Xingu pops a wheelie, and suddenly they launch into the sky. Seha looks down at the ground, screaming his lungs out. We are airborne, baby, sky high. Xingu sighs, shaking his head. Seha, you literally have your own wings. Why are you tripping? They zoom past the city traffic below. Xingu tilts his head. Okay, actually, this is pretty dope. Then he gets a wild idea. What if we rode this straight to Sky Castle? Suddenly, a HUD alert flashes, stealth ending in 30 seconds. Xingu curses under his breath. Even Seha starts panic sweating. Boss land. Now Xingu grits his teeth, stubborn as a mule. Not today, but mark my words, I'll stick that landing eventually. The invisibility glitched out right as they neared the castle. Cut to dinner time. The spread looks fire. Xingu takes a bite, face serious. Yo, this actually slaps. Arin crosses her arms, skeptical. Why do you sound surprised? She puts her hands on her hips. I've been living solo and cooking for myself for a minute now. He just stares at his spoon. You somehow turned that mystery meat into gourmet grub. Xingu dodges eye contact. I thought your only skills were nagging and flapping your wings. Who knew you had hidden chef stats? Arin starts fuming. I also have healing hacks. Remember, I literally saved your life. He fakes a realization. Oh, right, the healing. He catches her, giving him a death stare. Arin swallows the rage. Happy they read destroying the food. She flashes a sweet smile at Xingu. There's plenty more, so dig in. We've got about 1.5 tons of leftovers. Xingu mumbles, that's enough chow for a decade. She casually asks, so, where's the bike? Both guys choke on their rice simultaneously. Arin squints. Okay, spill. What did you do to it? He leans on his hand, trying to look chill. Nothing major. Just, a little situation. Arin raises an eyebrow. A little Siha jumps in to do damage control. We might have accidentally triggered a global tech arms race. Arin slams the table. You got caught. Xingu waves his hands frantically. Relax, I had the helmet on. Totally and on. A scream echoes from her phone. Ah, your pic is trending everywhere. She turns on Seha, eyes blazing. Seha, tell me you weren't in human form. He panics. I wanted to feel the aerodynamics. My bad. Arin's brain is flooding with tabloid headlines. No, look, there are already conspiracy threads analyzing the footage. She scrolls through the feed. Foreign governments are DMing Korea, asking about the mystery rider and his alien tech. Xingu laughs nervously. Well, sucks to be the government, I guess. Ha. Her face goes dark. How is this funny? Arin sighs, exhausted. Then, she switches back to Queen Bee mode. You know you're on dish duty tonight, right? He knows better than to argue. Got it. Xingu actually scrubs every plate like a pro. After stacking them, he stretches out. All done. She walks over with a fruit platter. Good job. Have some snacks. Arin sits on the floor peeling apples like a trad wife. The three of them chill, eating and joking around. Xingu face plants onto the soft bed. Man, I am beat. He rolls over. This resort is starting to feel like a real crib. She rubs her chin. It feels weird chilling here instead of grinding in a dungeon. Suddenly, he bolts upright. All right, dungeon time. Her smile freezes. You're rested already? Arin watches him packing. It hasn't even been 24 hours. He's dead serious. That's plenty. Xingu changes his gear. In that other world, the Thunder God stuff, I was too wound up. I've relaxed enough. Any more downtime and it'll get rusty. She argues back. Most players crash for a month after a raid. Xingu cuts her off. Not me. I get a full HP and MP restore every time I level up. Zero fatigue, baby. He heads for the door. Let's roll. Arin rolls her eyes. Fine, your body, your rules. But she and Seiya spread their wings and follow him anyway. She whispers to Seiya. I think we can hold human form permanently if we hit level 200. Xingu cracks his knuckles. Bet, it'll power level us to 200 just for you guys. Someone rains on his parade. Sorry, Xingu, but please don't kill us with the pace. He pauses. Our essence stash is running low. Should we hoard the loot from this run? Arin shrinks down to chibi size. No hoarding. We need better armor. She looks visibly salty. You're getting swole, but your defense stats are trash. Hez got insane RNG for weapons, so that is covered. Xingu ponders. Weapons. Armor. A light bulb goes off. Oh snap, the Kana helmet. Seiya looks offended. You named it. He opens a portal. I meant to stash it in the drawer when we got back, but the Uneji distracted me. Did Xingu just touch something weird? Sitting in his palm is Kana's head. The three of them go dead silent. Xingu shrugs. Look, I didn't know Kana was a chick. Okay. Seiya face palms. The name didn't tip you off. Xingu pivots. Whatever, let's just fix the helmet. Right now, I look like a supervillain carrying a severed head. He gently places the helmet in the bottom drawer, looking serious, then confused. Suddenly, he screams like a little girl. Arin joins the choir. Yo, what is that? Bro is straight up terrified but still peeking. Did that head just twitch? Boom, new item drop. We got some double B+ rank essence right here. That helmet used to trap her, but the divine power just wrecked it completely. If she scores juice from a stronger deity, her new body and soul are gonna be limited edition. Jin looks super annoyed and just points at the mess. Can't use this as a cannon anymore. She's totally face palming like, really? That's your worry? Suddenly, the mark on his hand lights up like Times Square. His slowly checking out that glowing soul collector tat. Looks like the key to the castle, but he needs to farm more souls first. Arin's mixing up their loot, but a few eel bones and scales aren't gonna cut it. Jin stashes the helmet for later. Looks like C is taking a long nap in his inventory. Meanwhile, this guy's brain is just filled with thoughts of heavy artillery. Good news, the gun leveled up to frenzy mode, so it sips mana like fine tea, has narrating like a streamer now. No more passing out after one shot, though he admits he prefers yeeting that spear everywhere. She whispers in Jin's ear that Marina is going to be salty about this. He can clap back, so he sighs and changes the subject. Let us hit the dungeon. Hopefully, we find a boss that actually hits the gym. The squad struts through the light gate at Dungeon 298 like they own the place. He wonders if some retired pro played here. Suddenly, oh do, the ghost starts screaming. Shu is shook. A ghost. Her eyes are sparkling like diamonds. A human. There's a human here, and he's buff. Jin strikes a pose for the gram and makes a demand. Give me a quest, bro. Jin wipes out the mobs like a hurricane. The ghost is crying buckets, saying, you crushed that quest, I'll offer my body as a reward. Jin is just looking at him like, bro. Hard pass on the body, just give me a skill drop. She keeps begging, but luckily he's got that soul control perk. She's wondering how she ended up in this cringe situation. He finally snaps, shouting, I said I don't want you, you deaf. But he still listens to the requests. Jin smashes every task that Ghost throws at him. Easy peasy. Obviously, his skill level is god tier, so all the ghosts are simping for him like they planned it in a group chat. System ping soul count is at 84. Spirits are sliding into Jin's DMs offering themselves, but he hits them with the reject button. Don't need ya. He ignores his flaming hand and sighs, why am I vacuuming up every soul in the dirt? Seiha is hyping him up like a cheerleader. You a real deal, Soul Reaper now, boss next dungeon. The ghost praises him. Look at that entourage. You must be the Messiah or something. Jin plays it cool. Nah, not me. Then he cracks a villain grin and challenges, but what can you bring to the table? This place is trapped like a horror movie, the ghost warns. Jin shrugs. I'll just delete them. He goes full beast mode in the spider cave, his level climbing steadily. Jin hits level 99 with 99 souls. He flexes his weapon. How long have we been grinding? Arin checks her watch. 3 days, 2 hours. She looks concerned. I know you leveled up, but you haven't slept, dude. You're a machine. Jin ignores the horde of demon monkeys rushing him. This is light work. How could I be tired? She explains that the mobs here are base, level 100, which explains his double level up. He slices a jumping demon in half and yeets its limbs into the sky. Why is it always these guys? Seeing his aggro playstyle, the monkeys go berserk. Clicking their tongues, the whole swarm tries to Zergle rush Jin from every angle. Arin yells a warning, these are level 140 monkeys. Gamers hate these things as much as lag. They sync up their ult, blasting a massive energy beam that craters the ground. They grin with those nasty teeth, laughing like creepy clowns. He he he. Suddenly, the wolf claw flies out of the smoke like a missile, leaving them totally confused. A golden light, straight up the Grim Reaper's scythe, slices through the mob. The claw spins back like a boomerang. Jin catches it one-handed, striking a pose while waiting for the loot drop. Stats check. Poison resistance 10, lightning 9, fire and curses 6, wind 4, but ice and earth are stuck at 3. He checks the patch notes. Man, I wanted earth at 4. I tanked all those hits for nothing. Jin gets fired up, deciding he needs to fight something that hits harder. To buff these stats, I gotta solo a boss. He walks toward the monkeys with zero chill. I am done playing with you scrubs. Jin speed blitzes them, shouting, peace out. The front row gets deleted with just a few basic attacks. The leftover monkeys freeze like their controllers disconnected. Then, click click, they decide to dogpile him with pure numbers. Jin goes all in, swinging the Reaper scythe in a full 360 spin. Golden light slices them like butter. A pop sound signals the loot drop, and he snags a random gem from the pile. He inspects the death stone. These things don't stop even when they're redying. Is it religion? Arin adds. We still don't even know where the ant cave mobs spawned from. The first wave came from Sky City. While Seiha is busy looting, Jin is just casually chatting. So where are the mana and monsters in the ant cave coming from? Other worlds, obviously, has confused. She timidly theorizes, maybe invaders are using player logouts to glitch these dungeons into existence. His brain is frying with all this lore dump. He declares, I've decided to stop using my brain for this. Jin flashes a troll smile. I don't care if it's a monster or a god. I am just gonna smash it. Arin crosses her arms. How's your solution always violence? The kid cheers. That's why he's the MVP. He burns some stamina to force the boss room open. Jin stands toe-to-toe with the giant monkey boss. The thing raises a human-looking hand and summons purple fire. It blasts a fire beam straight at our boy. He activates his tank shield to block the flames. Jin is grinning, calculating just how much damage he can soak up. My resistance is leveling up. She flies next to him. annoyed. Well, duh. Meanwhile, Goma, the boss, sneaks into his blind spot using a hit-and-run speed hack. He blocks with the wolf claw, thinking, I just gotta tank this until his mana bar hits 0. The attacks are coming in fast, and the pressure is getting real. 3 hours later, the boss looks wrecked and can barely lift a finger. The fire feels like a mosquito bite now. Jin teases, Yo, you out of mana, bro. He sees the opening and chops down on the boss's dome. Good game, nice try. The critical hit buries the blade deep, and the boss explodes into a pile of sweet, sweet loot. Best part, Ant Cave Area 121 is officially cleared, tallying up the score. He sheathes his weapon, knocking on the door of level 100. Arin suggests, let's take a break and party. Sounds like a plan. But suddenly the system glitches, XP cancelled. Earth is updating, you are being kicked for safety reasons. He freezes, totally lagging out. Huh, what the heck, Jin rages. Server maintenance right when I'm about to get my loot, are you kidding me? The server yeets all 3 of them out of the dungeon. A notification pops up, Earth is entering the new era patch. All safe zones and dungeons are locked until the update is complete. He closes his eyes, sighing in defeat. New Era, who came up with that cheesy name. Then he notices something glitchy. I got a feeling there's more to this update than they re-saying. Yo, check this out. The city went from 0 to apocalypse real quick, drowning in flames and rubble. Xingu couldn't believe his eyes, like, what the actual hell? The pavement was cracked open like a dropped phone screen. Shards everywhere. Shu watched the planet basically rip itself a new one, tectonic plates shifting like they were trying to heal a wound. He got serious for a sec, sensing some heavy-duty mana vibes in the air. Arin tapped her chin, deep in thought. Gotta admit, seeing you handle mana like a pro is sick, even if this whole end-of-the-world situation is a total bummer. Standing near the blaze, Xingu analyzed the energy signature. Weird. It wasn't player mana, and definitely not god-tier stuff. He put 2 and 2 together, this juice was coming straight from Earth itself. Seha floated over, looking suspicious. You think the invaders pulled this off? Shu shook his head. Nah. This level of destruction was way above their pay grade. It made more sense that Earth was clapping back after sensing all the player and monster mana. Xingu flashed back to that blurry monster in his dream, pure mana overload. Suddenly, Arin's voice snapped him back to reality. He kept his cool, strutting forward. Chill out, guys. No time to trip over old nightmares. He glanced at his phone, jaw clenched tight. Real talk, what's going on with the planet? Mom could be in trouble. He dialed her number, letting it ring, but got ghosted. He checked the bars, dead air. Internet and cell service were totally bricked. Arin chimed in with her usual logic. Towers probably got wrecked in the chaos. Xingu wasn't having it. Then we keep moving until I get a bar, period. He ripped open his spatial rift and pulled out his tricked-out superbike, slapped his helmet on like a boss. Some random civilians nearby saw the magic show and their jaws hit the floor. A group rushed over, pointing fingers. Hey, ain't you that mystery biker from TV? Yo, let us hop on. Xingu ignored the clout chasers and revved the engine, peeling out. Jackass, someone yelled as the bike lifted off into hover mode. Xingu tilted his head, talking to his crew. They weren't in immediate danger, and let's be real, this ride wasn't built for hitchhikers. A few desperate folks tried to sprint after the flying bike, screaming for a save. Yo, take me with you. Xingu glanced down at the rear view and clicked his tongue. Man, looks like a refugee crisis down there. A weird noise echoed. What is happening? Arin asked, freaking out for the first time. Are people gonna, expire? Xingu kept it real with her. Yeah, lots of people are gonna meet their maker, and we can save them all. He cut himself off, spotting something wild. An ogre, a straight-up monster, was wrecking the city downtown. She asked nervously. Think a dungeon busted open nearby. Seha was sweating bullets. If monsters swarm the city now, it's game over. Below them, the beast roared and ripped a car in half like paper. Growling like a demon, the thing opened a mouth full of razors, ready to snack on a screaming civilian. Xingu, actually being a decent guy deep down, gritted his teeth. Son of a. He cranked the bike to max output. Adrenaline spiking, he nosedived straight for the action. The ogre, sensing a threat, squinted up just as Xingu came in hot. Before the beast could react, Xingu blasted the front lines with a beam of light, swooping in to knock 2 civilians out of the kill zone. They tried to thank him, but he cut them cold. Just run. Gripping his weapon, he sighed. I ain't got time for this side quest. Gotta make sure Mom is good. He glared at the monster. But I'm not gonna let you turn people into lunch while I watch. He stepped up with his massive glaive, looking heroic. Let's speedrun this. Arin hesitated, whispering, I've actually never seen a real monster before. Check the mana stats, thing is easily level 200. The beast howled in pain, but its wounds zipped shut instantly. Xingu clicked his tongue. Great. It's got regen hacks. Auto recovery, Seha dropped some lore. That is an ogre. Only ogres have that kind of broken regeneration. I've only seen one in the Heavenly City database. Arin, ever the nerd, corrected him. Didn't players already try to raid a dungeon with an ogre? I thought they only spawn after a level 35 dungeon clear. Seha got defensive. Look, the specs match, green skin, tank build, crazy healing. Xingu, tired of the chatter, stepped in to end the debate. Don't care, didn't ask. The ogre seemed to know it was fight time and ripped a city bus off the street to use as a bat. Xingu's face went stone cold. Actually, the monster hurled the bus at him. Boom! Xingu roundhouse kicked that multi-ton vehicle into the stratosphere before it even touched him. He used the momentum to launch himself sky high. The ogre wasn't slow either. It smashed the pavement and swung a massive arm like a wrecking ball. Too bad Xingu already had the high ground. Xingu dove, driving his glaive down like a meteor, the blade glowing with solar heat. The ogre panicked and threw its arms up to block the blinding golden strike. One shot, one kill, Xingu announced like a judge. A waterfall of mana crashed down, obliterating the beast. He landed softly next to the burning corpse. Seha watched, impressed. Can't regen when you on fire. A system notification popped up. Real-world combat, EXP gained, level up. Xingu exhaled a cloud of hot steam. Woo! Finally leveling up out here since dungeons are locked. He waved a hand, sucking the charred giant into his inventory. Suddenly, a guy nearby waved frantically. Hey, help us. Our car flipped over. Xingu put hands on hips, sighing loudly. He turned and spelled it out. You guys got hands. Fix it yourselves. Don't think I'm your free labor. That thing looks heavy. With that, he hopped back on his ride, revved it, and blasted into the sky, leaving them dumbfounded. He tapped his helmet, running a sonar sweep. A second later, he glanced at Arin. Coast is clear. No other monsters on the radar. She looked shook. If a dungeon broke, there should be mobs everywhere. Or at least tracks. Xingu smirked, dropping a theory. Then there's only one answer. That ogre spawned naturally. Seha wondered aloud. Man, what is up with the world? Xingu swiped on his screen before answering. Maybe Earth is evolving to fight off the invaders. His eyes lit up. Yo, I got signal. Arin immediately started nagging. Call your mom. Like, right now. Xingu pressed the phone to his ear, looking stressed, while Arin hovered close, eavesdropping. Mom, you good? He steered the bike with one hand, cruising through the clouds. Say what? A giant bunker. Where do you even get that homey-ass voice? Chirped back. Your father built it ages ago. It's super cozy. Want to come over? He frowned, switching to serious mode. Mom, anything can happen. Stay sharp. I'm on my way. But she was stubborn. I'm safe, sweetie. No need to rush over. Just then, a holographic alert flashed. Welcome to the new era. Evolution complete. Safe zones and dungeons unlocked. Reading the logs, Xingu finally chilled out. All right. Looks like things stabilized, he admitted. Haim laughed. See, told you so. He kept it brief. Whatever. Take care of yourself. Catch you later. He hung up and scanned the burning ruins below. Sirens and screams filled the air. Seeing him zone out, Arin whispered, Xingu. He raised a hand. Hold up, I am thinking. He bumped his fists together, a grin spreading across his face. At least Mom is safe. Now let us grind. Yo, just do your thing, fam. Wreck those monsters. Seha didn't hesitate, throwing a hand up. You got it, boss. Images flashed through Shin's mind like a TikTok reel. Strange lands, goblins, Sky City, the ant cave, cue music, and other dimensions. The invasion had officially started on Earth. Shin was vibing with it. This was a whole new era. Meanwhile, the news anchor was yapping away about the situation. On the flip side, the players from Sky City were totally useless at explaining what went down. All they said was, this hit's different compared to dungeon mobs. The Wing Squad was key here, and the government has cracked down on players starting from the Sangha incident, was finally kicking in. Special cannons were getting rush ordered. The Defense Department was teaming up with the states to whip up some new anti-monster tech. Shin sat there, glued to the screen, and sighed. Total chaos. He closed his eyes for a second, muttering, classic human nature. Nobody just magically wakes up and acts right just because monsters show up. We need to squad up to save humanity, but they too busy tripping. Arin nodded, totally feeling that vibe. For real, everything the government is trying to do is a straight-up waste of time. Shin stood up, hands on hips. Whatever, back to the grind. Sucks what happened to Earth, but hey, at least farming mana crystals is a piece of cake now. He started power walking, all hyped up. Let's go clap some monsters. Suddenly, a scream ripped through the ruined skyline. Some poor dude was running for his life from a pack of goblins. Help somebody swing. A sharp noise cut the air as Shin delivered a massive smackdown on the mobs. The kid, shaking like a leaf, looked around. All the monsters had been deleted. The guy kept bowing, spamming, thank you, thank you. Shin rested his giant weapon on his shoulder. Yeah, yeah. If you were really grateful, Venmo me later. Then he pointed at a guy playing dead under some rubble. And you down there. I know you're not hurt, so quit faking it. After dealing with them, Shin grabbed his secret scanner and swept the area. But after a minute, he got bored. Man, this place is dry. He started analyzing the situation. If this was an invader's path, it meant these monsters were spawning right here on Earth. Flying alongside him, Seha chimed in. At least we aren't seeing any heavy hitters, like that ogre demon we fought day one. Arin was scrolling through her phone, eyes glued to the screen. Shin, look, people are hyping you up on social media. He shrugged it off. It is just the government's favorite trick, makes someone a hero so everyone else feels the pressure to step up. Sensing something weird, he snatched the phone. Wait, me. On the screen was a candid shot of him absolutely wrecking some monsters. Shin covered his mouth, fake gasping. Oh my god, I look like a legend. Arin crossed her arms. Seriously, that is what you care about, ignoring her? Shin struck a pose. Not gonna lie, I look pretty fly in this. Arin rolled her eyes, waving her hand in frustration. You were getting more impossible by the day. Seha swiped through the comments, grinning. Your face is covered by the hammer, but the internet gave you nicknames. Ghost Rider. Shin groaned. Dawn read them, but Seha kept going, emphasizing, nuclear hammer. Shin snapped. I said quit it. Watching them bicker, Arin couldn't hold it back and started giggling. Haha. Shin shot her a side eye. You laughing at me too? She shook her head. No, I am just glad you were finally getting the clout you deserve. Seha clenched his fists, getting emotional. Yeah, I hated that you were doing all the heavy lifting in secret while someone else stole the spotlight. Shin looked at them, choked up but staying silent. He looked up at the sky, feeling heavy. I don't have wings like other players, and I can enter dungeons that aren't in Sky City. Plus, I can open portals to other worlds. If that leaks, people might label me as one of the invaders. He clenched his fist, pushing the worry aside. But honestly, I don't give a damn anymore. I am strong enough to flatten anyone who has a problem with it. Seha cheered. You said it, boss. No need to tiptoe around anymore. Shin nodded. True. But I am keeping the helmet. No time to waste. He pulled his signature ride out of his inventory. Let's roll. I can taunt them all. But I can definitely squash the ones messing with innocent people. The engine roared, mana wheels screeching and spitting fire as he launched into the air. Below, the winged players spotted Shin tearing through the sky. Whoa, check out that bike. From above, he glanced down, judging them hard. Guess they decided to actually do something today. One of them wondered, what kind of item is that? His buddy frowned. No clue what dungeon level that dropped from. Nobody else even cleared level 33 yet. Arin, trailing behind, gave an update. The Hurricane Guild is making moves too. I am worried they might bail on Korea. Shin guessed. The government probably offered them a bag they couldn't refuse. He rubbed his chin, thinking of Harry's arrogant face, then revved the throttle. That guy is gonna come start beef with me soon. Arin blinked. Since when are you psychic? Shin dropped some logic. I am viral now. I'm outshining the Hurricane Guild. They were gonna hate that. Seha pulled up next to him. Fair point. Shin closed his eyes for a second. I mean, if they don't start drama, that is cool. But if they do, a savage grin spread across his face. I'll make them regret being born. Seha was speechless. Dude, you sound like a straight-up supervillain. Things didn't go exactly to plan. Contrary to Shin's prediction, they didn't run into the Hurricane Guild even after 3 days. But a totally unexpected encounter was about to go down. Golden pigtails swayed in the wind. A mystery girl with twin tails appeared, arms crossed. Found you. Marina spotted her target and waved frantically. Long time no see, so stoked to run into you. The air got awkward, fast. Dead silence. Just staring. Seeing him freeze up, she kept yapping. You've been traveling everywhere. Took me forever to track you down. How have you been? I am doing great. By the way, Shin tried to ghost her in real life. You got the wrong guy. Marina looked crushed. For real, we literally fought a war together. Shin played dumb. A war draws a blank. His cold shoulder left her standing there, totally stunned. But Marina wasn't a quitter. She started grilling him. What have you been up to? Did you go back to the Infinity Time room or something? You look like a whole new person. Shin couldn't handle the nagging and caved. You look a lot stronger too. While he was thinking, Marina's eyes lit up like anime sparkles. After jogging his memory, Shin finally said, Marina. She grinned ear to ear. Yes, you remembered my name. She seized the moment. Okay, now tell me yours. Shin didn't answer right away. This is going to be a long story. Let's go somewhere else. She immediately pointed to the city below. I am just happy you're talking to me. Follow me, I know a spot. They sped up towards the ground. Arin smirked, teasing him. Yuri being way nicer than I expected. Shin kept it cool. I just have business to discuss with her. Arin looked shocked. Business, Shin explained quickly. She gave me the Thunder God as pistol, but I smoked his avatar. So, that god is gonna feel like Marina stabbed him in the back. He scratched his chin, looking guilty. I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't warn her that I basically started a beef with the Thunder God. Hearing the full story, Arin raised her voice. That's it, you don't have a backup plan. Shin looked confused. Plan? What plan? Arin was stammering like crazy, totally misreading the vibe. She was like, yo, are you plotting something shady with her? But honestly, my thoughts were way more wholesome. Why would I mess with someone who is super talented and basically a saint? I am not exactly the type to start beef. I shot back. My straight-up answer actually made her blush a little. Oh, obviously not, she chirped, then giggled to herself like she just won the lottery. That little giggle was kinda sus, but whatever. Suddenly, Marina lights up. We re-here. She starts hyping up the building right in front of us, the Korean branch of B&Y. Hold up. B&Y. That name hit me like a truck. We were talking the Silicon Valley giants here. A few seconds later, we stick the landing on the roof. I couldn't help but ask. So, you on their payroll or what? You hired, I asked. Then Marina drops a bomb on me. Nah, my big bro owns the place. My smile literally froze on my face. Say what now? She thought I was deaf, so she spelled it out. B&Y belongs to my brother, which means this entire building is basically our playground. I started connecting the dots. Wait, so the B&Y stands for? Obviously stands for B. Come on, we got bigger fish to fry. Let's move. While she's rushing us with that upbeat background music, Arin is over there fuming, looking totally jelly. She's gorgeous, a top-tier player worldwide, and loaded. Did the universe accidentally give her all the cheat codes? Seha looked at her with pity. Hey, you got 2 out of those 3, right? Whatever. We followed Marina downstairs into the elevator, but instead of just hitting a floor, she starts spamming buttons like she's entering a cheat code. I watched her hands, totally confused. Is that some secret combo or what? We stood there in this super awkward silence until Marina finally decided to spill the beans. Okay, real talk. Let me tell you why I was looking for you. She looked me dead in the eye. I need a favor. I want you to come to Arizona with me. That came out of nowhere, so I hesitated. What S in Arizona? The Grand Canyon. She didn't hold back, dropping intel about a goddess trace being found there. Look, we've discussed this. I am assuming you re-down to tag team against these deities with me. Yeah. I gave her a skeptical look. Fight with you, she didn't back down. Earth is acting weird. Seha. There's a massive mana spike that is honestly terrifying. I was born in the eye of the storm, so I know. I felt Ria's energy, but this is on a whole other level. Her expression went dark fast. This is going to be the nastiest fight of your life. You think that would scare me, but hearing stronger than the Thunder God and worst battle ever, I couldn't help but grin. Now we re-talking. Marina doubled down. The Arizona incident is massive. Probably the biggest event in the States right now. Then she let out a heavy sigh, feeling the pressure. Lucky me, I realized how big a deal it was, so they put me in charge. Problem is, I've got zero backup I can trust. She started reminiscing about the time she spotted me zoning out. Then, boom. A top-tier player pops up on the screen. Marina suddenly got right in my face, eyes sparkling with pure hope. That's when I knew. It's time for a collab. You and me. Again. She was practically begging. Relax. I'm not trying to use you or anything. I'll pay you whatever you want, fair price. I let her ramble for a bit before cutting in. Pay with what, exactly? She realized she messed up and started stuttering. Well. Then she smirked. How about a date with me? Boom. Arin jumped in front of her like a bodyguard. So Yuri just thirsty for Seha? Marina froze, completely caught off guard by the tiny interrupter. A chill ran down Arin's spine like she sensed danger. Eep. She tried to hide her face when she heard her name. Arin. She instantly denied it. Nope, you got the wrong girl. Before she could bolt, Marina grabbed her with both hands. She examined her like a specimen. You are definitely Arin, but why are you so tiny and adorable? I thought you were dead. Arin was flailing. Let me go, I just laughed awkwardly. Haha. Then I muttered, she is kinda cute though. I kept it quiet, but Marina's ego heard what it wanted to hear. You talking about me? I knew you had a crush on me. I had to give it to her. Her imagination is wild. You should be writing fanfic, not raiding dungeons. After all the drama, I finally looked around. Where are we headed, anyway? Feels like we reached super high up, especially with that weird button combo you punched in. Marina played it cool, secret, but trust me, it's worth the hype. Arin took the chance to wiggle out of her grip. Just then, the elevator dinged. We have arrived. The metal doors slid open, revealing our shocked faces. Right in front of us was this insane space gate. It had this swirling turquoise film that looked mesmerizing. My jaw hit the floor. Is that, I guessed, a connection point? Nope, Marina corrected. Instant teleportation gate. I clenched my fist, half amazed, half pissed. How did Earth's tech get this advanced without me knowing a thing? She saw her chance to flex. All thanks to the mana crystal research done by yours, truly, BNY. The tech already exists in the other world. We just copy-pasted it here. But lately, Earth's atmosphere is basically swimming in mana. I put 2 and 2 together, so you were pulling the excess mana from the air to power the gate. She pointed a finger gun at me. Bingo. Though right now, it's just a direct line between the Korea branch and HQ. That made me pause. Why Korea, though? Out of all the places, Marina didn't miss a beat with a smooth talk. 'Cause that's where you are, silly. I wanted to see you. I gave her the most disgusted look I could muster. She turned red. Hey, don't look at me like I am gross. I was just kidding. She crossed her arms, acting all huffy. I was coming anyway, so I figured I'd test drive the gate. Plus, this place is ground zero where the monsters first showed up. Marina kept emphasizing how serious this was. The whole world is watching Korea right now. Flashbacks of fighting those goblins in Sanha and Sirak hit me. Yeah, she's got a point. Anyway, enough shop talk, she said, pointing at Arin. What's the deal with her? Why is she with you? I showed you my cool gate. You owe me some intel. Arin snapped back, spicy as ever. You showed us by kidnapping us. She wasn't about to spill her secrets that easily. Marina ignored her and kept guessing. So, you saved her life. Did you stop her from retiring or something? Is that even possible? I stepped in before she went too far. It's complicated. And don't push it, she kept prying. So her being pint-sized, is that some kind of penalty? She tried to poke Arin, but Arin dodged like a pro. I see. Marina nodded, piecing it together. So you guys have been crushing dungeons together. Makes sense. She looked impressed. That is wild. But hey. She leaned in, asking the million-dollar question. What's your name? Mystery man, still playing hard to get. I decided to drop the act. No point in hiding anymore. I took off my hood, revealing my face. She stood there stunned for a solid 5 seconds. The name is Seiya, I said. She didn't hesitate to call him out on it. Yo, Xingu, why are you hiding that movie star mug of yours? Xingu kept it brief. I got my own reasons for staying off the grid. Marina snapped her fingers with a sass level of 100. So, you admit you were sketchy. Whatever, I don't care. Putting his item away, he cut to the chase. Let's get straight to business. What's your price for helping me? He dropped the bomb flatly. Zilch. She froze like a deer in headlights. Huh, Xingu scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. You might not know this, but I actually owe you a solid. Let's just call it even. Marina's cheeks turned a shade of pink. You owe me. Then came the flashback reel of their previous brawl. Hearing the full story, her voice went up an octave. You threw hands with the Thunder God's avatar. That is sick. You must be insanely OP. Marina was practically bouncing off the walls, recounting it. And you used his own lightning juice to buff your rifle. You totally schooled him. But Xingu gave her a reality check. Pretty sure he's gonna hold a grudge against you for that. Zero fear in her eyes, she clapped back instantly. No biggie. I was planning to wipe the floor with him anyway. Consider it a favor that you beat me to it. She doubled down. So, yeah, you officially owe me nothing. You seriously don't want a payout. At this point, Xingu just shrugged. If you're dying to give me something, just owe me a solid for the future. Deal. She sprinted to the warp gate. For sure, you riding shotgun. But he hesitated for a sec. What are the odds this thing glitches out? Marina was confident. Nope, runs like a dream. Even if we've only used it once. She jumped in to prove it. Ladies first. Xingu scratched his cheek, looking skeptical. Well, guess it won't delete me from existence. Right, he finally stepped into the portal. All 4 of them floated in a trippy void, drifting toward the light. Everyone but him face-planted the second they landed. Seha groaned. Boss, I feel like I just rode the Six Flags coaster 100 times. Arin could only let out a weak squeak. She looked totally out of it. How are you not puking? Xingu flexed his confidence. I have total control over my physique. Arin sounded salty. I hate you, but I am also jealous. You are so annoying. Marina managed to wobble back to her feet. I'm good. Let us roll. We might run into some drama if we loiter here. Right on cue, the elevator dinged. Marina went full alert mode, staring down the doors. Seha and Arin instantly cast a barrier. Stealth mode on. The guy in the elevator was Eden. He stepped out with a $1 million smile. Marie, did you really bring him? Marina looked at him like he was a boring commercial. Xingu judged him from the sidelines. Guess this is Mr. Headache. He used a nickname, and judging by her eye roll, that's definitely her big bro. Eden's dapper look had Arin impressed. Dang, he's cool. Even Sia had to admit the guy rocked a suit. Suddenly, Eden dropped the intel. I was worried you guys were taking forever. The feds caught a whiff of this, so I had to pull some strings to keep them off our backs. Marina guessed it immediately. The Imperial Guild. He covered his mouth, looking shifty. You might run into them out there, so stay frosty. Xingu's face went stone cold. Before things got awkward, the suit introduced himself. Thanks for the assist. I'm Eden B. from B and Y. My sister has been a pain, hasn't she? Marina jumped in, waving her hands. No way, we partners. Xingu shook his hand firmly. I'm in Xingu. Just helping Marina out temporarily. That triggered her. You didn't have to emphasize the temporary part. Eaton cracked up. Haha, she's always like this. She gets super cranky around guys she has a crush on. He threw a knowing wink at Xingu. I'm sure she's gonna pester you even more later. Bear with her, she means well. Marina, standing behind Xingu, practically exploded. Shut your trap, get lost. Eaton put on a pitiful face. See, she was violent way before she became a player. I don't think any guy on earth can handle her. He clasped his hands together, looking at Xingu like a savior. But I am stoked you here. Please, take her off my hands. You know what I mean. Xingu dodged that responsibility instantly. Hard pass. Marina went full rage mode, grinding her teeth. Terrified she might actually drill him, Eaton backed off. Okay, before I get skewered, I'm out. He stepped back into the elevator. I already told Mary, but watch your six. There are people trying to block your path. Eaton gave him a look of high expectations. I'll handle the cleanup. You just do your thing, Mr. Xingu. As the doors slid shut, Marina let out a massive sigh. Phew, finally. Don't be friends with that weirdo. Xingu sensed the hostility. Do you hate your brother or something? She dodged the question with zero subtlety. Let hit the road. To the Grand Canyon. Moments later, a trail of white smoke carved through the canyons. Xingu and Marina were tearing it up on the Thunder Demon cycle, though Xingu looked less than thrilled. Never thought my first trip to the Grand Canyon would be on a crotch rocket. But she slapped the back of the bike excitedly. I thought flying would take forever, but this bad boy teleports us practically. Xingu beamed with pride. Nia is pretty quick. Arin poked her head out of his pocket. You named your motorcycle. Xingu started to geek out. It stands for SP. She cut him off. Boring. Skip the lecture. But Marina was actually interested in the specs. You were not going to share the blueprints, are you? Xingu played it smooth. B and Y invented teleportation gates. I am sure they can figure out a bike. She knew he was gatekeeping. Come on. Merging otherworld magic with Earth tech is a totally different beast than just building portals. She started brainstorming. Is it a goddess power? Did you loot a deity skill when you fought that avatar? Xingu shut that down. Nope. The bike just kind of mutated on its own while I was farming mobs. Suddenly, he twitched. Something was up ahead. A massive black vortex swirled right in their path. Xingu's radar went off. Not good. I recognize this energy. Even Marina dropped the playful act. Yeah, it belongs to the god of the nastiest monsters out there. A reaper stood menacingly in the light, opening its jaw to let out a screech. Marina whipped out her rifle, the thunder of the living dead. No talk, just action. She sent the reaper back to the lobby. Xingu caught a glimpse of the projectile tearing through the wind. The reaper crumbled to dust before it could even twitch. A total speedrun strat. Xingu was impressed. That was a critical hit, if I ever saw one. Marina blew the smoke off her barrel, looking smug. Actually, that's my unique skill. I stacked a critical hit buff with a few other passives. She threw in a little flattery. I am only spilling the tea because of you. I would have unlocked it without your help. Xingu felt like a retired veteran. I've got nothing left to teach you, kid. Get out of here. Marina nudged him. Now you gotta level up to match my DPS. I know you will figure it out. He waved it off casually. Maybe if I have free time. That's not really my main build anyway. She instantly peeped the subtext hidden in his words. Wait, so you actually took an L in a practice match? Xing just shrugged it off with a, yeah, which honestly ticked Marina off. Yo, I seriously hate when you talk like that. Deciding to touch grass, literally, he slammed the bike down and twisted the throttle, peeling out like a bat out of hell. Nothing but white smoke in the rear view as he ditched the two reapers, tailing them. 4 more creeps were camping overhead, weapons drawn, just waiting to jump them. Realizing they were surrounded, Marina didn't hesitate. She whipped out her pieces, dual-wielding like an action hero and aiming with ice-cold focus. The sound of gunfire ripped through the air, and instantly, a whole squad got deleted from existence. With the path clear, the duo went full send and sped forward. But that close call had Xing low-key stressing just how many mobs were out here. Marina dropped her theory. They were probably expanding their turf while we were yapping. You ain't planning to wipe the whole map anyway, so let's just rush the core. That was exactly the play he was thinking of. Bet. So where's this core at? When she hit him with a clueless "I dunno," Xing couldn't resist the sarcasm. Wow, you were just overflowing with usefulness today, aren't ya? Another plot twist up ahead caught his eye. Turns out they had rolled right into a massive monster nest. These things were fully strapped with gear and letting out these nasty, cringe-worthy cackles. Xing's expression went sour real quick. Oh, here we go again. The scene triggered a flashback to a previous showdown. That name, Seth Nak, rang a serious bell. Suddenly, Xing winced and grabbed his forehead. Kana. Marina immediately leaned in, all curious. Huh? You lose your girlfriend to the undead or something? Her question basically made him buffer in real life. Technically, he lost his undead minion to them, not a girl. But Marina wasn't letting it slide. Okay, but what about the girlfriend part? Xing shut that down immediately. Ain't he? No way. Never happened. While they were busy yapping, the Reapers rushed them. Marina didn't even blink. She started popping shots, sending them to the afterlife before they could even twitch. But since these were low-level scrubs with zero loot, Xing looked totally bored. Can't he loot garbage? He grumbled. I need some high-tier bosses. Marina nodded in agreement. For sure, the high-level ones usually drop cool stuff, like that bell artifact from last time. Speaking of which, Marina got curious. So, what did you actually do with those bells? Xing tried to cook up a lie as naturally as possible. They broke. Yeah, totally forgot what they did anyway. She definitely wasn't buying it. You redoing that thing again. Right then, Marina threw a sharp side eye and casually dropped another Reaper trying to sneak up on them. After proving she was carrying the team, she made a pitch. Hey, if another artifact drops, hook me up. Okay, I am putting in work here. But when it came to precious loot, Xing wasn't about to share with anyone. You're gonna have to sweat for it if you want my loot. Marina wasn't backing down. Fine then. I will just beat you fair and square. He smirked. He actually liked that energy. That was exactly the vibe he wanted. Arin chimed in with a reality check. Sorry to interrupt the romance, but you've got undead incoming. Not far off, some massive creature stomped the ground hard enough to shake the camera. The mob density was actually insane. A whole pack of Naimas was chilling on the cliffs. Marina gasped. Wait, those are Naimas. They look like straight-up zombies, though. Xing quickly broke it down. Means the undead clapped them and turned them into zombies, too. He grabbed a rock from his inventory and yeeted it at the Naima pack to check their stats. One unlucky mob took the hit and screeched before face-planting into the dirt. Its buddies were shook. Marina analyzed the damage. You didn't crack its armor, but I think you knocked it out from pure shock. Xing just nodded. Those things would make sick armor. Then he dropped his master plan. Maybe I can farm one of these to get Kana a brand new body. I am hoping to find their boss mob too. Suddenly, Marina jumped like she just remembered she left the oven on. Wait, Xing, hold up. I think we were about to run into those guys Arin warned us about. The biggest giveaway was the flags flying high and those familiar silhouettes. The Emperor's Guild, the tyrants running the West Coast server. Marina's face instantly went pale. The Emperor's Guild is right here. Her panic made Xing get serious. So, these guys, they were actual players. Right? Marina blinked, surprised by the question. Yeah, why? He didn't answer, just thought to himself, different from the undead. Ha. Then, with zero warning, Xing cranked the throttle. Let's pull up on him and find out. She wasn't ready for the launch and almost flew off the back. Hey, chill. The demon bike tore across the wasteland like a rocket. Suddenly, he swerved hard, dodging something invisible. The drift kicked up a cloud of white dust. Standing right there was the Emperor's Guild squad. Seeing Syria frowning down from a high rock, Xing casually asked, So, she the guild leader? She looked different from his memories. Twin tails before, ponytail now. Did they change her character skin or something? Before she could speak, Xing hit them with a warning. Yo, we were here first. Bounce. Syria actually laughed at that. You were here first. Since when does dibs matter when you re-hunting monsters? Kid. Seeing her logic, Xing whispered to Marina. Wait, is that true? Marina looked so done with him. She decided to step up. I'll handle this. We've got some history. Marina hopped off the bike and gave a super friendly, totally fake wave like an old pal. Syria Wilson, long time no see, girl. Syria didn't vibe with it at all. She looked ready to throw hands. Marina Biss, knew it was you. Marina kept her cool. Heard your squad took a massive L in Uda. Why aren't you over there fixing that mess? Syria crossed her arms and snapped back. I go where I want. What's happening here is way more critical than whatever drama is going down in Suntech City. Then she got personal. You get carried by B and Y, yet you think you can boss us around. Just as the tension peaked, Sing chimed in. Actually, she's got a point. That comment made Marina want to strangle him. Whose team are you even on? Thanks to his outburst, Syria finally acknowledged him. And who is this guy? Marina slapped a hand on Xing's shoulder and announced confidently. Oh, him, he's my partner. Syria's eyes went wide. Partner, she regained her composure but threw shade. Huh, weird. I thought you lived inside dungeons. While the girls were roasting each other, Sing was scanning the area. The others were blind to it, but his visual skill picked it up clear as day. A massive wave of reapers and undead was closing in fast. No time to chat. Sing pulled the Thunder God's rage rifle from his inventory and aimed down sights, making Sirius' face drop in terror. The Thunder God rifle, you trust him with that? Marina let out a smug ha, while Sing looked at her like, really? He calmly warned her, yo, Miss Guild Leader, things are going to get messy if you don't tell your minions to back off. But Syria was still acting tough. What are you going to do with a single bullet, since you think I am bluffing? Sing started charging the shot. Watch this. As he squeezed the trigger, arcs of lightning started spilling out. Syria's eyes popped when she felt that insane energy pressure. Everyone move. Now, a massive pillar of light blasted out from the barrel. The shot nuked a nearby cliffside, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Massive boulders rained down right on top of the Reaper horde, sending them scrambling for their lives. Xing and the crew watched the destruction in silence. Marina, realizing he just blew up the scenery, yelled, "Hey, that was a UNESCO World Heritage Site." Xing just shrugged. Who cares? He looked proud of himself. That is the result of my intense research on maximum destruction efficiency. Arin immediately called Cap bro. You have literally never researched anything in your life. Marina was totally zoning out, staring into space like she lost connection. Xing snapped her out of it. Yo, you done playing with your food, 'cause it's hunting season, baby. He casually tucked his Thunder God blaster back into his inventory. Before they hopped onto his Wicked Lightning Demon bike, Marina was confused. Wait, you reholstering the big guns already? Sing kept it 100 after that last nuke. His mana tank was running on fumes. The duo launched forward like a rocket. Meanwhile, Syria and her Emperor Guild minions just stood there gawking, completely frozen like NPCs with bad AI. Syria was shook. Even Marina couldn't drop that kind of DPS with a single bullet. Her face screamed pure terror. Who is this guy? The guild let them slide, but the Death God Reapers weren't about to let their prey ghost them. The monsters screeched, diving off cliffs like lemmings to catch them. But before they could even land, splat, one got deleted, then another. And guess who pulled the trigger? Marina, fam. She peeped a target on her left. This Reaper tried to get smart, yeeting a sharp projectile at her, but Marina wasn't having it. She blasted that thing into confetti before it even got close. Her fingers danced on the triggers, eyes locked in with aimbot precision. She finally dropped that stubborn Reaper. But oh, major problem ahead, a literal ocean of darkness and monsters was waiting to welcome them. These things were strapped with all kinds of weapons, screeching like a broken soundboard. Even Marina started sweating bullets seeing that massive mob count. Yikes, that is a whole convention down there. Xing realized they couldn't just crash through. He made a split-second call, ditched the wheels. They bailed mid-air, letting the bike warp back into inventory. Xing whipped out a fresh weapon and Superhero landed so hard he cracked the pavement. With Marina covering him from above, he flexed his Wolf King claws. All right, let's get this party started. He raised the claws and roared, Gigantify. On cue, the weapons swole up like balloons and pierced the sky. Xing stared down the Reapers with a look colder than a slushie. Boom, he slammed down a devastating strike that shattered the earth. The shockwave rippled out, turning rocks into shrapnel and wiping out the Reapers in the splash zone. Amidst the chaos, Marina and Sing weaved through the debris. He stuck the landing on the other side like a pro gymnast. Ding! The system flashed the golden words, you have leveled up. Xing was feeling himself. Does this make me level 101 yet? He figured the TPJ crew was toast. Marina side-eyed him, trying to read his poker face. She concluded there were still heavy hitters around. Suddenly, a Reaper got sniped right in front of her. Turns out, Syria and the Emperor Guild had caught up and were spraying bullets everywhere. We aren't taking the L today. Push forward, Syria smirked, thinking she had him figured out. He definitely drained his mana with that show-off move. He can kill the bosses, so we re-stealing the loot. But Xing just started spinning his Wolf King claws like a blender. One loop, and he mowed down a dozen Reapers. It was a metaphorical slap right across Syria's face. Her jaw hit the floor. She could only watch as Xing admired his work. He glanced back over his shoulder with maximum sass. Good for who? Exactly. Syria was gagged. Wait, you didn't burn your mana. Before she could rant, something else caught Sing's attention. Another wave of Reapers was pulling up to the block. An armored dude lunged at him, screaming. Glory to Sedak. Sing swapped loadouts again just to keep it spicy and introduced his hammer to the guy's face. The impact sent the guy flying in a beautiful arc. Marina stared, totally flabbergasted. Is he seriously dual-wielding warhammers right now? But she had her own problems surrounded by screeching freaks. Marina hyped herself up. I can let him have all the fun. True to her word, she started gun kata dancing through the mob with her dual pistols. Every shot was a headshot. Syria watched from the sidelines, grinding her teeth in pure jealousy. Marina, how did you get so buffed in such a short time? Marina flipped her hair, courtesy of my partner. Syria looked confused. Is that the power of love? Marina gave her a pitying look, ready to roast her. I pity the fool who doesn't know Jing cut her off. Yo, if you got time to flirt, you got time to kill. Farm some more XP, will ya? The Emperor Guild finally jumped into the mosh pit. Sing watched them flex, noticing a glowing golden aura wrapping around their squad. It clicked for Sing. Ah, so that is why they call themselves the Kings of the West Coast. They actually have decent control over that divine energy. Right then, 4 monsters clocked his position and rushed him. Xing was still lost in thought, dodging on autopilot. I bet they think that power belongs to them, but that juice is controlled by a god. He sliced through the enemies like butter. If things go south, I'll have to put them down before they mutate into monsters themselves. Marina shouted, Sing urgency in her voice. She was on the same wavelength. We gotta stop them from touching the Sedek fragment, no matter what. Those Emperor weirdos are extremists who want to overdose on divine power. Xing grinned, mentally giving her a high five. Since she is a mana control freak, she knows the risks. He decided to drop the bomb. It's too late for that. They were already simping for another god. They've been blessed. Marina gasped. Say what? She connected the dots fast. Is that why they were thirsting after Sedek's power? Over on the other side, Syria took a knee, whispering, skill activate. Then she went full Rambo, screaming as her minigun shredded the air. Explosions blossomed among the monster horde like fireworks. The racket attracted more Reapers. They started chanting like a cult. The mortal enemy of our kind, the power of light, we must delete you. You ain't one of us. Prove your loyalty by wiping them out. Their hate speech just hyped Syria up. You got that right, I am your worst nightmare. Syria Wilson is sending you all to the afterlife. But Marina's face suddenly went pale. She looked spooked and shouted at Sing. It's the power of Luos. The god of light. Marina recognized the name. Luos IV, heard of that dude. Sing was intrigued. How do you know? I felt his vibe when the level up notification popped. It's the exact same mana signature. Sing scratched his head. Huh. But aren't Luos and Sedek supposed to be beefing? Watching Syria fight, the math wasn't mathing. This is sus. The Emperor Guild came all the way here while monsters are wrecking other states, just because they hold a grudge. Xing frowned as a dark theory hit him. If they pulled up because their god ordered a hit, he barked a command, we have to intercept them. Marina warned him, hold up, talking is useless. They'll twist everything we say. Xing tapped his temple. Way ahead of you. I already figured that. All we gotta do is clear the stage before they do. While they strategize, something with massive stompers approached them. Xing didn't flinch. He looked like a kid in a candy store. There it is, the armored boss fight. Looming over them was a gigantic ghost bear, decked out in silver plate armor. The ghost bear roared, hyping itself up before the clash. It swung a paw the size of a truck, trying to one-shot them, but Xing dipped low, ready to counter. Yo fam, the move was so clean you'd need a replay in slow-mo to catch it. Clang. Ghost bear's claws got sliced like warm butter by the wolf claw. Xingu thought this dude was a raid boss, but turns out he was just an oversized teddy bear made of wet paper. Catch you on the flip side. Bro didn't even wait for a reply, just squared up like Tiger Woods in his prime. Thwack, perfect form, sent that giant bear into orbit while Sirius stood there with her jaw on the floor. Oh my god, she muttered, teeth chattering. That ain't he a player, that's a straight-up glitch in the system. Meanwhile, Singus out here playing baseball, enlarging the wolf claw to catch the falling bear like a pro. The bear looked down at the tiny human and knew it was GG's. Welp, im cooked. Tears started streaming like an anime character. Seta, my guy, im coming home. Xingu swung that weapon in a perfect arc. The ghost bear launched at light speed, Mach 10 stuff, taking rocks and bystanders with it. Xingu just stood there, posing for the thumbnail, watching the big bang he just caused. The shockwave nearly yeeted Marina into next week. The trash mobs below were huddled together like freshmen before a pop quiz, too shook to even process the ghost bear's flight path. Xingu smirked, looking like the main character he is. Nice. The mob chills out once the boss gets clapped. That's how we roll. Then he dropped the hand command, full swag mode. Alright squad, loot time. Arin and Seha zoomed over instantly. You got it. boss. Xingu spun around, locking eyes with Syria and yeah, looking at you too. Subscribers making her jump out of her skin. His voice dropped an octave ASMR style, but scary. I told you, lady. Your holy power vibes don't mix with the energy here. His eyes went cold. Zero chill. I'm saying this for your own good. Log out and go home while I'm still being nice. Syria wasn't having it, pointing a finger right in his face. We're here for the gods' traces, and we ain't letting you snatch the loot. That delusional plan actually made Xingu chuckle. Luce and Seta are throwing hands right now. You think you can handle that level of beef? Syria froze, looking panic-stricken. How do you know that name? He ignored the question. Icy cold. Ill, say it one more time, bounce. While you still look like a human and not a horror movie extra. Of course, NPCs never listen until it's too late. She gripped her gun. Garbage. I do what I want. Go preach to someone else. She was being extra salty, so Xingu just shrugged and turned around. Cool. You do you. Xingu walked away and whispered to his team. I checked all the boxes, right? If they turn into monsters now, I can hit him with the I told you so. Guilt-free gaming, baby. Arin was speechless at his childish logic. You sound like the villain in a Saturday morning cartoon. Xingu didn't care, summoning his demon cycle with a wave. Let's roll, Marina. She ran over, double-wielding guns, hyped up, bet. Once they were seated, the engine roared. Syria gaped at them. What, you guys are just rage-quitting? All she got was the wind in her face and Xingu's voice fading out. Good luck. Try not to end up on a memorial shirt too soon. Peace. The disrespect had Syria fuming. Those guys just made it worse? Huh, a confused soldier asked. What's the play? Boss Syria rubbed her chin. Don't care what they say. Mission hasn't changed. She flashed back to the city getting wrecked by demons. Earth is a mess, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. Syria clenched her fist. I need to level up to be top tier. Sita's power belongs to us, she yelled to the heavens. Meanwhile, Xingu's exit hit a little traffic. Grim Reapers swarmed like mosquitoes, charging up colorful energy balls. But Marina was quicker on the draw. Pew pew. A blinding beam of light sent the lead Reaper straight to the respawn screen. Dude turned into fireworks before he even knew he was dead. Marina glanced back, disgusted. Undead wizards are so annoying, like lag in a ranked match. Xingu knew she was OP, so he didn't stress. Keep doing your thing, fam. Arin popped out of his pocket, sounding territorial. Simp check. Those weak sauce zombie spells can touch you, and if things go south, I got your back. Xingu knew what she was thinking and softened his tone. Save your mana, shorty. I'll need you when we find Seta's gem. The sudden attention made her flustered. I know that. Arin buried her face, letting the wind mess up her long black hair. Say I felt the cringe and put a hand on his chest. True love isn't far away. Ha, Arin. Why not keep it 100 with yourself? The flirting got him a death stare. Your funeral isn't far away either. The glare gave Seha the chills. Okay, zipped. They zoomed past, ignoring the monsters clogging the road like rush hour traffic. The mob density had Marina sweating. Xingu, 12 o'clock. Instead of braking, he went full throttle. Excellent. The demon cycle executed a brutal rush, turning monsters into roadkill before they could even aggro. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Level up. Even Marina felt the vibe shift. She got serious. Did you just level up? The call out was instant. Bro couldn't even hide it. This is why I hate sharp kids like you. Too nosy. That was basically a yes. Marina was shook. How though Arin T Dungeon's the only XP farm, did you just leech mana and memories from those mobs? Xingu thought about it. I guess I am just built different. It was a huge deal, and she couldn't wrap her head around it. That's like absorbing a god's power. If you get corrupted, you're bricked. You won't grow anymore. The suspicion made Xingu slam the brakes. Skirt. The tires screamed against the pavement. He turned and held out his hand. And not bugged. Want to fact-check me? Marina blushed, holstering her weapon. She touched his hand, thinking, dang, his hands are huge, and scanned his energy. You're right, it's pure mana. Super strong too. How is this even possible? You're full of secrets, huh? Xingu pulled his hand back, leaving Marina hanging for a split second. She regained her cool. I just realized something. We thought players only leveled in dungeons. She closed her eyes, vibing with the universe. But mana isn't just in monsters. Suddenly, a golden aura flared up around Marina like she was going Super Saiyan. The process was instant. She opened her eyes, exhaled, and checked her stats. Her turquoise eyes weren't doubtful anymore. They were locked in. I knew it. I can grind XP using the Earth's natural mana. The changes aren't just disasters. Marina just unlocked a whole new meta. It's not just players. Anyone can unlock their true potential. Her words triggered an epiphany for Xingu. He took a deep breath and started siphoning the area's spiritual energy. Power surged through him, boosting his confidence. I get it now. This is your strats. Thanks to you, I pulled it off. Marina felt a bit weird about the praise. I didn't think you'd try it immediately. Kind of feel like I took an L there. Xingu focused, absorbing Seta's energy mixed with the local vibes. Like he popped a buff potion. He gripped the throttle. Found the gem's location. Marina looked up, genuinely surprised. Whoa, he didn't explain, just smirked. Let's slide. The demon cycle roared and bolted forward, leaving nothing but dust and sparkly mana trails behind them. They drove a solid distance, but the stalkers were still on their tail. Master, over there, a soldier pointed at the duo and reported in. I can feel a massive power spike vibrating from that direction. Xingu clocked the other squad too. Tisk, the Imperial Guild caught up to us. Whatever, if the ops want smoke, we'll give it to them. His eyes didn't show a shred of fear. Let's just call it a temporary alliance for 5 minutes. If we clear this dungeon before they turn into literal monsters, great. If not, I'm wiping the whole lobby. The savage plan made Arin jump. She was totally shook. This doesn't feel like the typical hero script, though. Bro, you're talking like you're giving a TED talk on morality. Stone, cold face, zero emotion. Don't you know the toxic Sigma male protagonist is the trend right now? That totally random comment left Marina, sitting on the back of the bike, confused. What or why all yapping about? Next thing you know, they pulled up to a gorge crawling with creepy skeleton monsters. The disgusting view made them both pause. What even is that? Right in the center was a high altar with a giant gem on top, radiating pure bad vibes. The boneheads down there weren't blind. They definitely saw the flying motorcycle. They found our main base, killed them, ripped them apart. The rest of the mob started screeching like banshees, demanding a sacrifice. Right on cue, the Imperial Guild rolled up. Found it, the Necromancer's power is here. But the closer the soldiers got, the sicker they felt. Master, I am hearing some weird stuff in my headset. Syria wasn't having it. Who has time for hallucinations right now? Ignore it, she glared ahead, yelling. We need to secure the loot before they do, move it. That reckless energy had Xingu sighing while sitting on his bike. Like, should you hit pause and ask yourself, wait, why am I hearing voices? Instead of checking themselves, they just dove in like moths to a flame. Who does that? Whether it's an enemy or an ally, stupidity triggers me just the same. I'm annoyed now. Time to destroy everything. The decision to just nuke it all left Arin speechless. Why is violence always your only answer? Immediately, Xingu dropped his voice. Marina, clear out the trash mobs. She whipped out her pistol instantly. You got it. Obviously, who would let the lady solo carry? Xingu continued barking orders. Seha, cover her 6. The tank armored up fast. On it, boss. Both of them dove straight into the mosh pit, heading for the screaming skeletons. When the pawns move, the king makes his play. Xingu narrowed his eyes at the center of the gorge. Guess that big guy is my matchup. Amidst the gray mess, a glowing teal armor set stood out like a sore thumb. Thon gripped his sword, standing tall like an absolute unit of a mountain. Arin clocked him and got wary. That is a magic knight, definitely the boss guarding Setnak's gem. Finally, her time to shine. Xingu, let me buff your weapon. Xingu tilted his head. Thanks, fam. He quickly pulled out the old wolf fang. Arin glowed with a soft golden light, chanting ancient bars that sounded gentle but firm power to delete all glitchy creatures from existence. Her eyes opened, looking deep like the whole galaxy was in there. The wolf fang lit up, charged with enough holy energy to bleach the oldest darkness. Down in the gorge, Thon looked up at the uninvited guests. Killing intent flooded his eyes, his voice rasping like wind through teeth. You dare come straight to me? The audacity. Human. The dude swung his evil sword, and the giant blade ignited with gloomy blue ghost flames to respect their bravery. I am sending you straight to the afterlife. His scream echoed across the battlefield, triggering the skeletons to start screeching like a chaotic choir. The noise pollution annoyed Xingu, so he roared, dropping 2 words that hit their souls like a lightning bolt. The monsters froze, their glowing eye sockets twitching. Huh. A second later, the whole mob got slammed into the dirt by invisible gravity. They all bowed their heads, too scared to look at Xingu glowing in the sky. Some were clutching their heads, shaking with pure terror. A dragon, no shot. Impossible. The scene had Marina hyped. I don't know what hack you just used, but the zombies are frozen. That was sick. Not wasting a second, she launched herself into the air, did a perfect loop, and rained bullets like a storm, shredding the confused skeletons below. Amidst the fire and chaos, Thon stood still as a statue. Xingu didn't rush. He analyzed the recoil from the great wolf power. It was too strong to spam carelessly. But a cocky smirk curled on his lips. Actually, I don't even need to use that on you. Thon didn't care. just robotically repeated himself. I will kill you, reboot you, and your power will belong to my god. In response, the wolf fang spun through the air with deadly force, but Thon just swatted it aside like a fly. Clang. Thon scoffed at the weak attempt. Weak sauce. At least make this entertaining. Give it here. The last words came out as a pained squeak. The demon bike smashed into his ribs out of nowhere without a honk of warning. Xingu sat comfortably on the bike, pointing a finger right in the boss's face. I've been wanting to say this. His words did more damage than the crash. You talk way too much for a scrub. Xingu bailed off the bike mid-air, sending the motorcycle crashing into Thon like a living missile. The knight's body disintegrated into black smoke. Only the armor dropped to the ground. That black smoke got sucked into a jar, turning into a flickering blue flame. Xingu smirked, catching it, then landed silently on the ground. He raised his other hand to catch the evil sword falling from the sky. Like it accepted the new owner, it snapped right into his palm. Xingu held his loot arrogantly. Boss fight was easier than I thought. He stashed the new items in his inventory to check later, dusted off his hands, and eyed the purple crystal floating on the altar. He stepped onto the glowing rune circle casually. Sensing someone close, the Setnak gem started whispering in a creepy voice. Come to a peaceful death. You will find eternal rest here. No pain. You think that pyramid scheme pitch works on Xingu? I see those zombies working overtime like dogs. You recapping, aren't you? Maybe because it got exposed. The gem went silent. He started tapping on the gem. Breaking this thing would take centuries. Xingu looked up to give orders. Marina, handle the scrubs while a sharp metal clash cut him off. Seha slammed his shield in front of Marina just in time to block a cheap shot. The attack made her frown, her eyes darkening. You guys really want to fight me looking down on me just because some god gave you better buffs. Syria panicked and screamed. What are you doing? I didn't order a hit on Marina Bicet. The mission is to protect the Setnak gem. But things were spiraling out of control. The soldiers' sanity was being eaten away. Kill Setnak, faced with their murderous glares, Marina went pale and yelled, I am not Setnak, you idiots. Xingu knew it was past the point of no return. He gave a cold order. Marina, don't go too hard, but put them down before they turn into full monsters. The soldiers had totally lost it, swinging their weapons to crush their target. Marina struggled to dodge the combo attacks, then gritted her teeth and aimed her black barrel right at them. But she hesitated on the trigger. Her humanity stopped her from hurting her own kind. They re-still people. I can just shoot them. The hesitation made her slip up. She spun to kick a soldier in the face, but in that split second, another one flanked her with a sword. Luckily, Sega dove in to tank the hit for her. He stood like a wall in front of his girl, always the silent protector. Marina Bicet, I've got you. His voice was firm, eyes blazing. That's the promise I made to Xingu. Watching the aerial dogfight, Xingu scratched his head, annoyed. Welp, there it goes. They started tweaking out as soon as they entered Setnak's turf. He figured this would happen, classic Set versus lose beef. So here's the game plan. We smash that big shiny rock, and maybe just maybe it breaks the mind control. He was already nodding, vibing with his own genius idea. And if that flops, we pivot to plan B. Sounds like a winner. No time to waste. He stared down that massive purple geode, shivering a bit from the cold. While Sia and Marina are playing tag with the goons, let's crack this bad boy open. Maybe he was a bit too loud because the boneheads downstairs woke up. The skeleton crew started screeching. Tiny human, smash him like a heavy metal mosh pit. Yo, why does every cult scream their god his name? It's so cringe. The noise was piercing, but he could ignore the numbers game. Hard to smash a crystal when you were getting swarmed by an undead army. Time to tag in the support. Arin, bubble up. They were synced up like Bluetooth. Before he even finished, she was glowing like a neon sign in Vegas. I got you. She went full magical girl transformation. Cue the sparkles. A fancy staff appeared in her hand, pulsing with energy waves like a leveled-up mage. Her eyes went deep blue, radiating boss energy. Gone was the shy girl next door. Enter the supreme sorceress, ready to throw down. The skeletons actually paused, guess they respect the transformation sequence rule in anime. Once she was prepped, Arin yelled, Holy shield. Boom. A dome of light wrapped around them. The Bone Brigade crashed into it, face first, like birds hitting a window. Arin gripped her staff tight. Clock's is ticking. Big guy. That creepy rock is draining me fast. Xingu grinned, hyping her up. You re-crushing it. Arin, she went a little tomato red. Psh, this is newbie stuff. He kept the praise coming like a tsunami. Best healer on the server, hands down. First time you nailed that combo, and you saved my bacon. She rolled her eyes at his backhanded compliment. If you were gonna compliment me, do it right, Xingu chuckled. Trolling her was definitely his favorite side quest in the middle of a battle. Game face back on. He assigned the Imperial squad to Marina and Seha, leaving the Bone Zone for Arin. The shield was taking hits, but Xingu tuned it out. Target acquired big purple rock. He summoned his loadout, the wolf claw and the giant S roar, crossing them over his chest like a flex on a movie poster. The rock started trash-talking in a deep, sarcastic bass. "You reject me, foolish bug." Xingu didn't even clap back. He just swung the wolf claw with zero chill. CLAing metal met magic stone. He didn't stop, spinning like a top to slam his hammer into the flip side. A double-tap combo right to the crystal S face. Zero damage. Not even a scratch, and his hands were stinging from the recoil. "Tough cookie," he grunted, annoyed. The rock stood there, smug as hell. "Get it now, I am way out of that weak god new IS league." Unfortunately, the evil talking rock had a point. It was built like a tank. Xingu grit his teeth, calculating. This was way harder than the boss fight with Cetria, and had actually prepped for this raid. Then Murphy's Law kicked in. Marina screamed from above, "Xingu!" They re-glitching out. Saya was barely dodging attacks like he was playing Dark Souls. Arin's knees buckled, her hands shaking as the shield flickered. "It's cracking." Then black smoke creeped in, whispering in Xingu's ear like a shady dealer. "Yo, you want some power?" His eyes shadowed over, remembering the days he was a total scrub. "I want power," he growled, "but I don't take handouts. I grind for my stats." He popped his ultimate skill. Muscles blew up like balloons, shredding his shirt, Hulk style. The HUD flashed updates. Wolf Claw Class C+, damage spiking between 850 and 1750. Giant S Roar Class C+, mana boost ready, damage hitting almost 2000. 1 second later, the stats jumped. He dumped his mana bar into the weapon for the size upgrade. A massive hammer blow dropped on the crystal like a freight train. Finally, a line appeared on the purple surface. He smirked, expecting a shatter. But it was just a dent. "You gotta be kidding me. That's it. All right, no more holding back." He triggered the cheat code Hercules mode, level 3. Extended duration. He hesitated at the notification. The cooldown debuff on this move was going to be brutal, but he had to smash this thing before the timer ran out. Veins popping, Xingu hoisted the giant S roar and drove it straight into the crystal. This time, it pierced the shell. Jackpot. He realized the roar could be supersized too. Perfect. He dual-wielded the massive hammers, drumming on the crystal like a heavy metal solo. Left, right, the cracks started webbing out. The rock demon screamed, "Hacks, I have admin privileges." Xingu was running on fumes, but he kept hammering away. "Looks like I don't need your sketchy power-ups, bro." The demon scoffed. "You really think you've won? Impressive DPS, kid. But smashing my house doesn't evict me." Xingu paused. "Say what now?" The gem was crumbling to dust, but the voice was louder than ever. "Break the shell, release the gas. My energy's gonna flood the zone, buffing my minions and wrecking your little friends." Xingu glanced up at the aerial battle. The Imperial soldiers started glitching. Silver armor exploded, revealing grotesque monsters underneath. It was a total horror show. Saria stood there, jaw on the floor. "Lius. That snake played us." The rock demon laughed maniacally in the background. "You're just a player in my game. You can change the ending." Xingu was done listening. Mute button. He swung one last time, ignoring the villain monologue. Crack. The gem exploded like a piñata. Shards rained down, but a thick, black smog rose from the wreckage. The smoke swirled around him. "Look at you, throwing a tantrum when you've already lost." Xingu was so over this spooky ASMR nonsense. You talk a lot of smack for a guy hiding in some smoke. Suddenly, crack Arin's shield gave out. The skeletons saw their chance and went feral. Blessings from the boss, the skeletons rattled. They were buffed up and ready to feast. "We gotta move," Xingu grunted. "Xingu, I am," tapped out, Arin yelled. The undead were hyped on dark energy, and the monster soldiers in the sky were locking on. The sky monsters droned. Objective: destroy the undead. Commander Lu's orders. Syria screamed, "He's brainwashing you, snap out of it." But they were gone. Executing orders, they dive bombed straight for the skeletons, ignoring everything else. It turned into a free-for-all brawl, monsters versus skeletons, zero friendly fire settings. Syria watched the chaos. Damn. The kid was right. Crap. The heater slipped from her grip, clattering to the floor. Syria felt her control slipping, panic mode engaged. She stared down at her arm, which was morphing into some straight-up eldritch horror, hyperventilating with her eyes popping out like saucers. Am I turning into a freak like the rest of them? Right then, a glitchy noise blasted in Syria's ear, nuking the corruption power before it could go global. "My puppet. It is time to honor our little pact." The voice froze her cold. It was the voice of a literal god, no blocking that caller ID. No matter how hard she fought, the mana tightened around her like invisible zip ties. "This was 100% on me. I was so salty about him being Marina's partner that I completely ghosted his warnings. The troops had lost their marbles, and I basically turned my whole guild into a monster mash. She gritted her teeth, choking on a cocktail of guilt and bitterness. Suddenly, an icy voice cut through her pity party. "Quit looking so pathetic, Syria Wilson." She looked up to find herself staring down the barrels of two black handguns. Marina dropped some truth bombs. "At the end of the day, you're just borrowing juice that isn't yours. You're gonna get a massive tummy ache if you try to digest that stuff. Spit it out and come catch these hands. You might be weaker than me, but don't tell me you're dumb enough to let that thing play you like a controller." That roast tore Syria apart. Oh. She clenched her fist, trembling with rage, but her brain was still online enough to know the score. Suddenly, she hung her head, tears streaming down her face like a broken faucet. The sudden waterworks threw Marina off guard. Syria squeezed her eyes shut, sobbing. I just can't. Her voice cracked, every word slicing her insides like a razor. "Marina, I absolutely hate that smug attitude of yours. I want to take you down right here, right now." Even as jealousy ate her alive, she realized something else. Her aggro shifted. The hate wasn't for Marina anymore. It was for the undead trash. Marina was a bit weirded out by the intense mood swing but played it cool. "Yeah, well, just hang in there. My partner's gonna sweep the floor with these guys." Not exactly the pep talk Syria needed, though. "Why do you always have to be like this?" Her life flashed before her eyes. Marina Bisset, the first and only user of the bullet class. Syria had always been living in her shadow. That inferiority complex was her fuel. She built her own guild, aiming to make the Emperor Guild the best in the server just to one-up Marina someday. But that dream crashed and burned when that dude Marina's partner soloed the Valley boss. Syria lost everything because she got too greedy. Her brain was screaming, be mad at the manipulation. Just give in to the power, but her heart was whispering something else. What really ticked her off was the cold, hard truth. Syria looked up, pain and determination painted all over her face. "I am not taking an L today." Right on cue, that annoying voice echoed again. "My slave." The interruption made her blood boil. "Shut your trap," her mind was racing. No matter how hard she tried to stay lucid, the corruption of lust was staining her mana. She was about to crash. But Syria took a deep breath and stood tall, spine of steel. Her eyes gleamed with grit. "I refuse to lose my mind in front of her." Suddenly, down below, Xingu let out a massive war cry. "Heiya!" The noise made Arin whip her head around. Xingu. Instantly, the system started spamming notifications. "You have leveled up. Mana increased by 2. Mana increased by 5. Arin watched, heart pounding out of her chest. "Xingu, I thought you said you weren't gonna juice up on god powers." He gritted his teeth. "This ain't god power." With that, the energy dissolved into his body. Xingu straightened up, clenching his fist like a boss. "This is my power now, and I can do whatever the heck I want with it." Rewind a bit, Xingu had siphoned a tiny drop of Seth's mana before just to track a gemstone. But that was an appetizer. Nobody actually thought he'd try to binge-eat a massive buffet of divine energy. Arin's eyes sparkled. "But you actually did it." Her tone made Xingu pause. "I'm guessing you into this kind of stuff." "Ha, Arin." She turned beet red, stammering. I just do it to relieve stress." "Okay." Then, that familiar raspy voice chimed in. "Impossible. So the dragon power I sensed back then was real." Xingu frowned, impatience growing. "Don't just mumble spoilers. Explain it to me clearly, dude." The direct demand made the entity clam up for a few seconds. The awkward silence made Xingu squint. Why does this guy always go on mute whenever I ask a legit question? Trolling me with the silent treatment. Whatever. He didn't need the guy, he could connect the dots. I pretty much get the gist. That lizard tail I grew when I unlocked the hidden player class. The dragon I saw in my sleep and the buff I got when I woke up. Xingu put on his serious face. Conclusion, I'm definitely related to a dragon or something similar. It tracks. That explains why I can vacuum up mana from other creatures. Testing his theory, he cranked up the absorption. Yup. Immediately, the system notifications went haywire. You have leveled up. Mana increased by 3. Skill soul collection is evolving. Evolution will take time. Xingu focused on the remix happening inside his body. I am hitting my red lines soon. Mainlining raw god mana is a serious load on the system, but the endgame was already locked in. I keep leveling up to bypass the cooldown penalty of the Hercules skill, but digesting divine mana gives me absolute fatigue that even leveling up can fix. Beside him, Arin screamed, "Xingu, you need to quit, even you can handle this." Tuning her out, he pulled something from his inventory. So, I whipped up a little plan. In his hand sat the essence of Dullahan Kina. Arin recoiled like she'd seen a ghost. "Oh, Not that thing again. Xingu stared at it with crazy eyes. One of the ingredients for Project K is the power of a superior deity. Wouldn't it be epic if that deity was the god of the undead? A frustrated scream echoed from the void. I'm possible. But obviously, Xingu didn't hesitate. Watch me. He gripped the Dullahan Kina essence to siphon the ambient power. Hi-yi, Arin panic shifted. That's so creepy. What if it wakes up? Xingu flashed a rare, gentle smile. Chill. I'm not gonna fully resurrect her. The audacity made Seth chuckle. You think you can dump my power into a mere Dullahan vessel? Oh, I am definitely doing it. Just then, the divine shield started to crack. Arin gripped her staff, knuckles white. Ugh, Xingu. I am tapped out. Xingu made a silent call. All right, time to go. Plus ultra. Veins bulged on his arms as he forced the mana conversion past the safety zone. Humph. Seth's glitchy voice wouldn't he stop. You are funneling my mana into the Dullahan and absorbing it yourself. Are you insane? Exhausted but cocky, Xingu grinned. It's called multitasking, bro. That got a cold laugh from the void. A human wielding the power of a dragon. I shall remember you. Xingu smirked, dropping a taunt. So you were just gonna announce your moves now. How polite. Even on the brink of collapse, he had to crack a joke. Don't bother remembering me. We were gonna have a reunion real soon. The only reply was a creepy, fading cackle. Kekek. Then, the system dinged again. You have leveled up. Mana increased by 1. Essence of Dullahan K is evolving into the core of Death Knight C. The head in Xingu's hand glowed, purple mana arcing across his skin like lightning bolts. The last of the energy vacuum into his body. He slumped, totally drained. I did it. Arin stood there, jaw on the floor. He actually pulled it off. He drank every drop of Seth's mana using just his body and that creepy head. Xingu slowly looked up, sweat dripping down his face. Man, I want to crash and sleep for a week. But the grind never stops. Once his breathing stabilized, he stashed the Dullahan essence back in his inventory and snapped his fingers. Summon Nightmare Motorcycle. Xingu hopped onto the seat like an action hero, gripping the handlebars. Time to roll. He blasted off like a SpaceX rocket, leaving a blazing trail of fire in his wake. Marina and Seha whipped around the second they heard that engine roar. Xingu stared straight ahead, doing a quick vibe check on the situation. Looks like she is still holding it down. Syria was floating there, solo dolo in the dead silence of space. Her face was twisting up like she was fighting some serious inner demons. Marina tried to give a sit rep, but Homegirl was glitching out and barely hanging on to reality. Can you do anything? Bro, Xingu asked, his voice low but dead serious. Look, this is a total Hail Mary, but I've been grinding on that Setnak mana absorption, so I might have a play here. So, what if we remix Luo's S mana into Syria's signature energy? All that technical jargon was making her dizzy. I don't get the science, just send it. As Xingu zoomed past, Marina hollered at him. She took a deep breath and dropped some lore. Syria and I have been beefing since the Sky City days. Her gaze was 100% serious, no cap. I don't even rate her as a real rival, but I don't want to see her go out sad like this. She looked him dead in the eye. So please, keep her alive if you can. Xingu flashed a thumbs up and grinned. Bet. I got you. Saying that, he flew right up to the floating Syria. He grabbed her hand with zero hesitation, ignoring the creepy chill running up his arm that felt like sticking his hand in a freezer. He lowered his voice. Yo, listen up. I am going to analyze your mana and flip Luo's S energy. He noticed she was totally zoning out from the pain. Oh, you can hear me. Cool, I can drop the nice guy act then. Alright, showtime. Xingu gripped both her hands tight. Boom, a golden aura exploded around them like the Las Vegas Strip at night. She was grinding her teeth, sweating bullets, clearly going through it. Stay with me, he hyped her up. Hang tight, I'm still scanning. He was mentally breaking down the situation. Identifying Syria Wilson's mana signature wasn't hard, human specs don't vary that much. Xingu frowned like he just hit a paywall in a game. The real issue was that godly mana. He looked serious. Listen up. I'm gonna override that god-tier energy and make it yours. Right after he said that, she started screaming bloody murder. That sound had him stressed. Syria Wilson was fighting off Luos inside her head. I am gonna shut this down right now, just like that. They were locked in their own little world until a random voice crashed the party. No way. A puny human actually has the audacity. Xingu smirked at the entity. You got some nerve too, buddy. Syria's right eye rolled back, looking totally psychotic. Xingu stayed chill, feeling Lu's magic vibe shifting, but he needed one last push. He commanded her, fight him off, don't let him win. Xingu looked dead serious. Tell him you ain't following his orders. She panicked and tried to say no out of instinct. I don't need this. Terrible memories started flashing through her mind like a horror movie trailer. Her head was splitting like a massive migraine. Finally, she used every ounce of strength to clap back and screamed, "Or any other god, get out of my head." A massive blast of energy exploded from Syria, yeeting Xingu backward. She was gasping for air, debris falling around her, but her arm was totally healed. "Nice," Xingu grinned, giving her props. "That SAW." A dark, salty voice echoed like a generic villain. "You dumb mortal, you were gonna pay for this." "I won't forget." Syria was so mad a vein popped on her forehead. "You stole my line, loser. Next time I see you, I am ending you." He scanned her again just to be safe. Zero traces of Luos left. Even the god got ghosted. Xingu pumped his fist, hyped up. "GG's. We won." Marina ran over, super hyped. "You actually pulled it off." Seha crossed her arms. "I always knew you were cracked." Even the Setnak fanboys paused their creepy cannibal snack break to watch. One guy started raging. "You betrayed Lord Luos for a human simp. I was an idiot to let you lead the guild." Another one yelled, "I'm done dealing with these gross Setnak zombies. You guys are next." Saria hesitated, looking at them. Xingu immediately summoned his great wolf claws. "Oops. Almost forgot about the trash mob." He hopped on his lightning motorcycle and peeled out toward them. She reached out, panic mode. "Whoa, wait, you were gonna murk them." Xingu shrugged, cool as a cucumber. "Yup," Saria stammered, "but you saved me. You can teach us." But Xingu wasn't hearing it. "You rebuilt different. They ain't. They might have brains, but they basically NPCs now. They just blindly follow their godlike bots. They already monsters." Syria knew she couldn't stop him. Xingu gave her a final look. "Time for them to face the consequences. You can take responsibility in your own way." She tried to argue one last time. "That's what I was gonna do." But Xingu started getting annoyed with her attitude. A terrifying chill ran down her spine, and she zipped her mouth instantly. She finally took the L, bowing respectfully. "My bad. And thank you." Xingu pivoted. "Yo, Marina, you still good to move." She got into a fighting stance, born ready. The Imperial Guild started attacking the zombies mid-conversation. "Man, I haven't even thrown hands properly yet," Saya complained. "I'm good to go." Arin was floating there, looking totally drained. "Xingu, I dropped the holy shield. The shard is gone." Xingu asked, "Are you good?" She looked like she was on 1% battery. "I am wiped. I should have buffed you, so I am just trying not to pass out." Arin raised a hand. "I got enough juice for one last blessing." Holy light wrapped around her, then boosted the squad. Xingu was itching to go. "Bet. Let's speedrun this and go nap." "I am totally cooked." Marina called Cap immediately. "Bro, you don't look tired at all." Even though she'd seen it before, she was still impressed. Since the Serac days, she knew this guy was on another level. He was doing stuff she couldn't even dream of, so there was no point in being a hater. She watched him standing there with pure confidence. Wait, that wasn't jealousy. Why were her cheeks getting hot? Marina blushed hard. She bonked herself on the head with her gun to reset. "Girl, what are you even thinking about?" "Gotta lock in on the fight." She snapped out of it. "Let's delete them, fast." Xingu was all for it. "Yeah, they won't even have time to feel it." Arin added. They were saying such cringe villain lines too. The squad rushed the targets. The Setnak fanboys got triggered. "You guys have no patience. You bugs dare fight our lord. If you want the smoke, come get it." Marina weaved through them like water, popping heads with precision. Xingu bailed off his bike mid-air and sliced two guys in half. Double kill. The others panicked. Marina punted a guy in the face while Xingu delivered a rib-shattering punch to another. The dude basically exploded into meat confetti. Sehe's jaw dropped. "Hey, quit kill stealing." Then she noticed something. Marina was inspecting some loot. The color S faded, but the mana crystal is left. Only monsters drop these. That realization hit Saria like a truck. Her old friends were officially monsters now. Suddenly, the mark on Xingu's hand lit up like a smartphone notification. It was the souls of the Imperial Guild members. Xingu thought about the system mechanics. Soul collection only grabs players' souls. That was proof their souls weren't totally gone yet. He glanced back over his shoulder. That means all that is left are. He looked at the skeleton army, who were absolutely shook. We cannot beat him. That human literally touched a god and won the mana battle. Xingu scratched his cheek, looking confused. Looks like they were trying to rage quit the match without us doing anything. His face hardened. But we can let them just walk away. They'll still spread death even without Setnak's buff. He shouted, "Cleanup crew, let's go." Marina nodded. "You got it." Sega was hyped. Kaomi and Xingu went full send, speeding forward. Dust kicked up everywhere as he drifted. Dual-wielding the dark wolf and great wolf claws, he closed the gap instantly. He unleashed a massive area of effect attack, triggering a deafening explosion. Xingu was mowing them down like he was farming XP. Marina wasn't slacking either, spraying bullets everywhere. She slid back to kite them, but the soldiers saw an opening and surrounded her from all sides. Marina's pupils locked onto the target aimbot activated. She popped her ult, spinning 360 in mid-air and turning those mobs into Swiss cheese. The enemies were totally perforated. Seiha didn't hesitate, smashing through their thick defense stats like wet paper. The Reaper boss raised its hands, channeling some nasty dark magic. Xingu stayed frosty, watching its every move. Is that a magic skill? It lobbed a dark orb at Seiha. The impact zone went boom instantly, AoE damage everywhere. Then, straight out of the smog, a silhouette dashed out. Xingu blitzed past its speed stats maxed out, leaving the thing zero time to react. Seiha followed up with a finisher that deleted the Reaper's HP bar. The mobs gasped out some final drama. Finally, real peace. Xingu silenced them permanently. Quit yapping and despawn already, you wasting map space. Suddenly, metal clanged against the floor. Marina flinched. Yo, the armored freaks are respawning. Even Seiha looked shook since, when did the spawn rate increase like this? Marina started spraying and praying to hold the line while Xingu rushed in for close-quarters combat. Xingu went full helicopter mode, spinning his weapon to shred anyone dumb enough to aggro him. Scrap metal rained down like confetti. Marina looked stressed, too much loot, and her inventory slots were totally maxed out. Boom, a massive energy wave cleared the map around Marina. She stared, jaw dropped. It was Syria Wilson, rocking glowing golden wings but looking kinda awkward. I'm back in the game. Let me assist. She touched down softly. Let's clear this trash mobs first. Marina was hyped. Bet. Thanks, sis. The skeleton crew rushed them like zombies in a horror flick. Syria locked in, charging her mana until the meter was full. She pulled the trigger. Blam, a four-pointed star blast wiped the entire screen. Instant KO enemies hit the floor. The surviving mobs were sweating buckets because they recognized that cursed energy. It felt like their boss's vibe, but remixed. Xingu scanned her stats. Syria Wilson. Looks like Luo's mana got mixed into her transformation. Arin piped up, sounding super concerned. You good after tanking Setna's mana? Xingu looked smug. Never better. Arin shrugged. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Seiha nodded. I actually dig your current aura, dude. It's intense and aggressive. Suddenly, system notifications spammed his vision. Soul collection evolved into soul domination. Unlock summon own souls to do your dirty work. Summons will despawn after taking a certain amount of damage and have a cooldown timer. Standard gaming logic. Abilities scale up with your skill level. The mark on Xingu's hand, holding 106 souls, glowed like a heavy metal concert. He pondered. Soul domination. This is a total rework of my kit. Did Setna's mana buff this? Time for a beta test. Soul domination. Immediately, streaks of light shot out of the mark on his hand. They hit the ground and morphed into human forms, geared up with swords. A whole army stood waiting. Xingu gave them a side eye. You guys know the drill, right? They bowed respectfully. Target acquired. Terminating. Arin gasped. Xingu. Who are these dudes? Marina was shook too. Xingu. You. He pointed forward. Charge, go grief our enemies. Zero lag, they obeyed instantly. The brawl started, and it was obvious the skeleton army was getting nerfed hard by the new squad. A few elites fought back, making the battlefield chaotic. Xingu stood away from keyboard for a second, just analyzing the gameplay and checking the damage output. Stats are lower than when they were alive, but they have lifesteal and get stronger by farming enemies. He smirked, feeling that main character energy. This is a guild I can actually build from scratch. Arin was real with him. This is creepier than your other hacks. Xingu was buzzing, 0 mana cost for commands. Who knew this shady skill would be S tier? More reason to raid the ant caves. Xingu jumped back into the fray. Nice. The synchronization is on point. A massive combo attack was incoming. A bit later, only the spirit squad was left standing. The enemy boss was cornered, raging hard. You hacked the game. You guys won already, you cheap trolls. I can't believe I actually have to use movement mechanics. He tried to flex one last time. Game over for you. Your stamina is drained. He started praying. Lord Setna, witness my divine banhammer on these noobs. Xingu casually smashed Eldrick's face in, interrupting his monologue. So, you re the final boss. The guy flopped backward, ragdolling. The team started emoting in celebration. Good game, easy. Wiped him all. Marina grinned, high-fiving him. Nice carry, Xingu. He smiled back. You too. She bounced around. I knew our party comp was meta. Arin sighed, sounding disappointed. Just a high five, lame. Marina took the hint, thinking Arin was jealous. and grabbed Xingu in a bear hug, trying to nuzzle him. Good job, Arin. She pushed Marina's face away. Ugh, get off me, clingy. Footsteps approached. Xingu saw Syria looking all emo and called out to her. Her expression was super sad. Those spirits. My guildmates are in there, right? Can I chat with them? Xingu waved a hand casually. Be my guest. Syria walked over slowly. Xingu looked away, whispering, they can hear you though. Silence fell. She wanted to speak, but just bit her lip, accepting the harsh reality. I am good now. The spirits turned into gold particles and zoomed back into the mark on Xingu's hand. The area was empty, just smoke drifting. Syria scratched her cheek, looking awkward. Thanks for everything. Xingu kept it professional. Just remember the deal. She nodded. Yeah, I own it. She looked genuinely thankful for the assist. I won't leak what happened here. You were definitely running some custom hacks, but you saved my life. Marina instantly latched onto Xingu's arm like a koala to claim her territory. Nobody asked. Loudmouth. You gotta go through me, B, and Y to get to Xingu. Xingu looked blank. Since when are we a package deal? Syria put a hand on her chest, getting formal. Official intro, I am Syria Wilson, Guild Master of the Emperors. He nodded politely. Xingu. She hesitated, curious. That name. You Korean heard Marina visited Korea recently. Her smile got real. Seriously, thanks Xingu. He waved it off like it was nothing. Yeah. Syria glanced at the blonde. Marina bet. Sorry about the drama today. I'm bouncing. Gotta warn the server about these god-level threats. Hope we can chat later. Marina shot her a thumbs up. Hit me up whenever, girl. My DMs are open. Syria started to leave, then turned back with a cryptic vibe. See you around, Xingu. Then she zoomed off. Marina narrowed her eyes. Wait a minute, that was sus. Don't tell me she's targeting him. Arin scoffed. Falling for the hero who saved you. That trope is so played out. Right, Xingu. He dodged the question. Don't care. I need a nap. Marina pointed at the shiny drops on the ground. But the loot, he tried to stash it. Glitch. Our inventories are totally capped. She rubbed her forehead. Ugh, big sad. Guess I gotta call Ethan. Minutes later, choppers appeared, hauling cargo crates. Ethan leaned out the door, eyes sparkling like anime stars. Murray, Mr. X, he sprinted over. You guys are alive, Xingu facepalmed. I don't know this guy. Yo, Jin wanted to bounce back to Korea before running into that guy again. After handling all the drama, the crew hit up this super swanky suite. The doctor was hyping it up like crazy. I saw the report. Didn't think you'd de-ace it like that. Seha looked a little awkward. Mr. BT, just call me Jin. Then Thwanda chimed in, can I call you Jin too, bro? Maybe we will all have the same last name soon. Both Marina and Seha looked confused, like, what? After the jokes, he flipped the switch to serious mode. I gotta apologize for one thing. Jin's reflection stared back from the coffee cup. I had tails on you at the Grand Canyon. That is how I found you and your squad. Seha popped his head out, totally shook. Say what? Arin was tuned in too. Jin rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I knew this was coming. We didn't exactly keep it low-key. Honestly, we were lucky only Yon caught onto us. He casually waved his hand. Come on out, guys. Two people instantly appeared. Jin introduced them with a low voice. Meet Sia, John, and Arin. He wasn't surprised at all. I don't know Mr. John, but I know the curly-haired girl. He couldn't help but fanboy a little. She was the best healer back in the day. Heard she tried to speed run dungeon level 32 though. He set his coffee down gently. Nah, I won't pry. I'll keep my mouth shut if that is what you want. Jin got serious. Just keep it on the down low for a bit. I can hide this forever. The doctor kept it 100. Jin, don't sweat it. B and Y are totally on your team. Don't forget that. Marina snapped back, getting spicy. I already told him don't try to flex on me, bro. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Jin and the squad dipped out after the doctor finished praising them, taking the portal back to Seoul. The street in front of the building was kinda dead. Jin looked at her, confused. Why are you tagging along with us? Marina looked bored out of her mind. We crushed the Grand Canyon crisis in a single day. My schedule is wide open. Jin suggested a way to kill time. You could go hit up a dungeon. It's gonna be ages before the raid for level 33 starts. She dodged the topic smoothly. What's for dinner? How about a steak to recharge our HP? She mimicked, cutting a steak. Add some wine to that and it's absolutely lit. Jin sighed, judging her. You sound like a retired old man after a shift. Jin pointed at Seiya, who was literally flying around. Nah, I'm eating at home with the crew. I'm not ready to expose them to the paparazzi yet, she smirked, totally confident. Don't worry. My big brother owns a restaurant. Jin froze. Excuse me, Marina whipped out her phone. Hello? Yeah, it's me. Marie, you know the drill. After talking, she announced, done. They're reclosing the shop tonight. We can go there. The whole staff works for my brother, so Arin and Mr. John don't have to worry about being spotted. Arin was still suffering from culture shock in this rich world. A whole restaurant, Marina grabbed Jin's arm, all happy. Let's roll, Jin sighed, defeated. Yeah, fine, let's go. Music plays, Arin grabbed her head like the sky was falling. No, no, she's stealing, Jin Seha awkwardly reminded her. Arin, stop learning romance from dating sims. Before he could finish, he slammed the brakes when he saw her death stare. Nope, never mind, my bad. They walked in a surprisingly chill vibe. After dinner with Marina, Jin's squad went back to the rest area. Everyone showered and changed into comfy clothes. Arin asked while drying her hair, "You gonna nap and then hit the dungeon again?" Jin pointed, explaining the situation. Nah. I leveled up a ton and my mana spiked from absorbing, says power. I need to chill for a sec. Her eyes sparkled, looking super hyped. That is good to hear. Seha was still bouncing off the walls. Boss, I can use the bone spear. Now I am gonna go train, Jin waved. Totally forgot about that. Grats. Seha did a military salute. Yes, sir. Arin suddenly got right in his personal space. Jin. He flinched. Whoa, she asked seriously. What do you think of Marina Bessett? Jin thought back to the spicy argument earlier. She's probably stressed about Marina finding out about her and Seha. That explains why she was salty at dinner. He gave his honest opinion. She's the only one with cash we can actually trust right now. She kept pressing. What about Syria Wilson? Jin didn't get the vibe but answered anyway. She knows her lane, so she's cool. Arin hesitated. Okay, so, she got to the main point. What about me? Jin looked surprised. Her cheeks turned tomato red, trying to calm her heart that was beating like a drum. Her brain was basically screaming in panic mode. I did it. No turning back now, full send. Arin hyped herself up and repeated it. Yeah, I want to know what you think of me. Jin rubbed his chin, thinking. He caught onto her mood and reassured her. You don't need to worry about any of them. Then he smiled and dropped a bomb. You were way cuter than all of them. Her eyes went wide. Jin was surprised. What? Why are you reacting like that? Isn't he that what you wanted to hear? Her cover was blown, and Arin could even look at him. Yes. Her cute reaction made him laugh. He patted her head gently, then flopped onto the bed. If you redone, I am crashing. You should get some rest too. Arin wanted to clear the game right then and there. No. Jin, wait, I need you to be specific, so I can plan my next move. Instantly, loud snoring filled the room. She froze. He's asleep already, she squinted, analyzing every detail. Calm down, Arin. This is a trap. He must have meant it, or he wouldn't be out cold that fast. Jin's words replayed in her head, you re-cuter. She couldn't help but smile. Arin looked at him with heart eyes. I'll take the win for now. Meanwhile, in a void, the red dragon avatar was floating over some ruins. The sky was pitch black. He stared at his hand. Again, questions flooded his mind. Why am I a dragon with no bell? Does the bell even have stats? He noticed something. A tiny black dot on the ground. The last surviving cow was just vibing. The dragon got excited. A perfect last supper. He flapped his wings to swoop down on the snack. Right now, he only cared about that cow disappearing into his stomach. The dragon opened his maw, showing sharp teeth, ready to chomp. He focused everything on the feeling of meat and blood filling his mouth. A flavor explosion. A notification popped up. Skill acquired taste. Jin suddenly sat up in bed, totally confused. His face was still groggy. Was that steak so good I literally dreamed about it? His status board showed the info. Jin couldn't believe it. I actually unlocked a taste skill, Arin yawned. Yawn. Congrats. Every chef out there is going to be jealous of you. He stretched his muscles. Nap time over. Time to train. Wonder if Seha is still grinding. Arin got an idea. I'm gonna go cook breakfast. We've been fighting so much we haven't had a real meal. Jin stopped and turned around. Huh, she waved, looking excited. VIP perk for the rest area. He was curious about her mood. She looks happy. Did something happen? Whatever. I never say no to her cooking. On the other side, Seha yelled out, full of energy. You up. Boss. Jin walked over slowly. You still at it? I am not satisfied yet. These sandbags won't break no matter how hard I hit. I want to smash them. Seha was sweating buckets. But these things had indestructible settings turned on. Jin looked at them closely. For real, I got you. He tapped the bag to check it. Childhood memories came flooding back. When he was a kid, he learned every martial art to control his strength. Back then, he punched through a ton of sandbags. He smiled, feeling nostalgic. I mastered controlling my power perfectly, so now I don't break anything anymore. Jin got excited, like he found a new toy. But with these things, I don't have to hold back, right? He took a deep breath and got into stance. Phew. He focused all his power into his fist. Pow Xingu lands a haymaker that hits like a freight train. The punching bag gets absolutely yeeted, flying back until the ceiling chain snaps it tight. Seha's jaw is literally on the floor, dude is shook. The bag swings back, and Xingu catches it like it's a Nerf ball. He nods, totally vibing with the durability. Not bad, it didn't explode. Seha is spiraling, trying to process the logic. Bro, what are your stats? That's illegal. I know our numbers go up when we level, but this isn't just about raw stats, Xingu explains, tapping his temple like a gaming coach. Think about PCs. You can have the same hardware, but if your software is trash, you're gonna lag. It's all about optimization. He flexes a bit, basking in the glory. You could pull this off too, Seiya. Just spend 10 years mastering your avatar's body control. Seiya clenches his fists, looking like he missed a limited-time event. Ugh, where's a DeLorean when you need one? Xingu pauses, replaying his own words. Body, mind, hardware, software. In that dream state, his sensory perception was overclocked by mana. It was high definition. My dream dragon was made of pure mana and matter, Xingu theorizes, his brain going a mile a minute. If the body is the hardware, mana is the operating system, passive skills are the specs, active skills are the apps, and eventually, all those data streams merge into one connection. He has a galaxy brain moment. They all fuse into a single singularity. Seha looks like he's trying to download a file that's too big. Body, mana, passives, actives, all rolling into one star. It's way above his pay grade. You're literally inventing a new meta right now. Xingu squeezes his fist, radiating main character energy. To test this update, we need more mana and more time. I can only work with the patch I'm on currently. Hez confident in his build. I'm gonna turn all 5 senses into skills and keep my combat mode toggled on permanently. Focusing on those two things is key, he asserts. By modding my 5 senses into skills, I can sync my hardware with my passive abilities. If I keep combat mode running 24/7, I can sync the body with my active skills. Xingu holds up 3 fingers. For now, I just need smell, hearing, and touch online. Seha starts getting hyped. Bet. I'm down to try it. Seha assesses his own loadout seriously. I don't have sensory skills or a combat mode toggle, but I can probably freestyle with my other active skills. Xingu gives him a nod of approval. Game recognizes game. I'll definitely help you level up. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air from the hallway. Xingu, Seha, and Arin slide the door open. Breakfast is served. They walk out to a table that looks straight out of a food vlog, steaming, delicious perfection. Xingu is impressed. You need to open a restaurant. Like, yesterday. Arin beams, taking the W. Save the praise for after the taste test. Xingu doesn't hesitate, scooping up a spoonful of soup. As soon as it hits his tongue, his taste buds go into 4K resolution. The flavor is intense. Xingu is speechless. Whoa. It's like the universe just expanded in his mouth. Arin starts panicking. What is it bad? Did I mess up the seasoning? She's stressing out, thinking he hates it. No. He realizes he forgot to toggle off his new taste skill. My senses are just too OP right now. I can literally taste the molecular structure of the ingredients in this soup. He gives his honest review. It's solid. I don't need to give you the technical breakdown. Unless you want a 5-page PDF on why this soup slaps. Arin rolls her eyes, a little salty. Could we just started with it good, you nerd? She relaxes and sits down to eat with the boys. Mid-meal, Arin has a realization. By the way, our inventory is running low. We're out of food. Xingu talks through a mouthful. For real, let's do a grocery run after we finish eating. Arin lights up instantly. Let's go. A bit later, Seha stands up slowly, looking nervous but determined. I'm gonna stay back and grind some XP. You two handle the shopping. He slams his bowl down for dramatic effect. Skipping chores to train, Arin nods, letting it slide. Fair enough. We don't need a full squad for a grocery run. Go get those gains. Hours later, Xingu is chilling, pushing a cart through a massive superstore. Suddenly, his hand starts glowing. Xingu looks around suspiciously, hoping no NPCs saw that. I think the squad wants to come out and play. Arin gets tense. You can summon them here, we're in public. He starts sweating a little. You rewrite. Mission abort. Let's get out of here. Xingu hits the gas on the cart, speed-walking to the exit. Outside, he finds a quiet spot away from the crowd to avoid being spotted. Arin is confused by the glitch. Why is your hand acting up? Xingu crosses his arms, breaking it down. I think my battle lust is leaking. I'm itching for a fight. I haven't had a real boss battle since the Grand Canyon, and that energy is hyping up the spirits. Arin sighs, sounding tired. It's not like you took a gap year or anything. Xingu rubs his chin, deep in thought. I was just gonna do some light training. Then it hits him. Wait, the spirits. Individually they're mid, but as a full stack, they're stronger than most player guilds. Right. He envisions a future where he can away from keyboard farm monsters using just his spirit army. Arin makes a face. Ew. The streets are gonna be haunted. Xingu scans the area left and right. I need to spawn them in and give them orders. Arin reminds him of the New World rules. Since the Earth Patch update, nobody goes into the back alleys anymore. Xingu nods. Civilians are still noobs with mana, so they're terrified of getting ganked by monsters. Arin sighs wistfully. I wish the devs gave us a tutorial mode before launching the apocalypse. Xingu laughs. A tutorial for all of humanity. Imagine the chaos if someone flunked it. Arin shudders. That would be a horror show. Xingu extends his arm, activating his necromancer vibes. Instantly, beams of light shoot out from Xingu, and his ghost battalion materializes. Xingu does a quick head count. 106 units on deck. He checks their levels floating above their heads. Top tier is 130, lowest is 10. About half are over level 100. He nods. I'll treat them like my own personal guild. He starts barking orders. You guys are on farming duty. Focus on power leveling the low-level recruits first. He pulls a bag out of his inventory space. Bring me the mana crystals from high-tier mobs. Fill this bag, then return to base. He lays down the law. No rest. Don't die. Don't get caught. Those are the 3 golden rules. One of the spirits grabs the bag. Understood, boss. Xingu claps his hands. All right, move out. The spirits scatter instantly, fading into the shadows. Arin clasps her hands together. I just hope I don't see them trending on the news later. Xingu starts walking. Let's bounce. We got our own side quests to handle. A few hours later, the city streets are buzzing. People are glued to the big screens. Breaking news. In 2 days, the Korean Player Representative Summit kicks off. The UN is going to draft the top players from this meeting to form a World Player Alliance. Xingu raises an eyebrow. So they're finally setting up a global server guild. The existing clans are going to be salty about losing power. Arin peeks out from his pocket. Doesn't he matter? They don't have the DPS to stop it anymore. On the screen, the montage shows players making moves to secure their spots in the new hierarchy. Harry Kim is on TV giving an interview. As a world-famous Korean player, he'll make sure to carry the team in this new global alliance. Xingu repeats the name in his head, Harry Kim. A few minutes later, he drops a thought. The Korean Rep Summit. Think I should crash that party. Arin looks worried. You think the S-safe Xingu flashes a $1 million smile. Time to stop hiding. I think he am ready to tell the world that the legendary underground player is online. Hez fully locked in. Right now, I could solo anyone who has a problem with me. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing. Caller ID Marina. He picks up, and Marina starts talking immediately. Zero chill. Xingu, gotta talk to you fast before I fly back to the States. She doesn't even let him say hello before dropping her entire itinerary on him like a mission briefing. The West Coast Representative Summit is just around the corner. Snag a spot there, and Yuri looking at the National Player Conference, followed by the big league's world reps. I couldn't help but fanboy a little over the sheer scale of it. Yeah, honestly, I am kinda jealous of how massive your country is. Wait, are you gonna be running these summits yourself? She asked, effortlessly, tossing her jacket on like a runway model. I peeped the roster. My name is Ghosted. Is she rolling with you? Shin remembered Saria's smirk and instantly shut that thought down. Why wouldn't you be on it? Marina was totally lost. She literally asked for your digits. She still hasn't hit you up. That's when it clicked for Shin. She totally doxed him. Did you go around leaking my number to the whole world? She started sweating bullets, stuttering out a weak defense. My bad. She looked like she was gonna flip the planet upside down if I didn't spill. But it's super weird she hasn't dialed you yet. Sin decided to leave the Saria drama on read. His next words sounded chill but carried a heavy "don't mess with me" vibe. Just make sure you don't pass it out to anyone else. Got it. Then he dropped the bomb on Marina. I'll see you at the World Player Representative Conference. Marina was shook by the sudden flex. Huh. Yuri actually showing up. He stood there, watching the busy street, confirming it with a low hum. Yeah, gotta win the local election first though. She realized this was a golden ticket, eyes lighting up like anime sparkles. If we both make representative, we could totally date in public without the paparazzi going nuts. Unlike Marina's hype, Sin looked about as excited as a rock. Zero emotion. You can go on dates with the dungeon bosses for all I care. I am hanging up. She tried to stop him. Wait, Sin, hold up. But Sin was savage and cut the line instantly. Marina just stared helplessly at the call-ended screen. On the other end, Bro was patting himself on the back for being a genius, totally clueless that he just rejected wifey material. I ain't dating nobody when I barely have time to grind levels. Arin, listening in, was speechless at this man's commitment to staying single. Waiting for the ringtone again, she poked him. Yo Shin, your phone's blowing up again. He glared at the screen, feeling a weird gut check. Who is it this time? As soon as it connected, Hazim came through with that sweet helicopter mom voice. Son, you're back at the guild, right? I bet you've decided to stop hiding and go public. Shin froze like a statue, internally screaming at how fast news travels. Mother's intuition is basically a wall hack. She knows everything. She didn't know what he was thinking, so she kept spilling tea. Also, Surya called me a few days ago. You planning on getting back together with her? It was a casual question, but it made Shin jump out of his skin. He had no clue how to answer that, so he chose the coward-ass way out. I am hanging up now. Hearing that, Hazim quickly stopped the impulsive teenager. The Korean representative meeting if you want to go. I can get your name on the list. Sure enough, Sin was all ears, asking how so fast he almost tripped over his words. Seeing him finally react, she spilled the beans. I pulled some strings. It's actually one of your dad's connections. Sin just mentally gave up. He was too terrified to ask just how deep his mom's network went. He leaned into the phone, confirming it. Yeah, I am planning to go. Thanks for looking out for me, Mom. Hazim felt super smug about finally being useful to him. A mother's job is keeping tabs on her clumsy son. Speaking of, she remembered someone else and checked in. Is Arin doing okay? Arin's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Yes, Ma, I am good. She didn't expect Arin to be right there. Oh, snap. You two are still hanging out. And just like that, they chatted for hours. Sin went from biological son to optional accessory real quick. It's dangerous how well those two vibe. Flash forward 2 days later, the morning of the Korean player representative meeting arrived. Someone was meticulously fixing their outfit. Sin was rocking the corporate fugitive look, wearing a crisp white shirt without a single wrinkle. His face was dead serious, like he was pondering the meaning of the universe. Arin stared at his high-level Riz skin, blushing hard. Her eyes were beaming as she thought, I've never seen him drip like this. She imagined herself as the dutiful wife fixing Sin's tie, her cheeks turning into tomatoes. He would look absolutely fire with a tie. She was drowning in a fantasy that wasn't real, but hey, the aesthetics were on point. Suddenly, Seiha popped out of nowhere to ruin the vibe. Bro, that sounds like some cheesy 90s romance manga. Arin's fangirl heart shattered, so she did the only logical thing, shut your mouth. Arin roasted Seiha. Arin yelled so loud poor Seiha went to the emo corner to sulk. Sin actually agreed with Seiha, but he was maxed out on patience. Neckties are literally an invention of the devil. A simple accessory in his words sounded like a torture device. Corporations force employees to wear ties just to remind them they re-leash like dogs, 24/7. It sounded ridiculous, but Seiha was oddly convinced. He looked like a kid finding out Santa isn't real. Wait, is that actually true? Arin gave him the you act like an NPC look. Stop being dramatic. She turned to Shin. We should bounce. Do you need to do anything else? He replied instantly. Nope, but just to make sure no random events triggered, Shin opened his inventory window. Actually, maybe I should do a quick gear check. Better safe than sorry. While scrolling, he found something interesting. Suddenly, he dragged out a mass of long purple hair. The jump scare made Arin flinch, but once the item fully spawned, she was stunned by its new look. Kyra's looking way more HD now. Her skin is actually glowing. As if to explain the upgrade, a system window popped up. Kyra Death Knight rank S mana completion 54%. She was evolving into a full-blown Death Knight. To max her out, he needed fresh bodies of high-tier enemies and a massive stack of mana crystals. Plus, some OP magic armor and a powerful soul. Creating one without controlling the soul first. Super risky. Sin didn't expect this thing to speed run levels like that while away from keyboard. He stared at the glowing screen, eyes wide. Rank S. For real, the other two were just as shook. Are you sure there isn't a minus sign hidden behind that S? I've never seen a raw S rank like this. It's gonna be a grind to finish her. He lifted the head to inspect it, calculating the ROI. The core isn't fully baked yet. Once she transforms into a Death Knight, she'll be solid S tier or even God tier. Realizing what was missing, Shin dove back into his inventory to loot his own stash. So, you need more mana crystals. He pulled a crystal out of thin air and, without hesitating, activated a skill to force-feed it to the item. Arin and Sia stared, waiting for a miracle. Is that really how you do it? He started spamming the remaining crystals from his inventory. System update mana completion, 58%. He watched the bar creep up. Only 4%. At this rate, I won't hit 100% until I am 80. The progress was lagging, so Sin rubbed his chin. brainstorming a cheat code. I need a better farming method. Arin stood there buffering for a minute before her brain finally connected. She remembered a spot that could speed hack the mana progress, the Grand Abyss, because it held fragments of Sethna. There might be a gate leading to Sethna as dimension there. She offered the tip, but it was kinda weak. Shin shook his head. Nah, now isn't the right time for that raid. Kyra turned into a Death Knight core after absorbing Sethna's mana. Investigating the lore behind that is way better than just shoving crystals down her throat randomly. Sin smirked. Sweet. Once we recharge, we've got our next main quest lined up. Time was ticking though. Arin started panicking. Sin, we gotta move to the meeting right now. We gonna be late. All systems go, fam. Everything has been double-checked, so there is zero need to stress. Alright, bet. Picture this, a city that has seen better days. But the construction crew is locked in, rebuilding like their lives depend on it. Xingu is strutting down the street, head on a swivel, checking out the vibes. Si-Ha is supposed to be chilling in his shirt pocket, but the little guy is peeping everything, low-key nosy. He is like, humans are goated. Look at those fixed phone lines, but Shin shuts that innocent thought down real quick. Yeah, but it is gonna break again in 5 seconds unless we drop some magic barriers to protect the hood. Arin jumps in with facts. No wonder big corps are thirsting over players who can sling spells. Shin does not hesitate to break it down for her, ABC style. That is why this player summit is such a big deal. Every country is fighting tooth and nail to draft the top-tier heavy hitters. A bunch of Korean pros already dipped overseas for that bag. Shin's eyes are ice-cold, zero emotion. This is basically the Korean government's Hail Mary pass to keep their talent from walking out the door. If the feds cannot prove they have got a new system and sweet perks to match the meta, it is game over. Arin is hyping him up like crazy. Dang, you have got a massive brain on you. Shin ain't falling for the sweet talk though. Where did you pick up that line? Better not let some random scrub talk to you like that. You can tell Shin did his homework, stalking the profiles of everyone showing up to this shindig. Today's meetup is not just for the suits and the players. The big money tycoons are crashing the party too. Shin knows the tea on everyone, from the streets to the penthouses. B and Y are weird outliers doing their own research, but most Korean corps have to play ball with the government when it comes to hunters. But Si-Ha's brain is running on dial-up internet from the 90s. Dude is crashing hard from information overload. Yo boss, my CPU is fried. I am so lost. Can you dumb it down for me? Shin is actually pretty curious about who's gonna show up. As of right now, the players still hold all the aces. Will the power dynamic flip today? That is as simple as it gets, bro. It is hot enough to melt asphalt out here, but the streets are still packed. Shin stands back, scanning the crowd. Whoa, it is a mosh pit out here. This is where the OP legends gather. Looks like everything is set, Shin announces with full confidence. Alright, cue the intro music. Let's head inside. Arin leads a squad flying in like superheroes. A reporter points and screams, losing her mind. The chairman of the Cyclone Guild is touching down with his bodyguards. Meanwhile, at a reception desk away from the hype, a staff member politely stops a young dude. Excuse me, sir. Gonna need to see some ID before you enter. A deep, chill voice drops his name. Name is Shin Woo. The clerk starts flipping through papers. Shin Woo. Hang tight. Let me check the list. The mob of paparazzi out front catches wind of that name and simultaneously whips their heads around. Wait, Shin Woo. The crowd goes wild. That's Shin Woo, the guy added to the roster just 2 days ago. But let's pan the camera back to the other side for a sec. The reporter is foaming at the mouth over this top-tier entrance. Mr. Kim is preparing to land. With special effects that look straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster, Arin looks like a straight-up golden god. He smirks, feeling himself. Yeah, drink it in, folks. It is not every day you get to see Korea's MVP in the flesh. But then, his spidey sense tingles. Something is off. Turns out, the crowd that was supposed to be worshipping him is looking the other way. Arin freezes, totally glitching out. He and his squad are just standing there, stunned, while the crowd screams for someone else. It is the Masked Rider. The Masked Rider is here. Say what? The Masked Rider Shin gets swarmed by reporters fighting for a scoop. Please, give us a quote. You are a total mystery to the world. How did you get so buff solo? Did you really clear the Grand Abyss incident? Are you and Marina Bissett dating or what? Shin ghosts them completely, turning back to the receptionist. Am I good to go in? The clerk stammers, yeah, right this way. Suddenly, Arin shouts his name. Shin Woo. Shin pauses, frowning, and turns to see who is shouting. Arin flashes a practiced PR smile. Pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Arin, chairman of the Cyclone Guild. Shin gives him the driest response ever. Yeah, same. Looking at the guy, Shin realizes something. Wait, we could wear armor. I look like a total dweeb in this suit. He scowls, instant mood killer. Arin keeps the friendly act up. I have been dying to meet you. got a ton of questions. He keeps yapping nonstop, asking why Shin is tight with Marina and asking about his motorcycle. Shin cuts him off before he can finish his monologue. Excuse me. He claps back coldly. Little rude for a first meeting, don't you think? Get out of my way. Arin stands there frozen like he just got hit with a stun spell, that fake smile glued to his face. It takes him a second to reboot, and things get awkward. Shin ain't he got time for this, so he spins around and dips. I am out. Finally, inside, an usher walks up. Let me show you to your seat. He follows her, scoping out the venue. He scans the layout. Looks like 50 seats total, but only 20 are for players. He whispers to himself. Not as many players here as I thought. Suddenly, a dude spawns behind him out of nowhere. Hearing Shin's comment, he explains, only players who have cleared a difficulty level 30 dungeon were invited today. Everyone is over level 200, except. He pauses, then continues. We also cap the number of invites per guild. Shin stares at him, confused. Who is this guy? He is wearing a suit, so not a player. Government maybe. Wang looks at him with kind eyes and gets real. I owe Mr. Deng Xian a great debt. You must be his son, right? Shin freezes for a sec, then nods. Yeah. The old man bows slightly. I look forward to seeing more of you in the future. Have a good one. Shin watches Wang walk away, deep in thought. Up in the nosebleed section, people saw the chat and started gossiping. Yo, is he tight with the government? The rumors about him being the Fed's secret weapon must be true. Arin, who absolutely hates Wang, starts exposing him immediately. He's being fake. He only talked to you to make it look like you are on the government's team. She realizes she slipped up. Oops, I did not mean to drag your family. Shin chills her out. I know. Besides, I could not care less about their politics or who they know in the government. He points to himself, grinning. Do I look like the type of guy who cares about that drama? Arin relaxes. Yeah, you are right. Finally, Shin finds his assigned seat. As soon as he sits, he spots a familiar face. Talk about a jump scare, it is his ex-girlfriend. Say he. He sizes her up. She has leveled up big time recently, probably gained like 20 levels. Suddenly, Shin checks the name tag next to his seat and panics. She is sitting right next to me, this setup. His mama's scheming face pops into his head. He clenches his fist, ready to punch the air. That old lady set me up. Arin is raging too, practically foaming at the mouth. How could she betray you like that? See, he walks over, all smiles. Shin Wu, he plays it cool and gentlemanly, pulling out her chair. Hey, she is beaming, totally glowing. I am so glad you made it. Your mom told me you were coming, but I was worried you would flake. Arin shoots daggers at her, muttering. Excuse me, who does she think she is? Shin ignores the drama and asks like a concerned friend. You have gotten way stronger. You sure you are not pushing yourself too hard? See, he replies calmly. It is the only way to level up this fast. She's got that main character energy, eyes locked in with zero doubt. I'm unkillable, baby. Survival mode is literally my lifestyle. Then, she decides to hit him with some cheesy flirty banter. Besides, you'd come save me if I was in trouble. Right, but my boy dodges that flirt with elite movement. He looks her dead in the eye. It'll only save you if you drop the exact dungeon location and timestamp. Otherwise, you're on your own. After a bunch of waiting, some suit walks up to the podium. Yeah. That's his name, starts announcing. All right. Time to kick off the Korean player representative meeting. Xingu is bored out of his mind, chin in hand, while Long is just like, bro, this guy is yapping again. One's voice is booming through the hall like his on a stadium PA system. Listen up, squad. I'm sure you know, but we're here to talk about the crazy patch updates on Earth and how we're going to handle the bugs. He takes a dramatic pause for effect. Also, we need to elect a rep to go join the global server meeting. Then one drops his voice to that scary whisper level, emphasizing every word. This is serious business, so watch your mouths. After that, the meeting flows so smoothly, you'd think they were reading off a teleprompter. Everyone starts debating like it's a Reddit thread. Surprisingly, the guilds aren't fighting over loot. They actually agree to split the benefits 50-50. Pretty sus, but okay. They talk about government bailouts too. Basically, the feds promise to simp for the players and give them full support. Honestly, this wasn't a meeting. It was a mandatory press release. Xingu analyzes the vibe after listening to the spiel. The government and private companies are bowing down. I bet we lost way more players than the news is admitting. Arin nods. Facts. Yeah, all the famous clans I knew gone. Poof. Suddenly, Sei notices something. She points at Xingu's pocket. Yo, did you literally bring that girl in your pocket? Xingu doesn't even try to hide it. Yup. I'm revealing my status today. One finally stops yapping and wraps up the government's official statement. Well, take questions now. Immediately, a hand shoots up. It's Arin. He stands up, turning around with that classic villain smirk. I've got a question for Mr. Dung Xingu. Arin just kills the vibe in the room with his cold attitude. That bike of yours. Word on the street is it's a hybrid of magic and modern tech. He's not yelling, but you can feel the jealousy dripping off every word. I want the specs. All of them. Xingu crosses his arms, zero hesitation. I got it as a quest reward. I don't know how the engine works. I just drive it. The crowd starts begging. Come on. Let us reverse engineer it, Singus like. Nah, I need it for my commute. So, hard pass. But, I'll let you borrow the next cool toy I pull out. Harian is buying it. Which quest exactly? Give me the receipts. His eyes are laser focused on Xingu. Hez trying to catch him lacking. Dung Xingu, are you even a real player? Silence fills the room. Xingu sighs, stands up, and decides it's time to flex. He uses magic to summon his chaos tail, letting it slither out from behind him. The crowd freaks out like they just saw a ghost. The tail sways around as Xingu drops the bomb. My tail says no. I'm not a player. Xingu introduces himself with pure swagger. I'm an underground player. I grinded in the ant cave, not Sky City. The room explodes. Boom. Everyone starts shouting over each other. What does that mean? What is an ant cave? Wait, Yuri, not from the Sky City server. Xingu stays ice cold amidst the chaos. Ant Cave and Sky City are totally different maps. Probably split off when the mana leaked from the dungeons. He taps his pocket, signaling his crew. But to explain the Ant Cave meta better, let me introduce my squad. The two pocket-sized figures jump out, adjust their fits, and grow back to human size. The council gasps. Suwar and John Sehama. It's like seeing ghosts. Their names aren't T on the memorial wall. You mean they've been alive this whole time? Harian looks shook. Arin, he steps forward, reaching out like a weirdo, but she instantly hides behind Xingu. Xingu tilts his head. Is this guy actually your fiancé? Arin frowns. Please. We never even held hands. Hez delusional. Oof. That line hit Harian harder than a raid boss. Dude looks like he just got ice water dumped on him. Xingu's thinking, why do I feel like the home wrecker here? Harian snaps out of it, fists clenched. Xingu, explain yourself right now. It's simple logic. Arin and Seha are in my guild now. If you want to talk to them, give them back to me first. Xingu ignores him and turns to the squad. What do you guys think? Seha steps up, hand on his chest, classy as always. I never got to say a proper goodbye since I exited the dungeons, but Chairman, thanks for everything back then. Harian gets a bad feeling about this intro. Seha continues calmly. But Xingu saved us when we were lost. We've decided to follow him, permanently. Seha drops the mic. We haven't been part of the Cyclone Guild for a long time. Harian looks like his brain just short-circuited. Did you brainwash them? Seha actually laughs. He can do that. Has a pure physical build, genius. Harian refuses to take the L and turns to the girl. Arin, baby, please. She blushes a bit but yells, I'm going with Xingu, don't come any closer. Rejection level 100. Harian is absolutely cooked. Xingu, what are you? Xingu takes control. I'm getting to that. Sit your butt down. Xingu's aura is so strong, Harian actually sits, fuming. We'll talk guild politics later. Harian sulks and turns away. Arin and Seha shrink back down to pocket size. Xingu takes center stage. Let me continue. I'm gonna explain how logged-out players are still alive and what the Ant Cave is. He starts spilling the tea. From meeting Arin to the death matches. The story sounds like pure fanfiction. Nobody believes it. Wait, you recruited a logged-out player from Mid-E. We tried that. It doesn't work. The room turns into a riot. Everyone fails at that. Plus, based on what you said, Arin shouldn't even be considered a player anymore. Xingu isn't fazed by the noise. If it was easy, everyone would be an underground player by now. He smirks, radiating pure confidence. I'm just built different. A luxury edition. Everyone turns pale. Excuse me, Xingu continues calmly. I don't care if you believe me. My build is unique. My quests, my rewards, it's a totally different operating system compared to yours. That's all I gotta say. Suddenly, a hand goes up politely. It's Harian again, looking like a chastised schoolboy. So, what's the deal with you and Marina? His handsome face is twisted up like a wet rag. Xingu looks at him with pure disgust. This guy is pathetic, aggressive and jealous. He realizes Harian is thirsty for Marina too. Classic villain behavior. Xingu shuts him down. We were just friends. Those two words act like a tranquilizer dart. Friends, oh. Okay then. Xingu gets back to business. Anyway, ask whatever you want now. Just warning you, you might not like the answers. The hall goes dead silent. Either they have no questions or they're just too stunned to speak. Xingu shrugs. If nobody's got anything else, I'm out. Say was blushing like crazy, totally fangirling. He is so badass. Right, Arin stepped right in front of her, blocking the thirst trap. He's always that fly, he whispered. But yo, the meeting ain't over yet. After that hype intro, the snooze fest dragged on for another 30 minutes. Nobody was paying attention, though. Everyone's eyes were glued to Xingu, so the meeting went nowhere fast. Even though the vibe was totally off, Wang Wan kept his poker face and stayed professional. Next up, we gotta pick our starting lineup, he announced, pausing for dramatic effect. 3 players to rep Korea on the world stage. The whole room looked confused, like he just asked for a unicorn. Only 3 spots. Meanwhile, Xingu looked completely unbothered, even after Wang Wan called him out specifically. With Xingu and the Gale Guild boss in the house, putting them on the same level felt wrong. Harion muttered under the noise, so Yuri telling us to fight over the last empty seat. Wang Wan was trying to calm the mob when his secretary came sprinting in. One whisper about the United Nations, and the dude looked so shook he forgot to blink. He looked down at the hall and dropped the bomb. Apparently, word got out about Mr. Xingu. The UN Environment Division sent him a personal VIP invite. That means he doesn't take up one of our 3 slots. The whole room went dead silent, hanging on every word like it was gospel. So, we were still voting for 3 others. This curveball hit Harion hard. The dude was fuming that even he didn't get that kind of special treatment. He whipped his head around faster than a landlord looking for rent money, startling Say. Whoa, now he was staring daggers at Xingu. Xingu noticed the weird vibe and got curious. You not feeling this, Say? She shrugged it off smoothly. Look, I know I've been grinding levels, but I am nowhere near the top 3 in Korea. I know my lane. Wang Wan, his voice cut through the noise like a school bell. We were taking nominations right now. Instantly, the vibe shifted, smiles dropped, and the real games began. Once the floor opened, it turned into a rap battle without the beat, everyone spitting saliva and roasting each other just to look good. After a heated debate, a 3-man squad finally emerged. But the second, Harion stood up and nominated 2 of his own homies, the selection was basically over. Xingu, bored out of his mind by the long speech, stood up to bounce. Fun times. We done here, let's dip. Arin was impressed. You seriously sat through all that, you got the patience of a saint. Sai turned to him, all smiles. Xingu, wanna grab some lunch, I know a dope spot nearby. But before he could take a step, Harion called him out and blocked his path with zero chill. I don't think we redone here. Xingu didn't even blink. You sure about that, Harion? Looking annoyed, snapped back. I still need to talk to Arin. She shut him down instantly, cold as ice. I have no shame, look in the mirror. Harion reached out like a desperate simp. But I have feelings, Arin wasn't having it. Wow, you flip-flop fast. She flinched and stepped back. Standing right there, Xingu swatted the guy's hand away. He didn't care about politeness, he just dropped the truth bomb. She obviously hates your guts, bro. Can't you take a hint? Humiliated in front of everyone, Harion lunged and grabbed Xingu's collar like a debt collector. His eyes went totally psycho. Xingu, what did you do to Arin? He pointed at his own eyes, challenging him. Look me in the eye when you answer. I am immune to your little mind control tricks. Xingu pointed behind him to distract the idiot. Yo, look at that. And the fool fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Harion stared at the wall, giving everyone a moment of awkward silence. Xingu threw a punch so hard it factory reset Harion's life in 3 seconds. You got a face only a mother could hate, scumbag. The hit sent him flying like a twig in a hurricane. Xingu's face showed a flash of pure rage. You started this clown show. Now you gotta deal with the consequences. The sudden attack left Arin and Say with their jaws on the floor. Xingu. The other players started panicking like chickens without heads. Stop him. Someone get security. He moved so fast he created his own breeze. Ignoring the buzzing flies around him, Xingu went to finish Harion without a second thought. The impact launched the guild master into the air, looking pathetic. Harion spun around, brain totally scrambled. He smashed through my defense in 1 second. Who is this guy? Xingu swung his long tail up like a massive whip. Harion saw it coming and froze. A tail. Seriously, Xingu timed it perfectly and slammed the heavy tail into Harion's ribs. Xingu smirked, his words cutting deep. Hit me back if you can. He charged forward, intercepting the panicked enemy before he could land. Harion couldn't even open his mouth before a fist introduced itself to his face. A casual backhand sent him spinning like a top. Getting hype, Xingu jumped into the air. One more for the road. His footwork was clean, with zero mercy. He dropped a heavy axe, kick right on target. Harion let out a pathetic noise. Thwack, he face planted into the thick concrete wall so hard the building shook. Sei stared in horror at the brutality. Oh my god, that's the Gale Guild Master. And Xingu just swatted him like a fly. Typical villain style, Arin wasn't staying down even after getting flattened. You bastard. He grabbed his chest to trigger some secret hidden power. But nothing escapes Xingu's hawk eyes. Something moving in his heart is that some divine cheat code. He curled his lip, smirking at the desperate attempt. Those dirty tricks just made Xingu want to crush him even more. Bring it out. I am just getting warmed up. The sheer pressure froze Arin in place, twisting his guts with fear. Those cold, terrifying eyes locked onto him, making him shake uncontrollably. His confidence broke, and that borrowed power vanished instantly. He ground his teeth in denial. No way. As his energy faded, Xingu's predator instincts kicked in. Yup, smart choice to give up. Now let us find a rhythm. A few quiet minutes later, Arin reappeared, looking like he wrestled a beehive. The loser lay flat on the ground, twitching in pain. That vicious jerk really picked the longest combo in the book. The remaining players in the room stood frozen for like 5 seconds processing the beatdown. Even the bodyguards outside hesitated, too scared to block Xingu's path. He breezed past the door, tossing a cold remark over his shoulder. Collect your trash. Then he remembered something and turned back. And hey, Gale Guild, stay the hell out of my sight. I can promise I won't snap if I see you clowns creeping around. Seeing him act all high and mighty made Arin grin. You're so mean. Shoo. He raised an eyebrow at her. Your face says one thing, your words say another. As the crew walked outside, Xingu noticed Sei still trailing them. He looked annoyed. You really gonna follow me all the way out here? I thought you needed to kiss up to the Gale Guild to run dungeons. She casually dropped some news. Meh, I don't care. I have to find a new guild anyway. You'd be shocked if you knew who the new leader is. Oh, and don't worry, it's a woman. Hearing that tone, Xingu immediately knew who she was talking about. Let me guess. Marina. I didn't think you'd figure it out that fast. Sei looked genuinely surprised. You smart. He just gave her a classic comeback. Your face gave it away. Genius. Even so, Xingu gave her major props. Cool. You want to get wasted if she's sticking around. Sei had drifted over slowly. Boss. His voice sounded super heavy, like he was carrying the weight of the world. Is it too late to hit up the guild master? The weird question made Arin zone out for a second. Xingu was getting salty too. Sei why are you always dealing with this freak show stuff? Yo. Hurricane Guild Prez. You mentioned that dude was blessed by the fire god. Right, I clocked that when we threw hands, but he seriously thinks that divine juice belongs to him. The info dump hit the two ladies like a truck, but the guy looked exactly the same on the outside. Xingu had a flashback to that scene and dropped a vague prediction. He's been keeping it on the down low, but I bet my bottom dollar he's gonna mutate soon if he keeps spamming that power. He made sure to give his teammate a heads up. My bad, Seiya, you gotta cut that dude loose. The gloom was written all over Seiya's face as he stuttered out a few words. Everything has changed since Saria Wilson showed up. Flipping the moody script, Xingu got all fired up. Worst case scenario, he goes rogue on humanity. If that goes down, I'll take him out myself. Seiya dropped the emo act and spoke some hard truths under the unforgiving light. I trust your call, man. The memory of that dinner with Xingu was just straight-up suffocating tension. The spot Sehi picked had killer grub, though. But the vibe was so bitter nobody could eat a bite. Sehi waved before bouncing. Catch you later. Xingu just grunted a short reply. Yup. Realizing something, he yelled, Yo, wait up. Sehi looked back, totally confused. Huh. He closed his eyes, channeling energy into his hand. Time to summon some spirits. Since they remind, I can probably spawn one right here. Bam. A ghost warrior popped up in the middle of the street. It worked perfectly, even surprising Xingu. Got it, even if the other person was twice as shook. What the heck, you made that Xingu made her an offer. Yeah, take him with you. Sehi hesitated, waving her hands like, no way. Sorry, but I don't need a babysitter. He knew she got the wrong idea and fixed it fast. Nah, it ain't like that. If yes with you, I can track which dungeon you re-rating. I can come save your butt if you get logged out. Hearing that for the first time gave Ce major butterflies. She hid her blush and did a little bow. Thanks. I won't be mad even if you relate. That sounded super ominous, and he hated it. Donna jinx it. The beauty walked off into the morning sun with a dazzling smile. Okay, I am out. The squad watched her fade into the distance with that ghost trailing her. Seeing it work so smooth gave Xingu a lightbulb moment. Nice, maybe I should send a spook to watch my parents too. Arin had been around him long enough to finish his thought. So now you just need a skill to swap places with them, right? Xingu immediately shut that down. No way, that is impossible. Back at the base, he started converting his 5 senses into passive skills, starting with a little ball drill. Xingu yeeted the ball at the wall. Faster, his eyes were locked in, tracking the ball bouncing all over the room like crazy. This drill was hacked together to turn sight and taste into passives, then apply it to the rest. His buff body dodged the ball smoothly, like he was in the Matrix. The gym was huge, so Xingu wasn't alone. Seha jumped in with his spear, ducking to dodge, but then the ball pulled a wicked curve mid-air for no reason. Seha saw the curve and lagged for a second. Thwack, the ball slammed into his waist because he didn't react fast enough. Seeing Seha crumpled on the floor, Xingu went full demon personal trainer mode. You good, looks like you need more reps. Seha laughed it off, looking up. Boss, did you use mana to curve that thing? Xingu didn't even deny it. No excuses. That just made Seha want the truth more. I need answers. Knowing he got caught cheating, Xingu switched to threats. No time for breaks, I am adding more balls. Seha looked terrified. The two bros went back to the hellish workout Xingu just made up. The mana balls multiplied every 5 minutes, but once they hit 8, it was total chaos, so they had to take a breather. Seha was sweating like he just ran a marathon. Xingu somehow took that the wrong way. You laughing at my skills. Being accused made Seha desperate to explain. No, I was just exhaling. Bro, I need more power. Faster. Xingu pushed the limits again. I am cranking it up to 9 balls. No matter what. Seha was literally shaking. Nope. I am running this show like a prison warden. 5 hours later, Seha was covered in bruises and looked so ridiculous, you couldn't help but laugh. In exchange for that beatdown, the system dropped some good news. Enhancement skill reached level 40. Xingu wasn't vibing with it though. That leveled up instead of vision, should I speed up the balls? Seha's eye twitched hearing that psycho talk. You trying to delete me from existence? Arin popped in, all smiles. Oh hey Xingu, you finally taking a break. He walked over to spill the tea. Yeah, hit a snag though. Suddenly, his face went beet red at what he saw. System alert vision skill reached level 2. His freezing up caught their attention. Boss, what gives? Arin got close, pouting playfully. Ouch, it hurts when you ignore me and look away like that. He looked at the ceiling because he couldn't handle the view. No, it's just, you were looking way too fine right now. That compliment made her glitch out for a second. Thump thump. Her heart was doing backflips. Why the sudden riz? Wait, this is my chance to see if he's into me. Maybe he didn't mean it, but that was smooth. Xingu, red as a tomato, made a break for it. Got a hit. The John. Arin spun around, shocked. Now, Xingu was cosplaying the thinker in the bathroom stall. I feel like trash. His face was burning up like a total rookie. I can believe leveling up. Vision gave me X-ray specs. Xingu sat there, deep in thought. Phew, gotta chill. Arin's angelic face was living rent-free in his head. I kinda knew she had a crush on me. She's terrible at hiding it. His brain was fighting a war with itself. If I flirt back, our relationship flips to a whole new chapter. But maybe it ain't love, could just be respect or admiration. Plus, I ain't got time for dating right now. This ain't the season for romance. And if all I can do is see through clothes, that is useless in a fight. Suddenly, Xingu saw the mana flowing in his own body like a live HUD graph. It was so clear it made his heart race. Whoa. I can see my own mana flow. If I can see an enemy's mana, I'll know exactly when they're gonna trigger a skill. I can do it perfectly yet, though. To spot mana mid-fight, I gotta level up X-ray and dynamic vision. Knock knock. The sound snapped him out of his mental dojo. Arin was outside, sounding worried. Xingu, you've been camping in there forever. You good? He scratched his head, acting like nothing happened. Yeah, I am coming out. Xingu thought to himself. All right. Vision skill deactivated. No more X-ray peeping for me. He pushed the door open, dragging a heavy mood like a bag of bricks. Everything around felt pointless, his eyes locked on the girl waiting. After a beat of silence, he whispered, My bad, Arin. She flinched, totally shook instinctively. Huh, what are you sorry for? Don't want to talk about it. Xingu swerved the convo, leaving Arin clueless. Just, sorry, let's grub. The trio stayed quiet, smashing the delicious meal Arin whipped up. Later, Xingu cracked open the fridge to cook up some nonsense. He grabbed 2 potions, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Sweet. Next up, let's unlock that olfactory skill. Seha carefully prodded about the game plan. Healing potion and poison boss. What's the play here? The mad scientist didn't hesitate to spill the tea on his fresh idea. If I alternate sniffing the safe stuff and the toxic stuff, it should trigger my sense of smell, right? Arin stressed out just listening. Sounds more like you trying to fry your nose, dude. But the stubborn mule huffed both gases back to back anyway. Moments later, the system dinged exactly as predicted. Your mana has permanently dropped by 3 points. Passive skill acquired. Sense of smell, Xingu beamed, hyping himself up. Arin's brain broke again. She couldn't believe her eyes. You can seriously just invent skills whenever you want. He was on fire, grinding mode activated. Just touch and hearing left. Right, let's get it. Arin felt low-key anxious, cause his schedule was way too intense. Xingu, aren't you going too hard? But he just brushed it off like it was mandatory. We still got 10 days before the World Conference, so I want to flip all my senses into skills by then. Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the table. Xingu pretended not to care and went back to talking to himself. We can spend the whole time min-maxing our stats, or so he thought. Seeing him moping around forced Arin to snap him back to reality. Xingu, you gonna answer that or what? The squad huddled around Xingu's phone after hearing his lazy tone. Hope it's not a scammer. Arin peeked closer at the screen. Yo, that is an international number. The room went dead silent, just breathing sounds until he picked up. Hello, Syria, on the other end, hesitated to confirm. Is this Xingu? That melodic, slightly icy voice was unmistakable. Syria Wilson. She sounded legit happy he didn't ghost her memory. Yeah, glad you remember my voice. Before getting cornered, Xingu decided to strike first. I heard Marina leaked my digits to you. What's the deal? Syria's chill voice floated through. I want to talk in person. Is that cool with you? I'm actually in Korea right now. Thinking about how these girls jet set around, he started worrying about the airline industry. I swear, if players keep flying like this, Delta is gonna go bankrupt. Xingu picked a public Starbucks for the meetup, totally forgetting he was A-list famous now. Strangers stared him down, whispering behind his back. That is Xingu. Heard he threw hands with Kim Harian at the conference. Watching that arrogant jerk get beat up was satisfying. These Zoomers kept running their mouths with wild theories. If he fled to another country for revenge, he'd be a total movie villain. Xingu would still beat him into a pulp, though. Arin, tucked in his pocket, couldn't help but comment, Xingu, you re practically a celebrity. Seha scrolled through his phone. Bro, you re-trending all over Twitter right now. Syria slowly opened the door. Tall, stunning, total baddie, she grabbed every eyeball in the cafe. She walked with confidence straight to his table. The crowd watched 2 high-tier players at the same table and started spilling tea. Damn, she's definitely here for Xingu. First Marina, then Li He, now a redhead. Dude is collecting a harem. Xingu spoke up the second she sat down. Who suggested this spot? She replied calmly. You did. He instantly felt the cringe of his terrible choice. My bad. To make up for the awkwardness, he stood up. Drinks are on me. Syria didn't bother fighting it. Thanks. I'll take an iced Americano. They sipped in silence before getting down to business. Barely 5 minutes in, Xingu wanted to dip. Appreciate you flying all the way here, but can you give me the TL.DR version? Syria was on the same page. It'll be quick. Her mature, professional vibe actually meshed well with him. I can actually have a normal conversation with her, unlike Marina. But then she dropped a nuclear bomb. I want to follow and serve you. Please let me do that. Xingu froze, glitching out, face morphing from shock to confusion. Seeing he had and said no yet, Syria continued her pitch. I thought hard about this, so don't laugh at me. Realizing she got the wrong idea, he tried to clarify. No, it's not that. I don't have a guild or a squad for you to join. Plus, don't you have your own crew? His argument got shut down fast. I disbanded the Empire Guild. I can lead without my core members. You said I'd have to pay the price. I thought about what I could do, but I don't trust my own judgment anymore. Xingu understood her headspace, remembering people turning into demons right in front of him. I guess that's fair, considering everything that went down. Syria humbled herself, clinging to him as her last hope. You're the only one I trust right now, so please let me tag along. The heavy responsibility made him want to nope out immediately. I don't even fully trust myself. Why are you dumping this on me? Even Arin chimed in from the pocket. You ruthless. Please, just go back to the States. Despite the hard rejection, Syria stuck to her guns. I'm just doing what I want, so don't feel pressured. Just think of me as a butler you can order around. I trust you, which means I'll do whatever you tell me to. That determined look in her eyes was exactly what swayed Xingu before. The convo hit a dead end. Suddenly, Seha offered his 2 cents. Boss, I don't think you should reject her like that. She used to run the Empire Guild, bro. Plus, she's a tank of a fighter. After the Grand Canyon incident, she is hostile toward all the gods, not just Luos. Doesn't that make her super reliable? Syria looked touched that someone finally got it. Xingu was still on the fence, not seeing the ROI yet. She can be a support and she can hit up the ant cave with me. Sia offered a different angle, but having a player from Sky Castle on our side isn't a bad move. Seeing his boy so determined, Xingu couldn't argue. He shrugged. If Seiha insists, fine, whatever. He got serious, dropping the news straight up. Syria Wilson, you read with me now. Even if that's not exactly good news. Getting the green light calmed her nerves, and her voice softened. You can call me Sia. Seiha, who fought hard for her, couldn't hide his grin. Thanks, boss. Xingyu suddenly caught a weird vibe. Is he crushing on Saria? He teased his friend with a hidden meaning. I'll be your wingman on this one. Don't worry. But Seiya's brain didn't catch the signal. Got it, boss, I believe in you. To him, that phrase hit totally different. Being the right arm basically meant being the CEO of his life. Syria switched up her vibe instantly. Yo boss, gotta drop some truth bombs before I dip. She was acting way too formal, like a stiff corporate suit. It wasn't clicking for him. Syria looked confused. What is the T Sing was thinking? Man, this is getting kinda cringe. I need you to chill with the formalities. Okay, Syria cracked a smile, seeing him get all awkward. Haha, chill. You're actually pretty funny. After I bounce, sir, I got bigger fish to fry than just disbanding my squad, he whispered to the pocket-sized homies. Is she ghosting my comments? She just kept talking, slow and steady, avoiding the drama. It's about fixing how players view these so-called gods. The narrative is messed up. Xing perked up immediately. Now that's the content he signed up for. Syria broke down the viral potential if this scandal hits the public. The main quest showed the world that trusting these deities is a total trap. A scam. Not just the gamers, even the NPCs, I mean, normal civilians might start simping for them. Xing's brain blasted a light bulb. Bet. Let's crash the global player conference. She nodded, locking in. Way ahead of you. I am planning to host it right here. But I am not pulling up as a US player. I am rolling in as a VIP government guest. Top-tier access. Xing connected the dots. Hold up. So I'm invited just to be the hype man for your speech. Bingo. That is you. You saved me. But Lucius left his nasty mark on my stats. My existence proves these holy powers are glitchy. Just show up. Your presence is the receipt I need. Realizing this wasn't gonna be a walk in the park, he checked the clock. What's our ETA? How much time we got? She answered instantly. 0 lag. 5 days. Heard you haven't unlocked your wings yet, so I chartered a private jet. First class. Singh was shook by the detail. Damn, she really playing 4D chess. To return the favor, he suggested a backup witness. There's another person for the conference. Say. She's my friend. Syria's eyes went cold. The vibe in the room dropped to 0 real quick. Oh, her. Turns out Syria knew the lore. Sai, heard about her during the Korean server meetup. Marina's been scouting her too, apparently. Singh doubled down. Yeah, I want her at the international summit. Also, can you power level her, boost her stats? Syria got weirdly intense, like an anime butler. Your first command, my liege. I'll complete it even if it's game over for me. Xing cringed. Yo, that is a bit extra. Dial it back. Don't make it weird. Realizing she sounded crazy, she covered her mouth, stuttering. Just one quick question. He gave her the green light. Yeah, Syria turned tomato red, glitching out. Are you and Marina, like, dating? For real? The dense brick wall answered honestly. Nah, she as just chasing clout. We were strictly friend-zoned. Syria jumped up like she just won the lottery. Knew it, her brain fog cleared up instantly. Why is she looking so hyped that her rival is single? Syria whispered to herself before ending the chat. Called it. Totally called it. Marina, you're too stiff to bag a guy like him. Good game. All right, boss, I'm off to grind that mission. Xing watched her leave, imagining the trash talk she'd throw at Marina. Back at base, he started grinding his hearing skill immediately. Meditation mode on. All focus on the ears. Since his hearing was already buffed, this should be way easier than the smell skill. Speed run time. Simple method, quick loot. System alert, you permanently lost 5 mana points. Skill unlocks super hearing. Xing started flexing to tease them. Can you guys hear the mana flow? It's got a beat to it. Arin was standing right there, low-key jealous. Feels like you leaving us in the dust, bro. Meanwhile, Seiha was fanboying hard like he was at a concert. I can hear squat, boss, dang it, I want to hear the mana remix. Arin rolled her eyes over it. Seiha, you sound like a total cultist right now. No brakes on this train. Okay, last one. Sense of touch. He was speed-running the 5 senses to boost his stats. Xing managed to turn 4 senses into skills like a pro, but turning touch into a skill, that boss fight was buggy as hell. Xing stared at his hands, disbelief written all over his face. This is harder than I thought. Arin was confused. Isn't it the same mechanic as before? Nah. Touch covers my whole skin suit. That's too much surface area. The amount of cost is going to be insane. Luckily, the ghost squad brought back a ton of mana crystals. By the way, what level are the spirits at Arin asked, curious. All over level 100. The XP grind slowed down, but they have infinite stamina. It's an infinite farming glitch. He popped a mana stone like a piece of candy. System mana +1. Low-tier crystals are now useless for leveling up. Bruh. He tossed the rest into his inventory, annoyed. Can't he eat him? I'll save him for crafting or something. Gotta find a new use. Xing got back into position. Alright, lock in. Focus. His brain was lagging. Too much multitasking. Is this too OP for me right now? Wait, no. I know the cheat code for skin reinforcement. Boom. Iron skin activation. Just gotta loop the pure mana from my heart through the whole system. Circulate the flow. The weird strat actually worked. System lost 5 mana. Unlocked passive skill Super Touch. Xing was hyped. Let's go. Even Seiha couldn't hide his excitement. You maxed out all 5 senses, boss. Suddenly, Xing froze. A massive lag spike hit his body. Lightning crackled around him like he was going Super Saiyan. Arin tried to rush in, but Seiha blocked her path. Hold up. Chill, Arin. It's just a skill proc. The lightning was blinding. The 5 senses were syncing up like Voltron. They were merging with his wisdom stat for a new ult. The aura around him was absolute cinema. The support crew couldn't look away. Xing zoned out into the void, the noise fading. The skills reset. I am missing the final piece of the puzzle. Not quite there yet. Gotta remember this feeling though. Next time, I'll unlock that new skill for sure. Time skip. It was finally time for the global player conference. The country squad just hit the big city and stood there completely shook by the view. Syria was already looking sharp, bowed forward in a fancy suit next to a luxury limo. Morning, Boss Shin. Right this way. As soon as the door popped open, Sai chirped up. All smiles. Shin gave a chill nod back. Sup. He could feel the vibe check. She was definitely different now. Way more confident. I've been grinding levels like crazy lately. She spilled the tea excitedly. I literally just sprinted here from the Sky City dungeon. Me, Marina, and Syria. We just cleared a difficulty 31 dungeon. No cap. Shin caught her hype and congratulated her. Dope. Glad you re-safe. But one thing was kinda sus. Why was Syria acting so stiff and formal with him? He dodged the convo with a quick, "It's a long story." Next thing you know, the private jet carrying the VIPs was cruising above the clouds. While the other passengers were catching ZS, the trio stared out the window in silence. Shin looked chill on the outside, but internally he was freaking out. First a limo, and now a private jet. I've never lived this bougie life before. Suddenly, he froze. His spidey senses were tingling. Something was outside the plane. Code Red. Shin whispered urgently. Syria snapped awake instantly like a soldier. On it, boss. He didn't forget to nudge Say too. Yo, Say. She woke up looking groggy. Huh. Shin barked orders while gluing his eyes to the window. Shields up, as soon as possible. We about to get jumped. The serious tone made Syria pop her skill without blinking. Roger that. A thick, hardened barrier wrapped the massive plane. Suddenly, bam, a violent impact slammed the fuselage, shattering the shield and knocking the jet way off course. The flight attendant went flying like a dry leaf and face planted on the floor. Ah, Syria froze, totally shocked. My shield got one-shotted. Are you kidding me? The turbulence was going crazy. Shin looked at the person next to him. Say understood the assignment immediately. Got you. She cast a different, massive protective bubble. The barrier wrapped the iron bird to keep it safe. But just as the jet tried to stabilize, an enemy locked on from above. It fired a laser beam of pure energy, ripping through the shield from miles away without even getting close. The impact rocked the cabin, and gravity glitched out so bad nobody could stand. Shin was sweating bullets, looking totally confused with a million questions racing through his head. An ambush at this altitude. We can even see where the shooter is. Syria and Say were on cooldown and couldn't recast the shields in time. We can T-tank a third hit. Another blinding flash lit up the sky. With 0 shields, the mysterious beam sliced the jet clean in two like it was butter. The clean cut sucked everyone out into the open sky. It was pure chaos, bodies falling through the clouds like some end-of-the-world movie scene. Shin heard the flight attendant screaming and immediately called for backup. Seiha, save the civilian. The guy didn't hesitate. On it, boss. Seiha went full warrior mode and swooped down, grabbing the cart and the crew. I'm helping too, Sei speed blitzed to catch the other 2 attendants while casting a safety bubble around the crew. They reported back instantly. Saved everyone, including the captain. We'll keep them safe, boss. Shin finally exhaled. His heart rate dropped back to normal now that everyone was good. Sweet. Shin summoned his lightning demon bike from his inventory. He glared ahead as thousands of tiny lights in the sky formed a creepy, dense swarm. Shin popped his vision skill. Incoming a horde of nightmare fuel. Giant dragonflies with razor-sharp teeth were rushing in, ready to snack on them. Too bad for them, they messed with a total lunatic today. Found you. Syria flew up behind him, spotting his move. I am rolling with you. Yo, Shin. He dodged her question by changing the subject. Won't it be bad if the plane wreckage crashes into the city below? She replied softly, her voice light as the wind. We re over the ocean. So it's chill. Knowing Syria wanted to fight, Shin started loosening up. Hey, did we buy insurance for this trip? She had the stats memorized. Yeah, but the policy doesn't cover monster attacks, unfortunately. Shin laughed, feeling the adrenaline kick in without realizing it. For real, Shin whipped out his Thunder God blaster, eyes glowing with murder vibes as he looked at the bug army. Then let's make them pay the bill. Electricity crackled at the barrel, lighting up the clouds. Boom. He fired a beam that looked exactly like the one that took down their jet earlier. The warhead tore straight into the dragonfly swarm with zero mercy. The bugs didn't even have time to dodge. The energy wave turned them to ash instantly. Shin didn't stop. He lined up another shot. The laser kept melting everything in its path. Arin flew up next to him, sounding worried. Shin, are you sure you want to waste mana like that? But the Chad naturally had a plan. He'd learn how to suck mana straight from the air now that Earth's energy density had leveled up. He tried to tell her he was good, but it just made her panic more. Dude, stop. You're regenerating way too fast. Shin just smirked, looking for a fight. Maybe I am just built different. He could feel the natural mana hugging him. Actually, it was because his 5 senses had evolved into passive skills. The dragonflies rushed them, ready to counterattack. Arin and Syria looked shook. It was their first time seeing these mobs. Giant dragonflies. These weren't in the Sky City bestiary. Maybe they were Earth natives. Shin shut that theory down immediately. Nope. He gripped a weapon in each hand, ready to squash some bugs. Geared up, Shin dropped his analysis. I sense foreign energy coming from them. This feels like the power of a god. Syria voiced the question everyone was thinking. Are they trying to block us? How did they even know? Shin watched the swarm's movement patterns. They tracked our GPS location. There is definitely a traitor hiding among the humans. Facing the massive army, his voice dropped. Syria, can you help me carry this? She jumped at the chance to fight. Bet. I haven't had a good brawl in ages. Cool. I'll take point. Watch your 6. Shin gripped his glowing wolf claw in his right hand and the titan howl in his left. The bugs didn't seem scared, though they just flashed their ugly teeth and kept coming. Shin sat steady on his demon bike and swung the wolf claw, turning a cluster of them into goo. But these annoying bugs weren't going to be wiped out in one hit. They quickly swarmed around Shin. He scanned the area, realizing he was caught in a net. They were calling for backup, and the mob was getting bigger. Forget this, Shin decided. Speedrun time. He revved the bike and charged straight into the mosh pit. Energy exploded from the 2 hammers in his hands, blasting the giant dragonflies. He used the bike's max speed to drift through the air, swinging wildly. Every pass equaled a pile of dead bugs. Finally, he paused to check the scoreboard. It was raining dragonfly corpses. Shin looked down, suspicious. Yo, are these scrubs even trying to block or just going full send on the attack? Arin dropped the truth bomb, looking shook. Nah, fam. Yuri, just too OP. Meanwhile, Syria's side was dealing with the same drama. Opposite her, a wall of giant dragonflies flapping their wings like they owned the place. She stone-cold raised her piece and popped her skill, triggered a rapid-fire combo, unleashing a spray of red-hot fireball bullets that clapped every single target. 100% accuracy, no scope needed. Shin revved his bike towards Syria, but one look at her clean sweep and he knew she didn't need a carry. He instantly holstered his weapon, making a snap call. That is the whole squad, right? Aight. Final mission, get to the Big Apple. Without waiting for daps, Singh floored it. Suddenly, a slimy red rope snagged his arm, yanking him to a dead stop. The weird cord stretched out like crazy before vanishing into thin air. Arin fluttered higher to vibe check the situation. Took forever, but the big bad finally showed face. A blazing red evil bird zoomed in with a massive tongue hanging out. Xing looked at this clown show and literally cracked up. Stealth mode, are you trolling me right now? Syria caught up to the boys to drop some knowledge. That's a vulture demon. Means those giant dragonflies are vulture demons too. Arin rested his chin on his hand, looking deep in thought. Called it saw a dupe of this thing, in a level 32 dungeon. That useful intel got Singh to perk up and listen. Arin dug through his memory banks about this mob and started spilling the tea. Their regen game is cracked, and their blood is straight toxic. I thought that was it, but who knew they were vulture demons? Hey, at least they had some dirt on the opposition now. Xing suddenly yanked back the gross tongue attached to his arm. Next move, he sliced that toy right off, leaving the vulture demon shook. It bugged out in pain, eyes wide, blasting sonic waves everywhere. In a blink, the bird's homies heard the distress call and swarmed up like a dark cloud. Xing, looking totally unbothered, flashed a savage grin. Guess they reprioritizing quantity over quality today. Ha! Arin covered his mouth, freaking out. Look at those numbers, every single mob is at least level 200. Xing didn't even sweat it, clapping back with a question. You think the other players heading to the summit are getting ganked too? She tried to stay positive. If the world had this many monster mobs roaming free, we'd all have been deleted from the server ages ago, right? Confirmed the birds were aggroing on him. Xing gripped the severed tongue, ready to go beast mode. Using the crazy elasticity of that gross toy, he whipped it forward, fight poison with poison, and snagged two vulture demons with their own buddy-s tongue. Xing yanked them into melee range, then raised his other hand equipped with the wolf claw for a perfect swing. Slash, sliced the dynamic duo cleanly in half. After sending that couple to the afterlife, he looked up and started complaining. Fragging them isn't the issue. Glaring at the feather storm blocking out the sun, Xing voiced his beef. But why are they spawning like crazy right now? If we gotta wipe the map before hitting New York, we're gonna be late. Suddenly, a voice chimed in from nowhere. Think again. Xing flinched, whipping his head around. Ha! Boom! Marina, dual-wielding pistols, looking absolute fire. Xing hit her with the interrogation. Yo, what are you doing here? She started yapping happily. Actually, we opened a portal at the B and Y branch in New York. If I knew you were gonna get jumped, I would have warped you straight from Seoul. Marina's eyes sparkled, fishing for compliments. We even got all the flight attendants to a safe zone, so you don't have to hold back. Go ham. He raised a hand, smiling with genuine props. Shouldn't rely on you this much, but thanks for everything, for real. Sei and Seha rushed in immediately after, checking in like they didn't want to miss the loot drop. Our boss is joining the raid too. Seeing the whole squad roll up, Xing got hype and dropped the order. Sick. Let's wipe them out and speedrun to the meeting. The four-man team locked and loaded, flipping the script from prey to predator. Even with Marina, Seiya, and Sei riding shotgun, the battle against the vulture demons dragged on for a solid 4 hours before they cleared the level. Every move was a one-hit KO. Xing and his trusty weapons turned the mobs into mincemeat. Feathers and gore rained down like confetti. Right on cue, the system popped up. Congratulations, you leveled up. His whole body started glowing like he was iced out in diamonds. Xing checked out his fresh stats, mental calculator clicking away. There was a different kind of resonance happening. I think I need a bit more grinding. But for that, I need a boss-level opponent, someone who can trigger all my senses. Marina holstered her pieces and walked over, getting nosy. Why do you get insanely buff every time I see you? He kept it 100 and spilled the beans, just trying to mod my 5 senses into usable skills. Her jaw literally hit the floor. 5 senses I knew about the aura sense when you made that bullet, but you actually goated. Xing crossed his arms, going into teacher mode. Literally anyone can do it if they actually put in the work. Marina heard that humble brag and clenched her fists, salty. I don't get the technical jargon, but I'm pretty sure you reshading me. Syria flew in from the back to politely break up the lovers' quarrel. Mr. Xing, I believe we secured all the loot thanks to B and Y's hustle. He nodded, keeping it brief. Cool. Good looking out. Marina suddenly jumped in to remind everyone of the clock. We've got 0 time to waste. Everyone's probably already at the summit. Even though Arin had a theory, Xing wanted to double-check. Marina, did anyone else get griefed on the way here? She answered instantly without buffering. Nope. Feeling that was too short, Marina rubbed her chin and added, no one suspicious, except the guild master of Whirlwind. He's kind of a headache. That is just another Tuesday for him, though. Arin remembered that guy's MLM scam her face and cut her off. Nah, that dude is definitely the imposter. Sitting on his bike, Xing parsed the messy data. The power vibe I got from those birds was way different than Harry and S. Still, there was a chance multiple gods were teaming up, but the more he overthought it, the more he wanted to just dump the mental baggage. Don't need to 4D chess this. Just gotta yeet them out before their influence goes viral. His mind drifted to a land of jagged rocks and mountains. Might have to circle back to the Grand Canyon, where that Setna fragment dropped. Bet there's a portal to the Sedak dimension there. Deciding to wing it later, Xing focused on the main quest. Let's crash this meeting first. Marina hyped him up from behind. Facts. We need to block any potential tragedies. Arin, sticking to his villain arc, poked holes in the plan. But humans are a smooth-brained species, and history always hits replay. Marina got so triggered, her pigtails spiked up. She gritted her teeth and hissed, Don't kill the vibe, you little pest. Despite the drama, the squad zoomed through the clouds. Xing's crew hit the BNY Silicon Valley branch and warped to the New York base in a heartbeat using their portal. Fast travel is great for avoiding ambushes, but the lag gives you motion sickness. Totally sober, Xing turned to Marina to verify. This stays on the down low, right? No one else knows. Still dizzy, she managed to reply. I think they'll figure it out soon, but whatever. Talk about work mode, though Marina's HP regenerated instantly. Once the monsters spawned, humanity focused all their XP on beating them. Our goal is to plant as many portals on Earth as possible. Cut to Manhattan, New York City. The streets were popping with people from everywhere. Probably dodging that legendary city gridlock, Xing's group decided to fly. Cruising on his nightmare bike, he took it all in. NYC is lit. Marina acted like a tour guide, hyping it up. Well, it is the safest safe zone on the map right now. Arin peeked out of the pocket, scanning the area. 80 players level 200 or higher, plus heavy security for the government suits and global CEOs. The engine noise drew aggro from the crowd below. They all looked up at the flying motorcycle. The more they stared, the more familiar it looked. A dude pointed at the sky, screaming, "Yo, that Xing." As soon as he said it, the whole street risked whiplash to look up. Xing was stealing the show in New York, mostly because he was the only Chad riding a hog while everyone else was using basic wings. Just as the plane felt like its wings were about to fall off, Marina finally piped up. "We here, Xingu. Welcome to the UN headquarters, ground zero for the World Player Conference." Xingu ditched his ride and dropped from the sky like a total corporate boss. But the welcome mat, a skyscraper with a huge chunk missing and cracks webbing all over it. He frowned, dropping a comment. Did a kaiju use this place as a chew toy or what? Our tour guide Marina crossed her arms, unimpressed by his dry humor. Yup, tough break for them. Syria chimed in, flashing back to the smoke and chaos, adding more detail. This went down way before the whole world flipped upside down. It wasn't just here. Key infrastructure all over the place got wrecked by monsters. Marina and I were swamped back then. Xingu rubbed his chin, going full detective mode. So, this wasn't the work of the local creepy crawlies. We were talking invaders from the ant caves. The math wasn't mathing for him, and his face went dead serious. I can't believe they still deciding to host the event here. Is it a power move or just stupid? His mind drifted back to when Arin fought the beasts, trying to decode the logic behind this sketchy summit. Hosting a conference at a disaster site. Maybe it's a flex to show the world that humanity isn't as scared of it anymore. He scanned the entrance, buzzing with people coming and going. The vibe was off, and his senses picked up some weird leftover mana hanging in the air. Xingu finally dropped the truth bomb. This isn't just a place that got hit. This is where the monsters spawned. Marina gave him a knowing look, totally on the same wavelength. I feel you. Monsters could be camping out somewhere, just waiting for the right time to jump us. Suddenly, she got all main character energy, stepping up to address the squad with a dramatic speech. But even if they pull that stunt, we still gotta hold this conference. It's not just for the States, it's for all of mankind, guys. Seiya clenched his fist, totally buying into the hype train, his eyes full of hope. She's right, even if monsters show up, look at this roster. We can squad up and stop them. Xingu, apparently swayed by the pep talk, nodded while rubbing his chin. Fair point, kid. Marina pointed forward like a general. All right, let's roll inside then. Showtime. The massive hall was set up with semicircle seating like a college lecture hall on steroids. A crew of players was already seated, shooting them looks that were, let's say, friendly-ish. Say hi whispered from the back, hiding her mouth. If everyone here hits the trending page tomorrow, I would be shocked. Marina shrugged like it was obvious. Duh. Everyone here is the MVP of their country. Xingu just voiced a small wish to join the gossip circle. I just hope nobody starts roasting me about my demon motorcycle again. Syria turned to calm him down. Relax, that's not happening today. You're not some random NPC. You're the VIP invite directly from the UN. You've practically got the mic to say whatever you want. She grabbed a stack of papers from a bodyguard and handed them over. Here is your script. Feel free to freestyle or add whatever. Syria put a hand over her heart, acting all grateful. This just speeds things up, but honestly, having you here is already a huge flex. Marina watched this display, looking like she swallowed a lemon, and crossed her arms with maximum sarcasm. You reacting weird. I know you refacing an old rival, but aren't you being a little too polite? Syria wasn't a pushover. She clapped back instantly. Marina, honey, you wouldn't understand true sincerity with that limited brainpower of yours. That lit a fire under Marina instantly. She got up close, pointing a finger at Syria's assets with zero chill. Sincerity. Is that the word you were using, Dante? you catch the same vibes for Xingu. Syria swatted her hand away, looking disgusted. Get your basic face out of my view right now. The two girls locked eyes, shooting laser beams across space and time. Xingu, tired of the drama, walked off with Sei, tossing back a line, ignore them. Let's find our seats before they start throwing hands. He settled into his chair, tossing the script on the table. Arin and Seiya were buzzing around him like excited birds. Xingu looked up, taking a deep breath to center himself. He could literally feel the salty vibes in the room. Up front, Harion was turning tomato red, glaring back at him, grinding his teeth so hard they might crack. If looks could kill, Xingu would have respawned 1,000,000,000 times by now. He flashed a friendly smile, sizing him up. This guy definitely isn't the final boss. Syria and Marina finally sat down, while Xingu stayed deep in thought, chin in hand. After that attack, I gotta keep tabs on anyone with god-tier powers. The only problem is, I can tell who's actually packing that kind of heat. He finally decided on a brute force solution. Screw it. I'll watch everyone. Xingu mentally DM'd, his spirit squad grinding in his subconscious. Yo, get over here. Stealth mode. As soon as possible, they teleported in front of him instantly. Checking their leveled up stats, Xingu nodded. Slow grind, but at least they re-leveling up. I can probably still control them even if they hit level 200. A crazy thought hit him. If my skills buff up, so do they. He didn't hesitate, dishing out orders. All right, each of you pick a player in this room and stick to them like glue. If your target starts acting sus, ping me immediately. The spirit squad bowed in unison. You got it, boss. Then they scattered across the conference hall. Marina gave him a "what are you doing" look but stayed quiet. Basically, every player just got a free invisible chaperone, whether they wanted one or not. The speakers crackled to life, cutting through the chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The first World Player Conference is now in session. Arin gasped, clutching her face. Sei had the same reaction, shouting out, "Wait, isn't that your mom?" Xingu turned to the two loudmouths. "Keep it down, will ya?" Arin flew over, whispering frantically. "You knew about this," Sei was still processing. "But, that as her voice," Xingu sighed, lowering his voice to explain to the confused duo. "Of course I knew she was up to something. I had a spirit tailing her. I just didn't know she was mixed up with the UN. Xingu was busy rambling when he failed to detect the ultimate predator approaching from behind. "Even with radar, you can escape, Mom." Hajim smacked her ungrateful son upside the head. "I told you to quit calling me that." Looking at the powerhouse woman ready to unleash a backhand, he started stuttering. Mom. Xingu spun around, switching to full suck-up mode. "Wow, you looking like a glowing 50-year-old beauty today." She put her hands on her hips. "I am 50, you knucklehead." Marina was still in shock, barely managing to speak. That as Xingu. Syria finished the sentence. "Mother." Hajim looked at the source of the voices, covering her mouth in mock surprise. 4 stunning ladies, all different styles. She leaned in to whisper to her chaotic son, "Boy, you better sort out this harem situation before there is blood on the floor." He went deadpan. "It's not what you think, Mom." Ignoring his defense, Hajim switched to lecture mode. "Also, your father said no beating up any more Korean kids." Understood. Xingu thought about the grenade he just glared at earlier and shrugged innocently. "That was just because I had beef with Kim Harion. I don't care about the others, but I'm definitely gonna mess with him. You will have to calculate Korea's power ranking without him." She sighed, accepting defeat. "Guess I can blame anyone but myself for birthing you. Fine, whatever. I doubt he's useful anyway." Hajim waved, giving one last warning. "I'm out. This is a serious place, so don't clown around too much." He grumbled back, "I'm not a toddler, Mom." Marina watched the woman leave, totally lost in the sauce. Xingu rubbed his chin. "You think she's gonna let this slide?" Arin nodded at his concern. "You've got a point." After their little huddle, they quieted down like everyone else. 5 minutes later, once the room settled, the real meeting finally kicked off. The MC was up on the podium just yapping away. Every bullet point on this world player agenda was major, like global domination level serious. They flashed this fresh, hot off the press logo with some epic intro music. The main event, launching the World Player Conference, or WPC for the cool kids. Basically, the WPC gathered the MVPs from every country, trying to draft every single player on Earth. The host kept hyping up this promising future like a salesman. The United Nations is dropping cash to build a fake island right next to Sky City. Normies aren't allowed in the VIP Sky City zone, but they can hang with players on the island. They painted Eaton like some Tony Stark billionaire who sneezes dollars. Plus, they were teaming up with B and Y to build teleport gates on the island. With those gates, you can zip anywhere on the map instantly. Xingu threw his hands behind his head, chilling. "Oh, So that is the game plan. Suddenly, the host flipped the script. Dude got super serious, staring dead ahead. Let's talk about the Arizona mess from last August. Everyone flinched and sat up straight like the teacher just walked in. The big screen showed the rocky vibes of the Grand Canyon. The vid zoomed in on Syria, looking totally shook at her own hand, which was basically a monster claw. The host raised his voice, dropping a truth bomb. This is the price of accepting power from those dungeon gods. The room went from 0 to 100, players buzzing with doubt. Yo, for real. Her glowing red claw looked just like those lightning disciple creeps. Some dude slammed his desk, yelling, "Wait, are we gonna glitch out into monsters too?" The host didn't answer straight up. He beat around the bush. Some players were still looking at that holy gift like it was a legendary loot drop they desperately wanted. He stressed the danger, like, "I know it's OP, but it's a trap. Once you equip it, it rewrites your DNA. Soon enough, you won't even be human anymore." Saria decided it was showtime. She stood up and strutted through the judging stairs, heading straight for the host on the main stage. The crowd blew up like a volcano. People jumped up, screaming, "Yo, that is the chick from the video. Is she still under the goddess spell, or what?" Security, who let her in? The host tried to chill everyone out. "Relax, fam. Syria Wilson is back to default settings. She's fully human again." He passed the mic to Syria. She didn't waste time, cutting straight to the chase. "The only reason I am not a monster right now is thanks to that player, Xingu." All eyes snapped to Xingu in the back row. He just crossed his arms, ignoring the gossip. "Him again, is this a prank or something?" A player pointed. "Check the screen." They played a clip of Xingu dual-wielding hammers, wrecking lightning disciples like he was playing a rhythm game on easy mode. Then it showed him flexing and blasting energy like a superhero. Syria narrated over it, clarifying, "He doesn't have some cheat code or special power, by the way. He's just a master at controlling mana." The clip skipped to Xingu finding the transformed Syria and somehow shattering the claws right off her hands. The audience watched, jaws on the floor. Syria continued. "After that, Xingu and I agreed god powers are toxic for players and normies alike. We gotta kill this cult vibe before it goes viral. If we don't..." Syria's voice got dark. "Humanity is basically going to delete itself." Some salty player pointed a finger. "You just making this up to gatekeep the power for yourselves. That video is fake." Syria clapped back instantly. "Maybe, but you can CGI a dead body. You think I'd wipe out my own high-level guild members just for some selfish power trip?" The dude shut his mouth, rethinking his whole life. Syria ignored the drama and kept going. "We standing here to say no thanks to the gods, on behalf of all humans." She got more hyped. "But we can do it solo. We need your squad as power too. Unless we kick these monster-leading gods off our server, humanity is going to game over." Players started nodding. "True, she's spitting facts. Maybe that is why the Emperor Guild ghosted us." But one stubborn hater yelled, "Nah, I don't buy it. Even the Emperor Guild secretly grabbed that power." Syria realized she needed more receipts. It was too risky to rely on just her word. "There's another case. It went down in Otaru, Japan. Let me bring out another witness." Elsai, a player from Korea, stepped up to the mic like she owned the place, taking Syria's spot. She kept it chill but detailed. "My old crew, the Strongman Guild, was farming goblins at Mount Tengu. The raid got super messy. We found traces of a god there. My guildies absorbed the power and boom, instant monster transformation." The crowd went wild again, everyone yelling objections. "We never heard about this." No report filed. Say shrugged and dropped the bomb, because Xingu wiped them all out. Total server wipe. People freaked out. "Xingu again. You sure he isn't the main villain here?" The host sensed the chat was getting too toxic. He hopped on the mic. "Yo, Xingu. Can you come up and clear this up?" Xingu finally got his moment. He stood up, looking totally unbothered, and strolled to the stage. Xingu stood tall and kept it real. "This isn't just happening around me. I'd bet my life this god power is popping up all over the map. They were just camping, waiting to strike. And the worst-case scenario, the monsters are teaming up." According to Syria's intel, dungeon monsters usually beef with each other, but lately they were shaking hands to raid Earth together. Xingu put the question to the crowd. "I know you guys have felt the vibe shift too." The room went dead silent. Some crossed their arms, others tapped their desks, deep in thought. Xingu smirked internally. Mission accomplished. He planted the seed of doubt. But then, a voice cut through the silence like a knife. "How do you know every single god is toxic?" Xingu shot a glare sharp enough to cut glass at the heckler. Of course, it was Arin, his biggest rival. No respect at all. "You said the gods have beef too. How can you be 100% sure they were all enemies?" The crowd started murmuring again, confused. Xingu started to answer honestly. "Every god I've met so far." Arin cut him off rudely. "That's just your anecdotal evidence. Bro, that's not real data. Wouldn't it make more sense that some gods are trolls wanting to invade and others actually want to save us? Arin was getting emotional, clenching his fists tight. I put my full trust in the fire god, fam. He blessed me with some insane buffs. But hey, I am still just a human. His eyes were literally blazing with that fanboy devotion before he suddenly unleashed his aura across the whole hall. Waves of golden energy rolled out, making the other players nervous as hell. With his passion meter maxed out, he screamed, "I've always fought for humanity, and I am going to keep doing it because that is exactly what he wants." Arin didn't hold back and went straight for the throat. "Xingu, you are dead wrong. Just because a few gods want to delete humanity doesn't mean you can cancel all of them like that." Xingu listened to the guy vent with a chill smile plastered on his face, but inside, he was cursing Arin's ancestors back 18 generations. Kim Arin is such a pain in the neck. He furrowed his brows, shooting Arin a look of pure disdain. This guy dares to act like the symbol of justice, Xingu smirked darkly, kicking himself for not deleting this clown back when he had the chance. The fire of Arin's passion was burning brighter by the second. Xingu was grinding his teeth in annoyance. He took a deep breath and double-checked the facts. "So you saying there are actually benevolent gods who stand humanity. Fine. Let's say you right." Arin felt like he was being trolled and snapped back. "Humph. Don't be ridiculous. You intentionally misled everyone, and now." Xingu cut him off with a sharp scoff. He looked the guy dead in the eye and dropped the hammer. "How are we supposed to tell the good gods from the evil ones?" Arin clenched his fists, trying to drag the audience into this verbal boxing match. Every player has to make that call themselves. Inside Xingu's head, he still had 4K memories of people warped by divine power. There's a huge chance gods can control the players who accept their buffs. Even if you were thinking clearly right now, bro, you walking around with a ticking time bomb inside you. Arin lost his cool and shouted, "If you keep cowering in fear, humanity is going to take the L against the monsters." Xingu grabbed the mic and fired back. "Is NT that still better than powerful players switching sides and joining the monsters?" The host suddenly cut into the debate. "That is enough," he warned, looking down at the floor. "South Korean Representative Kim Arin, please take a seat. And also, please turn off your aura, you re-scaring people." Arin could only clench his jaw until it popped, forcing himself to swallow his rage. He dropped his hands and tried to bottle up his overflowing energy. The host gestured for him to leave the stage. "Mr. Dung, thank you for your speech. You can go back to your seat now." Xingu had accomplished his mission, so he happily agreed. "You got it." He casually walked back to his seat while Arin shot daggers at him. The host got serious and laid out the facts. These mysterious beings calling themselves gods. We have no way to verify if they read chill or not. Sai was listening intently as he continued. "The undeniable truth is that a series of disasters have been caused by their power." Marina nodded seriously, listening to the reports from Hokkaido, Japan, and Arizona, USA. "Finally," he concluded. "Therefore, we cannot recklessly accept their power." Arin jumped up to protest. "We still can." The host patiently explained. "It doesn't matter what the gods' intentions are. This forum is just to warn everyone about the potential danger." Then, he dropped the final verdict in a somber tone. "From this moment on, everything related to gods from other worlds is banned. Any players who have interacted with them must report to the WPC immediately and will be under constant surveillance. This includes you, Mr. Kim." Arin froze when he heard the decision, but the authority of the United Nations forced him to slump back into his seat, defeated. Xingu was feeling super regretful right now. He really should have made that guy shut up permanently. He didn't think the guy would straight up admit to absorbing god powers like that. Say hi got straight to the point. Now everyone knows how dangerous god powers are, but the appeal is still off the charts. He looked bored, leaning back in his chair and throwing some shade. But by doing that, he's basically nerfed his own future activities. I'm sure he knows that, even if he is a few fries short of a happy meal. Arin boldly shared her theory. Maybe the fire god's power has already hijacked his brain, or worse, some cult is using him as a puppet. Xingu was silently calculating how to school his fellow countrymen. "I'm pretty satisfied that I could expose the truth about god powers to the world. I'm gonna kick that Kim Arin to the curb the first chance I get." Ignoring that little drama, the conference kept going. A few other agenda items popped up, but most were handled quietly off camera. The conference dragged on for a few more hours and finally wrapped up at 5 in the afternoon, New York time. Xingu flopped onto the table, complaining, "I can't take this anymore." Arin floated over, acting all understanding. "You look absolutely wrecked. Let's go back to the hotel and chill." Suddenly, a crowd gathered in the corner, catching his attention, and he let out a suspicious grunt. Arin was standing in front of reporters, trying to spin the narrative. "This power is totally normal. Guys, the fire god is on our team. His eyes suddenly locked onto Xingu's squad walking by. Harion immediately frowned, shooting invisible daggers at them with his eyes. Xingu fearlessly commented, "Dude looks like he is about to combust." Arin acted like a mom, telling him to ignore the haters and keep moving. He scanned the hall one last time. He already had the results. No suspicious players here. I've already recalled all the spirit spies tracking them. As for anyone acting weird today, they were getting special treatment. But I left a tracker on Kim Harion who knows what that guy will pull. A crimson sunset was slowly blanketing the UN building in a vibe-worthy glow. Xingu's group was taking a slow stroll down the street when Marina excitedly chimed in. "Xingu, now that the meeting is over, should we grab some grub?" She pointed her finger, making a suggestion. "My favorite restaurant is right around the corner." I booked a table in advance since I knew this conference would go late. Arin crossed her arms and roasted her. "Why are you always trying to win him over with food?" Marina covered her mouth, laughing like a sly fox. "I booked a table for the whole squad. You girls should be thanking me." Syria suddenly felt salty. "Excuse me, why should we thank you? If you hadn't done that, I would have taken Xingu somewhere else." "So I wasn't about that drama life," she gently said. "Thanks, Marina." Arin suddenly flew over to Xingu and asked, "Hey, is it cool to leave without saying bye to your mom?" He waved his hand, brushing it off. "It's all good. My family doesn't care about those formalities." Everyone continued walking along the coastal road. The sunset was painting a rare, peaceful picture. Suddenly, Xingu whipped around. A yacht on the water started rocking violently. He watched quietly, making a prediction. "Is that manna?" Ominous music. The ground beneath their feet started shaking, throwing Xingu off balance. Then the pavement cracked open, debris flying everywhere, as a glowing spherical object burst out of the ground, knocking everything away. A massive explosion rocked the area right in front of Xingu's group. Marina looked on and yelled. "That is near the UN headquarters." Xingu gritted his teeth and cursed. "Son of a." Explosion sound effect. Boom boom. The explosions kept coming, shaking the space and knocking people flat on their faces. Cars were sliding across the road, debris flying, people screaming their heads off. Finally, the giant monster causing all this mess revealed its true form. Harion rushed in from out of nowhere, shouting, "Everyone, get back." Xingu watched him with deep suspicion. Kim Harion. He moved way too fast. It's almost like he knew that monster was going to pop up. Did he actually plan this whole thing? He cursed silently in a rage. "I knew he'd pull a stunt like this, but I didn't think he'd drop it this early." Marina called out to Xingu's retreating back. "Xingu, wait up." As he ran, he decisively pulled out his great wolf claws. Syria's group didn't hesitate either, flying right behind him as they all sprinted at top speed toward the monster. The beast shook its head, trying to drag its massive body up. The ground shattered even wider after that yank, and then, exactly what you'd expect happened. The UN building shook violently, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. Debris rained down everywhere, sending people into a panicked stampede. A player pointed forward, shouting orders to protect the civilians, but his teammate had a different idea. "We need to wipe out the monsters around here first, and we gotta close those teleportation gates too." Marina stared intently in that direction and hesitated. "Xingu, is this?" Xingu didn't hesitate, giving a short, "yeah," to confirm. Xingu smirked. Talk about thirsty. He watched Harion playing hero on the front lines and threw some shade. All of this drama was just to boost Kim Harion's subscriber count and ego. The beast let out a roar that literally shook the block, sending concrete and debris flying. Sai zicked over to Xingu. "Yo, I'll go locate mom." Okay, Xingu gave a quick thanks and kept his eyes on the prize ahead. Xingu tilted his head, giving orders. "Seiha, roll out with Sei." The kid nodded fast. "Copy that." Instantly, Seiha popped his sprint ability. The squad split up into two directions, keeping the momentum going. Over by the United Nations building, waves of players were locked and loaded, ready to throw down. They unleashed a total light show on the beast range shots, melee rushes, neon blue and red effects mixing with the dust. It looked like a movie set, but the monster just widened its eyes, staring through the clearing smoke like, "Is that it?" Gamers started freaking out. "Yo, how much armor does this thing have? Is that a passive buff?" Seeing the monster halfway out of the ground, the comms went wild. "We gotta cap this thing before it glitches out completely." Civilians are still trapped in the lobby. Marina, dual-wielding pistols, shouted. "Syria, let us combo this." Syria snapped back, salty as ever. "Don't tell me how to play my game." Despite the beef, their synergy was on point. Syria and Marina flanked the beast from left and right. Marina unleashed a double tap with serious force. Syria didn't hold back, dumping her mana into the attack. Explosions rocked the area like artillery fire, engulfing the monster in flames. When the smokescreen faded, a a charred head poked out into view. But just like that, the soot blew away. The monster wasn't even scratched, it just grinned like a troll. Marina gritted her teeth and let out a frustrated teach. Watching from the sidelines, Xingu frowned. Seriously, even their DPS couldn't pierce it. While everyone stood there buffering, a massive impact shook the ground, startling the whole raid group. Arin slammed his glaive into the pavement, acting like the main character. "Everyone, fall back, I finally get why the fire god sponsored me," he shouted without shame. Dude was living for this highlight clip. Arin clenched his fists, flaring up a golden aura. He channeled flames around his body until the heat started popping the nearby concrete like popcorn. Arin gripped his weapon with both hands, eyes burning with pure ambition. Riding that adrenaline high, he launched himself straight at the boss. With a long, dramatic battle cry, he swung down. The blade traced a blazing arc, slamming into the monster's skull. Finally, a crit. The thick hide split open, spewing liquid everywhere. A nearby player shouted, "He actually did it." His teammate pumped a fist. That hit definitely registered. Arin pulled his blade back, admiring his work, and dropped the line. "Behold, the power of a deity." The crowd behind him got hyped. "Damn it, I hate to say it, but the guy is cracked." Another player saw hope. "If we keep stacking damage, we might actually pierce this thing. We can totally take this raid boss down if we have time." Arin glanced over, grinning like he just hit 1,000,000 subs. He turned to the crowd for his victory speech. "That is right, keep the pressure on. We can buy time for the evac." He raised his voice. "I am taking point, cover me." The squad, led by Arin, marched toward the beast, steps thundering like a challenge. Xingu watched from a distance as the mob fanned out, attacking from every angle. After tanking those tickle attacks, the monster tilted its head back and unleashed a sonic roar. Players got ragdolled, the ground split wider, and the shockwave literally shattered the seawall. Xingu whipped his head around. "Son of a, the whole street is gonna collapse." Arin asked the obvious, "Yo, aren't you gonna jump in?" He gripped his wolf claw tight, looking serious. "This is just theater. It's a PR stunt to show the world Kim Arin's divine power. If I step in now, I'm just trolling his moment and making it worse." She looked confused, hesitating a bit. But Xingu had his own script. He was about to steal the show. "Watch this." He launched himself into the sky, leaving a crater in the asphalt. The players below froze, jaws hitting the floor. Seeing his silhouette with the wolf claw mid-air, they yelled, "A hero." But as Xingu got closer, the vibe shifted to pure confusion. "Hold up, he's incoming. Wait, is he gonna crash land on us?" They started panicking like they were facing a PK, not a teammate. "Watch out for that maniac. He's coming in hot." Arin turned around, and saw Xingu coming down with a hammer swing. Arin gulped and scrambled away like a noob, dodging a skill shot. Arin bailed, leaving Xingu face to face with the boss. Sky versus ground. The monster opened its maw, charging up a fire breath attack. Xingu didn't wait. "Chew on this, you ugly freak." As he spoke, he drove the wolf claw straight into the beast's mouth, force closing its jaw before it could spit any flames. Choking on its own fire, the monster vented white smoke, thrashing around and rocking the city block like an earthquake. A player whispered, "No way." His buddy was just as shook. How is one dude pulling that much aggro? Xingu backed off and instantly summoned his health cycle in mid-air, landing perfectly on the seat, eyes locked on the target. Gripping the wolf claw, Xingu smirked. "All right, can we get this party started?" He revved the bike, staring down the monster, who was still grimacing in pain. The raid group circled up cautiously. Suddenly, the beast snapped its eyes open and screamed at the sky, sending debris flying everywhere. Fissures raced toward the players, knocking them off balance. The ground rolled like the ocean. Nearby skyscrapers cracked and exploded, showering the panicked mob with massive boulders. Someone jumped up, screaming, "The HQ is coming down." Heads up, another player blocked debris, yelling, "Yeah, I see it. Just how massive is this thing?" The monster's massive bulk rose from the earth. It yanked a clawed arm free, magma still dripping from it, and swiped a colossal hand forward, trying to crush Xingu like a bug. Xingu felt the shadow loom over him. Ha! He reacted instantly, drifting the hell cycle sideways and dodging death by an inch. The monster grabbed nothing but air. Momentum slammed the beast's fist into the street, pulping the asphalt again. It pivoted on its arm, the ground beneath it, shattering into a spiderweb of destruction. The seawall finally gave out, and a nasty black sludge started oozing toward the ocean. "Poison," a player screamed, pointing. "It's leaking into the river." This was officially a catastrophe. Xingu watched the sludge and clicked his tongue. Damn it. Meanwhile, the monster pushed against the ground, trying to lift itself. Sparks flew from the friction in the cracks. The beast writhed, causing a literal earthquake. A player gripped his sword, terrified. "It's trying to break free." His teammate jumped in, hands weaving complex spell circles. We can let it wreck anything else, we gotta hold it here. The monster raised a glowing arm, charging up. It clenched its fist, unleashing an alt-solid energy form into sharp flame arrows that blasted out in every direction. In a split second, players were dropping like flies or left floating helplessly. Someone watching clenched their fists so hard their knuckles cracked in rage. What level is this boss? Seriously. His neighbor panicked. Forget the level. It's gonna wipe the whole map. Not far away, Arin yelled back, "Don't you dare say that." As soon as he shut his mouth, the monster spam fired another volley of arrows. Arin channeled his inner main character, buffed himself up, and charged straight in. He decided to tank the hits face on like a total show-off. The crowd looked at him like he was the Messiah or something, chanting Kim Arin in unison. He turned back, yelling to calm them down. "Chill, guys. It took damage. It's just a massive unit, that is all." Arin pointed at the dent Xingu left on the beast's jaw. "Check it. It's leaking HP." The crowd got hyped, nodding along. "He's right. It's just another raid boss like we've seen 1,000 times." Arin turned back to the squad to rally the troops. "This isn't a boss we can beat," and just like that, the whole lobby rushed in, spamming every skill and weapon they had. Everyone was backing up Kim Arin. Arin grinned, showing off those pearly whites. "Perfect. All eyes on me." He was soaking up the clout, completely oblivious that Xingu was mid-air behind him, winding up a hammer strike like a meteor. The wolf claw ignited with fire magic, and its owner let out a battle cry. Xingu slammed the claw down, boom. The monster took the full force of that crit, and a ring of fire blasted outward like a shockwave. With the monster at ground zero, the aftershock rippled out, cracking the pavement everywhere. The player group scrambled to stay on their feet amidst the falling rocks and sea of flames. They were shouting over the noise. "Yo, what kind of OP damage is that?" Arin was definitely the most triggered. He screamed at the sky, "Xingu." That guy again, Xingu, who just lost 2 sleeves from his ult, was chilling comfortably on his health cycle. That monster spent half the day trying to climb out of the portal, and Xingu just bonked it back into the abyss. It started raging, screaming with a bonfire on its head. Xingu grinned like a troll and mentally joked that the beast was enjoying it. "Glad you like the heat, buddy." But the monster's hand reached up, defying gravity. Its rage turned the next arrow volley glowing red, and every single one was aimed at Xingu. Arin reached out just in time. "Oh no, you don't." Her energy morphed into a golden shield, tanking every arrow meant for him. Xingu turned, genuinely touched. "Thanks, fam." Arin couldn't help but flex a little. "You aren't the only one leveling up. This is light work." Her face was locked in, full battle mode. "All right, let's push the offensive. I don't have time to waste." Xingu hopped off the health cycle, squaring up with the beast again. He charged in screaming ha and unleashed a hammer combo right on its dome. Every hit hammered the monster deeper into the ground. The players ignored the earthquake under their feet and gathered around the afterimage of the wolf claw. One guy's jaw hit the floor. Unreal. With him on the team, 5 of these things wouldn't even be a problem. Another guy crossed his arms, chiming in from the back. "I've been a player for 10 years, always thought I was special." He looked at the battle with pure respect. But that dude's built different. He saw on another level entirely. I can't even be jealous. Marina flew over, snapping at them. "You guys just gonna stand there and simp for him? We need to provide support." She didn't wait for a reply before raising her gun. The monster was having a terrible day, literally adding insult to injury. It took a few bullets and howled in pain. Seeing that, everyone got their second wind. Its penetrating Marina took a second to drop some lore. We couldn't hurt it before because it was using mana to shield itself. But after Xingu's hit, its concentration broke. She commanded the group decisively. "We gotta finish it before it reboots its senses." The crowd roared in agreement, raising their weapons. "She's right, we can just away from keyboard here while he does all the work." Charge. The duel turned into a full-blown mosh pit, with every type of attack raining down on the monster. They shouted in unison. "We were the top players in the world." Xingu swung the wolf claw up and brought it down for a ruthless chop on the monster's head. As he lifted the hammer, blood dripped from the edge. Marina and Syria flew in from the distance to assist. The 2 girls didn't say a word, just unloaded their clips straight ahead. Other players flanked from all sides, a total trap card activation. Arin dropped his great sword, looking dead inside. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this wasn't in the script. I was supposed to solo this invincible boss with my holy power and become the hero." Arin ground his teeth, regretting that he didn't summon a stronger monster. He glared at the man, tearing it up with the wolf claw, spitting his name with maximum salt. "Xingu." After eating a buffet of bombs and bullets, the monster suddenly tilted its head back and froze. A player whispered, "Look." It stopped moving. The squad in front clenched their fists, hyped. "It's dead. We did it." Xingu, sitting on his hell cycle, let out a long breath and quickly stored the wolf claw. We took it down before our cooldowns ran out. The system notifications started pinging like crazy. The first two were level up alerts. Your level has increased by 9. Your mana has increased by 6. Your impermanence power has increased by 4. Next came the physical stats. Strength and stamina increased by 4. Your body is now swole. You have better immunity to diseases and sickness. Side effects of this skill are significantly nerfed. Punishment has reached level 40. Xingu skimmed the text and immediately felt a glitch in his body. He started glowing pale blue. He grabbed his head, screaming in pain. Arin flew over instantly. "Let me heal you," Xingu exhaled. The transformation was faster than he thought. She asked anxiously, "Hun, you good?" He flashed a relaxed smile. "The side effects are way lower now." He hopped off the hell cycle and stuck the superhero landing. Xingu stood before his kill, admiring it for a moment, then shielded his eyes to look further out. Man, the UN headquarters got completely griefed. It's totaled. Marina and Syria flew over, calling out. Xingu. Marina pumped her fist. That was epic. Syria bowed respectfully. Great fight, Xingu. He didn't hesitate to give credit where it was due. You guys did great too. Seha walked up and cut in. Xingu. She pointed in a direction to give a sitrep. Your mom is safe. We evacuated all the civilians to the safe zone. Seha, not wanting to be outdone, expressed her admiration. You were actually insane. If it wasn't for you, nobody had the DPS to take that thing down. The group of players erupted in agreement. She's right. It was only possible because you shattered its mana shield. Without you, we'd be looking at a lot of respawns. Another player laughed, hyping him up. With a guy like you, it's hard to lose hope. Everyone swarmed Xingu, clapping and chanting his name. You saved all of New York. He didn't expect this much clout, so he awkwardly scratched his head, trying to explain. Sis, I only did it to troll Kim Harrion. Arin panicked and shouted. Don't admit that in front of anyone else. Suddenly, a guy walked up and interrupted. Mr. Xingu. Albino placed a hand on his chest and bowed. I am the guild master of Blue Rose, name S. Albino. I want to discuss the loot distribution. Xingu rubbed his chin, glancing sideways, and replied calmly, Loot. We should split it fair and square. People gathered in little cliques, debating excitedly. Since this was a world-first event, nobody knew the loot rules. Seha handed the soulless spear to Xingu, but eventually, they decided Xingu got first pick since he carried the raid. But naturally, some people were salty about it. He already took the best part. That doesn't help us. Harrion ground his teeth so hard they might crack, fists shaking with rage. Xingu lowered his stance, feet wide, and swung the soulless spear. He grunted, winding up, and delivered a clean, curved slice that yeeted the monster's head right off. The ugly head flew high, blood spraying everywhere. Xingu raised a hand to catch his trophy. He held up the giant monster head with one hand like a stuffed animal, ignoring the blood shower soaking him. The system dropped another praise notification. You survived the world-ending dragon as poison thanks to your level 10 anti-poison skill. After the praise came the reward. Anti-poison has leveled up to 11. Xing let out a sigh and holstered his weapon. Yo, shout out to that bloody mess for the XP boost and helping me ID the monster. He frowned at the dissolving pool of gore, still roasting it. But was that just a mini-boss? Arin piped up from the side. You good, fam. Xing shook the slime off his arm. I am Gucci, but the squad, not so much. That blood is straight up toxic. He turned to the camera, addressing the other players. My stats can tank the poison, but if you guys touch this sludge, you're gonna need a high-level healer on speed dial, as soon as possible. Syria walked up holding a fresh fit. Your drip is ruined, rock this instead. She explained. I whipped up something decent so you wouldn't pee running around looking like a hot mess. Xing grabbed the gear, grinning. Thanks, Marina's gonna be so salty she missed this defensive play. He threw on the cloak and waved. All right, peace out, guys. My energy bar is low. Xing hopped on his hell bike, hovering above the crowd. Catch you on the flip side. With a twist of the throttle, he and the bike rocketed forward like a missile. Marina pouted, watching him leave. Man, I was gonna ask him out for burgers. Meanwhile, Xing was tearing up the asphalt. Next stop, the Grand Canyon abyss. Arin, turning green in the bag, yelled out. Yo, didn't you say you were tired? It's just the crew here. Keep it 100. We travel all the way to the States for this. We gotta maximize the grind while we re-here. You just used that as an excuse to ghost them, didn't you? Arin thought about the sad faces back at the village. Big oof. They probably feel totally played right now. She let out a sneaky hee-hee, making Xing and the bike side eye her. What's so funny? Xing asked. Arin stifled a laugh. Nothing. Just chilling. Xing shrugged it off, eyes on the prize. All right. Grand Canyon Abyss, let's get it. The hell bike hit turbo, literally ripping through the air. Xingu gripped the bag for dear life. Is it just me, or are we breaking the sound barrier? This feels faster than a private jet, Xing smirked at the camera. I am buffing the engine with my aura. Glad I tested this hack. But he suddenly pumped the brakes, frowning. Wait, something's off. Xing dug through his memory banks. Hold up, I've even min-maxing my senses separately. Hearing, smell, taste. But that is amateur hour. He focused on his body's vibe. I can't play like a noob anymore. It's all connected, like a network. If I don't sync up, I'll never hit max potential. Xing set a new quest for himself. I need hardcore raids, not just grinding oversized mobs. I am talking clutch moments, 0 HP survival mode. That is where the real gains are. The gray, rocky badlands of the canyon came into view. Boom, Grand Canyon abyss. Xing started digging like a maniac until he shouted, jackpot. I knew this Easter egg was here. Below him swirled a deep, neon-purple vortex, a literal portal to another server. The squad dove into the portal with no hesitation. Xing stuck the superhero landing in pitch-black darkness, freezing to let his night vision buffer. Arin whispered, whoa, isekai time, I can see squat. Xing just grunted. A system window popped up. Welcome to Sethnak's Castle number 73. It is a low-tier dungeon, but the mobs are elite. Sethnak knows you are here and has prepared a spicy welcome party. Portal shuts down in 3 hours. Wreck the castle to escape, or get softlock here forever. Xing nodded calmly. Standard speedrun rules. Difficulty spike, but same old mechanics. Xingu whined, looking around. I am blind here. Boss Arin corrected him immediately. This is magical darkness. Totally my aesthetic as a death god. Xing advised, Arin, keep your eyes shut. She shivered. Wait, why? I mean, I'm glad I can see, but you freaking me out. What do you mean? Footsteps echoed in the narrow hallway, mixed with screeches and orders from Sethnak. Suddenly, a skeleton army swarmed them from both sides. Get him. Arin's spidey senses tingled. Xing smirked, nice turnout for a fan meet and greet. But inside, he was thinking, okay, this is actually sketchy. Too cramped for the hammer, and throwing hands will take forever. Xingu floated over. Yo, why not spam the soul summon? Big brain play, Xing's hand glowed. Forget babysitting duty back home, I need the whole crew. He cast soul domination. The ghost squad materialized. Wipe these boneheads out, Xing commanded. The souls went ham, slashing and stabbing through the skeleton mob. Xing stood back, watching the mosh pit. A skeleton tried to gank him from behind, but Xing nonchalantly crushed its skull with a no-look punch. The pile of bones dropped. Xing didn't even turn around. These guys aren't trash mobs, level 120 minimum. Arin covered her ears. La la la, Donna, tell me. I'm just walking in a dark flower garden, Xing pondered. These guys hit harder than the valley skeletons. Must be the home field advantage for Sethnak. The sound of clashing steel filled the air. The Soul Army is holding it down thanks to the upgrades, but the DPS is too low. We restalling. Xing closed his eyes, activating big brain mode. He visualized the dungeon-esque blueprint in his mind, pinpointing their exact coordinates. Eyes snapped open. He slapped the wall. We can glitch through here. As the footsteps got louder, Xing wound up a haymaker. Ha! Boom. The wall shattered, turning a few skeletons into dust. Xing vaulted through the breach, with Arin and Xingu hot on his tail. System update. Sethnak's castle 0.1% destroyed. Xing grinned at the open space. Now that's what I call room to breathe. He equipped the wolf claw and the giant cry. He shouted back, yo, ignore the small fry and regroup. The Soul Army shouted back, copy that, and zoomed over. The skeletons flooded in after them. Xing launched the wolf claw. It spun like a buzzsaw, slicing clean through the ceiling supports. As the weapon snapped back to his hand, the ceiling collapsed, burying the skeleton horde in rubble. Update 0.7% destroyed. Arin panicked. How do we get back now? Who cares? Xing shrugged. We redemoing the whole place anyway. Arin sighed. So much for stealth mode. Xing cracked his knuckles. Xing speedrun the first floor with his ghost squad. Progress 37%. Time remaining 1 hour 37 minutes and 25 seconds. He sprinted up to level 2. Xingu stared at the floating pillars. Glitch in the matrix. We smashed the supports, but the roof is still floating. Xing analyzed it. It's divine power. Mana is streaming from the penthouse, holding it together. Arin gasped. So we gotta take out the boss at the top. Xing suddenly hit the brakes. Bingo. He tapped the ceiling with his hammer, and the surface rippled like water. But we've got a problem. This is gonna be a grind. The higher floors have totally different mana levels, and Xingu knew he didn't have the juice to smash them one by one. He let out a heavy sigh, realizing it was crunch time, and decided to target the 4th floor. Boom! With twin hammers in hand, He wrecked the entire fourth floor in seconds like he was playing Whack-A-Mole on extreme mode. Once the demolition job was done, he walked up to the edge of the broken wall. Staring back at him was a massive, creepy abyss with some green light flickering way down deep. Arin rubbed her chin, trying to buffer through her memory files. Is that just empty space? What's that glow stick-looking thing, is it? Xingu cut her off before she could finish. Yup, it's a soul cluster. Arin's jaw dropped and she screamed, "Oh my god, are you serious right now?" The soul cluster started yapping. "Yo, soul manipulator, stay away from the master." Xingu tilted his head, throwing some shade. "Why are you guys clumping together like a bad mosh pit?" The blob got salty and snapped back. "You think souls have 5 senses? Genius." "Wrong. We read just the leftovers of people who got deleted." Xingu pressed him, voice rising. "So where did the actual dead dudes go?" The cluster shrugged metaphorically and replied, "Beats me. The master only cares about ruling the afterlife and his bony pets." The green glow started sparkling harder, clearly hyping itself up. The master can control what happens after death. Xingu just stood there, stunned into silence. Xingu watched the soul cluster glimmering in the pitch-black void. He frowned, thinking to himself, "Are souls really just digital footprints? Is Setnak trying to make me realize the weight of this power I am carrying?" "But hold up," Xingu said loud enough for the cheap seats, analyzing the situation. "Every soul I've met had its own strong will. That alone makes them worthy of being called independent beings." He was getting more hyped as he spoke. "Even if I collected them, they kept their personalities. They aren't just ruins." Suddenly, Xingu paused because the back of his hand lit up like a notification. LED. The system popped up. "Congrats, soul manipulation has leveled up to tier 3. It even gave a helpful tutorial. You can now remix and split soul energy, plus collect souls beyond your current understanding. But you gotta focus hard." Xingu lifted his hand, staring at the brand new tattoo-like mark. "The irony," he thought. "Right when I decide to respect souls as individuals, the system lets me merge them." Xingu paused, deep in thought, realizing that fusing soul energy was now actually possible. What a hassle. A deep bass voice dropped from nowhere, snapping him out of his brain blast. "Interesting." "Huh," Xingu froze. "Is that Setnak's voice? Looks like you can FaceTime without even showing up." Setnak didn't hold back the praise. "Bullseye. To control and master souls, you have to accept their existence and understand them." The big bad laughed loudly, sounding all sentimental. "You read just like I was back in the day. I'm curious to see how you, handle your final moments." Xingu repeated softly. "Final moments." Setnak didn't elaborate. "Now, prove it." Xingu just stared at him, confused. Suddenly, Setnak turned into a bunch of green popping bubbles. Arin grabbed her mouth and screamed. "Wait a sec," Seiya yelled from the other side. "Boss, dodge that." Setnak expanded and went nuclear, exploding and taking all the nearby debris with him. When the dust and smoke cleared, Xingu was still standing there like a statue, totally unbothered. He lowered his hand and let out a breath. Arin was blushing with excitement, replaying the scene where her boss looked absolutely savage blocking the shockwave. He combined the soul army to make a shield that was so clutch. Xingu gritted his teeth, annoyed. The best way to fight souls is with other souls, exactly what Setnak wanted him to figure out. He looked at the mess with a headache. Well, there goes my army. They weren't gone forever, but he definitely couldn't use them again anytime soon. The cooldown on that move was going to be brutal. Arin eyed the purple bubble twitching behind him and yelled, "It's charging up again." Seiya was panicking too. "Is it going to blow again?" Xingu smirked with confidence and pulled out the evil spirit's sword. Don't sweat it. The system ran a quick scan on the new toy. Evil spirit's sword, rank B+. A weapon made by fusing a combo of souls. If you can handle the weight, it'll eat you alive. Seiya recognized it immediately. It was the loot Xingu got from that demon knight guy. Xingu swung the sword over his head. "Yup, didn't think I'd have to use this bad boy. But things are different now since I am basically the Soul King." He gave a cold laugh and shouted, "Aim for the head." Arin killed the vibe instantly. It doesn't even have a head. Whatever it was, Xingu brought the sword down with a strike that could split the heavens. The evil spirit's sword sliced through Setnak like warm butter. The purple bubbles shattered into smoke and vanished. The system dinged, "You have leveled up." Xingu sheathed the sword and gave a one-word review, "Sweet." Suddenly, the ground started shaking like a California earthquake. Cracks spread everywhere. Arin pointed. "Jaw on the floor. The lower levels are collapsing." Xingu realized the truth. Those souls were the glue holding the floors together. Now they were gone. No hesitation, he summoned the demon motorcycle, hopped on, and got ready to peel out. Xingu laid out the facts. From floor 1 to 4, there's nothing holding this place up anymore. He watched the floor getting sucked into the abyss below. "Everything is gonna crumble." The system updated the destruction progress. Setnak Castle, 73.46% destroyed. Xingu nodded. Time to bounce. We gotta fix this fast. Arin let out a confused huh. Xingu twisted the throttle to the max. The demon motorcycle shot forward, smashing through the floor layers like a missile. Xingu already had an exit strategy used that opened gap to boost straight to the top of the castle. The bike acted like a drill, piercing through every obstacle in its way. The system kept spamming notifications. Riding skill has leveled up to 11. The squad crash-landed safely amidst a rain of debris. Xingu stuck the landing light as a feather and said, "Perfect." While Xingu stayed on high alert, Arin stumbled around, dizzy. "You call that perfect?" he screamed at her. "Arin, shield." Arin snapped out of it and frantically waved her hands. Shield. But the defense was weak. It shattered into pieces instantly. Still, the enemy voice praised her. "You re-fast, kid." A clicking sound echoed as something approached them. Xingu looked surprised. A female voice, Seha, whispered, boss." Xingu didn't hesitate, gripping his weapon tight. "You were right." Xingu held the great wolf's fang, ready to go full try-hard mode. "It's a death knight." Finally, the enemy stepped out of the shadows. "I am Bis, the Death Knight. All intruders must die." Arin floated over, amazed. "Whoa, she looks way different from the other mobs we've fought." Xingu scoffed, looking down on the enemy. "Doesn't he matter? Still weaker than me." Bis shot back sarcastically. "You've got some serious confidence, human, but let's see how long that holy shield protects you." She dropped low to the ground in a sprinter-esque stance, then launched herself forward like a rocket. Xingu watched her vanish with his eagle eyes. He instantly activated his giant skill, and his great wolf-esque fang slammed into Bis with pinpoint accuracy. The impact sent her flying, smashing into the wall behind her. Bis didn't even flinch. She kept up Ed instantly. Xingu looked at his work and taunted, "Great start." Then he noticed she was wearing some gear on her back. "Is that?" He squinted to confirm the item. "A coffin," Seha added. "It's covered in magic," Arin chimed in. "Is that what I think it is?" Xingu nodded. "Yeah. It contains a fragment of Setnak." But then he had a wilder theory. "Wait, what if the coffin itself is the fragment?" Bis stood there like a statue, listening to them guess her inventory. Both sides stared each other down. Bis decided to end the chat and screamed, "Die." She jumped high, leaving a crater in the ground, and closed the distance in a millisecond. Xingu swung the great wolf's fang up to block her blazing sword strike. The clash was massive, pushing both of them back. Bad news for Xingu, the great wolf's fang suddenly cracked. Bis skid across the floor, regaining her balance. She sneered, "How is that, human?" Xingu just gave a creepy smile instead of answering. Bis got triggered and used Blink to teleport and blindside him. Xingu quietly put away the broken fang and raised his bare hands. High IQ play, he managed to grab the strap of the coffin while dodging her wind-slicing slash. He yanked the strap and delivered a Sparta kick right to Biz's chest. She flew straight into the opposite wall, leaving the coffin floating above Xingu's head. He tugged the strap and claimed his loot. He caught it with one hand, but the weight made the wound on his stomach burst open with blood. Arin screamed, "Xingu, you re-hurt." Bis leaped out of the rubble, the tip of her sword dripping with fresh blood. While Arin tried to heal him, Xingu mocked the knight. "A knight backstabbing me in the gut. That's kinda dirty, don't you think?" The wound was healing super slow, and Arin was panicking. "I can heal it properly." How much dark energy was in that hit? Bis was fuming, screaming like a total Karen, "Give me back my coffin." Bis sees Xingu swipe that coffin aside and comes at him like a linebacker blitzing the quarterback. "I am gonna end you." But hold up, she hits the brakes hard. Turns out, Xingu isn't just moving furniture. He's wielding that coffin like a giant baseball bat. Bis does a Matrix-style lean back, barely avoiding the hit. Xingu lets out a confused huh. He taps the coffin, thinking, "Man, I didn't think she'd dodge that," acting like I scratched her, Ferrari or something. Curiosity gets the better of him. "Yo, did the boss tell you to guard this box with your life?" Bis is sick of his trolling. "I am done with your games." Suddenly, she goes Super Saiyan, exploding with furious blue energy. She launches into the sky, planning a high-speed sneak attack. Xingu raises an eyebrow. She is definitely faster now, but to his upgraded eyes, she's moving in slow motion. He reads her like a cheap magazine. Xingu swings his heavy-duty bat again. Bis skids across the floor, screeching like tires on asphalt, just to get some space. Xingu clocks her game plan immediately. She's pulling her punches. She wants the loot inside the box. Seha pumps a fist. "Finish her off, dude." But Xingu is chill as ice. "Bro, I already won." "She's got way more mana, sure, but I've downloaded her moveset. She can touch me." He keeps the real reason to himself, though. Ending it now would be a total snooze fest. He needs to drag this out, grind some XP, and level up his senses and intelligence stats. He props the coffin up and leans against it like he is waiting for a bus. This box is tougher than the knight herself, and he knows she won't risk damaging her precious cargo just to get a hit in. Xingu smirks, realizing he holds all the cards. There's something juicy inside here. Huh, Bis snaps her head up. Xingu grills her. What's in the box? Why are you fighting with kid gloves? Is your boss's corpse taking a nap in there? She's so mad she can't even speak, just grinding her teeth like, you little. Xingu lets out a dramatic sigh. Oops, didn't mean to almost yeet this coffin across the room. Bis freezes, looking absolutely shook, then charges with everything she has got. Can't let this big fish get away, Xingu thinks, whipping out his wolf slayer hammer to intercept her. Arin T, you gonna check on your precious box, I promise I didn't scratch it. Bis is totally lost in the sauce. What Xingu gives her that troll face. Quit holding back, let's see some real fireworks. Arin yells from the sidelines. Are you crazy? Xingu just deadpans. Nope. Xingu lays out his master plan. He's walking out of here with all 5 senses synced up. Actually, make that 6 gotta count that big brain energy. Bis finally connects the dots. Are you a knight from another dimension or something? You could say that, Xingu shrugs. Suddenly, her whole vibe flips. She bows and whispers, thank you. Xingu stares her down, trying to figure out if this is a trap or a glitch in the matrix. While Xingu is distracted, Bis slyly extends a claw and recalls her sword like a Jedi. She grips the hilt, and boom, dark energy erupts like a volcano. Seha and Arin scramble back like they saw a ghost. Xingu and Bis square up, sizing each other up for round 2. The air gets heavy. The tutorial is over. The real boss fight starts now. Xingu cracks a smile. This is exactly what he wanted. Bis steps forward, her armor clanking. She slumps a bit, admitting, I can cast spells. But then she snaps her head up, eyes blazing with determination. But magic is for nerds anyway. Raw mana and brute strength are all I need to wreck you. Her aura flares up, and she blasts toward him, tearing through the wind like a jet fighter. She's moving so fast, she's practically in 2 places at once, weaving a glowing web of mana around him. Xingu looks at the pattern like he just unlocked a cheat code. He projects his own mana and dives right into the stream. Holy cow, that actually worked. It reminds him of that dragon dream he had, something about visualizing the flow. Looks like he just unlocked the prerequisites for a major power-up. Snap back to reality. Xingu ducks, just as her blade shaves a haircut off the air above him. He grins. I get it now. I just gotta follow the mana lines like a GPS. Good eyes, Bis admits. But can your body cash the checks your eyes are writing? She sprints in and launches a lightning-fast kick, forcing Xingu to bend backward like a limbo champion. She doesn't let up. Her sword clashes with his wolf slayer hammer, and crack his weapon snaps in 2 like a twig. Xingu stares at the broken handle, panicked, and backflips away to reset. Bis is full of dirty tricks. She spits out a cloud of toxic purple smog. Xingu crosses his arms to shield himself. Xingu Arin screams. Inside the smoke, Xingu calls out, chill, I am good. The system pings debuff resisted. Then another ping, poison resistance leveled up to 7. Bis actually sounds impressed. You resisted that. A flawless night, she mocks, stepping closer. But your toy is broken. What are you gonna do now? Xingu casually tosses the broken hammer over his shoulder. Who? Me. The pieces clatter on the floor. Xingu rotates his shoulder, warming up the guns. Didn't you just say raw mana and physical strength are all you need? He flashes a savage grin. I think you rewrite. Bis is stunned. You re gonna throw hands with me? Bold move. Before the words finish, she teleports out of sight. Next second, cold steel is at his throat. Xingu ducks and delivers a precision kick right to the flat of her blade, sending Bis flying backward like she got hit by a truck. Her sword starts to crack. Xingu analyzes the data. She's feeding mana into the blade, making it an extension of herself. Kicking it out of her hand won't be easy. This is awesome. Way better than boring stat buffs. He plays modest. I still got a lot to learn from you. Bis drops into a low stance, ready to pounce. Sorry, school us out. She charges in, screaming that class ends with his funeral. They crash together, literally. Bis slams a brutal headbutt right into Xingu's dome. Bonk. He doesn't flinch and returns the favor with a haymaker to her shoulder. It's an all-out street brawl, fists and feet flying. Bis realizes this close-quarters combat is draining her battery, so she hops back. Xingu sticks to her like glue. Bis glances sideways, panic setting in. He's matching my speed. Xingu beams a $1 million smile. I figured out the cheat code to beat you. You rebluffing, she spits, leaping away. But Xingu cuts her off like a pro basketball defender. He brings a chop down hard on her sword arm. She refuses to drop the blade and scrambles back. She points a shaky finger at him. You were just forcing your body to keep up with those insane reflexes of yours. Xingu cracks his knuckles. Guilty. Since my mana control is trash, I gotta rely on pure muscle. Biss is baffled. What are you? How can you move like that with such a tiny mana pool? Xingu flexes. Think I am just keeping up? Nah. Maybe you just slowing down, Grandma. That triggers her. She swings her sword in a blind rage. He sidesteps smoothly, letting her sword bury itself in the floor. While it's stuck, he winds up and punches the blade with everything he's got. Shatterbiss as sword is history. Xingu presses the advantage, launching a ruthless uppercut right into her face. The impact launches her into the stratosphere. She tumbles across the ground, carving a trench in the floor before stopping. Xingu does the come, get some hand gesture. Got any more tricks, or are we done? Biss stumbles up. You absolute monster, she hisses, then starts charging up, engulfed in roaring blue flames. She manifests 2 energy daggers in her hands. Crossing her arms like a comic book villain, she declares, I don't need a sword to end you. She crouches to spring, but suddenly, a golden circle of energy locks her down. Biss looks up to see Xingu floating above, controlling the spell like a god. Magic missiles, she stammers. Xingu smirks. Nope. These are the Pro Max version. He flicks his wrist, and a storm of energy bullets rains down, turning Biss into Swiss cheese. Yo. Welcome back to the channel. Xingu just let out a roar and blasted Biss back with a wave of pure energy. Total boss move. And guess what? The system just pinged his senses, merged into one ultimate skill. Biss froze up instantly. She didn't see that coming. Boom, mana started flowing like crazy, fusing together until it exploded in a blinding light. New passive unlocked, Dragon Sense level 1. Let's go. His chaos stats just hit level 4, unlocking the new Ant Cave Zone. Xingu took a deep breath, feeling absolutely juiced with power. Biss finally stopped lagging and spoke up. Are you a dragon? She asked. Xingu shut that down real quick. Nah, fam, I am human. His eyes lit up with hype. But thanks to you, I just leveled up big time. Gotta pay you back for the XP. He walked toward Biss, who was practically on 0 HP. Then she started crying, voice cracking like crazy. I couldn't protect him. I failed. That caught Xingu's attention. You mean Sedak? Surprisingly, she shook her head. No, the kid in the coffin. My little brother. Sedak promised to help but then wasted, sent straight to the afterlife. Arin was standing there completely shook by the drama. Wait, what's going on? As Xingu ignored the noise. He didn't have time for enemy rants because the system started spamming notifications. Ding, you leveled up 4 times. You can now absorb souls you don't understand. Also, want to snatch the level 262 soul of Death Knight Biz, yes or no? Xingu stared at the screen, totally stunned. Wait, absorb a living undead soul. Is that even legal? Suddenly, a massive flash of light blinded everyone. In a split second, Biss life force submitted to him. Bam, notification, soul successfully absorbed. Soul domination skill leveled up to 4. Too easy. Next up, loot check. Xingu was itching to see what dropped, but then he remembered his wolf claw weapon was trashed from the fight. Ugh. Gotta stash this in the inventory for repairs later, he muttered. He made a quick decision and peeked inside the coffin. But then Sedek's voice echoed out like an unskippable ad. That was an entertaining fight. This guy again, serious troll energy. When I conquer this world, everyone becomes a zombie. Biss and her bro were the last survivors. Xingu frowned, totally over it. Cool story, bro, but who asked for a bedtime story? Sedak kept yapping in that creepy voice. Biss knew her brother would turn, so she sold her soul to me to save him. I agreed and turned her into a Death Knight. Standard deal. Xingu finally got curious. So, did you actually save him? Sedak replied without skipping a beat. He's just napping, still has a pulse. But here is the trap, open that coffin, and the world's energy eats him alive. He turns undead instantly. So, new owner, what's your play? Sedak thought he had him, but Xingu wasn't sweating it. Simple. The mark on Xingu's hand glowed up. Biss reacted, sighing like she just accepted her fate. Yep. Xingu waved at the squad. Yo, Arin, Seha, get over here. Xingu was hyped. Energy off the charts. Let's roll. He grabbed the coffin and launched himself into the air like a rocket. He sprinted down the empty road and he jumped straight into a massive abyss without hesitation. Sedek's voice echoed, sounding confused. Bro, why are you jumping into the hole you made? Xingu didn't bother replying, just flexed on Biss. Biss, you owe me big time for this. Sedak realized what was up and panicked. Wait, you smashed the floors to find the gate at the bottom. You were going back to Earth, still ghosting him. Xingu wrapped the coffin in mana to sync it up. Action speaks louder than words, right? His energy flared up like a supernova. The villain started panicking. That is my power. You can control the coffin with just your stats. Xingu's eyes flashed with pure confidence. Watch me. You're annoying, but I got this. Dragon sense, baby. He slipped right through the gate at the end of the tunnel, leaving Sedek freaking out. How is this possible? Why did he take a piece of me and dip? System update. After losing the core, Sedek's castle number 73 is destroyed. Earth influence dropped by 2.1%. Xingu was salty. When I wrecked the whole place and only got 2%, Arin shivered. That means Sedek is way stronger than Rina. Castle 73 was a nightmare. Xingu brushed it off. Let's head back to the rest area. Arin nodded. I am down. Seha agreed too. Same here. Back at base, the trio stared at the coffin. Xingu's mana blocked any peek inside. Biss's voice trembled with worry. Is my brother okay? Xingu frowned. Chill, he's fine. He could hear her, wild. Xingu started assigning roles. Arin, guard the kid inside. She looked nervous but nodded. I am on it. I can see him, but I will try. She shielded the coffin with her power. Xingu pulled out the essence of the Dun Lahan Sina plant. All right, let's get this party started. Xingu was sweating buckets. I am purifying Sedak's mana and sucking it out with this plant essence. The tension in the room was thicker than a viral tweet. Suddenly, Biss chimed in. You make it look so easy. Xingu gritted his teeth. You think this is easy, you try it. The plant essence started glowing like neon. Ding system notification Dun Lahan Sina Essence Class S 100% complete. Xingu pumped his fist. Yes, the coffin faded away, revealing Beto. The kid gasped, shocked by the fresh air. Biss instantly manifested in human form. Beto, she was panicking, not knowing what to do. Xingu watched the scene, feeling a bit awkward. Man, feelings. She looks like a totally different person, Arin whispered, tearing up. That is family for you. They decided to back off. Let's give him some space, Xingu said. Before you click away, smash that like button. System ping village unlock conditions met. Open for free. Xingu was confused. Conditions Arin. What's a village? Xingu started brainstorming. Is it because I saved the kid or because we let outsiders into the VIP zone? Arin was surprised. I thought outsiders were banned from the rest area. Xingu shrugged. Maybe it's because they aren't from Earth. Loophole found. Whatever. Xingu hit confirm. System village unlocked. You can expand it using collected essences. Like playing a city builder game, basically. A massive gate spawned right in front of them. They walked up to inspect it. Arin looked unimpressed. It's just another door, right? Xingu was sure. This is the village entrance. A safe house for Beto. Gotta wake him up so he can invite us in. Biss walked up. Hey, you. Xingu cut her off. That's master to you. Biss corrected herself instantly. Master. Arin's jaw dropped. She actually listened. Then Biss got serious. I want a real body. Doesn't matter if it has zombie or human. I just want Beto to see my face. Master, please give me a body. Xingu thought for a second, then grinned wide. Bet. I got something perfect for you. System check. Healthy body, black magic, steel, noble soul, plant essence, and special add-ons. All materials ready. I'll start crafting once we put everything on the anvil. The squad waited in silence. Biss couldn't help but ask, is this really enough to build a death knight? Sheesh, Xingu hushed her. Trust the process. He remembered his insane lightning motorcycle. Listen, if I can build a beast of a bike, I can handle this. Don't doubt the main character energy. All right, light bulb moment, he mutters. Then he drops his voice low, getting real serious. Yo, just so you know, her face is gonna change. Like, completely. She ain't gonna be the old Biss anymore. She seems totally chill with it, though. Cool. I feel you. Xingu cracks a grin, ready to cook. Let's get this show on the road. The recipe. 1 baby apocalypse dragon head, some heavy-duty steel from those valley freaks, Biss's fancy soul, and a splash of Dullahan Ken essence to top it off. Xingu locks in, throwing the special ingredients down until boom. The table lights up like the 4th of July. Arin's hyping it up. Whoa, sick. But isn't he missing that spooky death mana vibe? He breaks it down slow for her. You're probably sensing some leftover Sedek juice. But nah, we ain't making our new homie one of his minions. I built this Death Knight, not that guy. Think of it like gourmet chocolate versus the cheap gas station stuff, he says. Arin looks confused, but somehow that weird analogy makes sense. Meanwhile, this new form is loading at 99%. Biss catches Xingu staring and practically yells, Don, look. The armor snaps into place, clack, 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 covering her from toe to that shiny new helmet. Only thing you can see are those laser-sharp eyes glowing through the visor, and just like that, the Death Knight is fresh out of the oven. She lets out a long breath while the squad gawks at her. Bis flexes, checking the stats. New body is dope, boss, but I feel kinda remixed. I ain't exactly a death knight, but I ain't human either. Her voice drops an octave, sounding super heavy. My core is pumping a cocktail of blood and mana just to keep me ticking. God didn't make me. Humans didn't make me. Her eyes flash like drawn blades as she drops the mic. I'm a dragon knight. Arin just stands there, totally shook. I thought we were doing the chocolate metaphor, Arin mumbles. Even Xingu is speechless. It's like she went from a chocolate bar to a chocolate-covered pretzel extra crunch. Bis walks her new chrome body over to Beto, who finally decides to wake up from his power nap. The kid jumps, seeing a metal face all up in his grill. Bis panics. Beto, it's me, sis, you know me, right? Before she even finishes, the kid tackles her with a hug. You can see the feels hitting her, half heartbroken, half stoked. I ain't the same sister you remember, she warns him. Beto doesn't care, screaming her name anyway. Xingu watches them, thinking, does this kid have a vocabulary of one word? He shakes it off and turns back to Arin's crew. Let's go inspect the village, Xingu says. Give him a minute. Arin nods, and they step through a door into. Wait. What? Xingu's jaw hits the floor. Real house is here. Seha is tripping out too. You gotta be kidding me. All this real estate for one player. Xingu steps up, owning it. If I'm the only hidden player in the game, then yeah, it's my crib. It's basically a private dungeon. Perfect stash spot for isekai strays like Beto. Arin, however, has her priorities straight. Yo, are those fresh mangoes over there? I still don't get the physics here, she admits. Xingu starts analyzing the specs. We got artificial sunlight, breathable air, basically the whole starter pack for keeping things alive. Suddenly, Bis hollers. Boss. She marches over, faceplate locked in poker mode. Caught up with Beto. Thanks, guys. The kid bows like a polite little gentleman. Master. Thanks for saving me and my sis. Ding system notification pops up. You snagged a villager with blacksmith skills. Bring mats to build a forge. Xingu's eyes light up. Wait, you know how to craft gear. Beto nods slowly. Pops was a smith. Mom was a mage. The kid's eyes go full anime sparkly mode. I picked up a few tricks. I can mix mana into weapons, no biggie. Xingu starts thinking out loud. Dad S.A. smith. Mom S.A. mage. Sister S.A. death knight. Dang, kid. You got a wilder backstory than a generic fantasy protagonist. Xingu corrects him. Chill with the master stuff. Beto. I ain't your owner, but I'll keep you safe. Just help me out in the shop, yeah. The kid salutes, super intense. Anything you say, I got you. Xingu turns to Bis. You on the varsity team. Front lines with me. When we ain't brawling, you hang with Beto. She snaps to attention. You got it, boss. I'll go hard. With the logistics sorted, Xingu finally unclenches. Time to crash. Arin groans, sounding totally over it. I am beat. Ever since that UN meeting, it's been nothing but throwing hands. Time skips forward. Xingu passes out the second, his head hits the pillow 3 seconds flat. But instead of dreamland, he wakes up staring at a dragon. His dead fish eyes widen. It's familiar, but also weird. Great, another dragon dream, he thinks. The massive lizardess face takes up the entire HE screen of his mind. Xingu just stands there, thinking, here we go again. I already got the Pentagon Dragon. What is this 1S deal? Finally, the beast speaks. You are me. Too bad you in denial. Xingu frowns. The hell are you talking about? The dragoness voice booms like a subwoofer. Ever wonder why you've got so much dragon energy, it asks. Xingu ain't buying it. Nah, that is just cause of that magic bell ding-a-ling thing. That is the only reason I am stuck in these dreams. The dragon sighs, like it's explaining math to a toddler. The bell is just a tool, but in the right hands, it woke up the dragon's soul that was already snoozing inside you. Xingu stops joking around. He gets serious. So what, you saying I was a lizard in a past life? The dragon narrows its eyes. You already know the truth. You are a dragon, and dragons don't second-guess themselves. We don't do fear. Everything you got is yours. Everything you will get is yours. Xingu makes a face like he smelled spoiled milk. He hates this cryptic, mystical talk. Ha, why should I give a crap about a past life? His eyes stay sharp, zero back down. I am me, bro. I don't gotta prove nothing. Maybe I got dragon juice in my veins, but that doesn't mean I gotta act like one. I run my own life. Yeah, you rewrite. I stress out sometimes, but that is part of the gig. That is the human experience, baby. Xingu looks wildly confident, basically radiating swag. At the end of the day, I am the G-O-A-T, and that is all that matters. I ain't got time to worry about haters. Why change my vibe for a dragon I've met, like twice? As soon as he drops that line, the dragon roars. Bingo. That arrogance, that is exactly why you deserve to be a dragon. System windows pop up everywhere. Ping skill acquired. Overlord S disposition. Level 1. Source, your massive ego. Effect, you see it, you want it, it is yours. Xingu's stats scroll by class breaker. Level 128. All his resistances and active skills are the same, but now there's this new natural skill sitting there. The chat with the dragon cuts out, and Xingu snaps awake in his bed. He stares at the ceiling, actually sweating a little. Natural skill, that means it always on. He starts connecting the dots. Is this why I can jack divine power, why I level up outside dungeons when nobody else can? This skill is sketchy. Xingu looks tense. He realizes this dragon ego might be the whole reason he is a glitch in the system. He rolls out of bed, grumpy. Man, I hate this. Time to grind. Xingu hits the gym with Seiha to test out his new upgrades. They spar non-stop for a week straight until the repairs on the giant wolf claw are finally done. By the end of it, Seiha looks like she just ran a marathon in a sauna, while Xingu is bouncing off the walls with energy. Nice work, you got the basics down. Just then, Biz pops in. Boss Xingu spins around. She salutes. Beto is settled in. He's tough, he can handle being solo for a bit. Xingu gives a thumbs up. Solid. Suddenly, Arin comes sprinting in. Hey Xingu. She looks like she is bursting with news but tries to play it cool. You done working out? He walks over. Yeah. What's the tea? She shoves her phone in his face. Xingu reads the screen, face getting serious. Syria, Marina, and Say. Looks like the dream team is linking up. Arin grins. Loving the drama. They regrinding hard, probably way stronger than you now. Maybe they'll even find boyfriends. Xingu rolls his eyes. Whatever. Anything else? She scrolls down. Oh yeah. The internet is blowing up about the apocalypse dragon. The headline screams, strongest man alive, Xingu. Yeats, world-ending monster. Xingu doesn't even look smug about it. Just glad Harry and his plan flopped. Arin shrugs. True that. His whole show-off my divine power scheme was a total bust. Biss's voice rumbled like a subwoofer as she dropped the lore. The apocalypse dragon. It used to exist in my world. That thing was a total nightmare. Minimum level 300. I told them, dude, I've farmed one of those with my old squad. They look scary, but they total glass cannons, easily distracted and prone to taking big damage. Xing nodded along. Yeah, just a big damage sponge. Arin was practically turning green with envy over Biss. Meanwhile, Xing was fully buffed, health and mana bars maxed out. Let us hit the dungeon, she said, putting on her sweetest fake voice. Bro, you already the server's top player. Why are you still grinding? I didn't even hesitate with my answer. It's human nature to want the high score. Plus, the stronger I get, the easier life gets. It's basic math. The safe room door swung open, and a system notification popped up like a spam ad. Requirement met. Spend 85% of your remaining essence to upgrade the gate to tier 4. Xing looked torn. That is a lot of currency to drop. But the analytics ran through his head. Higher tier dungeon means better loot drops and faster XP farming. He smashed that upgrade button. In a flash, the gate morphed into something straight out of a sci-fi movie. I was dying to know where it led. Arin just smirked. Dante, get your hopes up, chief. The system helpfully displayed the patch notes. Gate upgraded to tier 4. New feature unlocked. You can now merge previously cleared dungeons of similar difficulty for a small essence fee. This news absolutely froze Xing's brain. He stood there buffering, then looked at Biss like a lost puppy asking for a strategy guide. She just rolled her eyes. I'm literally following your lead, genius. Arin shrugged. Honestly, you so OP, it doesn't matter. Just do whatever you want. Seiha chimed in. Let us roll out. Then the difficulty selection screen popped up. Select very easy or easy. Arin started freaking out. Wait, no, normal mode, are you kidding me? Xing stayed chill as a cucumber. We'll just take it one step at a time. Update. Difficulty set to very easy. 375 essence remaining. 307 ant tunnel dungeons detected on Earth. Xing's jaw dropped. Say what? Then he made the wildest call ever. He decided to merge every single one of them. Arin sighed. I knew he was going to do that. The system pinged again. Spend all special essence to generate a normal grade. Combined dungeon. Xing grinned like a kid in a candy store. Now we were talking. Arin shook her head. You are clinically insane. Finally, the squad rolled up to the special zone. The monster garden, part of the ant tunnel network. The clear condition gave them a 5-month timer. Xing looked around, totally stunned by the view. That is a crazy long time limit, Xing muttered. Arin pointed out. It makes sense considering the map size. We just mashed over 370,000 dungeons together. Remember, the place looked like a chaotic mini-world. Turns out, a bunch of other players had spawned in a confused mosh pit. Xing stepped up. projecting his voice like a raid leader. He was cool as ice. Listen up, here's the sitrep. This zone is a fusion of 370,000 dungeons. If you meet a carry, holler at me. If not, stay out of my way. The crowd was shook. Who is this guy? Then Xing dropped the bombshell. Oh, by the way, once I clear this run, you guys realize you were technically dead players, right? If you want to keep existing, you gotta pledge your souls to me. Someone shouted back, so you want to be our owner? No way, Xing just shrugged and started walking away. I'm not forcing anyone. It's your call. That's it, Arin asked, totally confused. Aren't you gonna give them a quest? Xing stayed chill. Argue with fools and you become one. Totally unnecessary. He summoned his ride, the lightning demon bike. Seiha materialized in human form, flexing. Thanks to your training, I can hold this avatar way longer. Xing gave him a thumbs up. Nice work, Seiha. Suddenly, Bis hopped on the back seat, making Arin grit her teeth. Bis stated flatly, I'm riding shotgun until I get my own nightmare steed. Xing didn't even acknowledge the drama. He just twisted the throttle and zoomed off. The squad was tearing up the empty road. Seiha screamed, I'll clear the path with blood. 2 seconds later, he got sniped in the face. Xing face palmed hard. Bro, you are actually embarrassing me right now. Arin rushed forward to spam heal. It's a ranged ambush, Seiha struggled to speak. They shooting fruit at us. Xing furrowed his brow. Note to self, I only trained you for close quarters combat, Xing sighed. Seiha bowed his head. My bad, boss. Xing got serious. Let's roll. Watch out for snipers this time. The lightning demon bike roared back to life on the asphalt. Of course, the road trip wasn't going to be a Sunday drive. Xing didn't even flinch. He activated Pentagon Dragon, deflecting the projectiles right back where they came from. He followed up with a giant wolf claw summon. In seconds, the attackers were tasting their own medicine. Xing narrowed his eyes, scanning the perimeter. Looks like they stopped firing. Snipers neutralized. They drifted to a halt halfway up a steep hill. The view was Instagram-worthy, but Xing wasn't feeling it. This is sketchy. Arin looked around. Where are the mobs? It's empty. Xing checked his radar. Without warning, Xing blasted a nearby wood demon. It let out a scream that shook the clouds. Seiha gasped. Wait, that tree is alive. Bis started analyzing the data. I think the dungeon merger glitched their coding, Bis explained. The monsters fused with the vegetation. Xing nodded. Yeah, seems like all the low-level mobs got absorbed. This monster garden is creepier than I thought. Xing cracked his knuckles, looking hyped. All right, let's get to work. Arin rolled her eyes. I was wondering when you'd say that. I'll take point and wreck everything in sight. You guys just follow and loot the drops. Bis looked skeptical. Are you planning to just bulldoze the entire map? Xing ignored the question. Here, take the lightning demon keys. Can you handle it? She replied in a monotone voice. If it can be ridden, my skills can control it. Easy. Seiha and Bis were locked and loaded. Xing unleashed a combo of Wolf Claw and Titan Roar. Road is open. Let us move. He used domination to summon his soul army, herding all the rock and tree mimics into his kill zone. Massive hammer swings deleted waves of wood demons instantly. Xing was absolutely buzzing with adrenaline. Now this is what I call grinding. Arin watched from the back, stunned. The scale of this dungeon is insane, but his clear speed is on a whole other level. Fast forward 1 week. The squad was still running and gunning when they ran into a mob they'd never seen. Xing paused. It's got an ogre body but a dwarf head. What the heck? Bis pulled her hood down, dropping knowledge. It's a chimera. A failed experiment by Metamoa. The monsters cackled. Metamoa. You know of our creator? Bis scowled at the mention of the chaos god. Metamoa is the absolute worst of the gods. He's famous for taking random assets and glitching them together to create monstrosities. That reminded Xing of that nasty bird monster. So he likes creative mode. Huh. The dwarf-headed freak laughed. You're gonna regret crossing us. By merging these dungeons, you've accidentally followed Lord Metamoa's design. Xing looked triggered. Excuse me, the hybrid ignored him. Oh, the master is going to be so hyped to meet you. Bis jumped in. They aren't lying. Metamoa is all about chaos and extreme builds. This entire dungeon setup screams his style. Have you fought his creations before? Xing thought about it. I've fought hybrids, but I didn't know they were his brand. Bis looked serious. One thing is for sure, Metamoa hacked the merger process to spawn these things. Seiya couldn't help but chime in. Master, I think your decision to merge everything just unlocked a nightmare scenario. But shoo, he was operating on pure galaxy brain logic. Honestly, I just merged the dungeons into one mega raid because I was feeling lazy. Isn't it way more efficient to stream snipe the gods trace directly? The other hybrid demons were losing patience and thirsting hard. Yo, You see that mark on his arm? Heh, I'm calling dibs on that arm. Actually, let me cop those legs too. Mine are due for an upgrade. Of course, Shu had zero chill. Let's mow these weeds and find the main squad ahead. Arin gave him the side-eye ... like, bruh, only you would call literal demons weeds. But then, Shu had a light bulb moment. Oh, snap, right. He pulls the Death Knight's sword out of his inventory pure flex and tossed it to its original owner. Biss immediately recognized her specialized gear. This is the blade I mained back when I was a Death Knight. But the second she touched it, her mana remixed the whole thing. See, his jaw dropped at the transformation. Yo, it changed skins. Shu wasn't even surprised. Since she changed classes, the weapon just updated its firmware to match. Biss bowed low, total respect. Thanks, boss. Then Seiya hyped himself up, shouting, I'm gonna help too, put me in. Coach, let's get this bread. Master Shu charged in, absolutely buzzing. With one casual swipe of the wolf claw, he folded a hybrid demon like a lawn chair, leaving its buddies with their mouths wide open. So OP told you this arm was cracked. But Biss wasn't about to let him steal the kill feed. She went silent assassin mode. Silence in death and farmed their loot in seconds. Seiya screamed to assert dominance, and dove into the mosh pit with the undead lance. Loot was raining down like a Mr. Beast giveaway with every move they made. The nature-type mobs started waking up like they just heard a fire alarm. Suddenly, Sue dropped a question. Hey, you said Metamoa was obsessed with chaos, right? Like a total stan. Watching the mobs get deleted gave him a serious dopamine hit. Bet the subscribers would love this montage. Fast forward 2 weeks, Shu and the squad had been grinding hybrid demons non-stop. They finally ran into an old friend they hadn't seen in a hot minute. Turned out to be the merchant goblin herself. What's up? VIPs, grab a Gatorade before the boss raid. Shu buffered for a second, trying to recall. Ruta, she beamed instantly. Oh my god, you remembered me, but she looked stressed, like she was failing a vibe check. Normally, I'd pop up a few times, but you speedrun these dungeons so fast I never get a chance to spawn. Shu nodded. Got it. So you only show up when I am struggling, kinda sus. She tried to look mysterious. NDAs, fam. I can spoil how the system works, but since you upgraded your account, I popped in to slide you some exclusive leaks. Shu thought about the differences and guessed it immediately. Ah, you want to move into my village, don't you? Ruta's eyes lit up like Times Square. Bingo, thanks to the village expansion, us merchants can finally pull up on you personally. We got that magical tech you can't get at Walmart, everything you need to pimp out the village and upgrade your living space. Right as she finished, a notification popped up. Merchant Ruta wants to become your roommate. If you smash that yes button, you can trade rare mats and pick up dungeon quests from her network. Now Shu understood Ruta's endgame. Not just visiting, but moving in permanently. She hit him with the obvious logic. Look, customer support is way better if in local. Shu cut her off mid-pitch. Say less. Urian. Ruta was happier than a kid in a candy store. Thanks, I'm calling you master from now on. Sue shut that down real quick. Hard pass. She ignored him, already daydreaming about profits. You seriously lucked out, fam. Since you upgraded the village before entering this dungeon, I can sell you cracked items and high-tier intel now. That's a major W. Shu knew the drill, nothing's free in America. What's the damage for the info? She answered quicker than a New York cabbie. 3,500 low-tier monster essences and 500 high-tier hybrid ones. Shu dumped out the loot bag had been farming. Fine. Keep the change. Ruta smiled till her eyes disappeared. Thanks, whale. Then she put on her serious game face. Okay, here's the tea. So far, you've been eating lightning god and undead god fragments like snacks, and honestly high IQ play. You used a lightning relic to absorb that power, and you used undead essence to soak up the undead god's clout, even upgrading your skills. Shu frowned. And what's your point, Karen? Ruta gave a vague NPC answer. You're doing great, just keep grinding. Shu raised his wolf claw, radiating murder vibes. That's it, don't make me demonetize you. She actually panicked. Wait, hold up, listen. You can digest the power from god fragments in your body. Yeah. But that just boosts your level and mana stats. Ruta's eyes got serious. You can get XP just by farming mobs. Burning god tier items for basic stats. Total waste of the special attributes. Right, now Shu was actually listening. Attributes, she explained like a tutorial. Yeah. All gods have their own brand. Lightning god is Shaki. Undead god is all about death and souls. Shu connected the dots instantly. So Yuri's saying if I eat M, the flavor text gets deleted and it becomes generic mana. Instead, I should enchant items or skills to keep the exotic effects. Ruta gave him finger guns. Exactamundo. Shu finished the thought. Same goes for Matimoa's power at the end of this dungeon. You're saying I should save it, not binge eat it. She looked relieved he wasn't a total noob. Spot on. But items aren't the only thing you can mod. The dungeon itself can be the catalyst. She whipped out a scroll with a sneaky grin. You know those super rare altars at the end. The drop rate is trash. Shu had to verify. The merge altars, the ones where the system lets you trade stuff. This info shook him. You can trade dungeon objects, Arin. Why didn't you tell me? Arin shrugged, panicking. I didn't read the patch notes. Then Ruta dropped the price tag. 7,000. 500 scrub essences and 1,200 elite ones. Shu ground his teeth. Inflation is real but sighed. Shut up and take my money. She was hyped. Thanks a ton. Then she urged him on. Come on, rip the scroll to activate it. Let's go. It'll remaster the dungeon layout and guarantee you a merge altar at the boss room. Shu double-checked the plan. So I dump Metamoa's power into the altar after I clear the dungeon. Ruta nodded instantly. Yup. Metamoa's chaos energy mixes with anything, it's like the hot sauce of powers. The divinity stats are just a bonus. Shu made the call. Ding dungeon, space remastered. He glared at Ruta with laser focus. I'll do as you say. But if this bricks my run, I'm shredding you into 1,000 pieces. She shivered, terrified, then bounced back with sales energy. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. You won't regret it. All right, deal's done. I am heading back to the village. Poof, she vanished as abruptly as she arrived. Later, haters Seha stood there like, what just happened? This mumbled something about her being a goodwill sphere. She rubbed his temples. Major headache. But hey, she said the boss battle is coming up. That means we in the endgame. The squad rolled up to a massive gate. They noticed a huge dent in it immediately. Arin pointed it out. Yo, someone definitely kicked this door in before us. Shin realized the 3-second safety rule was officially dead in the water. Seth was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. This wasn't just a boss room. It was like every nightmare from the dungeon got thrown into a blender and dumped right here. That just hyped Shin up even more. A total freak of nature was waiting inside, but Shin's eyes were laser-focused. Game on. Arin, pop the shields. Seth, you're squishy. Stay back. Seth nodded. You got it, boss. Arin buffed Shin and Vis with mana armor. Shin glanced back, ready to call the shots. Kana, stay on standby unless things go south. Understood. Shin grinned, pointing at the massive door. Let's roll, fam. One clean shot blew the barricade to smithereens. The dude on the throne wasn't even sweating. He flashed a creepy grill and welcomed them like old friends. Welcome, Antmaster. Shin just stared at him, totally frozen, which weirded Arin out. Take a picture. It lasts longer, Arin sneered. Shin shrugged. Honestly, you look basic. Arin busted out laughing. You clearly don't get how OP Metamoa's power is. His voice went full cult leader mode. Metamoa is the god of chaos, the OG creator. Those losers outside are nothing compared to the raw power I'm packing. Shin frowned, scratching his head. Deja vu, much I swear I've heard this villain monologue before. He waved it off. Whatever. Bad luck for you. I hate tryhards. That arrogance really ticked Arin off. Like I care about your opinion, scrub. It's all about choices. A sharp blade materialized as he spoke. You were picked, you passed the vibe check, and now I end you. The room got icy cold as Arin dropped the mic. Execution time. In a flash, he vanished. Shin's eyes went wide. This guy was fast. Before Shin could blink, the execution blade was at his throat. But Shin's wolf claw wasn't just for show. He parried with inches to spare and smacked Arin across the room like a baseball. Arin stuck the landing like a pro gymnast, but Shin's claw had a nasty chip in it. Ah, man. That was mint condition, Shin growled. Shin gritted his teeth. He used a blink, step magic first, body second. Basically Kana's move but on steroids. He landed a hit, but Arin shrugged it off like a mosquito bite. Not bad, Arin smirked. I was aiming for your arm. Vis panicked. Master, let me tag in. No, Shin barked. I got this. Arin laughed. Cute. You guys having a team meeting. Bring the whole squad. You're still dying. Instead of getting scared, Shin got hyped. Okay, the hammer is too weak for this tank, he thought. Time to bring out the big guns, literally. He whipped out the Thunder God Blaster. Arin raised an eyebrow. A gun, really? Shin didn't chat, he just pulled the trigger. Arin was fast, but he still took a hit, dodging that one. Smoke filled the room, but in 2 seconds flat, Arin was back to 100% health. Okay, now I'm mad, Arin yelled. Taking both your hands. Energy rippled across the floor. Shin analyzed the flow. Hez scattering his mana to confuse my radar. Hez trying to be unpredictable. The blaster hummed, getting hot. Shin prepped a charged shot, sucking in all the ambient mana like a vacuum. Gotcha. When he moves, his energy signal spikes. It wasn't obvious, but Shin had the cheats enabled. Found you. Boom. Headshot. Arin face planted into the concrete hard, but the guy was rubber. He bounced back up and leaped away, growling like a rabid dog. You little. Arin seethed. Shin smirked. Gonna cry. Call your mom. That triggered Arin's rage mode instantly. Lasers shot out of Arin's chest. Shin deflected the blades like a Jedi, but defending four sides at once was sketchy. Arin watched, biting her nails. Arin dropped a heel on him just in time. Thanks, Bei. Shin winked. Can't do this without a scratch, he thought, locking in. It's tough, but I can speedrun this. Arin cackled. You think borrowing a goddess power makes you tough? Shin shrugged. Yeah. Pretty much. Arin bared his teeth. Eventually, that power will eat you alive, Shin yawned. Projection much. Sounds like you're talking about yourself, bro. You're just a mashup of dead monsters. Do you even know your own name? Shin teased. Arin just laughed hysterically as a dark rift split open on his forehead. A second mouth opened up and spoke. Nope, no clue. I lost my mind when this dungeon opened and blended us all together like a smoothie. But who cares? Mitamoa blessed me, so in the MVP. He said kill you, so I'm killing you. Arin morphed back to his original form, flexing. I'm gonna rip you into confetti. Shin rolled his eyes. In your dreams, pal. Charged. Shot locked and loaded. He fired a nuke right into Arin's gut. Direct hit. But Arin just smirked through the hole in his stomach. This screamed. Glitch. He lost 30% of his mass, but his mana bar is still full. Wait, what Vis was right. Even though Shin's Dragon's sense didn't catch it, Arin regenerated completely in 2 breaths. Okay, that's cheating. Arin dropped into a linebacker stance and launched himself. The shockwave was massive. His arms stretched out like rubber, forcing Shin to dodge a slap that would have taken his head off. Then he switched up the combo. Fake kick into a gun leg. What the heck? A surprise blast sent Shin scrambling. The laser drilled a hole 1,000 feet deep into the wall, leaving behind gross slime. Shin wiped sweat from his brow. That slime is spreading like a virus. One touch and it's game over. Now both of Arin's legs turned into miniguns. Spam much, Shin danced around the bullets and swung his thunder gun like a bat. But Arin's bat wings blocked the smash. Shin was getting annoyed. Dude, pick a form. Arin grinned. Game over, kid. Suddenly, his whole body morphed into a walking tank fortress. Even Shin looked a little pale. Okay, that's just unfair. Arin screamed like a maniac. This is the end. A wall of black gun barrels aimed right at Shin. Can T dodge that bullet hell? Shin realized. Time to face tank it. Iron skin. Activate buff to the max. Shin charged straight into the fire. The bullets pinged off him like popcorn. Arin's jaw dropped. How are you not dead? Shin got in close. Surprise, loser, slash. Arin was sliced cleanly in half. He looked down, totally confused, but then that creepy smile came back. Squelch. The two halves snapped back together like magnets. Shin stepped back. Infinite respawns, you gotta be kidding me. Arin swung a blade arm, forcing Shin to backflip away. Okay, I see the pattern, Shin muttered. He holstered his weapon. Vis freaked out. Master, what are you doing? Shin held up a finger. Chill. I figured it out. Every time he attacks or heals, his mana spikes up. That should happen, even for a hybrid glitch like him. Arin's smile widened. Smart boy. So, this is looking at me all confused, like, wait, you were saying that hybrid freak was a decoy, and I'm like, straight up, you bet. I stomp on the floor to prove a point. This whole room is the final boss, fam. That's why he was flexing on us solo. We walked right into his belly. Suddenly, the bad guy's legs turn into roots. He's laughing, talking about, congrats on figuring it out, but it's GG. I got what I needed. The floor starts cracking open, sounds nasty. He's hyping himself up, saying he's gonna absorb us to level up. Then bam, tentacles shoot up and snag Biss. She's screaming for help, master, and I am dropping F-bombs because the walls literally turn into meat. The whole room starts breathing and squeezing in to crush us like a soda can. But you know your boy Xingu ain't sweating it. I hit him with a reverse card. You think you were taking everything? Nah, that is my line. I cross my arms, flex so hard, my sleeves rip off, gotta show off the red tats. Right then boom, a blinding flash, and the whole place explodes like the 4th of July. System screen pops up dungeon clear. Took us 3 weeks, 13 hours, 38 minutes, and 49 seconds. Body count. Over 500,000 monsters and 31,000 demons. Oh, and 1 disciple. Cha-ching. I grab Biss and fly us out before the aftershock hits. Another explosion rocks the background. Cool guys don't look at explosions, by the way. I land and ask the crew. Why, all good. Seha gives a thumbs up. We re-chill. But Arin is low-key salty watching Bis cling to me. Bis whispers a thank you, master. Just as the wind clears out the dust, Arin is looking around like, yo, the boss is gone. The room looks basic now. Seha is still skeptical, asking, bro, how did you even kill that thing? I cross my arms, acting all cool. I just grabbed the core and ripped it open. Bis jumps in, helpful as always, master. Nobody gets it when you explain it like that. She pops her helmet off to catch her breath and breaks it down for the stream. That hybrid monster, just a DPS check to test the Master's power level. It wasn't just fighting, they were analyzing my moves while prepping to suck us dry. I smirk, adding, jokes on them. I was stalling too, trying to figure out the hitbox. I couldn't find a head or a heart to crit. I had to keep aggroing it just to see where the damage numbers would pop up. I raised my voice a bit, gotta make sure they hear the genius part. I couldn't find the mana core on the dude because the room was the body. Biz finishes my sentence. We thought it had infinite health, but the damage was just spreading across the walls. We refinishing each other as sentences now, what a team. So when it finally manifested to eat us, I pinpointed the main node and tore it out. Simple. Seha scratches his head. Got it. Totally easy. Haha. Yeah, right. Arin looks at Seha like, is he broken? Then the system interface finally loads. Boom. Special achievement, unlocked Monster Hunter. Reward new skill poisoning. Another achievement, Hero S Descent. Reward anti-corrosion. It stacks with my level 4 passive. I am hype now. Yes, that S, the good stuff. 2 skills. That is basic loot, everyone has those, Arin says, totally killing my vibe. The system must be heard or trash talking because it glitches out and pops up again. Special reward fragment of Manhwa. XP calculated. I jump up 7 whole levels. My muscles start spasming like crazy, freaking Arin out. I chill out and tell her, relax. Just a side effect of the buff and leveling at the same time. But wait, there's more. Courage hits level 10 and my pain resistance goes up. I roll my shoulder, feeling fresh, much better. We gather around 3 items on the floor. I am kinda let down. That essence, stingy boss drop. Arin S like, there's still juice in this essence, throw it in the altar. I pick up a weird rock. What is this junk? Arin goes full encyclopedia mode. High-tier dungeons drop mats, not cash, she says. The item card pops up S+ rank Black Wolf Moonstone. Formed by moonlight and volcanic lava. Fancy. It's super hard and used for crafting god-tier gear. I roll my eyes. So does crafting materials. I wanted cold, hard cash. Man. Arin S confused too. Weird. Usually, I just get gold. Seha pipes up. Hey, why not toss it into the synthesis altar? I heard if you feed the altar high-rank mats, the RNG is better. That rings a bell. Wait, didn't someone tell me to just dump everything in there? Whatever, let's roll the dice. I summon the altar and grab all the loot. The Metamorph fragment starts glowing with creepy black smoke. System gives me the tutorial again. Input items to receive a new reward. I start tossing stuff in. First the Black Wolf Stone, then the Giant S Howl. I am feeding the machine. Moonstone in. Disciple Essence in. Evil Spirit Sword in. Then I lift up my prized possession, the Thunder Gun. Arin loses it. Are you insane? You refoddering everything. I tell her to chill. Trust the process. She freezes, thinking it over. Then she screams, what is wrong with you? I dodge her gaze. Look, Ruta said to trust the system. She glares at me, so you just blindly threw our best gear in. I keep a poker face. Go big or go home, baby. Don't stress, we can farm more later. Suddenly, a massive beam of light shoots out of the altar. I grin. Come on, jackpot. A shape flies out. It's a huge hammer. We all just stare at the shiny new toy floating there. Seha squints. Is that a sledgehammer? I shrug. Well, I did use a Giant S Howl as a base. I grab the handle and check the stats. Weapon Heavenly Punishment Hammer. Rank S+ to C++. Attack power 4,500 to 6,500. Mastery requirement 40. Attributes Poison rank B, Darkness rank A. Special ability Mana Absorb Smash. It's a divine masterpiece that levels up by eating god power. Arin gasps, S+, Seha S jaw drops. No way. I weigh it in my hands. Now this is a monster weapon. Time for a test drive. I pull up my stat screen. Name Jung Xingu. Level 135. Strength 485. Seha eyes my stats. Hey, you got anti-crowd control? That'll stop mental attacks. I point to the new perk. Check out this Monster Hunter reward Poison level 1. Melee hits now deal splash damage without costing any mana. Level 1 deals 10% splash damage to 2 enemies within 10 meters. Leveling it up buffs the range, damage, and target count. Arin tilts her head. So, area of effect damage, I grin and clench my fist. Yeah, I got splash damage now. If I punch a wall, the guy next to it feels it. She sighs. That is just shockwaves, you idiot. Before we can argue, the dungeon starts shaking like crazy and dirt rains down on us. Biz started panicking. Yo boss, the dungeon is out of juice and about to collapse. If you redone checking your stats, let us bounce. Suddenly, Xing snapped his fingers. Hold up, I almost forgot I got business to handle. A swarm of floaty ghosts was drifting in from the entrance. Xing eyed them and said, Chill, let's hear what they gotta say first. One spirit manifested into a dude and floated over, looking dead serious. Yo, I'm C from the Golden Rain Guild. Logged out permanently in the level 25 boss room. Seha clocked it immediately. Golden Rain, that's the number 2 rank squad. Yeah, this guy is legit enough to represent the ghost crew here. Xing nodded. Gotcha. So you re the alpha ghost here. C broke it down. As you know, when dungeons merge, the weak sauce spirits usually get deleted. Xing raised an eyebrow. So you guys are the survivors. The ghost gave a warm, chill smile and handed Xing a glowing ball of light. Yup. Plus, a lot of the ones who faded wanted to thank you. They left you a little parting gift. Zero hesitation. Xing reached out and grabbed the loot. The system notifications went nuts. Strength, plus 26. Agility, plus 19. Defense, plus 31. Xing's face went blank. Say what, he rubbed his chin, totally unable to process the massive gains. Usually, grinding skills takes forever, cause you gotta clear dungeons one by one. But clearing everything in one go, I just power leveled like crazy. Sis' face turned super serious, like he was about to drop a truth bomb. The rest of the squad wants to tag along on your run. We know our player days are over, but we were looking for a fresh start. A prompt popped up. Total of 3,185 ghosts want to join your party. Except Xing smirked and clenched his fist. Let's roll. He sucked all those souls right into his hand. Ding spirit domination leveled up to 5. Dungeon cleared. The squad headed back to the crib to chill. Xing happily dried his hair with a towel. Time to grub, he turned to Arin. Yo, you always on kitchen duty. So today, Chef Xing is taking over. Moments later, a spread of straight-up fire dishes was on the table. Beto giggled. This smacks. Arin hyped him up too. You like a pro chef, this just chilled, munching away. Earth food is actually top tier. Xing got a bit salty hearing that. Only praising the food. What about the chef, rude? Later, while washing dishes like a machine with Arin, he signaled Seha. Yo, come here a sec. Check your stats after that level up. Then the two of them sat down to meditate and grind some cultivation. Suddenly, Ruda's voice cut through the air, sounding super annoyed. Hey, how long you gonna leave a girl hanging? Xing and Seha looked at each other, confused. Ha! Xing walked over. Since when did you get so huge? She screamed back. This is my normal size. You jerk. Arin heard the commotion and ran out from the kitchen with soapy hands. Xing, I hear a girl's voice. Seeing the guest, she gasped. Wait, the goblin merchant. Ruda got all shy and hid behind the doorframe. Xing didn't have time for drama and barked an order. We got stuff to do, just wait there, homie. Ruda giggled, trying to be cute. If you invite me in, I can chill in the lounge. Bam. Xing slammed the door cold. Find your own way in. Arin looked pleased. I kinda love how savage you are. Suddenly, Beto sprinted over, looking panicked. Boss, did you see that Xing was lost? See, what? Beto. The dwarf's eyes blazed with determination. I think we can build a forge now. I can totally hook that up for you. Xing hesitated. Who told you that? He spun around and saw Ruda smirking from behind the door. Oh, I see. He sighed, realizing he was played. Fine, whatever. Let's go do it. Other stuff can wait. Ruda and the little dwarf cheered like they just won the lottery. The squad rolled out to a new spot. Xing looked around. Yo, did this place get bigger? Ruda jumped in to explain. Duh, bigger residential area means more room for players. Plus, when you clear specific dungeons, the plants and animals get added to your turf. She beamed, looking hyped. This spot is legit. The mana density is crazy high. Xing got down to business. What do you need? Ruda handed him a piece of paper. Here's the shopping list. Check it. Xing scanned it. What is the damage? She grinned. 1% of your essence. Xing did the mental math. 1%. Wait. I just racked up hundreds of thousands of essence points from that last run. He frowned. You want 1% of that, she chirped. You're lucky. I am running a discount promo right now. Xing shrugged. Whatever, just take it. Ruda did a little happy dance. Thanks, bestie. Suddenly, Planks of wood rained down and started assembling themselves like magic Legos. A timer popped up, construction complete in 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 39 seconds. Xing's jaw dropped. It builds itself, Ruda winked. It is called magic, sweetheart. So, what's next on the agenda? Beto's eyes were sparkling as he watched the forge build itself. Seiya thought, man, this is exactly like a video game. Xing let out a little smirk. I wouldn't be surprised if NPC soldiers started spawning next, Ruda explained enthusiastically. Once you clear special dungeons, clap boss monsters, or wipe out divine traces, you unlock way more building blueprints. She giggled. And since your zone is overflowing with mana, you can build 3 things at once, Xing shrugged. I am good for now. Don't need anything else. Then he pivoted to Arin. Hey, you need anything, like your own crib, Arin blushed. No thanks, Xing. I'm cool staying in the rest area. Ruda's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Ooh, build a tiny house for me, then Xing shot her a cold look. You trying to charge me rent? She stomped her foot. You're so mean, Xing saw an opening. Fine, but I want a 5% discount on everything I buy from you. Ruda tried to haggle. 5, let's do 3. Xing crossed his arms. 5. Take it or leave it. Defeated, she groaned. Fine. Deal. She turned away, fake crying. I'm a disgrace to the Goblin Merchant Guild, giving away discounts like candy. Xing leaned in. What was that? She whipped around, beaming like nothing happened. I'm so honored to have you as my landlord. Poof. The house was finished. Ruda stood there, half crying, half smiling. Behold, my home and shop. Now you get your precious 5% off. Remember, 5% off everything. Xing thought. She's definitely salty about that discount. Repeating it like a broken record. She quickly switched back to tutorial mode. I bet you will need supplies mid-dungeon, so take this. She handed him a scroll. It's a goblin merchant summoning scroll. Use it to call me right before a boss fight. If you need me, just ring. Xing shrugged, doubt I will. Ruda dropped the price tag. Cost is only 0.01% of your current essence. Xing lost it. That is a rip-off. Still, he death-gripped the scroll. His inner cheapskate kicked in. I mean, I crush dungeons easily, but better safe than sorry, right? Xing started walking away. Let's roll. Suddenly, Ruda blocked his path again. She shouted, Hey, if you don't visit me once every 3 days, I'll die of loneliness. Literally, Xing looked at her like she was a bug. What are you? A hamster? Back at the safe house, Xing finally checked his DMs. He stared at his phone and grinned. Oh snap. A level 33 dungeon raid party is forming. Sehe peeked over his shoulder. I saw that. It's weird that the Storm Guild isn't jumping on this. He looked skeptical. Plus, their boss, Kim Harian, didn't qualify, so he's sitting this one out. Xing tossed the phone to Arin. That dude is a beast. Surprising he's out. Maybe they were sick of people abusing divine powers. Arin scrolled through the list. Marina Bicet and Syria Wilson are in, but Sehi is benched cause her level is too low. Xing smiled softly. She's grinding hard though. I bet she'll make the cut for the level 34 raid. He flopped onto the bed like a dead fish. Alright, everyone crash. We busy tomorrow. Arin giggled. I am scared you're gonna bail in like 10 minutes. Night, guys, Seha said. The next morning, high atop a skyscraper, Marina gazed down at the city streets. Her eyes were sharp, calculating. The artificial island project. 1 month and it is a wrap. Footsteps approached from behind. It's all thanks to BNY. A man smiled, bowing slightly. The Blue Dragon Group sends its regards. Ma am. It was Li Jun-ho, a high-ranking suit from the Corp. Marina didn't give a damn. She just waved him off and dipped. Props to Eaton, though. Peace out. But Tron, that dude just blocked her path. You could see it all over her face. She was tight. Like, why is this clout chaser constantly tailing her and acting like they besties? Syria was chilling in the cut and finally spoke up. Yo, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild is gunning for you. Marina jumped out of her skin. Holy crap, you trying to give me a heart attack? How long have you been lurking there? Syria's face went stone cold. Marina, Minken, we gotta hit the dungeon early. Clock is ticking. Marina frowned, getting salty. Could we hit my line first? Maybe. It's not like I am chilling in Sky City right now. Cell towers exist, you know. Syria clapped back, deadpan. I just didn't want to hear your voice. Then it clicked for Marina. Hold up. Pause. Who asked this Blue Dragon boss again? Syria kept it straight. Li Kang-ho. The Blue Dragon guy. Marina was clearly out of the loop. Wait, isn't Li Kang-ho the shot caller for the Dragon Star Guild too? Syria broke it down immediately. Girl, are you serious? They were the exact same dude. Marina froze. Face. .exe stopped working. No shot. How is that even a thing? Syria started connecting the dots. Probably just a random coincidence, but knowing him, he probably thinks it's destiny or some main character energy. That explains why he walks around like he owns the planet. Marina looked a little sketched out. I've never even met the guy in real life, so why do I get such bad vibes from him? Then she shrugged it off with a laugh. He gives off Major Kim Harrian vibes, though. Syria crossed her arms, keeping it real. Look, hate to be a buzzkill, Marina, but he specifically requested you. Marina's brain started churning out an escape plan. What if I fake married Shin that would keep these creeps off my back for good? No more drama. Suddenly, someone else pulled up. Oh, snap. You guys are still hanging around. It was Sei-hee. She flashed a little smile. I had a feeling I sensed some mana over here. Then she got serious. Better hustle. Everyone is looking for you too. Marina sighed, fine, then immediately dive-bombed Sei-hee with a hug. I am gonna miss you so much. Syria cut in with a favor. Hey, if Shin runs into trouble, look out for him. Okay, Sei-hee looked a bit awkward but nodded anyway. You got it. Plus, if he got hurt, nobody would even know since he barely replies to texts as it is. Marina raised an eyebrow. Wait, he sucks at texting. Sei-hee's voice got soft. Yeah, he was super sweet back when we were a thing, though. That comment hit Marina right in the feels. Total mood killer. She got super awkward and looked for an exit. Okay, got a blast. Catch you later, Syria signaled it was time to move. Let's roll. Marina didn't waste a second. She launched herself into the sky. Syria watched her speed off, shaking her head. She's gone. Sei-hee stood there for a sec. Yup. Then she asked the obvious question. She's totally crushing on Shin, isn't she? Syria frowned slightly. Why even bring up a fake marriage? She's a terrible liar. Syria shook Sei-hee's hand, full of confidence. We'll see you on the next floor. Sei-hee smiled. Stay safe out there. Syria took flight, following Marina. Elsewhere, a massive crowd had already gathered. As Marina and Syria swooped in, some guy pointed at the sky. Yo, look up, there they are. They stuck the landing perfectly, looking like straight-up goddesses. A man stepped forward. Looks like the gang's all here. Marina clocked him instantly. Ugh, this guy. He flashed a smile and reached out to shake hands. Welcome, Marina B. She knew exactly who he was, Lee Kang-ho, the big boss of the Dragon Guild. It was their first face-to-face. Marina put on her best media smile. Hi there. Next to her, Syria kept her face blank. Honor to meet you, he said, while thinking. Wow, she's really good at faking it. He was briefly surprised, but quickly switched back to his host persona. And you must be Syria Wilson, right? The one who rivaled Marina B for the title of the world's most beautiful player. Rumors didn't do you justice. The vibe around Syria instantly got heavy and dark. Marina leaned in and whispered, see, he's thirsting after you, too. Syria snapped back, zip it. But contrary to their worries, Lee Kang-ho totally ignored them once the raid started. He was hyper-focused on clearing the dungeon. Once the fight was over, Marina sat on a rock, letting out a long sigh of relief. Lee Kang-ho handed her a water bottle, dropping the expected compliment. You two are always at the top of the rankings for a reason. My guild learned a ton today. Marina blinked, surprised. Oh, thanks. He gave a subtle smile. If you guys need a break, just holler. My goal is a clean run, 0 casualties. Marina evaluated him mentally. He's nothing like Kim Harrian. He's chill, polite, and actually leads. With him in charge, this raid is actually a breeze. But then, everything went sideways. A pack of dangerous monsters blocked their path. One of the squad members squinted. Are those snakes? The monster leader struck before anyone could react. Someone screamed, watch out. They were using lightning magic. Marina paused, skeptical. Lightning snakes. She immediately turned to Syria. Yo, is this dungeon under the thunder god Rhea's turf? Syria looked confused. Rhea, then her face went serious. That doesn't match the scout report at all. I thought we were steering clear of anything connected to the gods. The plan was to farm the easy spots, remember? Marina frowned. Well, our scanners can read the deep levels, so a surprise boss isn't shocking. But then she felt a weird vibe. Wait a sec. She immediately activated her left eye skill. Her vision flipped into inverted colors. Syria did a double take. Since when can you scan? Marina shrugged. I just copied the technique, but hey, it works. Marina focused hard. The path ahead and that mountain pass. Don't you see, the mana flow is glitching. Syria was shook. Glitching? What do you mean? Suddenly, a warning shouted out. Heads up, a squad member screamed in terror. High-tier monster inbound. The beast looked absolutely bloodthirsty. We are sent by the thunder god Rhea. It locked eyes with Marina. Marina B. Your game is over. Back at the crib, Shin was glued to the news. The anchor was announcing, a massive number of dungeons in Sky City have just vanished. Confirmed reports say they were all low-level gates. Arin stood next to him, looking stressed. Weird, right? Maybe Sky City has a time limit or something. Sehao walked in and sighed. Bro, I already told you about this. He gestured to the screen. Come look at this. The TV showed replay footage of a dungeon run. The reporter continued. Monsters are no longer dropping gold currency upon defeat. It is unclear if this affects high-level dungeons as well. Watching this, the boy looked surprised. Damn, the player rankings are gonna flip. Shin rubbed his chin, analyzing. I knew this was gonna happen eventually. Cash is the ultimate motivator. It's clean, it's simple. Most players are only in the game for the paycheck, and that greed made them stronger. Shin stared at his palm. But now, it's not just Sky City. The monsters in the real world are changing too. Players are scared. They're refighting to protect their families and friends now. Arin finally got it. So without the cash rewards, people aren't gonna want to fight. That explains why the loot dried up. Makes sense. It's gonna be way harder for players to make a living. She threw out a theory. Does that mean players will have to suck up to corporate sponsors now? Shin shrugged. For the safety of the planet might not be a bad thing. Then he looked at her. All right, enough talk. Let's eat. Arin smiled sweetly. You got it, boss. Back in the dungeon, a swirling fireball smashed right into the high-tier monster's face. Marina's gun was still smoking. You, gross. Syria stood nearby, rolling her eyes. Girl, you literally just blew its head off. You don't get to say you. The rest of the squad stared, jaw dropped. What kind of skill was that? Is that even legal? Marina side-eyed them. Switch formation, Syria and I will handle the elites. We just need a few of you to watch our backs. Li Kang-ho stepped up. Marina, there are way more elites than I thought. Can you actually handle all of them? Her voice went ice cold. I used to scrap with the Thunder God Seti as minions for breakfast. I am probably your best bet right now. Seeing her confidence, he didn't argue. All right, solid. He turned to the squad. Everyone, listen up. We've been running this by the guild playbook. But the scouts totally misread the situation. If we keep this up, we were all going to end up dead in a ditch. Marina was about to YOLO this mission without a vibe check from the squad first. With her and Syria calling the shots, the whole crew kept pushing forward with zero hesitation. Nobody was trying to rage quit. They went full send into the dungeon. The frontline boss tried to scream big mistake because Marina popped one shot and sent that ugly thing straight to the Shadow Realm. Another mob tried to get spicy, charging up a lightning attack like, don't play with me. But two tank players were already there, shields up, blocking that static like absolute units. One dude yelled, we got the defense, you do. Marina flashed a $1 million smile. Thanks, fam. Syria wasn't chilling either. She rushed the mobs, her barrel spitting straight fire. Once the ops were deleted, Marina touched down. Kang was busy cleaning up his side, but he peeped the scene behind him. Damn, they recracked. We'd make a killer team. Then he grinned super sus, total creep vibes. I want both of them. That other guy is mid. Meanwhile, the mob's Marina Headless Ed were still yapping curses. Talk about toxic. Marina paused. Revenge. Her eyes went wide. She definitely clocked something and immediately turned to spill the tea. Syria, these creeps didn't spawn here. Rhea sent them. Probably salty I gave that god-tier gun to Xingu. Syria connected the dots instantly. You saying the Thunder God airlifted these things personally? Marina looked confident. Yup. Means the Dungeon Scouts intel is trash now? We refighting blind. Took a minute, but the Blue Dragon Guild crew finally reached the boss room. But the vibe totally off. Everyone started panicking. Yo, what the hell happened here? The massive iron gate was busted open. Marina rolled her eyes. You kidding me? Syria wasn't laughing though. I sense a divine fragment. Serious business. Kang stepped up, trying to act cool. Yo, Miss B. What is the play? Marina went into big brain mode. There was definitely divine loot behind that door. If I tell this meathead, he's gonna ninja the loot. Can Todd have that? She put on her poker face. Grabbed some volunteers and scouted out. Moments later, Marina raised her piece. Hype levels maxed. Can't keep the boss waiting. That day, the Blue Dragon Guild from China cleared the level 33 dungeon. Casualties too. MVP Marina beset. Cut to now, she's waving like nothing happened. Xingu walked over, looking annoyed. You said emergency. I thought you were dying. Marina just slid him a water bottle. Chill. I got good news and bad news. Pick one. Bad news. Go. Syria broke it down. Rhea trolled the dungeon by spawning her minions in a pre-made map. Xingu blinked. Rhea pretty sure I clapped that god and nerfed her influence. Marina did a finger gun motion. Bingo, but I wiped her squad and nerfed her again. Syria chimed in. Let's be real. she had a whole raid party helping. Solo, she would have been toast. Xingu got serious. Hold up. If a whole raid beat a god-tier boss, how do we split the loot? Marina flashed a glowing orb. And here's the good news. I snagged Ria's authority as a special achievement drop. If I decrypt it as raw essence, I gotta share with the whole server. Can you hack this item for me? Xingu nodded. Like I did with Lus's power for Syria bet. Marina threw her hands up. Let's go. But Xingu lowered his voice. I can inject this straight into your stats. Syria almost got bricked doing that, nearly became Luce's puppet. Not risking that glitch again, but I can craft it into your gear. Upgrade your loadout. Since you gifted me that blaster, I'll do this one pro bono. She agreed instantly. Deal. Xingu started the crafting sequence. CJ nudged Say, watch and learn, rookie. This is the top-tier mana tech we rechasing. She sat there, glued to the show. I know, right? Boom, lightning sparked off the gun. Xingu tossed it back to Marina. Done. Easy peasy. She checked the stats. Yo went from A+ to A++ S tier soon, she giggled, absolutely buzzing. You re the goat, Xingu. Xingu held up a hand. Save the praise. Just tell the others if they find fragments, send him my way. Don't waste time trying to use them. Marina waved him off frantically. Bro, I can't just demand their loot like that. That is insane. But Syria nodded. I'd be happy to give you mine. Suddenly, all 4 phones blew up with notifications. Sai checked her screen. Whoa. WPC alert. They repinging all players. A whole country just went offline. Total chaos. Xingu slammed the table. All right, squad up. We move. Then he paused, looking confused. Wait, where are we going? Marina replied. Germany. There's a warp gate at the Berlin branch. Shotgun on the bike, Xingu hopped on his Lightning Phantom motorcycle, revving the engine. We don't need the transport, he yelled. Let's roll. The sun was blazing over Hamburg, Germany. Marina looked shook. The mana density here is suffocating. Xingu scanned the area. Weird. I am not picking up a divine signature. Usually, blessed zones have 0 mobs. Super weird. Suddenly, a massive golden bear smashed through a building. Xingu squinted. Is that a giant teddy bear or just a monster with a furry skin? Something else caught his eye, a condensed block of dark mana. Is that an otherworld gate? But the energy signal is weak. Just opened, maybe. The locals spotted them and started hyping. Look, it's Marina Bizet and Syria Wilson. We resaved Say, felt a little salty. Nobody knows my gamer tag. Obviously not. I'm under-leveled compared to them. But I'm gonna grind until I am top tier. Marina looked around. Wait, where'd Xingu go? Syria whispered, he ghosted us. If anyone asks, he was never here. Marina pouted. Ugh. Again, why does he always have to play solo queue? Syria shrugged. He trusts us to handle the mobs. Marina crossed her arms. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I'm still low-key mad. Marina summoned her dual pistols. Whatever. Time to playtest these upgrades. Let's delete this bear, then hunt down that idiot. The system spammed 2 notifications. Welcome to Sector 4. Gate closes in 3 minutes. Use the key to fast travel back to Earth, safe zones only. Xingu read the log, grinning like a kid on Christmas. Sick, this is why you gotta explore the map. He looked at the flickering path ahead. Until now, we've only used verified god gates to dungeons, but this Arin switched to Professor mode to explain. This is raw admin access. It's a wild rift for monsters to invade Earth. Since it's a temp file, it could crash and disappear any second. Xingu nodded. Got it. So temples are instance dungeons, and this open-world stuff is a field dungeon. Crystal clear. Then, a light bulb went off. Wait. I can mod this into a permanent door. Arin gasped. A door. Xingu started typing on his hollow interface. Watch this. Feels just like the crib back at the sanctuary. We unlocked this perk when we leveled up the safe house. Right. We got 5 empty slots open. Let's go ahead and save this world to the playlist. Arin was shook when she saw the perks. Wait, so we can pull up here whenever we want? Xingu hit her with a solid bet. Told ya, didn't I? This is a straight-up field dungeon. He kept moving forward, already plotting his next big W. Anyway, since this place has a portal back to Earth, it's gotta be leaking some serious divine energy. New mission objective. Fam, let's hunt down those god-tier power signatures. Hearing that, Seiha, who's usually quiet as a mouse, got absolutely turned. Yo, we barely ever get to explore like this. This is a legit road trip. Meanwhile, Xingu was drifting his lightning demon bike across the dusty wasteland. The trees blurring past were totally dead, 0 greenery. After scanning the area, he dropped his review. I didn't exactly come here for the sightseeing tour, but man, this place is Ghost Town Central. Arin couldn't help but wonder aloud. I'm just trying to figure out how this server connects to Earth. Suddenly, he picked up a weird vibe and zoned out. Huh, wait a sec. She had to holler to snap him back to reality. Yo, Xingu. He snapped out of it and cranked the throttle to max speed. I sense something sketchy over there. Let's roll. Up ahead, some players were spamming attacks on a massive yellow bear. Xingu flew in, closing the gap. He did a double take at the scene. Wasn't this the same mob type as that teddy bear monster that wreaked havoc in Germany? Xingu paused his analysis while watching Tommy and his squad struggling to chip away at the beast, guessing these guys are the local players for the server. The brunette girl realized things were going south fast and warned the squad. It's a no-go, doesn't matter how much DPS we output, the thing just splits into mini versions of itself. The chaos actually got him hyped. Looks like they were struggling. Shall we carry them? Without waiting, Xingu threw his hands up and blasted a barrage of blinding magic missiles. The shots zoomed past the confused players and slammed right into the mob of crawling monsters. Tommy was completely shook. Who is that? Some high-level transfer student, the dude next to him replied. But he doesn't have wings. Desperate for a lifeline, he screamed out, I don't care where you're from, just help us. Xingu accepted the quest like a boss but kept it transactional. Consider it handled long as I get first dibs on the loot. The yellow bear stared dead at the guy who just nuked it. It seemed to realize something was definitely sus. Weird. A mob like that just chilling here. Xingu dropped some harsh commentary. Compared to that thing, these players' levels are trash. He figured this world was already in its endgame collapse. Arin chimed in softly. I am. Just impressed the locals haven't sold their souls to the gods yet. Right then, Seha's eyes lit up with determination, volunteering for the front lines. He looked back at the boss and called his shot. I'll handle the ads. Xingu replied with a lazy, appreciate it, homie. Meanwhile, the mini yellow bears were swarming Tommy from all sides, giving him zero room to breathe. Sia gripped his weapon and dashed forward, moving so fast he was just a blur of light tearing through the mobs. He shredded every single one. Cotton stuffing rained down like snow against the bright blue sky. But watching them, they didn't just despawn, they respawned with more numbers. Xingu went into big brain mode. These bears auto-split when they take damage, but they aren't using mana. It's pure physical stats. Basically, the more he thought about it, the clearer it got. It's just a zillion small bears trench coating as a big one. He summoned his weapon with one hand. All right, time to stress test this bad boy. Let's go, Hammy. That name made Arin cringe so hard. Please stop giving your gear such weird nicknames. Ignoring the shade, he activated the gigantification skill on the hammer, aiming for just a slight size boost. Instantly, the punishment hammer started expanding like crazy, getting thick and long. Xingu panicked, seeing it defy his settings. Yo, I said a little bit. Why is it swole like that? Arin just sighed, completely done with him. It's not like you reordering takeout, bro. He didn't dwell on it, shifting gears instantly. Whatever, we ball. He channeled a massive surge of power into the weapon. Now let's spicy it up with some black lightning. Hands full with a mega hammer, Xingu bailed off his bike. The sonic boom caught the yellow bear's attention. It spun around just in time to see him hanging in the sky. Framed by thunderbolts, Xingu aimed his weapon with max power. A split second later, the yellow bear took a massive bonk straight to the dome. A system notification popped up. Black lightning energy is triggering a chain reaction. It got face-planted into the dirt, lying in the rubble, totally stunned, locked, and groaning. The black-haired player was flabbergasted. Where in the world did that damage output come from? The girl next to him was just as shook. Is that even the same mana system we use? Seeing the situation was still sketchy, Tommy shouted a warning. It's not over. The mini ones are still there. Xingu, blood pumping, was already prepped for round 2. Good. Let's sweep the trash. Everyone jumped in and wiped the floor with the leftovers. The cold robotic voice chimed in, you have leveled up. With the mobs cleared, he let out a sigh of relief. Woo, good game. I kinda wanted to try a combo while I was in giant mode, though. At least I leveled up. Then he dropped the weirdest review ever, but honestly, that bear was kinda mid-sized. Arin almost screamed, unable to process his logic. You wanted it bigger, Say had trotted over with the loot drops after the cleanup. Boss, here's what we looted from the teddy bear. Handing it over, he broke down the mechanics. Seems like their tiny mana pools merged when they Voltroned into the giant bear. Basically, they pooled their mana, and that aggregate became the core of the big guy. The system screen popped up with a notification. You have received the Yellow Bear's Mana Stone. Xingu looked at the new loot with genuine interest. So that's what they call it. Seha continued his unfinished TED talk. They split when hit, but they were actually just empty skins. If you look inside the carcass, there is nothing there. He carefully floated a theory. If the mob that spawned in Germany is the same build as this one, they're probably losing their minds over there. Sehe, having total faith in their squad, reassured him. But Germany has Marina, remember she's a pro. She probably figured out the gimmick and speed ran the boss already. Suddenly, a noise grabbed Xingu's attention. He saw Tommy kneeling on the ground, looking dead serious. "Thank you for saving our skins." Then he stood up to drop his backstory. "We are the survivors from the southern sector." Before the guy could finish his monologue, Xingu raised a hand to cut him off. "Hold up. I'm from another world. So I have zero clue what you were talking about." Tommy finally connected the dots. "Ah, I get it now. No wonder we've never heard of a heavy hitter like you. If you were local, you'd have an entire army following you by now." The Nine Clouds infrastructure collapsed, and since it's gone, everyone's just barely hanging on. Xingu looked skeptical. "Nine Clouds, you mean the sky city of this server? It actually fell." Tommy gave him the raw truth. The world's energy ran dry, so the collapse was inevitable. Xingu did some mental math. "I need to extract more lore about this world from this guy." He made a suggestion to Tommy. "Let's bounce from this spot before we chat. Can you lead the way?" Tommy agreed instantly. "I'll take you to our safe house." The three locals took flight, guiding Xingu's crew. They brought Xingu to some ruins built into a massive cliff face. Tommy gave the tour spiel. "Our base is covered by a massive magic barrier. We enchanted it, so most mobs can detect our heat signatures." Hearing that, Xingu spotted a plot hole. "Wait, does that mean you can leave the bubble? How do you guys hustle for food?" Looking at the residents huddled in their cloaks, Tommy spilled the tea. "We can farm enough XP or food inside, so we have to do periodic loot runs outside the barrier." Xingu picked up on something else. He silently scanned and stat-checked the players in front of him. Aside from the squad that fought the bear, there were about 15 other players in the base, but every single one of them was under level 200, so few players. Yet we gotta babysit the whole server. Xingu paused for a second, then hit him with the real talk. "Hate to drop the bomb on you, bro, but you guys are cooked." Tommy's eyes looked dead inside. "Can't even deny it. We've been grinding for years with zero loot to show for it. But now the locals are reaching their limit. Straight up riots." He looked even more wrecked as he spilled the tea. "The worst part is, even with our force fields, we can stop these so-called gods from breaking in like they own the place." Xingu's jaw basically hit the floor. Totally worth the effort to get this guy talking. He smirked internally. Bingo. Gods confirmed. Finally, the juicy details. Xingu thought. "Yo, can you break that down in 4K for me?" Tommy didn't even hesitate. "Bet. You save our skins. Fam, let's take this inside before we get stream sniped." They grabbed seats at a massive table. Tommy started dumping the lore like a wiki page. "The Nine Clouds layer has been here since day one. I spawned in as a player with wings, literally born with the cheat codes. Early game was actually chill. We had this elite squad, the Pentagon, keeping the civilization safe from those divine creeps. We were clapping back against every faction. The story hit the climax. But just when I reached level 150, one of our top guys pulled a Judas. Snaked us to join Team War God. Everything went downhill faster than a disconnect." Tommy clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. "These gods, they're just clout chasers. They want the disciples to conquer the map in their name and farm followers for them. They want us to kick the other deities from the lobby and turn the whole server into their personal fan club." Tommy laid out the whole messy situation. "Only reason the server hasn't crashed yet is cause no one has claimed the admin title. It's down to a final three: the war god, the fire god, and the prayer god." Xingu cut in, confused. "Hold up, what about the Nine Clouds crashing?" Tommy sighed. "When the god sees over 50% of the world's authority, the core couldn't handle the bandwidth. System overload, boom. That was 5 years back. Since then, XP lock. No one can level up. Meanwhile, the gods and their fanboys just keep getting buffed." Xingu rubbed his chin. "So the clouds are in the skybox. Anything going on in the basement? Underground levels?" Tommy shook his head fast. "Nah, nothing down there. Empty map. Sometimes we get isekai travelers like you, but nobody talks about the underground." Xingu went silent, processing. "So, no secret underground pro players. Interesting." He needed more intel. "Quick question, what was the level of that traitor who sold out to the war god?" A mental image of the villain popped up. Nasty grin, murderous vibes. "I only knew his stats before the crash. Now levels don't even apply to him anymore. The war god's buff turned him into a literal raid boss. A total monster." He explained the guy's broken abilities. "And a ton of people simp for him now, following him like sheep. They just made this server toxic." Tommy's eyes burned with hate. His name's Kanado. Even after leaving the base, the warning played on a loop in Xingu's head: avoid Kanado or get wrecked. Arin suddenly flagged an alert. "Yo, picking up magic signatures nearby." Xingu nodded, feeling the same vibe. "Same here. I haven't turned off my Pentagon Dragon senses since we spawned in." Seha pointed at a fortress in the distance. Check it, civilization. Xingu's brain processed it instantly. That's gotta be the spawn point for those corrupted war god minions. He lit up like a kid in a candy store, ready to farm some XP. Perfect spot to start grinding. Right, skipping. This would be a waste. See how look nervous. Maybe let's not. This drama has nothing to do with you, dude. If you attack them unprovoked, you re just griefing. Arin backed him up, spitting facts. Don't be that guy. We need to focus on hunting the gods anyway. Since they were nagging him, Xingu rolled his eyes and drifted the car around. Fine. But deep down, he really wanted to throw hands with Kanado. Hopefully. The guy comes looking for trouble. His bloodlust made Arin shudder. You sound like a psycho. Seiya, on the other hand, was hyping him up. I don't think you'd take the L. Honestly, speedrunning that boss fight might be the meta play. They were cruising over the blue clouds when a yellow bear popped up in the distance, bouncing around like it was in a cartoon. Xingu pointed, totally confused. What the heck is that? A teddy bear. Arin squinted and corrected the HUD info. Official name is Yellow Bear. She watched it, face lighting up. Okay, but why is it kind of adorable? Look at it go. Look at it waddle. Wait, did it just inhale that snake alive? Xingu's face went dark. That plushie is definitely a minion of the war god. Who knew something so fluffy could be so hardcore? Arin gasped. No way. For real. Xingu read out the stats. The bear is level 80, but that snake was level 90. Snake belonged to another faction, and the bear zeroed it out without a scratch. It's getting a power boost from an external server or something. You guys don't see the aura? Arin yelled back, frustrated. Obviously not. Well, I see it, so that's all that matters. Xingu watched the bear sprint off. It's heading to the main power source. He slammed on the gas. After that, bear, go, go, go. The yellow bear hit the turbo, sprinting toward a warp gate. It dove in, half its body vanishing into the portal instantly. Xingu drove straight through the dimensional rift. As soon as they landed, the bear spotted the tail. Before it could react, boom, headshot, body sent flying. The noise aggroed a whole squad of yellow bears from the bushes. Looks like they got their own private server here, Xingu deduced. Definitely war god followers, but segregated from the human disciples. Smart. Seeing their buddy get deleted, the bears roared in rage. Then, a mysterious voice echoed. There you are. I thought you'd try to spawn camp my temple first. Xingu looked around, trying to pinpoint the audio. You know who I am, the reply came instantly. Duh. You were the first guy with enough DPS to actually hurt us. Or wait, maybe the second. Xingu gritted his teeth. Quit the cryptic villain act. I already know the first one was a dragon. The voice sounded genuinely shook. Wait, how did you get that leaking info? Xingu summoned his weapon while running the analytics. And if I can hear you, that means your energy signal is nearby. Right? Xingu looked like an absolute unit gripping his hammer. He wasn't bluffing. I'm gonna wreck your whole setup. Just watch. Xingu's confidence triggered the guy. Oh, the dragon's successor. If you think I'm as low IQ as the thunder god, you're glitching. The yellow bears swarmed like a wave of minions. The voice boomed again. You're gonna pay the subscription fee for trespassing here, pal. Suddenly, the small bears merged into a massive raid boss. A giant monster towered over them. Xingu's face went cold as he whispered the command to gigantify his weapon. A split second later, the hammer expanded and slammed into the giant bear's gut. POW. The impact sent the little bears flying into the forest like confetti. Xingu made sure his voice carried on the wind. Hey, war god, I'm starting my run by deleting you from this world. He gripped his weapon, eyes burning with main character energy. You won't even think about stepping foot on Earth when I'm made and done. Xingu casually explained his earlier play. Reason I didn't grief that small town back there. They still looked human. PKing them just felt wrong. He watched the gaping hole in the giant bear slowly regen, then shrugged. But I got zero love for these creepypasta teddy bears. So, nothing's holding me back now. Suddenly, he dropped the hammer, so hard the ground exploded like a Michael Bay movie, sending rocks flying everywhere. Next, he dug a crown out of the crater and slapped that bling straight onto his head like a boss. The Teddy King's eyes glowed red like laser beams, totally savage, trying to swallow him whole and turn him into another plushie. That's when Xingu finally clicked. Oh, I get it. That crown means you're repping the war god, right? Basic math. He gripped his weapon tight. You're thick enough to let me test out my new ult. The bear stomped around like an angry toddler, yelling, join the squad, be one of us. With engines roaring, he triggered his Gigantify skill on the low, then smashed his massive hammer right into the enemy's ankle. That brutal hit yeeted a bunch of yellow bears into the stratosphere. The bike accelerated, and Xingu let out a war cry, showing he was locked in. In a split second, he was spamming attacks on the Teddy King's weak spots. Every hit Xingu landed glowed with a bright purple aura. The system pinged a notification. Toxic fire is griefing everything and spreading fast. The mobs that got roasted started dropping like flies, but the boss health bar was auto-regenerating. Noticing the glitch, Arin shouted a heads up immediately. It's swapping out the infected bears for fresh ones to heal itself. Look, Arin was freaking out so bad she started screaming. Xingu, 2 more plushies incoming at 6 o'clock. Xingu shot forward like a missile, making the bears bonk heads like a cartoon sketch. He instantly spammed the Gigantify skill again. Boom! The Sky Punisher hammer grew a few hundred times bigger. Xingu put his back into lifting that heavy-duty hardware, then rushed the enemy. He hit them so hard he sent both of them straight to the pearly gates. Meanwhile, the Teddy King was getting roasted by purple flames. The boss frowned, looking salty because he couldn't tank the damage no matter what. Yeah, this fire is bugged. Can put it out. The whole place was blazing, and the yellow bears were scattering like roaches, trying to save their skins. Seeing his crib burn, the Teddy King's hatred for Xingu spiked. Xingu just laughed at his misery. You look way smaller after ditching all your infected minions, bro. Now I can actually see your face. Seha hyped Xingu up for making the enemies attack each other high IQ play. The bear's face went dark, gritting out every word. I'm gonna turn you into a collectible just like us. Suddenly, a mysterious voice chimed in like a narrator. Unless you wipe the whole server, they're just gonna respawn and multiply. The voice sounded confident as heck. This world belongs to me. An outsider like you has 0 chance of winning. Xingu didn't flinch, he just smirked. Cool story, but I really need the XP. Small bears form a big bear. Big bear dies, they fuse again to respawn. If I let it max out its size, I'm curious what level it'll die at. The hidden observer actually gave Xingu props. A true dragon heir, alright. Sending my goons to Earth was a solid play. The mega monster went full sprint, diving straight at him. Right as that arrogant voice spoke up. Now, entertain me. 2 hours of grinding later, Xingu successfully flatlined the Teddy King and leveled up twice. Standing in the rubble, he quick-looted his weapon into inventory. Arin squealed when she saw the loot. Yo, it dropped a mana stone and a celestial crown. Xingu was vibing too. Sweet. Then Mr. Mystery interrupted their celebration. You won. I'm dying to see you PvP the Human Legion. Xingu casually snapped his fingers, muting the guy. Blocked. Not listening to you. Sensing new players entering the chat, he whipped around to check. Someone was coming. A fully geared cavalry unit rolled up. One minion was whining to his boss, man, I can't believe we were stuck in this dumpster fire. Lord Duzan is tripping, making us battle royale for power. Kanado shut that down immediately, criticizing the minion for talking trash. Don to question the plan. He's just filtering for the MVP to lead the army. The minion panicked, bowing his head. My bad. Forgive me, Lord Kanado. Hearing that familiar name, Xingu realized this was the dangerous guy Tommy warned him about. That's Kanado. Gotta ghost this guy at all costs. He confirmed it internally. Yup, that's him. So that's what a level 300 blessed player looks like. Arin was confused because Xingu was acting out of character. Why are you popping a stealth buff? I thought you were gonna throw hands. He broke it down for her. He figured the war god was trying to bait him and Kanado into a 1v1, but he wasn't about to be anyone's puppet. We'll jump him later. The minion reported back, stunned. Area is clean, boss. Nothing left. Maybe someone beat us to the loot. Kanado wasn't buying it. Lord Duzan doesn't cap. Probably other gods trying to troll us. The minion pointed nervously at the floating ash. Everything is burnt. Definitely, the fire god's work. Turning back, the minion saw his boss face look sour and started shivering. Lord Kanado gritted his jaw, his voice dark. RTB. Let's go home. Whoever pulled this prank is gonna pay with their life. Watching them leave, Xingu waved casually. Catch you later, alligator. He rubbed his chin, analyzing the enemy's future. Since I nerfed the war god's stats, he might get dethroned by another god. But even if I hate the guy, I can let a replacement god raid Earth sooner or later. Xingu suddenly had a wild idea. What if I go raid the fire god next? Arin was shook, totally speechless. Bro, I don't even know what to say. You're gaslighting gods now. 1 week later, Xingu actually pulled it off. Despite the sweaty match, his side took the W, weakening the fire god by farming his minions. Back on the Earth server, now level 145, he was cruising his heavy bike past green hills and country homes. Xingu paused his plan to check his stats. Hold up, no need to hide the ride anymore. My magic stats are high enough to flex. He dropped a hint about his next move. Maybe it's time. She couldn't read his mind but felt a bad omen. What's the play? Singa's eyes lit up with hype. Next stop, Sky City. Marina slammed the table, looking dead serious. Like I said, after we downed the teddy bear, more jumbo-sized mobs started spawning. Xingu sat opposite her, listening intently. Sounds wild. People say the raid era just dropped, right? He used his gaming logic to reply. By raid, you mean squad-based boss hunting, so it's likely people are forming guilds and parties. Marina nodded instantly. Exactly. That's the term for dungeon clearing now. But now players know the loot drops from these monsters are insane. Some people are camping spawn points for giants instead of grinding dungeons. Syria chimed in from the side. Sure, the giants are nightmare fuel for the world, but we re-managing the aggro for now. Marina stared at Xingu with puppy dog eyes, making him pay attention. She propped her chin up, complaining. Why did you ghost us so suddenly? Where did you go? She asked, sounding a bit salty. You're gonna gatekeep that info. Xingu flashed a bright smile. For sure. But internally, he was thinking differently. I can't drag them into high-level zones. Telling them would just stress them out. Marina looked away shyly, continuing her story. Since the giants showed up, stocks for defense contractors and artificial island builders are mooning because everyone wants bunkers. Xingu nodded along. Got it. Earth patch notes are updating. He stood up to bounce. Anyway, I'm glad you guys are safe. I am out. Marina jumped up, annoyed. You re-dipping already? Xingu tried to chill her out. Sorry, fam, but no rest for the wicked. My guy was strictly focused on that level-up grind. Marina tried to clap back and keep him close, but he was like, chill. And way more OP than the last time we hung out. Xingu rubbed his chin, going full philosopher mode with a serious face. He wasn't just thinking about his own gains. Even if he became a solo god, Earth was still gonna crash and burn just like the Forsaken world. Thoughts were racing through Xeu's brain like a glitched speedrun. Look, I ain't got no hero complex to sacrifice myself for humanity, but being the last man standing, that's boring. Plus, watching peeps drop dead in front of me isn't exactly my vibe. Marina couldn't read the room, so she just hyped up her pitch. It'd be lit if you raided the Sky Castle with me. Every day would be a thrill ride and we'd clear dungeons way faster than this snail pace. Maybe, he mumbled, zoning out. Flashbacks of his trip to the ninth cloud layer started playing in 4K inside his head. Had been thinking about that too. Back then, Xingu was revving that devil lightning bike, staring at the fortress like, finally, let's get this bread. Easy peasy. He hopped off, leaving the bike parked on a cloud. But boom, a random explosion yeeted Xu right off the island. Everything happened so fast, he was shook. Right then, the system popped up with a notification. Yo Xingu, access denied. You gotta use your real power. He read it, totally confused, ignoring the fact he was free-falling to his doom. So I am still banned from the VIP lounge. Xingu floated in mid-air, brain scattering. But the system wasn't giving him a hard no, it was just roasting him for trying to cheese his way in instead of playing legit. Realizing that, he grinned like a kid who just found a cheat code. Bet. I'll come back when I'm worthy of the player title. Snap back to reality. Xingu clenched his fist, voice full of grit. Just wait for me a little longer. Marina watched him, thinking, damn. Xingu, you were a total mystery box, aren't you? They said their laters and split. Once the squad was gone, he pulled out a shiny key from his jacket. Time to pimp out the rest area. Cut to the base, shaking like an earthquake just hit. In a heartbeat, the place went from 0 to hero with some bougie furniture. The system interface flashed up with the patch notes. Rest area leveled up to 7. Village expanded. Guest access unlocked. Xingu rubbed his chin, doing the math. Whoa, unlocked a feature I actually wanted. Did the devs read my mind cause I changed my attitude? Nah, just RNG luck. Suddenly, Xingu hunched over like a boomer, pounding his back. What's wrong with me? Too much stress lately. Arin, standing nearby, started freaking out. We re-hear. Don't say stuff that scares me like that. Suddenly, a wall of text about the new base upgrades spammed his vision. Reading the specs, he gasped. This is literal heaven on earth. Arin just face-palmed at his cluelessness. You just realizing this now, suddenly, the Death Knight Core, let's call him Kai, popped up to holler at his boss. I get it now. The map got bigger. I was wondering why my room expanded. Glad you were back in one piece, boss. Kai grinned and pointed back with his thumb. Beto just finished his first weapon drop. You gotta check it. Cut to the outdoors, sun shining, birds chirping, total vibes. The trio followed Kai. Xingu took the chance to ask. So, how's Rudda doing? Every single day she trolls me and ruins my zen. Beto thinks she has got a screw loose. Kai's salty attitude actually cracked Xingu up. That is, Kai kept ranting. I don't want some basic girl near my precious Beto. Speak of the devil, Beto ran up, dripping sweat. Oh master, Xingu walked over to dap him up. Word on the street is you crafted something. The kid beamed, ready to flex his skills. Yes sir, one sec. Beto pulled out a purple weapon with insane, intricate engravings. Here, boss. I made a magic tool. Xingu grabbed it, inspecting the goods. Is this a musket? Beto hyped it up. I tried to make a magic bullet gun since I heard you lost your piece. After the pitch, the kid got shy. What do you think? I didn't have much mats, and my crafting level is still mid. So it's nothing, god tier yet. The stats popped up: porcelain musket, rank C+. Attack power 1300 to 1500. Xingu was vibing with it hard. This is fire. Beto let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. For real, Xingu couldn't take his eyes off the Glock. If we can mass-produce these. Xingu imagined goblins wrecking civilians. Right now, modern military gear does 0 damage to monsters. Missiles and tanks are basically nerf darts against archdemons. But this, he gasped, realizing the meta. Anyone with a mana bar can clap back against those demons. Beto's eyes lit up like anime stars, hype levels rising. Not just that, depending on the ammo spell, you could even one-shot enemies way above your league. If they use mana stones, it's even more OP. Xingu mumbled, still staring at the gun. Mana has spawned on Earth now, so everyone can tap into it. Arin, scrolling on her phone, chimed in. Trending topics are blowing up about this. People are saying they can feel energy or their hands are turning blue. It's definitely happening. Xingu got serious and looked at Beto. What's the craft time on this? The kid scratched his head, embarrassed. I am kinda slow, maybe 1 a week. Sorry, boss. Xingu did some mental math. No, that is fast enough. Since the base leveled up, the kitchen facility can dupe items. He handed the piece back to Beto. Can you craft something stronger than this? Though the dupes might have nerfed stats, so the base model needs to be cracked. That way, even the copies can smoke an archdemon. The kid went back to being humble. I'm not that good yet. But if I grind my skills and get better loot, I'll make it happen. While Beto rambled, Xingu was strategizing. This basic model is perfect for noobs without the magic bullet skill. I tossed my Thunder God gun for better melee gear, but having a ranged option wouldn't hurt. He dropped a quest for the kid. I want you to custom make one for me, too. I've already got the magic bullet skill, so mod mine with different specs, like full auto, rapid fire. Xingu waved his hand and spawned a pile of rare mats. I'll give you the blueprints later. For now, craft with these rocks. Looted them from those teddy bear mobs. Beto looked at the pile like it was Christmas. Whoa, legendary mats. Xingu started walking off with a prototype. I am keeping this musket, by the way. He turned to the girl. Arin, catch. He tossed her the musket, flashing a smile brighter than the sun. Equip this. It's not god tier, but it'll save your skin in a pinch. Arin grabbed it, cheeks turning pink like a schoolgirl crush. Thanks. Walking back, they bumped into Rutta. She was reclining on a lawn chair, double-fisting snacks and drinks, living her best life. Xingu walked right past her like she was invisible. Back to base, team. Rutta realized she was being ghosted and scrambled up. Yo, hold up, don't leave me hanging. She zoomed in front of him with a goofy grin. I haven't been camping here waiting to tell you something. Xingu gave her the stank face. So annoying. What is it? Rutta didn't hesitate. Quick question, why don't you import villagers from the other world to live here? Did she actually have a good idea? Xingu looked at her, clearly unimpressed. You asking why I am not smuggling people in? You think this is a refugee camp? Hard pass. As long as I am breathing, this place isn't gonna be a crowded mess. Rutta was speechless. Wow, savage. Xingu thought of Beto's smiling face. I only brought Beto because the kid's a crafting genius. Nobody in the Forsaken world has his stats. I ain't the type to bust my back saving random NPCs. Rutta wasn't giving up though. But to upgrade the village, you need a diverse population and more items. You gotta know the meta, right? Xingu just let out a long sigh and kept walking. Humph. He was about to bounce, but she hit him with a remix. Yo boss, my eyes just went full assassin mode. People only glow up when they get the shot. Jin actually froze for a second. That line hit different. He shook it off and kept walking, ghosting the drama. Cool story. Then the frame cuts to Marina, popping up all hyped. Did the kid make the mana blaster? Let me see. Jin shut that down quick. Pump the brakes. You got the goods or what? She magically yanked out this massive 6-barreled beast and minigun. Marina handed it over while spilling the tea. This is the baddest chopper we got in the armory. Think your smith can mod it for mana? Jin didn't hesitate. Just grab the iron to feel the weight. Yeah, if you drop this off to him, he'll work his magic. Her eyes went full anime sparkle mode. She was totally dying to meet Beto. Jin couldn't say no to that face. Fine, tag along if you want. Marina gasped like she won the lottery. No cap. Jin flashed a winning smile, but inside he was calculating. I leveled up, so I can probably handle the extra baggage. Saria, say you guys crashed the party too. Field trip time. Marina looked confused at the word trip, but 10 minutes later, the whole squad was back at the base. The village was absolute unit status. Its huge Shay was vibing too. Whoa, keeping this place running must drain mana like crazy. Syria scanned the area. It's like stepping into a different dimension. They bumped into Ruta, catching some rays. She lowered her shades and threw shade immediately. Bruh, I said bring people from Earth, not throw a block party. Marina did a double take. Who as the squatter does she pay rent? She crossed her arms, trying to outsass the merchant. She's the plug sells dungeon gear. Marina lit up. Oh my god. Really, sell me something. Ruta shut her down cold. VIPs only. I deal with Jin, not scrubs. You want gear, go hit up the shop in Sky City. Marina looked clueless. Wait, there is a shop up there. Ruta smirked. That info is behind a paywall, honey. Cash up front. Marina instantly whipped out a fat stack of cash. Ruta looked at the paper like it was trash. I only take essence. What am I gonna do with paper? They started going at it like two cats in a bag. Marina snapped. Why would I carry loot outside a dungeon? Are you tripping? Ruta fired back. And that is exactly why I don't do business with noobs. Losing the argument, Marina turned to Jin with fake tears. Jin, she's bullying me. Jin just pretended to be deaf and walked away. Meanwhile, Kana was chilling by a house. Kana saw the crowd. Oh, visitors. Marina's jaw dropped. Another girl. Seriously, Jin sighed. Relax. She's one of my knights. She used to be a death knight, but she got a glow up. Kana introduced herself. I'm Kana. I ride dragons now. Just then, Beto popped out from behind a tree. Boss Marina squealed when she saw the kid. Oh my god. He is adorable. Suddenly, a blade was in her face. Kana glared at her like a bouncer at a club. You want the boy? You gotta go through me. It got so heated, Beto had to intervene. Jin grabbed the kid to escape the drama. Ignore the crazy lady. Come with me. Inside, Jin slammed the minigun on the table. Look, you don't have to copy this exactly, but use the tech as inspo for your next masterpiece. Beto was geeked. This is insane, I can learn so much. I can't believe humans built this just to fight monsters without magic. Jin didn't say anything, but he thought, actually, kid, we built that to kill each other. But Beto was too innocent for that dark history lesson. The kid clenched his fist. I am gonna master this. Jin gave him a thumbs up. You got this, champ. Flash forward to a future where winged humans are wrecking monsters. A few months into the new era, Earth got used to the madness. Humanity managed to secure 70% of the map back from the beasts. Underground soldiers were jumping goblins, and the push to clear the level 33 dungeon was in full swing. After the Dragon Guild in China got the world first clear, everyone else hopped on the bandwagon. But the Cyclone Guild, they've been taking L's on that raid for 2 months straight. Nobody wanted to carry them, so the guild started crumbling. Members dipped, and the whole crew basically disbanded. Cut to a shot of a mystery villain and Guildmaster Kim vanishing. But wait, snap back to reality. That was all just playing out in Jin's head. Now we just wait for him to pop out as the Demon King for the season finale. Arin cut him off. Bro, stop writing fanfic in your head. Jin ignored her. Or maybe he got his Isekai to another dimension to fight me later. Arin shuddered. Stop, you were gonna jinx it into happening. Jin just grinned like a troll. Relax. I put a ghost tracker on him anyway. Arin rolled her eyes. You were the worst. Suddenly, his phone started blowing up. It was Marina. Jin, all the top players are in a summit. Where are you? Jin yawned. New phone? Who dis? I don't care. She literally screamed through the speaker. This is huge. We reclaiming the Pacific Ocean route today, the one we abandoned because of the sea monsters. It's trending worldwide. Jin paused. The ocean. Huh. He started having flashbacks to his old life. Back in the day, the oceans were on lockdown because the sea monsters were too OP. He remembered seeing fishing boats getting tossed like toys. The monsters claimed the deep blue as their turf, grounding humanity. He remembered warriors flying out there to try and scrap. People tried to take it back, but aerial fighters suck at naval warfare. Back on the phone, Marina was still ranting. Every country is watching. If this fails, Earth is cooked. The WBC recruited an elite squad to clear the path. That caught Jin's interest. He grabbed his black trench coat. Bet. So humanity is finally dipping its toes in the water. He walked out looking like a movie star. Tell them I'm on my way. Ships were launching, the Pacific lane was open, and the whole world was live streaming the fleet guarded by 5,000 level 200 players. Syria pointed at the map. This route is going to be a headache. We can have just straight shot it. We launch from Cali, loop the Pacific, and hit up Asia and Oceania. She looked at him dead serious. Korea is on the list because of your clout. Jin raised an eyebrow. I didn't do anything. Her eyes got all sparkly again. A legend like you moves mountains just by showing up. Jin cringed. Okay, chill. He leaned on the railing, looking at the view. Why is there a cruise ship? Marina laughed. Adrenaline junkies. Rich people paying to watch us fight. Total idiots. Syria nodded. They think money makes them invincible. Jin narrowed his eyes. They did sign the death waiver. Right. Yo, real talk. Nobody's trying to delete their save file today to save a stranger. Everyone's got their own side hustle. We're basically just glorified security guards for these loot crates. Bottom line, the dungeon loot dried up, so now we're simping for corporate checks just to survive. Right on cue, the sky goes dark mode and thunder cracks massive jump scare. Sing's looking all edgy and dangerous. Louise acting like a budget fortune teller predicting doom. I sense a boss fight coming. Arin just snaps, bro, quit jinxing us. Xing cracks his knuckles, visualizing the mobs spawning. Perfect. I got beef with these sea freaks. Arin pulls a receipt out of her pocket like, caught you in 4K. Cap. Quit lying, you just want to smash them to bits. Suddenly, Bitsy pops up by the railing. Oh my god. First boat ride ever, Marina points like a total Karen. Why is she in the lobby? Xing chills her out, I don't need to keep her in the inventory anymore. Bitsy's staring at the ocean like it's the most high-definition graphics she's ever seen, full of hope. Her vibe is honestly wholesome. Seeing her happy makes me glad I brought the noob along. Suddenly, Say flies overhead like a drone. Xing waves, yo, what's good? Bet you're busy buffing the ships with barriers. She lands and gets straight to business. Let me break down the patch notes. This gadget is the mana shield trigger. It only works if a player dumps mana into it. Sing's intrigued. Sounds OP. Say drops the item and dips fast. Good, luck have fun. Gotta drop these for the rest of the squad. The cargo ships keep rolling under the gloom. The trio stands there, awkward silence kicking in. Marina breaks the ice first. Away from keyboard, standing is boring. I miss flying. She leans in with a theory. If this run doesn't glitch out, bet they'll try this server expansion in Europe next. Xing nods. Facts. But the map is shrinking anyway. He points at the ship cruising parallel to them. Imagine the microtransactions needed to hire this many players every trip. Literally impossible. Syria doesn't seem stressed about the economics though. Humans will just find the meta routes, farm the mobs there, and minimize the party size. It's the only strats left. Sing's face goes dark mode. If that fails, it's game over for global trade. Suddenly, Louis interrupts the cutscene with new info. We got the VIP cruise tickets. Marina and Syria, you're on cargo duty. Sing says, let's roll. Marina grinds her teeth, staring daggers at them leaving. Why so salty? A massive white yacht leads the pack as the pilot. Xing stands on deck, waiting for the NPC. Sven walks up. You're Deng Suan's kid, right? Xing gives a cold, yep. Thinking, does this boomer know my dad? The guy beams like he just unboxed a legendary item. I owe your pops big time. Stoked you're here. He slaps Sing's shoulder. There's a party on the main deck. Join the server, Sing tries to dodge his gaze. A party, but the guy's puppy eyes are too strong to refuse. Fine, grab a snack. Suddenly, the boat lags, hard, violent shaking. Sven cowers. What was that? Sing grins like a troll and smashes the activate button. Party starts now. The magic shield pops up but gets one-shotted instantly. Shattered. Zing shook. Less than a second. Say speed hacks over to him. She's spamming the button, screaming. They're nerfing the core directly. Shields are useless. Xing doesn't hesitate, he's out. Sai trails him. Gotta move before we sink. He hops on the bow's railing, staring at the swarm of mobs. Their eyes are glowing red, total rage mode, ready to delete everything. Over at the cargo ships, the monsters are bunny hopping and wrecking everything. Arin's looking terrified. These things are sweating hard today. Xing isn't scared. He's hyped, smiling ear to ear. Exactly. They're telling us this server is closed. He instantly spawns his Heaven's Punishment hammer and his lightning motorcycle. Xing is fully buffed and ready to rumble. Confidence level 100. Wonder how many ships we'll lose before we hit the New Zealand checkpoint. Arin's panicking. Stop manifesting bad vibes. Xing scans the map. If I swing the hammer here, I'll deal friendly fire damage to the ships. Gotta go ranged. Xing shouts from above. Bitsy, play support and protect the normies. She equips her battle skin. On it, boss no clip allowed on deck. Say backs her up. I'm going solo roamer. He replies, copy that. Arin flies out too. I'm tagging along, different vibe this time. She pulls out a porcelain musket, grinning at Sing. Beto upgraded my loadout. It's B+ tier now, super effective against these mobs. Xing laughs. Let's go Arin and Say lock in. Sing's loving this. Let's get this party popping. His bike drifts across the water at max speed. He lets out a battle cry, hyping himself up. He charges in. Zero fear. The sea monsters spot him from miles away. It's that guy Sing looks like an absolute unit, the carry for Team Humanity. Sai grips his hammer, screams yeet, and smashes a beast right in the dome. Meanwhile, Arin is spraying and praying with her gun. The sharp two fish try to aggro but get deleted one by one. Seeing their combo attacks, Xing nods. Not bad, their synergy is on point. He equips his own hammer. Mini Gigantification activate. He slams the ocean floor, causing a massive AoE shockwave. The mobs didn't even have frames to dodge wasted. The survivors are trembling. Has the real raid boss, we gotta drag him under. Suddenly, a silhouette speed runs through the blue water below. A squad of mermaids pops up, leaving Xing lagging for a second. They use voice chat with maximum Riz, stop fighting and hang with us. We're into strong guys, even the creepy ones. Ignoring the thirst trap, Xing puts his game face back on. Push the lane. Blinding energy charges up his hammer. The mermaids realize they messed up. Xing shouts, ult ready, and slams the water. A massive hydro pillar shoots up, piercing the clouds. Nailed it, he smirks. Reload is a Night Executioner perk. This ult farms mana from the environment. It glitches my body, so I can't spam it, but the DPS is insane. King's eyes glow with menace. Thinking to himself, since I have the Black Lightning attribute, it conducts through water and chains to other mobs. Xing is hyped. Sweet, my XP bar is flying up. The mermaids are trembling, crying out to their admin. Oh god, Hia. This player isn't slowed by water terrain. Hearing the new name, Xing starts theory crafting. Hey, is that their deity? Gotta be some lore fragments down there. Suddenly, the mermaids go feral, bearing fangs. Delete him. Take out the human captain. Seeing these low-level scrubs try it, Xing looks at them with pure sarcasm. Whatever. I'm gonna nerf you all so hard you'll never raid humanity again. Chilling dead center in the kill zone, no sweat. Bro's literally taunting them like, bring the heat, losers, take your best shot. But right at the climax, Screech Party foul. A boat cuts him off. Yo, hold up, it's suckin', and he's bringing the drama with him. This wasn't the VIP treatment she promised. C is looking at him sideways with major skepticism but keeps it professional with a polite bow. Excuse me, sir. The only reason we out here is to guard the loot on the cargo ships, not babysit. Her voice is sweet but icy as she drops the reality check. Check the contract. 0 clauses about personal security. Meanwhile, Xingu clocks Sukun's face and realizes, wait, does this bozo know his dad? What's the beef about now? Feeling completely out of the loop on the gossip, our boy spins around. Yo, Intel Seha catches the vibe instantly and zips over like a loyal sidekick. On it, boss. What's up? Turns out some stubborn Karen refused to evac and got turned into shark bait by a jumper. Now they're trying to pin that mess on Seha because she's already carrying the whole team. Xingu grins, loving the quick recap. Solid summary, fam. You killed it. Appreciate the TL, DR, I got it. Without missing a beat, Xingu yeets himself off his ride, diving straight down. Seha and Sukun both jump. Dude just dropped in like an unannounced collab, scaring the life out of them. She's beaming like her hero just arrived, while Sukun's hyperventilating. Where have you been? Seeing the panic, Xingu plays it cool, not even hiding the flex, just clearing trash mobs away from the convoy. Yuri welcome. He drops a heavy hand on Sukun's shoulder. Pat. Pat. Dude crumples to the floor like a house of cards, totally off balance. Then, the vibe shifts. Singus' aura goes full dark mode, radiating pure pressure. Listen up, we never signed a contract to be your personal bodyguards. You want a party in a war zone, be my guest. But don't come crying to the players when you get deleted. We ain't here to save your skins. The air on the deck gets ice cold. Xingu stares down Sukun, who's looking ghostly pale. So here's the deal, you can U-turn this boat right now, or you can sit down, shut up, and stop lagging us out. He narrows his eyes, shooting a look that screams. And if you want to leave, figure out the logistics yourself. Genius. Faced with the danger, the yacht crew decides to stick with the gamers. Attacks keep rolling in every few hours, RIP to the party vibes. Everyone's salty, but Arin watches the drama unfold, grinning as she pokes fun at Xingu. Congrats. Whole ship hates your guts now. Xingu doesn't even blink, like I care what the NPCs think. We need intel on the boss. You know anything about a water god? Arin looks shook. Bro, god tier intel only dropped like a few months ago. I've never heard of a water god. That is new lore. Seeing Arin clueless about this boss, Xingu rubs his chin, deep in thought. Guess I'll ping Syria or Marina. Spoiler alert, big fat zero on that front too. Even Marina, who's grinded underwater dungeons, has no clue who's controlling the mermaids. The only solid fact, a deity named Ha, has claimed a massive chunk of the map on this planet. Even Syria looks rattled. These mobs aren't just mindless spam. They're smart and determined. It's like they're screen sniping our every move. You can see the anxiety written all over her face. We've got too much loot to guard and they know it. I've got a bad feeling about this. Seeing the morale drop, Xingu flashes a confident grin to hype the squad. Forget the cargo and the civilians. Just focus on fragging the monsters. That's why we're here. Syria gets fired up instantly, but Arin just facepalms. Oh great, bad influence alert. En route from California to New Zealand, another raid triggers. A massive wave of sea beasts and mermaids swarms the area, looking to start trouble. The enemies are flexing hard, trying to intimidate the lobby. You won't take our kingdom, we fight for Lord Ha. Seeing the sheer size of the enemy army, Siha's eyes go wide. There's too many of them. But Xingu, stone, cold. Numbers aren't the problem. The problem is their stats, they're all jacked. Especially that absolute unit surfacing from the deep, a colossal blue whale. Even Kana is shaking from the pressure. That thing's power level is higher than a mature apocalypse dragon. Boss, we need a raid team for this one. Xingu hesitates, but right at the buzzer, swoosh Marina flies in. Xingu's inner monologue, jackpot. Squad S all here. Listen to the strat. After breaking it down, Arin screams, wait, you want us to abandon the payload and aggro the monsters together. Even Seiya, usually the chill one, speaks up. Are the ships going to be okay if they pull aggro on the cargo? Panic is setting in. Xingu shuts it down. It's fine. If we don't drop that whale, it's game over anyway. Let's roll. He revs his engine and charges the front line, his crew forming up behind him. It's go time. The roaring engine draws aggro from the mermaids below. They're screeching, furious. The human leader is running away. One of them shouts, say what? Xingu, laser focused on the boss mob, blinks in confusion at the noise. Catch the coward, he's stunned. Wait, what are they yelling? You didn't know you were targeting their boss, Arin guesses, confused by the plot twist. Maybe they're re-trolling you. Suddenly, Biss breaks her silence. Or maybe they don't know about the monster we are hunting. Xingu frowns. Say what? Boom. A massive sound echoes from the deep, and a gigantic shadow starts moving. In a split second, the whale breaches, swallowing everything in its path. Watching the carnage, Xingu is absolutely stunned. The calm sea is now a blender. It clicks for Xingu. Right, the sea monsters and the mermaids aren't on the same team. Syria tears across the water, signaling the discovery. Absolute chaos. Whirlpools everywhere. Sea beasts rise up, slaughtering the mermaids and driving them out of the territory. Eat this, losers, Arin is baffled. What is happening? Marina finally catches on. Wait, friendly fire. They aren't allied. Xingu looks like a kid in a candy store. Looks like we aren't the only ones beefing with the gods. That whale and the sea mobs are actively fighting the mermaids. In other words, Xingu says, grinning, the enemy of my enemy is my bro. Arin shakes her head. I don't think it's that simple, dude. Xingu keeps analyzing the battle. They aren't allies, but we can exploit the glitch. Biss glances at him. Temporary alliance. Rare sight in a world not fully conquered by gods. Xingu shares the strat. We bait the elite mermaids into the whale. Let them whittle each other's HP down. Finally, someone speaks my language. Biss locks in. If that is the play, let's pull that mob over there. She shouts, let's rock. The bike screams louder, drawing eyes from the brawl below. The sea is raging. The players on the ships watch the chaos, jaws dropped. What the hell is going on over there? I saw Xingu dive in, one soldier yells, but he didn't spawn that storm alone. Are the monsters fighting each other? Someone finally connects the dots. The native monsters are fighting the invaders from Earth. Seeing the opening, the commander barks an order. Opportunity detected. Target the mermaids. Forget the wrecks. Defend the active ships. The other players grin, bloodlust activated. Let's get it. Others are still panicked, staring at the churning water. What is Xingu even doing in that blender? Unlike the panicked noobs, Xingu is hyped, shouting at the top of his lungs. Dinner is served, boys. Right after that, he unleashes a slash so hard it eats the seawater everywhere. The mermaid squad gets tossed straight toward that bottomless abyss known as Selexia, looking like snacks on a conveyor belt. The beast snaps him up instantly. Talk about a free buffet. Xingu sees the play and starts hyping it up. Good stuff. Meanwhile, Arin is standing there looking salty, asking, yo, since when are you and that thing besties? Biss flexes her sword, ice cold, and says, losing isn't in my vocabulary. Then she chucks her weapon downward. The thing takes off like it has got a Tesla motor attached, zooming at crazy speeds and deleting anyone in its path. Mission accomplished, the sword boomerangs right back to its owner. Xingu watches with literal anime sparkles in his eyes. That is sick. Is that a mana-guided bullet build? Biss immediately breaks down the tech. It's a weapon throw skill linked via mana. Master it, and you reset for long-range DPS. Xingu is way too hyped on this mechanic and decides to copy it. Bet, let me try that real quick. Of course, with his main character energy, he nails it on the first attempt. His hammer turns the fish people into fresh sashimi before zipping back to his hand just like Biss's sword. The system pings with a notification, new skill unlocked boomerang. Xingu looks at his weapon, absolutely buzzing to use it. But contrary to his excitement, Arin is totally unbothered. Basic, she shrugs. While Xingu is celebrating up top, it's total chaos down below. Monsters and mermaids are scrapping hard. Marina is going full John Wick mode, dual-wielding guns and spraying lead everywhere. She's hunting them down one by one, showing zero mercy. It's not just Arin. Syria and Say are also grinding hard to wipe out the mermaid mob. Even with their numbers dropping, the mermaids aren't retreating, they're swarming. Arin pulls out her ceramic musket, aiming at the rush. Say watches, thinking Arin is playing a defense role. But then, Arin switches strats. Instead of attacking the mermaids, she decides to protect the earth monsters. A purple aura bursts out, buffing the creatures below. The buffed monsters go absolutely berserk. Marina sees the commotion and gets confused. Looks like the entire ocean server is converging on that spot. Meanwhile, Xingu is loving it. Perfect. We refeeding the enemies right to them. The earth monsters are gonna level up fast from this. The monsters, thinking they've hit the jackpot, start roaring to each other. The humans are assisting us. This is our chance. Kick these weirdos out of our ocean. We don't follow their god. One monster screams in pure joy. We have our own god. Xingu pauses, confused. They already have a god. I thought they were distinct. He gets lost in thought. Weird, I am not sensing any divine energy vibes at all. What's the deal? After thinking for a second, he jumps back into the fray. By drawing the earth monsters in, Xingu and the squad manage to flank the mermaids. The 200 IQ play works perfectly. While they distract the mermaids, the other players retreat to safety. The soldiers warn Sukun about the stragglers, but that snake just ignores them. Forget M, they'll be fine. Just like that, the ungrateful crew dips. As the ship fades into the distance, the battle wraps up. Aside from the whale, the map is wiped clean. Only one winner remains. Logging out of combat mode, Arin sighs. That was an intense raid. Xingu stares at the calm water and whispers, just as planned, babe. His eyes light up with that smug winner-esque glow, declaring he's pretty proud of himself. The squad surveys the wreckage in silence. Xingu looks down at Celia, the whale below. All the mobs from Earth and the other world are deleted. Only the big guy is left. As if understanding him, the whale blasts a massive spout of water into the air. Splash! Xingu stands there, soaking wet, stunned. Marina panics, Xingu, but suddenly, a healing light wraps around him. Marina's jaw drops. Wait, are you getting healed right now? Xingu checks his status. Yep, full HP and stamina restored. The whale, Celia, lets out a happy cry seeing him topped off. Xingu smiles back, totally grateful. Thanks, buddy. He looks at the happy whale and realizes something deep. Usually, he's farming monsters for XP, but this is his first co-op run with them. Come to think of it, this is my first time getting healed by one, too. This flips her visor up. Maybe there's a way for humans and monsters to share the server, she says, getting philosophical. Back on my world, monsters worship gods from day one. Biss says, eyeing Celia, who is still bobbing in the water. Same with these guys. We never knew when they desnag a new power-up and attack us. But seeing them fight against a foreign god today, that's a plot twist. Biss's info makes Xingu brainstorm a theory. Maybe they stand a local Earth god, not the invader. They were only rejecting the foreign one. I heard them chatting about God during the raid. Arin gasps. You speak monster. Say gets super hyped. If that is true, the god they follow belongs to Earth, not some other dimension. Suddenly, Celia dives, making massive waves that catch Xingu's attention. A second later, the whale pops up and bellows, woo. The squad is confused. Is it telling us to follow? Marina steps in before anyone makes a dumb move. Careful. What if it's baiting us into an underwater gank? Biss, however, has a different take. Boss, I think we should follow, she insists. You're basically unkillable right now, and you can warp out with your key even from the ocean floor. Xingu nods at the logic. You rewrite. Seeing the vibe shift, Marina immediately raises her hand. Wait, I am coming. I want to tame that whale Pokemon Master style. Not wanting to be left out, Syria jumps in. If you go, I go. Arin sighs, defeated. I guess we have no choice as your support squad. Sai is all in, too. Count me in, boss. Then she kills the vibe with a question. But, have you guys figured out how we read breathing underwater? Everyone freezes. Glitch in the plan. Actually no. Say rolls her eyes at the rookies. Geez. Lucky for you, I can cast a water-breathing barrier. She's totally smug about her skills. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Marina cheers. MVP. The squad hops onto Celia's back, and Say casts the spell. Xingu points forward. All right, let's roll. Boo-boo, the whale groans, clearly hating the random nickname. Boo-boo Arin face palms. Stop giving the legendary beast cringe names. Ignoring the disrespect, the whale dives. Sai's magic holds up, letting them breathe easy as they descend into the deep blue abyss. Marina gazes out at the scenery. We reach super deep, but the spawn rate is 0. No monsters anywhere. The current gets intense, scaring Arin, who grabs onto Xingu. I don't know about the rest of the map, but I'm pretty sure we wiped out everything in the Pacific today, Arin says. Xingu smirks. If the other oceans are like this, we own the seas now. Marina groans at his ego. Stop joking. But Arin notices his face. He's serious. No, she realizes he is already planning. He's calculating the next raid, she thinks. She shakes it off and warns him. Save the strategy for later. Let's see where this uber whale is taking us first. Copy that, Xingu agrees. Suddenly, Celia reaches a massive, dark trench that looks endless. The sheer scale of it makes everyone's jaw hit the floor. Is that? A riff stammers, doubting her eyes. The Mariana Trench. Marina shakes her head. No way. The Mariana Trench got deleted when the Earth shifted. Yo, looks like we just discovered a fresh trench, guys. Celia is swimming closer to the drop-off and she is absolutely vibing right now. Boom. Suddenly, Xingu flashes that mysterious grin. You know what that means. Right, our boy is going straight into the abyss. The second he said it, that giant whale nosedived like a roller coaster at Six Flags. Everyone started screaming their heads off. Too fast, fam. Celia clearly doesn't speak human. Or maybe she thinks our screams are just hype music for her sprint. Biss does a quick perimeter check, and his face gets super serious. Yo, heads up, I am picking up massive mana readings here. We were talking levels equal to that demon castle I raided. Right then, a strobe light flickers from the bottom of the pitch-black crack. Slowly, the seafloor lights up like a scene straight out of a Disney movie. Marina's eyes go wide. Whoa, the mana field here is exactly like a level 30 dungeon. Xingu smiles and reaches out to touch the floating particles. Nah, this is pure mana. Feels smooth on the skin, like expensive silk. Celia keeps cruising along the massive cliffs until we hit a turn. And boom, a majestic city pops up out of nowhere. Xingu whispers, "Is this freaking Atlantis?" Arin points ahead, totally shook. Bro, look at that. Following her finger, we see this insane architecture topped with a white pearl castle. Xingu stares for a second and drops a comment. Those round domes. Are those cribs for monsters? Looks totally artificial. The little fish in the city are freaking out about us. Celia, they re-side eyeing you hard. They think you brought humans here, whereas the rest of the squad didn't expect Xingu to understand fish speak. He rubs his chin, thinking. Celia, huh, that name slaps. Arin swims closer to the school of fish, surprised. These monsters aren't aggro at all. What are they? The squad slowly touches down on a nearby reef. Suddenly, Saruta shows up, shouting, Selexia. He shoots a suspicious glare at the strangers standing next to his whale friend. Xingu acts like he owns the place, crossing his arms. Who are you, old man? The guy grips his staff tight and announces, I am Saruta, the high priest guarding this temple. Xingu looks confused. Temple? What temple? The old man huffs. Just as I thought, you speak our tongue. Saruta glances back at the whale, who's acting all happy behind the group. The reason Selexia brought you here is because she sensed something in your aura. He drops a hint. Plus, the fact that you can chat with us is enough ticket to get into the temple. I am sure he would approve. Xingu tilts his head, not buying the hype. Hold your horses. I'm not walking in just cause you said I could. Can you explain what's going on first? He opens his hands, demanding answers. And who exactly is this? Saruta shrugs responsibly. We don't know either. We just woke up here. He starts narrating their insane war against the mermaids. Everything is locked and loaded. We just follow his orders and fight anyone trying to force other gods on us. Saruta is getting super religious with it. We feel his presence through his gifts, and we build our future on the path he left behind. I'm just the manager. He shifts the focus back to Selexia, and Selexia connects with his will, the strongest. Since she brought you, I gotta let you into the temple. Xingu is totally lost but decides to roll with it. I don't really get it, but sure. Lead the way, Gramps. The squad follows Saruta. Marina tries to catch up, double-checking. Xingu, are you sure about this? Before he can answer, Celia shoves her giant body in front of the temple gate, separating the ladies from Xingu. They tumble back, yelling, ouch. Saruta looks stunned. Looks like you re the only VIP allowed inside. Marina turns green with envy. Ugh, what is this useless feeling? I feel like a total NPC right now. Syria throws some shade. Unfortunate, but you better get used to it, honey. She salutes Xingu. Chill out, we'll wait here. He flashes a confident grin. I'll be right back. Xingu follows Saruta down a hallway that feels longer than a checkout line at Walmart. He scans the vibes as he walks. This mana feels super familiar. Saruta gasps, suspicious. When Xingu sprints ahead, the old guy panics. Do you even know the way? One wrong turn and this place turns into a maze. You will get lost forever. Xingu keeps storming forward and shouts back, I don't care. Finally, his legs stop on their own. Xingu looks up, dizzy from the wall, covered in ancient text like a Times Square billboard. By the time Saruta drags his old bones over, Xingu is already comparing notes. The mana here feels exactly like the rest area. A power source pulls him toward a magic circle in the center. Xingu calmly stands on the circular pattern. Right on cue, the system pops up. Congrats, you have entered the Deep Sea Zone. Your status has been upgraded to Deep Sea Player. You can now fast travel directly to the Deep Sea from the rest area. And here comes the loot drop. The power of the Deep Sea will reveal everything hidden beneath the surface. You can now enter underwater dungeons. Since you were a Deep Sea Player, your inventory slots just doubled. He rubs his chin, checking the patch notes. Sweet. I thought I was going to have to listen to another boring story about dragons. He mentally groups 3 locations together. This place links up with Sky City and the Ant Cave. Maybe that's why the mana feels the same as the rest area. Crazy that a place like this is hidden right in the middle of a monster nest. Suddenly, Xingu flinches. Looking at his hand, it's sprouting black claws. The system quickly explains. You acquired a new passive skill, Chaos Scales. Your iron body has merged with Chaos, upgrading the skill to level 3. He quietly admires the edgy new interface. So this is Chaos Scales. It works just like the Chaos Tail. Xingu excitedly play tests the new gear. I can control the scales, summon them, and dismiss them. Saruta starts shaking like a leaf and screams, oh my god. He dives to the floor, bowing at Xingu's feet. I knew it, you are the incarnation of our god. Xingu looks blankly and denies it. No, dude, I'm not. He scratches his head, trying to make sense of this. Let us analyze the situation. Basically, this temple is the Deep Sea hub. Just like the Ant Cave in Sky City, it's a gateway to other dungeons. Xingu feels like Columbus discovering the new world. There were many water dungeons in Sky City, which means there is a ton of them down here, zones no player has ever touched. He looks up at the wall and smirks. So, I get first dibs. Xingu touches the hieroglyphics. Are these the rules? Lots to memorize. A brutal scene flashes in his mind. The deep sea is a maximum security prison for sea monsters and other gods. He suddenly gets the full picture. That is why once they escaped, those monsters did everything to avoid coming back. Xingu starts crunching numbers in his head. If the Ant Cave, Sky City, and Deep Sea run on the same system, that means all 3 were built to lock up monsters. The monsters near the temple are just a coincidence. Even if I am the first Deep Sea player, it doesn't mean Earth's monsters are safe. He starts cooking up a plan to exploit this new free workforce. But if I can use them to wipe out monsters in other worlds, I don't need to kick them out. Xingu finalizes the plan. All right, after grabbing the deep sea power, we were heading back to the surface. The squad bursts out of the water, looking fresh. Xingu hops on his demon motorcycle, turning back to tell Celia, I'll be back for that. Zooming out, cargo ships are cutting through the waves. The trip is smooth sailing literally. Monster counts dropped, so no big boss battles. But for some reason, most of the ships look totally wrecked. Even though they lost some cargo and crew along the way, the result is better than expected. Finally, the surviving ships dock, and by the time they hit the port of Los Angeles, Xingu's group is already off boarding. Marina waves happily. Catch you later, let's team up again. X-High is way more shy, just whispering, goodbye. Xingu grins and gives them a tip. Hey, just call me whenever there is a raid. Xingu turns to his system interface to check out the Chaos Scales. The system replies instantly. Chaos Scales. Level 3. You can move and breathe in any environment. The more mana you pump into the scales, the harder they get. Xingu was pumped, slapping the tank like a maniac, while Saruta looked totally shook. Even though it felt a bit weird, our boy could finally navigate underwater without needing Sei as a babysitter. Once the adrenaline rush faded, he went straight back to strategizing. The rest of the squad could use the ability too, but they had to sweet-talk Boo Boo to get access. Xingu had a flashback to when Marina's crew wandered the ocean floor like lost puppies. Total fail. They had to bail immediately. While he was racking his brain trying to figure it out, Syria dropped a theory maybe the ant tunnel and the deep blue are VIP access only just for him. He stood on the dock, staring at the massive ocean like, is this whole map seriously just for me? Since he cleaned up the ocean, maybe the server would be peaceful for a bit. Xingu chuckled at his own main character energy. He tossed those worries into the trash and made the call, yo, let's grab some grub. Ever tried spicy braised pork? Bis looked intrigued. Spicy pork. Sounds like a vibe. Meanwhile, in the real world, everyone was blowing up social media about this new miracle. Politicians in corporate suits were screaming at each other like it was a Twitter thread. People split into two camps. Half wanted to resume shipping routes immediately. The other half was like, nah, too dangerous. But they were just keyboard warriors yapping. Nobody actually stepped outside to check the reality. While they were busy arguing, the monster spawn rate kept climbing. So, the player count skyrocketed too. Xingu's little sister joined the lobby. 1 month in, and she had already crushed level 34. He got clout for her talent and got the green light to raid with Marina and Syria. Beto, looking all rosy-cheeked and starry-eyed, greeted them. Boss, the ultimate loot is finally ready. Ruda bowed, looking impressed. This kid is a genius. I kinda want to recruit him. The boy hyped up his product enthusiastically. Upgraded machine gun, fam. I tweaked it so it burns way less ammo and mana. The system scanned it instantly. 6-barrel minigun, rank A+. A masterpiece by a kid blacksmith. Since it is made with rare mana stone, it stacks ammo and sprays infinite magic bullets at once. Xingu pointed at the gun, confused. Hold up, only 1-barrel core. I thought it was single shot. Beto jumped in to explain. Nah. If you pump mana into it, 1 bullet turns into 5. The kid nervously poked his fingers together. Testing it for real drains a ton of mana, but I calculate it spits out 3,000 rounds a minute. Xingu grabbed the gun, grinning like he just won the lottery. This is sick. Good stuff, Beto. Beto excitedly broke down the specs like a tech YouTuber. When you fire, the first round is a physical slug, followed by a stream of mana bullets. The kid sounded like a pro engineer. It is all synced to 1 mana flow. From the second to the 6th shot, they all lock onto the same target. Xingu held the piece. A maze. Absolute perfection. Beto suddenly hesitated. There is a nerf, though. He explained the ammo belt structure. You need an actual physical bullet to trigger the mana shots, but those slugs need level 50+ mana stones, and I have only crafted 100 so far. Xingu did the math. Even with his ghost army farming mobs, they would only get a few hundred stones max. So I get 1 minute of spray and pray for a whole day of grinding, he smirked. Looks like we have no choice. We gotta hit up the 4 zone to farm mobs for stones. Arin turned pale. You are insane. Xingu slammed the minigun on the table and turned back. Is there any way to lower the mana cost? If we upgrade it, Beto hummed. The kid had a light bulb moment, maybe. But to do that, we gotta add more barrel cores, and it is gonna get heavy. Xingu pulled a crown out of his inventory and shoved it in Beto's face. This is the war god Duasan-S artifact. Think you can cook something up with this? The kid grabbed it with both hands, shaking. With this, we do not even need to change the design. Boss, I did not know you were balling like that. This thing can crank the fire rate way up. Can you make the gun generate its own mana? Ammo. Xingu gave a thumbs up. Blind trust activated. I have no clue what you said, but handle it. Arin looked done. This is officially beyond science. Deal done, he waved at the kid. Focus on the craft. We are gonna go clean up the mess at 4. Xingu was fired up, pumped full of adrenaline from his pentagonal dragon senses. I sense a massive PvP battle starting there. Can it miss content that's spicy? Ruda went full suck-up mode. By the way, while you are there, bring back some NPCs to live here. Would be awesome. He picked his ear and grunted in agreement. In the barren wasteland of Forpo, where even birds do not bother nesting, Xingu and Bis were ready to roll. He whipped out a sharp blade. Bis rubbed his chin, checking the longsword Beto made. Boss, are you not going to smash them with a hammer? Xingu shouldered the sword. We gotta stay low-key this time, stealth build. Bis thought that was dumb. I do not think the weapon is the problem. Arin cut them off. The divine energy is way stronger than last time. We are not even near the city and I can breathe. Seha agreed. I smell war. And this is not some regular human beef. Xingu calmly broke it down for them. The fire god and war god beef is wrapping up, so they are canceling out the influence of the other gods. He scanned the area. These gods treat the world like their personal sandbox. Arin floated over, curious. What is the play? Xingu did not hide his mission. Remember when we scouted for? Their artifacts are still there. Don't know if the locals absorbed them yet. He struck a pose he thought was cool. Our job is to carefully yoink those items out of this world. All right, call me Sniper XD. She rolled her eyes. You are holding a sword, bro. Ignoring the cringe moment, Xingu assigned roles. Seha, Kenna. You guys cosplay as fire and war troops. Quietly take out the sweaty try-hards on both sides. He warned them carefully. When I give the signal, rush the strongest guy you see on the field. Seha was bloodthirsty. Got it. So I blend in with the fire squad and gank the commander on your signal. He laughed like a supervillain who just won the game. But you sure? What if I flip the script? Xingu cut him off cold. Stop writing fanfiction and just go. The two split up and dashed off like rockets. The devil bike spawned in. Arin shouted, "Let's ride," he grunted. Xingu mounted up, sword on his back. One twist of the throttle and the bike launched into the sky, zooming forward. He replayed the boss fights in his head, the war god power he felt fighting the bears, and the fire god heat from clashing with Kim Haryon in New York. He mapped out a path using his experience. His dragon senses read the battlefield like a HUD. Fire god was winning. Arin chimed in, "Actually, that makes sense. Bet the war god got nerfed after you wiped those plushy bears." Below, screams and metal clashing were deafening. Xingu watched the carnage and made a call. With that divine power, they aren't human anymore. We start farming them. Arin looked stressed. You sure? But they are still people. You good, he reminded her of the Setnat group. Once they join this raid, they lose their humanity card. Even if they have human skins, they are just NPCs like that guild in the Great Valley screaming Los. She touched her chin awkwardly. My bad, did not mean to complicate it. She hopped off the bike, acting cool. It is all good. Thinking is healthy. He landed softly, not alerting the mosh pit below. Xingu gritted his teeth. To flip this battle, we gotta snipe the commanders. He dashed forward, moving in a zigzag pattern, weaving through the mob to find his target, riding the flow of battle. Tracking the mana stream. I can one-shot him. His blade sent the poor guy to the afterlife in a split second. A clean cut sent the head flying, blood spraying like a mini volcano. The soldiers were totally losing it, screaming, "Yo, the Captain S wasted." The enemy side was just as messy, like, what the heck is going on? Meanwhile, Xingu was tearing through the battlefield like a jet. It looked chill, but I had to analyze every speck of mana in the air. That is the ticket to leveling up my dragon senses. Boom. The system spammed me with 2 notifications. Dragon senses hit level 3, and stealth hit level 36. He was hyping himself up, like, dang. Look at that leveling speed. If only my other skills weren't such slowpokes. Arin was practically dying of secondhand embarrassment. I literally have no words for you right now. The grunts were still shaking in their boots. Watch out, fam. The war god sent a literal monster. Suddenly, cold purple eyes flashed. This dude came charging in with a Death Knight sword, straight into the mosh pit. Seiya gripped his spear, looking kind of salty. I can pop my wings or I'll blow my cover as a player. And no wings means I am dragging. He let out a savage roar to hype himself up and boost his strength. Seiya had turned into a human missile, drilling straight into the opposition. Xingu was 100% loving the vibe. Nice. Looks like Team War God is catching the W right now. It looked like Kay and Seiya were clutching up, but Arin had zero faith and grilled him. You didn't totally rig this, did you? Ignoring her, Xingu finally hopped into the server for real. All right, let's go carry them. She kept roasting him about his ego when a noise made Xingu hit the brakes. Gotcha. Kanado, who'd been camping like a noob, swung a cold chop. Xingu reflexively hopped sideways to dodge the gank. Xingu skidded to a halt and flashed a cheesy grin at his old frenemy. Well, looks like we linked up earlier than scheduled. Kanado, built like a brick house, finally opened his trap. God Dusan told me everything. Kanado's eyes were bugging out as he screamed, "You're the rat who swiped my loot." After a sweaty exchange of blows, they both backed off to reset. Xingu stared down the guy's ugly mug, thinking, the war god is main general. Dude is actually cracked. His magic stats are double mine, and his level is probably same as mine. Once he figured it out, he smirked. Doesn't T mean I can T-clap him, though? Here's the glitch. The war god gets buffed based on how many simps he has following him. So if this brawl keeps going and his squad gets wiped, he gets nerfed in real time. Kanado suddenly raged, "Give me back my stuff." Xingu just shrugged with empty hands. I don't speak desperate. I got nothing. See, Kanado pointed a shaky finger. It's in your inventory, bro. You're a player, not one of the fire goddess NPCs. Xingu wasn't phased. He actually took a moment to troll him. Oh right, you probably don't have a personal inventory anymore, do you? You lost that perk and your wings the second you decided to simp for a god. That definitely triggered him. Shut up, I'll admit you got guts stealing my goddess artifacts, but you were gonna pay the tax. Xingu gave a provoking smile. Let me guess, with my life. Then Xingu yeeted his sword straight at the dude's face. Luckily, Kanado had dad reflexes and parried it, creating a screeching metal sound. By the time he refocused, Xingu had ghosted him, leaving nothing but a cloud of white smoke. Kanado screamed, "You dirtbag," and started spamming attacks everywhere, smashing the ground to bits. Meanwhile, Xingu was chilling on the sidelines. The system popped up, Boomerang hit level 11, Stealth hit level 38. Xingu smirked. Didn't think that cheese strat would actually work. Why does this feel so satisfying? I just did what Kay said, visualized extending my mana through the weapon, and it was stupidly easy. The trick was popping the skill right when I put my hands up. If I just threw the sword, Kanito would have seen it coming, so I used stealth to cloak the blade. He was so hyped he almost forgot he was in a war zone. Arin had to snap him out of it. I get it, you love yourself, but eyes on the prize. The enemy is right there. Xingu sprinted back into the fray, summoning a fresh blade. He sacrificed a long sword to juke Kanito, but thanks to Beto mass-producing these things, his inventory was stocked. He blitzed through the battlefield like a streak of lightning, looking for the perfect angle. Let's run that back. Everywhere he dashed, enemy heads were rolling before their bodies even hit the floor. Xingu unleashed his ult, firing energy beams that absolutely deleted the opposition. But even though he was stomping, he was low-key stressed. Everything's going according to the script, but what are the other two doing? Arin popped up with the info. Word is the Fire God's leader is way squishier than Kanito. That news helped him chill a bit. It'd be clutch if we could get them to aggro each other. She warned him he might have to solo them, but Xingu shook his head. I am not solo queuing this. I've got Seiha and C with me. While they keep the mobs busy, I'll tunnel vision on Kanito. Some time passed. Since Xingu's crew joined, regular humans were mutating into monsters and team killing without mercy. Both sides were piling up on the pavement. Seeing the player count drop made Xingu nervous. Fewer people means less cover. It's gonna be way harder to stay stealthy and gank him. No choice, I gotta go loud. Let's wrap this up. Arin started hyping him up. You, re-killing it, but then she glitched out. Wait, something's off. I thought those guys were humans. Xingu looked confused. Say what? A mob of angry NPCs rushed forward, ready to steamroll anyone in their path. If this keeps up, the gods are actually gonna take over the server. Destroy the artifact. Get our freedom back. Xingu scanned them. They re the resistance, and they re all mana users. He stroked his chin, thinking. I respect the hustle, but wouldn't it be higher IQ to wait for one side to get low before third-partying? Suddenly, Xingu paused. Hold up. What do they mean, destroy the artifact to get freedom? Arin figured it out. I get it. Since you absorb the mana the gods send down, you re-immune. But them. Her face got super serious. I can even feel their influence hacking into my system. I am starting to feel laggy and depressed. The goddess voice in my head is getting way louder. If I wasn't your support, I'd have crashed by now. Xingu finally connected the dots. So the artifacts aren't just buffing their stats. Arin finished his sentence. They re-manipulating people, brainwashing them to join the cult. That's how they keep their subscriber count up. Xingu nodded. It all makes sense now. And since so many people died, the signal is too strong they can stop aggroing. He looked at the poor players. The artifact had even corrupted the resistance. They were grouping up to destroy the artifact before they lose their minds completely. They were even willing to PK their old teammates. That is actually heartbreaking. He made up his mind. Arin was still buffering. What? Xingu flexed his abs, took a deep breath, and screamed, Everybody follow me. The pressure amplified his voice like a massive speaker system. Everyone froze. Even Kanito flinched. Xingu dropped the mic. Anyone who wants to keep their humanity, stick with me, I'll carry you. To prove he wasn't capping, he roared and powered up. Rivers of mana started flooding toward him like a waterfall. He thought, perfect, and drank up every drop of divine mana in the area. The system pinged, you have absorbed enough mana. Unlock new active skill mana drain. You can now succeed the mana out of the environment. Xingu looked at the screen, puzzled. Mana drain isn't that a skill for, like, world conquerors? A satisfied grin spread across his face. Hee. Not bad at all. I can finally control the mana around me. Even Arin was shook, filtering specifically for divine mana in the middle of a chaotic war zone. I've never seen anyone pull that off. The players were absolutely shook, trembling in their boots as they watched this dude vacuum up mana like it was free Wi-Fi. No clue how long he can hold that charge, but hey, when in Rome, you just roll with the punches, right? Everyone started sprinting toward him like the mall just opened on Black Friday. Total opportunity for us. Fam, let's bounce. Kanito watched his traitor minions run and just raged at Xingu, screaming, You absolute scumbag. The big guy paused, eyeing his opponent while having a full-on flashback moment. Seeing Xingu's swag triggered memories of when Kanito himself was the main character, back in his golden era. Back then, he wasn't simping for the war god yet. He was actually on the front lines, fighting alongside the resistance in Forho to save liberty. But looking in the mirror now, zero regrets, baby. He's thinking, I am Daddy War God's favorite child, now, loyal and lit. He should be flexing, but suddenly Kanado's face dropped faster than a bad crypto investment. No shot, he thought. Nobody steps to Lord Duzon and lives to tweet about it. He triggered his evolution phase, signaling it was time to throw hands. I'm gonna school this kid personally. He let out a roar like a siren, basically saying, "Game over, pal." Thick armor plated up his body, eyes glowing red with pure hate. Time to show you why Duzon is the G.O.A.T. Post glow-up, Kanano was rocking full stone skin and looking ready to wreck the entire zip code. But then, hold up, a voice cut through the noise, forcing him to freeze and look at this meteor crashing from the sky. Boom! Some unidentified flaming object slammed into the dirt. Surprise, surprise, it's Farah. She strutted out of the inferno like she was on a runway, dropping threats before she even cleared the smoke. Hands off, the brat is mine, she hissed. Kanado shot her a look that could kill, basically thinking, girl, I will humble you and your little god complex later, but right now ain't the time for drama. Gotta delete that kid first, he signaled. She was totally on board, replying, facts. Just seeing him breathe makes me want to barf. No more stalling, Kanado let out a war cry and charged. They double-teamed him, rushing in with zero chill. Suddenly, a spooky voice whispered, "You ain't going nowhere, homie." It spooked Fira so bad she glitched out for a split second. Out of nowhere, a mystery swordsman swiped at her. Fira managed to block the critical hit, but the impact was massive, launching her across the map like a ragdoll. Ugh, Fira grunted, shaking it off. She backflipped to safety and squared up with the intruder. Surprise guest revealed it was Biss. She squinted at him. Who invited you? Yo, who are you? You riding with that weirdo? Biss raised his weapon, his voice dripping with venom. Do not put me in the same category as that monster, lady. My boss is actually way more OP than me. Kanado watched from the sidelines, thinking, she got yeeted in one hit. Honestly, not even mad about it. Finally, the third wheel is gone, Kanado smirked. I was always going to be the one to end him anyway. He went full berserker mode, rushing in and swinging his massive blade with bad intentions. Xingu clapped back with a mana bullet bang, perfect shot, knocking the weapon right out of Kanado's grip with a loud metallic clank. Kanado ground his teeth, fuming. All right, playtime is over. Xingu looked at the salty villain. Bro, how you gonna talk trash while walking right into my setup? That's embarrassing. Kanado, blind with rage, grabbed his weapon and brought it down like a hammer. Light work for Xingu. He pulled out the Heaven-S punishment hammer clung. The collision shockwave was insane. Sparks flew as the weapons grinded against each other, vibrating like crazy. Kanado's eyes popped out. A shockwave. Is that a weapon mod? Seeing him distracted, Xingu yelled, "Get wrecked," and swung hard, batting the big guy away like a baseball. Even while losing ground, Kanado wasn't quitting. He turned the impact into a vibration counter. What kind of cheat code is this? He rallied for a comeback. You call that a skill, kid? I'll show you a pro gamer move. He charged in like a hurricane. Xingu activated his Dragon Sense perk. Oh yeah, I can see everything in 4K slow-mo now. Problem is, my brain sees it, but my body is lagging. Can T dodge it all? But then, he saw the win condition mana absorption. Waves of energy started flooding toward him. I can drain his HP directly, but I can steal the mana leaking off him. If I time this right, I am grabbing 30%. He cranked up his senses again. I'll tank the rest. Kanado's attack landed with a nuke-level explosion. The villain hopped back, grinning like he just won the lottery. That Shuvi cost him an arm, at least, but his smile faded as the smoke cleared. Xingu was standing there, looking fresh, his arms armored up in hardcore dragon scales. Xingu brushed some dust off his new bling, muttering, okay, that actually stung. Kanado was shook. Black scales, I knew it. Which dark god are you simping for? Huh, Xingu played it cool. Bro, what are you waffling about? I am human. Kanado wasn't buying it. Cap, no human has that kind of juice. Xingu rolled his eyes, bored of the guessing game. Quit yapping and fight me. Xingu beckoned him with a finger. You leveling up your speech, skill, or your combat? Less talk, more hands. Come get some. Kanado triggered hard. He charged in, screaming, you little punk. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, but Xingu was dodging them like he had ultra instinct. Still, Xingu had to give the guy credit. Raw speed. He's got me beat. Dude is cracked. But my reaction time is god tier. I just need to dodge and catch him slipping. The 1v1 was intense /dodge/dodge. Suddenly, the attacks just froze in the air. Xingu blinked, totally confused. Did his attacks just buffer in mid-air? Suddenly, blood-red mana lasers locked onto him. Xingu started sweating. Whoa, all those wild swings were just setting up a trap grid. Kanado clenched his fist, whispering a dramatic die. But instead of game over, Xingu just smirked. Those mana lasers, yeah. They got vacuumed right into Xingu's energy bar. He slurped up every wave of energy. System says mana absorb level 4. Nice, Xingu grinned. If I didn't have this cheat code, this fight would have been way messier. Seeing his ultimate move fail, Kenado went full psycho mode. He summoned massive stone tentacles to trash the whole arena. Xingu backpedaled, looking for space. The tentacles started grabbing everyone, friend or foe. Arin piped up from the chat. Yo, he's eating his own minions with those things. Does this guy have zero chill? Xingu shut it down. Nah. He's using Duison as power to farm them for energy. The War Goddess meta is definitely about stacking different powers into one. Kanado squeezed the life out of his own squad, looking weirdly proud of it. Xingu analyzed the play. So the War God's gimmick is basically merging players together. Makes sense with the teddy bears earlier, but this Xingu looked up, veins popping with rage. This is sick. Treating your own team like disposable items, that is low. Xingu gripped his black wolf claw, getting ready to throw down. Kanado flexed. Behold the pure power of Duison. Xingu wasn't scared. He was just disgusted. Got it. Yuri actual trash. Kanado ignored the roast, shouting, I'm gonna show you absolute divinity, then sacrifice your corpse to the big boss. Xingu dropped a sarcastic clap back. Good luck catching me looking like a bloated parade balloon. But hey, more surface area for me to punch, so I'm good. That wiped the smile off Kanado's face. He grabbed a sword and growled, laugh while you can. Kid. He wrapped his stone tentacles around the blade, upgrading it into a gigantic cleaver of doom. Kanado tanks the hit and immediately claps back with zero hesitation. He slams down so hard, Xingu has to pop his dark wolf claw just to survive the impact. The clash is so loud it basically shakes the whole server. Arin's watching him struggle and she's low-key panicking. She knows he can't take this guy head-on. But Xingu has, stubborn as a mule, eyes locking in with that INT, losing energy. He refuses to take an L from a scrub like this. He throws out a move, poison fire. Suddenly, this weird purple glow buffs both their weapons out of nowhere. Kanado sees the flames and pauses for a sec, but then goes right back to being cocky. Heh, you think this little BBQ can hurt me? He presses down hard, crushing Xingu's bicep until blood starts dripping. Kanado goes for the kill shot, smashing the ground into pebbles. Luckily, our boy Xingu has crazy reflexes and backflips out of there. He took some damage, but he's not quitting, especially with his healer on deck. Arin knows she can't stop him, so she just plays her role. Oh, you big dummy. She tops off his HP bar instantly. Hez ready for round 2. Let's run it back. Kanado unleashes a barrage of tentacles from his back, screaming, I'm gonna punch a hole through you. As they fly in, Xingu activates his special eye ability, Dragon Pentagram mode engaged. Everything slows down like he entered the Matrix, and the path to victory lights up bright neon. Gotcha. While Xingu is calculating his route, the tentacles smash into the spot he was just standing in. He dashes forward like a speedster. I can dodge all this trash. With a powerful stomp, Xingu launches himself off the ground to gain momentum, Hez floating mid-air, closing the gap. Now's the chance. He grips his giant wolf claw and delivers a massive haymaker right to Kanato's chest. But the guy doesn't even flinch. Like, zero damage taken. Kanado counters instantly. Bam, a tentacle stabs right into Xingu. Our MC coughs up a pint of blood but manages to slice through the tentacle with his claw before backing off. He backpedals, but the tentacles are chasing him down like heat-seeking missiles. Every time he lands, they smash the ground behind him. Suddenly, ding, system notification, corrosion resistance leveled up to 7. Nice grind. Arin is stressing out, seeing Xingu get wrecked. But he keeps his eyes on the prize and whispers, I'm good, babe. Just heal me up. She does it immediately, but she's definitely salty about it. Stop being reckless. Just because you have a healer doesn't mean you were invincible. Xingu hits her with that smooth talk, but my healer is you, and you rear the goat. Arin blushes a little, but Kanado interrupts the romantic moment. Aw, how cute. Too bad. I was planning to inject some divine power straight into your veins. Xingu isn't phased. Sorry, bro, that junk doesn't work on me. I am not a basic NPC like you. That comment triggered Kanado hard. Excuse me, what did you just say? Kanado starts spamming tentacle attacks while screaming. You little brat, but Xingu's agility is maxed out now. He's weaving through everything effortlessly. Inside his head, Xingu's strategizing. I need to stack Hercules' strength with a charge attack to one-shot this guy. But that takes charging time, and this dude won't let me breathe. He sighs out loud. Man, this sucks. If I fought that fire goon first, this would be way easier. Arin looks at him like, huh, yeah, he explains. If I looted her fire buff and put it on my hammer, Kanado would be toast by now. But he remembers seeing Biss fighting her heart out and rethinks it. I can mess up her flow right now. She's actually locked in. He shifts back into his combat stance. No worries. I got a plan B. Xingu shouts toward the front line. Yo, get in here, Seiha. Right on cue. A blur of light weaves through the tentacles. It's our stealth boy, Seiha. Seiha slices through the tentacles mid-air, leaving Kanato shook. What the is he invisible before the villain can react? Seiha rushes him. But Kanato isn't slow. He swats Seiha away like a fly. Seiha crashes hard, coughing up blood. Kanato sneers, Humph, more trash trying to annoy me. But Shinga's voice cuts through. That is all the time I needed. The giant wolf claw hammer in Shinga's hand is glowing with insane energy. He points it forward. Remember the name Jo Seiha. That is the guy who just signed your death warrant. Kanato is still processing. Since when did you? Too late. Xingu brings the hammer down. Charge, strike released. The heavenly punishment hammer slams down, shattering the bedrock. Kanato, eyes red with desperation, falls to his knees, screaming, Lord Duzin, give me more power, please. Xingu grits his teeth, muscles bulging. Hercules mode. He slams the hammer again, this time with world-ending force. The system interface starts blowing up with notifications. Hercules, level 5. Punishment, level 55. Poisoning, level 4. The impact crater is glowing with eerie purple fire. Xingu turns his head and barks an order. Arin, go heal Siha. Now she flies off instantly. On it, meanwhile, a glowing pink shard floats out of Kanata's chest. It's Duzin, finally showing himself. I admit defeat. Xingu stares at his heavenly hammer, listening to the god's voice. To think a solo player could take me down. Impressive. Honestly, conquering a low-tier world like this feels pointless now. A ghostly image of Duazon smiles arrogantly. Other gods might keep grinding here, but am not that desperate. Xingu catches the slip-up. Low-tier world Duzin's voice echoes. You've been to other dimensions, Haven TU. You must have noticed the mana density here is trash compared to those places. Memories flood Xingu's mind. Hes talking about the ether world. He sees flashbacks of dark, gloomy corridors. Is he talking about Snake's castle? Why bring that up now? Xingu frowns, analyzing the intel. It's true. Every other world I raided had way thicker mana than Earth. Is that how they rank civilizations? An image of a glowing Earth appears as Duazin speaks. Bingo. That's why I was shocked you came from this rock. You're a statistical anomaly. A miracle. I doubt anyone else here will ever reach your level. The scene shifts to a wasteland. It only took 40 years for us to take over this world after the new era started. We crushed it when it was just in the crescent moon phase. Let me dumb it down for you. Duzon's creepy face looms over him. On a scale of 1 to 100, this world is a level 3. Xingu's eyes go wide. That's new info. Somehow, Duzin knows Xingu's entire raid history. The world Rhea took over. That was level 5. Snake's territory, level 7. The enemies you fought there, total scrubs in the grand scheme of things. He gestures to Kenato's corpse. Just look at the locals here. Weak. They can even handle my buffs properly. This clumsy brute force is the best they can do. Duzin smiles, but it looks more like a warning. But don't get cocky. The next worlds on your list won't be this soft. Xingu stays calm, staring at the floating shard before grabbing it out of the air. Consider this a drop reward. You entertained me today. Xingu squeezes the shard, listening to the final words. I look forward to our rematch. Dragon Boy. But if you rush in blindly next time, it's game over for you. The voice fades. Xingu coolly tosses the shard into his inventory along with Kenato's body. Loot secured. Xingu stands there, analyzing the stats like a total nerd. Yo, this world is only level 3. Instead of freaking out, he's actually hyped. That means I've still got 97 levels to grind. He clenches his fist, practically vibrating with main character energy. To clap those arrogant gods at the final boss stage, he's got to get way stronger. It's going to be a long, hard road, folks. Suddenly, this blinding light pops off behind him, total lens flare moment. Whoosh, rocks and debris start floating up like gravity just quit. The wrecked buildings are auto-repairing. Glitch in the Matrix. Nah, just awesome. Everyone nearby is bugging out, eyes popping. The 9 heavens are rebooting. That's the receipts right there, proof the war god is officially toast. Everyone's getting their mojo back. Yo, check it, your wings are respawning. Yours too. But they keep their guard up against the freaky mobs. Chill, guys, but stay frosty. The fire god's goons are still creeping. Smash 'em. The squad gets a massive power buff and rushes in. Let's go, Don, let him breathe. Xingu watches the brawl easy win for the home team. Standing like a boss in the blizzard, muscles rippling. He knows humanity just leveled up in the hope department. With the 9 heavens back online, the monsters are total trash without their god. Xingu gets bathed in golden healing lights. Even his mana drain skill stops hurting the NPCs now. Sweet. He dashes over to the squad. What's the status on Seha? Arin, looking way too cheerful for a battlefield, gives the deets. He was in the red, but leveling up saved his bacon. Seha ignores his HP bar, focused on the mission. Did I do good? Boss Xingu shoots him a thumbs up. You crushed it, man. Perfect form. Arin jumps in. I didn't even see you camping there, Seha grins, scratching his head like a shy kid. Bro, your stealth buff is OP. Can't believe you kept your aim steady in that chaos. Footsteps interrupt the convo. It's Biss. She strolls up holding a severed head like it's a designer handbag. Master. I bagged the HVT. She hands over the trophy. Chick went full monster mode at the end. Haven T had a fight that good or a level up since my Death Knight days. Xingu is shook. Wait, you can level up too. Biss nods, dead serious. Back in the day, yeah. The severed head dissolves into a shiny gold crystal. Loot drop, Xingu grins and pulls a weapon from his inventory. Definite fire, god shard. Jackpot. Feeding this to the Night Slayer. Ding system alert Night Slayer poison effect is now rank A+. He swings it to test the balance. Smooth. Now that's raw power. Arin rolls her eyes. Your taste in toys is weird, dude. Xingu just smirks, gripping his blade. Alright, map cleared. Let's bounce back to Earth. The human versus monster beef continues for another 2 hours until every last minion is deleted. The fortress is safe under Jingu's banner, now no gods allowed. Back at base, Xingu points to the newbies. Yo, meet the new NPCs I recruited from Fantasia Fortress. First up, the healer duo Boone and his pops, real salt of the earth types. Then we got the lovebirds over here. Simon the farmer and Mona heard she bakes killer cakes. Rudd crosses his arms, looking skeptical. Thought you said dragging villagers home was a hassle. Hey, I picked the practical ones. Xingu flashes back to the exit gate. Tommy and the crew were practically clinging to his leg. You leaving, bro? Stay with us. Xingu had sighed, letting out a breath. You tripping, I gotta go home. You guys are good now. You can handle yourselves. Then, a light bulb went off. He remembered Ruta's voice in his head. Why not bring villagers? Xingu played it cool, testing the waters. Actually, maybe I can take a few +1s. Tommy looked confused. Xingu pointed at himself, oozing confidence. Bet some of you skilled guys want to see a new world, right? So, who's riding with me? Back in the present, he flexes his new recruits. See, certified pros only. I don't carry dead weight. Rutta face palms. You are absolutely chaotic, man. Xingu ignores him and turns to the loot pile. Yo, Beto got a god shard. Can we craft? The kid lights up like it's Christmas. You know it, I prepped the rig while you were gone. He pulls out this wicked, modern-looking Gatling cannon. The Hexafire Gate. Missing a core to boot it up though. Xingu tosses him the D-rank shard. Use this. He slaps it into the magic circle. Easy peasy. Red light glows from the bottom. Boom. Done. Arin snickers. That was faster than a microwave burrito. The stats screen pops up. Hexafire Gate rank S+. Damage 5,300 to 5,800. Proficiency 30,000. Passive phantom ammo one-shot spawns 49 clones. Xingu crosses his arms, nodding. Sick. Our second S-rank toy created. Beto beams, eager to nerd out on the specs. You only need one real bullet. It's got 9 mag slots. Pull the trigger, and 49 phantom rounds spawn instantly. It fires in 5-round bursts. Get good with it, and you can double fire. Xingu grips the Hexafire. He's feeling unstoppable. High damage, low ammo cost. It's the meta. It's perfect. Beto starts to say something else, but Xingu cuts him off. Oh, yeah. Check this out. Xingu dumps a body in the middle of the lab. Leftovers from the War God's elite squad. Not a god, but he's got holy power juice. Beto is practically drooling. I can turn him into ammo. This is way better than mana stones. Xingu heads for the door. It'll be in the lounge. Ping me when the ammo's cooked. Beto blushes, saluting. You got it, boss. Xingu addresses the refugees. Go crash. Relax. Glad to have you on the team. He frowns slightly, looking serious. Dismissed. Arin watches him go, confused. Weird. Thought he'd be rushing back to the dungeon. Spoiler, she wasn't wrong. Xingu takes a sec to check his build before the dungeon run. Hez focused on Titan strength, his bread and butter. Arin spots him doing warm-ups in his gym gear. So much for resting. Xingu ignores her. That strength skill is the key to his whole build. It saves his butt every time things get hairy, but the cooldown penalty is trash. He can't spam it yet. To nerf the penalty, he needs to level the skill and his actual muscles. Xingu's eyes burn with focus. The plan, keep Titan strength active 24/7. Arin shudders. Hezamaniac. Xingu grabs his sledgehammer, ready to grind. Smash that like button if you want to see Xingu wreck the next dungeon. Peace. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today, our boy Xin is on that serious daily grind, literally no days off mastering his mana activation skills like he is trying to hit the pro leagues. Xin is really feeling the gains today, and his mindset is locked in. These are just the basics, but he knows if he keeps his Hercules mode active 24/7 while stacking other skills, he's going to be absolutely cracked. Suddenly, Biss smashes his massive fist into the ground. Boom. He looks down at Xin, who's totally gassed, and says, "Let's take a 5, bro." Arin is watching from the side, super worried, seeing Xin dripping sweat like he just ran a marathon in Death Valley. "You good, homie?" Arin asks. Even though Xin is completely drained, his eyes are laser-focused. All he can do during this penalty phase is tank the pain, but looking at him, he looks as fresh as someone stepping out of a shower. But this mad lad's goal is to keep his Hercules buff running even while he's taking damage penalties. Arin's face goes pale, realizing how insane that is, has actually lost it. Xin barely rests for a minute before he's jumping up like, "Let's go again. No time to nap, fam. Let's move." Even Biss, who usually has that chill bouncer vibe, gives him a nod of respect. "I gotta admit, kid, your hustle is unreal." Just then ding, that sweet system notification sound pops up. Dragon 5 Senses just hit level 4, leveling up back-to-back. Hercules mode is now level 8, and all physical stats just boosted by 15 points. The HUD is flashing notifications like a viral tweet right now. And don't sleep on Courage, that's already at level 12. Basically, his stats scale up with how much pain he tanks. Arin watches him chug water like a frat boy at a party and carefully asks a question. "You're way stronger than last week. Don't you think it's time to raid a dungeon?" Xin wipes the sweat off his face and glances over. "Maintaining the buff is easier now, but I want to hit level 10 before we do anything crazy." Suddenly, his eyes snap open wide like he just sensed a disturbance in the force. Even his voice drops an octave, getting super serious. "Hold up. Pause the training." Arin is confused by the sudden vibe shift. "What's the tea?" Xin looks intense, channeling that scary final boss energy. "The ghost I sent to stalk Kim Harian. It just vanished." Ghosted, literally. Harian didn't even know he was being watched this whole time. But then, bam, he attacked the ghost like someone DM'd him the exact coordinates. Xin strikes a thinker pose, analyzing the situation. "It's gotta be the fire god," Xin says, flashing back to Farah's smug face. "That minion we fought at the fort had some serious power." Seha, catching her breath from the workout, chimes in hesitantly. "Even though we took the W last time." Arin interrupts before she can finish. "It's only a matter of time before they clap back. They probably healed up by now." Xin grins, confident because he already tracked the location. Lucky for us, the ping is in Korea. An image of a lush green island pops up. Kim Harian is on Jew Island, basically the Hawaii of Korea. Xin quickly changes into his fresh drip, ready to roll. Arin is puzzled. Jew Island, a player with his hacks could fly to any country, why not bounce to Mexico or Canada, why stay local? Xin scoffs, a look of pure savagery on his face. Simple. He lost his wings, remember, has grounded. Before this, Xin didn't even care about Harian because the guy was total trash tier. Standing against the sunset, looking epic, Xin points forward. But with a fire god buff, he might actually be a challenge now. Arin sighs. Is that good news or bad news? Great. Just saying the name gets Xin hyped. If he wiped out my ghost, it means he's doing shady stuff he doesn't want anyone to see. And that means a chance to fight some OP monsters. This guy is a total battle junkie. On the way out, a voice calls, "Master, it's Beto," running up all sweaty, lugging a massive box that looks heavier than my student loan debt. "Here is the ammo I crafted. I put my blood, sweat, and those magic stones you gave me into this. I managed to make 30,000 rounds." Jin pictures himself holding his 6-gauge Gatling gun and smirks. "This baby fires 3,000 rounds a minute. That gives me 10 minutes of straight spray and pray. Enough firepower to delete a small country." He quickly stashes the ammo crate into his inventory space and turns to Beto. "Thanks, B. Be right back." Then he looks at Kanako. "You're riding shotgun. This is right up your alley anyway. Bet." "I've been waiting for some strong monsters," Kanako says, but Biss looks concerned and finally speaks up. Boss. Are you really going to keep Hercules mode active during this? I know you're strong, but..." Xin crosses his arms, keeping it 100. "Yeah. I'm actually still under the penalty debuff." Biss freezes up like his controller just disconnected. "Say what?" But Xin just looks even more excited. "Let's roll." He takes the lead, walking out with confidence. "Time to go cancel Kim Harian." They hop on the demon motorcycle, think a Harley-Davidson from hell, and under the starry night, they zoom to Jew Island in less than 5 minutes. The system pings, battle spirit is now level 67. Sin chats casually while driving at Mach speeds. I love how fast these basic skills level up. Wonder if they go past level 100. Arin pops her head out of his pocket. From what I know, nope. At least not for support classes. Like basic heal evolves into a higher tier skill once it hits 100. Sin turns to Kanako in the back. What about you? Kanako thinks for a second. Same here. Most of my skills just evolve naturally. Shin rubs his chin, entering big brain mode. Evolution of skills? Huh. That reminds me, I think there's another way to glitch the system and evolve skills. Arin's jaw drops. Huh? Oh snap, Xin uses himself as the prime example. For instance, my reinforcement skill came from tweaking and evolving the mana bullet. My soul domination skill was forged from the setnap gear I farmed. He lists off every awakened skill. And Dragon 5 Senses was created by merging all 5 senses together. Seha suddenly gets it, lighting up like a Christmas tree. So, heal is basic. Mana bullet is rare. Soul domination is unique. And Dragon Senses is legendary tier. Sin nods. A bit annoyed she stole his thunder, but agrees. That's one way to put it. Their ride pulls up to a spooky, gloomy forest. Arin tries to scout the area, but it's looking grim. Where is Harrion hiding? Probably camping in stealth mode, Sin says. But those tricks don't work on his god eyes. Even if he's invisible, I've got wall hacks. Found him. Deep in the thick trees, a figure glowing with intense fire appears. Sin grins, looking bloodthirsty. We're coming in hot, hang on tight. Arin was chill a second ago, but now she's instantly regretting her life choices. Wait, what? The demon bike roars, sparks flying everywhere as Shin revs it to the max. They dive bomb from the sky like a meteor. Down below, Harrion senses the vibe check incoming, but he's too slow compared to Shin's speed demon driving. Bam, direct hit. The explosion sends Harrion flying like a ragdoll, sliding face first across the dirt. Harrion ends up on his knees, totally wrecked. Behind him, Shin coolly stores the bike back in his inventory space. Harrion stands up, wobbling. Shin radiates a terrifying aura. Surviving a hit like that, yeah, you're definitely not human anymore. Harrion, bleeding from his forehead, shakes with rage. Shin, he raises his flaming sword high. He slashes hard. Shin just grabs his hammer and blocks the attack with one hand, looking bored. He smirks. Your fire is weak, bro. No heat at all. Disrespected like that, Harrion grits his teeth and starts cursing. Sin cuts straight to the point. You know this already, but the only reason you're still breathing is because I'm farming you. You're just a minion. Arin sighs. Sin, you're really sounding like the villain right now. Shin ignores her and asks Harrion slowly. So, how's life with a piece of a god stuck inside you? Harrion laughs maniacally. Ha, you think you are the reason I'm still alive. He finds that absolutely hilarious. Right after he said that, his eyes turn into literal laser beams shooting straight at Xingu. Arin was super quick, throwing up her hands, and luckily her shield blocked the hit. She yelled, "Yo, watch out, dude's gonna attack with his whole body, not just his eyeballs." Xingu just chills. Yeah, I got it. Harrion is getting super bent out of shape, his hand shaking as he points forward. Whoa, what did you do to Arin? Xingu rolls his eyes, like, seriously, you still think I messed with her head or something? Do you actually believe the whole dang universe revolves around you? Bro, he slammed his hammer down, then confidently stomped right toward Harrion. I don't even need any crazy supernatural mojo to deal with your sorry self. I am still gonna wipe out your fire, Xingu, with a scowl, added, and your whole existence. Right after that, a massive boom went off, and he charged Harrion with his hammer, yelling, "Time to die." Suddenly, a voice boomed. Like, I'd ever let that happen. A giant hand burst out of some kind of portal, followed by an entrance that literally shook the ground like an earthquake hit California. Xingu quickly ducked out of the way, sliding backward as he watched intently. The gateway to Earth was finally open. Standing right there, in front of everyone, was a huge, dog-faced giant. The giant snarled, "I am not letting anybody get in the fire goddess way," Xingu repeated, surprised. Fire god. Fit, that's the fire goddess name. Harrion spread his arms wide, totally owning it. Yep, that is right. And with the power he blessed me with, I've opened a portal connecting Earth with a whole other world. He totally took over. He flashed this evil grin. And from that, super powerful monsters are gonna pour out non-stop. Xingu just scoffed at all that nonsense, like it was a joke. I don't care, man, I am gonna smash you and all those freaks into oblivion. The second he finished talking, his hands started bulging, activating some super strength move that made his entire body swell up with rippling muscles. He looked like he just walked out of a Venice Beach gym. His eyes, locked on target, were full of pure grit as he gripped his hammer tight with both hands. He raised his hammer, which instantly grew a bit, not huge, just enough. Xingu bolted forward, charging the giant. The giant snarled, throwing up two massive fists, letting out a wild roar. But bam, Xingu, with crazy speed, swung his hammer and clocked the giant right in the torso. Harion's eyes went wide, like saucers, in pure panic as he watched both the giant's arms just fall off. No way how suddenly he felt something else closing in, fast. Xingu, still clutching his hammer, came at Harion with a combo move, delivering a face slap so hard it was like a sonic boom. He was all fired up, pressing his attack. He just kept landing blow after powerful blow on Harion. The way he was swinging that hammer, he looked like a pro golfer going for a hole-in-one at Augusta. Harion, meanwhile, was getting tossed around like a dodgeball. He was spitting up blood, just barely able to make a gurgling sound. Xingu leaped high above him. "This is it for you, pal." Then he slammed his hammer down with a mighty WHUMP, flattening Harion right into the ground. A system notification popped up. "You've leveled up." Harion's entire body started, slowly exploding and vanishing, leaving behind only a weird little fragment. Xingu reached out and grabbed the piece. Sei has zipped over, super curious. He focused, checking it out. This is the fragment Harion had inside him. My hammer should absorb it. The system blinked again with another update. Night Punisher now has poison A+ and C+ effects. Xingu was stoked with the results. "Sweet, all done," Arin kept exclaiming. "Whoa, you just ended that, dude. Super easy, riding high." Xingu puffed out his chest. "Pfft, what was so hard about that?" Suddenly, her face turned bright red, and she mumbled, Right. I guess I just kinda thought he was a big deal for a long time. Even though he's totally not important." Xingu clearly wasn't happy about that, immediately brushing it aside. "Ugh, forget that, dude. There's way more stuff to worry about in this crazy life. Don't waste your brain cells thinking about a nobody like him." Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Master," and whipped his head around. Biss sprinted up, pointing a finger straight at the portal. I don't think this whole thing is over yet. Monsters are literally spewing out of that gate." Xingu cracked his knuckles. "Do these guys think Earth is like some giant dog park for them to just wander around? Guess I gotta roll out the red carpet for him." The lead Minotaur, a beefy dude with horns, declared, "The path is open. A new history is about to be written. Our master's orders are clear first. We gotta turn this entire island into his personal kingdom." Xingu was fuming. "Who in their right mind do you think you messing with? And why the heck Jeju Island?" The monster snarled back, "You ignorant human, don't you get that it was just as tough for us to get out of our world as it was to bust into this one?" Seha chimed in with a pretty solid guess. They were probably trying to avoid human interference, so they were planning to set up a kingdom and a base right here. Xingu rubbed his chin, thinking out loud. "I'm betting that out of all the islands scattered around, this was the only one Harion could actually get to without his wings. Honestly, that dude was kind of wild right up till the very end." Xingu cracked a sly grin at that. "But the second he pulled me into this mess, yeah, that's when their whole scheme got totally blown to bits." The Minotaur kept huffing fire. "Your power's totally wild, I'll give you that. But the amount of mana you just burned through, your body ain't gonna handle that for long. You won't be able to keep fighting like this, dude." All the monsters gathered around, its voice echoing, "No other gates can open now, 'cause that dumb Harion is dead. But you seriously think you can stop the rest of us? We've been waiting our whole entire lives just for this one day." Xingu completely blew off the threats, just standing there calculating. "Whoa. So many high-level monsters around. That means way more loot, baby." Arin was pacing, super anxious. "We should totally call Sei. She can put up a barrier so these monsters can escape." Xingu just shot her a quick look. "Oh, I already did that." Arin's jaw dropped. "You did?" When the Minotaur thought the whole thing was absolutely hilarious. "Ha ha, you think you can pull one over on me? Punk. We already destroyed all forms of communication from this island." Suddenly, a group of people popped up, calling Xingu's name, which totally threw the Minotaur for a loop. They scrambled over, moving fast. Siria's voice was a little rushed. "We're so sorry we late," Marina chimed in. "Yeah, sorry to keep you guys waiting." Xingu's face fell a bit. He thought, "Dude, I just needed Sei. But wait, didn't I hear these three were off chilling somewhere together?" Sei, like she read his mind, immediately explained, "That little ghost you left behind totally spilled the tea about what went down. It said you started a full-on war with the fire god's henchmen on Jeju Island." The Minotaur watched the newcomers, beads of sweat forming. It couldn't stop wondering, how in the world did you even call them? But what really freaked it out was seeing Xingu still looking totally jacked and powerful. It was even more curious. How are you still so solid after keeping up that great warrior strength for this long? He hefted his hammer, a smirk playing on his lips. You can ask the Grim Reapers down in hell about that one. Marina, rocking two pistols loaded with mana, jumped right into the fray. She didn't even wait for the monsters to finish their trash talk. She just opened fire immediately. In a flash, she obliterated an untold number of those twitchy, nimble monsters. Seha, wielding his soul-devouring spear, and Syria also dove headfirst into the chaotic battle. Somewhere else on the battlefield, Biz was personally slicing and dicing, making monsters explode into messy chunks with every swing. A flaming bull-headed demon, flexing its massive body, charged straight for Xingu, ready to rumble. Too bad for it, Xingu wasn't your average Joe, even with all its wild slashing and hacking. With just one casual flick of his wrist, the heavenly punishment hammer in his hand easily took it down, even flattening the bull-headed monster's whole squad of grunts behind it. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the other monster soldiers. They were absolutely freaking out. There's no way we can beat him. This is bad. We gotta bail. But before they could even make a move, a voice boomed out. Don't even think about it. Turns out, it was Sei, activating her signature skill. A chillingly indifferent voice echoed across the whole dang place. For some reason, Xingu wasn't focused on the battle formation. He was just like, hey, that skill name sounds kinda awesome. Then he snapped back to the task at hand. All right, the circle is complete. Let's go all out. And with a terrifying, drawn-out roar, he and his heavenly punishment hammer dove right into the next round of fighting. With that one swing, he triggered a system notification. Whoa, you've leveled up. Poison is now at level 7. Suddenly, some dragon-headed grunt piped up with a guess. Could you, be a disciple of Hector? Xingu's reply was a hammer straight to the head and a grunt of annoyance. I don't even know any god named that, bro. As the smoke and dust cleared, he and Biss were totally fine, not a scratch on M. Biss scanned the area, then made a comment. I think that was the last one. No more monsters are sneaking out of the gate now. Right then, Arin looked up at the sky and announced that the portal was disappearing, which just made Xingu click his tongue in pure annoyance. They rebailing. Guess they are gods. After all, they re not totally brain dead. Finally, with the air a bit calmer, Marina could actually ask the question that had been bugging her. Seriously, what did you even do to get this ridiculously powerful? Hold up, actually, never mind. I don't even want to hear it, to be honest. And then Syria, with a super serious look on her face, stepped forward to check things out. I legit thought the gods were the ones pulling the strings on these gates, but turns out it's their fan club, the disciples, running the show. Mind blown. My calculating voice is sharper than ever. If we snitch to the WPC about this, they were gonna slap us with a whole dictionary of rules on how to treat these blessed players. But Xingu man's got zero chill and zero fear. This is getting hype. We finally figured out the gods' playbook on how they hijack the world. Now we can actually block their play. Clench his fist with main character energy. Real talk, all that grinding at the gym actually paid off today. I can flex that Hercules strength whenever I want in a real fight now. Big shout out to Foe for the unintentional power-up. Suddenly, Sei jumps in like, my bad for interrupting. She looks super stressed, but I think we got some creepers watching us from a distance. They don't look too tough though. Of course, Xingu trusts her vibes. They in the woods, Sei nods. Yup. Boom. He flips the switch on his dragon senses immediately. In a split second, his vision goes full X-ray mode. He frowns hard. Yo, you rewrite. Just some local earth monsters chilling nearby. Doesn't he look like they were brainwashed by any gods though? It totally reminds Xingu of Celia from back in the day, a monster with zero beef against humans. Should we go say hi? They might be chill like that crew we met underwater. The second someone says, cool, Xingu blurs out of existence. Next thing you know, he's right in their faces. Unlike those aggressive haters earlier, these guys are shaking like leaves. Xingu hits M with the interrogation voice, stressing every word. Who are you guys? You ain't rolling with Foe's squad. You trying to throw hands with the monsters he sent. Then this tiny furball steps up. Is Fit the guy controlling all those creeps earlier? It's Sar pint-sized body, but attitude the size of Texas. Those monsters are harassing us qua. They keep telling us we gotta believe in some random weirdo. Xingu ignores the plot and focuses on the weird noise. Bro, do you have to say qua at the end of every sentence? Sar stands his ground. I gotta say qua. Sar snaps back, looking salty. Look, all we want is to live in peace and worship our own god. But those jerks keep trying to shove their god down our throats. Qua, we were terrified that he'd kidnap us tonight. But you guys wrecked them. Qua. Sar stares Xingu down with laser focus. We appreciate the save, for real. But are you gonna force us to join your cult too, Qua? He didn't stutter with that question. The only thing I worship is me, myself, An eye. An INT, the type to force nobody to believe anything. That was enough for the little guy. Phew, that is a relief. Kwa, let me go now. Kwa. Xingu grabs him by the scruff like a kitten. Yeah, that's not happening. He flashes a smile that he thinks looks friendly. Since I saved you, you're gonna spill the tea on this god of yours, right? Kwa, time skip tonight. Xingu comes back with his lute in hand. These guys are gonna be our tour guides. Marina is fangirling. I knew you could talk them into it. You re the goat. But Arin knows exactly how that conversation went down. I bet Xingu terrified them way more than Foas goons ever could. Say whispers. I have a feeling the boss just realized he can bully monsters now. So the squad slowly follows Sar's crew. Marina senses the vibes changing. The mana here is getting intense. Xingu isn't shocked. Makes sense. This is Earth monster turf. Sar pipes up, acting like a professor. What we love most is mana qua, humans got it twisted. Monsters like us can survive on just mana and a little bit of energy, so we rarely eat people. Qua, but Xingu's ears perk up at the word rarely. Sar starts panic, waving his paws immediately. Personally, I've never snacked on a human ever. The other minions start making excuses too. Me neither, I heard humans are super chewy. Yeah, I love grass. Grass is life. Xingu nods like a mob boss. Good. Keep it that way. Finally, they reach this epic nature scene. Xingu squints at it. My spidey senses are tingling. Something is behind that waterfall. It feels just like when we went into the deep sea zone, Marina says, running up. Aside from the ant nest, maybe there's another hidden sanctuary for land players to level up. You know how the deep sea became a safe house for monsters, right? I don't think that's the vibe here though. Xingu frowns. True that. Xingu starts overthinking in this new era. High mana zones usually turn into dungeons, but that doesn't explain all of this. Sar smirks, seeing him hesitate. You scared, bro Qua? Since you didn't murk us, our master won't murk you. Qua. Xingu is surprised. Where do you get this sudden confidence? Arin chimes in. He must really trust his boss. In a flash, they walk through the waterfall without getting a single drop on their drip. Sar points straight ahead. Welcome to the crib, Qua. It's a lush, green jungle hidden inside. Xingu scans the area and instantly realizes something. There's more than one way in. Lots of escape routes besides the waterfall. Sar's face goes pale. How do you know that? You re the real monster here, Qua. Not only that, Xingu adds, but none of those exits lead back to Jeju Island. Arin gasps. Wait, is it like a teleport gate? Xingu replies calmly. Nope. Right when the new era hit, mana pools created places like Sky City and the Ant Cave using some unknown energy. Suddenly, a voice booms. You are correct. Sharp claws step out first, followed by the massive body of Aligu. They stand face to face. His presence actually shakes Xingu. I thought our country didn't have tigers anymore. The voice echoes through the whole forest. I am no mere tiger, and this is no longer Korea. His golden eyes glow. I am Eligu. Welcome, King of Humanity. Eligu's aura is absolutely crushing the forest. Marina stands way back, impressed. Is he as strong as Bu? Even Sei has to admit it. You rewrite. Another monster on par with Bu. Celia comments seriously, while Arin is focused on the wrong thing. Are we sure about that name? Meanwhile, Eligu starts speaking with that epic movie trailer voice. King of Humanity. I want to thank you first for not harming my subordinates. Xingu doesn't care even a little bit. I think you got the wrong guy, pal. I ain't no king. The tiger doesn't let it go. I see. I guess technically, you haven't claimed the throne yet. This just makes Xingu more suspicious. Huh. Why do you keep calling me king? Eligu's glowing gold eyes look straight into Xingu's soul. You must be looking down on us if you think we don't know who you are. Then he switches gears. I've always wanted to chat with you, but let's take this conversation inside. Xingu doesn't hesitate for a second. Bet. Then he suddenly remembers something and turns around. Yo, you guys don't get it. The white tiger wants to chat inside. Marina grins so wide her teeth show. I guess it's chill since we got Xingu. Celia remains serious. Maybe it really is like the deep sea sanctuary. Sai speaks up. Let's roll. Out of nowhere, the three of them hold up a flag that says Xingu is Hashon, leaving him completely speechless. They've officially lost their minds. They were relying on me 100%. Should I just ditch them? Next, they leave footprints across a massive desert area. Finally, they reach a cave. Eligu rumbles. We are here. They slowly walk deeper inside. Xingu looks around. This isn't normal sand. It's holding its shape with mana. He instantly comments. You keeping this cave up, that is impressive. But the tiger's voice gets heavy. This power is not mine, so I am not the one who deserves praise for it. So the whole squad found a chill spot to crash and recharge. Shin didn't waste a second, cutting straight to the chase. Yo, Real talk is the god you worship, the one pulling the strings on all this sand. Eli took a beat, leaning back like a wise old grandpa, and explained, I'm pretty sure that's the vibe. Yeah. From the second as monsters spawn in, we've been drawn to this special presence, like a moth to a neon sign in Vegas. And I'd bet my last dollar that the dude who gave me these powers is the one behind it. Hearing that just made Jin even more suspicious about the whole setup. Do you know this goddess handle, like a name? Do they do anything besides buffing your stats? Sin pressed, but the answer he got was kinda glitchy and incomplete. That's all the intel we got, fam. Nobody sent us a Google Maps pin location, so we re-flying blind trying to find our god. Plus, I know my power bar drops way too fast when I am not surrounded by sand. It's my home turf advantage. That is exactly why I couldn't go out and throw hands today. I had to wait for my minions to bait those creeps over here. Sin nodded, keeping his face serious like a poker player. I got you. But I wrecked them before they could even pull up to your driveway. Eli's voice sounded super tight, like he was holding back rage. Facts. Those monsters came here to glitch out everyone, humans and monsters alike. They've been trolling us for a while now, showing up just to flex and threaten us. After a few rounds of PvP, I realized their endgame. They want to delete whatever is blocking their path, and the thing blocking them from spreading their goddess influence. It is a human. Eli pointed a razor-sharp claw right at Shin. It is you, bro. And just like they were scared of, you showed up today and absolutely crushed them. After doing a background check on you, I figured you were like the king of humans. So I decided, hey, I should level up and become the king of my own species too. I gotta protect the fam. Finally, Ellie dropped the main quest offer. Look, if we regrinding for the same goal, why don't we collab? Sin's interest instantly spiked. This was getting interesting. Eli kept spitting facts. I know most humans hate our guts. And honestly, there's a lot of people out there who can tell the difference between my crew and the randoms who attacked us today. But real talk, I don't think we have time to worry about our reputation score. With your OP power level, don't you think you could convince them to chill? If we can get both sides to stop beefing, we can easily stop those invading monsters. Before Eli could even finish his pitch, Sin was already nodding. Deal. I'm down. Inside, Sin was actually shook. This guy is legit smart. His IQ is way higher than any Earth monster I've ever seen. Has playing 4D chess. At this speed, we can save Earth from the bad ending that other worlds got stuck with. Sin voiced his thoughts. But saying it is easy, doing it is a whole grind. Eli hummed, waiting for the breakdown. First off, like I told you, I ain't the king of humans. I'm just a guy, so even if I tell them don't shoot, they aren't gonna listen to me. I'm not the president. Second, you were right, humans can tell guys apart from the enemies. And I'm probably the only one crazy enough to chat with you like this. So starting a massive alliance, that is going to be tough. Eli had to agree with the logic. You make a solid point. Sin held up 3 fingers. And third, the biggest issue. You aren't the king of all Earth monsters yet. Sin's eyes got sharp. Technically speaking, you aren't to their rep. At least, not yet. Ellie admitted the L. True. I only run the servers connected to this dungeon, not the whole planet. So you were saying our only option is to keep fighting humans as Zine cut him off mid-sentence. Listen, Eli. The nickname hit Eli like a flashbang. He looked totally stunned. Eli, Shin continued without missing a beat. We get each other. We vibe on the same goals. So even if we can get every single monster and human to collab right now, let's start a guild just between us first. The idea clicked for Eli. Just us. That actually sounds pretty lit. His eyes started glowing with hype. I trust you, and you trust me. I like that energy. A grin was plastered on his face. Exactly. If we team up, we can at least cut down on the unnecessary drama between our sides. And who knows, maybe one day we can get everyone to sign a peace treaty. Eli was practically beaming now. I see the vision. We'll take it one step at a time, like building a sandcastle on Miami Beach. I love this plan. Shin held up a fist. Cool. You in. He showed him the human fist bump custom. Of course. Eli wasn't going to miss this. I'm in. The bromance was officially sealed. Suddenly, Sar, moving slow as molasses, commented from the back, I feel like the boss just got tamed. Quack shot him a dirty look. Silence. From now on, I am telling you what to do, rookie. Then, the mood shifted back to the wholesome exchange between Eli and Shin. From now on, when you see a human, a long time passed. Arin jumped, totally startled by the news, using humans to suppress monsters from another world. That is wild. What is the internet gonna say? He lowered his voice. Key thing now is damage control. We gotta make sure those monsters don't breach the perimeter. There's gonna be sacrifices. We might need to tweak the strategy. We got bigger fish to fry right now. Shin's eyes cut through the air like a knife. Li, are you for real about becoming the Monster King? The question hit deep in Li's soul. The Monster King. His eyes shined like high beams. You gonna help me grind for that title? Sin raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with him. You don't even need to ask. Bet. Ping, a system notification popped up. Desert Paradise is now accessible from the rest area. Shin looked confused. Whoa, didn't expect a fast travel point connecting back to the rest area. Just like the deep sea zone. I guess that is a win. Now I don't have to catch a flight every single time. Eli's vibe softened up completely. You were always welcome at the crib, Gugu. Now it was Sin's turn to buffer. Gugu Sehi whispered from behind. Gugu, like Xingu, Marina couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Xinyu seeing Li looking as happy as a giant golden retriever. Sin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought I'd get a cringe nickname too? Sin wasn't actually mad though. Didn't he see that coming? He got back to business. So, step 1 of the master plan. Does securing your territory include Jeju Island? It's crucial to clean your room before you try to take over the house. Hearing this, Li chuckled. Got it. Deep. Leave it to me. I am already handling that. It's light work. Sin added some instructions. While you handle that, I'll farm some data on the other monsters for you. With that info, you can control them. If we unite all the Earth monsters, we can tank any raid they throw at us. And once we unite the monsters, the humans won't be able to ignore you. They realize it's smarter to have you on their team than as an enemy. Eli nodded gently. No doubt. Then, Sin pointed right at him. Dead serious. Next up, you gotta learn how to talk to humans. Improving your communication skills is the meta right now. I could be your hype man, sure, but then humans might think you Regis my puppet. We don't want that. Eli grinned, showing off rows of sharp teeth. Understood. If you were willing to teach me, I'll do my best to learn. Shin got excited again. Oh, and that sand ability. Can I see a demo? Li immediately raised his claws. Watch this. Li slammed his front limbs into the sand. Boom, a shockwave of energy blasted forward, and massive spikes of sand formed instantly, looking sharper than diamonds. Marina was shook. That is insane. He's on a whole different level. Yeah, I guess he's built different. Just like you, she told Sin. Zin admitted nervously. I can do stuff like that with my mana. Inside, he was thinking. But now I get how his power works. He thinks he needs to be near a beach to use it, but he's wrong. He's totally OP and doesn't even know it. Then Xingu turns to L, dropping a truth bomb. Yo, L, you can flex those powers even without sand around. L looks totally lost, like he missed the memo. Say what I was born on the sand, bro. That is my whole brand. No sand, no magic. Xingu eyes the blocks of sand and breaks it down for him. Let me spell it out. Basically, you can trigger your abilities literally anywhere you can make sand. Boom, he slams his fist down. Xingu's crazy strength cracks the pavement wide open. Like this, see that, smash, a rock, boom, instant sand. Just think of boulders as oversized sand grains waiting to happen. Arin watches from the sidelines, jaw on the floor. That logic is frighteningly simple. Elle's face lights up like a light bulb. I get it now. Never looked at it from that angle before. I smell what you re-cooking. You mean I can unleash my mojo anywhere on the planet? Xingu gives him a thumbs up. Bingo. Now you re-getting it. Exactly. Even downtown, buildings are just concrete and stone. Smash him, and you've got ammo. Elle starts cackling like a maniac. Dude, you just leveled up my entire worldview. Mission accomplished. Xingu waves a casual goodbye. Take your time processing that download. Next time we link up, I want to see the upgraded version of you. Elle grins. You got it, Gugu. Catch you on the flip side. Xingu drops his voice to serious mode. Don't forget the main quest protecting Earth from invaders. Then he turns to Marina S squad. Let S bounce. Our work here is done. She's practically vibrating with excitement. I need Rudu's cookies. As soon as possible, Xingu nods. Deal. To the village we go. Suddenly plot twist. Sarai pops up right behind him out of nowhere. Shin snaps, patience running thin. Yo, what is your deal? The guy stammers, sweating bullets. Name Sr. Quach. Xingu frowns. Cool story. Now go home. The guy sighs, looking defeated. My boss sent me to be your personal courier, just in case you need to slide into his DMs urgently. Arin looks skeptical. This guy's face does not match his job description. Xingu sighs, rubbing his temples. Whatever. Well, just put him on farm duty. Cut to later at the village crib, where the crew is looking way too hype. Did you tame a monster? That's legendary. Xingu shrugs it off. He's useful for chores if we need extra hands. Sar dangles in the air, looking hopeless. His boss definitely fumbled the bag allying with this guy. And just like that, Sar begins his tragic backstory as a farmer, tears streaming down his face. Beto hands over a loot box, and Xingu immediately goes goblin mode, trying to snatch Reyes' stuff. Yoink Xingu successfully swipes a cookie. She chases him, screaming, "You creep, give me back my snack." He munches calmly, "Call it rent." Scene switch to the rest area. Arin floats behind him, buzzing with questions. "Are we finally hitting the deep-sea dungeons?" Xingu shuts it down. "Nope, not until we clear the board here first." Bis chimes in. "Master, are you planning another dungeon mashup?" Xingu nods mysteriously. "Exactly. Before I dive into the unknown, I gotta grind through what I already know. We returning these combined dungeons into our personal gym." Arin blushes slightly, using terrifying dungeons as a training camp. That's some big brain energy right there. Marina jumps in, eyes sparkling. "Me too, take me with you." Xingu shuts her down cold. "Sorry, fam. Need you to stay put and clean up the mess Harry left in Jew. I need the BNI resources for that." She pouts, totally bummed out. "Fine. Catch you later. But you better FaceTime me when you fight the boss." Xingu smiles, comforting her. "You're a part of the squad now. I'll call for backup even if you don't want me to. Don't stress." Saria bows respectfully, hands clasped. "Until we meet again." Say waves goodbye. Xingu watches the trio roll out, then spins around and blasts off. "All right, let's get this bread." The mobs in Jew are trash. I didn't even break a sweat. A system window pops up, currently 44,106 super easy and dungeons detected on Earth. You can merge 2 at a time. "How many do you want?" Xingu grins darkly. "All of them." The interface flashes. "You will need 0.05% of your particles. Warning, slightly dangerous combo created." "Do you want to enter?" Xingu pauses for a sec. "Man, I guess there aren't enough dungeons to make a truly hardcore raid." Arin looks at him like he's crazy. Whoever coded this system definitely didn't expect someone to exploit the glitch like this, or to speedrun the AMP dungeons in just 2 rounds. He stares intensely at the gate. "I was hoping more dungeons would spawn while I was away from keyboard." "Oh well, let us roll." Bis quickly adjusts his helmet. "Ready when you are, boss." Xingu shouts, "To the final ant tunnel." They charge in with max aura. As night falls, the little house at the mountain base goes dead silent. Then, crack. The door slowly opens. Xingu and the crew step inside, hyped. He checks the stats. Since fewer dungeons were merged this time, the clear rank speed run should be a breeze. Arin notes, but the map size is still massive, though. Xingu looks around, then calls out to the floating spirits. "Yo, ghosts, listen up. All you wandering souls out there, tune in." One ghost looks nervous. "Is he talking to us?" Another ghost whispers, "I feel like we should probably listen to the guy." "What's the tea?" Time passes in the quiet void. The roll call hits 32,154. A ghost boy raises his hand. "I am the last one, sir." Xingu just spent the whole time doing a head count. "Thanks, kid." 32,154. That number is wild. Arin is shook. That's like 10 times the last merged dungeon, which had 40,000 ghosts from 370,000 dungeons. See his eyes go wide. That is a 70% jump. Unreal. Xingu frowns, deep in thought. What changed? Did the difficulty spike? Since I speedran the super easy ones last time, maybe the players trying to clear this are higher level now. He connects the dots. Stronger players can hold their ghost form longer. Plus, I bet Earth's total mana pool increasing has something to do with it. Xingu nods, satisfied with his theory. He turns back to the ghostly crowd. "All right, everyone. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse." Arin facepalms watching him. He's getting more shameless by the day. Bis defends him immediately. But a ghost army is totally OP and useful. She thinks back on everything. "Don't you think he's leveled up a lot?" Though Arin can then deny it. True that. Back to Xingu, who is aggressively recruiting the spirits. "If you want to save even a tiny pixel of your existence, follow my lead." The ghosts hesitate. In the corner, Bis whispers to Arin, "Forget I said anything." Arin groans, holding her head. "I guess he doesn't need us after all." A few minutes later, a ghost grits his teeth. This is nuts. But suddenly, the whole crowd erupts in cheers. "Awesome, we agree with you." Boss Arin is stunned. He actually pulled it off. Bis just goes, "Mm-hmm." Seha is loving the vibe. "Wow, look at that." Suddenly, the ghost boy timidly raises his hand again. Excuse me, master." He drops some crucial intel. "Sorry, I didn't say this earlier. But right when the dungeons merged, one ghost bailed and flew straight into the dungeon core." Xingu blinks. "Say what now?" Arin immediately has a theory. Maybe it is a dead player who got a blessing from a god. Xingu nods. Makes sense. They probably bolted to find a god shard. With this many dungeons mashed together, the odds aren't T0. So, Xingu pulls up his HUD panel. I wonder if the difficulty level just spiked instead of being scared. This dude is hyped. He's, like, awesome. Arin looks at Seiha like, bro, he's literally the only person who celebrates a death sentence. Seiha tries to cover for Xingu, acting like it's just a tutorial level to him. Meanwhile, Xingu casually spawns a vehicle from his inventory. Here is the keys, fam. She doesn't hesitate, hops in, and revs the engine. Then she pauses. Wait, is this whip actually for me? Xingu literally face palms. Are you crazy? No. You drive ahead and draw the aggro. I'll follow and wipe the map. Seiha, you stay in the back and clean up the leftovers. Got it, Biss is cool as a cucumber. Copy that. Easy game. Seiha, try not to lag behind. Okay. Seiha is all pumped up. This is exactly why I leveled up my wings. But before he can finish, she peels out, almost running him over. Xingu is just vibing, totally excited to get started. All right, let's roll. The hover bike shoots off like a SpaceX rocket while the ghost NPCs watch in shock. They reconfused, like, what is that? I've never seen a strat like this before. The girl next to him grins. Man, I'm glad I joined this party. Outside, the darkness is silent until Crash Biss drives her bike straight through the wall. Yo, boss. Missed a few trash mobs back there. Xingu is right behind her. I got eyes on M. He equips his Black Wolf Claw and rushes in. The muscle monkeys spot him and go feral, targets acquired. One of them steps up. Thought you'd skip the side quests and head straight to the temple. Is that chick your teammate? Xingu smirks, looking totally unbothered. She works for me. I told her to wreck your little clubhouse. The monster roars, triggered. The audacity. You dare disrespect our sacred turf, Lord Hector is gonna cancel you for this. Xingu pauses, looking confused. Lord who? Arin whispers. Hey, remember the lore. The monsters in the Jew zone mentioned a god. They asked if you were a Hector fanboy. Xingu snaps his fingers. Oh, right, that guy. The mobs lose it. Done talking. You were gonna pay for this. They rush him, practically radiating killing intent, trying to gank him all at once. Arin gasps. They all over level 250. That as a Zerg rush. Xingu rolls his eyes. Please, don't put me in the same tier as these scrubs. He charges his claw. This actually looks like fun. Music kicks in. Xingu locks onto the targets. He unleashes a massive AoE attack that hits the whole crowd. The impact sends them flying backward, plastering them against the wall like stickers. Ugh. He's stunned, speechless. Yo, what was that? I thought they'd at least try to dodge. Xingu remembers they popped shields right before impact, thinking they could tank his damage amateur move. Xingu drops his weapon tipped to the ground. Guess their brains are just pure muscle too. He laughs. Sorry fam, but this ain't a foam toy hammer. The muscle monkeys are groaning on the floor. He is hacking. Invisible force. Too strong. Good game. Just finish us. Xingu chuckles like a villain. Oh, don't worry. Nothing's gonna stop me from tenderizing you meatheads. Arin sighs. And there he goes with the villain arc again. Xingu finishes them off clean sweep. A moment later, Seiha flies in screaming, Boss, I am here to carry. He lands and freezes. Everybody is already dead on the floor. Zero pulse. He gives a cringe smile. Haha, knew it. You guys left 0 XP for me. Suddenly, the whole castle starts shaking like an earthquake in California, walls cracking from the sheer pressure. Xingu stomps over the pile of monsters. Now I get why this map is called the Cave of the Strong. He keeps walking, stepping on them like a red carpet. Literally everyone here is a gym rat. Suddenly, one monkey twitches and tries to crawl up. Your DPS. It is broken. I see why our god sent us here. You definitely his type. Xingu tilts his head. Okay, serious question, who is this Hector dude? The monkey laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha, how do you not know the goat? The mob starts fanboying, picturing his idol. Hector is a legend. He became a god just by hitting the gym, pure, raw gains. He proved his power through total destruction. The more he breaks stuff, the stronger he gets. He's literally the god of swains. Xingu's eyes light up. Sounds like my kind of guy. Arin starts slapping his arm. Stop it. Dante bond with the enemy. Ignoring her tiny slaps, Xingu keeps grilling the mob. So he's basically the god of fitness. The monkey looks proud. No, he unites everyone through power. If you can bench press more than him, you work for him. Unites them. Xingu has a big brain moment. Music intensifies. Hold up. This isn't like that patchy dungeon from before. This server is completely unified. The last one was a glitchy mess because of Manhwa. But this did the strongest dungeon just eat all the other servers. He frowns, thinking hard. I've met a lot of so-called gods, but never one with this much clout, ruling by pure muscle. That is wild. Xingu looks at the energy crackling in his hand. It feels familiar. Yo, have you actually met your boss face to face? The monkey growls. Us, me him, no shot. We were just grateful for the crumbs of power he drops. Xingu grips his weapon and sighs. Got it. So talking to you is a waste of time. Bam. He crushes the guy, loot drops everywhere like a piñata explosion. He farms the rest for drops. Xingu scans the room. Hector, I gotta 1v1 this guy eventually. Maybe not today, though. But that dude might have the cheat codes to my own powers. Suddenly, Biss radios in. Boss, I'm stuck. Xingu blinks. Stuck, like, glitched out. She's drifting around corners. Too many obstacles. I am circling back. Xingu nods. All right, bring it in. Biss replies, Roger that. But then, creeps start pouring out of holes in the wall. They spot the duo and go berserk. There they are, get 'em Don. Let them despawn. Arin nudges Xingu. Let's clear the wave while she kites them here. Xingu nods. True. Might as well farm these minions before the main event. He launches himself forward like a bullet train. All right, fam. Let's speedrun this to the next level. Carrying his black wolf claw, he parkours onto the heads of the iron monkeys. His weapon grows massive. Surprise, shoddy. They look up, totally stunned. A human Xingu slams down on the weaklings. Don't just stand there lagging, fight back. They get triggered. Did he just trash talk us? Xingu activates his skill, and no joke starts singing Mary Had a Little Lamb at max volume. One monster actually shivers. What is this cringe whack? Xingu slaps him so hard his jaw disconnects. The rest get folded like laundry. Total wipeout. Biss pings the map. Incoming. Boss Xingu grins. Sweet. You can hear the engine roaring as she drifts the war machine right towards them. The iron monkeys start screeching. The squad leader yells, wreck the intruders. Do it for Hector. Xingu just stands there, T-posing, waiting for Biss to do the drive-by. A wicked grin slapped onto his face. The second those freaks stepped up, Xingu introduced them to the Hammer Express. Chew on this, losers. The iron monkeys, watching their homies get ragdolled in the sky, straight up terrified. Out of nowhere, boom, a shiny silver axe flies out of the dark like a missile and skewers a flying beast midair. When it came for Xingu, he casually swatted it aside like a fly. He couldn't hide the hype, practically drooling. Yo, finally. Some decent content, right on cue. This heavy metal buckethead stomps out looking all swole. You having fun, bro? That is how you spot a real OG warrior. It is that thrill of facing a boss-level threat, but this guy, he's the buzzkill. Mugang steps up, chest out, spitting facts. That is how you ID the alpha. The Iron Monkey Squad in the back sees their backup and starts losing it. It is payback time, baby. Xingu didn't even flinch, he just smirked. Crushing dreams is usually my gig. He let out a dry laugh. Wait, you act like you know us. You fought dudes like us before, or are you just capping? He tilted his head, eyes sharp as razors. Nah, that guy was way squishier than your crew. That comment hit a nerve. The dude cranked his axe arm, his voice dropping to sub-zero. You are severely underestimating who you re-dealing with. Just then, Biss pulled up. Xingu goes, Yo, Kana, what's your body count? She grips her weapon, cool as ice. 4. He gasps, for real bet. You take 4, I am, wiping out 5. They were just chatting it up, totally leaving Mugang on red. The disrespect was real. What a comedy duo, he raged, launching himself off the starting line. The whole squad charged in, screaming their heads off, witnessed the blessing of Hector. But the second Mugang's crew pushed, Biss revved that lightning demon motorcycle and went full, fast and furious, on them. Her offense was insane, nobody could touch her. With a few pro-gamer moves, she deleted those monsters from existence. Then she raised that Death Knight sword like she was posing for a thumbnail. Seconds later, bam, she pinned Mugang to a solid wall like a poster. Biss's eyes glowed, 1 down, 4 left. But homeboy was too stubborn to quit, even with a critical hit. INT. Dead yet, all he got was a flat bruh. Seriously from her. Next second, Biss sent him to the gulag. No respawns. The rest of Mugang's clique was shook. That S, way too OP. Chiga's face went from stress to full-blown panic mode. When she said she could 1v4 them, she wasn't just talking trash. But oops, they totally forgot about Xingu and his hammer. Heaven is punishment. He laughed at the amateur hour. Eyes on the prize. Boys, life doesn't pause for your little therapy session. Suddenly, the ground under his hammer started vibrating. Turns out, Hector's fan club actually tanked the hit and was powering up like something out of Dragon Ball Z. You think you can solo our whole squad? Just you, Xingu frowned, looking annoyed. Oh, so we re-teaming now? Cute. He acted like he was holstering his weapon to give them a break. Psy-killer intent exploded off him. Before they could even blink, Xingu's hammer decided to get personal with them. Unlike the last tap, this hit fried the monster until sparks flew, ending with a massive, earth-shaking Ka boom. Nothing left but a dust cloud. Xingu was salty about it, though. He wanted to reverse engineer how Hector's magic works, specifically why the dungeon deletes bodies the second they get fragged. Biss stepped in with the save. Relax, there's enough loot drops here to analyze the fragments. Plus, my radar is picking up a whole playlist. Hector must have buffed them and is controlling them remotely. Xingu nodded. Got it. That explains why they look swole but fight like NPCs. A real pro doesn't just have stats, they have control. That little lecture triggered Chiga's crew. Even with their buddy deleted, these scumbags didn't back down. You think we were gonna let you walk away after running your mouth, he growled, dead serious. You read just a basic human. You don't even know the meta. We were gonna show you the evolution of the archdemon race. Xingu flashed a confident grin. Now that it's the energy I ordered, Chiga instantly swung his axe, screaming, die already. Xingu blocked the heavy hit like it was nothing. Of course, a third party tried to third-party the fight. Chiga saw the opening and tried to gank Xingu while he was distracted. Awkward situation, Xingu wasn't sweating it. Oh, we jumping people now. Sehan Biz popped up behind him as he quipped, sorry bro, but my squad is online too. Seha shouted, ready to throw hands. I'm going all in. Boss Xingu checked him instantly. Chill. Don't try to be a hero. Just stall him. I'll delete that guy after I'm done here. That comment triggered Chiga hard. Deal with me. You rate yourself way too high. He kept spamming attacks while trash-talking. Arrogant till the game over screen. Huh. Stop sleeping on the archdemons. He tried to land a combo, but Xingu's chaos tail parried it. Then bam, a gut punch sent Chiga flying like a meteorite across the map. Xingu dusted off his shoulder, literally 0 damage. Aside from raw stats, you guys are just carbon copies of the last scrub I beat. His tone got impatient. Yo, I know you not away from keyboard yet. Get up. He kept pressing him. If you got an ult or a secret move, pop it now before I end this. Chiga's eye glinted dangerously. Bet. Watch this. He unleashed this massive aura, which basically just functioned as a nice fan for Xingu. That is archdemon power weak. The axe came down with a deafening clang, but Heaven's punishment blocked it easy. Both weapons bounced off, still intact. Chiga, however, wasn't so lucky. The recoil almost made him faceplant. Xingu sighed, totally bored. Bruh, I thought you actually blocked that for a second. Guess they just Hector's failed beta tests. He broke it down. Seems like the mana for the armor got sucked into your body to buff you, but it's just glitching out. Overload damage, 0 benefits. Chiga was too stubborn to stay down, trying to crawl back up. I ain't done. Xingu just looked at him with dead eyes, hoisting that heavy hammer, and wiped. Arin, knowing Xingu hates cutscenes, just shrugged. Yeah, I'm not even surprised anymore. Xingu replied flatly, those gray dudes look way more appetizing. Biss, chilling by her bike, spoke up. Hold up, we aren't clear yet. The real event is coming. That piqued Xingu's interest. You were right, I smell a hidden boss. Now he was hyped. If this is really a high-level dungeon, there better be a monster worthy of the title waiting for us. Sehazuma had to scout. He drifted to a stop in front of Xingu. Boss, scouting report. He looked frantic. It's just more of those brain-dead orcs ahead. Apparently, the armored ones were the elites. Xingu pouted and let out a huge sigh. Those scrubs were the elites. Cringe. Seha was shaking in his boots. The deeper we go, the nastier they get, I think. This made Xingu hesitate. Is the final boss just going to be another armored orc X touchdown and confirmed? Based on the leaks, I heard, yeah, pretty high chance. Realizing this raid might be a grind, he got lost in thought. Whatever. We were already here. Let's push. Outside the building, it was creepily quiet. Inside, though, chaos. Biss was unleashing her powers. Xingu had the orc spinning in circles, totally confused. And Seiya, he was holding his own, stomping enemies left and right. After a solid beatdown session, the soulless spear clattered against the stone floor like a mic drop. Ha! That wraps this up. I'm good, boss. Seiya wheezed, barely holding it together. Xingu blinked, totally thrown off. Wait, what? I didn't even ask yet, bro. Arin watched their teammate collapse, panic mode setting in. This dungeon was a beast for Seiya. The kid is leveling up fast, but his stamina bar was flashing red and his mental state was fried. Xingu shot a look at Biss, impressed. Kid has got luck stats maxed out. He is really milking this raid for all it's worth. Biss nodded, vibing with the assessment. Nothing boosts XP like near-death experiences. Right, Arin just face-palm at the toxic positivity. After a quick breather, Saya flashed a grin, looking fresh. Ha, battery recharge complete. Let's roll. Bet Xingu hyped up the grind set. Love the energy. Let's keep this streak alive. Watching the two dudes strut forward, Arin rolled her eyes so hard they almost got stuck. Why can't he use his own words? Is this some macho guy thing? He's got potential. I dig it. Biss voice cut in out of nowhere, making Arin scoff. Total meathead. Instead of getting mad, Biss seemed into it. Nickname number 2. I'm a fan. Deep in the zone, a massive armored orc jumped out, talking smack. Drop dead, I am gonna flatline you first, then chop your buddies into confetti. Xingu eyed the ego on this guy and instantly introduced him to the band Hammer. Yeah, better luck in the respawn. After sending the mob to the Shadow Realm, Xingu spun around. Yo, how is the hand holding up? Seiha grimaced, the heels clearly not fixing the phantom pain. It is patched up, but stings like crazy. Arin paused her support rotation to drop some wisdom. Pain just means you haven't glitched out of existence yet. Be grateful before I decide to repo that arm. The threat totally short-circuited Seiha's brain. Haha, thanks. After surviving countless raids, Xingu was chilling. I am pretty cracked at mana control and DPS, but healing mechanics, zero clue. All I can do is buff Arin's stats. Arin looked shook. That is actually wild to me. You are literally a one-of-a-kind build. Meanwhile, Seiya's HP bar finally topped off. He struggled to his feet, giving her props. I would be game over without you. I can stand now. Seeing the rookie not quit, the boss nodded approval. Solid. You are leveling up your actual skills, not just stats. No ding until we clear the dungeon, but you are handling these orcs way better. The pep talk from the leader acted like a full stamina potion. Seiha gripped his soulless spear, hyped. I am going full try-hard mode. A new zone opened up. Xingu took point, scanning the area. Probably just another armored orc spawn ahead. From the sketchy shadows, a deep voice boomed. Weaklings. I am actually impressed you didn't wipe yet. I am Vice General Irota. The guy stepped out dripping in shiny loot tier armor, clutching a massive axe. He flexed, dropping the Legion 15 tag. Welcome to the end of the line, Irota style. Treat me like those trash mobs, and you are gonna regret it. Xingu didn't even let the cutscene finish. Seiha, he is basically a reskin of the others, just an elite version. Rush him. Irota turned red, fuming at the disrespect. You scumbag. But Xingu was already looking past him at the loot room. Pretty sure the boss room is right behind this clown. Seiha caught the vibe instantly. Say less. Boss, I'll handle the aggro. He popped his wings and dive-bombed Irota. The impact shook the whole map, making the orc scream in rage. Ugh, how is a noob human reading my attack patterns? Seeing the enemy tilt, Xingu grinned. Nice. Dude dropped a cliché villain line. He is definitely not surviving this arc. Only Arin kept it real. Don't get cocky. In the pit, Seiha was zoning, blinking in and out of range while Irota stood there lagging. Eating critical hits, the orc could only grunt in pain. Seiha was a blur, eyes locked on the target, calculating frames and hitboxes. I can read his telegraphs if I track his mana. Let's try tracking the mana on his gear. Watching the kid evolve in real time, Xingu was grinning like a proud dad. Seiha has definitely leveled up. See, risking a wipe is the meta for getting good. Biss chimed in from the sidelines. Facts. A true warrior is forged in the game over screen. Arin just stared, judging them hard. You guys sound like Vikings LARPing. She quickly added, but Seiya's stamina is draining fast. He needs a buff. For real, Xingu asked, surprised. Arin nodded, dead serious. 100%. With her healer instincts on point, she broke it down. After all our raids with Xingu, I can see the RNG of the fight. Right now, the balance is off. Time to protect the squad. Glowing light burst from her hands. She summoned a massive spectral knight, shouting to Seiha, dropping a holy wall to push him back. The assist hit the spot. Thanks, Arin. Irota, watching the team combo, started trash talking. You call yourself a warrior, but beg for carry. Pathetic. Xingu looked at the orc like he was an idiot. How is he gonna roast us after we farmed his entire army? Arin floated by, nodding. Right. To keep morale up, Xingu went for the ultimate psychological play. Seiha, better not choke with that buff. You lose, and it is plain rice and soy sauce for a month. Arin froze at the weird cheerleading. You cheapskate. At least add an egg. Feeling the pressure to perform, Seiha locked in. Do not worry. I got this. Irota matched the energy, screaming. Game over. Two massive power levels collided, triggering a huge explosion. Xingu stood there casually watching the particle effects and debris fly. The smoke started to clear. A blurry figure emerged from the render fog. Seiha grinned, holding his loot. Xingu gave a thumbs up. Good game, kid. Getting the MVP nod made Seiha beam. Thanks, man. All right. He walked up to the mysterious iron gate. Looking at the massive texture map of a door, Xingu got serious. Finally, the boss room. The gate was shrouded in spooky darkness. Kind of reminds me of Ruta. Too bad the merchant NPC isn't here today. Arin tilted her head. Why don't we just summon her? He scanned the room and mumbled, Nah, we are good. Probably don't need a shop run for this level. He had that dangerous look, the kind you have right before you get one-shotted. Let's raid. Seeing his mood flip faster than a lag switch, Arin sighed. Of course. I was waiting for the villain monologue. Thinking about the mobs they cleared, she got anxious. You really think the final boss is just another armored orc? If so, are they Hector fanboys? Recalling the lore, Arin pondered. They failed to sync their power with Hector's armor. They all self-destructed. So why are they still following him? Xingu processed the logic. Stunned. That is actually a solid point. Biss finally piped up. Let's flip the script. Since they are armored orcs, they trust Hector. These guys know their build is unstable. They can equip the armor properly, so maybe they think Hector can patch them. She kept analyzing the plot holes. Hearing the theory, Xingu started nodding. Pretty convincing lore, but it didn't play out like that. Biss hesitated. But what if the boss behind this door actually pulled it off? Xingu smirked. Well then, rock, paper, scissors for who goes first. Out of nowhere, he yells, rock, paper, scissors. She just went with the flow, throwing a hand out despite being totally lost in the sauce. Boom, he wins. Xing cracked up laughing, clearly proud of that cheap victory. Caught that W, winner takes the boss fight. Biss facepalmed hard. Dude really just gambled a life or death battle like a preschooler. You are so extra. Even C stood there shaking her head like, for real. Swear to God, that guy acts like he's got 9 lives or something. Arin chuckled nervously at the antics. Xing just grinned, totally unbothered. Nah fam, only got 1 life, so I gotta make it a movie. He gave the squad a heads up and slapped his hand on the iron gate. All right, let's get this bread. The door creaked open, light spilling in. Biss immediately went into try-hard mode. Heads up, my sensors are picking up double trouble, 2 bosses. Instead of freaking out, Xing got hyped. 2 bosses, bet. I'll solo them both. He strutted down the path as torches flared up on the walls, setting the mood. Steps echoed in the dark. A massive shadow loomed ahead. Xing blinked, looking at Hector's bulky form. Wait, it's just a snail. A swole snail in a tin can. Dude is huge though. Xing didn't waste a second. He rushed in to spawn camp the enemy. Gripping his hammer with zero doubt, he thought, I am speed running this. 3 seconds. That's all I need to delete him while he is frozen. Wham. He dropped the hammer with everything he had. The snail blocked it one-handed. The armor cracked, but Xing's smug look vanished instantly. Yo, he actually tanked that. He's supposed to be stunned. Is that armor glitched or something? Feeling the difficulty spike, Xing got salty and swung again. That is cheating. But right as he hit, a massive explosion rocked the room. Dust everywhere. But through the smoke, Hector was grinning like a troll. Nice try, little rat. Realizing his attacks did 0 damage, Xing started sweating. This wasn't going according to the walkthrough. 3 seconds were up, and the dude blocked every single hit. I should've gone full DPS instead of trying to be sneaky. Just then, Hector wound up. Hold this. The axe came screaming through the air. The impact yeeted Xing across the room before he could even put his guard up. Oof. Okay, Kana wasn't lying. This snail is actually cracked. He did the impossible. Seeing their leader get folded, the squad panicked. Boss Xing hit the floor hard but waved them off. I am Gucci. Stay back. This guy is the real deal. I gotta 1v1 him. Even Hector had to give props. You survived that. Not bad, kid. You're not total trash. But sneaking around, weak sauce. Real warriors don't play dirty. The monster screamed and smashed the ground, shattering the floor. Xing just laughed at the guy's honor speech. Spare me the lecture while you retrying to squash me, big guy. Haha. If that is your logic, your minions must be embarrassed to work for you. Hector got triggered immediately, roaring. Die, you fake warrior. But Xing dodged the next swing like it was nothing. Biss was watching the live stream of the fight in disbelief. Mid-air combat, how he's burning mana to defy gravity. That is insane. The fight was getting intense. Hector couldn't believe Xing's reckless style. You were wasting so much mana. No technique, no class. You were just spamming buttons. Xing trolled him right back. So what are you? The combat police. Real warriors fight with their hands, not their mouths. He gripped his hammer, looking totally unbothered. I don't care what you think. School S in session. Kid Hector's body started glowing with golden energy. Arin cringed at the dramatic light show. So extra. But C was cheering like a fangirl. Let's go, boss. Get him. Seeing Sing acting all cocky, Hector was fully tilted. You little. He charged with his axe, screaming his lungs out like a banshee. You were too arrogant. They clashed again. Boom. Instead of panicking under the pressure, Xing was cool as a cucumber, analyzing the enemy's stats. Something's weird about you. Hector sensed he was being read and yelled louder to hide it. Stop looking at me like you know my power level. They bounced off each other again. The fight was absolute cinema. Biss was loving it. This is legendary. He's actually keeping up with the boss. Top-tier content right here. Even Sing was having a blast inside. Okay, this is actually fun. The enemy's movement was perfect, machine and muscle in sync. Kana was right, this snail definitely got the divine update patch from Hector. Xing suddenly smirked. Wait, pause. Calling you armored snail feels kinda rude now. The great demon actually paused, confused by the sudden vibe switch. Bam, Xing sucker punched him while he was distracted. Nice acting, though. Sing's grin got wider, half his face in shadow as he dropped the name. Right, Hector. Hector. The squad dropped their jaws. Wait for real. Realizing his cover was blown, the boss stopped pretending. Hey. His laugh echoed through the dungeon. Wahaha, the dungeon difficulty just set itself to hardcore. Hector looked impressed. You quick, human. Alright, the jig is up. Show me what you've really got. Since he was exposed, Hector gave credit where it was due. If you recognize me, that means you've thrown hands with a god before. Interesting. Xing didn't deny it. Facts. But you were way stronger than the last one. Internally, though, he was nervous. The fight with Rhea was a fluke, she was weak. Rhea possessed a weak mob. Yuri on a whole different level. Xing narrowed his eyes. By the way, how do you do it? How do you bypass the dungeon's firewall? How did I hack the system? Hector looked smug. Simple. I figured out the source code ages ago. I know how these dungeons tick. Ant caves are generated from player data. You feel me? Xing's big brain connected the dots instantly. Got it. This dungeon spawned you because that ghost was carrying a piece of your data. Suddenly, the air got heavy. Hector's voice dropped an octave, menacingly. Since this isn't my main account, I am nerfed. I can use full power, but my soul is here. Consider this a vibe check to see if you re-worthy. Boom, Hector flexed his aura, shaking the room. Let's see if you can tank this, Biss shouted to the team. Get behind me, AoE incoming. The ground rumbled under Xing's feet. He stood there, totally unimpressed. First you yap, now you flex. You done. You came all the way to Earth just to show off. Xing stood like a statue in the storm. Hector gasped. How? How are you not dead yet? Xing just glared. Quit playing. Get serious. He charged in, slamming his hammer down. Clang. The sound was deafening. Xing pushed the attack. Hector was stuck on defense. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, or can you only block? Hector was getting spammed with attacks, unable to find an opening. Xing mocked him. I hope this isn't your full kit. Kind of disappointing. Finally, Hector realized he messed up. How is this kid so cracked? Is he even human? Earth servers just opened the mana cap should prevent this kind of power. The cap applies to everyone. How is he breaking the game logic? Hector was genuinely freaking out now. A glitch like this shouldn't exist. Swoosh, the hammer tore through the air. Get wrecked, Xing shouted. Hector got sent flying, and as he crashed, a long-lost memory suddenly unlocked in his brain. That actually reminds me of something. I heard this urban legend about a creature spawning on Earth with hacked stats right from birth. Back then, I was like, no way, that is impossible. Earth was way too weak for that kind of OP energy. Hector started mumbling like a crazy person. I get it now. Dude finally had his epiphany after a whole therapy session with himself. He screamed at the top of his lungs, innate skills. Your cheat codes don't cost any mana. Your build is pure physical DPS. You were born on Earth as a literal god candidate. Xingu was getting real tired of this guy yapping non-stop like a glitched NPC. Whatever, bro. If you redone monologuing, let's wrap this up. Xingu hesitated for a split second before shouting, "'Cause I've been holding back this whole time." Hercules mode activated. His body transformed, movements snapping with new power. Seeing his opponent get hype, Hector panicked and whipped out his axe. Yikes, he barely managed to block Xinwu's sky-splitting strike. Xinwu grit his teeth, staring down at the guy, his grip tightening like a vice. Snap. With a roar, he slammed down another hammer blow, shattering Hector's axe into confetti. Dude could only squeal. Ding. The system started spamming congrats, you've mastered mana control while using physical skills. Smooth operator. New active skill unlocks skill echo. You can now double cast your max level skills without burning extra mana. Talk about a buff. Xinwu was hyped over the loot drop. Sick awesome Hector was lying face down in the dirt, So Xingu yeeted him into the door without a second thought. Even threw some shade. Guess that wasn't enough to delete you, huh? Isn't it time you played your ace card, or are you rage quitting? Even though he got wrecked, Hector managed to stand up, shaking like a leaf. Hey, I definitely underestimated you. And this body is trash. He struggled to stay upright, making excuses like a sore loser. An armored orc is just an armored orc at the end of the day, and the one I possessed was a total noob from the start. Xingu looked at him with pure disgust. Give it a rest. You look pathetic. Shiv trash talk before you got clapped. Suddenly, Hector nodded. True. I lost as an armored orc. I take the L. Arin saw this and got excited. Yo, I bet he's about to do something wild. Seha chimed in, Hez just spouting empty lines. Hector raised a hand, and his armor started glowing with a shield of pure energy. Everything started floating like zero-gravity mode, debris flying toward Hector. Bis sensed the bad vibes immediately. Get back, hide, Xingu started sweating. Was this Hector's final form? His eyes were locked on, totally guarded. If I blink, I'm getting sucked in. Hector was vacuuming energy from the whole room. That broken axe fixed itself in 4K resolution. Hector raised his weapon, his body morphing into something nasty. Fully healed, he smirked. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to vibe with you. Even though the guy leveled up, Xingu kept that optimistic grin. If you mean we re-alike, gonna have to swipe left on that one, Chief. Hector laughed, totally mocking him. Hey, the way you flex and act like a goody two-shoes. It's all just you trying to be the main character. You don't want to admit it, but you were just like me. The condescending tone made Xinwu's face darken. He ground his teeth. Hector lowered his axe, looking down on him like a god granting a favor. Since you surprised me today, I'll give you a taste of my real power, something your brain can even render. He looked like he respawned from hell, radiating straight-up deity energy. Facing that pressure, Xingu gripped his hammer, ready to throw hands. Bring it on, god of mutts. I'm gonna pulverize you. He flared his own aura, zero fear. Seeing this, Hector couldn't ignore him. As expected. Impressive. He summoned a massive wave of energy, his voice booming. But that ain't enough to stop this train. Xingu realized his signature move just got copy-pasted. His face said it all. Did this guy just steal my moveset? The axe came flying. Boom. The clash shook the whole map. Facing Hector's raw power, Xingu could only block, groaning under the weight. Oof. He got punted across the room. Seeing him fly out of the chaotic mix, Hector got salty. So you know how to run. To realize you can match my stats. After tanking that hit, Xingu coughed up fresh blood. He glared at Hector with murder in his eyes, grunting in pain but refusing to stay down. Hector's axe swished through the air, the insults keeping coming. What's wrong? Where'd all that confidence go? Xingu was pinned by the pressure, barely holding on. Seeing him struggle, Hector pointed his axe coldly. That was just a casual swing, bro. Hope you aren't tucking your tail already. Hector charged. Take this, he screamed, slamming down a heavy hit. Xingu coughed, trying to block, but the god-tier force launched him straight into the back wall. The squad panicked. Arin screamed, Xingu. When the dust settled, his body was wrapped in a glowing red light. The wall was dust, but Xingu sat up. He was shook internally. Damn, that hurt. If I didn't pop my dragon scales, I would have been wasted. Hector walked over, acting all fake concerned. What's up? He looked at Xingu like he was a bug. First time losing control. You look shook. Xingu stared at the enemy, forcing his exhausted body up. Seeing the tables turn like this, he was genuinely worried. He's too OP. I underestimated this dungeon merge. Should be known, combining all these maps would glitch the difficulty. Looking at his terrified teammates, despair started creeping in. My life isn't the only thing on the line here. With his demon senses, Hector cheered. I smell fear. Bet that is a new emotion for you? Huh. Hector reached out, his voice soothing but threatening. Don't worry. I am Hector, the collector. I can stand seeing something I don't own. That is why I'm making you mine. We were compatible, fam. You're gonna be my best disciple. The hand reached for Xingu like he was grabbing a plushie from a claw machine. Hearing that nonsense, Xingu snapped. Bullshit. Hector's axe swung in, showing total disdain. I don't care what you think. He hesitated for a sec, then went for the kill shot. I decided I want you, and that is that. Luckily, even though he was running on fumes, Xingu dodged. Seeing his prey slip away, Hector looked amused. You were good at running. He swung the axe back and forth. This time, the attack was dead on. Couldn't dodge that one. Xingu coughed, spitting blood again, hitting the dirt. Seeing him just take it, Hector got bored. Get up. Time to show me your hidden strats. If you got nothing. He paused, his armor sucking up everything from the ground. Hector flared his full power outward. His whole body was a weapon now, threatening Xingu. Bowed down. Seeing the enemy get even stronger, Xingu felt salty. Hez sucking up the ambient mana. Hate to admit it, but that skill. It's just like my mana drain. Wait. Just like Wu's eyes went wide. He just realized something huge. Han gritted his teeth, locking in like he just found the boss's hitbox. He jammed that Night Executioner blade into the asphalt, holding it down like his life depended on it. Dude went full statue mode. Hector looked down at him, totally unimpressed. Yo, you saying your final grace, save it, cause you about to be praying to me. Arin hovered nearby, watching Han act weird and wondering if the lag had hit him. Han, bro, you lagging or what? Musea was freaking out, probably cause his HP was in the red. Bis didn't wait for an answer, drawing that demon sword, ready to throw hands. Too risky. Should I engage? Nah, girl, you gonna get folded. Hana's voice suddenly slid into her DMs telepathically, of course. Bis tried to argue, but Han cut her off in the team chat. Chill. I got one last play. Just trust the process. Han stood there stalling, and Hector was officially losing his patience. INT got all day to watch you buffer, kid. This is getting boring. Hector started yapping and charged in. Time to wrap this up. The ground exploded like a Michael Bay movie. Hector summoned some insane energy, debris flying everywhere, aiming to wipe the whole map. But Han, he just stood there, unbothered, like a total Chad. Boom. The timing was chef's kiss. Han snapped out of it, activated his Dominator territory, and the shockwave was so OP it literally pushed the flying rocks backward. A blue aura swallowed everything. Hector started screaming like a banned streamer. My stats, how are you nerfing me? Ding system alert, Dominator territory just hit level 2. Let's go. Han smirked, seeing the plan actually worked. I tried to siphon your juice with my territory skill. Couldn't drain the whole tank, but hey, I definitely broke your kill streak. Hector tilted hard. He rushed in, absolutely salty. You mocking me? Scrub, I thought your whole build was purely strength-based. Han squared up, ice cold. Nope, wrong build. Hector hesitated, realizing he was cooked, letting out a pathetic little noise. A massive energy explosion went off around Han, Arin, and the squad barely stayed on their feet. Facing the ultimate ult, Hector finally had his epiphany. Oh, I get it now. Fellow warrior. He wheezed out before getting deleted. We were chasing the same endgame. He turned to dust, literal Thanos snap style. Han let out a breath. Good game. Mission accomplished. The familiar notification sound pinged. Hector's vessel destroyed. You dealt damage to the main server, his real body. His influence on Earth dropped by 6.5%. The second the combat music stopped, Arin flew over, flapping those wings in panic mode. Han, you good. Let me heal you up. Turn off your dragon scales. Quick. Seeing her freak out, Han gave a thumbs up. Relax. I'll respawn. Kidding. I'm fine. Bis watched from the back, took off her helmet, and actually looked impressed. That was sketchy as hell, boss, but solid play. Suddenly, a flashy prompt caught Hana's eye. Huh. The system started spamming dungeon clear stats. Hana's jaw dropped. Yo, Haven T power leveled this hard in ages. Wait. He locked eyes with Arin. Awkward silence. Then it clicked. Han screamed so loud, Arin nearly jumped out of her skin. Bro, I totally forgot about the side effects. Han collapsed onto a rock, groaning like an old man after a gym session. Leveling up after a boss fight like Hector. It's absolute torture. No cap. Arin looked equally drained and nodded. Facts, she said. Next to them, Sehel looked green. Guys, I think I'm gonna hurl. Right then, the system pulled up Hana's updated character sheet. Looking at the wall of text, Han almost forgot he just got pummeled. Ha, level 172 baby. And my dragon senses got a buff. Bis broke her silence. By the way, boss, did you loot Hector's shard? Han blinked. Oh, snap. He started patting down his pockets. I got one. Wait. He pulled out another item, a bonus shard from Fruta. Han stared at it. I got a shard from some random god I've literally never heard of. Is this a glitch? He looked at the other hand, a dark, ominous gem. And this black diamond thingy. What on earth is this loot table? I'd only frag his avatar. What gives? Bis tapped her chin, looking all philosophical. I got a theory. Hector's whole gimmick is absorbing power, right? I bet he swallowed another god way back. He was probably terrified you'd jack his real power today, so he dropped the extra baggage and dipped. Han nodded. That actually tracks. Pretty solid logic, Bis. So Hector is a hoarder but can fully integrate the loot. Honestly, snagging a different goddess shard is a huge W for us. Since my build and Hector's are kinda similar, this might actually be the meta. He inspected the shiny shard. Biss looked pleased. I knew it. It suits you. It'll help you figure out your own skill tree. Instead of celebrating, Han sighed with a total meh face. Sure, I guess. But there is a catch. I bet this thing reeks of his sweat. Gross. He still pocketed it though. We'll figure out the crafting recipe later. Maybe fuse it to my hammer or turn it into pure mana. Biss did the math. Or you could craft a new skill out of it, like you did with soul domination. Han snapped his fingers. Yo, that is genius. A new active skill would have been clutch today. Remembering how hard he just got wrecked, his expression hardened. Real talk, without my chaos form and the territory skill, I would have been toast. And worse, you guys would have been wiped too. He closed his eyes, fighting the guilt. No guarantee he can carry next time. He looked at the squad, serious mode on. From now on, we play it safe. No more speed running into danger. Arin rolled her eyes playfully. You literally said that last patch. Han looked at her with zero cap in his eyes. No, for real this time. I mean it. That avatar was on another level. I underestimated the difficulty spike. Han looked down, guilt tripping himself. It's my bad. I should have merged those dungeons. Sorry for dragging you guys into my mess. The squad looked at him like he was crazy. Arin whispered, Han, Seha stepped up. Bro, stop. You didn't drag us anywhere. We joined the lobby because we wanted to. Arin nodded. Exactly. No apology needed. Han shook his head, still feeling the weight. Doesn't he change the fact that I almost got you guys PKD today? That's on me. A leader's gotta own their misplays to get better. They froze. Seha was actually shook seeing Han this vulnerable. I never thought he cared that deep. I am speechless, man. Arin stepped closer. Han, listen. The moment you saved me back in the tutorial, my life was yours. So don't apologize for the grind. We rewriting with you till the servers shut down. We trust you. It was simple, but it hit Han right in the feels. Xingu whispered Arin's name, real smooth. She whipped her head around fast, trying to hide the fact that she was totally blushing. And it's not like I'm ever going to actually listen to you guys. Anyway, I am probably just saying this to stir up more drama. Seeing Arin acting all shy, Xingu didn't hold back the charm. You actually looked kinda cute for a split second there. After soaking up the hype, Arin flashed a mischievous little grin. Hee hee, but hey, don't forget the main point. Everything we know about this world and the dungeons, it's all connected. Nothing is ever 100% guaranteed. Take this dungeon, for example. The second Hector showed up, the difficulty spiked like crazy. She kept lecturing on how danger could pop up anytime. Basically, safe zones are a total myth. No matter how much we prep, we're always going to be gambling with our lives. And all three of us have that tattooed on our brains by now. Then Arin zoomed right up to Singa's face to make sure he got the memo. Don't let stuff like this tilt you. Okay, no matter what, you gotta remember we're here because we want to be. We decided to trust you, bro. With his squad fully locked in, Xingu cracked a smile. All right, appreciate it. His face was dripping with confidence as he laid it out. So, everyone's confirmed they're down to raid hell with me. I am counting on you guys. Hearing the next map was literally a nightmare zone. Seha froze up like his game crashed. Hell, we actually going to hell. Xingu immediately jumped in to calm him down when he saw him shaking. Be ready for anything. Seha, don't you dare back out now. All right, let's get a cheer going. Secure the bag and let's get out of here. The whole team was hyped standing in front of that massive iron gate. Xingu shoved it open. Inside was glowing with this dim, moody lighting. Arin squealed, an ivory altar. It's perfect, especially since we're loaded with essence right now. By the way, this time there's something you seriously need to pull. She flew over to Xingu, catching him off guard. Huh. She looked him up and down. I think it is high time you got yourself some armor. Mentioning gear, Xingu looked deep in thought. Armor. Huh. Seeing him zoning out, Arin kept nagging him. Dude, you can keep procrastinating on this. Getting an earful from her, he just nodded, getting the point. Fine. Sure. Arin was shook that he agreed so easily. Hey. He looked at her, hovering there. You rewrite. My weapon is already maxed out anyway. Plus, we've been talking about armor for a hot minute now. Who knows what kind of crazy stuff is going to happen next? Xingu walked toward the altar with zero hesitation. Looking at the light glowing from the stone table, he declared, let's listen to Arin for once and roll for some armor. Seeing him actually grow up a bit, she looked like a proud mom holding back tears. Has really matured, she sniffled, making Xingu look at her like she was crazy. Suddenly, she snapped back to her happy self and suggested, we should split the essence up. We can just dump it all in one go. We need to boost our odds of pulling what we actually need. Her logic wasn't bad, so Xingu agreed immediately. True, we need high-tier armor. Maybe we do 10 pulls at a time. Looking at the stacks of loot bags piled up, Arin started doing some quick math. Good idea. We have more than enough. I bet we can definitely pull something A rank or higher. Hearing the predictions, Xingu grinned like a villain plotting something. All right, enough yapping. Time to test their luck. He dumped the small sacks of jewels all over the table. The glow from the loot lit up the corner of the room. The four of them watched every single item drop, hearts pounding. Arin's eyes lit up like she saw something epic. She suddenly screamed his name, her face going from excited to panicked. She pointed a shaky finger forward and stammered, "D-dude, is that?" Looking at the flaming sword sparkling in front of them, Arin shouted, "A fire sword. Grade A2+. That is insane." Unlike her, Xingu looked totally disappointed. "What are you getting so hyped for? That's not what we need." Her eyes were glued to the sword, completely mesmerized. "Sorry, it's just such a god-tier weapon, I couldn't help it." Xingu moved to the next bag, letting out a heavy sigh. "Whatever. Chances of getting what we want on the first try are slim anyway. Reroll." After searching through bag after bag, the floor was littered with weapons. Looking at the sparkly pile, Bis couldn't help but chime in. "Wow, these are all super rare drops." Only Xingu looked salty, but he wasn't about to rage quit. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Like I am gonna give up now." Arin, watching from the side, started getting nervous. Uh-oh. Xingu grabbed the last bag with pure determination and dived back in. Jewels spilled out everywhere again. Arin suddenly yelled like she spotted a legendary item. "Wait, high-level archdemon essence over there." Hearing the cheer, Xingu tried to stay optimistic despite the doubts. "Okay, cool. Hope it's worth something." Out of the blinding light of the jewels, something special emerged. The matriarch's staff radiated an aura way different from the other loot. The system pinged Xingu with the stats and details. Bis stared at the staff in awe. "Yo, that is hands down the best pull yet. So lucky." Only Xingu was face-palming, looking miserable. "First off, everyone just take what we pulled." Hearing that, Arin got all flustered. "Haha, thanks. With this, I guess I can actually buff you guys properly now." But it didn't make Xingu smile at all. Suddenly, something on the floor caught her eye. "Ha!" Looking at a dark stone lying there, she turned to him. "By the way, that essence, isn't that what Hector dropped?" Xingu picked up the shard, looking confused. "Right. I was so focused on the Fruta shard I totally forgot. Should we inspect it?" The system quickly analyzed the grade 2S Black Dragon shard. Seeing the insane value, the other three yelled in unison. "Grade 2S. Yup." Arin couldn't contain her hype. "I've never even seen an SS rank before." Xingu kept rubbing his eyes, thinking he was glitching. "Same here. Maybe I am reading it wrong. Plus, it just looks like a black diamond, but this is supposed to be a black dragon scale." "Wait." Xingu froze like he just had a massive epiphany. "Hector called me one of his kin. Maybe that means." Bis, listening in, sharply caught on. She went, "Oh," breaking her silence in shock. "He was a dragon that turned into a god." That statement made Xingu chuckle. "You're really chatty today." Bis kept deducing the lore. If you think about it, that explains why he was so reckless and relied on brute strength, just like you. Maybe you both share dragon bloodlines. Seeing her question his species, Xingu corrected her fast. "I am human, though." She looked blankly at him. "What are you talking about?" Seeing she didn't get it, he changed the subject. "Whatever, we can theory craft later. First, let's wrap this up. They say this is immaterial. So maybe I can ask Beto to upgrade the Night Executioner." Hearing his plan, Bis kindly reminded him of reality. "Master, Beto is a solid blacksmith, but he's still just a kid. I think it's way too early for him to handle a material of this tier." Hearing her shut it down, Arin jumped in with an idea. "So, what if we just toss it into the altar?" Xingu looked surprised. "Huh." Seeing his confused face, she broke it down. "Nothing says we can T-boost armor with it. No rules against it. If we throw it in with the other essence, we might even roll some armor that has offensive stats too." That logic made him happy. "You make a solid point. All right. I am tired." He tossed the remaining small bags, sending jewels flying everywhere. Xingu even whispered a dramatic goodbye. "Adios, pretty rocks." The squad stared at the dim light glowing from the gem combo. A sudden blast of dark energy exploded. Looking at the result, Xingu didn't hesitate to roast it. "Ugh, why does it look like I just crafted something for a supervillain?" Geez, Arin scolded him immediately. "Don't say that. You re-scaring me." In the dim purple light, something dropped out. A pair of dragon gauntlets, packed with special skills and a reputation for being hard to control. Xingu's jaw basically hit the floor when he checked the stats on that gauntlet. Arin was hyping it up too, peeping the specs. "We're talking S-tier gear with an A-tier attribute for debuffs. It's legit armor that boosts attack damage. Crazy, right? Just as she asked, should we test it, Xingu had already slapped it on. But looking at this funky piece of equipment, he was kind of confused. Okay, this looks unique, Xingu admitted, feeling a draft. Even the car agrees I look exposed. Arin cracked up. Maybe it's that high-level warrior logic, less armor means more defense, right? You look like those speedrunners who strip naked to maximize agility. Xingu had zero comeback for that infinite leap of logic. Oddly specific, but okay. He muttered, rubbing the gauntlet. Better than zero armor. Suddenly, the metal shifted. Xingu froze, looking terrified, and Arin immediately panicked. Yo, what's wrong? Talk to me. I felt a debuff spike, but you look suspicious. No? Xingu stared intently at his hand. This thing. It's trying to sync up with me. Sync up. Arin looked lost. Xingu squeezed his eyes shut and focused. Yeah, hold on. I think I know how to handle this. Boom energy exploded from his core, instantly triggering the chaos scales. The system pinged. Xingu's passive ability was live. Scales multiplied rapidly, morphing his entire body. Arin covered her mouth to stop a scream. In seconds, the dragon gauntlet fully integrated with his chaos scales. Xingu was decked out in custom armor, now level 6 scales and a level 5 tail. He felt sharper, stronger, buzzing with that debuff energy. Seha jumped back. Dude, you good? Xingu just grinned, feeling the upgrade. Haha, it actually works. Seha stared at his teammates glow up, total disbelief in his eyes. That is absolutely sick, man. Never thought I'd see that. Imagine if you snagged the other armor pieces. Xingu stroked his chin. Who knows, maybe it's just the glove. But I'm vibing with the idea of collecting the full set. Suddenly, another shift hit him, and panic mode re-engaged. Energy was leaking out everywhere, and Xingu started sweating. Not done yet, my mana is going haywire. Gotta lock this down. He gritted his teeth, wrestling for control. Finally, it stabilized. Xingu smirked as the new energy source slotted in next to his original core. It soaked right into his skin. Boom, curse resistance up by 15 levels, plus acid immunity. Seha couldn't handle the hype. What just happened, even Arin was dying to know. Seriously, what was that? Inspecting the gauntlet from every angle, Xingu explained, this thing tried to resonate with my core. I absorbed the power, so now my mana pool is huge. Arin's eyes went wide. You got all that juice from one antique. Xingu retracted his scales, acting cool. I got used to it. The goal now is to grind for more armor pieces. Arin, looking totally drained, begged. Okay, cool, but can we go home? If I see one more ant cave, I'm gonna lose it. Xingu nodded vigorously. Big agree. Let's take a break. Wait, a loud scream cut them off. The souls of the defeated enemies were wailing for attention. Don't leave us behind, Master. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Biss floated up, noticing the ghost population had skyrocketed. Is it just me, or are there way more of them now? Instead of worrying, Xingu grinned like he won the lottery. They must have been hyped by my combat performance. He turned to the spectral crowd. All right, fallen im taking everyone. Arin looked like she swallowed a bug. Huh, that's bold. Seha just stood there, deep in thought. The system flashed an update because the souls hit level 10. Xingu's power spiked. He could now even appoint a general for his ghost army. He gasped for air, totally winded. Absorbing 32,000 souls in one go was harder than it looked. Biss drifted over, nodding. Your army just leveled up big time. Xingu looked at the glowing sigil on his hand and nodded. Yeah, even the seal changed shape. Plus, I can appoint a general now. Super useful. He looked at his squad. But let us bounce. Long day. Arin was practically already walking. Agreed. Let's roll. They pushed open the massive gate, sunlight peeking through. Arin flew in, cheering, phew, home sweet home. Xingu looked relieved. Good work, team. Go rest. He turned to the spirit girl. Biss, come with me. We're visiting Beta. She saluted instantly. You got it. By the time they hit town, it was noon. Beta was staring intensely at a bullet in his hand when Xingu popped up, breaking the silence. We're back. The kid stopped working and cheered. Master Biss saw her adorable little brother and immediately tackled him in a hug. I'm so glad you're doing okay on your own, she gushed. Xingu watched the reunion, smiling. So cute. Acting like she's been at war for a year. Beta wiggled out of the hug. Hee. How was the dungeon? Xingu shrugged. It was chill. Everything's good. But I need a favor. Can you make armor that survives a critical hit? Beta rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Survive a crit, maybe. If it's a one-time use item. Xingu snapped his fingers. Exactly. You're a genius, kid. No rush, though. Just hang out with your sister for now. He patted Beta on the head. Okay, it'll start when I have the mats. Xingu turned to leave. I'll catch you guys later. He shut the gate and strolled down the street. Suddenly, the gate creaked open. Bis was tailing him. Ha, aren't you staying with Beta? She stayed silent. Xingu sighed. Fine, wanna walk around the village. Meanwhile, under the hot sun, Sarith was hoeing the field, groaning. Ugh. Why is my afterlife so tragic, yo? Sarith Xingu marched into the field. The skeleton looked up, exhausted. Oh, you back. Sarith dragged his feet over. Message from Lord Elegoo. He says internal affairs are almost sorted. Xingu looked surprised. For real. He says he might need your help soon, but he's trying to solo it. Awesome, Xingu beamed, showing off his hand seal. Perfect timing. Check this out. Get a load of this mystery drip. A weird blue light pulsed from the seal, and in a blink, the entire Ghost Legion was summoned. Sarith squeaked in terror. Xingu gestured proudly to the battalion standing at attention behind him. This undead army should be enough backup, right? If he needs more, step in myself. Sarah stared at the insane number of souls. A whole army. Are you a monster? Just then, X-Mon and his wife walked out and saw the scene. X-Mon's jaw dropped. Boss, what is up with that massive ghost army? Nobody noticed Sarith shaking and whispering. Yup, the real monster is right here. Seeing the whole crew gathered, Xingu smiled. Yo, Simon, the kiddo is looking swole. Everyone doing good. Mo flashed a sweet smile at the VIP guest. Totally, and it's all thanks to your generosity, bro. She was laying it on a bit thick with the politeness. He grinned, waving it off like it was nothing. Nah, don't sweat it. I barely lifted a finger. You should go catch some ZS. I am just here to holler at Sar. Hearing his name, Sarith wiped the sweat off his forehead and spoke up. Thanks for the backup with the army, dude. Finally, we can chill. Just as he was getting emotional, he looked up and saw Xingu already barking orders at the spirits. Yo, ghosts, help clean up the farm while Sar is chilling. Sar let out a totally unmanly shriek at the sight. After micromanaging everything, Xingu nodded, satisfied. All right, that is a wrap. He noticed Bis still lurking right behind him and frowned. Why are you glued to my back? She hesitated for a second before snapping. You forgetting something? Xingu looked completely confused. Huh. He racked his brain trying to remember. Then the system pinged in his head. Bing, oh snap, the general position. She looked super salty. Seeing her icy vibe, Xingu just laughed awkwardly to break the tension. Geez, you could just tell me next time. She was low-key cute when she was mad. Bis kept looking away, acting tough. I didn't want to ask. It's your call, obviously. He raised his glowing hand, looking dead serious. We haven't been tight for long, but I know you re-ride or die. Kana. Actually, I am handing you the general spot. She took the promotion seriously. It's an honor. She even dropped to one knee like a knight pledging loyalty. He placed his hand near her head, and boom, green energy poured out like a fountain. It wrapped around Bis like a cocoon. A sigil popped up right on her forehead, matching the one on Xingu's hand. After the power transfer, he hyped her up. You got this. Right. Since the army is huge now, the pressure is going to be crazy. Bis didn't even blink. Bet on it. I can handle it. A massive pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. She soaked it up like a sponge in seconds. The system started spamming notifications about spirit leadership and unlocked powers for Xingu. He grinned, absolutely loving the results. Cool, looks solid. Now that I've promoted you, I think this should work. His hand glowed again, dragging the entire spirit army out into the open. Standing before the squad, he shouted like a drill sergeant. Squad of groups of 100 patrol every corner of the globe and wreck any monsters you find. And bring me the mana stones, Daddy needs his loot. They all shouted in sync like robots. Yes, sir. He turned to Bis to drop some wisdom. My load is way lighter, thanks to you. From now on, you rerunning the show on Earth. Bis suddenly looked nervous. Wait, the burden I am carrying now. It's massive. Xingu reached for something in the sky, his eyes turning cold. Yep, it's heavy. And honestly, I can even imagine how OP the bad guys are gonna be. That is why we gotta level up to beat them. He punched the air with fire in his eyes. Bis watched him, impressed. A human training to beat gods, wild. I guess that makes sense since you barely human anymore. They strolled down the road while he kept rambling. Man, technically. I still can beat my parents though. His rant got cut off by his ringtone. He checked the screen and froze. Huh, speak of the devil. It's my old man. He picked up fast, sounding super careful. Hello on the other end. A mysterious voice spoke up instantly. Hans Xingu, how you holding up, son? The dad stared into the distance. Let's link up, son. Weather's nice. Cut to blue skies, first-class seats. Flying from Korea to London Heathrow. Xingu was chilling in luxury. He couldn't even remember the last time he saw the guy. Arin asked, surprised. Has it really been that long? Xingu sighed. Like 10 years. He bounced right after the Sky City incident. Dang, that is a long time, she admitted. Xingu just tilted his head, staring out the window at the clouds. Yeah, that was his rebellious phase, mostly cause he never got his wings. He still felt salty that his dad dipped exactly when he needed him most. Water under the bridge, but this meetup's gonna be awkward. Arin floated closer, curious. So, has he been living in England this whole time? He shrugged, unsure. Everything he does is top secret, so who knows? Guess we'll find out when we get there. Seiha jumped in, all excited. I am dying to meet him. I bet he's awesome since he raised a beast like you. Unlike their hype, Xingu looked annoyed. He's just a businessman, don't get your hopes up. He shooed them away. Go to sleep. It's a long flight. Don't waste these first-class tickets staying awake. Arin grabbed his leg. But I want to hang here. We never talk like this anymore. Let's vibe a bit. Seiha grinned huge. Totally. Let's chat. Sure, let's talk. A deep voice rumbled. Xingu hit them with dead eyes and a fake smile. But I feel like this sea ain't big enough for the three of us. Seiha panicked. Haha, actually, I think I need a nap. Time flew by like a TikTok scroll, and Arin grew back to normal size, looking stressed. Xingu laughed at her face. You trying to scare my dad or something? She pouted. I want to make a good first impression. Checking his phone, he replied, Sure, you do you. He said he sent someone to pick us up today. Seiha looked confused. Wait, he didn't come to get his own son. Xingu shrugged, unbothered. My dad hates the attention I bring, so he avoids being seen with me. Suddenly, some dude pointed and yelled, Yo, that is Han Xingu and his squad. Then came the screaming fans. Look at him, dude is absolutely ripped. Oh, snap. Used to the chaos, Xingu just looked at Seiha like, See what I mean, Seiha laughed. Ha ha, you're still an A-lister. Xingu sighed, relieved it wasn't a total mob scene yet. Today isn't too crazy though. He stopped dead in his tracks. Standing there was a handsome dude with slick blonde hair. The guy bowed politely. Pleasure to meet you. I'm John Smith. Xingu sighed, eyed his friends. Is this the guy? John Smith sounds fake as hell. Arin looked at Xingu like he was an alien. Bro, you don't know him. He was at the Global Player Conference. He's as famous as Marina is back in the States. Xingu frowned. He looks familiar. But is that his real name? John laughed. Honored you recognize me. And yeah, you caught me on the name. It is a handle. He gestured to the exit. Right this way to the car, please. As they walked, Xingu asked, Why is a top-tier player playing chauffeur for my dad? John smiled smoothly. We owe Mr. Dung a massive debt for what he did for us. Some of our players volunteered to be his personal security detail. I just happened to be one of them. Xingu pressed him. Who is us? A guild. John puffed out his chest, saying every word clearly. Nope, the United States government. Seiha's jaw dropped. Say what? Arin looked terrified. What the heck does your dad actually do? Just then, the limo door opened. John gestured. We've arrived. Following his finger, the squad spotted a luxury whip waiting at the curb. Singh's eyes went wide, total car goals. The door glided open, and a sharp-dressed man stepped out with $1 million smile. Long time no see, kiddo. Xing saw him, smirked, and went in for a bear hug, shouting, Pops. The reunion vibe is real. Mr. Cien turned to the crew with that CEO charm. You two must be Arin and Seiha, right? Thanks for flying out. They were shaking like leaves but snapped out of it to reply. Hi, Mr. Cien. Sunlight hit the London streets, making the city look like it was in 4K. The whole squad was chilling in the backseat of the expensive ride. Xing broke the silence first. So, what's the 411 is? This serious? Mr. Cien chuckled at his son's impatience. Haha, skipping the small talk. I figured a face-to-face was better than a text. He leaned back. You think he'd fly you all the way here for nothing? His voice dropped an octave. Don't tell me you still salty about how I dipped out on you. Xing looked out the window, totally unbothered. We good. I am young, you on that grind. I get it. Mr. Cien brightened up. Let's just vibe and enjoy London while we can. Then his face went stone cold serious. Before we get down to business, Ivy kept this on the low. But I am basically the kingpin of the global mana stone stock market right now. Seiha and Arin looked like they just saw a ghost, screaming. You run the what? Xing stayed cool as a cucumber. Figured. You've been MIA ever since the castle started printing money. Sia was still glitching out, stuttering. Wait, not just Wall Street, the whole world. Cien grinned, owning it completely. Haha, yeah, Wall Street too. You nailed it. Xing, my schedule has been crazy since the castle started minting cash. He started spilling the backstory. Since nobody knew where the dollars were coming from, the economy tanked. A lot of drama went down, and because I stepped in to fix the mess, I ended up at the top of the Mana Stone food chain. Xing nodded, connecting the dots. I always wondered how the economy didn't just collapse. Crazy that it was you keeping it afloat. Xian laughed, loving the clout. Haha, glad you finally in the loop. Anyway, you guys know the dungeon stopped dropping cash, right? Arin jumped in fast. Avi, that's why Mana Stone prices are to the moon. They re basically the new Bitcoin. He gave her props. Sharp kid. That's the core issue, and honestly, another reason why I brought the squad here. After thinking for a second, Xing realized something. But if you telling me this now, he looked at his dad, suspicious. There is a glitch in the market, isn't there? Xian nodded. You were not wrong, but it's not exactly a market crash. He slowed down to explain. Recently, the Mana Stone supply isn't matching the math. We were stumped, but I think you might have the answer. So, before we dive into the details, quick question. He lowered his voice. Have you ever heard of a mana eater? Xing frowned. Xian continued, his voice steady. As the guy running the global market, I see the flow of every single stone. My job is to analyze the data and keep everything under control. His eyes were serious, mixed with a little panic. In this meta, we need to hoard every single stone we can get. Xing looked skeptical. But you said there is a problem. You think people eating the rocks is the issue, Xian squinted, calculating. For a while now, we noticed a specific company buying the dip but never selling. At first, I thought they were developing some secret tech and keeping it on the hush-hush. Xing cut his dad off. Who's the op? What company? After a heavy pause, Xian dropped the name that killed the vibe. Azure Dragon. Arin gasped. She knew that name. Azure Dragon, seriously. She knew them well. That is the crew led by Dragon Star, the top guild in China. Xian nodded. So you know them. Looks like Azure Dragon is cooking the books to hide the data. He continued the story. We tried to figure out why they were moving like that. We investigated, but found zilch. Honestly, I was hoping they were running an illegal factory or something. That would make sense. Xing interrupted. Wait, Dad. Did you find? Xian knew exactly what his son was thinking. Yeah. Instead of a factory, we found this. He pulled out a photo of two guys. Xing grabbed it, confused. What in the cursed image is this? John, the driver, chimed in. Shout out to our spy network for snagging that. Looks like they've had this habit for a minute, John added. Seems like it's becoming a trend. Xing frowned, worried. And nothing bad has happened yet. Right, Xian said softly. Nothing yet. He shared his theory. But our hands are tied right now. There's no law against snacking on rocks. Xian tapped his finger on the armrest. But we need to prep for the fallout. That is why I need your input. I figured you might know something since you've been through the ringer. Xing hummed, thinking back. I used to absorb mana stones to level up, but that only worked because I am built different. My domination perk handles it. I don't know if it works for a normie player. Then it hit him. Wait, I actually asked her about this. Flashback to a chat with Rutta. She was screaming. What, you leveled up by eating mana stones? Xing was just as confused back then. Yeah, but I think it was a glitch. Doesn't tea work anymore, so I stopped. Just curious, though. She looked at him like he was an alien. You know, you're a total anomaly, right? Rutta spilled the tea. If a regular player or a normal person eats mana stones, they don't level up. They slowly turn into monsters. She looked super proud of that info. I've seen it happen in other worlds. It's game over for them. Back in the car, Xing went quiet. He looked up. So yeah, eating mana stones needs to be banned. They gonna turn into mobs. John, still driving, listened in. Dang, no wonder those stones feel kinda spicy. Xian looked grim. Just another headache. Turning into monsters sounds like a twisted version of a divine blessing. This is way more serious than I thought. Seha turned to Xing. But since nobody has transformed yet, the lag time must be huge. Even if we warn them, you think they'll listen to us? Xing was blunt. Most probably 1T. It's better if the WPC or an NPC tells them. We need some official clout for this. Xian agreed immediately. Got it. John's voice cut in. Sorry to interrupt the stream, but we've arrived. Xian opened the door. Let us continue this offline. The three of them followed, checking out the scenery. Xing noticed something sus immediately. Ignoring the weird vibes, he realized the building had a magical firewall on the door. Is this a secret base or what? Xian grinned. You guessed it. Welcome to the crib. He laughed. Pretty sick, right? Marina isn't the only one who can bring dungeon tech into the real world. Xing raised an eyebrow. Marina, again, Xian explained simply. Yeah, I linked up with her for work recently. When I dropped the I am your dad bomb, she was totally vibing with it. But check the old man's eyes, total sympathy mode. he thinks he gets it. Like, who's the alpha wolf in this pack? But Pops, you got it completely twisted. Xing was like, yo, pause. That's not what I meant. Cian didn't care about the denial. Just snagged his son in a headlock and dragged him off, laughing. Chill out, kid. No need to be shy. The apple didn't fall far from the tree, so Xing just sighed and rolled with it. But Arin, she was low-key steaming after hearing that. Okay, bet, she thought. This isn't gonna be easy. Gotta bring my A game. Next thing you know, the doors fly open. Cian is posing in this massive, sun-drenched penthouse like he owns the place, which he does. Welcome to my secret lair. Even Xing had to admit the crib was fire. Whoa, I've never seen gear like this before. Seha was geeking out hard, looking around. It's like the bridge of a spaceship or something. Cian started tapping away on a hollow screen like a pro. Suddenly, the old man's face dropped. Dragon Star is up to something shady. Actually, scratch that, these numbers are way too huge for just them. Xing noticed the mood shift immediately. Yo, what's the T? Cian stared at the data. Total mana stone inventory tanked by 1/4. Xing just smirked, cutting his dad off. Called it. Honestly, I expected the market to crash harder than that, but 25% is chill. Cian spun around, eyes wide. Excuse me, losing 1/4 of the global supply is massive. Then it hit him, he was focusing on the completely wrong part of the sentence. He squinted at his son. Suspicious. Hold up. You saw this coming. Howdy, you know. Xing flashed a $1 million grin, looking way too confident for his own good. Hey, let's just say I am an expert in the field. Xing popped a skill. Boom. A blurry shadow materialized right behind Cian, making him jump out of his skin. Yikes, what is that? It was a spectral general in silver armor. Cian yelled, it's a literal ghost. The spirit ignored the panic, bowing respectfully to Xing. Boss, here is the loot we farmed today. Xing took the package like a boss. Nice work. Make sure you power level the rookies. The ghost saluted. You got it, sir. Then poof, it vanished into thin air, leaving Cian with his jaw on the floor. I've got a legion of spirits on payroll, Xing explained casually. I send them to farm mobs all over the world, but the army grew a bit recently, so yeah. We kinda caused that inflation. Cian face palmed, massaging his temples. Geez, you are still my kid, right? When did you become a tycoon overnight? Xing didn't miss a beat. That is what you always say. Cian waved it off, switching modes instantly. Whatever, forget the analytics. Problem solved. Let's go grab a cold one. Xing was all in. Sounds like a plan. Seha raised a hand, super hyped. Can I tag along? I want to party with the big guys. Arin chimed in. Count me in too. Cian let out a hearty laugh. Haha, drinks are on me. Let's roll. Cut to a shot of a massive, fortified skyscraper towering over the bustling city streets. In a swanky office suite, Xing leaned back against a desk, chilling. By the way, what brings you to the UK? Cian adjusted his tie, looking sharp. Just touring all the major stock exchanges. Besides what I mentioned last night, I gotta keep moving to keep the wheels turning. Next stop, France. Xing chuckled, teasing him. So you basically on a world tour. Must be nice, Xing quipped. Cian raised an eyebrow. It's not all fun and games. It gets risky out here. You know Xing wasn't buying it. I bet you just sightseeing the whole time. How'd you guess? Just then, Arin walked in with 2 steaming coffees. Seeing the warm vibe, she smiled. All. Look at you two getting along. Seha trailed behind, nodding in agreement. Totally, Seha said. It was weird at first, but hey, blood is thicker than water. Cian finished packing his gear. All right, I'm off to the grind. What about you? Feel bad for eating up your time. Xing smiled, reassuring him. Don't sweat it. I can hit the dungeon straight from here. Then he filled the crew in on the game plan, thinking about raiding some ant nests while we in London. Seha handed him a cup. Here's your caffeine fix. Thanks. Arin nodded. Solid plan. That makes sense since we already wiped the floor with the Sky City dungeons. The ant nests definitely have new content to farm. Xing set his coffee down. Exactly. Plus, I can craft merged dungeons from the ones I clear, so farming fresh ones is the meta. Cian listened in, thinking, this conversation is actually pretty fascinating. Seems like the ant faction runs on a totally different OS than Sky City. Xing nodded. Yup. Same goal, save the planet, but the gameplay is totally different. Cian dropped some wisdom based on his intel. From what I see, the ant nests are endgame content. The whole system looks like it was custom built for a specific player. 10 years back, when Sky City dropped, the physical elites sprouted wings. But you, nothing. You had monster stats, but you didn't become a player until way later. Cian paused, connecting the dots. That means you were drafted for the ant nests from day one. Or maybe the ants were just waiting for a guy like you. But Sing had a different vibe. His voice got serious. Meh. I hate the idea of playing a rigged game. Sky City, the ants, the gods. I'm gonna get strong enough to break all their rules. Cian grinned, bursting with pride. That's my boy. Time to bounce. Cian headed out, but not before dropping an invite. Let's do dinner tonight, for real. Sing waved. You got it. Have a good one. Click. The door shut. Xing stretched his arms. All right, squad, let's move. Seha was bouncing off the walls. Finally, I was getting antsy. Arin, however, threw some shade. You sure you can keep up with Xing as speedrun? Cut to Xing wrecking mobs. 1 smash, 1 kill. Ding system alert dungeon cleared. Time 3 minutes, 14 seconds. He paused, looking at the loot scattered everywhere. Meh. He sighed. This is kind of boring. His mind started wandering to other things. Wonder if there's a bonus achievement for breaking the world record. Arin smirked. I knew you were going to say something weird like that. Right on cue, another pop-up. Hint, you are close to unlocking Speedster. Xing looked at her, confused. Weird, really? Arin just gave him a goofy grin. Hee hee. Xing cleared his throat. Anyway, Kana, get out here. The summon appeared. You want me to set a record? Xing shook his head. Nah, we were doing a team raid. Inside the Spider Queen's lair, the squad rushed in. Xing raised his Heaven S Punisher hammer. Lock and load, let us go. Epic music starts playing. Some random dude was crying tears of joy seeing help arrive, but zoom. They blew past him like a hurricane. Every monster was deleted in a split second. Ding Area 76 spider nest cleared. Time 4 minutes, 26 seconds. Another one bites the dust. Number 89 slime swamp cleared. 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Suddenly, an armored chicken popped up. The chicken looked terrified of the blur approaching it. Bam, number 90 steel chicken coop cleared. 2 minutes, 14 seconds. System update skill blitz is ready for upgrade. Just one more achievement to unlock a new paradigm. Faster than the wind. Xing stared at the text. What the heck does that even mean? Arin exhaled, wiped out. Let's call it a day. We promised your dad dinner? Remember, Xing nodded. Yeah, we grinded hard today. Good game, Kana. All right, smash that like button because things are heating up. Evening hits, and Jin kicks the door open, all smiles. Honey, I'm home. But hold up, a voice rings out that catches him off guard. Say what? It's Marina. She doesn't waste a second, sliding in and grabbing his hand like she owns the place. I missed you so much, big guy. Jin looks at her like she grew a second head. Yo, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Pop steps up, laughing his head off. Hey son, I sent John to scout the dungeons, so relax. Marina throws up a peace sign, looking proud as heck. So I'm babysitting your dad instead of you. My brother said I gotta grind for some reputation points. Jin gives her the side eye. Are you sure you should be telling us you re-farming brownie points out loud? Pops finds this hilarious. Wahaha, she's a riot. But deep down, Arin's spider senses are tingling. Danger zone. Jin just facepalms, totally done with this situation. Your dad might be a target cause of those mana stones, Marina says, dropping the act. INT here to play games. They were about to talk business, but suddenly, bam, Jin's pupils flash like LEDs. A vision hits him hard. Jin is zoning out, seeing a 4K image in his mind. The picture gets clearer. Some dude with wings is shaking hands with John. Jin is confused, trying to decode the message. Why is his shadow army streaming this to his brain? Then it clicks that stranger isn't just winged. He's got a mana stone embedded deep inside his body. Wait a minute. Is he with the Dragon Guild? Jin's frown is so deep you could park a bike in it. He figures it out. Did they slide into John's DMs the second Pop started watching them? Are they targeting his dad? Seeing his son looking glitchy, Pop steps in, worried. You okay? Not hungry for dinner with Marina? Jin looks up, spilling the tea on his vision. It's not the food, Pops. My shadow squad just pinged me. Looks like the Dragon Guild got to John. Pops is shook. Say what? Is he safe? Jin walks to the window, brain running at 100 miles per hour. Yo, Marina. Do you know which dungeon John hit up? She's clueless but honest. I think it was the tiny one on the 34th floor. Jin goes into commander mode. Sorry to bail, but I need you to pull up on him. Take Seha and Syria too. Looks like the dragons are about to start some serious drama. Save John and find out their game plan. Marina doesn't hesitate. Bet. But what about your dad? Outside, the weather turns nasty, rain pouring, thunder crashing. Jin clenches his fist, looking savage. I'll protect him myself. Pops trusts his boy, but he's stressing. Jin cuts him off to calm him down. Don't trip, Dad. Staring into the rain, his resolve is unbreakable. I don't care who they are. Anyone messes with my fam, I will delete them from existence. The window blasts open, wind and rain howling like a banshee. Marina takes off, flying out like Supergirl. I got this. Cover me. The squad watches her dip in silence. Then Pops breaks the ice. Why is the Blue Dragon crew sweating us so hard? We had eyes on them, sure, but isn't this risky for them? Jin shuts it down. They were trying to level up by munching on mana stones like candy. They want off you, Dad. They need you to get more loot. Pops is stunned. For real. In this day and age, suddenly thwip a bullet shreds through the glass. Straight up assassination attempt. But Jin, his reflexes are god tier. He catches the bullet inches from Pop's face. The old man looks like he just saw a ghost. Jin eyes the slug in his hand. Wow, kinetic weapons, how retro. But the party in tea over a whole storm of lead starts raining down on them. Smash crash, windows shatter everywhere. Jin waves his hand, catching the bullets with his main character aura like he is in the Matrix. Do these clowns know who they messing with? Jin gets salty and flicks a bullet back with a snap of his finger. It flies straighter than a laser, zooming up to the high-rise where some camping sniper is hiding. Boom! The impact wipes out the whole rooftop. Overkill much. Pops is trembling. A sniper. Wait, did you just no-scope him with your finger? Yeah, he's toast, Jin says, staying alert. But the lobby is definitely full of them. Pops panics, reaching for his phone. These guys are psycho. I am calling the cops and the feds. But the bad guys are playing 4D chess. No signal. Are you kidding me? They jam the lines. Jin actually smirks. Interesting strategy. He barks an order. Seha, grab Pops and keep him safe. Seha looks hyped to be useful. On it, boss. Then Arin pops up behind them. The shooting stopped. Sus. Jin nods. You right. He turns to his boy. Seha, time to bounce. Literally. Pops is confused. Say what now? Seha squats down, charging up. Yes, Sir Crash. The window breaks again as the squad yeets themselves out of the building. Ah, Pop screams as they freefall. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, beep, beep, beep. A mystery box under the bed goes crazy. The countdown is hitting 0. Kaboom. The bomb blows, leveling the entire skyscraper. Debris flies everywhere in the rain. Arin looks back, eyes popping. They nuke the whole building. They've lost their minds, Jin growls. Dragon civilians into this, they stick the landing like pros, safe and sound. Jin's eyes glow an icy blue, fueled by pure rage. Gather up. Instantly, a massive army of Shadow Knights rises from the darkness. Baru steps up, hyped and ready. Master, we await your command. Jin points to the wreckage. They tried to hit my Pops. Find them. Bring every single one of them to me. Baru grips his weapon, and the whole Shadow army roars in unison. Yes, my liege. They scatter like ghosts, tearing through the city to hunt down the rats. In seconds, it's just the main 4 standing there in the rain. Jin watches them fade into the night. I knew the world couldn't stay peaceful forever. It's survival of the fittest out here. I saw this coming a mile away. He closes his eyes, locking in. When they open, it's murder time. They mess with the wrong gamer. Dragon Guild. Yuri about to get wrecked for being stupid. Meanwhile, on a nearby roof, a squad is watching through binoculars. Slick hair guy is confused. Target is quiet. Do we have different orders? Suddenly, whoosh. He spins around. Huh. His eyes go wide, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. What the? It's a Shadow Knight, a ghost slash. The knight swings, and it's game over. Blood splatters, screams echo. His buddy gets pummeled instantly, gasping. Where do these freaks come from? The axe guy is having a bad time. Comms are down. I can reach the other squads. Realizing they recooked, he yells. Too many of them. Run for it. Arin hovers over to Jin. The ambush stopped. We good. Jin keeps his head down, radiating enough killer energy to freeze the rain. Don't worry about it. Pops is stressing. This is on me, son. Don't go too hard. Then he gasps. What the Shadow Knights are back already, dragging the masterminds like sacks of potatoes. A mercenary gets tossed onto the pavement. Thud. A knight bows. My liege, we caught the trash. They are breathing. The rest are en route. Jin nods, looking like a boss. Good work. In the background, you just hear the sounds of a beatdown. Pow, smack, thud. Mercy please. The bad guys are on the floor, looking like chewed gum. Baru steps up. Master, we got everyone involved. But here is the twist. None of these scrubs are with the Dragon Guild. One of the battered goons, Dan, looks up and cries out. Man, we don't know Jack. We just took the cash to do the job. Shin shot him a look that could freeze hell over. Bummer. You guys got paid to whack my Pops. Red, shaking in his boots, spilled the tea. We'll snitch on the boss. Just don't kill us. Shin didn't say a word, just summoned his gear. Nah, save it. I'll figure it out myself. He raised the hammer of wrath. Game over. Nice meeting ya. Splat. Thunder cracked right as the building got wrecked by the rain. Shin tossed the loot bag to his dad. Here is their stash. Definitely Dragon Star goons. I am hunting down Lee. Dad tried to stall him. Shin, maybe we just gather evidence first. Shin was already revving the engine. Nope, waste of time. I only need to convince myself. I'll be back. Shin turned to the butler. Seha, keep an eye on Pops for me. Sehan nodded. You got it, boss. Dad looked super stressed. Shin, do you really gotta go this hard? Shin saw him sweating it and thumped his chest. Chill, Dad. I'll move like a ninja. Zero attention. CN patted his shoulder. That's not what I mean, kiddo. Dad gave him that serious I love you look. I'm worried about you. The Dragon Clan is massive. Just don't get wrecked. Okay. Shin nodded, soaking it in. Got it, loud and clear. He fired up the ride, the engine roaring over the rain. Before peeling out, Shin dropped a one-liner. Don't stress. Pops. I'm gonna show him what real power looks like. The car shot up like a rocket, disappearing into the clouds. Cian still felt heavy. See, Seha noticed immediately. You worried, Sir Dad stared at the sky. Kinda hard not to be. Hope the kid's okay. Wait, was that purple-haired girl Kenna? How many potential daughter-in-laws we got now? Seha was speechless. Sir, focus. Over in the city, the sun was blazing. Shin's car was tearing through the sky. He was tense, he knew this day would come. They actually targeted my fam. Arin saw he was tripping and tried to chill him out. Hey, not your fault. It's your dad's line of work. Even Silent Biss chimed in. It happens. Let's just focus on the mission. Pretty sure we're here. She looked down at the bustling city. Shin's eyes glowed red as he scanned the area. After a second, he looked bummed out. Dragon senses coming up empty. Lee isn't here, and the place is ghosted. Why is he leaving HQ unguarded? Biss had a flashback. Bet he's in that dungeon where Marina is. Lots of unknown players from Dragon Star went there. Shin nodded. Makes sense. Guess sending Marina there was a 200 IQ move. Arin asked, so if Lee ain't here, what's the play? Shin went quiet for a sec. I got a plan. He used war cry to scream at the building. Everybody out. Biss covered her ears. Dude, my eardrums. This guy's power is scary. The building doors flew open. People inside were freaking out. What's going on? Run for it. The sidewalk was flooded with terrified people. Shin watched, looking way too pleased with himself. Perfect. Shin checked the info board. Building as clear. It is showtime. Arin panicked. Wait, what people are gonna see you? Shin looked at a system fragment in his hand. Relax. I don't need to get close. Arin's jaw dropped. You joking. Shin was dead serious. No jokes. He chucked the fragment. Bombs away. It slammed into the building and boom. The whole skyscraper collapsed right in the middle of downtown. Arin gasped. Biss was shook. That is one way to say stay away from my dad. Shin wasn't done though. Still not enough. They dragged my dad and civilians into this. Arin was confused. What else can you do? Shin replied calmly. I'm wrecking every building he owns. He mentioned his chat with Marina. She told me everything. I looked him up because he wouldn't stop hitting on her. Turns out the info is gold now. Arin pouted. Oh, so it's about Marina. Shin caught the vibe. Oh my god, you jealous again? He revved the bike. Anyway, I know where all the spots are. I'll clear the civilians just like I did here. The trio zoomed off. Shin's threat hung in the air as they went on a demolition tour. Arin held on, pointing out targets. Shin grinned like a villain, gripping another fragment. Boom. Another one bites the dust. They even dropped a building right in front of tourists at the beach. Some lady in a bikini looked traumatized. Next stop, the Sky Island. Shin smiled, relieved. Last one is on that artificial island up there. Arin whistled. Lee is gonna flip when he sees this. On the island, people were confused. Shin noticed the crowd. Huh. What's the commotion? He got suspicious. Did they catch me red-handed? Biss shook her head. Don't think so. Down below, a knight was shouting nervously. We can reach Master Lee. The knight saw Shin and froze. Wait, is that? Shin looked down. The guy ran over, super hyped. You re Shin, right? You here to save us. Shin felt a little awkward. He's Dragon Star. He doesn't know I just wrecked their turf. Shin felt kinda bad but played it cool. Yeah. What's up? The guy explained, panicked. You haven't heard, the Heavenly Fortress difficulty just spiked like crazy. He pointed at the tower. The monsters inside and on Earth are going berserk for some reason. Shin's face went dark. Right now. The guy's voice trembled. Yeah. Everyone inside, including Marina, is trapped. Shin felt like he got punched. He clenched his fist. Rage mode engaged. A lockdown with increased difficulty, Shin cursed the tower internally. What the hell are you planning? Xingu started sweating bullets, totally losing his cool. The other guy pressed him. Yo, aren't you the expert here? You seriously don't know what's going down. Suddenly, Arin wings fluttering snapped. Hold up. Could it be? He tilted his head, voice dropping to a whisper. You got a lead. A vision of the fire god flashed through her mind. She dropped a hint. Remember what Fida told us back then? He said Earth's level was too trash tier for him to mess with. Xingu connected the dots instantly. That's it. Earth is evolving, he shouted, dropping a theory nobody saw coming. Biss crunched the numbers and nodded. Makes sense. It's not the dungeons getting harder, the planet itself is leveling up, letting the gods get their hands dirty. She kept going. And naturally, that means mana levels and monster spawns are gonna spike like crazy. It hit the guy like a truck. Got it. That explains the monster mosh pit lately. But then Xingu zoned out, stuck on one word. Total chaos, huh. Bet that SLI's crew causing trouble. What the hell is going on? It's just one disaster after another. Suddenly, the ground shook, freaking Arin out. Earthquake. A split second later, a system hollow popped up. Earth is entering the crescent phase. Then the bad news dropped. Dungeon admin failure. Players are locked out. Nobody in, nobody out. This is a nightmare, she stammered, face pale as a sheet. Xingu, we relocked out. What about Marina? Biss gave a grim nod. Called it. They stared ahead as a new storm brewed. Xingu muttered. Crescent phase, then it clicked for her. First, new moon, now crescent. Is the system using lunar cycles? Next up is probably half moon. Biss looked impressed. This planet is speed running evolution faster than my homeworld, but that's sketchy. Evolution speed usually depends on the life forms, but this pace is totally unnatural. Xingu pointed at himself. Is it me? Did I level up too hard? She shook her head. Nah, no way, the whole planet glitches just cause of you. Fair point. The other guy cut to the chase. So, what is the play? Marina S. Trapped in Sky City. She is, your girl, right. Xingu face-palmed. Who told you that rumor? Beside him, Arin flared up into a literal torch, screaming, say what? But Xingu's expression went dark fast. He gazed into the distance. Marina's team only went there because I asked them to. And now I can even get in to help. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Damn it, what's the point of this power if I can save my own crew? Sensing his rage, she whispered, Xingu, you good. Let's just think this through. Before she could finish, Xingu snapped. Chaos scales, activate. Black scales armored his body, fueled by pure rage. He was losing it, sitting on the sidelines wasn't his style. Ding, the system chimed acid resistance at 50-1. The notifications went to shut up. Dragon senses, level 70. Chaos level 7. Chaos tail level 6. Great stats, but right now felt like a slap in the face. Who cares about levels if I can breach the city? Suddenly, a weird hum filled the air, and the fruta shard in his inventory started glowing. Xingu's red dragon eyes narrowed. Wait, I know this vibe. His clawed hand reached into his inventory. My dragon senses are picking up a signal. It's calling me. He pulled out the shard, eyes widening. Wind energy, is this the wind god? Fruta. The system popped up again, gotta love it, gotta hate it. New feature elemental infusion unlocked. Xingu's scowl turned into a smirk. I think I got a plan. If I mix this shard with my battle aura, maybe I can fly like a real dragon. No time to waste, he revved the motorcycle's throttle to the max. The lightning demon bike shot forward like a missile. Arin clung to him for dear life. What are you doing? You got an idea, Xingu grinned. Yup, I figured out how to crack the Sky City, Arin gasped. For real, how Xingu floored it. We're gonna smash through its willpower. Inside, his heart was pounding. I thought a ground-level player like me wasn't ready for the skies yet, but then I remembered Hector. That dude rewrote the dungeon rules just by acting like a boss. If I have enough willpower, I can brute force my way in. Xingu's grin got wider. Dunno why he gave me this shard, but I am taking the assist. He looked at the sun. It's showtime. From the back seat, Biss piped up. Love the enthusiasm, boss, but shouldn't we be flying up? Trust the process. That floating city has been a pain in my neck, so I'm challenging it head-on. He steered the bike in the totally opposite direction. Arin screamed. We were gonna crash into the ocean, you maniac. He drifted at the last second, the tires skimming perfectly over the waves. Let's get this party started. Dizzy and confused, she yelled. What is the plan here? Xingu tossed a low-grade freeze potion into the water. Watch and learn. Snap. The ocean surface froze into a solid platform. They hopped off the bike as it skidded to a halt. Biss eyed the glowing item in Xingu's hand. Is that the shard from Hector? You know it. Belonged to Fruta, the wind god. Biss nodded slowly. Okay, so what is the play? Xingu didn't talk. The shard flared. Check this out. Air pressure dropped instantly, creating a swirling vortex around him. Arin's jaw dropped. Wind. He closed his eyes. Give me speed. Give me freedom. He recalled the patch notes from the last update. Elemental infusion faster than the wind. He made the call time to fuse the wind power with his battle aura. A tornado erupted around him, shooting straight into the clouds. Arin shielded Biss from the blast. The pressure is insane, Xingu smirked. Boom. The system flashed a gold notification. Battle cry evolved to wind battle cry. Level 5. He looked up at the floating fortress, eyes blazing. Ready or not, here I come, Sky City. It's payback time, Arin gasped. Did you just absorb a goddess power? Xingu nodded coolly. Yup. Time to crash the gates. Arin still looked nervous. But will it work? Even if we get there, the system locked the dungeon. Xingu turned to her, a wild look in his eyes. You really think that S gonna stop me? If that is the case, why bust our humps trying to sneak into Sky City? She let out a forced giggle. Oh, so you actually had a plan. Before she could finish roasting him, Xingu spun around, locked in, and launched himself into the sky like a human rocket. Try to keep up. While she was busy making faces, Biss didn't waste a second. He hopped onto the lightning demon like a pro biker and yelled, Yo, get in. We gotta catch the boss before he leaves us in the dust. Arin had no choice but to zip it and hop on. Thanks to that sweet skill upgrade, Xingu was flying without a care in the world, his face locked in pure determination. Mid-flight, he started strategizing. I'm guessing it is still too early to fully merge with the wind, but then, Xingu noticed something sketchy the closer he got to Sky City, the heavier the mana pressure felt. He analyzed the vibes and came to a quick conclusion. Looks like the system knows my play. Even though his skill leveled up, there was a glitch. This pressure is totally nerfing my wind speed. But there was no way Xingu was tapping out, if anything. This just hyped him up more. I ain't backing down this time. He immediately triggered his natural combo skills. It was go time. The system pinged with an update. Natural combo skills hit level 4, Battlefield Wind Scream at level 6. With that boost, Shu shot forward like a SpaceX rocket. Even though he was OP now, he still wanted to curse the system out of sheer annoyance. Sky City, you were trickier than you look, trying to gatekeep me from breaking the rules. Chaos energy started wrapping around his skin like armor. But I've got my reasons. The energy spread from his shoulders to his whole body as Shu added silently, I am here to save my squad. Boom, a massive collision shook the heavens just as he said it. I've got 0 options, left him punching right through you. The system interface flashed a timely update. Sovereign of the territory has reached level 3. You met the requirements to unlock the second combo skill. Suddenly, the sky turned crazy red, dust flying everywhere. Another notification popped. You defeated a Sky City player and unlocked the Chaos Wings. Big W. His eyes snapped open, revealing vertical dragon slits. Xingu's dragon form shifted, morphing into a new nightmare. The second he bared those razor-sharp fangs, the contract was sealed. This is just the opening act, the start of total war or absolute destruction. Xingu blinked, realized something weird. That voice isn't talking to me. It's talking to someone else. The majestic voice, sounding like it came from ancient times, kept going. Lands will fall, and others will rise. In his dragon form, he froze as he heard. As long as I exist, humanity across all worlds will unite, and everyone's destiny is gonna flip. But don't sleep on me. The price I pay is carrying the weight of life, death, the past, and the future on my shoulders. So no matter what goes down, a sickening crack echoed, and his scales shattered to the beat of that epic voice. Glory will still be mine, Xingu screamed as the pain hit him like a truck. Arin panicked, yelling, Shu. Her face was pure panic. Are you okay? Xingu quickly hopped up from the grass, rubbing his head in annoyance. I am good. Chill. Seeing he wasn't dead, she finally cracked a smile. Xingu, you actually pulled it off. Arin cheered. We're actually inside Sky City. The system gleefully popped up. You received the hidden skill Chaos Wings. These mana-born wings gave him the VIP pass to Sky City dungeons, made him lighter, and granted the ability to fly. Chaos Wings are already level 5. The insane stats gave Xingu goosebumps. Yikes. Suddenly, his shoulder blades started shifting, and boom, massive dragon wings sprouted out. Biss and Arin both gasped. W-Wings, what is happening? Xingu just let out a cocky laugh. Haha. He looked like a warrior who just walked straight out of a bloodbath. I snatched exactly what I needed. Xingu's grin got even brighter. Yep, finally got him. This invincible zone just became his personal playground now that he had the clearance to wreck shop in Sky City. Now Xingu could sense the entire history and layout of Sky City. He thought he might pass out from the massive info dump flooding his brain. The girl rubbed her chin, thinking, got it. Knowing about it is one thing, but seeing it in real life is a whole different ball game. She eyed his new gear. I heard dragon wings burn mana to fly. Just wearing them buffs your circulation and body strength. Arin chimed in. So they ripped off the design from players' wings. Xingu shut that down immediately. Nah, other way around. Player wings are cheap knockoffs of dragon wings. Bis kept his cool demeanor. From what I know, dragons and gods are basically arch enemies. That's why Sky City was built to throw hands with the gods. So if you connect the dots, dragons and Sky City go way back. Xingu used the wings to hover casually. You make a solid point, but let's put a pin in that for now. His inventory was putting in work. We've got bigger fish to fry first. He grabbed the black wolf claw from his shoulder and shouted, "Let us go save the squad." His wings snapped open. Try to catch me totally cheating by taking off mid-sentence. Arin, practically blinded by the dust, yelled, "Hey Hez," even faster than before. She was still hyped to fight, though. He was already a pain to keep up with, and now he's faster. Let's roll, no time to waste. Arin sighed, completely helpless. Under the crystal-clear blue sky, Xingu zoomed through the air, hyping himself up. This is insane. The mana from these wings is boosting my wind scream speed to scary levels. Suddenly, his radar picked something up. A floating island in the void signaled their arrival. We're here. The system narrated Dungeon Level 38 The Garden, currently hosting 32 players, temporarily closed. Bis, riding his bike, asked hesitantly, "This has got to be it." "It's huge, right?" Xingu nodded. "I think it got swole when Earth powered up. Looks like a whole separate dimension in there." She got serious. "Maybe it's massive because of the players' levels inside." Xingu tapped the thin, transparent barrier. "Could be. Either way, pretty sure I can smash through this firewall. Let's bust in and see what's popping." He suddenly froze, his eyes glowing red. "Wait a sec," he muttered, sensing something off. The power radiating from this dungeon. Then Xingu grinned. "Talk about perfect timing. Everyone's staring at Dungeon 38. This is going to be fun." The barrier crumbled like wet paper under Xingu's grip. Just like that, they were in. He shouted, "I'm in, baby." Endless mountains stretched out before them. He couldn't help but admire it. Majestic. "Are all Sky City dungeons this bougie?" Arin corrected him fast. "Definitely not. This is weird." Suddenly, Bis stood at attention. "Master, I sense something in the distance. Feels like a brawl going down." Xingu looked at her, amused. "I was thinking the exact same thing." His dragon wings flared out again. "I'll scout ahead." History repeated itself as he sped off, yelling, "You two just chill for a sec." Arin got spun around in his wake again. "Ugh. Xingu, hold up." Meanwhile, Bis watched calmly. "I'm just glad he's really milking that new power for all it's worth." Turns out, this was Birdman territory. The guards were chatting while on patrol. "Haha, for real? Yeah, is that you?" Suddenly, something sliced through the air at Mach speed. Whoosh. Xingu wondered as he zipped past. Huh, was that a monster? His eyes lit up looking at his new toys. Wait, these wings deal contact damage too. Okay, that is actually super useful. Moving on, Xingu looked up. "I'm almost there." But the path ahead was sketchy. A swarm of monsters came out of nowhere, charging straight at him. Even Xingu, woad fought everywhere, had to pause. He blurted out, confused. "Is that a whole monster army?" He gripped his black wolf claw, trying to process the situation. What is a mob this size doing out here? It doesn't look like a tank pulled aggro on them. Xingu's eyes glowed red, scanning the crowd. "I count at least 10 high-level elites in there. That's like half the dungeon's population. What the heck is going on?" Suddenly, a massive beam of power ripped through the sky, vaporizing a bunch of the bird soldiers. In a split second, Xingu recognized the energy signature. "That's Marina's mana." He didn't hesitate. "I don't know the details, but I know she needs backup." He charged in, commanding his weapon to grow. The black wolf claw instantly morphed into a giant crusher. One random grunt tried to be a hero, yelling at everyone to block the exit. Big mistake. Before he could even flex, he got absolutely wrecked by an invisible force. The rest of the squad instantly started freaking out. "Yo, what is this sorcery?" They were shook that someone was hacking Lord Fruita's divine power. Xingu's red eyes locked onto them. "Gotcha. So that heavy vibe I felt outside, totally Fruita's influence leaking out." Suddenly, a voice boomed out like a raid boss. "Human, how dare you attack us and drop the big boss's name like that?" It was Lot, standing tall and sounding super salty. "Total blasphemy. I'm gonna delete you like I did the others." But our boy Xingu zero fear. He casually shouldered his hammer like, "Just one high-level mob. Sorry, buddy. I don't think you even in my weight class." The monster was stunned by the disrespect. "Excuse me." Suddenly, a massive motorcycle engine roared over his voice. "Found you." Bis leaped in, sword swinging, screaming, "Master, the cavalry has arrived." The giant touched down and cleared the birdmen in a 10-mile radius with one move. Edlos, currently getting sliced in half, was like, "No way, this is impossible." The minions were losing their minds. Their captain just got cancelled, but they couldn't retreat. So, they all screamed and rushed in like zombies. The Black Wolf paused for a second before moving again. Xingu went full beast mode, bonking enemies left and right wherever he stepped. Just how we like it. The system, knowing exactly what the viewers want, popped up. New fusion skill, Chaotic Frenzy Rush. Chaotic Frenzy Rush hit level 5. They managed to break the siege with some serious teamwork. Xingu sighed in relief. Cool. Now they can escape that mosh pit. Sure enough, sparks flew everywhere around the birdmen. Marina was unleashing bullet hell, hyping everyone up. "Let's go, team, the exit is right there." Just then, Xingu shouted, "Marina, you good." She froze, totally shocked to see him. "Xingu, what are you doing here? Wait, am I hallucinating? The battle must have fried my brain." Realizing he was real, she burst into tears. Marina threw herself at him for a bear hug. "Are we saved?" But Xingu just kept it icy. "Glad you re-alive. Now, get off me." Next to her, Sai was staring blankly. "Xingu, did you clear the path for us? How did you even get inside?" Syria asked, stunned. "Mr. Xingu," he gently pushed her aside. "I found a few loopholes. Couldn't just leave you guys hanging." He was about to say more, but someone cut in. "Oh," Mr. Zheng Li Kang Ho, looking beat up, forced a fake smile. "Honored to see you. You saved our butts." Singa's eyes went dark instantly. "Li Kang Ho, so this is where you've been hiding." The guy scratched his head, acting awkward. "Haha, I like to raid dungeons anonymously for the thrill of the team fight." He tried to ramble, but got shut down. Xingu released a massive murderous aura. "I am not listening to another word of your garbage lies. I suggest you keep your mouth shut." The guy played the victim card. "Mr. Zheng, is there a misunderstanding? We need to collaborate right now, not fight amongst ourselves." He acted all high and mighty, but Xingu wasn't having it. Instead of arguing, he blasted the guy with a potent acid attack. Finally, Kang Ho shut his trap, staring at his melting shoulder. Xingu stayed calm. "You're right, I can finish you off right this second." Xingu's face was terrifying. "But your time is coming, so watch your step." The guy regained his composure and smirked. "Mr. Zheng, looks like my nice guy act is expired. Too bad. Didn't think you were that paranoid." But before Kang Ho could finish, someone else jumped in. "Excuse me, I don't know the drama here," a tired-looking hunter said. "But this isn't the time to argue. We literally surrounded." Say backed him up. "He's right. Save the beef for after the dungeon." Xingu agreed. "Fine." Kang Ho smirked. "Wise decision." "Mr. Zheng," he said, fixing his mask. "I'm sure we can clear this up over coffee later." Then he smiled. "I should go assist the others." His attitude made Xingu want to punch a wall. He knew exactly what kind of snake this guy was. Xingu turned to the girls. "Did he do anything weird to you?" Syria replied, "Just some friendly fire." But then she frowned. "Actually, one thing was super sus. He kept pushing us to use mana stones, saying it was the only way to beat the boss." Xingu sneered. "Guy has terrible judgment. Good thing you didn't listen to him. People who use mana stones always pay the bill eventually." Syria nodded in agreement. "Totally. Mana stones aren't pure power." Suddenly, Xingu realized something. "By the way, where is Jay? Speak of the devil." Xingu Jay called out while Arin patched him up. "I've been looking for you. Thanks for sending your squad to save us." Xingu softened up, seeing his buddy. "Don't mention it. You saved my dad. I got your back." Jay smiled. "You're Ray just like your father." Then he got serious. "Listen, I need to tell you something." Xingu raised an eyebrow. Jay leaned in. "When I enter a dungeon, I always headcount the teams. But when the dungeon shifted, someone from Li Kang Ho's crew vanished without a trace." Xingu's eyes went cold. "His people? You mean the Mana Stone junkies?" Jay nodded fast. "Yep, and I can sense their presence anymore. That means they've become stronger than me. It's incredibly suspicious." That was huge intel. "Thanks for the heads up." Xingu's team was solid, but he had a bad feeling. "I think something nasty has already gone down." The girls jumped back into the fray. Even Jay and Arin joined in. Suddenly, a birdman swooped at Arin, but Xingu stepped in with a clutch hammer swing. "Thank you," she gasped. "Hero moment." Xingu laughed. "Watcher 6, I know you're hyped to be back in Sky City, but don't space out." Arin blushed. "Hee hee, is it that obvious?" But that moment gave Xingu a pause. "Thanks to you, though." He scanned the battlefield. "We wrapping up? But where did all the high-level monsters go?" Suddenly, another birdman screeched. "You!" Santos landed, looking furious. Are you the human who killed my brother? Los, I've been hunting you. Xingu honestly looked confused. Who's Los? But hey, perfect timing. Xingu sized him up. Okay, this one looks tough. Then he dropped a taunt. Let me guess, you re the high-level guard for the worm room. Right, if you stayed at your post, you wouldn't be embarrassing yourself in front of your minions. Santos exploded. Guard, shut up, we don't follow those rules anymore. Santos pointed to the sky. The crescent moon is high. The old chains can hold us back. Xingu frowned. Say what? So you were saying you were just gonna ignore the dungeon rules and go rogue? Santos laughed maniacally. Don't tell me you actually thought this fragile cage would last forever. He barely flicked his wrist before dropping some truth bombs. Yo, focus up. Aren't you worried about the wrong thing? Trust me, the shady humans are way more toxic than the monsters here. Jin watched the info flash by, his brow twitching. You talking about the junkies, popping mana stones. His eyes flashed like high beams in the dark. If you really want to know the tea, go interview them in hell. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Without skipping a beat, he launched himself like a human missile. Shadow wasn't slacking either, whipping out those dark wolf claws. Wham! One shot, one kill. The dude's head rang like a church bell. Jin grabbed the bird dude by his armor like he was carrying groceries. He stared him down, cold as ice. Spill it, feathers. Just cause you re-strong doesn't mean you re on my level. Why are you being such a try-hard? I ain't saying squat, bad move. Jin tightened his grip like a vice. Red eyes glowing, the guy started shaking like a leaf. Okay, uncle, I yield, it hurts. My bad, fam, I'll talk. Look, this whole dungeon server is coded for humans only. If anything else hacks into the system, it crashes the whole mainframe with an overload error. Jin nodded, totally unbothered. Cool story. Splat Shadow hit him with a heavy dose of acid to finish the job. Yeah, I didn't need the extended cut of that explanation. Next, then he broke it down for the chat. The dungeon is for players. But if you walk in juiced up on monster mana stones, the system glitches out hard because of the incompatibility. Jin was losing patience fast. Freaking idiots. Not only are they bricking themselves, but they relagging the server for everyone else. Just then, Marina slid in with some praise. Jin, you leveled up again, hacks. He kept his cool face. You done with your side quest? She beamed like a ray of sunshine. Yup, we've been game over without you carrying us, though. Hold up, someone cut the mic. The NPCs, players were freaking out. Yo, where'd Nick and Ling go? They were right here in the lobby before the raid started. They were yapping away, totally ignoring Jin, staring them down. Should we send a search party? Where the heck are they? Before Jin could facepalm, Joe chimed in. Haha, typical noob behavior. Jin sighed deep. Man, I hope my wish comes true soon. I just want to clear this dungeon and bounce. Suddenly, a hand popped up with some commentary. Here's the TL, Jin dropped the knowledge. Popping mana stones destroys your body and the Sky City mainframe. One of the tank guys wasn't buying it. Cap. Absolute cap. You were cracked at the game, sure, but that theory sounds sus. A Karen nearby jumped on the bandwagon immediately. Zero trust in her eyes. He's right. Thanks for the carry today, but are you gaslighting us? Is this just cause you have beef with Kang? My buddy ate a mana stone and he's vibing. She gave him the side eye. Honestly, if we re-talking about monsters, you are the glitchiest thing here, sweetie. You rebuilt different, literally. While Jin stayed silent, Arin whispered. They re just terrified. Jin, your stats and skins are way too OP for their brains to handle. She looked back at the mob. They'll find out the hard way soon enough. Jin felt a little less annoyed. Big W for the emotional support. True. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Chill out, guys. Kang stepped up with that fake influencer smile to calm the crowd. I am sure Jin meant well. Yes. Just speaking from his unique experience. Wow. Shots fired. This guy really knows how to farm engagement while being a total snake. But hey, escaping this dungeon is priority number 1. Let's save the drama for the podcast later. Kang was totally acting like the main character now, seizing control of the narrative. I'll be your raid leader until we reach safe. He did a dramatic pose, reaching out his hand. Let's show this dungeon the power of the human spirit. Let's go. And of course, the NPCs fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Human spirit, yes. The chat was going wild with praise. Follow Kang. He knows the way. Syria rolled her eyes. Cringe. What a bunch of simps. Jin smirked. Let him cook. They won't last a day. The level 38 dungeon looked exactly the same as when his squad first entered. Misty mountains, creepy fog everywhere. The squad followed Kang like lost puppies. B floated up, looking puzzled. Yo boss, what's the plan for the missing noobs? She calculated the odds. They aren't human anymore, just bugs in the system. Deleting them is the only patch. Jin nodded. Oh, them. Funny you mention it. Suddenly, some guy screamed, interrupting the convo. Yo, look at that. He was shaking so hard he was sweating bullets, pointing at a figure. It's Nick and Lin. Why are they glitching out over there? Jin crossed his arms, cool as ice. Showtime, baby. Grab the popcorn, folks. Should we watch the drama unfold? B-side. You always spoil the ending, boss. Meanwhile, Kang went into hero mode. I'll investigate. Who's riding with me? Jean volunteered instantly. I got you, Kang checked the pulse. Phew, still alive. He turned around and yelled, we need heals. Stat ignoring the fact the dude was vibrating like a washing machine. Boom, mutation starts, but Kang kept acting for the camera. Heal him before, oh snap, Jean. The first volunteer got snatched up by a tentacle beast looking like a calamari nightmare. Nick, or what used to be Nick, swallowed him whole. Bro, I am your friend, Chomp. Even Kang looked shook. That definitely wasn't in the script. The fan club started panicking. Did Nick just mukbang Jean? Is he a mob now? These guys were top-tier players, but right now they look like level 1 rookies. B analyzed the stats. Boss, his mana is spiking. He's buffing himself. Jin watched, disgusted. Damn, 1 mana stone does that. That is some serious steroid usage. Nah, B corrected. It's not just the stone. Since Earth got that system update, the divine energy is messing with the dungeon code, causing these glitches. I am guessing it as a bug from the latest patch. Kang drew his sword, muttering Nick's name. Snap out of it, Brodon, let the dark side win. You were a pro player. Control your alt account, but Nick was gone. All he could scream was, mana need, more. Mana zombie mode activated. Feed me, Nick lunged. Kang realized he couldn't talk his way out of this one. All right, you asked for it. No choice but to ban hammer you. Slice 1, clean hit bisected Nick. Physics took a holiday as he face planted. Kang flicked the blood off his sword, got to look cool for the thumbnail and whispered, good game. Rip. He immediately went back to speech mode. I don't know what's happening, but we push forward. But literally a second later, Lin stepped up to replace Nick. Kang started. Let's take a quick away from keyboard break before gulp. The monster swallowed Kang whole, head first. The crowd watched their hero get turned into lunch. No way, everyone gasped, but suddenly flashlight exploded from the monster's throat. Kang slashed his way out like he was exiting a cake. You stupid mob, you ruined my hair. Covered in slime, he still threw a fist up. This one stopped the grind, we keep moving. The dude radiated so much. Main character energy, it was blinding. He's a god. The crowd started chanting. Kang, Kang, Kang. Arin shook her head. Talk about plot armor. And just like that, the circus continued down the road. Props to everyone for making it this deep. A squeaky voice popped up from nowhere. It was Mina. I am the dungeon merchant. Nice to meet ya. The players went wild, crowding around her like fanboys. Whoa, a merchant. Thank the Lord. I need ice cream. Kang Ho wasn't holding back either. Can I buy attack buffs? Give me the strongest gear you got. But she shut him down cold. Hold your horses. She wagged a finger, dropping a truth bomb with zero chill. Nope, can't sell you diddly squat. You guys lost all your privileges. The crowd was shook, but he was totally lost. Lost what? What are you talking about? She rubbed her chin, acting all mysterious. Pretty sure you know exactly what the tea is. No merchant can sell to you lot. Kang Ho lost his cool, hand creeping toward the blade on his hip. That's enough. You trying to clown me. He scared the living daylights out of Mina. She scrambled back and dive-bombed onto Xingu. Master, help, I am just a cute little goblin merchant. I have zero clue what's happening. Since when am I your master? She cowered behind him, spilling the beans. All merchants share inventory and assets, so technically, you were my boss too. Now hurry up and stop that guy. Xingu crossed his arms, like, excuse me. But Kang Ho turned around, running his mouth. Unbelievable. You won't even cut the goblin loose. The more he spoke, the more triggered he got. I guess you really enjoy bullying the weak. Xingu added, actually, I kinda need this kid for something, so I can let you lay a finger on her. They squared up, staring each other down, while Xingu flashed a friendly smile with a suggestion. So, if you read down, why don't we settle this like men? Every second ticking by just made Kang Ho's blood boil. This scumbag. But the scary part, he managed to bottle up the rage and sigh, putting on a fake smile to play the victim card. No need. Didn't realize you were still beefing with me like that. He painted Xingu as the villain trying to split the team. We were almost at the boss room, anyway. Just a reminder, this ain't the time for a civil war. Delivering his line like a bad actor, Kang Ho slowly turned away. Mina clapped her wings, sucking up to Xingu immediately. As expected of the master, anything you need, just holler. Xingu glanced at her, denying it flat out. I don't need anything. but she suddenly made this super sketchy face. "Oh, really? You sure about that?" He frowned, snapping back quietly. What is with that look? She didn't explain. Just reached into her pocket. "Since you saved my bacon today." Mina proudly handed over a mirror. "I am gifting you something you definitely gonna need." He took it, flipping it over with total skepticism. "I don't even know you like that. This is just a compact mirror." She leaned in close, whispering, "Oh, it's way more than just a mirror. I bet you've been feeling a little salty lately. Right, trouble, hurting these humans and being stuck here on Earth." Xingu realized she was dropping hints and pressed her. What are you trying to say?" Mina decided to keep it 100. "The reason is that you've become way too OP. The gods are on high alert because of you. They even blocking gates to other worlds." It clicked perfectly with what Xingu had been wondering. So that's why he hadn't seen any gates lately. Dropping that info, she started to dip. Because right now, you can tech clap those gods. At this rate, Earth keeps evolving, and the gods will lose their grip. What she said next was even darker. Your goal is going to get further out of reach, and you'll just be stuck on repeat, grinding the same old stuff. She was really stressing him out now. "You know more about me than I do." She did that familiar finger wag again. "Anyway, you don't gotta sweat that stuff anymore." She happily pointed at the mirror. "That item is the key. Since you met all the reeks, you can activate it whenever." She seemed super pleased with herself but didn't explain the details. "What do you think? You get what I am saying, right? Can I bounce now?" She didn't even wait for an answer before teleporting. "I am busy, so peace out," leaving Xingu grumbling. She left without even hearing my answer. He turned his attention to the gadget she gave him. Seriously, what was all that about? And what is this thing? Suddenly, it started glowing with some magic aura. The system popped up with the specs. It was the Seeker S Mirror, rank S2+, an artifact left by a faction opposing the gods. You can charge it with divine power to warp to their world. To warp to a higher tier world, you must locate all lower worlds and wipe out every trace of the gods there. The info dump made him gasp. "It's the real deal." He frowned, realizing he needed divine juice for this. "Back in the day, I had to use fragments, but now I know powers can stack. Even the Dark Executioner carried the power of Rhea and Phil. That means I can use this mirror to invade their turf." A winning smirk spread across his face. "Nice. I gotta stash this and use it wisely." Soon enough, the squad reached the sealed gate. Kang Ho strutted in front, acting like the team captain and barking orders. Finally, the boss room. He didn't miss the chance to throw shade at Xingu. "Hey kid, I think we'll handle the boss ourselves. You will just mess up our combo." Xingu picked his ear, completely unbothered. "Do whatever you want." Kang Ho immediately turned to his temp teammates. "All right, deal as much damage as possible in the first 3 seconds. Hearing that, Xingu sensed a major red flag. Say what? There were other civilians ahead, so he couldn't just look the other way. "Hold up, this dungeon ain't normal. You really think the boss is gonna sit there counting to 3? But Captain Kang Ho wasn't listening. He shoved the door open. The second it cracked, light blasted out. Everyone in the blast zone got yeeted into the air, flying uncontrollably. Kang Ho, standing in the safe zone, was shook. What the heck is happening? Even a tank like him felt the shockwave. But he kept screaming like a try-hard. Don wimp out. Full attack. Surprisingly, nobody listened this time. They stood there frozen like statues, terrified. Kang Ho, clueless as ever, shouted, "What are you guys waiting for?" The only answer was a burst of laughter. Serapion was clutching his stomach, laughing like he just saw the funniest meme ever. "Say what? Full attack. You guys are hilarious." Kang Ho couldn't handle being disrespected and gritted his teeth. But the enemy was wiping away tears of joy. "Man, I haven't laughed this hard in ages. Are you guys brain dead? Did you not see the dungeon on the way here? What kind of rookie logic makes you think ID? Follow the rules and wait 3 seconds. Kang Ho snapped, charging up a dark skill. Enough. Serapion looked eager. "Oh, you gonna show me another comedy routine?" Kang Ho was dead serious this time. "Bet on it. I'll show you my ultimate move." But before he could even flex, he coughed up a bucket of blood. The space around him froze, instant crowd control. Kang Ho couldn't even grip his sword anymore. And then he started morphing into a beast himself. The group that followed him started freaking out. "He's turning into a monster too." Terrified, they started to bail. "We were cooked, run. We can fight 2 of them at once." While everyone panicked, a mocking voice cut through the noise. All because of one idiot. A massive black wolf claw rested on his shoulder. "But I guess I can just stand here and watch the players get wiped." With them looking at him like he was their last hope, he stepped up coolly. "Everyone fall back. My squad will handle this. I'm taking point." Monster Kang Ho started thrashing around, destroying everything. "Mana. Need more mana." Serapion watched the chaos and burst out laughing again. "Ha ha. This dude is clapping like a seal. totally committing to his role as a spectator. This is too entertaining, maximum cringe. Hez clutching his stomach like, I'm literally dying of laughter here, bro. Jin just stares at him with zero chill. Arin spins around in a panic. Yo, Jin, what's the play here? He answers instantly. He wants to smash that loudmouth Lee first, but he's got a strategy cooking. Jin throws a side eye at the laughing maniac. Gotta bench this clown first. He calmly drops the game plan. Marina, can you and the squad handle Lee? No cap, she agrees immediately. Consider it handled. Jin draws aggro from Seraphim instantly. Haha, another challenger. The boss is totally sleeping on him, just chilling. But Jin's already winding up for a speedrun strats launch, waiting for Mr. Cocky to monologue. Guess what? Jin's got the acid upgrade loaded, mixing it with the Night Killer dagger to slice half of Seraphim's wing off. Critical hit. The boss eyes pop out of his head. The corrosion damage hits like a truck, making Seraphim scream, "My wing, my precious wing." Dude is officially pressing the panic button. How does a glitch like you survive in this world? But Jin doesn't give him time to yap. He's already chaining the next combo. Seraphim manages to dodge purely on instinct. Close call. Too bad his other wing ain't so lucky. Massive pain spikes again. Hey cheater, I was talking. The boss looks around frantically. Where'd he go? Is he lagging? Right here, buddy. Jin's voice pops up from behind like a jump scare. Cheating, nah, fam. I just don't like waiting. Let's wrap this up. One massive, energy-filled strike bonks the boss straight to the Shadow Realm. Seraphim fades away, totally in denial. No way. Impossible. He dissolves without ever figuring out the meta. I barely did anything. Jin catches his breath and drops some wisdom. There's always a bigger sweat. The system just updated fast, no lag. Dungeon cleared 4 minutes, 23 seconds. Speedrun world record new title win Hunter. Wind res level 12, rank SSS. Plus, he snagged a rune fragment. Don't forget to smash that like button for the loot reveal. Arin flies overseeing the W. You dusted him before I even got here. Why ask then? You scared? I honestly didn't think he defold that fast. Total NPC behavior. Luckily, the dungeon is clear. Jin brings up the real issue. He's worried the system might flag Lee as a monster now. The PvP match outside isn't over yet. Marina is blasting away while venting. His full-on monster mode now. Way stronger. She is holding the line with pure grit, but Jin needs a sec to recharge. Suddenly, the target gets absolutely wrecked by the Night Killer dagger. The monster that was raging a second ago just freezes and slams into the wall, kicking up a dust storm. Boom. Marina is stunned. Is it over? Just when they think he's done, someone shouts. Back off, don't finish him. Yet a battered Jin steps into the frame. You soloed the boss. Why not delete Lee right now? Jin flashes a mysterious grin. Because, he says, getting straight to the spicy content. I need receipts. The sky clears up over the island as a voice booms out. Listen up, everyone. Jin points a finger, laying out the facts. Here is the tea. Jin drags the mutated Lee out to show everyone the side effects of eating mana stones. The crowd goes nuts, phones flashing everywhere. Yo, is that Lee? He looks like a straight-up mob now. Traitor Jin seizes the moment to control the narrative. Yep, he played us all. Lied to the world. This is the L that traitors take. Take a good look, chat. Jin's face is pure ice. I've been waiting to vent my frustration for way too long. It's punishment time. Watch closely and don't blink. The players are standing there confused. Lee growls at the perfect moment. Jin doesn't want to keep the viewers waiting, so he winds up a punch. Grin and bear it. Big guy. Jin's smile gets wider. You reap what you sow. He delivers a massive uppercut right to Lee's face. Point of view, you messed up. Survivors are thinking, thank God I didn't eat those rocks. Later, the news is trending everywhere. Anchors are confirming the London terror attacks were orchestrated by Lee. Reports confirm he was munching on mana stones, turning him into that hideous beast. The footage has the whole world shook. The broadcast shows the comments, you, look at him. But Jin just keeps doing his job. Now everyone is whispering about the dangers of mana stones. Jin's interview hits Hashon on trending. Check this clip. Jin didn't even know he was being filmed, but he recovered his cool fast to answer questions. Looking sharp and serious, he points at the mess on the ground. Touch my family, and you end up like this. Watching the replay, Jin whispers, dang, I look fresh. Jin laughs, hands on hips, feeling himself. Guess nobody's eating mana stones now. Huh, Arin laughs awkwardly. Sometimes violence is the only language they understand. CE is beaming. I was shocked by the news, but am glad it worked out. Jin relaxes. Lots of issues solved. Time for a nap. Suddenly, the door shakes. Knock, knock. Jin hesitates at the handle. I didn't order pizza. The door bursts open. It's Marina and the squad with a cake. Surprise! Squad Jin is actually shook. Marina Rowe. What are you guys doing here? She grins. We're throwing you a thanks for saving my life party. You're the guest of honor, Jin's confused. Party Marina doesn't let him think, dragging him in. You need to celebrate and rest. Let's go, Sehi whispers shyly. I thought you knew, bro. She adds, everyone's here, just eat. We brought snacks. Jin's still processing. Oh, really? Then the room erupts in chatter. Save some drink for me. Jin stands there speechless in the chaos. Whoops, almost dropped the cake. Jin finally relaxes and smiles. Yeah, a break sounds like a vibe. The party is lit. Everyone's chatting. Marina drops some intel. The Blue Dragon and White Dragon guilds are officially cancelled. The remaining members are under heavy surveillance. Seiyi smiles. They deserved it. Lee gave me major creep vibes in that dungeon. Jin cuts in. He was targeting you. Sirius sips her drink. Glad he's gone, but I'm worried about something else. She looks out the window. Besides the past drama, Earth is in a transition phase. The city skyline glows in the night, aesthetic on point. Her voice is steady. The sky and the monsters have changed. What's our next move? Joe agrees. Valid concern. It could happen again. Suddenly, Marina lights up. I've got an idea. She looks at Jin. You've reached the Sky Castle level. Right. Why not join our guild? She imagines him leading the squad like a boss. With you, our raid speed would be insane. We could keep up with Earth's evolution easily. See, he backs it up immediately. Solid plan. Speeds up the grind. Marina grins. Plus, it'll be fun. But Jin actually thinks about it seriously. Not bad. Marina gets excited. Really. For real. But Jin has other plans. I need to take a different path, though. A rougher one. Marina pouts instantly. Don't tell me you re-ditching us. Xingu shut that down fast. Hard pass. Swirling his red wine like he has at a fancy Napa tasting, he laid out the new game plan time to hit those underwater dungeons. Sehao rolled his eyes hard enough to see his brain. Bummer. Then Z, always the mood killer, chimed in. I bet our boy here is going to pull a hero move and save the whole human race. Z's vibe shifted. He scanned the girls and dropped some truth bombs. Look, your squad gets super anxious when you re-soloing dungeons. They hate being bench warmers while you have all the fun. Marina shook her head like a bobblehead. We help, we totally worry. Then her face went tomato red. Wait, did you save us again? Is that why? Boom. She got right in his grill and planted a soft one on his lips. That is my thank you note. The whole room froze like the Wi-Fi just cut out. Xingu was rebooting system error. Marina, realizing she just nuked the awkwardness scale, turned into a track star. Bye. She lit the fire and sprinted out. Take care. Slam. The door nearly came off its hinges. Seha broke the silence. Well, that escalated quickly. Then he realized the temperature was rising, and not in a good way. Pure rage, heat was radiating from Arin. Seha stuttered. Sis. We good. Arin gave him a smile that looked like a horror movie poster. Oh, me. Ha ha. The Human Torch decided to introduce herself. She crushed her wine glass into dust, bad sign. A scream ripped through the night sky like a siren. She was throwing a fit, and the squad had to scramble to calm her down. Quiet. Suddenly, our favorite cookie monster popped up out of nowhere. Yo Retta waved, crumbs flying everywhere. Found ya. Congrats on the wings, big guy. Xingu groaned. Great, the moocher is back. What do you want? She adjusted her glasses, grinning like a used car salesman. Hey. After the gift I gave you, where's the red carpet? Too bad it's not even technically yours yet. Rutta didn't care. She was just hyped. Details. I'm here to give you the user manual for that thing. You confused or what? Rutta got serious, rubbing her chin. Listen up. Right now, you on the trial version. You can only use the divine power you earned yourself, capish. Xingu admitted he was clueless. True. How do I use gear I don't have? She snagged another cookie. At certain levels, you unlock features. Trust the process. Also, before you mess with that mirror, here's some intel. You know not all gods are playing for the same team when they hit Earth, right? Rutta mumbled through a mouthful of crumbs. It's basically a civil war up there. Xingu shrugged. He wasn't shocked. Gods fighting. Sounds like a typical Tuesday. Rutta nodded. Bingo. Now for part 2. You've already bruised a few of their egos and health bars. That changes who wins the war. Xingu crossed his arms. So if I nerf one god, their rival wins. She nodded enthusiastically. Spot on, Einstein. Now, if a god gets weak because of you and gets eliminated by a rival, what happens? Retta grinned. One less god to worry about. Not a bad deal, right? Xingu saw the trap though. Hold up. If I help one side win, won't the winner just absorb the loser and get crazy overpowered? His hunch was solid. Yup. They were all trying to be the MVP, so winning means leveling up. Xingu sighed. So what is the play? Rudda used her cookies to map it out. Simple math. Option 1. You chip away at everyone slowly, keeping them all weak. Option 2. You tunnel vision on one god until you drain them dry. Xingu asked the million-dollar question. How many gods are we talking about? I need stats. Rudda shoved a whole cookie in her face. No clue. She was really enjoying that snack. But if you scour the Sky City, the water dungeons, or the ant caves, you'll find their breadcrumbs. Xingu's eyes lit up. He was plotting. Got it. One last thing. He stared her down, piercing through her casual vibe. Who are you guys, really? And why are you spilling all this tea to me? Us, she winked playfully. That is classified. Before he could press her, she smoke bombed out of there. Later, Gator classic dodge. Xingu gritted his teeth. Every single time. Arin, who had been listening in, offered his silver lining. Hey, at least we know more than we did yesterday, boss. True. It's clear I have to throw hands with these gods eventually. Seha rubbed his chin, analyzing the exit. My theory, those merchants have a soft spot for you specifically. They were only nice to you, nobody else, Seha added. Xingu nodded. Yeah, I noticed. It's a headache. Arin snapped her fingers. I know a cure. Training is the best aspirin. Why don't we go visit Saleya in the aquatic dungeon? Xingu cracked his knuckles. Now you're re-talking. Let's roll. He flashed a confident grin. Let's stop wasting daylight and hit the deep blue. Down in the abyss, massive, fancy castles started coming into view. Saruta was busy yelling at his troops. Battle stations, people. Suddenly, he froze. Before he could finish his sentence, Xingu and the squad pulled up. Holy mackerel. Oh, thank God. He rushed over and bowed. I've been waiting for you. Xingu looked around at the soldiers, scrambling like ants. Okay. But what is with the panic? Saruta sighed, looking stressed. Since Earth leveled up, interdimensional monsters are popping up everywhere. We were trying to hold the line. Xingu nodded. Gotcha. I am here to sweep the underwater dungeons anyway. If they re-coming through the rifts down here, I'll shut them down from the inside. Saruta looked relieved, music to my ears. Then he paused, looking confused. Wait, Saleya is coming back. Why aren't you riding with him? Xingu shrugged. He's fighting, right? Besides, I can only bring people I have a contract with. Rules are rules. Saruta grinned. So sign a contract with Saleya, dummy. Xingu stared at him. Is it that easy? Suddenly, a soldier shouted. Incoming. Saleya arrived looking like a boss. The beast was back, making happy noises. Suddenly, Saleya froze, his eyes going all puppy dog mode when he spotted Xingu. Xingu waved. Yo, buddy. Saleya started wagging his tail like a golden retriever. It was so cute, Xingu had to laugh. Haha, you that happy to see me, Saruta chuckled from the back. He's been waiting for you since you left, man. Saleya shrank down to travel size and swam over. Xingu pet him. Nice trick. You come in portable size now. Saleya let out a sound like yep. Xingu looked at him warmly. You want to tag along? The creature rubbed his head against Xingu's hand, basically screaming yes. Xingu felt a warm fuzzy feeling. Didn't know you cared that much. Sure, come along. You were strong anyway. He put his hand on Saleya's forehead to seal the deal. Xingu froze. Wait. A light shot out and entered his body. He was shook. What is this energy? A system window popped up in his face. You have met the requirements to unlock your second natural skill. You have learned taming. Text scrolled down explaining his new superpower. Saleya let out a confused noise, then roared loud enough to shake the water. Everyone freaked out. Xingu eyed him suspiciously. You feel that juice flowing through me, don't you? Yo, you want me to give it a shot? Saleya hit back fast, eyes totally sparkling with hype. Xingu slapped his hand on the kid's forehead again to run back that magic process. Bet, let's do this. A blinding light exploded, followed by his voice booming like a stadium announcer. Let's see what you got. The bystanders were shook by the skill flex. Biss broke the silence first. Hemph. Looks like the boss unlocked a new cheat code. Bright as a supernova in there. A new body started glitching into existence from the light. Seya's eyes popped out of his head. Whoa, check that out. The whole squad was gagged. Saleya just morphed into a little dude. Arin couldn't hold back the squeal. Oh my god, he is literally the cutest thing ever. Saleya was still buffering, staring at his new avatar, when Xingu spoke up, though the kid was still mute. Biss was skeptical, raising an eyebrow. What gives? He's got a human skin now. Xingu dropped the lore casually. Just a part of my natural kit waking up. Thanks to this training perk, Boo Boo unlocked his human form. Arin squinted, looking sus. Training seriously, Xingu nodded, breaking it down. Yup, it's the grind. He wanted to get buff, and he wanted to listen to his leader. That's how you wake up a skill, folks. She just sighed, face palming. But that name is kinda cringe. Xingu ignored the hate, turning to ruffle Saleya's hair with big brother energy. Anyway, I leveled up thanks to you, little guy. Appreciate the assist. The kid let out a happy bew sound. Suddenly, Xingu gasped. Huh, Saleya morphed back to his OG form, splashing around happily in front of him. Seeing that level of cuteness, he cracked up. Haha, you vibe with that form better, huh? Saruta watched the scene, throwing out compliments. You definitely have your own style of doing things, man. Think he's ready to raid the dungeon now? Xingu nodded. Yeah, we re-solid. He looked at Saleya with that main character confidence. Let us roll. You ready? Boo boo. The little guy flexed his muscles like he hit the gym. Xingu didn't hold back the hype. That's what I'm talking about. Seeing the bromance, Bis got a little salty. Why do I feel like my spot on the roster is in danger? Arin decided to stir the pot. Hey, I'm not complaining. He's adorable. Seha just laughed it off awkwardly as the magic circle started glowing. The squad stepped up, ready to teleport. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. The HUD popped up entering Water Dungeon. Approaching Sector A18. Low mana zone. Xingu read the chat and asked, Sector A18. What's the deal with that tag? Arin guessed, maybe just the map name. Can you scan the map size? He closed his eyes, pinging his radar with his power. A crimson aura flared up, wrapping around him like a skin. Xingu synced his senses with the server. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, looking stressed like he just saw a jump scare. Bis walked up. Boss Xingu just grunted. Ugh. Xingu scanned the horizon. The landscape was massive, threatening to swallow them whole. We re-talking world-scale map here. Seha couldn't believe the comms. A whole world. I know RNG generates different sizes, but that is insane. The leader nodded, eyes looking complicated. It's huge. Honestly, if you told me this was the only water dungeon on Earth, I'd believe it. It's massive. Arin nodded. Makes sense. That is why it's partitioned into zones like A18. Xingu patted Saleya's head. That explains why the Earth mobs are so tanky. Since we re-here, let's clear at least 50% of the map. Arin was speechless at the ambition. Half a world-size map, are you for real? Xingu summoned his gear. You know how I grind. He equipped the black wolf claw and smirked. Time to go full sweat mode. Xingu dashed forward. Confidence meter maxed out. Hup 1, swing of the night executioner slashed the air. Sparks flying like fireworks on the 4th of July. The shockwave blasted a few sea demons into next week. The demon elite got triggered seeing his squad get wrecked. Urge, it's just a few noobs. What are you doing? Xingu glared at them, ice cold. Who you think you were talking to, bro? The trash mobs were already wiped. It was just the elite left standing. You better listen to me, cause your homies are taking a permanent nap. The sea demon elite shuddered, realizing he was about to get banned from life. He froze. Boom. A massive explosion shook the server. After wiping the floor with them, Xingu chilled. Nice. Zone C cleared. Bis walked up slowly. You noticed, right? The deeper we go, the stronger the divine RNG gets. Maybe it's the S influence. He nodded. Yeah. Mobs are buffed, but they still trashed here. A system notification popped up. Zone C purified. Dungeon compressing. Extraction available. The extraction portal spawned. Arin blinked. That is the exit, but we aren't logging out yet, right? Xingu just shrugged. Nope. She started analyzing the meta. Since this place is zoned, there's no loot box drop here. XP is just applied directly to your stats. Seha grinned. I dig the speedrun style. Cannot wait to see what the next level looks like. Arin sighed at him. You were starting to sound just like Xingu. Seha didn't rage, just laughed. Haha. I'm still a noob compared to him. Suddenly, massive whirlpools spawned, sucking the mobs in and CCing them instantly. A sea demon raged in the chat. How dare he use hydro hacks without Lord Haas blessing gank that whale? They rushed Saleya, but the kid wasn't scared. He just let out a deafening buuu. The demons paused, confused. Huh. Then they froze, realizing they were already inside Saleya's massive hitbox. Chomp. He swallowed them whole with an innocent face. The survivors dropped their jaws. Did they just get eaten? Saleya looked smug, then swished his tail to dash at the rest of the lobby. Arin watched the gameplay, stunned. That is sick. Xingu watched Saleya like a proud dad. I'm definitely keeping him. The portal dropped them into a pitch-black abyss. Xingu stepped out, radiating boss energy. Finally, welcome to Zone E. The difficulty spike is real here. Bis whispered, Boss, you feel that? The mobs here aren't pushovers like the last wave. Xingu stared ahead. Yeah. In the distance, an entrance loomed by some jagged, glitchy-looking cliffs. Inside, countless red eyes were camping the spawn point. A brawler sea demon bared its nasty grill to intimidate Xingu's squad. You noobs lost. Come to the wrong neighborhood. A horde of aggressive mobs backed him up. You ready to get wrecked? Xingu smirked. Arin right. Clearing this mob density with just the Night Executioner would be a grind. He swapped his loadout. Guess it's time to introduce them to a little something I call democracy. He pulled out the 6-gate Gatling blaster. The item stats hovered in the air. Class S plus weapon. Mastery legendary. Xingu had unlocked a new perk for it, complete with the crafting specs at the bottom. Arin gasped. Wait, is that the Gatling be crafted last stream? The brawler sea demons burst out laughing at the gun. Ha, you think a little pea shooter is gonna stop us? They charged in full aggro, talking trash. We were gonna turn you into fish food. Xingu laughed, aiming the barrel. Just a gun. Ha bird. He sprayed the lobby, giving them zero time to react. This ain't tea, your grandpa's pistol, boys. The DPS from the 6-gate blaster made the brawler demon panic. Crap. His OP scatter spread out. Saleya rushed in to support Xingu with his Hydra kit. Huge whirlpools spawned, catching the demons in a wombo combo. Erg. We were stuck in the AoE. Xingu grinned, totally hyped. Good game, Bew Boo. That is what I am talking about. Watching these aquatic creeps squirm while trying to bail was honestly super satisfying. Ha, that's what you get for dissing a masterpiece by Beta. He didn't hesitate to unleash the final blow, raining hellfire down on the mob of sea minions. Time to feel the Kennedy rage. The system popped up with a sweet notification. Level up confirmed. Biss was hyping Xingu up like a proud parent. Boss really knows his stuff. Man's got taste. Once the sea demons were dealt with, he could finally catch his breath. Looking at the bodies bobbing on the water like plastic bottles, he felt a little unimpressed. That's it, this underwater dungeon is kind of a snooze fest. Xingu put his poker face back on and shrugged. Kinda wasted my time though. Before he could finish his sentence, the system alarm started blaring. Warning sector EFGH is merging. He didn't flinch. So that is the deal, the Dungeon-S operating system is glitching out. The sirens kept screaming. It's just a temporary merge patch until the aggro gets reset. Xingu went into deep thought mode. Arin was still totally lost. Like, what does anger even mean here? Before he could explain, a creepy, rage-filled voice echoed out. Yo, who dares step on Heath's turf and dirty up the water supply? This grotesque monster slowly crept into view, making sounds that would haunt your nightmares. What a dumb, ugly thing. Its glowing eyes pierced right through the pitch-black darkness. I serve the god Heath. Got it. The thing that stepped out was a massive 8-armed octo-demon, smashing the path they were standing on. Arin let out a little yelp, and the whole squad stared up at this kaiju-sized freak in shock. Seiha stammered for a second before keeping it real. I've never seen a monster with that kind of spec sheet. It's not just huge, it's buff. The octo-demon wanted his enemies to know exactly who was deleting them, so he dropped a gloomy intro. I am the Octo-Lord, disciple of Ha. I'm here to drown this world in his name. Xingu realized this matchup was going to be a headache. Octo-Lord, like a legendary boss, he glanced back at his crew for a second opinion. What's the play? Can you deal damage to this guy? Biss didn't want to admit it, but he was shook. Don't make me say it. It's a no-go. That thing is basically a giant mana bomb. I can't pierce that alone. Seiha cut in aggressively. We might not do much damage, but we aren't running away without a fight. Arin was down for the cause too. Let's do this together. Xingu turned around, stunned. Even though he appreciated the fam having his back, he closed his eyes and saw a vision of himself getting wrecked in front of them. Brutal. Xingu shut that down immediately. Nope. To everyone's shock, he gritted his teeth and gave the order, excluding Boo Boo. Why all need to bounce? Now. Arin freaked out, yelling, what are you talking about? How are we supposed to just ditch you too? Xingu tried to chill them out. Relax. I think this is the better play. Boo Boo is OP underwater, so his got my back. She wanted to argue and rush in, but Biss grabbed the little chili pepper before she could move. Enough. Backing off is how you actually help the boss. Arin finally clicked and nodded obediently. Fine, but I'm still stressed about this. If things go south, promise me you'll retreat. Okay, Xingu gave a quick yep to keep her happy. Biss turned to say goodbye. We out. She dashed forward with Arin and Seiha, dropping one last morale boost. Don't take all day. Alright, Xingu didn't reply. Just watched their backs as they dipped. Then he spun around, ready to go full savage mode. Alright, Octo-Lord, you seem pretty chill. Let's just throw hands already. The monster wobbled its giant head in response. I only care about deleting you. Once you are dead, those little brats are next on the menu. The Octo-Lord stared at the human and fish combo, throwing shade. Even the bravest dudes wet themselves in front of me. I gave you a minute to say bye to your squad as a treat for your guts. Xingu hopped onto Silesia's back, taking it as a compliment. So, If I clap you, I'm basically stronger than all those other guys, right? He frowned with determination and called his buddy. Let's get it, boo-boo. Both of them charged in with max determination, screaming to teach this thing some manners. The Oxo Lord rubbed his eye with a tentacle like, really, and casually swung a rubbery leg to counter. Here it comes, catch. The size difference put serious pressure on Xingu. Damn, that pressure is heavy, boo-boo. Weave. Celicia let out a cry and swam in a wavy pattern to dodge the critical hit. That giant tentacle stuck to them like superglue. It kept smashing down on the tiny duo, trying to rip the deep sea apart and dig a new Mariana Trench. The Octo Lord was getting salty that he couldn't land a hit. Humph, you dodged my mana waves. Not bad. He felt his legs weren't doing the trick, so he summoned a bunch of tridents. This'll be fun. The Octo Lord launched the sharp, cold weapon straight at Xingu. But how about this? Xingu gritted his teeth, acknowledging the creativity. Mana water tridents, cute. Xingu raised his hand and popped his mana drain skill. The tridents hit the shield above him like harmless raindrops. The Octo Lord finally felt like he met a worthy opponent. Ha, Yuri actually cracked. Xingu gripped his Nightmare Slayer blade, ready to send a return gift. I ain't done yet. He focused his energy, expanding the weapon to a gigantic size, then let out a long battle cry at his enemy. Eat this! The Nightmare Slayer, now massive, zoomed forward. It flew in a huge arc and gave the Octo Lord a little love tap on the face. How was that taste? The demon screeched in pain when it hit. Huh, how dare you damage me? Xingu cheerfully asked for a review. So, how we feeling? Haha. The Octo Lord didn't say a word, just opened his mouth and sprayed a ton of black ink in Xingu's face. Xingu struggled in the pitch-black water, assessing the situation. That ain't normal ink, my eyes are burning. He shouted to his teammate. Boo-boo, we gotta bail. Now. Before Celicia could even start the engine, a tentacle ripped through the water toward them. Xingu turned back in panic, seeing the danger closing in. Thinking is slow, but reality hits fast. Xingu couldn't dodge and ate a brutal hit, coughing up blood. As soon as he fell off Celicia's back, the tentacle came back for seconds. Xingu opened his eyes and went pale, another hit. Ah, crap. He didn't hesitate to trigger his emergency escape skill. Xingu dragged Celicia and swam for his life away from the danger behind them. Didn't think he'd actually spray ink like a legit octopus. He looked down at his trembling arm with worry. Damn it, I can move properly. How am I supposed to fight like this? Chivay kept Arin here. Celicia whimpered softly. Xingu turned to check on his battered fish buddy. Lil bro, you looking pretty rough too, huh? The Octo Lord sent a mental compliment. Hey, your running skills are decent. He excitedly moved all his tentacles, weaving a net around them. But let's see how long you can run. What's the plan now? Xingu clenched his teeth, his brain doing mental math like crazy. I can take the L here. Gotta find a way. His mind was racing at turbo speed. Think, Xingu. Think of a counterplay. The Octo Lord wiggled his tentacles, taunting him. Guess this is game over. He swung a giant soft leg at the human-fish duo. I am ending this. Even with one eye shut, Celicia used every ounce of strength to dash away. Xingu had never struggled this hard. Dodging is a nightmare with these injuries. His insides and bones felt like they were ground into powder. He frantically fumbled through his inventory space. Need to heal up first. Finally, Xingu pulled out a health potion. He chugged it down without hesitation. Even after draining the bottle, he still felt empty. Ugh, is that it? I am too high level now, so regular potions barely do anything. Suddenly, his body shifted, making him freeze. Xingu felt a wave of heat rushing through his chest. Wait up. What is this? The mana in the potion was reacting with his own mana. The heat was growing stronger by the second. I never really paid attention to this before. His senses suddenly spiked, magnified like crazy. Wait, is this just me getting sharper with the ambient power because of how many times I've awakened? Xingu had a light bulb moment. If that is the case, this is my shot. Let us try remixing this potion with my mana. Two streams of mana, hot and cold, tangled together inside him. In a split second, a massive aura wrapped around Xingu. The light was blinding, it worked. Xingu let out a long roar, venting, like he was unleashing pure energy. The brilliant light exploded from him, illuminating the dark ocean like Times Square. The system picked the perfect moment to drop a notification. You have awakened resistance and cleansing power. Your mana has evolved and gained the holy attribute. Resonating with the energy, Celicia's injured eye healed up instantly. Xingu flexes his hand, checking out the fresh upgrade. He clenches a fist, hypes himself up, and screams, sweet. He gives his weapon a little spin. Okay, still barely standing, but I'm good. Time to get back in the ring. The Octo Freak, who's been totally ghosted this whole time, gets salty. Yo, what did you just pull? Xingu hits him with the disrespect. Like your small brain could comprehend. The boss goes full rage mode, spamming tridents at the little brat. You think a power-up stops me. He hurls a mana construct spear while trying to recruit him. Just bow down to the god, bro. Xingu isn't sweating this toy anymore. This old trick. He whistles for his ride. Yo, Cilia, man and fish, totally in sync. We tank this, hit head-on, we win. Octofreak tries to blind them with another ink bomb. Not happening. Surprise twist, Cilia doesn't dodge. She drifts right into the danger zone with Xingu on her back. His hand lights up like a lighthouse. Boom! That glow explodes into a massive pillar of light. It's like a flashbang right in Octofreak's face, forcing him to shut his eyes. Xingu grins like a maniac, winding up his hammer. Knock knock. Too much glitz for Ye. He smashes the Night Slayer straight into the monster's eye socket. Here. Let me turn off the lights. Riding the momentum, Xingu raises the hammer again. Ain't done yet. Crunch. The Night Slayer slams into a tentacle, making the beast shriek like a banshee. It starts thrashing around wild. You dare touch a disciple of Ha, the Octofreak's golden pupils shrink into killer slits. Playtime s over kid. It flares out all 8 tentacles, trying to dunk on Xingu. Xingu didn't think the guy had that much creativity left. Die, the monster roars, shaking the whole map. It wraps its rubbery legs into a giant prison sphere, swallowing Xingu whole. Xingu's floating in the void like, seriously, octopus jail. What's the game plan here? Suddenly, the walls start twitching. Whoa, hold up. The Octofreak starts vibrating like a giant blender on max settings. Xingu feels his bones rattling. Is he trying to juice us? He grips the Night Slayer, dropping an F-bomb. Xingu smacks a tentacle wall. In your dreams, buddy. Even though the monster is coughing up blood, it talks trash. Go ahead, try to break out. Suddenly, Xingu clocks the dirty strategy. This slime ball knows I can one-shot him. He's just tanking hits until I run out of gas. Cilia chirps and starts glowing with his chill blue vibes. She shoots that light straight into him. He looks back, stuttering. You. Donating your own mana to me, Xingu gives Cilia a look. Look, I am the boss here. You don't gotta do that. She makes a sad sound. Oh, so you think just cause Yuri the sidekick, you gotta sacrifice yourself to boost my stats. Who taught you that hierarchy garbage? Mid-rant, Xingu has a brain blast. Wait, sharing is caring. He starts grinning, leaving Cilia totally confused with question marks floating over her head. Alright, I get it now. Good looking out, fam. Xingu flashes a thumbs up. Thanks to you, I've unlocked the logic. His eyes start flickering with power. Time for a mental DM to the squad. Yo, squad. All the shadow soldiers pause mid-grind. Even the chill dude sipping tea snaps his head back. The command echoes across the server. Get over here. Xingu pumps his hand. Merge time, streams of souls streak across the sky like shooting stars. Xingu's eyes go wide. He feels that red destiny rising up. Another dragon flashback. I am used to this weirdness. A crazy voice booms in the void, making red destiny turn around. Kale stomps forward, throwing shade. Why does a beast with your power choose to back down? The Dragon King claps back. I ain't backing down. This is just where the road took me. Yuri the psycho for not seeing that. Kale sneers. Ha! Everyone's gonna roast you, calling you a coward, a bug who fled the war. Xingu looks up, unbothered. A bug. Huh. Label me whatever you want. I'm still a dragon, and I vibe with the underground. Red Destiny's eyes narrow, dropping some wisdom. Everything starts from the dirt. He floats up, and one day, we touch the sky. Kale loses it at this nonsense. You think I won't smack you right back down? You're just gonna shrivel up and die under the surface sun. Red Destiny spreads his massive wings. Nobody remembers me now. He flexes his claws, full of grit. But just wait until the day I remind them exactly who I am. Kale squints, looking shady. Is that a fact? The old man fades into the clouds, dropping a wee LC. Red Destiny flaps hard, dissolving into stardust. As he merges with the cosmos, he whispers, a new seed will sprout from the ashes of destruction. Xingu snaps out of the dream, sweating. He looks down, his hand is a straight-up razor claw now. Did the merge work? He feels the power surge. Jackpot. The Octodemon is sweating bullets, stuttering. How? How did a scrub like you? Xingu floats over, feeling generous enough to explain. Just borrowed a little juice from the boys. Wasn't he sure I could pull it off? But hey, we move. He acts cool, but inside, Xingu's heart is doing backflips. The adrenaline steadies him. I can hold this form until I wreck him. The Night Slayer looks tiny in his mutated hand. The Octodemon tries to regain composure. It's pointless. But then the hammer starts vibing, glowing with a golden aura. In a split second, the Night Slayer gets a legendary skin upgrade. System notifications spam the air, Night Slayer attributes boosted. Rank S+, C+, C. Holy weapon scaling with owner. Xingu whispers the command, gigantification. The weapon expands into a behemoth fitting his grip. Octo Freak's eyes bug out. Xingu dashes in, snatching a tentacle. Too late to cry now, he lets out a war cry and winds up the slam. All that power dumps into the hammer. Wham, a critical hit right to the dome. The monster's round head caves in like a soda can. Face twisted in agony, the Octo Demon glares at Xingu with pure salt. It flails and leaps back. You think getting bigger makes you a winner? Xingu isn't flinching. He roars, ready for round 2. Xingu brings the hammer down again. Thunderclap, strike, combo skill activated, infinite bonk. The giant squid body crashes into the seabed. The Octo Demon is twitching, totally wrecked. Its disintegrating eye sheds a tear. Heath, it gurgles. Sinking into the abyss, it tries to get the last word. I won. Forgive. Xingu looks down, unimpressed. Blah blah blah. Sore loser. Poof, Xingu shrinks back to normal just as the timer runs out. System, congrats, you gain 46 levels. All resistance is buffed, especially ice. But the skill tree unlock notification is what really drops his jaw. Dragon Sense, level 8. Dragon Fear, level 13. Chaos Tail, level 7. Chaos Wings, level 3. Chaos Scales, level 9. Courage, level 15. Soul Domination, level 15. Punishment, level 83. Taming, level 15. Has reading the screen, lips trembling. 46 levels in one go. That Octo guy was stacked, but he reads the fine print about light of truth piercing the heart and bursts into satisfied laughter. Jackpot. Yeah, I got it. He scratches his head, looking at the carcass in the trench. This is why grinding feels weird sometimes. Suddenly, footsteps approach from behind. Master. It's Biss, being dragged along by Celia. I heard the call, but I didn't know you were bringing the whole guild. That was a savage fight. Xingu turns. Oh, you guys circled back after I split. Biss nods. Yeah, and those levels. Insane. There isn't a human on Earth who can touch you now. Xingu keeps his eyes on the deep, dark ocean. True. But no time for a nap yet. Things are about to get critical. He stares at the frozen Octo Demon corpse, sensing something off. I honestly still have zero clue why that thing was chilling here. Biss says it as for security or whatever, but hey, a win is a win. You were not lying, though that freak of nature was way tankier than we thought. I was just plotting how to drag this carcass home for parts when boom, something shiny on the 8C Devil's noggin caught my eye. I was like, huh, what is that glowing thing? Next second, this glowing crystal thingy bursts out of the corpse and floats up. The system interface pops up like a text message. You receive a Heath fragment. Sweet talk about hitting the jackpot. Took forever to grind for this drop. I reached out, doing the come here finger wiggle. See, mere buddy. I promise I'm nice. Once it got close, I realized this fragment was massive, like the size of the monster itself, but it stopped halfway. I'm standing there confused until I see Celia. She's staring at the loot with literal heart eyes, drooling like a kid in a candy shop. Then, zoom, she dives straight for the head of fragment. She starts nuzzling it like a giant pillow. I am totally space-faced. Celia is vibing so hard she ignores my calls. Biss breaks the silence, deadpan as always. The fragment chose her. Probably cause they were both weirdly similar. I am still processing, but I nod. Guess so. That is wild. I step closer, checking out Celia's sparkly eyes. All right, girl, if you want it that bad, it's all yours. But first, I gotta handle business. I scan the fragment, it's radiating insane holy energy. I sat down in front of Celia and told her, hold up, I need to purify this bad boy first. Might sting a little, so grit your teeth. I closed my eyes, zoning in. Deep in the dark ocean of my mind, I could hear Heath's voice trying to slide into my DMs. Come here, child of the sea. Join me. I let out a dry laugh. Yeah, right. I folded my arms, calling out the scam. Nice try, lady. I know you were just trying to poach Boo-Boo for your own team. Time to troll the goddess. Sorry to burst your bubble, but she likes me more. I powered up my arm, whispered a quick apology, then blasted a massive wave of energy into the fragment, screaming, "Be gone." Thought Celia twitched like she touched a live wire. Then she started thrashing her tail, shouting "Boo-Boo." I grinned, it's working. Suddenly, a slender hand pops out of the light. Next thing I know, there's a whole human girl standing there, rocking a whale necklace. Mission accomplished, I cheered. Celia looked down, checking out her new skin. Biss floated over, actually sounding impressed. She leveled up big time. I can feel the power radiating off her. Can I get an upgrade too? Biss asked. I gave her the side eye. Bro, do you know how hard it is to find holy fragments? I almost got deleted for this one. But if I find another, I got you. I grinned, patting myself on the back. Great hustle, team. Since I almost died, I am officially taking a vacation from fighting. Biss interrupted. Boss, it would be cooler if you didn't jinx us mid-sentence. I pouted. Okay, fair point. I scratched my head, laughing like a goofball, acting like the season finale just aired. But of course, footsteps approached, ruining my main character moment. One of my shadow soldiers saluted nervously. Yo, boss. Sorry to interrupt, but we got a situation. I snapped back to reality. Spit it out. What's wrong? He stuttered. Well, the boys and I were helping out in that massive raid. We were throwing hands, total chaos. But then you summoned us all back here right at the climax. Hold up. I cut him off. You were fighting monsters, the ghost nodded. Yeah, with Eligo against some otherworldly beasts. Since we vanished, they were probably getting wrecked right now. I facepalmed so hard it echoed. I am such a noob, I totally forgot to leave a garrison with Eligo. Biss tried to chill me out. Eligo is a tank, he'll be fine. But we gotta roll. My vacation plans evaporated instantly. I let out a heavy sigh. Man, I really wanted a nap. But leaving the old guy hanging isn't exactly professional. I patted Celia's head. Boo-boo, you take the loot back home. Feast on that calamari with your friends. She shook her head violently, going boo-boo boo-boo. Ha, you want to ride with me and leave the snack behind? She looked determined. I laughed. All right, stubborn. If you read that eager for action, let us bounce. Celia beamed and cheered. Meanwhile, in a clearing deep in the jungle, it was total mayhem. Dust everywhere. Bam, a massive claw tore up the earth. Eligo was going berserk, roaring and kicking enemies like a martial arts master. His raw power sent monsters flying. He whipped his head around, assessing the mess. Pure chaos. Zar ran up, clutching his trident, panting like a dog. Master Eligo, you good. Chi. Zar spat on the ground. I knew it. That human was sketchy from day one. He bailed on us. Eligo stayed calm. Chill out. That's not what happened. Gugu wouldn't have snake us. He probably had an emergency. He leaned in close to Zar. Instead of bad-mouthing him, figure out how to flip this losing battle. Zar started sweating bullets. Squeak. Not far away, a flaming claw stepped forward. Look at you, all alone now that your ghost buddies ghosted you. Garrett stared them down, trying to play mind games. It's not too late to switch teams, boys. Pledge allegiance to the earth god Yugo, and we'll call it even. Eligo roared back, in your dreams I ain. T serving some greedy, power-hungry deity. Garrett's eyes flared up. Stupid move, rejecting my mercy. He flexed, and massive boulders started floating up from the ground. Guess I gotta do this the hard way. Stones swirled around Garrett like a tornado. He reared up on his hind legs, screeching. Witness the greatness of Yugo and die instantly. A hail of rocks fired at them like a machine gun. Eligo wasn't about to just take it. He roared and launched himself forward. Using the flying rocks like parkour steps, he vaulted into the air and dived bombs straight at Garrett. You think pebble throwing scares me? Garrett smirked, showing a mouthful of red. Confident little bug, he stood tall to tank the hit. But you were celebrating way too early, pal. Boom. The impact was like a nuke going off. The whole forest shook. Zar watched, shaking in his boots. What a hit, Eligo landed, still seeing stars from the recoil. But his spidey senses tingled. He snapped his eyes open, rolled back, and dug his claws into the dirt to break. He looked up, totally confused. I nailed him, but he barely flinched. Dude should be hurting. Garrett curled his leg, sounding amused. Interesting. He spoke slowly, savoring it. You were not weak. I'll give you that. Garrett's aura surged like a tidal wave. Eligo narrowed his eyes, doing the math. He's tougher than I thought. If I don't stop him here, my squad is toast. While Eligo was lost in thought, Garrett screamed, snapping him out of it. I can read you like a book. Time to say your prayers. Suddenly, a weird light appeared in the sky like a UFO. Both of them looked up, stunned. Whoosh. The light dive-bombed Garrett, blindsiding him before he could react. Garrett hit the dirt, growling in pure rage and embarrassment. Eligo squinted at the light and gasped. Wait, is that? It was Xing, charging in like a superhero. Gugu Xing stuck the superhero landing, watching Garrett writhe around trying to fight off the light beam. Eligo looked like he just won the lottery. Kept you waiting. Xing grinned. Sorry, I borrowed your army without asking. Eligo waved it off. Dude, seriously, who cares? It's all good. I knew you had a plan. Perfect timing, bro. Just then, a roaring engine cut through the noise. It was Biss pulling up in style. Maybe he just finished beating up that octopus, Biss quipped, with Celia riding shotgun on the back. She looked at Eligo, bored. This fight looks lame compared to the last one, boss. Eligo's jaw dropped, the spirit general. Meanwhile, Garrett was flattened like a pancake by the light beam, moaning in pain. Finally, his arm flopped to the ground. K.O. Boom. The monster finally dusted, spitting out a glowing rock. A system notification popped up. Yugo fragment acquired. Xing snatched the stone, squeezing it with a grin. Sweet loot. 2 shards in 1 day. It's not exactly god tier like the Sea Devil drop, but hey, it's playable. Eligyu watched the boss drop dead instantly and looked at Xing like he was a celebrity. You one-shot him, bro. Yuri cracked. Xing smirked, feeling himself a little. You know it. But he quickly snapped back to reality, glancing forward. Hold the applause, though. Garrett is toast, but we can tease slack off yet. The trash mobs were still fighting hard, showing zero signs of quitting. Seeing the chaos, Xing shouted, Yo, let's speedrun this cleanup. Eligyu, annoyed by the lingering enemies, nodded immediately. Facts. Let's roll. Yuri right, let's go. Suddenly, Xing checked the glowing tattoo on his hand and activated a skill. Summoning jutsu, he yelled, Squad up, get out here. Instantly, a heavy-duty platoon spawned in. Xing pointed forward like a general. Wipe 'em out, boys. Biss snapped to attention immediately. Say less, boss. Yes, master. She swung her blade, commanding the troops. Soul Army, let's clear the map. Make it quick. The enemy monsters were caught lacking, totally confused by the noise. Before they could even react, Xing's crew rushed in, turning them into XP. Screams echoed everywhere. Xing cracked his knuckles, hyped up. All right, let's get this party started. Celia watched the battle, vibing with the violence. Buzz buzz. Hearing the noise, Eligyu finally noticed the little guy and frowned. Hold up, who has the shorty? Eligyu squinted, analyzing the vibes. His energy signature says monster, but why S? He looking like a human, Xing shrugged, giving a lazy explanation. Huh, oh, little bro just wants to cosplay as me. Eligy's jaw dropped. That's it, just for the aesthetic, dang, I want in. Before he could finish, Celia was pointing forward, blabbering excitedly. Xing sighed, playing translator. He says shut up and fight. Xing grabbed his weapon, signaling the team. Let's go. Time to show these creeps why the Earth server is hardcore. The 3 of them rushed in like a raid team. Xing was instantly in the zone, syncing perfectly with the chaotic rhythm of the battle. Celia and Eligyu were matching his energy, absolutely tearing it up. Celia was spamming hammer attacks left and right. Eligyu went full beast mode, literally biting necks like a savage. The soldiers were stacking bodies. Xing was swinging a hammer the size of a Tesla truck, smashing everything in sight. It was an absolute grind fest. After a while, Xing slammed his hammer into the ground with a thud. He stepped on a mob's corpse, looking out at the battlefield with a satisfied grin. That's the last of them, right? With the battle over, Eligyu looked at him with pure respect. Yo, thanks for the carry. Serious. The Earth Monster Alliance is solid because of you. Xing waved it off. Don't mention it. But hey, aren't you going to tell your crew something? The monsters went silent, staring at Xing like fans waiting for an autograph. Eligyu looked like he just had a light bulb moment, grinning ear to ear. True that, he waved his weird arm, booming in his cow-like voice. Listen up, Earth Warriors. You guys defended the turf with blood and sweat today. Total MVPs, Eligyu stood on a high rock, giving his victory speech. We got the W, but the Ops Haven T surrendered yet. Eligyu caught Xing's vibe instantly, so we give him 0 chances. Mission accomplished. Biss started grumbling in the back, but the monster mob roared in response. Squad up, let's finish this. They were so hyped they might act up and start a monster kingdom. Xing thought, amused. Not a bad idea, honestly. Strong allies. Eligyu spun around. Also, I gotta hook you up with a reward. The minions dragged out Garrett's carcass. Eligyu nodded. Take the body. You humans love crafting gear out of this stuff. Right, it's all yours. Xing looked at it, thinking for a second. Appreciate it. This looks like top-tier crafting material. But before he even grabbed the loot, his brain started buffering. Wait, maybe I should craft some new armor for Arin, he mumbled. Suddenly, it hit him. Oh snap, Xing remembered Seiha and Arin were still waiting for him. Had been away from keyboard way too long. He panicked, deactivating his glowing aura. I am so dead. They were gonna kill me. Thanks for everything, but I got a dip. Eligyu looked surprised. Huh, he tried to grab Xing. Bro, wait, we gotta celebrate, the after party. But Xing zoomed off. Eligyu sighed. I just wanted the tutorial on how to unlock that human skin. Suddenly, Sarah stepped out of the shadows, smirking. Hey, maybe you should. Learn to keep it real with yourself first. If you like someone, just slide into their DMs. Be direct. Eligyu turned tomato red. Shut your mouth and clean up this mess. Back at the safe house, the door creaked open. Arin and Seiha jumped up immediately. Xing walked in, having quickly changed into casual civilian clothes, looking guilty. Yo, Sorry I am late. Traffic was killer. Both of them yelled. You back, Seha, and Arin ran over, looking relieved. Thank God you didn't get wrecked. Sing scratched his head, acting humble. Haha, honestly, pure luck. Arin beamed. You the goat, zing. Seha was geeking out. Bro, I wasn't even surprised. That was the sea devil. How did you even cheese that boss? Xing exhaled loudly. Man, it's a whole saga, if I start explaining. A few minutes later, after the lore dump, Seha went into deep thought mode. Whoa, I didn't know the skill combo worked like that. Seha looked guilty. My bad for not dropping the intel earlier. Xing glanced around the room, nervous. I'm definitely about to get an earful from Arin, he thought. But Arin was quiet. She was giving him the icy death stare. Xing gulped. I am so cooked. She is not vibing. Finally, Arin spoke. Contrary to his panic, she smiled. It's cool. I get it. Xing blinked, totally confused. Huh, no cap. Her reaction was suspicious. Wait, he panicked internally. There's no way she has actually chill. She definitely gave up on me, Xing thought. Disaster mode. He tried to explain, reaching out, but his brain froze. He was stuttering like a total noob. Who? I. Arin saw him sweating and laughed. Relax. It's standard gameplay. You made the meta play in a crisis. No biggie. Yeah, she's definitely furious, Xing decided. I need massive damage control. Then, a brilliant idea popped into his head. He blurted out, Look, you don't need to worry. I teleported everyone because splitting the party is dangerous. Solo queue is a nightmare, right? But now that we've become one, it won't happen again. Arin's face turned bright red. Excuse me, become one. Flustered, her fist auto-locked onto Xing's face. POW. What are you even saying? Mortified, she rage quit the conversation. Good night, and she bolted out of the room. Xing stood there, rubbing his face. What did I do? Xing asked. Seha, trying to save the vibe, stepped in. Girls. Man. They just don't get the beauty of a unit merge. That is a guy thing. Xing pointed a finger. Facts. Fusion equals power scaling. Seha fist pumped. Exactly. Biss sighed loudly from the corner, judging them hard. Anyway, Biss interrupted. What about the loot? Xing snapped out of his daze. Oh, right. I'm gonna craft some sick armor with that and the giant dog pelt. Seha's eyes lit up. For me too. Even though I was basically useless, the room felt too small suddenly. Xing opened the door. Let's walk and talk. I need fresh air. She was down for it instantly. Bet I'm totally in the mood to see some cute stuff. So the squad of 4 headed outside. Ruda was straight up vibing, sipping coconut water like she was on vacation in Miami. Xingu walked up, saw her chilling, and roasted her immediately. Wow, living your best life, huh? Then he switched to interrogation mode. Yo, what are you doing in front of Beto's crib? That's when Ruda finally realized she had company. Once she clocked who it was, her jaw dropped. Yo, you back already. She jumped up and sprinted toward him, totally hype. Jesus, just thinking about that giant, nasty monster hiding underground gives me the creeps. Xingu looked at her, suspicious. How do you know about that? You stalking us or something? He thought she was coming in for a hug. Psyche. She swerved right past him to explain. I pieced the clues together using Hethia's power. Seriously though, you actually solved a major problem. She started patting his head like a puppy, looking at him with pure admiration. That thing was definitely S-tier dangerous. Yet you clapped it and leveled up. Xingu kept it cool. Yep. After messing with his hair, Ruda switched to pinching Celia's chubby cheeks. She just wouldn't shut up. Hethia is top-tier powerful, so taking down the Octo boss is a massive W. By the way, do you even know what Hethia actually is? Xingu looked blank. He didn't get where she was going with this. What are you trying to say? Nobody asked, but Ruda started dropping lore anyway. Hethia isn't like the other deities you've found so far. They're basically a remix, a collection of several gods. Xingu looked at her, confused. Like my current setup, Ruda floated over to him gently to break it down. Nah, your case is different. The gods that make up Hethia still keep their original personalities and vibes. Xingu crossed his arms. So, I'm in the Pro Max version. Ruda stayed patient. Not exactly. Since they can fully merge into one, that's actually why they can easily spawn monstrosities like the Octo boss. It was created by fusing and stitching together the powers of the gods inside Hethia. Listening to her, he pictured model kits. So, like a jigsaw puzzle, Ruda finally snapped her fingers. Bingo! Anyway, sending something that massive to Earth definitely nerfed Hethia, and it messed up Earth too. Their voices kept echoing outside Beto's place. Hethia hurt themselves. Why go that hard? Xingu started walking away. Ruda floated after him, dropping truth bombs on the fly. Of course they had to. The reason is standing right here. She looked him dead in the eye. It's you. They figured Earth deserved a monster that cracked because you are here. Xingu was shook. How do you know all that tea? Wait, did you know the Octo boss was gonna spawn? Ruta shrugged. Of course not. I am just built different, high IQ. Then she got all mysterious. By the way, personal question for the fam. Why didn't you tame that beast? You didn't want to flex your new skill. Xingu caught her drift instantly. You talking about Eligu? Nah. Having them as allies is enough. I just want to help Eli hit his goals. Ruta got up close, staring him down. So it's not because it feels kinda sus to control a sentient being. But don't forget, you've been controlling and manipulating things from day one. Hearing her call him out like that, Xingu had to give her props. This kid is too sharp. He quickly went into threat mode. Ha, none of your business. Cut it out unless you want me to tame you myself. Despite his salty attitude, Ruta didn't flinch. She covered her face, acting shy. Me, I am not mentally prepared for that kind of commitment. Seeing her acting so extra, Xingu was speechless. He finally snapped. Get lost. Ruta skipped away happily. Later. Once she dipped, Xingu went inside. He addressed the crew. All right, that is a wrap for today. He switched topics. Beto says the mats are top tier, so the crafted gear is going to be fire. Biss immediately trolled him. You mean we should thank Beto? Right, boss. Seeing that look, Xingu answered awkwardly. Obviously. After handling everything, Xingu let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, time to chill. Go get some rest, guys. The meeting adjourned, and everyone split. Peace out. Xingu stood there, keeping his customer service smile plastered on as he watched them go. Once everyone bailed, his mood crashed. Walking into his room, he overthought everything. I bet she's still salty about it. Xingu sighed out all his stress. Being captain is no joke. After a long night, the sun finally popped out. The morning rays hit the room, waking Xingu up. Morning already, he sat up but froze when he felt an arm wrapped around him. Turns out it was Celia, sleeping so hard he was drooling. Xingu patted his head, affectionately annoyed. Geez, this kid clings like duct tape, even though I gave him his own room. Just then, a hesitant knock echoed. Before Xingu could react, Arin walked in. Breakfast time. He was putting on a shirt and turned around. Seeing her soft smile, he realized she seemed over the drama. Xingu blurted out, "You have." Just those two words made Arin jump like she'd been tased. I have what I slept in my own room last night. Okay. Hearing that, Xingu had a million question marks floating above his head. He scratched his head, totally lost. I honestly have zero clue what you were talking about. I just wanted to apologize for last night. My wording was a bit trash. Arin looked awkward, stuttering. The thing. Finally, she cleared her throat to break the cringe silence. It's seriously fine now. If anything, I should apologize for punching you in the face. Xingu relaxed. For real, thank God. By the way, what were you rambling about earlier? Arin blushed and made up a lame excuse to bail. Okay, breakfast time. I left the stove on. Gotta run. Waking up to that chaos left Xingu standing there looking dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? When the squad gathered, the table was stacked with steaming hot food. Xingu sat down, jaw on the floor. You cooked all this yourself. Arin pulled out a chair. Consider it a reward for your grind. Seha grabbed chopsticks and started chatting. The last few weeks were insane. Doing nothing feels weird now. Xingu reminisced. We really did knock out a lot of objectives. Then he dropped the game plan. After this mini vacation, I am planning to hit up another world. Biss looked confused. Didn't you tell Eligu you'd come back to see them? Is there a reason we rebouncing? Xingu didn't hide anything. It's great that the monsters on Earth are cooperating, but there's a glitch. He cut to the chase. Humans are going to be hostile because monsters are different. That's why I figure I need to teach Eligu English. Xingu turned to Celia, who was stuffing his face. Boo-boo, same goes for you, kiddo. Someday you will have to talk to humans as the rep for the aqua monsters. Sehe got curious. So you retrying to boost the monsters' political rep first? He shook his head. Nope. Xingu's eyes went cold, his voice serious. There's something way more critical. His intense face made everyone nervous. More critical. Xingu jumped up and whipped out a blue sphere. Yeah, I need to beta test the new Infinity Bounce Ball. The system popped up. Infinity Reflex Ball Rank A. Power 500 to 3,500. Trait Mana Drain. High Elasticity. Hardens on impact and absorbs target S blood and magic. Reading the stats, Seha's eyes popped out. Isn't he that attack power a little overkill for a rebound ball? Xingu broke it down. Remember those demon mobs we ran into in the London dungeon? I farmed them to buff this ball. They were all over level 250, so the upgrade stats make sense. He held the ball up to hype everyone up. Who's hyped for the return of the reflex ball drill? Arin didn't care. She was busy destroying some cookies. Seeing the kids staring at them, she offered, "You want a bite, kid?" Suddenly, Seha's eyes went full beast mode, burning with determination. Dude was literally Matrix dodging the ball as path. I can see everything now. Just then, the ding-ding system dropped a notification. Seha just unlocked a sick new support skill. The visual clone started clapping like crazy. Nailed it. Xing snatched the ball out of the air. "Yosha, you finally unlocked that vision skill." "Huh." Then he turned to Bis, looking totally hyped. At the exact same time, Ka unlocked her time and sensory skills. These guys are speed, running their progress. It's only been a few days. The training room was absolutely littered with practice spheres. Seiya tried to be humble, like, "Still not on your level, bro." But Sing just laughed it off, soaking up the praise. "Man, I already maxed out my dragon senses and that battlefield war cry." Suddenly, the door gets kicked open. Sarai the squirrel bursts in yelling. "Emergency in the village." Fam Sing kept his cool. "Yo squirrel, what's the tea?" But Sarai was sweating buckets, totally freaking out. Finally, he spills the beans. "A woman is having a baby." That news hit the room like a bomb. "Wait, what? You mean Mona?" The squad sprinted to the village, Sing leading the pack. He ran into the guy out front, breathless. "Simon, what's the sitch?" Simon looked shocked to see him. "Boss, you actually came." Xing didn't hesitate. "Duh, of course I'm here." Simon looked like he was about to cry, tears of joy. "Thanks, boss." Since they couldn't go in yet, Simon gave them the lowdown. Neo and the merchant were already inside assisting. Arin stepped up, all serious. "I should go in." "Me the healer, remember?" They nodded and let her pass. Bond stood by, trying to keep the vibes chill. "Meds are prepped. I taught them everything I know." As the village chief, he gave a formal nod. "Thanks, man. I bet that kid's gonna be built like a tank." But then, Sing's spidey senses started tingling. "Hold up." He focused his aura and turned to the crew. "I'm picking up a new life signal from inside the house. Gotta be the baby." Simon was shaking like a leaf, stammering. "You can sense that is Mona, okay?" He tried to stay positive, but suddenly, Sing's face went dead serious. "Wait, this energy signature is glitching out. It's not just one signal. And it's way too OP for a normal newborn." Bis chimed in, suspicious. "Think the mutation affected the next gen already." Sar cut in, "Bro, the boss is on another level. Nothing surprises me anymore." Simon, hearing all this supernatural talk, while his wife was in labor, started panic spiraling. "I have no idea what you nerds are saying. Just go in." He slammed the door open, screaming before he even crossed the threshold. "Mona," he was terrified. "Is everyone good?" What he saw made his jaw hit the floor. Mona was holding two tiny, red bundles. Simon stared at the crying babies, brain buffering. Twins, a second later, Sing rushed in. "Yo, Mona, you good?" The rest of the squad filed in. Status report, Mona beamed at them. "Thanks to the boss, they're both safe." She looked at the babies with heart eyes. "My two little girls." Arin dropped the serious talk. "Sing, you feel that too, right? Their mana levels are absolutely cracked. If you awakened your powers as a baby, this is exactly what it would feel like." Xing frowned. "Yeah, that's what's bugging me. How do two newborns spawn with infinite mana?" Bis raised a hand from the back. "I've got a theory." Xing gave her the go-ahead. Bis' eyes went sharp. "It's the environment. This village looks chill, but it's basically ground zero for your energy radiation, boss." Bis dropped the truth bomb on the terrified parents. "Even if the parents are normies, hanging around you means there's a high drop rate for superpowered babies." She kept going. "So, if we apply that logic to when you and Arin finally hooked up." Arin saw where this was going and immediately smacked Bis in the back of the head. Arin turned beet red, yelling, "Shut your mouth." Seha nodded, laughing. "Haha, yeah, definitely your fault, boss." Then he turned to Arin, "Chill out, girl." While Sing tried to play it cool, Mona asked for a favor. "Boss, if you're cool with it, could you bless them?" Sing blinked, confused. "Huh, a blessing." "Me bless them," Bon explained the village lore. "She wants you to officially accept them as part of the tribe." Finally, it clicked for Sing. He wasn't totally sure, but he nodded, looking a bit shy. "If it helps their stats in the future, sure." Suddenly, a soft light glowed from Sing, making everyone's jaw drop. Arin gasped, "Xing." That energy. Even Rutta stared, mesmerized. "You really leveled up to this tier." Xing gently placed his right hand on the twins' heads. Weirdly, the babies stopped crying instantly. Dead silence. A divine glow pulsed from his hand, sealing the deal. Ding. The system notification popped up. "You have blessed the infants with holy power." The twins immediately developed unique traits. Mona felt it first. Whoa, what was that? They feel so warm now. Xing rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I just shared some holy power. It's baked into their skill tree now. They're basically immune to physical and magical damage. Tank build complete. Simon burst into tears and Bear hugged him. Dude, thank you. I can't believe you went that hard for us. Xing tried to wiggle out of the hug. Yo, chill. It's fine. Don sweated. Internally, he was screaming. This is my first time acting like a real village chief. I have no idea what I am doing. He waved at the couple. Anyway, we're dipping. Mona needs to recharge. The parents bowed deep. Thanks again. Come hang out whenever you want, boss. I'll swing by later, Xing promised. Mission accomplished, the squad headed out. Xing slumped onto a bench, exhaling. Man, that was a plot twist. He grinned at Arin. They aren't even my kids, but that felt awesome. Arin smiled back. Definitely a core memory unlocked. Then she got curious. By the way, what was that ability? Felt super familiar. Xing kept it 100. Pretty sure that was holy power. Arin nodded. She knew it. Suddenly, her mood crashed. Great. Now you control holy power too. My entire role in this party just became obsolete. Xing shut that down fast. What? No way. This is totally different from your kit. Xing looked at the glowing energy on his hand. Mine is built for fighting gods, not healing HP. It's useless for support. He locked eyes with her. That is why I still need you. Arin's heart skipped a beat. Thump. She turned tomato red. For real, she looked away, shy. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll stick around. Sarai watched them flirting and rolled his eyes. Geez, humans are so cringe. Why the drama? Just hook up already, Seha elbowed him. Dude, watch it. You saw what happened to Ka earlier, right? Okay, I take it back. Xing finally noticed the squirrel was still loitering. Yo, squirrel, you still here. The squirrel stood tall. I got a DM from Lord Eligu. I didn't get a notification. Xing looked puzzled. What's the message? The Lord wants to learn human. That was the second win of the day. Xing grinned. Looks like we're on the same wavelength. He stood up, stretching. Perfect timing. I just finished my grinding session. They looked toward the mountains, seeing a bright future. Xing yelled, let's roll. After a long trek, they reached the cave entrance. Xing paused. Whoa, this place got a massive expansion update. Sarai nodded. Lord Eligu has been power leveling. All the monsters on Earth are gathering here. Xing nodded. Makes sense. Heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness. Eligu stepped out, looking majestic. Welcome back to the server, friends. Xingu waved casually. Yo, what's good? The tiger kept it 100. Chilling, but looks like you brought the whole squad. Didn't expect that. Arin's spidey senses started tingling, making her instantly salty. Hold up, is that a tigress? Why am I getting major red flags right now? Xingu didn't have mind-reading hacks, so he was clueless. He gestured to introduce them, realized I gotta use every cheat code I can find. But before he could finish, Eligu folded. Alright, fine. Guess I am out of options. That comment low-key triggered Arin, her voice dripping with venom. I am really not vibing with that chunky cat-ass face right now. Seha laughed nervously, trying to defuse the bomb. Haha, girl, you were about to blow a fuse. Luckily, no hands were thrown, and they sat down for a serious study session. Celicia was even riding piggyback on Eligu, completely ignoring Set's yelling. For the next few days, Seha played teacher to the animals, and everyone was grinding hard. The result. A few days later, Eligu could finally stumble through I am a tiger. It sounded a bit rough, like a dial-up connection, but understandable for a white tiger. Xingu pondered for a hot minute. He judged the pronunciation was a bit cringe, but admitted, you leveled up, though. Hearing that, the tiger let out a sigh of relief. Human language is way harder than I thought. Low-key jelly of the kid. Boo-boo. I wish I had a human skin like him. Eligu looked for validation from Xingu. You agree with me, right bro? Don't you think that would make spitting bars easier? Xingu hesitated. Not necessarily. The tiger tried to convince him. But if I had a look like Boo-boo, wouldn't sliding into the DMs be easier? That made him stop and think deep. But then Xingu remembered Raz's words. So, is it not about the bad vibes when controlling something sus? But don't forget, you've been the puppet master of other things since day one. He suddenly turned to stare at Eligu, making the tiger shy. Do I have spinach in my teeth? Xingu found it too complicated to explain, so he just shook his head and sighed. Nah, just overthinking some stuff. Saying that would just go over Eligu's head anyway. Let's shelve the drama. He decided, anyway, let's get back to the main quest. Even though the tiger was confused as heck, he just went with the flow. Bet. Eligu stood at the cave entrance, looking down bad. Phew, time to dip. But I still haven't figured out how to unlock the human skin. He glanced over at Celicia. Guess I'll spend the rest of my life hating on the kid. Celicia started low-key panicking when he sensed Eligu's toxic vibes. Boo boo. But then the tiger tried to cope. But if this is the monster life, I guess it's fine. Eligu sighed, accepting the L. Suddenly, Celicia jumped up, hands on hips in protest. Boo boo did he startle the tiger. He looked at Eligu with dead serious energy. Boo 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 was all animal talk, so Eligu's eyes popped out at Celicia's wild idea. Hold up, what do you mean? Wouldn't he that just crashed the server? Celicia nodded aggressively. Boo boo. Then Celicia gave a thumbs up, signaling the deal was sealed. Boo boo. Eligu thought it over and decided to full send it. All right. Mind made up, he was ready to commit to the bit. If you say so, I'll give it a shot. Just as they finished chatting, Xingu walked out of the cave, here to say peace out with the crew. There you guys are. I came to say goodbye. Even though he prepped himself, Eligu still felt the blues. You dipping already? Xingu replied casually. Yeah, your English is pretty Gucci now. The tiger didn't want to face reality. Got it. You re-logging off. Xingu filled him in on the roadmap. I am planning to hop to another server in case anything happens to Earth while I am away from keyboard. Eligu cut him off. Next time you slide through, I am gonna have a whole monster kingdom built. That idea sounds fresh, but if you redetermined, I am with it. Huh, cool. Sounds like it has potential. Eligu flexed his future strength, and I am sure you're gonna be OP too. Xingu wasn't 100% sure, but hoped so. Yeah, no cap. The tiger hesitated a bit before continuing. If that is the case, Eligu gathered all his courage to scream. Next time we link up, I am challenging you to a 1v1 Xingu's brain buffered with ... because he never saw that coming. A battle. The tiger nervously clawed deep grooves into the ground. You gotta know, I value power. You re the most cracked entity I know, Eligu explained. Right now, we re on opposite sides, so while I respect you, I want to surpass you. Xingu thought for a few seconds. That your final answer. Blue spiritual energy flared up around the tiger, showing his determination. Yeah, and when the time comes, loser gives everything to the winner. Xingu sighed and agreed. Bet. If you really serious about this. Respecting Eligu's wish, the tiger felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Thanks for accepting my challenge. Fighting spirit burned in Eligu's eyes. I am hyped for that day. Xingu clapped back confidently. Make sure you get swole by then. Xingu's squad left, leaving Eligu feeling cringe. He grabbed his head and groaned. Loser gives everything to the winner. Did I just say that? Isn't that a bit extra? Eligu whined helplessly, so embarrassing. A minion looked at his king. How did you manage to say those lines so smoothly? Even for you, that guy is way too OP. Eligu blushed hard, explaining, I got my reasons. In his head, he thought about the secret pact with Celicia. According to Boo Boo, the kid's words echoed in his mind. Why don't you challenge him? And when you take the L, you become his. Celicia added. After all, I got this human skin after I became his lil bro. The kid hyped him up. You can do it too, King. That is why I did it. It's the best play I had. 4D chess move. He thought, that way I can work under the human I respect and obviously snag that human skin. Eligu roared to hype himself up. This little bit of cringe is nothing. Meanwhile, Xingu's group had returned. He told everyone, actually surprised me, but low-key glad we can finally touch grass and rest. Arin was salty on Xingu's behalf. What's up with that challenge? I knew that Tiger was shady. However, she was secretly happy. But I did enjoy the vacation dates we had here. Guess a little R&R once in a while isn't bad, Seiya excitedly suggested. So, we heading straight to the next world now? Xingu nodded. Yeah, spent a lot of time grinding English with Eligu. Pack your bags, fam. He suddenly turned to Celicia. Also, you need to head back to the ocean. The kid made a puppy face to guilt-trip Xingu. Boo boo. But Xingu just patted Celicia's head, standing firm. That cute face won't work twice. Eligu runs the turf, but the sea monsters are yours. I already mapped out your path. For our future, you gotta go back. The faster you conquer the ocean, the longer we can hang here. Hearing that, Celicia's face lit up. Boo boo. Just then, Biss walked in. Boss, Yuri back. Xingu looked up, a bit confused. Yeah, she's been waiting forever for this moment. We waited for you to check the new drip. Xingu shouted in surprise. Beto, he walked excitedly to the boy. You finished the armor, can I see it? No reason to say no. Of course. Biss handed the armor box over. Here you go, and don't forget BA's contribution. The boy replied cheerfully. Obviously, I'd never forget the homie. Xingu excitedly popped the lid. Let us see. His eyes went wide looking at the loot inside. According to the system, this thing was the Origin Scream, rank S+, defense 7,200, Earth attribute, special trait. As long as you stand on the ground, you won't fall. The armor was made from insane materials. Just wearing it makes you unshakable against any ground creature. Xingu couldn't hide his hype. This is sick. How do you pull this off? Looks exactly like my fit. Beto answered without hiding anything. I used your aesthetic for the design and enchanted the skin you gave me last time. The boy turned to Arin and Seha. I whipped up some stuff for you too as well. Hope you guys dig it. Beto brought out 2 new outfits, an armor set and a dress. Arin was super happy. So soft. How did you turn that rough skin into this? Seha was just as hyped. Stats just like the boss S. She didn't wait another second. We gotta try these on right now. Right. A few minutes later, the 3 of them were flexing their new fits. Xingu was totally speechless. He didn't know what to say except, yo, this gear is absolutely S tier. Seriously, big thanks, my guy. This loot is gonna be a total game changer for the squad. Bis rubbed his nose, grinning like a total goofball. Hee, no biggie, bro. Xingu whipped out the tracking mirror. Alright, squad is fully kitted out. Time to fire this bad boy up. Suddenly, Ruta zoomed in from out of nowhere. Whoa, look at the drip. Looking fresh to death, Boss Xingu groaned, rolling his eyes. What do you want now? Give me a break. But Ruta was vibing hard. Chill, I heard you were bouncing. So I whipped up a little going away present. Special delivery. Xingu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. For real, she dug around in her pocket, whispering like a conspiracy theorist. Hey, snagging this wasn't a walk in the park. You were gonna owe me big time, not just a thank you. She mysteriously dropped the loot into his hand. Xingu's eyes bugged out when he saw the item. No way. His voice cracked. Is this a shard of Hector? Like, a piece of the god of strength. It was a tiny crystal, but the energy radiating off it was absolutely insane. The system interface popped up instantly. Shard of Hector. Fragment of the god of strength. Small gem, massive stats. Ruta pointed at it, puffing her chest out. Pretty sick. Right, you digging it. Xingu got serious real quick. Where exactly did you snag? He shook his head, cutting himself off. He knew her too well. Never mind. Forget I asked. It's not like you spill the beans anyway. Ruta just giggled, lips sealed tight. You know it. No hard feelings, though. Xingu squeezed the Hector shard, letting it dissolve into him. Ha, I am not that petty. I'm definitely gonna put this juice to good use. The system chime rang out immediately. Absorbing Hector's power. Mana pool increased. Ability to copy Hector's strength unlocked. Things were looking up. We were talking straight upgrades here, folks. Ruta was grinning ear to ear. Dang, you work fast. So, we heading straight to Hector's server. Xingu pulled out the tracking mirror, laying out the game plan. Nah, sorry. Change of plans. We aren't hitting that spot today. The image of the gorgeous thunder god was tempting him, but Xingu swiped left on that idea. Destination set, the world of Rhea. The whole crew was geared up and ready to raid God Rhea's dimension. Xingu gripped the mirror tight. All right, let's roll. A dazzling portal ripped open in front of them. Xingu smirked, looking like he owned the place. Confidence level 100. Let's bounce. They stepped through into a nightmare. Purple clouds, creepy vibes, and thousands of lightning bolts screaming across the sky. A weird wormhole opened up, spitting Xingu's squad out into this chaotic mess. Majestic wings sprouted from his back. Xingu wobbled a bit in the air, scanning the perimeter. What is up with this server? The more he looked, the more glitchy and wrong everything felt. I know this is different from the other maps. It was just an ocean of purple clouds, wrapped in lightning zero solid ground. Bis tipped his hat back to get a better view. Yo, where's the floor? I'd bet my lunch money it didn't look like this before. Rhea must have terraformed the whole place when she took over. Arin nodded beside him. Totally. She completely wrecked the feng shui. Seems like this world is in a waning moon phase like Earth, but the aesthetic is way off. Xingu closed his eyes, focusing his mana to run a quick scan of the environment. Even without ground, I can sense the structural weak points thanks to Rhea's energy signature. If we smash those, her power levels will tank. Suddenly, a giant female silhouette loomed in the purple sky. You scumbags. Rhea's giant face looked down like an angry streamer banning trolls, while a horde of monsters swarmed the squad. How dare you log into my server, you guys asking to get shredded into confetti. Xingu frowned. Dang, busted already, he sighed. I was hoping for a stealth run, but I guess the S out the window. It is her territory, after all. Can Tide hide from the admin? Rhea waved her hand, and her minions charged. Get 'em, boys, delete them. Seha looked terrified at the incoming mob. Guys, maybe we should have prepped a bit better for a Zerg rush. So weak, the monsters closed the gap fast, with Ria's voice echoing like thunder. Die, you trash. Xingu looked up, his swagger returning instantly. Arin, you re-up, girl. He glanced back, cool as a cucumber. Can you pop a shield for us? Arin gripped her weapon, nerves showing. On it, her staff lit up like a glow stick at a rave. Arin raised it high, blasting out a wave of energy that formed a solid barrier around them. Ria looked down at their defense with pure contempt. Cute. You think that bubble-'s gonna save you? Let's see how long your HP lasts. Turns out, her nasty wyvern squad was packing lightning-infused weapons. Serious DPS incoming. Don't underestimate my legion. On Ria's command, they started hammering the shield. Smash it till it cracks. Arin gritted her teeth, sweating as she tried to tank the hits. Too many mobs, I can hold this forever. Suddenly, Xingu placed his hand on her head. The unexpected contact made her freeze up. She turned tomato red, total tsundere vibes, chat. Ha. What are you doing? A green aura wrapped around them as Xingu answered without words, funneling his mana into the barrier. He also added a spicy little kick, the HA attribute. Arin heard the explanation and felt a tiny bit let down. Oh. Right. Just mana. Shaking off the awkwardness, she locked back in. Okay, max out the output with your power. Outside, the monsters were going ham on the shield, creating cracks. But then, the closest beast noticed something weird radiating from the inside. Wait, what the? Boom! The shield surged with power, knocking the monsters back. They stared at the glowing barrier, brains lagging, trying to process the massive energy spike. What is that thing? Gripping their weapons tight, the monsters sneered. Useless tricks. They rushed the shield again, screaming for Goddess Ria, and slammed their blades down without hesitation. Zap! The wyverns didn't see it coming, their own lightning recoiled and fried them instantly. Seha watched the fireworks show with a huge grin. Oh, snap. You used their own juice against them, genius. Xingu puffed up, loving the praise. But Biss saw a flaw in the plan. Boss, defense is cool and all, but how do we actually move forward? Xingu smirked, way ahead of you. I got a strat. Green mana flared up in his hand as he spoke. Watch this pro gamer move. Time to test drive a new unlock. His emerald eyes flashed. Come forth, spirit arm. Let's show him some muscle. Mana erupted like a volcano. The energy formed a massive spectral hand that grabbed their entire shield bubble. Bias' jaw dropped. Boss, what in the world is? Xingu grinned. Pretty rad. Huh. I am skipping the tutorial and going straight to the boss fight. The giant hand wound up and hurled them forward like a baseball. Seha screamed, glued to the back of the shield. Too fast. I meant a puke. The shield became a wrecking ball, smashing through every monster in its path. High above, Ria watched in horror. No, stop. Not there. She realized where they were aiming. My temple. Xingu's hair whipped around in the wind. You got a problem with my driving. The shield bullet slammed straight into the temple. His voice echoed over the chaos. You claimed you knew my style. Right, boom. The impact obliterated the shrine. Xingu's squad flew out the other side, totally unscathed in their bubble. Xingu looked back at the debris field, satisfied. One down. We're gonna wreck every shrine in this joint. The shield kept its momentum, rocketing toward the next rift in the sky. Next stop. They shot through the crack in the clouds, leaving Ria's world in the dust. Xingu scanned the new zone. Wait, this looks familiar, but kinda glitchy. Is this the second server under Ria's control? Arin kept her guard up. It looks exactly like the first one. Copy-paste job. Xingu checked the stone in his hand. Means the strat is the same. Smash her shrines, grab the loot. Ria seemed salty but wasn't attacking directly yet. Biss revved his lightning hog motorcycle. So, what's the play, boss? Yo, boss, you planning on farming some S-tier mobs out here? Xingu snapped out of his daydream. Oh, right. He started scrolling through his mental highlight reel of all the freaky creeps he declapped in the past. We can't just ignore the mobs holding her loot, Seha mumbled, scratching his head. But real talk, I still don't get it. Why would a literal god fragment their power like pizza slices? He replayed the scene in his head. It didn't add up. Doesn't he splitting up just nerf them? Feels like they read too bougie to get their own hands dirty or something. Xingu had probably crunched the numbers already, but came up blank. He clenched his fist, dropping a hot take. Maybe it's a grindset thing. Splitting up actually buffs them in the long run. Seha eyed the purple storm clouds like they were sus. Huh. How does nerfing yourself equal gains? That math ain't mathing. I mean, maybe for the thunder god yelling at Xingu. But still, look at the squad though. Xingu pointed at his crew. I am way more OP when I am rolling with you guys. Right trust is the ultimate buff. Arin turned tomato red. Stop, you making it weird. Biss, looking dead inside as usual, finally nodded. Facts. You gave us a slice of your power, and we boost you back. It's a synergy loop. So, you were basically twinning with the gods on that one, she teased, admiring his hero vibe. Xingu looked down at his callous hands that had seen some serious PvP. Maybe. Brain blast time. Just like a god. He thought about it. Ironically, he had the god's playbook memorized but barely knew his own stats. A silhouette popped up in the lightning clouds. Luya was absolutely losing it this time. You little rats, invading my server twice, the audacity. She clenched her fist, leaking straight murderous vibes. I am done playing nice. You were gonna catch these hands. Ding. The system chimed in, Luya is descending. Monster type unknown. Brace for impact. Warning, most life on the server will be deleted if she lands. Time until impact 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Xingu just looked up, totally unbothered. Oof, she's big mad, Arin giggled. Sounds like a Karen throwing a tantrum. This narrowed his eyes. Orders, boss, what's the play? Xingu grinned, eyes half open like he just woke up. Honestly, shout out to her for making my grind easier. I am not turning down a free power-up. He squeezed his fist, light leaking through his fingers from a hidden portal. But if she comes down too hot, it's game over for us. Gotta balance the scales. He turned to his summon. Kana, take the boys. Wipe the high-level mobs and wreck that temple. Go. Bis revved his bike engine, ready to roll. Cut off her mana supply so she has to spawn weak savage. He didn't even wait for a confirmation before peeling out. I'll give it 100% for 3 minutes. Xingu looked pleased with the speedrun strat. He raised his blade. Bis and the squad were locked and loaded. 3 minutes on the clock, delete everything. The squad rushed in. The temple raid was officially on. The architecture didn't stand a chance against that DPS. Boom, a massive explosion echoed across the map, signaling a total wipeout. Xingu smirked. Beautiful. That is what I like to see. He crossed his arms like a proud dad. Training pays off. Arin choked, since when did you train them? Ding, time until descent 0 minutes and 15 seconds. Sehe was sweating buckets, pacing around. Time's almost up, only Xingu looked like he was just chilling at a Starbucks, totally in control. Showtime. Xingu, watch the thunder roar. Let's see what skin you were rocking today. A portal opened in the sky, revealing a cave. Deep inside was a tiny, sassy-looking baby dinosaur. Just woke up. Zap, a massive bolt hit the little guy. Xingu's radar pinged immediately. Wait, Sega saw Xingu's face drop. Boss, did she possess a Godzilla-tier kaiju? Xingu gritted his teeth like he just lost his save file. Crap. The baby dino looked furious, but it was tiny. She spawned in a trash mob. Xingu's face went pale, actual tears of disappointment forming. The XP loss. I farmed too hard. There's no vessel left. Seha looked like he needed a defibrillator. Bro, do I laugh or cry? Arin just rolled her eyes. Classic Xingu drama. Xingu sighed, accepting the L. Whatever. He signaled the team. Let's go bully her, even if she is nerfed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the villain lounge, say what Rhea dipped, Ravinen swirled his drink. Yup. Took an L against T3. Losing to a scrub like that, nah. The other guy shook his glass. She must have got clapped in a shadow battle we didn't see. Someone is making moves off our radar. Interesting. Fruta paused. Speaking of drama, what's the tea on he? Ravinen looked bored. She's ghosting us. Not acting like herself. Center of the alliance, but nowhere to be found. Fruta looked stern. Weird. Nothing should be able to touch her. Keep tabs on Hector from now on. The god-tier convo continued. You think Hector jumped HA? He's the biggest try-hard among us. Go check on Hay for me. If she's compromised, the whole alliance is cooked. Ravinen nodded. Roger that. Can have the Holy Divine Alliance crumbling during peak season. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Right, Fruta. Flash forward. Third world, Earth, God Yugo's turf. Middle of the desert, Smash Xingu dropped a hammer filled with mana right on a monster-s dome. Game over. The beast didn't even twitch. Xingu tightened his grip. My bad, Lord Yugo, he smirked. Actually, you should apologize for being in my way. Ding. Level up X2. Distribution level 99. Punishment level 99. Skill resonance active. New mana engine unlocked. Insufficient resources. Arin sprinted over, panicked. Han Xingu, you good. Xingu was busy tapping menus. Never better. Just leveled up. Even the glitch skills finally hit 99. Arin blinked. Say psych right now. Level 99 skills, Xingu flared up with aura. I bet they evolve next. The cap is just a suggestion. Suddenly, a ringtone went off. Xingu pulled out a brick-sized phone. Sehe stared. Yo, boss, is that a satellite phone from the 90s? It's the comms Ruta gave me. This watched them stare at the glowing brick. Bad news, Xingu face-palmed. Earth's server is crashing. Humans and monsters are beefing hard. It's about to turn into a full-scale world war. Biss's face hardened. Oh snap, Arin gasped. We totally forgot about Earth exists, Xingu frowned. Yeah, big yikes. Man, I thought Eli could handle the mod duties,